To prove that money can really make ghosts grind, I left the powerful unlimited resurrection option and chose the talent of the ghost money machine with no combat power, so I was ridiculed by everyone as a useless miser. However, I just smiled faintly, because as someone who has lived through reincarnation, I know that ghost money is the most important prop after the strange arrival. Not only can it be used to purchase various attribute points and equipment in the mall, but it can also be used to strengthen active and passive skills. Global strange arrival. Please prepare yourselves, players. As the countdown ended, the originally sunny sky instantly became extremely gloomy. What's going on? Who's playing such a boring joke? Why is the sky so dark? This doesn't seem like a prank. Just as the whole classroom was in chaos, a boy sitting in the back suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of shock. I've come back to life again. You bastards. Remembering the last life where my leg was broken and left in front of something eerie, my fists involuntarily clenched. In the previous life, the talent I drew was resurrection, able to revive after death in 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. At first, I thought I was invincible, but after being killed 4 or 5 times, I realized that this talent was garbage. Without offensive and defensive means, what's the use of resurrection? However, this resurrection talent seems to have a hidden ability. After dying 4 times, I was reborn to the beginning. 5 minutes before the eerie attack, I must draw a new talent. Summoning the player interface. A large button floated on the main page. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 4. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 6. Average for ordinary people is 5. Dark coins, 500. Draw talent, -100 dark coins. With the experience of the last failure, Jiang Yan knew that talent was very important and decided that it could not be changed later. He immediately clicked the Draw Talent button, and a line of text appeared in front of Jiang Yan. Dark coins, -100. Acquired talent, Resurrection. Many people now regret the initial 500 dark coins and do not understand the importance of talent, so they directly confirm what they draw, thus giving up the only chance to change their talent. In the previous life, Jiang Yan was also one of them. Seeing the resurrection talent, without hesitation, I clicked to redraw. Dark coins, -100. Acquired talent, Invisibility. Jiang Yan had also seen this talent before, and like resurrection, it seemed strong, able to hide in the bushes and survive forever, but it was actually a complete garbage talent. Because many eerie creatures have anti-invisibility abilities, Jiang Yan did not hesitate and drew again. Dark coins, -100. Congratulations! You have obtained the hidden SSS grade talent, Dark Money Machine. This talent is unique. Dark Money Machine, gain dark coins equal to the eerie creature's health within the field of vision every second. After obtaining this talent, you cannot learn active skills or attack actively. Jiang Yan? Shocked. For the first time, I knew that talents were graded, and if it weren't for the experience of the previous life, I might not have known the strength of this SSS grade talent. With dark coins, you can buy attribute points, equipment, and various skill enhancements in the store to strengthen yourself. The initial 500 dark coins are nothing, and when the game truly begins, there are many ways to earn dark coins. The biggest source of income is killing eerie creatures, but killing them is not easy. The Dark Money Machine talent can earn money just by looking at eerie creatures. How powerful is that? As for the negative effect of not being able to attack actively, it's not that hard to accept in comparison. It's you. After confirming my talent, I ran straight to the rooftop. If I remember correctly, the first place this weirdness appeared was the women's restroom. Standing at the edge of the rooftop and looking down, I indeed saw a dark energy surging in the women's restroom. The next second after this weirdness appeared in my sight, I saw the system prompt, dark coins plus 352. Dark coins balance greater than 500. Shopping mall interface opened. I was fully focused on watching the women's restroom while opening the mall page, finding the 3 basic attributes of strength, agility, and intelligence. 100 Ming coins can add 1 point. Basic attributes determine one's physical fitness, the importance of which goes without saying. The rolling Ming coins float out like water. What's the point of not being able to attack? What's the point of not being able to use active skills? As long as my strength is high enough, the weirdness can't kill me. As long as my agility is high enough, the weirdness can't catch up to me. As long as my intelligence is high enough, and I can't use active skills, what do I need intelligence for? As I frantically added points, I suddenly saw a fat, short old woman diving into the women's restroom. I was shocked. Isn't it seeking death to run towards the women's restroom at this time? Once this weirdo rushes into the school building, my vision will be blocked, and I won't be able to watch the other party printing money safely. But it's almost enough, right? Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 6. Average for ordinary people is 5. Dark coins, 3279. In my past life, I lived through the third strange occurrence, and my attributes did not break through 20. Now, before the first strange occurrence has officially arrived, both agility and strength have reached the 50 mark. After the attributes exceed 50, it will cost 1,000 dark coins to increase a point. I did not continue to improve my attributes but found equipment and skills pages in the mall. Passive skill, Quagmire Aura, level 1. Reduces the movement speed of hostile units within 5 meters by 10%. Price, 500 dark coins. Equipment, Boots of Speed, increases own movement speed by 35 points. Price, 550 dark coins. Equipment, Counter Steel Shield, increases own armor by 15 points. Blocks 30 points of damage each time attacked, and has a 15% chance to stun the attacker for 0.5 seconds when blocking a melee attack. Price, 3,000 dark coins. This Counter Steel Shield can be called an early life-saving artifact. After completing these tasks, I finally felt my strength. Although I can't kill the strange occurrences, they can't do anything to me either. A hysterical scream came from the women's restroom downstairs, and I sighed. Exchanging 10 dark coins for banknotes from the system. The 10 yuan plutonium coin is green with the words, Huaxia Tiandi Bank, printed on the front, and a picture of a bull head in horse face. On the back was a view of the River of Forgetfulness, with dots of ghostly green flames floating on the surface of the river, which looked very spooky. The plutonium looked very similar to the ones people burned on a regular basis, but taking the plutonium sold in funeral stores wasn't redeemable with the system. This little trick of converting system metals into paper metals was something that I'm afraid no one had mastered yet, except for the reborn Jiang Yan. He casually folded the 10 plutonium bills into a paper airplane and flew it from the 5th floor rooftop to the door of the women's restroom. In his last life, Jiang Yan had heard rumors that some of the more intellectual shenanigans would defraud players of their plutonium before killing them. If this rumor is true, the players and the weird economy system could be the same. Being a money printer, Jiang Yan decided to personally verify this important guess. The screaming in the women's restroom came to a screeching halt half a second later, and as Jiang Yan watched the record of the bizarrely acquired plutonium, it unexpectedly changed with it. Plutonium plus 352. Plutonium plus 1. Plutonium plus 352. Plutonium plus 1. Realizing that there was an extra dollar every time he obtained a plutonium, Jiang Yan was slightly stunned and then reacted. There's an extra life value of 1 in there for shenanigans. It seems that the creepy one in the women's restroom, after killing someone, was able to transform the dead into creepy servants affiliated with him. Boo! A pair of hideous, ghostly hands pushed the door to the ladies' restroom open in a very rough manner. A creepy, shrouded in eerie blackness, slowly floated out of the women's restroom. Between the black gas, a green withered body with inconspicuous female features could be vaguely seen. The seaweed-like floating hair was longer than the body, and 2 clusters of ghostly green flames were suspended at the position of the eyes. Devoid of any semblance of human emotion, beside creepy, there was a small black dot that circled constantly around creepy. Jiang Yan estimated that this was the creepy servant that the director of instruction had incarnated after his death, giving himself an additional +1 plutonium income. The moment this bazaar went out, it let out a sharp, piercing whine up into the sky that rolled and echoed throughout the campus. The dizzying whine was clearly heard by the disorganized students in every classroom. The weirdness descends. Jiang Yan couldn't help but recall what happened in his last life. What happened after this bizarrely identical outing was a one-sided massacre. The creep wasn't strong, but the students were weaker. Faced with the sudden slaughter, the teacher's usual emphasis on unity could not be seen in the slightest, and mutual trampling and betrayal abounded. Jiang Yan was about to escape from the school gate when he was pushed back hard by his best friend and slammed right into the creepy head's arms. Without a doubt, Jiang Yan, who was forced to break his back, was slapped to death by this weird one. His best friend, on the other hand, managed to escape the school at Jiang Yan's expense. The only thing to be thankful for was that Jiang Yan was the last of the school's dead, resurfacing half an hour later, and the creepy had already disappeared into the empty campus to scourge other places. Jiang Yan in his previous life, just like this, meet out the first wave, but did not get enough plutonium from it. By the second and third time, the weirdness was even stronger. Jiang Yan could only meet out more and more, and eventually died in despair. If it wasn't for that push, Jiang Yan's last life might have ended differently. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes as he muttered to himself in his heart, "This time, I won't give anyone the chance to hurt me." Under Jiang Yan's observation, after that weird shrill whistling, he was about to pounce into the school building for a killing spree, but he had just taken no more than 2 steps, but he suddenly gave a start. Creepy's eyes, which were flickering with ghostly green fire, looked down at the plutonium paper airplanes on the floor. It had been folded, but the $10 plutonium was so dazzling and spooky in its own right that she couldn't mistake it. Miso. With great speed, Creepy reached out his ghostly claws and picked up the plutonium paper airplane, tucking it away somewhere. When Jiang Yan on the rooftop saw this, A taboo smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So it's true. In that case, my talent for printing money may work even better than I originally anticipated. Jiang Yan's gaze fell on a bloody contract on the mall's special props page. Weird contract. Parties who voluntarily sign a contract will be forced to abide by its terms. Sale price, 100 plutonium. Chapter 3, I'll take you. Jiang Yan said in his heart. Let's see how the creepy IQ is when the time comes. If it can communicate, I might be able to turn on the non-stop money printing mode. Seeing that the weirdness was about to enter the school building, Jiang Yan turned around and ran back into his classroom. Compared to when Jiang Yan left, this classroom was getting more and more chaotic. The students saw the weirdness in front of the women's restroom through the window, and finally realized that the creepy advent game the cold voice was talking about wasn't a prank. A chorus of screams, cries of pain, and pleas for mercy cascaded through the classroom. Streaking and piercing. Jiang Yan, where did you just go? I've been looking for you for half a day. A boy tugged at Jiang Yan with a worried look on his face. This person's name was Wang Hucheng, and he was Jiang Yan's best friend. The same person who had pushed Jiang Yan at the entrance of the school, causing Jiang Yan to crash into Creepy's arms. Jiang Yan looked deeply at Wang Hucheng and laughed. Went out to see what was going on. Wang Hucheng was just about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise. All be quiet. Li Ming, the class president, jumped onto the podium and banged the 2 tin dustpans in his hands to a deafening sound, immediately attracting everyone's attention. We don't know exactly what's going on yet, but we must join forces. Everyone listen to my command. Immediately block the doors and windows with desks. We use the terrain to hold on to the classroom and wait for the police uncle to come to save us. Looking at the scene in front of him, which was exactly the same as in his last life, Jiang Yan sneered in his heart. The class president, Li Ming, is usually a good student and good at pleasing his homeroom teacher, but apparently not very bright. The tactic of blocking the door did little for Creepy, instead burying their best chance to escape while the chaos lasted. There were several side doors to the building, so if they took advantage of the chaos to escape, more than half of the students in the classrooms should be able to survive. But with this blockage by Li Ming, their class ended up only escaping 3 people, and even Li Ming himself died at the hands of Creepy. Moreover, Li Ming is usually a moralistic person, but in reality, his character is very bad. After blocking the door, this guy even took advantage of the chaos and secretly hugged his female classmate and put his hand into her pants. That female co-star was terrified, and surprisingly, she didn't dare to resist, letting Li Ming make her bad. Jiang Yan had unintentionally glimpsed this scene, and at the time, he simply didn't have the ability to care, so he could only pretend not to see it. As for right now, even though he had relived his life and received a SSS rank talent, he didn't consider himself to be a savior. This group of rabble, Jiang Yan saw all feel headache, really want to take the big responsibility to protect them. Maybe this group of people will turn around and get themselves killed again. Being able to save the people you care about is the best possible ending to this ed-up post-apocalyptic world. Li Ming stood directly on the podium and began to give orders. Jiang Yan, Wang Hucheng, you two who are good at sports, lead the boys to start moving the tables. Girls, use the tape paper in your hands to tie up the table. Then the girls take their clothes off and cover the building windows. Don't let that thing see us. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. This colorful gangster. The opportunity to command the girls in his class to undress in a bright manner finally came to him. Jiang Yan, what are you waiting for? Can't you see that Wang Hucheng has already started moving? Do you want to get us all killed? Li Ming pointed at Jiang Yan and growled in color. Jiang Yan disdained it and took 2 steps back to his own desk, pulling a hand on his female classmate who was filled with a flustered look. This girl's name is In Xiaoxin. She is the school committee plus flower in the class. The class teacher put her on the side of Jiang Yan in order to let her drive Jiang Yan's academic performance. The class teacher never thought that In Xiaoxian sat at Jiang Yan's desk for a few months, but she secretly liked Jiang Yan, who exuded testosterone charm. In his last life, when that head of weirdness impacted this classroom for the first time, in order to protect Jiang Yan, and Xiaoxin rushed towards the weirdness without any hesitation, and only then Jiang Yan and Wang Hucheng and the others were able to survive all the way to the entrance of the school, before she died under the strange claws, and Xiaoxian showed herself that smile of relief, and just 4 words I like you confession. Jiang Yan has always been the knot in his heart, to live again. In this school, Jiang Yan cannot care about anyone, and Xiaoxian, who willingly gave her life for herself, must be preserved. Being pulled by Jiang Yan's hand, and Xiaoxian looked at him at a loss for words. Jiang Yan smiled and asked in a soft voice, I want to take you. Do you trust me? And Xiaoxian froze for a moment, looked at Jiang Yan's serious gaze, and heaved her head. Aha! I believe you. She didn't know where she got the courage, but only felt that Jiang Yan's gentle and firm smile and serious gaze was the only thing she could rely on in this chaotic classroom. Jiang Yan pulled in Xiaoxian and ran out of the classroom with his head twisted. In the classroom, Li Ming's exasperated voice came out. Jiang Yan, do you know what you're doing? How dare you disobey your squad leader in the face of a great enemy? You're a deserter, coward. I balk. And Xiao Xin, you come back quickly. Only I can protect you. Li Ming couldn't wait to chase out and snatch the best-looking and Xiao Xin back from Jiang Yan. But looking at the backs of the two people who were quickly disappearing, Li Ming didn't have the courage to leave this classroom after all. The monster is downstairs. Going out will only get you killed faster. And Xiao Xin followed Jiang Yan, running out of breath and pleading. Will you slow down? I'm going to lose it. The current Jiang Yan, with his agility attribute reaching 10 times that of an ordinary person, and wearing a pair of shoes that added movement speed, even if he had already slowed down on purpose, it was still not something that Xiao Xin could keep up with. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Yan turned around and picked up Xiao Xin in a hug. Ah, what are you doing? Feeling Jiang Yan's powerful embrace, Xiao Xin screamed, her red face tightly hugging Jiang Yan's neck. Nervous. Just then, a footstep quickly followed. Jiang Yan, wait for me. It's so inadequate. Pulling a woman without pulling a brother? Turning his head, the one who came after him was actually Wang Hucheng. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Then a cold light flashed under his eyes. I'm not afraid of screwing you over? Wang Hucheng punched Jiang Yan without any good humor and said, you and I are brothers. Why are we so outgoing? That bastard Li Ming is holding a chicken feather as an arrow. I don't know how many stupid things he's going to do. I'm not going to follow him. Let's run together. Jiang Yan mentally laughed coldly. True to form. If you hadn't pushed me into shenanigans in my last life, I would never have abandoned you in this one, either. Pity. Jiang Yan's face was immovable, but he nodded his head. Then you'll have to keep up. I run. Fast. Wang Hucheng grinned. Jiang Yan, don't forget that I was always faster than you in the track team. Before he could finish his words, he saw Jiang Yan beside him, transforming into a residual shadow, wrapped in the wind and disappearing at the end of the building. Chapter 4 Picking Up Money for the Master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Hucheng looked at Jiang Yan's back as he left, his eyes filled with shock. The two were on the same track team and were best friends and competitors with each other. Wang Hucheng couldn't be more clear about how fast Jiang Yan could run. But right now, Wang Hucheng took a deep breath, his eyes brightening and darkening as he raised his steps to catch up. Jiang Yan ran all the way from the third floor to the first floor hall location, into the eyes of a mess. Miserable screams rang out from all over the first floor. Broken wooden doors and aluminum window frames were scattered on the ground, and even the wall had a big hole punched out by that weirdness. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xin swallowed heavily, realizing how right she had been in not listening to Li Ming's guarding the classroom and instead following Jiang Yan to escape. You stay away. Who the hell are you? In broad daylight and a clear sky, you dare to commit such a bad act against the flowers of our motherland. Don't hurt my students. I'll fight you. A roar filled with fear, but summoning up courage, attracted Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian's attention. It was a young female teacher holding a broom and trying to fight the creepy. Jiang Yan knew her. It was the beautiful history teacher of their class, Chen Tian. Although she has just become a teacher for a short time, Sweetie Chen is knowledgeable, has a sense of humor in the classroom, and cares for her students from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Chen Sweetness was using her petite body to block the doorway of a classroom filled with terrified students. In the face of such horrifying weirdness, Sweet Chen was equally scared. Her legs were trembling, but she didn't take a step back. The weirdness slowly approached, and the broom in Sweet Chen's hand looked so ridiculous. She knew that she was going to die here. But I died protecting my students. In Sweet Chen's eyes, there was a flash of determination. It dispelled the fear, just as Creepy extended his ghostly claws at Chen Sweetness and was about to break her slender neck. A green, ghostly, plutonium paper airplane fluttered and poked at the Creepy head. Creepy subconsciously squeezed this plutonium plane and froze, looking in the direction the plane had come from. Jiang Yan hid behind the counterattacking steel shield and stretched out a finger at Creepy and hooked it, arrogantly yelling, "Come here you, dang creepy and murderous, how can you put up with this?" With a furious roar, the bazaar transformed into a residual shadow and lunged at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was prepared for this, shouldering in Xiao Xian. He turned his head and ran towards the current staircase, and Xiao Xian looked at the weirdness that was frantically chasing after her. Her eyes rolled over, and she was directly stunned and fainted. That weird speed was extremely fast, almost completely turning into a black and green residual shadow. But Jiang Yan's speed wasn't slow at all, and with the addition of the 50 agility acceleration boots, it was surprising that he was able to run an even race with Guile for a while. That weird saw that he couldn't catch up with this kid, and became more and more furious. His body rose up with ghostly green fire, like a ghostly fire meteor, and his speed increased steeply by 30%. Holy, you still have the acceleration skill? Jiang Yan sucked in a mouthful of cold air and cursed, You don't have much blood in this damn thing, but you really have a lot of tricks? At the edge of Creepy's mouth, a cruel and tyrannical smile appeared, but just as Creepy chased after Jiang Yan to a distance of 15 meters behind her, there was suddenly a sticky feeling that wrapped around her feet. It's as if you're walking in a pool of mud and your speed plummets by 26%. Quagmire aura. Jiang Yan had expected this and ran 2 quick steps, once again pulling away from the weirdness. While Creepy was furious, a rush of footsteps scurried down from the upper floor, and it was Wang Hucheng, who was chasing Jiang Yan and came late. Upon seeing Wang Hucheng, Jiang Yan immediately ran towards him. Run, Tiger City! Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Jiang Yan ran directly past Wang Hucheng. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Hucheng was dumbfounded. That weird couldn't catch up with Jiang Yan, and a pair of eyes of ghostly green fire turned to Wang Hucheng, who was frozen on the spot. Die! With a shrill whistle, Creepy smoothly slapped a claw at Wang Hucheng. Boo! Wang Hucheng flew 3 meters backwards and rolled down the stairs onto the hall floor, blood spurting wildly from the deep and long wounds on his body. Already dead. At the edge of Jiang Yan's mouth, a cold smile flashed. I'm a money printer who can't hit you, but I can pull monsters for you. If it wasn't for the fact that the underworld note machine talent was unable to attack, Wang Hucheng wouldn't have survived until now. But Jiang Yan had always felt that there was something strange about the way Wang Hucheng looked at himself before. Not quite the same as in a previous life. Forget it, he's dead all the same. Jiang Yan shook his head and turned his attention to his eyes once again. After killing Wang Hucheng, that Creepy knew that he couldn't catch up with Jiang Yan and turned to the hall, attacking straight at the history teacher, Chen Tian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Sweet Chen saw this thing go and come back, and was so scared that she lost her face, her eyes filled with despair. The hideous ghostly claws probed out, sharply killing Chen Tian. What happens when you are attacked by a weird frontal attack? Wang Hucheng has already made a demonstration. Chen's sweetheart is dead. Just then, snap, a wad of green, ghostly medieval coins slammed heavily on the Creepy head. Creepy froze, looked down at the $10 plutonium scattered all over the ground like butterflies, and then looked up at Jiang Yan, who was not far away, who had gone and returned. Take your plutonium and leave my teacher. Jiang Yan carried in Xiao Xian and hid behind the counterattacking steel shield, pointing at Creepy's nose with great vigor. And Xiao Xian had just woken up from her coma, and when she saw the scene, she was nearly stunned again. She did not understand why Jiang Yan had to mess with this horrible thing. Ah! Creepy let out an ear-piercing shrill whistle at Jiang Yan. Then, bending down and picking up all the $10 in plutonium on the floor at breakneck speed. Die! The bazaar straightened up and let out a hoarse to the point of shrillness at Jiang Yan, and Xiao Xian almost peed herself. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and laughed unexpectedly. You're really good at talking, aren't you? Snap! Another wad of green, ghostly plutonium crashed down on Creepy's head. Whoa! Butterflies scattered all over the floor. Creepy? Creepy! I tramadol. This time, Creepy bent over to pick up the money faster than before. After picking up the money, I must kill this female teacher to vent my anger. But before she could finish picking up this time, there was another stack of 10 yuan in plutonium. Pop hit her head. The creep was straight up confused. What's with this kid? Where did he get so much money? Is it all a gale? Seeing that this weird action of picking up money froze, Jiang Yan again pop a stack of plutonium smashed out, commanding, why aren't you moving? Pick it up for me. Creepy raised his head and looked at Jiang Yan with a look of consternation in his eyes. Look at the world panicking, but only for a few taels of broken silver. This is a few taels of silver, which can solve the world's panic. Jiang Yan laughed coldly, looking out of the corner of his eye at the weirdness in front of him, and said indifferently, pick these up in 3 seconds and I'll give you a job offer of 10,000 plutonium a month. Jobs? $10,000 a month? Creepy froze for a moment, then saw Jiang Yan extend 3 fingers and start counting down. 3. Chapter 5, Stuffed with Bigots. Whoosh! The creep instantly transformed into a black and green gyroscope, playing with his life to frantically pick up money in place. 2. Jiang Yan withdrew a finger. Finished picking up, brother. Creepy straightened up, looking at Jiang Yan with eyes full of hopefulness, and in his hoarse voice, he unconsciously brought 2 points of flattery and respect. Jiang Yan was not slow to redeem a blood-stained contract from the mall. Weird contract. Parties who voluntarily sign a contract will be forced to abide by its terms. Sale price, 100 plutonium. In his last life, Jiang Yan had seen others use this kind of contract, all signed by people and people. But the name of this contract carries weirdness. Jiang Yan wants to try. People and weirdness can be signed. With a thought, Jiang Yan's contract appeared with the content he wanted. Creepy contract. From the date of signing, Party A employs Party B as a follower, and Party A is required to pay Party B 10,000 plats per month as remuneration. Party B shall ensure the safety of Party A's life, and if Party B dies while working, Party A will pay a pension of 10 times Party B's salary to Party B's designated account. During the working period, Party B needs to absolutely obey all the commands from Party A. Working hours, 24 hours a day, 31 days a month. Party A, Jiang Yen. Party B, blank. Looking at the contract, that creepy eyes went straight. Is 10,000 plutonium written as a number that long? This job is also too good to be true, isn't it? If I get this job, I'll be able to buy so many skills and gear next month. Jiang Yan asked out of the corner of his eye. This contract, are you happy with it? The eerie nodding head covered in black smoke was like pounding garlic, and the floating ghost fire eyes were filled with a color of longing. Boss, I'll listen to you from now on. If Creepy had a tail, it would be wagging into an electric fan by now. Jiang Yan held his shield in one hand, wary of this weird swindling sneak attack, while the other hand disliked the contract on the weird face. Without saying a word, this creep signed his name as fast as he could, as if he was afraid that Jiang Yan would back out. Jiang Yan glanced at it and realized that the weird name was Smoke Charmer. The bizarre contract transformed into two streaks of bloody light, which were hidden from Jiang Yan and Smoke Mistress respectively. After the contract went into effect, Smoke Charmer was no longer a hostile target. Jiang Yan looked at Smoky Charm for a few seconds and realized that the plutonium deposit prompt was still steadily appearing on his player panel. Plutonium plus 352. Plutonium plus 57. Plutonium plus 352. Plutonium plus 57. The plus 57 plutoniums per second are 57 creepy minions that Smoky Phantom just gained after wreaking havoc on the school, each of which has 1 life point and increases Smoky Phantom's attack power by 1 point. After determining that the shenanigans of signing the contract would also bring in income for himself, Jiang Yan felt that a brand new door was blasting open in front of him. He said with a big wave of his hand, "Lead the way to your creepy friend. The more blood the better." Smoke Charmer farted and ran ahead, fawning, "Boss, this way." Leaving the school, Jiang Yan's eyes stayed locked on Smoke Mistress, but his mouth kept talking to Inshao Xin. The talent that Inshao Xin had obtained was unexpectedly a SS-ranked talent, Violent Maniac. Violent Frenzy, plus 30% attack power, plus 30% strike rate, can equip 10 weapons at once. Non-current weapons only gain attack power. Jiang Yan was shocked when he saw this talent. A woman with such an unbelievable talent had died giving her life for herself in her last life without even being able to get out of the school gates. But the name of this talent doesn't go well with a quiet and soft girl like Inshao Xin. Jiang Yan thought about it and took out another bizarre contract and handed it to Inshao Xin. The above is simple. Bizarre contract, Jiang Yan and Inshao Xin promise never to endanger each other. Inshao Xin looked at the contract and asked with some aggravation, You don't believe me? Jiang Yan smiled and gently held Inshao Xin's hand, shaking his head. Of course I trust you, or I wouldn't have brought you out here. But, people change. That push by Wang Huqing in his last life had taught Jiang Yan a heavenly lesson, making him understand a lot of things. And Shao Xin's pretty face flushed, subconsciously tugged at her hand, but failed to break free from Jiang Yan's big hand, and very blushingly signed her name on the contract. With the contract in effect, Jiang Yan had no more worries and took out a stack of golden 100 yuan medieval coins, handing them to Xiaoxin for her to exchange into her mall, saying, "You add agility to 50 points." And Shao Xin seemed to understand, and followed Jiang Yan's instructions, clicking agility 45 times in a row. Jiang Yan then asked Inshao Xin to exchange a few pieces of equipment. Equipment, agility leather boots, increases one's movement speed and attack speed by 40 points. Price, 500 plutonium. Equipment, strike ring, increase your own strike rate by 15%. Price, 1275 plutonium. Equipment, Desert Eagle pistol, attack power plus 15. Range plus 50. Ammunition capacity, 7. Price, 1000 plutonium coins. Equipment, Alloy Dagger, attack power plus 7. Price, 200 plutonium. Desert Eagle bought 2 and Alloy Dagger bought 8. Stuffing Inshao Xin. The Violent Frenzy talent allows Inshao Xin to equip 10 weapons at once, meaning that the attack power of all weapons will be counted. The attack power that these 10 weapons alone brought to Inshao Xin was as high as 86 points, with 50 points of agility added to another 50 points of long-range attack power. Inshao Xin's total attack power reached a terrifying 138 points. If Inshao Xin were to use these 2 Desert Eagles right now to raid madly against Smoke Charm, with the attack and bludgeoning bonus of the Violent Frenzy talent, it would only take half a second to beat to death this horrifyingly creepy person who had almost annihilated the school as a group in her last life. Looking at Inshao Xin's dual wielding of the shiny silver Desert Eagle, with 8 shiny daggers stuck in her back belt, Jiang Yan sighed from the bottom of his heart. The beauty of the uniquely violent maniac. But the average person can't really afford a violent maniac. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan, the money printer, who was willing to pour money into cultivation. And Xiao Xian was afraid that she might not be able to buy out so many weapons and equipment even if she lived until the third strange advent. Watching Jiang Yan stuff himself, and Xiao Xian was dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses for half a day. Where did you get so much plutonium from? Why do I only have a few $100s? Before Jiang Yan stuffed himself, and Xiao Xian clearly remembered that she only had 400 plutonium in her balance, which was just enough to buy 2 alloy daggers. Smoke Charmer, who floated in front to lead the way, saw that Xiao Xian was stuffed into this state by Jiang Yan, and was once again sure that he had followed the right big brother. Noticing Smoke Misty's eyes full of envy, Jiang Yan smiled badly and asked in a seductive tone, "Do you want it too?" Smoke Misty froze for a moment, then nodded frantically. And who wouldn't want to be stuffed with such bigots? Jiang Yan smiled badly and took out a bizarre contract. Bizarre contract. After friendly negotiation between the two parties, Party A agrees to advance 10,000 plutonium for this month's salary to Party B, of which at least 8,000 plutonium must be spent under Party A's direction. Chapter 6 Spending Frenzy. Seeing this contract, Smokey's Ghostfire's eyes suddenly lit up. It's true that he's a big man, and too sympathetic to his own leg hair. As for the 8,000 plutonium spending guide, the meat is in the pot even when it's rotten. I was instructed to spend money, so I spent it on myself. Smoke Mistress nodded her head repeatedly, almost kissing Jiang Yan on the face with one bite. Yes. The boss is the nicest guy in the world. Looking at Smoke Misty's thousands of willingness, Jiang Yan sighed secretly in his heart. The uninvolved creepy doesn't yet understand that the human heart is dangerous. The contract was signed, and Jiang Yan sent Smoke Phantom a stack of golden $100 medieval coins, totaling 10,000. Then began instructing Smoky Charms to spend his money. The boss has a few words with you from the bottom of his heart. When you come out to work, the amount of money you make is secondary, and safety always comes first. There's no point in making more money if you accidentally die. Do you think so? Smoke Phantom listened and nodded repeatedly, thinking that Big Brother deserved to be Big Brother, and that his realm was indeed higher than his own. The final result of Smoke Charmer's consumption is as follows. Equipment, energizing sneakers, boosts one's movement speed by 30 points and lifesteal by 400 points. Price, 3,000 plutonium. Equipment, evil blood pendant, boosts one's life value by 300 points. Price, 1,000 plutonium. Equipment, havoc hammer, boosts one's attack power by 20 points and life value by 300 points. Price, 1,500 plutonium. Equipment, human bone ring, boosts one's life value by 300 points. Price, 1,000 plutonium. Power X 33 points. The total cost was 9,800 plutonium. As for why the promised guidance of 8,000 ended up being 9,800, Smoke Charmer feels that it was the result of a high level of resonance between his and his boss's consumer mindset. After Smoke Charmer had been stuffed by himself, his life value had soared to 1,982 points from his original 352 points. Looking at the numbers that kept popping up on his panel, plutonium plus 1982, plutonium plus 57. Jiang Yan felt that he had fully grasped the essence of this game. After a mere 5 seconds, the money Jiang Yan had slammed on Smoke Charmer had been printed back. After another 5 seconds, the money that had been slammed into Xiao Xian returned. After another 5 seconds, Jiang Yan changed his equipment for himself. Equipment, Divine Walking Shoes, increases one's movement speed by 60 points, and can trigger a blink every 5 seconds to traverse 5 meters in a forward direction. Price, 5,500 plutonium. Equipment, Golden Bell Vestment, boosts one's armor by 40 points and damage reduction by 30%. Immunity to one lethal blow every 5 hours. Loses 10 points of magic value per second. Price, 7,500 plutonium. Equipment, Mysterious Pocket Watch, boosts one's life and magic by 600 points and 600 points, and boosts one's life and magic recovery speed by 5 points/life. Price, 4,000 plutonium. Equipment, Hidden Black Raven's Old Pipe, Hidden Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable, boosts one's lifesteal by 1,000 points and life recovery speed by 10 points/second. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 10,000 plutonium. The previously equipped Boots of Speed was sold back to the system mall at half price by Jiang Yan, and the counterattack steel shield remained for the time being. Jiang Yan then bought a few more auras and ordered them all to level 5. Passive skill, Counter Aura, rank 5. When all friendly units within 25 meters are attacked by a melee attack, counters 70 points of damage to the attacker. Price, 8,000 plutonium. Passive skill, Strong Strike Aura, rank 5. Plus 35% attack power for all friendly units within 25 meters. Price, 8,000 plutonium. Passive skill, Aura of Durability, rank 5. plus 30% movement speed for all friendly units within 25 meters. Pricing, 8,000 plutonium. Each upgrade of a skill consumes plutonium equal to the price of the previous level. It costs 500 plutonium to purchase, 500 plutonium for level 1 to 2 as well, 1000 for level 2 to 3, 2000 for 3 to 4, 4000 for 4 to 5, and so on. A level 5 aura requires 8,000 plutonium to obtain. Quagmire aura was also tapped to level 5 by Jiang Yan in passing, and the slowing effect reached 35%. As a money printer, since you can't take the initiative to attack, you should be a good aura monster. With the extra money, Jiang Yan added it all to his attributes. First, he added the intelligence attribute, which was of little use, to 50, and then continued with strength and agility counterpoints. These three basic attributes are impossible to ignore, the focus of which, plus 2 melee attack power, plus 10 lifesteal, plus 0.1 life recovery per 1 power, plus 1 ranged attack power, plus 1 melee attack power, plus 1 attack speed, plus 1 movement speed per 1 agility, plus 3 spell attack power, plus 10 mana, plus 0.1 magic recovery per 1 intelligence. In addition to these, attributes have some hidden effects that are difficult to quantify. As an unattackable money printing machine, Jiang Yan's gain from adding attributes was far less than that of an Xiao Xian. All the bonuses to attack power, attack speed, and intelligence in it were useless to Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan's thoughts were very clear. Just for the life value from strength, and the movement speed from agility, he had to point these two attributes up. If not, how can one feel at ease in printing plutonium? A money printer that can be blown out of the water is definitely not a good money printer. After the 50 mark, every +1 attribute requires 1000 plutonium, which is still very resistant to points. Before Jiang Yan finished ordering, the smoke charmer in front of him stopped and respectfully said to Jiang Yan, "Boss, we're here. In this hospital is a creepy pig demon. He's got a whopping 300 life points." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. A printing raw material with unlimited potential. Boom! A twisted MRI machine crashed through the hospital's outer wall and whirled out of it. A scream of terror and despair followed from the hospital. Boom boom boom. A low, booming sound of footsteps came out from the hospital building, and a huge pig demon flashed past from behind the broken hole, its scarlet pig eyes filled with excitement. Jiang Yan hummed softly. "This pig is arrogant. Smoke charmer, clear the way." "Yes, boss." Smoke mistress turned back, hugged Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian, and her black smoke-shrouded ghostly green body floated upwards towards the big hole like a falling leaf. Bark 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 bark. A series of chewing sounds echoed through the interior of the hospital building. The shrill cries of despair that had just been heard were now completely dead. Jiang Yan was carried by smoke charm and fell into the cave, and he saw the plump pig demon, holding a human corpse in one hand, feasting on it, and let out a hearty laugh while eating. "Ha ha 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 ha, humans, tasty meat, yummy, so delicious." And Xiao Xian looked directly at the vomit out of the face. No color. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, looked calm. "Having experienced 3 bizarre descents in my last life, I've seen scenes many times more horrifying and disgusting than this." Snap! With a soft thud, a green, ghostly $10 plutonium paper airplane fluttered and poked at the back of this pig demon's head. "Ha!" The pig demon froze for a moment, looking up from a bloody mess, and turned around with an open heart. Chapter 7 Boss, give it another chance. "Kid, you're the one who threw plutonium at my lord? You're tired of living, aren't you?" The pig demon wiped a handful of blood from the side of his mouth, and his scarlet pig eyes were filled with furious killing intent. Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction as he watched the plutonium credits pop up on his player panel. Plutonium plus 1982, plutonium plus 57, plutonium plus 1754. Smoke Charmer said that this pig demon's life value was around 1300, and now it seemed that he had grown quite a bit after wreaking havoc in the hospital for such a long time. With 1754 life points, it was already comparable to the smoke charmer that had been stuffed by Jiang Yan, and it did have a lot of potential. Jiang Yan took a drag on the hidden black crow's old pipe, and spat out a green-colored smoke ring, and with a wave of his hand he said indifferently, "Let's get his pig mouth crooked first." Smoke Mistress nodded heavily. "Yes, boss." That pig demon finally noticed the smoke charm. A pair of scarlet pig eyes filled with uncertainty as he yelled, "Smoke Mistress? What did you just call this kid? Boss? That's a human player. You recognize him as the boss? Are you out of your mind?" Smoke Phantom carried the havoc hammer in his hand and slowly floated in front of the pig demon, saying in a deep voice, "I advise you to show some respect to my boss, or you won't have any good juice to eat later." The pig demon snorted in disdain. "You probably don't realize how much I gained in the hospital. The current you is no match for me." Before the words were finished, Smoke Phantom's Havoc Hammer had already smashed the pig demon's pig's head with a hammer. Boom! The pig demon was sent flying backwards by the hammer, crashing through 3 walls of the hospital before falling to the ground. A large damage number emerged from the pig demon's head. -325. The pig demon with a face of blood slowly climbed up from the ground, covering his piggy face filled with the color of shock, and asked in a lost voice, "Aren't you on the agility route? What's up with you hitting one of my meat shields with a hammer?" Smoke Phantom said proudly as he held the hammer in his hand. "This is the Mintan route developed by my boss." The pig demon first froze, then snorted. "Nonsense. I'm up to 35 strength points now. Are you prepared to fight me in melee? Let me try your success." Boom, 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 boom. With a series of heavy footsteps, that pig demon sunk his shoulders and crashed into the Smoke Phantom. Like an indestructible armored tank, Smoke Phantom smiled proudly. Is 35 points of power a lot? Under Jiang Yan's guidance, Smoke Charmer's power had been ordered to 50. She reached out a hand and fished for the pig demon's chin, directly flinging this pig demon to the ground in an over-the-shoulder fall. Boom! The pig demon's head crashed straight through the floor, creating a large hole in the reinforced concrete. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin and thought as he printed money in the back while providing an aura to Smoke Charm. This Minton's output does seem a bit low. If we follow Smoky Charm's normal agility points, bring up the attack speed and bludgeoning, and equip 1 agility class melee and 1 long-range weapon, I'm afraid that Pig Demon would have already been killed by Smoky Charm's set of storm combo moves by now. There is also an advantage to not being allergic to Alton and playing control very well. Based on the feedback from the battle, Jiang Yan quickly amended his cultivation plan and repositioned Smoky Charm's role in his squad. Cough, cough, cough. The Pig Demon very laboriously pulled himself out of the big pit, his gray head and face in a lousy appearance, but also couldn't cover up the color of shock in those pig eyes. Without waiting for the Pig Demon to open his mouth to speak, Smoky Charms hammered again, hammering the Pig Demon in the face. Boom! The Pig Demon was once again sent flying backwards by the powerful Havoc Hammer, and his life value had fallen by half. Smoke Charmer stepped on the Pig Demon's chest, probed and looked, and twisted his head to report. "Boss, his pig's mouth is crooked by me." The Pig Demon was stomped to death by the Smoke Charmer, unable to move, and a series of pig-killing squeals came out of his crooked pig's mouth. "Smoke Charmer, you traitor! Why on earth would you do that?" Smoke Misty laughed. "I'm doing this for your own good. My boss wants to hire you, so behave yourself and the boss won't treat you badly later." The Pig Demon spat and squealed. "Delusional. I, Inu Gonzo, would starve to death and jump off the stairs today. There's no way I'd recognize a human as my boss." The pig's face was filled with fury and determination. "Creepy never slave." Snap! A wad of greenish, $10 plutonium coins slammed heavily into the pig's battered, crooked face. The heavenly maiden scattered flowers all over the ground, making the pig Conhwa seem to be lying on a carpet of plutonium coins. "Ha!" Inuyasha's scarlet eyes froze, somewhat unresponsive. How could he? That's a lot of plutonium. This human, who has no basic respect for plutonium. Jiang Yan pulled a shocked and Xiao Xin up and also stepped on the Pig Demon's chest, holding a stack of golden 100 yuan medieval coins in his hand, while heavily fanning on the Pig Demon's crooked face, while cheerfully asking, "Pig bones are hard." Ha! Snap! The thick $100 in plutonium made a crisp ringing sound on the pig's face. Pig Conhwa's pair of pig eyes trembled violently, and his gaze couldn't help but follow the ups and downs of this thick stack of $100 plutonium coins. "This, so much? It's got to be 10,000 plutocrats, right? How many goodies can you buy in the mall?" Snap! Another slap on the backhand. Jiang Yan happily scolded. "You're just going to starve to death and jump off a building and not recognize me as your boss?" Snap! Another slap. "That's a tough one. I did want to hire you, but you treat plutonium like dirt so." Jiang Yan took the thick stack of 100 yuan medieval coins in his hand and quickly counted them one by one in front of Pig Conhwa. The whole 110,000 medals. Then Jiang Yan placed this 10,000 plutonium coins in Smoke Mistress's hand and laughed. "Since you don't want it, take the paycheck that should be yours and give it to my excellent employee, Smoke Charmer, as a bonus." "Ah!" Pig Conhwa let out an incredulous cry of pain. A pair of pig eyes hooked dead on the stack of medieval coins, unable to move half an inch. This would have been my paycheck? Do I deserve to be paid this much? Do I deserve it? Ha! Smoke Misty looked at the plutonium in her hand, shocked. "I didn't expect that. A $10,000 a month job, only on the first day of employment. And not only did I get an advance on my paycheck for the month, but I got another $10,000 bonus. A bigot is a bigot, and the realm is completely beyond the reach of mediocre people like me. Thanks. Thank you so much." Smoke Mistress sincerely thanked Inuyasha. If he didn't have a hard pig's bone, the money wouldn't have gotten to him. Inuyasha felt that a steel knife was stabbed into the middle of his chest, and plucked out a nice knife flower. It hurts more than killing a pig on a horse. That's 10,000 plutonium. The 10,000 plutonium that should have been his own. It just slipped right out of his sight and became a bonus for Smoke Charmer? Boss, I admit I was talking too loud just now. Can we give another chance? Pig Manhwa clutched Jiang Yan's pants leg, his eyes clear and pleading. Chapter 8, Wang Hucheng's Refreshing Resurrection. In the face of Pig Manhwa's pleading, Jiang Yan smiled cheerfully, drew his foot out, and shook his head. You were given a chance, and you turned it down yourself. The rivers and lakes are far away. Take care of each other. Smoke Mistress, let's go. Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian and was led by Smoke Charmer, floating down to the hospital floor. Looking at Jiang Yan's back as he drifted away, Pig Manhwa felt that the pinnacle of his pig life was rapidly abandoning him. No, boss, I've decided on you. In this life, I, Inu Gonzo, swear to die with you. Boom! Inuyasha jumped straight through the large hole in the outer wall and landed on his knees with a thud on the hard concrete floor of the hospital floor. A pair of pig's legs that fell to pieces. Boom boom boom. Pig Manhwa cowed out frantically to Jiang Yan's back. Boss, I, Inuyasha, just said the wrong thing. Now, I, Inuyasha, have jumped down from the stairs. Please boss take me. Snot and tears flowed from Pig Manhwa's clear pig eyes, full of remorse. Jiang Yan stopped in his tracks and smiled gently, no surprise on his face. He turned and said, since you have such a good attitude in admitting your mistake, I'll give you another chance. Jiang Yan said, pulling out a blood-stained contract and handing it in front of Pig Manhwa, saying in a bland tone, every one of my employees has only one chance to make a mistake. Your chances, they've run out. Next time you make a mistake, don't blame me. Inuyasha shivered, nodded repeatedly, and signed his name on the contract as if it were a treasure. School, because Jiang Yan had taken away the Smoke Charmer. The threat of the first eerie advent to the entire school seemed to have ended prematurely. Several teachers took it upon themselves to organize their students and began to clean up the immediate mess, waiting for outside help to arrive. That corpse is my student. Carry it to me. History teacher Chen Sweetness pointed at a corpse with a tired look on her face. She never imagined that her teaching career would include such a horrific and bloody scene. Fortunately, one survives. Not everyone is as lucky as yourself. Take for example this student named Wang Hucheng in front of us. Wang Hucheng's tattered body was carried next to Chen Tian. When her fingers came into contact with Wang Hucheng, Chen Tian suddenly froze for a moment. This body, it seems to still have warmth and elasticity? Just as Chen Sweetness was surprised, Wang Hucheng, who was covered in blood, unexpectedly sat up with a jolt. His mouth cursed almost subconsciously. Jiang Yan your horse. If he didn't have the resurrection talent, he would have really been killed by Jiang Yan this time. Wang Hucheng cursed with indignation. I didn't expect that you, Jiang Yan, would be such a sinister villain. Ah, Sweetie Chen nearly fainted from the shock. Wang Hucheng looked around and quickly calmed down, revealing a far-fetched smile to Chen Sweetness and said, Mr. Chen, I'm not dead. Chen Sweetness took a deep breath and was about to say something when she saw Wang Hucheng pull out his leg and run outside the school. Where are you going? Chen Sweetness shouted twice at Wang Hucheng's back. It's dangerous out there right now. You come back. Wang Hucheng turned a deaf ear and disappeared outside the school gates. He died so unexpectedly this time that the most precious half-hour was spent lying on the floor as a corpse. It must be acted upon immediately. Wang Hucheng, who was running wildly at full speed, had his teeth almost gritted, and Jiang Yan's face was all in front of him. It's confirmed. This kid Jiang Yan is definitely reborn back as well. This time, it's more than likely that you chose a speed class talent to run that fast. Jiang Yan you wait. I won't let you just screw me over once. Wang Hucheng ran wildly and turned a corner, and at a glance he saw a blue treasure chest lying quietly in the grass by the side of the road. In his eyes, a flash of excitement flashed. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, you can't do it either. Living all over again, wasting half an hour of my life, and you didn't even find this vital treasure chest? With this treasure chest, the resurrection talent is the full body. Wang Hucheng took a deep breath and opened this blue treasure chest. A skill scroll that came into his sight. Active skill, refresh, level 1, causes the cooldown of selected skills, items, and talents to end immediately. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Wang Hucheng's face was ecstatic. That's it. Sure enough, it's just like the last life. With this skill, one's own talent, resurrection, could truly bring out its unique charm. Talents cannot be upgraded, but refresh can. When the refresh skill was raised to level 10, the cooldown time was only 1 hour, and with some special props, players with the resurrection talent would have a hard time dying. And refresh, a rare skill, can't be bought in the system mall. Only treasure chests can be opened. before Wang Huqing's death in his last life. This skill had been speculated to a sky-high price of 60,000 plutonium in the player market. Without hesitation, Wang Huqing immediately used this valuable skill scroll. Seeing that the refresh skill appeared in his panel, Wang Huqing directly refreshed the cooldown time of his resurrection talent, and only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. That weirdness in the school is gone for some reason, but there's a lot more weirdness in this city. With the resurrection talent by his side, Wang Huqing dared to go around and explore more treasure chests to quickly strengthen himself. Wang Huqing, who had returned to the starting point, knew very well that for the next month, the city could not be calm, and the battle between humans and weirdness continued to seesaw. Many humans died in the sudden first bizarre descent, and those that struggled to survive gradually familiarized themselves with the rules of the game and began to thrive and grow stronger and stronger as they drew sustenance from adversity. This time, I'm going to be the fastest growing player. In Wang Huqing's eyes, a cold light flashed, the kind of desperation and cold hardness that would only appear if he had been struggling for survival in a bizarre game for a long time. Jiang Yan, messing with me will be the most regrettable thing in your life. Wang Huqing turned around, leaving behind a determined back. Not bad. Once this outfit is on, you have a different air of pig-headedness. Jiang Yan cupped his chin and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the steel-covered Inuganzo in front of him. He had just similarly advanced Inuyasha 10,000 plutonium for his salary and instructed Inuyasha to purchase equipment and skills. Equipment: Iron Citadel Helmet. Iron Citadel set January 8 boosts one's lifesteal by 500 points and armor by 20 points. Price: 3,000 plutonium. Helmet, armor and pants. The three suits were put on and the first suit effect was directly activated. Iron Wall, life value plus 1,000. With the remaining 1,000 plutonium coins, Jiang Yan had all of them allow Pig Manhwa to click on the power attribute. The current Inu Gonzo's life value directly soared to 354 points. It's worthy of being a meat shield. Printing it is much stronger than Smoke Charm. A Mintan, plutonium plus 2,788, plutonium plus 57. Plutonium plus 4,354. Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction as he watched the plutonium credits jumping on his panel. Chapter 9, Does your family run a money printing factory? Smoky Charm's life value, already infused with Jiang Yan's bonuses, had risen to 2,788 points once again, and was on the crooked path of Mintan. Jiang Yan had allowed Smoky Charm to redeem 2 control skills, Smothering Stick and Kidney Strike, and with the support of the Strength and Agility attributes, Smoky Charm was able to play a very excellent first strike control effect. Now the team has a money printer who does logistics, a meat shield who resists damage, and a Mintan who fights control. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and calculated, missing a berserk output. As he spoke, Jiang Yan's gaze landed on Inshao Xin, who was beside him with a dumbfounded look on her face. She hadn't been able to adjust to the sudden change of heart until now. The girl had always been a quiet and introverted nature, and it would be difficult to survive in the times of the eerie advent. Even with SS-ranked talent, the same is true. A heart that can survive is a prerequisite for any gift to work. Although Jiang Yan was able to protect her, the SS-ranked talent always had to be utilized. Take it. Jiang Yan exchanged a large box of bullets from his maul, totaling 500 rounds, and tossed it to Inshao Xin, telling her to put it in her system for backup. Props: Silver Bullet, doubles damage to trickster targets, halves damage to non-trickster targets. Price: 100 plutonium. This kind of bullet, Jiang Yan also used in his past life, but it is stingy. Until the last resort. Do not spare loaded. In this life, but casually changed 500 hairs and threw them to Inshao Xin. The price of 100 plutonium may not seem expensive, but it's only the price of 1 round. 100 rounds of spare ammo isn't a lot after a battle with a creep. That's 10,000 plutonium. In comparison, regular bullets only cost 1 plutonium a round, the main one being affordable. In his last life, when Jiang Yan saw a player who dared to use silver bullets, he couldn't wait to kneel down and kowtow to him and call him grandpa. And Shao Xian looked at this large box of valuable bullets, swallowed heavily and mumbled, "But, I don't know how to shoot." Jiang Yan laughed and pointed at the pig Vajra. "You stand 50 meters away, raise your shield, and use Shao Xian as a target for practice." Casually redeeming a flag-like special prop from the mall, he stuck it on the ground. Protect battle flag, both duelists will not receive a lethal blow. Price: 100 plutonium. Without any half-hearted reluctance, Pig Manhwa butted his way to 50 meters away, raised the counterattacking steel shield he had just bought, and said in a deep voice, "Boss, I'm ready." With 3 steel citadel sets and a life value that was already approaching 5,000. What was wrong with him being a target for a harmless-looking little girl? Inuyasha was even excited about the fact that he would have a chance to show his loyalty and bravery in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan taught for half a day before Xiao Xian figured out how to open the gun safety, how to aim and how to shoot. Boo! A bolt of fire erupted from the muzzle of the Desert Eagle. The gunfire was deafening. At Inuyasha's feet, a cloud of smoke rose, and the bullet fell short. Inuyasha skimmed his mouth, a flash of disdain in his eyes. I really don't know why the boss brought such a drag. Boo! Another shot was fired, and the bullet flew against the pig's scalp. Inuyasha was even a bit tempted to put down his shield. Holding it up was weirdly tiring for a pig. Boo! A third shot rang out. This one, finally hitting Inuyasha, right in the center of the counterattacking steel shield. Inuyasha was directly hit and sat on his butt, sending a ripple of smoke and dust. A large damage number jumped up from the pig's body. Strike, minus 1023. Inuyasha? 1,000 shots? Is this something that people can do? Jiang Yan clapped his hands and said, come on, come on, come on. Don't stop shooting in bursts. Agility route output players, highlighting a fast attack speed. High blitz. Single attack damage is often not as good as power melee, and Xiao Xian had gradually gotten the hang of it. And with Jiang Yan's encouragement, the two Desert Eagles fired in quick succession. Shoots extremely fast. Boom 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 boom. A series of damage numbers bounced out from the pig Manhwa's body. Minus 548. Blitz, minus 1241. Minus 487. Strike, minus 974. Blitz, minus 1054. Inuyasha squealed as he was beaten and fled with his shield in his hands as he fled and hid behind a car, crying and begging for mercy. Help! Boss, save my pig life. I'm dying. The pig Vajra's life value had dropped to 1 point. If it wasn't for the protective battle flag that Jiang Yan had just thrown out, the pig vampire would have already been killed by Xiao Xian. And Xiao Xian, who possessed the violent frenzy talent, was able to equip 10 weapons at the same time, and her attack power, which was already very outrageous, was also stuffed with silver bullets that doubled the damage by Jiang Yan, and her bludgeoning rate was still very high. Beside Jiang Yan, there was also a level 5, strong strike aura, plus 35% attack power buff. With all the increases down, the meat shield pig Manhwa, who had just been kryptonized with 10,000 plutonium coins, surprisingly couldn't carry in Xiao Xian's output at all either. And Xiao Xian stopped the gun, swallowed heavily and looked at the Desert Eagle in her hand, full of unbelief. This, all the damage you've done by yourself? Yourself so strong? Jiang Yan cupped his chin beside him and mused. Not so much. And Xiao Xian, pig gonzo. Jiang Yan looked around the mall and bought another gun out and stuffed it to Xiao Xian. It was a reddish assault rifle with a pure gold unicorn head in the muzzle position, opening its mouth and spitting out a black hole. Equipment, Fire Unicorn, Rank 1. Upgradable attack power plus 250. Range plus 150. Attack speed plus 50. Strike increase plus 20%. Bullet capacity, 30. Price, 20,000 plutonium. Strike increase is adding strike damage, which is different from strike rate. With the fire Qilin in her hand, and Xiao Xian's bludgeoning damage would not be 200%, but 220%. And Xiao Xian? 20,000 plutonium for a weapon? Not where the hell did he get so much plutonium? Does your family run a plutonium printing press? Inuyasha? That's a sick gun, isn't it? Thank goodness I'm a teammate. Otherwise Nemo will be seconded without showing his head. Smoke Phantom looked at Xiao Xian and then at herself, her mind secretly contemplating, how can I get such favor from my boss when I'm the same woman? I'll see if there are any beauty specials in the mall. Jiang Yan bought a few pots of healing potions to bring Pig Manhwa's life value back to full, and inserted another, protecting battle flag, saying, hit me again. Inuyasha's huge body shivered, and a deep look of fear appeared in his eyes. You won't be killed, but the pain is real. Pig Manhwa didn't dare to disobey Jiang Yan's order. Trembling, he climbed up, set up his shield, and stood on guard. And Xiao Xian familiarized herself with the fire unicorn and shot a triple point blank shot at the pig gangster. Minus 1487. Blitz, minus 3314. Blitz, minus 3177. Pig Manhwa was sent flying several meters away, half unable to get up from the ground. These 3 shots almost knocked out double his lifesteal. It's scary as hell. Jiang Yan nodded, satisfied. That's more like it. Chapter 10 Dinosaur Group. Just as Jiang Yan began to think about where to go next to capture Creepy alive, and Xiao Xian suddenly opened her mouth and said with some entanglement, Jiang Yan, can you do me a favor? I want to go to my dad. He doesn't know if he survived the weird descent. And Xiao Xian had just been in a state of panic, and now that she had finally calmed down a bit, she began to worry about the safety of her loved ones. Jiang Yan froze for a moment and then nodded. It was an oversight. Where is your father? he casually pried open the door of a BMW on the side of the road, wired up the circuit under the dashboard, and flicked on the ignition. In his last life, he wasn't very good at fighting off shenanigans, but he had learned a lot of these sneaky little tricks, and Xiao Xian got into the passenger side and said, "Ding Sheng Group, just across the bridge." Hearing the words Ding Sheng Group, Jian Yan froze for a moment, and then asked with a sense of awe, "Ding Sheng Group, last name An. Your father is Ambrosia, Uncle An?" And Xiao Xian blinked her big eyes. "You knew my dad too?" Jian Yan smiled thoughtfully and said, "Like thunder. Don't worry, your dad will be fine." After the second bizarre descent, the title of Uncle An and Baosheng became famous in the southern capital city, and Baosheng single-handedly set up the Dingsheng Association, is the largest player organization within the South Metropolis. Stomping the foot of the entire South Metropolis will tremble. Even the official organization of the Hunting and Trickery Bureau in the South Metropolis must also give the Dingsheng Association 2 points of face. According to some gossip that Jian Yan had heard in his past life, and Baosheng had started out as an earthworks business, and could be called a local earth emperor, later set up the Dingsheng Group, specializing in the field of engineering and construction, successfully whitewashed ashore. When the bloody hands start those things, no one has mentioned. But after the weirdness descended, the fangs of Ambrosia and Dingsheng Group, which had been restrained for years, could not hide once again. An organized and disciplined diners club that dared to fight was a complete descending blow in front of the scattered players after the bizarre descent. It was rumored that behind many of the secret realm explorations, treasure chest scrambles, and bizarre hunting operations, there were big hands of the Dingsheng Society secretly manipulating them. In his last life, Jian Yan could only look up to behemoths like the Dingsheng Society, but in this life, everything is different. Smoke Misty sat in the back, and Inuyasha, being so big, got into the trunk and pressed the car back a bit. Jian Yan kicked the gas, and the BMW flew out, heading towards where the Dingsheng Group was. After the spooky descent, there wasn't much vehicular traffic on the road, but there were all sorts of weird and wacky roadblocks that appeared frequently and were a great test of driving skills. Looking at Jian Yan, who was concentrating on driving, and Xiao Xian couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you worried about your parents?" Jian Yan smiled and said, "My parents are both researchers, studying big icebergs in Antarctica. They'll be fine, don't worry." In his last life, after the second weirdness descended, Jian Yan had received a phone call from his parents, knowing that no weirdness had yet appeared on their side, which gave Jian Yan, who had been struggling to survive in his last life, more than a hint of solace in his heart. There is ample evidence that there is a huge correlation between spooky descent and population density. Antarctica, that hole of a place. Creepy used to have to lose his job. The Dingsheng Group had an office building all to themselves, one of the landmark buildings in Nandu. But when Jian Yan and Xiao Xian saw the building from afar, they realized that it was so dilapidated that it was hard to find even a single piece of intact glass. And Xiao Xian immediately tensed up and subconsciously held Jian Yan's hand tightly. Jian Yan gently held in Xiao Xian and said in relief, "Don't worry, Uncle An will be fine. I've heard the commotion coming from downstairs." The car got a little closer, and the two of them did see a group of people in the square below the Dingsheng Group. The men had all kinds of weapons in their hands, machetes, chainsaws, steel axes, golf clubs, and even a couple of men with shotguns. The middle-aged man in the middle of the group, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with an elegant and easygoing appearance, was the famous Uncle An, and Baosheng. And Xiao Xian saw An Baosheng from afar and let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the tear tracks on her cheeks before noticing that she had cried in a hurry. "Jian Yan, look, what's that in the middle of them?" And Xiao Xian asked, pointing ahead. The corpse of a large, dark monster was currently lying in the Dingsheng Group's square, surrounded by a group of people from An Baosheng. "It looks dead," Jian Yan lamented. "That's a creepy. It has been killed by your father and the others." The first time the weirdness came down, mankind was as fragile as tofu in the face of the weirdness. A random creepy could easily slaughter thousands of humans. If it hadn't been for the Trickster Hunting Bureau saving the day in time, it's possible that human society would have fallen apart in the first Trickster advent. But it was such an unforeseen situation that these people from the Dingsheng Group were able to calm down so quickly and join forces to slaughter this creepy. It was really rare. After killing the creepy, all players who participated in killing the creepy would be rewarded with the appropriate plutonium, skill scrolls, and equipment according to their contribution. The various rewards provided by killing the first round of shenanigans should be worth around 10,000 plutonium, but with so many people in the Dingsheng Group's plaza, it was estimated that spreading it out would be less than 1,000 in a person's hand. Team play returns aren't as impressive, but they're better because they're low risk and sustainable. Jian Yan deeply understood the truth that being able to survive was the only way to have the capital to look forward to everything. Before getting off the bus, Jiang Yan thought about it and bought 2 props from the mall and sent them to Smoke Charmer and Inu Gonzo. Props: bottle of mist, shrouds the user in an invisible mist that cannot be detected, cannot be used when there is a hostile target within 500 meters, and will be seen when the total attribute difference is higher than 20 points, cannot be used when there is a hostile target within 500 meters, and will be seen if the total attribute difference is higher than 20 points. Price: 5,000 plutonium. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities and sells for such a high price that almost no player will buy it. However, to Jiang Yan, who had been following the weirdness around him, this bottle of mist was of great application. After Smoke Phantom and Inuyasha used the bottle of mist, it would be difficult for other players to detect their presence. Otherwise, these 2 creepy heads that followed like shadows might cause trouble for Jiang Yan frequently, and Xiao Xian pushed open the door of the car, full of hijacking, and was about to call out to her father, but suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a black jacket riding a motorcycle, stopping at the edge of the plaza and shouting, "Big brother, I've been to see it. There's a creepy head in the shopping street next door too." And Baosheng in the crowd looked up. A cold light flashed under his gold-rimmed glasses, and waved his hand. "Brothers, slaughter this creepy and see what goodies come out." A group of men dressed as employees of the Ding Sheng group, carrying all kinds of murderous weapons, surrounded in Baosheng in the center, and rushed over in the direction of the commercial street. Jiang Yan, it's worthy of being a Ding Sheng club that can walk across the South Capital, and it's been such a tiger from the start. Chapter 11. No one is allowed to mention retreat. Seeing her father charging with his brothers, and Xiao Xian hurriedly shouted twice, but in the clutter of footsteps, and Baosheng clearly didn't hear her daughter's call. The group of people quickly disappeared at the end of the square, and Xiao Xian frowned and whispered, "He's always been like this, been fighting and killing all my life, never stopped." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "It is only in such a world that a man like your father can survive. Let's go over there. Your father and the others may be in trouble." And Xiao Xian looked at Jiang Yan suspiciously and asked, "How do you know?" Jiang Yan laughed. "Pinch your fingers." He vaguely remembered that this creepy head of Commercial Street was on the first purge list of the Creepy Hunting Bureau in his last life. Since it ended up being cleared by the Guile Hunting Bureau, it meant that in Baosheng and these people had suffered a loss at the hands of this Guile, though they were all first descent creepy. Though creepy's talent and skill choices were different, and the intensity was also different, especially now that it's been an hour and that creepy probably slaughtered a lot of humans in Commercial Street. Just as humans were able to gain rewards for decapitating creeps, creeps were just as likely to gain rewards for killing humans. On the way here just now, Jiang Yan had already asked Smoke Charmer and Pig Gang Hyena, and learned that when Eri killed a human player, it would receive 1% of the total value of all the plutonium on the opponent's body as a reward, with a minimum of 1 plutonium. The vast majority of players had little in the way of stature the first time the shenanigans descended, only a few hundred plutoniums left over from extracting their talents, so now killing a human player is only a 1 to 4 plutonium reward, with the risk of being counter-killed. In contrast to the two, it was the tens of thousands of plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had flung out in a big way that made Smoke Charmer and Pig Kong pay such obeisance. This news also alerted Jiang Yan. He himself, despite his money, is just as much of a meat and potatoes guy. If some creep could kill himself, it would be a splash of riches, even though he could only get 1%. Inuyasha, Smoke Charmer, open up in front. Jiang Yan waved his hand and followed behind the two-headed weirdness, printing money while calculating how to spend the money next in order to make this money printing machine of his into an adamantine, immortal, unbreakable, and transverse money printing machine that could suppress all the eons of time. When he walked to the front of the Commercial Street, Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian and ordered the two-headed weirdness to slow down and explore the situation inside this Commercial Street a little bit. With the relatively open terrain in the shopping street and the large number of people, the kill was easy for that creep. And now that an hour of killing had passed, that creep had probably been rewarded with thousands of plutonium. With so much plutonium spent, the spookiness of Commercial Street is not the intensity it was when it first descended. Ambrosia's group was the first to kill them, and they were likely to be beaten very miserably. The whole Commercial Street is no longer the bustling and noisy as it used to be, full of wreckage and bloodstains, and horribly dead bodies are everywhere. And Xiao Xian was so scared that her little face turned pale and she unconsciously hugged Jiang Yan's arm. It was dead silent inside, and the two men and two creeps walked cautiously, fearing a sneak attack by the creeps lurking about. Jiang Yan had already wrapped in Xiao Xian in his arms at some point. This girl was now the only output in the team, and with an outfit that had little ability to save her life. In case she was stolen, she could no longer find a second SS-ranked violent maniac talent output. Jiang Yan, I'm a little scared, and Xiao Xian hung in Jiang Yan's arms, almost like a wombat. Her delicate body tightly pressed against Jiang Yan's chest and abdomen. The Pig Gang Hyena walking in front stumbled, full of indignation, didn't dare to say anything. Are you afraid? Is it your turn to be afraid? Aren't you a creepy cower in the commercial street when you can pop over 3,000 in one shot? Jiang Yan put his arm around Xiao Xian and soothed her. Don't worry, I'm here. In her last life, Xiao Xian died for herself. In this life, Jiang Yan would not let Xiao Xian suffer half a bit of harm again. Xiao Xian was filled with a touching color, snuggled in Jiang Yan's arms and said in a low voice, Jiang Yan, you're so good to me. Is it okay to be my boyfriend? She had long since realized that her posture with Jiang Yan was very indecent, but she also realized at the same time that she was only shy in her heart. But she didn't half reject the intimacy with Jiang Yan. Once again, she was sure that she really liked and loved Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and said softly, good. The smoke charmer and pig Kong Hui in front of them shivered in unison, and goosebumps fell all over the ground. Can't you two go somewhere else when you're in the middle of a big fight? Smoke Phantom twisted her head to look at Xiao Xian, who was filled with happiness in Jiang Yan's arms, and said tentatively, boss, I'm actually pretty scared, too. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. You a 50 power creepy fearless, so wimpy, is it that you don't want the prize money this time? Go faster, go ahead and get a view. Smoke Charmer, okay boss. As soon as I heard that there are bonuses, the smoke charm suddenly full of energy, rushing forward upside down. Right at this moment, an underground entrance to the commercial street suddenly erupted with a cry of alarm. There, that was fast. Immediately afterward, there was a deep cry from An Baoshang. Stay in formation. Tiger, you have the resurrection talent. Take the shield and top it off. Erlong, you prepare to fire. Stay close, don't shoot by mistake. Asako, take out your shield skill and put it on Little Tiger. Jiang Yan listened in awe outside. The establishment is pretty well established. Before he finished speaking, he heard the underground entrance violently erupt with a muffled bang. After that, there was a series of clang, 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 a series of crunching sounds. A twisted shield, thrown out of the underground entrance, bouncing on the ground. Immediately, there was a roar of anger. Tiger, no! Looking at the twisted shield on the ground, Jiang Yan had some toothache. This was a alloy shield, sold in the system mall, providing 7 points of armor and 100 points of life value, with a decent blocking effect, priced at 500 plutonium. To be so crippled by that weirdness inside in a single blow? Good fellow, this weirdness looks very powerful. Jiang Yan whispered to himself, and Baosheng's roar immediately resounded from below. It's too fast. Retreat first. A group of people immediately ran out from inside, panicked but not in a panic, with a couple of big men with police blast shields at the forefront to break the back, and in the second row, the menacing men with shotguns, always ready to fire from between the shields. Big brother, what's going to happen now? That thing in there is too fast. We don't feel like we can beat it. How about withdrawing first? And Baosheng's face is iron blue. Under the gold glasses is no longer elegant, filled with bloodshot eyes full of grief and anger. He slapped the terrified henchman across the face and roared, put your mother ******** ing ass on the line. Little Tiger died in there. How desperate must he be if he doesn't see us when he comes back to life in half an hour? If he is willing to follow me, he is trusting that I will not abandon him. The same goes for you all, and I will never abandon any of you. Think of a way to get Tiger out. Until then, guard the entrance. No one is allowed to mention retreat. Chapter 12, Uncle N's gift of digging for treasure chests. The group was so nervous that they didn't realize that not far behind them, Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian were watching them. Hearing In Baosheng's angry roar, Jiang Yan's heart suddenly jerked. This In Baosheng can make the Ding Shang will be one of the best in the south, relying on the real, not just dare to fight. The way he's acting right now, whether he's deliberately enlisting people or he's really not willing to abandon his men, is a little more human than the vast majority of the people under this disaster. Especially the one who died down there called Little Tiger, who, like Jiang Yan in his last life, also had the resurrection talent. But unlike Jiang Yan, this Little Tiger was not abandoned by the team. And Baosheng looked at the deep underground entrance, took a deep breath, and said, wait a bit first, my treasure digging talent cooldown is up. Let's see if there's anything good. Saying that, Ambrosia made a digging gesture. A black shovel appeared out of nowhere in Baosheng's hand. Miso, and Baosheng waved his shovel and dug on the ground. And a treasure chest with a flickering green light appeared on the ground. Another box. Ambrosia muttered to herself. Only, this time it's a green one. Jiang Yan looked stunned. A talent for digging up treasure? That's kind of funny. This talent, Jiang Yan had never even heard of it in his past life. To be able to dig out treasure chests in situ, it seemed to be a very rare talent as well. Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian and tiptoed behind In Baosheng, looking toward his green treasure chest. As soon as In Baosheng pulled open the treasure chest, there were quite a few things inside. Equipment, Glock pistol, attack power +8. Range +40. Ammunition capacity, 5. Price, 500 plutonium. Equipment, swift pocket knife, attack power +3. Price, 70 plutonium. Skill, restoration, rank 1. Restores 30 life points to a friendly unit. Costs 30 mana. Price, 100 plutonium. Plutonium, 300. The contents of this green chest totaled around 1,000 plutonium coins, matching Zhang Yan's impression of treasure chests. He actually remembered the locations of many of the treasure chests around the area, which were rumored to have opened up quite a few goodies. If he hadn't swiped the SSS-ranked, Underworld Money Machine, talent, Zhang Yan would have definitely chosen to go around and look for treasure chests as the focus of his development in the early stages. But to him, a printer of money, the contents of these ordinary boxes around him no longer tickled his fancy. What really interested Zhang Yan was this talent of An Baosheng. It was now only an hour since the weirdness had descended, and Ambrosia had already dug through the chest twice. So with his treasure digging talent, the cooldown was 1 hour. It looks like the quality of the crates that are dug up are randomized. That is to say, with this talent, Ambrosia may swipe out blue, purple, or even gold or red chests. Full potential. And Baosheng reached out and picked up the contents of the green treasure chest, when he suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong behind him. He reacted extremely fast, picking up that Glock pistol and turning around with an open mind. The black hole of the gun was aimed at Zhang Yan's brow, and Xiao Xian was startled and shouted in a hurry, "Dad, it's me! Hold your fire." And Baosheng froze, and only then did he see Xiaoxin beside Zhang Yan, holding his arm. Ambrosia Grandjoy. "Xin, why did you come here by yourself? I sent your Uncle Jan over to pick you up. Didn't you see him?" And Xiao Xian shook her head. "I didn't see Uncle Yang. I came with Zhang Yan." And Baosheng's gaze swept over Zhang Yan and in Xiao Xian's arms that were wrapped together, and a flash of gloom flashed across his brows that passed in an instant. "Is this your classmate?" Ambrosia asked, and Xiao Xian nodded her head and said somewhat shyly, "Well, my table. We escaped from school together." And Baosheng quickly turned his attention away and said in a deep voice, "You two find a place to hide, and you'll come back out when Daddy sets that thing straight. Understand?" And Xiao Xian picked up the fire qilin in her hand and said, "Dad, we can help. Zhang Yan and I are awesome." And Baosheng glanced at the fire qilin, thinking that this was some kind of pompous toy, and said in a nonchalant manner, "Don't make a mess. Get your ass into that store and hide." And Baosheng glared at Zhang Yan as he pointed at the bloodied milk tea store behind him and said, "Kid, you're a man. Protect her." Saying that, and Baosheng pushed Zhang Yan's chest somewhat roughly. As for the two bizarre ones next to Zhang Yan, because of the misty bottle, and Baosheng and his party hadn't even noticed their existence, Zhang Yan seemed to smile. After thinking about it, he still pulled in Xiao Xian into that milk tea store, and Xiao Xian was a little anxious. Zhang Yan lowered his voice and said, "It's a good angle of fire for this milkshake store. You can just help them with long-range fire support later. That creepy is obviously on the agility route and won't have too much blood. You only need to get one shot in and it'll be enough to decide the winner." Bringing in Xiao Xian to hide in, Zhang Yan naturally wasn't afraid, but used the opportunity to exercise in Xiao Xian's fighting ability. And Xiao Xian was instantly nervous, especially when she thought that the person on top in front of her was her father, and if she was negligent, she would probably get him hurt. Zhang Yan was behind in Xiao Xian and spoke warmly, "Take a deep breath, focus, and don't think so much. That creep is coming up soon." And Xiao Xian froze. "How do you know?" Zhang Yan said blandly, "Heard that." He now had a high agility attribute, and along with that, his six senses were also very sharp, and from around the underground entrance, he heard a subtle footstep, very subtle. Almost at the same time as Zhang Yan's voice fell, a black shadow swooped out of the underground entrance silently with a vicious wind, and Baosheng and a few of his veteran henchmen were discussing in low voices the countermeasures on how to rescue Little Tiger in half an hour. But they didn't expect that the creepy head would directly kill them. A few big men holding blast shields at the very front let out a gasp in unison and subconsciously met them with the shields in their hands. Boo! The power contained in the silent sneak attack was much greater than it appeared, surprisingly pouncing on all of these big men holding blast shields and sending them flying backwards, scattering them on the ground and rolling them around haphazardly, as if they were bowling bottles knocked down by a bowling ball. Zhang Yan stared slightly, feeling that the power displayed by this head of weirdness was even more powerful than he had imagined. Is this really a head of agility route shenanigans? Zhang Yan glanced at his player panel. Plutonium plus 2,788. Plutonium plus 57. Plutonium plus 4,354. Plutonium plus 3,317. The last number is the life value of this raid creep. Zhang Yan was taken aback. Such a high life value? Still got that kind of speed? The weirdness is very wrong. while his heart was surprised. Jiang Yan didn't delay and said directly beside In Xiao Xin, "Right now." Seeing the vicious target, In Xiao Xin calmed down instead, aiming at the creepy who had paused briefly because of the attack, and decisively pulled the trigger of the fire qilin. Boom boom boom. 3 shots. Chapter 13. Then I'll elope with Jiang Yan first. The Black Shadow was a demonic wolf in a bizarre shape, with claws spiked and long to the point of being hideous and horrifying, its mouth full of a sticky mixture of blood and saliva, and its body covered in many pieces of human flesh and blood. The demon wolf creepy had bulging muscles all over his body, and he looked like a power route creepy, but for some reason, his speed was so fast. Boom boom boom. The fire qilin in Xiao Xian's hand fired 3 consecutive point-blank shots, 3 pure silver bullets, transformed into streams of light, breaking through the air. 2 of the bullets grazed the demon wolf's bizarre body and passed, landing in empty space. There was only 1 bullet, which hit the demon wolf squarely in its weird chest. Blitz, minus 3124. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Xiao Xian was filled with chagrin. How come you only got 1 shot? The pig Manhwa who was hiding in the mist on the side heavily shivered, remembering the pain of just being shot by In Xiao Xian's explosive shot. His mental shadow area was super large. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, his face calm. Growing up is always accompanied by all kinds of pain. That demon wolf, on the other hand, was clearly scared less. 3,317 points of your own blood. What a terrifying life value. He even dared to pat himself on the back and guarantee that his current life value was definitely ranked number 1 out of all the shenanigans in Nandu. I'm not the one who chopped up the wolf hangers, but it was the self with such a horrible life value that was shot down to only 193 points of blood? It's total luck that you didn't get spiked, right? Ow. The demon wolf screamed eerily and ran wildly out of the shopping street with his tail between his legs, not looking back. Humans, I remember your scent. Wait for me. The vicious voice drifted through the shopping street, but the demon wolf was no longer in sight, and Xiao Xian aimed at the back for half a day. But this demon wolf's weird speed was too fast. She couldn't aim at all and could only watch the other party escape. Jiang Yan frowned. It was dangerous to wait for a chance to sneak up on the creepy, but he couldn't do anything about this escaping demon wolf. For a while, this commercial street quieted down as a pair of shocked gazes looked over from the front. Those 3 shots just now, was it In Xiao Xian who typed it out? These people from the Ding Sheng group, who were well aware of In Xiao Xian's soft and introverted character, couldn't believe their eyes more and more, and Baosheng swallowed heavily, looking at the fire qilin in Xiao Xian's hand that had a flashy shape but was still smoking from the muzzle, and muttered, "Not bad for my daughter." And Xiao Xian smiled coyly and whispered, "I said, I can help." And Baosheng came back to his senses, coughed gently, and said as he took in Xiaoxin's slender arm, "Come home with me, young man, you should hurry back to your house too." After saying that, without looking back, and Baosheng was ready to leave Jiang Yan in the blood-soaked shopping street, and Xiao Xian, however, jumped and broke away from Baosheng's hand, pulling Jiang Yan's arm with her backhand. Her face reddened, but she still mumbled, "Dad, his name is Jiang Yan, is my boyfriend. None of his family is in Nandu. Can we take him home with us?" And Baosheng slowly turned back, his face dark and scary, a pair of eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses staring at Jiang Yan with an almost murderous gaze. The fact that his own daughter had some ambiguity in her relationship with him was something that Baosheng had seen long ago, but it's not easy to get your introverted daughter, who just turned 18, to say something like that in plain sight. "Boyfriend? Xin, I told you, you're not allowed to fall in love early. Come home with me at once, otherwise, I'll break this kid's legs." And Baosheng said, slowly snatching a blood-stained chainsaw from the hands of a big man beside him. His eyes forced Jiang Yan, wanting to scare him back. Jiang Yan, however, was calm, not sensing the slightest threat. During this time, he had been tapping his strength and agility attributes. After the attribute exceeded 100 points, it went from the original 1,000 plutonium plus 1 point to 10,000 plutonium plus 1 point. The price has been horrendous and the value for money is extremely low. But with such a high life value of Smoke Charmer and Inu Gonzo, Jiang Yan's ability to print money was not something to be sniffed at. 1 second to credit 7,199 plutonium and 3 seconds to add 2 points. By now, Jiang Yan's player panel had become like this. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174. Agility, 174. Intelligence, 50. The average commoner is 5. Plutonium, 11247. The strength attribute surpassed that of an ordinary person by 35 times, coupled with the defense of the golden bell vestment. Even if he lay down and let in Baosheng saw, it would probably be difficult to break through the defense. Looking at how calm Jiang Yan was, and Baosheng's face became more and more sullen and cold as he said in a low voice, What, kid, you think I wouldn't dare? Jiang Yan shook his head and said in a dignified manner, Uncle and would surely dare. His tone, still very relaxed, and Xiao Xian grabbed Jiang Yan's arm tightly and laughed dryly. So, since the words don't come out, I eloped with Jiang Yan first. Dad, if you need help, just give me a call. After saying that, and Xiao Xian unexpectedly pulled Jiang Yan up and ran wildly towards the other side of the commercial street. Ambrosia froze at first. He subconsciously wanted to chase after Jiang Yan and chop him up and feed him to the dogs, but he immediately noticed that the speed at which Xiao Xian and this kid were running wildly was so fast that they reached stumps. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And Baosheng clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do about it, shouting loudly, well, take him home with you. That's better, isn't it? Get your father back here. And Xiao Xian braked the car and pulled Jiang Yan back a little distance. Wary. No kidding? If you make a move against Jiang Yan, I will hate you for the rest of my life. This time it's really for life. And Baosheng was filled with helplessness and shook his head with a bitter smile. Okay, I promise. And Xiao Xian revealed a touch of delight and pulled Jiang Yan back to the shopping street. Only when little Tiger came back from the dead did the group walk back towards the Ding Sheng group. Jiang Yan hadn't said anything. He wanted his girlfriend to be happy. And as for whether he lived in Xiao Xian's house or the house his parents left him, it made no difference to Jiang Yan. Maybe soft food is better? However, Jiang Yan intuited that this matter was definitely not over. A man like Baosheng won't give in easily. Returning to the Ding Sheng group building, and Baosheng ignored Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian for a while, and just arranged for the two to stay in two guest rooms one on top of the other. Suddenly happened such a big thing. The whole Ding Sheng group up and down are in chaos into a pot of porridge. Everywhere need to and Baosheng to take care of. If the general company bosses run into this situation, I am afraid that they will directly dissolve in place, and each of them will run for their lives. But people like Baosheng and other outstanding people obviously smelled the opportunity that coexisted with danger from the weirdness descending upon them. Jiang Yan made a cup of tea by the tea table in his guest room, printing money while teaching the Smoke Phantom and Pig Gang Hyena, who were shrouded in mist, to fight the landlord, waiting for the arrival of Baosheng. Unsurprisingly, this big brother will definitely come to have a long talk with himself. However, Jiang Yan hadn't waited for Baosheng, but had waited for Xiaoxin. Like a thief, she sneakily pushed open Jiang Yan's window from outside and jumped right in. Chapter 14, Fooling Me with Fake Money? Outside on the 20th floor, and Xiao Xian pushed Jiang Yan's window open like a female version of Spider-Man. For her 50 points of agility, all this maneuver required was a little courage. Looking at Jiang Yan's somewhat surprised gaze, and Xiao Xian's pretty face slightly reddened, her beautiful eyes flowing as she said, I was in my room by myself, was a little scared of a creepy sneak attack, and with my dad's personality, he's sure to have someone watching us from the building. I can only come in around the outside. The weirdness around the Ding Sheng group had been purged, but the entire Nandu, and even the entire world, remained under the shadow of the first weirdness that had descended. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian were in their room at the Ding Sheng group, and from time to time, they could hear the terrified screams that rose up from all parts of the distant streets. There were even rushing fires that occasionally exploded in the middle of the city. This state of chaos was not truly alleviated until the Bureau of Trick Hunting stepped in to quell it, giving the terrified people time to catch their breath, lick the wounds of their bodies and minds, soak up everything they could about the game, and grow slowly through the pain. The peace that Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian obtained in the Ding Sheng group building was very rare at the moment, and could even be said to be unique in the entire South capital. No one can guarantee, though, how long this peace will last. The large dinosaur group could be the target of a bizarre new attack at any time, and no matter whether it was Jiang Yan or Xiao Xian, neither of them had forgotten the threat of that demon wolf creepy on Commercial Street when he was on his way out. Jiang Yan poured a cup of tea for Xiao Xian and placed it in front of himself, while moving his chair and gently patting his thighs, signaling Xiao Xian to sit over. And Xiao Xian's beautiful eyes were slightly wide, her pretty face reddened, and she shook her head repeatedly, her voice filled with embarrassment. No, not going. Jiang Yan smiled, reached out and caught Xiao Xian, pulling her into his arms. Ah! A short shriek, and a long silence fell over the room, leaving only the sound of the two men breathing, slowly approaching each other. Jiang Yan gently kissed Xiao Xian's delicate red lips and laughed. What? You dare to ask me to be your boyfriend and you're afraid to give me a hug? And Xiao Xian, who instantly lost her first kiss, her face was so red that it almost dripped blood, and she burrowed into Jiang Yan's arms, not daring to look at him. The two of them embraced each other quietly for 10 minutes, and Xiao Xian's fierce heartbeat gradually soothed. Just as Jiang Yan's hands began to be unsteady, his ears suddenly twitched and he heard a faint movement coming from the hallway. A big man guarding this floor whispered in the ear of Baosheng, who had just stepped out of the elevator. Uncle An, that kid has been very peaceful. And Baosheng nodded and knocked on Jiang Yan's room door with a dark face. It's me, Ambrosia, in the room, and Xiao Xian's pretty face suddenly turned white and was filled with panic. If An Baosheng realized that she had somehow run into Jiang Yan's room, it's got to be a gas explosion, right? And Xiao Xian was shy and anxious. Before she came she just wanted to stay with Jiang Yan, but she didn't expect this scene right now. Jiang Yan was not surprised, happily carried in Xiao Xian into the closet and made a shoe gesture to her. Uncle An, you're finally here. Jiang Yan calmly opened the door and said in a nonchalant manner, I haven't thanked you for taking me in, so please come in. Jiang Yan walked back to the table and poured a cup of tea for An Baosheng, and Baosheng sat down with a dark face and did not drink tea, a pair of sharp eyes, coldly staring at Jiang Yan. Behind them, the two black-suited burly men stood in all directions, their eyes full of murderous aura, likewise falling on Jiang Yan, full of warning. With the temperament of An Baosheng's many years as a Jianghu big brother, very often there was no need to speak at all. Just using his eyes was enough to make his opponents panic and retreat. Facing this brat who hadn't even graduated from high school, and Baosheng wasn't willing to spend more time talking, and was more interested in letting Jiang Yan know what to do. Jiang Yan, however, didn't seem to notice the subtle change in the atmosphere in the room, calmly looking at An Baosheng, again not saying a word. For a moment, the two men's gazes met in the air, one with murderous intent, the other with an ancient well. After several minutes, An Baosheng finally opened his mouth first and said coldly, Boy, you're very uneducated. Know why you're not a corpse by now? Ever since Xiao Xian her mother left, Xiao Xian has always hated me, and if I hadn't provoked so many antagonists in my early years, her mother wouldn't have had an accident. I've owed her so much over the years and have been trying to make up for it. In the last few years, my relationship with Xin has finally gotten better. I'm not willing to rebury the father-daughter relationship we've worked so hard to maintain for the sake of a brat like you. If not, you would have been burned to ashes by me by now. And Baosheng turned his words around and narrowed his eyes. But, boy, don't you think that this will embolden you? Do you really think my daughter? And Baosheng, is that easy to pick up? The world has changed. My daughter has talent and potential. As for you, you don't deserve her. If you don't know better, I'm going to have to teach you how to write the word rules. And Baosheng said, slapping a thick stack of green medieval coins in front of Jiang Yan and coldly said, take these plutonium coins and leave the Ding Sheng group. Don't come back. I want you to live. But if you show up in front of Xin again, I'll let you die. Do you hear me? Jiang Yan glanced at the stack of green medieval coins with a face value of 10 yuan and couldn't help but be amused. A total of 1,000 plutonium was indeed a large sum of money when placed in the present, before the first creepy descent had ended, but adding a little more attributes to Jiang Yan wasn't enough. Jiang Yan casually exchanged from the system mall a stack of golden 100 yuan medieval coins, a total of 10,000, neatly placed in front of An Baosheng, said seriously, Uncle An, Xiao Xian and I are serious. And Baosheng looked at the stack of golden plutonium coins and froze, his eyes rounding uncontrollably. The 100 yuan plutonium coin, brilliant gold in color, was similarly imprinted on the front with the words, Chinese Heaven and Earth Bank, and the portraits of the 10 temples of Hades, each of which was exquisitely rendered. On the back is a golden view of the Temple of Hades. Above the roof of the temple, golden light rises, the group of ghosts worship. In darkness is not as much as other denominations of plutonium coins, but there are 2 points of divine light. One cannot help but be solemn. After looking for 3 seconds, and Baosheng slowly raised his head and glared at Jiang Yan, suppressing his anger. Kid, you fooling me with fake money? I, and Baosheng, have been in the jungle for so many years, and this little trick of yours, you dare to play it in front of me? And Baosheng directly pulled out the Glock pistol from his waist and pressed it against Jiang Yan's forehead. The 2 big men behind him, with the same capable movements, pulled out 2 pistols and pointed them at Jiang Yan in unison. Chapter 15, Father and daughter both bought and paid for? Ambrosia's jungle experience, which was extremely rich, led to a very simple inference. With so many people under his own hand, and having drawn a talent for digging treasure chests, he couldn't even come up with 10,000 plutonium now. What makes this brat such a huge sum of money? Since it's impossible, it must be fake. This kind of black eating black scene, and Baosheng had seen too many in his life. Even he, himself, had played a similar trick many times. What angered in Baosheng the most was that this kid had used such a dirty trick to say in front of himself that he was sincere to Xiao Xian. Can that be genuine? How could Xiao Xian be happy following such a liar? And Baosheng's fingers twitched, nearly shooting this kid directly in the head. These 3 guns couldn't even threaten Jiang Yan, whose attributes had skyrocketed, but he still put on an act and slowly raised his hands, his face still calm, and said faintly, Uncle, and you try to see if you can redeem it back to spend in your own system. Won't you know if it's real or not? And Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan with such a bland expression and frowned slightly, realizing that things were not simple. This kid is too deep in the city. This calmness and composure in the face of his own gun was definitely not something he should have at his age. And Baosheng held the gun against his head. And with his other hand, he willfully held the 10,000 plutonium coins that Jiang Yan took out. The next moment, the golden plutonium disappeared into Baosheng's hands. And in Ambrosia's system mall, there was an extra 10,000 balance. Ambrosia? Ambrosia. Really? Surprisingly true? This kid, he can easily come up with 10,000 plutonium? You. And Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan in shock and asked incredulously, where did it come from? Jiang Yan shrugged and pulled out another stack of golden plutonium coins, placing them in front of Baosheng and laughing. Uncle An, Xiao Xin and I, we truly love each other. And Baosheng looked at the second stack of golden medieval coins on the table, and his entire body was dumbfounded. 20,000 plutonium? This kid is a big dog. Taking a deep breath, and Baosheng shook his head heavily, exchanged the 10,000 plutonium coins that he had just exchanged for another one, placed it on the table, and said, what do you little brats know about love? Now that you're talking the talk, I'm afraid you'll run away faster than anyone else after you've eaten it all. My daughter can't have a relationship with anyone until the prefrontal lobe of her brain is fully developed at age 25. You take your plutonium and get out in the morning, or I'll make you look good. Jiang Yan smiled, pulled out another stack of golden medieval coins and placed them on the table, asking leisurely, really? This is more than just plutonium. With this money, the brothers of the Ding Sheng group will be stronger than they are now, and when they face creepy again, their survival rate will be much higher. It's survival. And Baosheng looked at the 30,000 plutonium coins on the table, and his breathing steeply roughened. What Jiang Yan said, how could he not know? But, and Baosheng raised a pair of bloodshot eyes, forcing them to look at Jiang Yan dead on, questioning, you're buying my daughter? Do you think that I, and Baosheng, would sell my precious daughter to you? Jiang Yan shook his head and laughed. I'm just telling you that I have the strength and sincerity to protect her. If Uncle and you really don't want. Jiang Yan exchanged out another 30,000 golden plutonium coins from his system mall and placed them on the table, turning to the two equally shocked gun-toting men behind Baosheng. Then you too, help me kill Uncle An. 30,000 each. This light sentence echoed in the middle of the room, paired with the 60,000 golden plutonium coins that could blind anyone. It was a maddening shock to the heart. One of the two men behind him, his voice trembling, subconsciously asked, really? Really? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the man realized something was wrong. Facing him, Jiang Yan's sneering gaze landed on him. What do you think? Jiang Yan exchanged a Desert Eagle pistol from his system mall, pointing the gun straight at this person, and said blandly, Uncle An, this henchman of yours, he's not loyal enough. Just one word from Uncle An, and I'll clean up your mess. In the middle of the room, there was a deathly silence, and a pin drop could be heard. Jiang Yan, who possessed the underworld banknote machine talent, couldn't actually fire his gun, which was an active attack and went against the talent limitations, but it didn't stop him from aiming. Jiang Yan pointed his gun at the man, but his gaze kept calmly looking at Baosheng, and Baosheng's eyes narrowed into two slits, and from behind his gold-rimmed glasses, he stared dead at Jiang Yan in front of him, never looking back. After a long time, Baosheng let out a long breath and pressed Jiang Yan's gun down with a sullen face. Jiang Yan spread a smile and said in a light tone, I hope you can give me a chance. And Baosheng collected all of the 60,000 plutonium coins on the table into his system mall and said coldly with narrowed eyes, Kid, wanting to be my and Baosheng's son-in-law is a hard thing to do. You have to be able to convince people. Power is a poison. If you can't carry it, you'll die in the dogs and horses. I'll give you a chance. You can have a relationship with Xin now, but you can't sleep with her. At the same time, you must prove yourself within the Ding Sheng group. When everyone is convinced of you, then, will be my son-in-law of Baosheng. In Baosheng's tone, it gradually filled with a killing intent that was chilling to the ears. If you can't do it, you'll die a horrible death. The 60,000 plutonium will most likely end up being the knife that kills you. And Baosheng sneered coldly, Kid, are you scared? If you're afraid, you can ask for your 60,000 back now, and then first thing in the morning, disappear from my sight. Jiang Yan let out a light laugh and slowly shook his head. How can a mere 60,000 kill me? As he spoke, he pulled out another stack of golden plutonium coins that littered the entire table. This time, a full 120,000 plutonium. Ambrosia looked at the table of bling and felt like she was going crazy. Once again, he mentally began to doubt the authenticity of the plutonium. Before and after, this kid pulled out 180,000 medals. Is it possible that this treadmill is all true? The Huaxia Tiandi Bank, printed on this plutonium coin. Is it run by your family in Tama? And Baosheng somewhat lost control of his tone and lost his voice in question. Jiang Yan smiled and didn't explain. I'm just a mediocre printer. And Baosheng walked out of Jiang Yan's room with a lost soul. And only when he reached the elevator entrance did he suddenly stop in his tracks, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself. Damn it, why do I get the feeling that both father and daughter have been adopted by someone else? In the room, Jiang Yan watched and Baosheng leave, and the 120,000 on the table was also confiscated. Casually took 20,000 and threw it to Smoke Charmer and Pig Gang Hyena, who were hidden in the mist, respectively. Bonus. Jiang Yan said indifferently. These two bizarre, mist-shrouded heads had just been standing to the left and right of An Baosheng, and if they really fought, they could instantly tear the three of them to pieces. And Xiao Xian had just climbed out of the closet when she saw Jiang Yan push the remaining 100,000 on the table and said, take the flowers. Chapter 16. Dad plutonium is also plentiful, and Xiao Xian looked at the table full of golden plutonium, a little dumbfounded, at a loss for words. Jiang Yan, where on earth did you get so much plutonium from? I can't spend that much, so keep some for strengthening yourself. Otherwise, I won't live if you have a death. Jiang Yan smiled and said, that's my gift. Don't worry about taking the flowers. I have plenty more. While saying that, Jiang Yan began to pull out his pockets again. Seeing Jiang Yan quickly set out another table of golden medieval coins, and Xiao Xian and the two-headed creepy, their eyes jumped to the ground. It's a well-known fact that the more plutonium you drop on yourself, the stronger you'll be. The real strength of the boss who owns so many medieval coins. Just how strong is he? Smoke Phantom and Inuyasha swallowed in unison. It wasn't until now that the two-headed creep suddenly realized that he never seemed to have seen his boss personally. Thanks boss. Boss, you are truly the best boss in the world. Inuyasha sincerely praised Jiang Yan's character. Jiang Yan smiled, reached out and pulled in Xiao Xian up, saying, Uncle N must have gone to you right away. Let's go back to your room. Ding. As the elevator door opened, and Baosheng seemed to remember something, turned his head and slammed an ear slap on the face of the ill-willed man just now, pointing at his nose and cursing. Shame on you. Get yourself to the personnel office to collect your punishment. 2 holes in 1 cut. In addition, the treatment is reduced by 1 level. Next time, you're outta here. The man was trembling, and with a plop fell to his knees outside the elevator, crying out, Thank you Uncle N for sparing me. I was confused for a moment. I definitely won't dare to do it again. And Baosheng snorted coldly and turned his head to walk into the elevator. If the world is not changing, Ding Shang Group is in need of manpower. And Baosheng is afraid that he will not give this person the opportunity to remain in Ding Sheng Group. The elevator descended 1 floor down, and An Baosheng walked out of it and knocked on the door of An Xiao Xian's room. In the room, An Xiao Xian and Jiang Yan had just tumbled in from outside the window. Jiang Yan directly hid in the closet, and only then did An Xiao Xian go to open the door. And Baosheng hugged An Xiao Xian and whispered, Don't be afraid girl, Dad will protect you. And Xiao Xian's eyes reddened and she heaved her head. Let's work together and live. Although he resented his father for a long time, after all, blood is thicker than water. Father and daughter walked into the room, and An Baosheng asked with a straight face, Girl, I just went to meet Jiang Yan. This boy is sunny and cheerful on the surface, but on the inside he is extremely deep in the city, and he is ruthless, not an ordinary character. Do you really like him? If he made you do it, you must tell Dad and I'll help you kill him. You have nothing to fear with Daddy. And Xiao Xian nodded with a red face and said, He didn't force me. I really like Jiang Yan, been liking him since a long time, just never got a chance to confess. He didn't take anyone with him on this weird descent, just me all the way out of the school, and he's always been protective and kind to me. Dad, you don't ostracize him, okay? And Baosheng narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, slowly nodding his head as he continued to ask, That gun you had before, show it to me? And Xiao Xian took out the fire qilin from the system space and handed it to An Baosheng. And Baosheng finally saw the specific information of the fire qilin this time, and was immediately shocked by the 20,000 plutonium selling price on it. This handful of fire qilin was already more expensive than all the values of the Ding Shang Group's top and bottom combined. No wonder one shot nearly killed the creep. And Baosheng asked gruffly, Did Jiang Yan buy this for you? And Xiao Xian nodded with a red face. Well, and he bought my shoes too. He also bought this blitz ring, and my attributes too And Baosheng was a little dizzy from hearing this, and had already lost count of how much money this brat Jiang Yan had dropped on his daughter. Taking a deep breath, and Baosheng said gruffly, It's an unchanging truth to eat one's mouth and take one's hand. Girl, I suggest making a play to kill this kid. There are tons of boys who are more handsome and sunny than him. Why do you have to recognize one? After you kill him, Daddy will find you 1,000 boys more handsome than him and line them up for you to choose from. Although this kid presented unfathomable strength and urbanity, and Baoshang was confident that he had 60,000 plutonium coins in his hand, and if An Xiaoxin was willing to cooperate, it would still be easy to kill Jiang Yan with intent. And Baoshang really detected a great sense of oppression from Jiang Yan's body, and had an intuition in his heart that this might be his only chance to kill Jiang Yan. And Xiao Xian's teeth itched with anger and annoyance. Dad, you've gone too far. Jiang Yan saved my life and treated me so well, yet you want to kill him. He's all I need. If you keep this up, I'll really run away with Jiang Yan. And Baoshang covered his face with his hands and lamented. When daughters get older, their elbows really do turn outward. Move to abandon me as a bad old man. Fine, I won't kill him. Ambrosia squared her shoulders. But, girl, remember, Daddy's got plenty of plutonium, too. You should never be too nice to him just because he's spending money on you, okay? Especially not to sleep with him. This 30,000 plutonium, you take it and spend it. Ask Dad for more if you don't have enough. And Baoshang said, slapping 3 stacks of golden plutonium coins in front of An Xiaoxian, full of confidence and composure. It was as if the 30,000 were all opened by him. And Baoshang, opening a treasure chest. And Xiaoxian, Jiang Yan in the closet. You really don't have to say, this father-in-law of yours, is indeed a character. Even though it deals with family matters, it is quite a two-way street. Only after An Baoshang left did Jiang Yan push open the closet door and come out, smilingly wrapping his arms around An Xiaoxin's soft petite body and sitting on the bed, asking between his ears and temples, what are you going to do with the 130,000? Have you thought about it? And Xiaoxian thought for a while and felt that she didn't have much of a clue, so she asked blushingly while capturing Jiang Yan's hand on her body, so can you guide me? Jiang Yan smiled and first asked An Xiaoxian to increase her own strength value to 50 points. Although An Xiaoxian was generally not in much danger when she stayed by Jiang Yan's side, it would never be wrong to raise her life value higher. And then Jiang Yan had her level up the Fire Qilin. Not all equipment can be upgraded, but the Fire Unicorn can. Equipment, Fire Unicorn, rank 2. Upgradable plus 350 attack power, plus 170 range, plus 25% strike increase, bullet capacity, 35. Price, 20,000 plutonium. The upgrade costs, again, 20,000 plutonium. And Xiaoxian looked at the attributes of the level 2 Fire Qilin, blinked her soulful eyes and asked, it's not good value for money. Why don't you buy another one? Chapter 17 Give me an oversized treasure chest. Jiang Yan explained, with plutonium in abundance. Your equipment bar is instead more treasured. We can drop money to improve the quality of the equipment in each column. But we can't drop money to equip you with an 11th weapon. And with a gun like the Fire Unicorn, you can't dual wield it, so buying another one wouldn't be very effective. Although An Xiaoxian could equip 10 weapons at the same time, she could only operate 2 one-handed weapons or 1 two-handed weapon at the same time. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yan had An Xiaoxian purchase 2 skills and upgrade them. Skill, aiming, rank 5, continuous aiming for 3 seconds, shoot a headshot, attack power plus 250. Range plus 250, bludgeoning rate plus 25%, cooldown, 10 minutes. Passive skill, precision shot, rank 7, increases long-range hit rate by 35%. The passive skill was the same as the aura. The upgrade price was equal to the sum of the selling price of each previous level. Level 5 required 8,000 plutonium, and when it was upgraded to level 7, the total price had come to 32,000 plutonium. These 2 skills, combined with An Xiaoxian's increasingly skilled shooting skills, her long-range output ability, would be much more stable. Jiang Yan then asked An Xiaoxian to buy another weapon. Equipment, Thunder Barret, rank 1. Upgradable attack power plus 1000, range plus 2000, ammunition capacity, 5. Price, 20,000 plutonium. This sniper rifle has a relatively narrow range of applications, with a slow rate of fire, slow bullet change, and extremely poor agility, but has an extremely long attack range of 2 kilometers. The combined combat effectiveness of this gun is nowhere near that of the Fire Unicorn. However, in specific scenarios, it may work wonders with the aiming skill. Equipment, Gold and Silver Dreadnought, rank 1. Upgradable attack power plus 300, range plus 10, strike rate plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, ammunition capacity, 6. Price, 20,000 plutonium. This is a pair of wolf-type revolvers, 1 gold and 1 silver. The range is very close, but the attack speed is fast and the blast is high. Bought for An Xiaoxian to use in melee combat. After these 2 guns replaced the alloy dagger that An Xiaoxian was equipped with, and Xiao Xian's long-range output ability, once again, skyrocketed by a large margin. If she were to be given another chance, that devil wolf was so bizarre that she was afraid that there would be no semblance of escape. With all this spending, 100,000 plutonium had been smashed out. For the remaining 30,000, Jiang Yan left it alone, letting in Xiao Xian buy some of her favorite equipment and skills on her own. And Xiao Xian looked at her mall page and fell into thought. She was already very smart, and with Jiang Yan grasping the general direction, even if she couldn't find the optimal solution, it wouldn't be too far off. As for Jiang Yan, he leaned on in Xiao Xian's bed, gently caressing the moving youthful body in his arms as he began to plan his next route of reinforcement. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 174. Agility, 174. Intelligence, 50. The average commoner is 5. Plutonium, 274. 874. Right now, in order to get the chance to be alone with Xiao Xian, both Smoke Charmer and Pig Kong Huo were not in the room, and Jiang Yan's money printing was naturally suspended. However, 270,000 medieval coins was already enough for Jiang Yan to spend it properly. He looked carefully at his list of skills and equipment. Skills: Quagmire Aura, Counter Aura, Strong Strike Aura, Durability Aura. Equipment: God's Walking Shoes, Golden Bell Vestments, Mysterious Pocket Watch, and Old Pipe of the Hidden Black Crow. All players initially have only 4 skill bars, and if you want to add skill bars subsequently, you must purchase 100,000 plutonium, a skill bar expansion gem in the mall. Although Jiang Yan's plutonium was all scraped by the wind, at the moment, 100,000 plutonium was still a sizable amount of wealth, and for the time being, there was no idea of expanding the 5th aura. Jiang Yan added 2 levels to all 4 auras, and 96,000 plutonium was spent like water. Upgrading skills the further back the cost is more and more outrageous. Even Jiang Yan also feels some scalp numb. Do not dare to continue to add down. Compared to skills, equipment has a relatively high initial purchase price, with subsequent upgrades costing much more affordable. Not all equipment can be upgraded though. Equipment that can be upgraded is more expensive, and the attribute effects are generally better. Of the equipment on Jiang Yan's body, there was only one that could be upgraded, and that was the Cryptic Black Crow's old pipe. The Cryptic Black Crow was one of the top sets, and after Jiang Yan thought carefully, he realized that this set should be considered the most suitable set for himself as a money printing machine. Bar none, the Cryptic Black Crow's old pipe was the jewelry section of the set with the lowest selling price, valued at 10,000 plutonium coins, which was easy for Jiang Yan to take out. However, some parts of the Cryptic Black Raven set are much more expensive. After Jiang Yan deliberated, he bought the helmet and wrist guard parts of the set again. Equipment: Hidden Black Raven's monstrous hat, Hidden Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable increases one's physical damage reduction by 10% and magic resistance by 10%, and reduces the watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price: 50,000 plutonium. Equipment: Hidden Black Raven's old watch, Hidden Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable increases one's evasion by 10% and magic recovery speed by 10 points/second. Reduces the watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price: 40,000 plutonium. After the 3-piece set, the first set effect of Cryptic Black Raven was activated. Crow's Walk, plus 15% movement speed, reduces the watcher's sanity by 10 points while in a moving state. After some spending, Jiang Yan's medallion balance only had 874 medallions left. Hiss, this is too expensive. Not bad for plutonium, it really doesn't stand up to spending. Jiang Yan looked at the 5 other Hidden Black Crow sets that he hadn't bought out, and was very sorry. Just as Jiang Yan was thinking about how to spend the remaining 80,000 or so plutonium coins to maximize his gains, and Xiao Xian in her arms suddenly gave a cry of envy. Her pretty face reddened greatly, water almost dripping out of her eyes, and she pressed down Jiang Yan's big hands that kept making mischief behind her back. No, can't go any further down. And Xiao Xian buried her head in Jiang Yan's arms, not daring to look at him, very shy and wanting to refuse. Jiang Yan, who was interrupted in his thoughts, was so hot that he backhanded in Xiaoxin's petite body and pressed it on the bed, and Baosheng returned to his office, looked out the window at a dilapidated Nandu, lit up a cigarette and took a hard drag. In the distance, there were several fires and black smoke rising straight up into the sky, which was especially poignant in the setting sun. Even though Baosheng had never been a law-abiding person, he was not half as pleased to see such a chaotic Nandu at this time. He still preferred the old Nandu, who had to be careful about doing anything bad. What makes that kid so rich anyway? And Baosheng pressed the cigarette out and suddenly remembered Jiang Yan's calm face again. In those eyes, Ambrosia saw emboldened. That was never a feigned composure. Ding 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 ding. The alarm preset on Ambrosia's cell phone went off. The 1-hour cooldown had come and gone, and it was time to dig for treasure chests again myself, and Baoshang popped up, his eyes full of competitive color, slapping the table and roaring into the air. Give me a big treasure chest of 100,000 plutocrats. Let that kid take a good look. And Baoshang, am not made of clay either. Chapter 18, Recovering the Antique Street. And Baoshang clenched his hands in vain, and a black and heavy shovel appeared in his hands. The shovels clashed with the office floor, making a sound of miso. A blue treasure chest appeared in front of Baoshang, and Baoshang clenched his fists tightly and threw back his head and growled, "God, how you do this to me." After coming back from Commercial Street, he dug up several more treasure chests, mostly green, and a blue treasure chest appeared once. Ambrosia also gradually gained a clearer idea of the quality of the treasure chest. The white treasure chest has about 100 plutonium worth of items, about 1,000 plutonium in the green. Blue is about 10,000 plutonium. If one could open a treasure chest of a higher quality than blue, it should be worth 100,000 metals inside, but it looks like there's little hope. Taking 2 ragged breaths, and Baoshang gradually calmed down and whispered to himself, "It's not even my fault that it's trampled, is it? With my talent for digging treasure chests, I've already gained far more resources than anyone else. The one with the problem is clearly the Jiang Yan kid." And Baoshang very grudgingly opened the blue treasure chest in front of him and was picking up the contents when the office door was pushed open. Xiaohu walked in quickly and bowed his head beside Baoshang. "Big brother, the summary of our haul has come up with heavy losses. 90% of the halls have been struck by destruction. Either the buildings have been destroyed, losing their basic functionality, or the actual controllers have been bizarrely killed and left in a state of paralysis. The people who were previously working in the various halls have also been scared away." At this juncture, no one was still thinking about going to work. The entire South Capital was basically thrown into chaos, and places that could still maintain their operations like the Ding Sheng Group's headquarters were already very rare, and they were also mostly official departments. "Big brother, how do we proceed next?" And Baoshang had long had a plan and had been waiting for the summary of the information below, and immediately asked, "How are things on Curio Street?" Tiger froze for a moment, flipping through the report in his hands and looking up. "Total annihilation." Ambrosia nodded slowly and said, "First, send someone to purge the antique street of its shenanigans, and open the market tomorrow." Open the market? Hearing this order, Xiaohu was filled with a dumbfounded look, unable to follow in Baoshang's thoughts for a moment. In such a dire situation, how dare Big Brother think of opening a market to sell antiques? Looking at little Tiger's face, and Baoshang understood what he was thinking and said with a faint smile, "Naturally, I'm not selling curios. Sell equipment, skills, news, to carry on the business of exchanging coins for plutonium. All of this needs to be anchored by the antique street. We master this market as soon as possible and become the rule maker of the market so that we can have enough initiative in the future. There's no place, in this situation right now, that's more important than forming a whole new market of players." Listening to Baoshang's explanation, Xiaohu then reacted. Antique Street is located in the old city of Nandu, surrounded by residential areas, mixed fish and dragons, heavy Jianghu atmosphere, belonging to the innate black market Saint Body. Previously, some of Ding Sheng Group's unseen transactions were also secretly conducted around the antique street. At the moment when the weirdness has just descended, the kind of open environment of the antique street is the place where the most frightened players can detect a hint of security. Ding Sheng Group is fully capable of maintaining order in it and building a set of market rules of its own little by little. Once the order was re-established by the Ding Sheng Group, the benefits would be unimaginable, and not old-time interests, but ones that belong to this bizarre era. Brand new interests. Xiaohu was solemn, and said, "Big brother is far-sighted. Then I'll lead a trip myself." Ambrosia raised her hand to stop it. "No, let Jiang Yan lead the team. You can just assist from the sidelines." Tiger froze. Jiang Yan? The high school kid? It doesn't fit, does it?" And Baoshang said faintly, "What? Are you starting to have a problem with my orders?" Xiaohu quickly bowed his head and said, "Don't dare. Just do as Big Brother says. I'll gather my brothers now and go." And Baoshang ordered with a faint smile, "Bring a few more pricks." Little Tiger immediately understood, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he nodded. "Don't worry Big Brother, I'll give this kid a good try." And Xiao Xian's room. Jiang Yan is on continuous offense, and Xiao Xian had refused repeatedly at first, but now she had lost herself in Jiang Yan's gentleness and dominance, subconsciously cooperating with his every move, almost completely giving herself over to the other party. Ding 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 ding. A cell phone rang, waking Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian who were lost in their impulses. Reason returned to the body, and Xiao Xin shrieked. Her petite body curled into a ball, covering the infinite scenery, and repeatedly pushed back Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, realizing that it was actually his own cell phone that had broken down at the critical moment. Seeing that this niece is going to become her own woman without any defense, who in the world is so ungrateful? What is it? Jiang Yin picked up the phone without a good mood. Ambrosia's voice rang out from the phone. Jiang Yin, remember what we said before? If you want to marry my daughter, you'll have to convince the people. I've got a great opportunity for you. Take my people, go to Nandu Antique Street, and kill a creep for Dingshen Group. Show what you can do. If you can turn these men into your brothers, you're halfway there. They're waiting for you downstairs. Putting down the phone, Jiang Yin said thoughtfully, Curio Street? If I remember correctly, that place swiped the first purple treasure chest out tonight. The purple treasure chest was so treasured that once it was refreshed, all players in the surrounding 30 kilometers would get a system alert. Among the resources that could be opened around 100,000 medals, there was even a chance of obtaining hidden resources, each of which would attract countless players and bizarre fights. But what really interested Jiang Yin was not the purple treasure chest itself, but the purple treasure chest that appeared in the first bizarre descent. According to the experience summarized by countless players in their past lives, the quality of the treasure chests that were refreshed during the first eerie descent was, at the highest, only blue. Wait until the second spooky descent to have a very low probability of refreshing the purple treasure chest. So the purple treasure chest that was refreshed on Antique Street tonight must have been due to some special circumstance. To Jiang Yin, a purple treasure chest was dispensable, but the opportunity that could cause a purple treasure chest to be refreshed early made Jiang Yin very curious. In his last life, he didn't have the opportunity to explore the truth behind these anomalies. In this life, things are quite different. Jiang Yin reached out, patted in Xiao Xian's arousal through the quilt and said, "Get dressed and let's go." And Xiao Xian was incomparably shy, her head buried in the quilt, and answered lowly. Chapter 19, Beat Me to Death. When Xiao Xian dilly-dallied and put on her clothes, and Jiang Yin went downstairs together. On the square outside Ding Sheng Group, there was already a group of people standing in black pressure, lined up in a queue, ready to go. This group of Ding Sheng group of people gathered together. Naturally, there will be a kind of people to see the color of the murderous aura exudes. Ordinary people are more than a glance do not dare. When the leader, Zhang Xiaohu, saw Jiang Yin and in Xiaoxin, a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he pointed at Jiang Yin. "Brothers, call Brother Jiang. For this operation today, Brother Jiang is in full command." The words were uttered, and the crows were silent. A pair of eyes full of scrutiny landed on Jiang Yin. "Tiger, who is this kid? Damn, still wearing a high school uniform on your body, and you're mixing it up to become Jiang? Tiger, I don't obey. What if he commands today and the brothers are killed by him? Let the doll nurse at home. Tiger can just take us there." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile on his face. "Brother Jiang, these brothers have shallow experience on the road. They didn't mean to contradict you. Brother Jiang, don't get on their bad side." Jiang Yin looked around and calmly said, "Uncle and isn't here." Zhang Xiaohu could not hide the contempt on his face, thinking that this kid would not hope that Uncle An would come out to help him suppress these pricks, right? Sure enough, he's a naive to the point of smoking. I don't know what kind of luck he's got. He's being looked at by MS. Zhang Xiaohu said slowly, "Uncle An has more important things on his mind. Uncle An said that he trusts you enough to give you full command of this operation. My life was given to me by Uncle An. If Uncle An trusts you, I, Xiaohu, trust you. Brother Jiang, give us an order. However, there is one thing that Uncle An explained before." Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Xiao Xian and said, "It's dangerous there. Xian can't go." And Xiao Xian was instantly anxious. That won't work. He himself had an important position in Jiang Yan's team. If he didn't go himself, Jiang Yan would have a lot less output capacity. And Xiao Xian was still about to say something when she was pulled into Jiang Yan's arms. She blushed and forgot half of what she wanted to say. Jiang Yan gently stroked in Xiao Xian's hair and laughed. "What if I have to take her with me?" Zhang Xiaohu's tone turned cold and said with a leathery smile, "If Brother Jiang wants to disobey Uncle An's orders, then you can't blame the brothers for being rude." Jiang Yan grinned. "I should have known that in Baosheng didn't stop so easily, but the current battle was already considered mild." Slipping to a remote corner of the square, Jiang Yan casually took out 20 protection battle flags and inserted them all on the ground, looking at Zhang Xiaohu's group of people with a smirk. "Then take a shot and try a move." The square was dead silent for a moment. 20 protective battle flags? This kid is going to beat up 20 of us at once? The crowd glanced at each other, and Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Worthy of Jiang, courageous. Don't worry, the brothers will give you 2 points of face in front of Xiao Xian." 20 men laughed more than a few times, rolling their arms and sleeves around. Jiang Yan cheerfully sat on a stone bench and waved his hand. Beat me to death. All 20 men froze. Who's this kid giving orders to? Could it be in Xiao Xin? Just when they all thought that Jiang Yan might not be in his right mind, a heavy charging footstep suddenly exploded above the square. As Inuyasha charged, the mist that had been shrouding him suddenly dissipated. Boom! The fat pig body covered in iron armor sunk its shoulders into Zhang Xiaohu's chest. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes burst out, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, and his entire person flew out in a whirlwind, hitting another huge crater on the already crumbling plaza floor of the Dingshan group. Without the protection of the battle flag, Zhang Xiaohu would have already died with this blow just now. A series of shocked cries rang out in the square. Ah. Asterisk. What is this? A creepy head? Alert! Alert! There are spooks sneaking up on us. The remaining 19 people, although panicked, did not lose their heads and immediately formed a formation, preparing for a defensive counterattack. They had the equipment that Baoshang had issued earlier, worth 20,000 plutonium, so if they could work together, it wouldn't be difficult to fight against ordinary shenanigans. But what was in front of them was not just plain weird. Instead, it was the pig Manhwa who had been smashed by Jiang Yan with tens of thousands of plutonium coins. Add another smoke charmer. The 19 people had just formed a formation when a ghostly green weirdness shrouded in black smoke reappeared at the very back. Smoke Phantom's long seaweed-like hair was windless, and her green ghostly eyes were shrouded in smoke, making her look very ghastly. In her hand, the Havoc giant hammer smashed nonchalantly against the back of a head in front of her. Skill, stifle, boom! The man's eyes popped out and he was hammered into the floor tiles. If it wasn't for the protection of the battle flag, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Smothering Stick was clearly a control skill, but in the hands of Smoke Charmer, who had a double specialty of strength and sensitivity, it looked ferocious. Meanwhile, the pig vulture was already piggybacking in front of them, like a bulldozer, knocking the fragile humans around, making the whole scene look exceptionally frightening for a while. Under the two-sided attack, this 20-member Dingshan group team only resisted for a mere 5 seconds before they were all knocked to the ground. For a while, there were groans everywhere, and all the blood-stained people were rolling on the ground, but could not stand up. Jiang Yan wore a very low-profile black strange hat, sitting on a stone bench with his legs crossed, gently smoking the old pipe of the hidden black crow in his hand, spitting out a round smoke circle, and Xiao Xian stood behind Jiang Yan, a pair of catkins gently kneading his shoulders, not at all surprised by what was in front of her. After a while, Zhang Xiaohu and the others, who had been beaten up in the square, trembled and climbed up. Although with the protection of the battle flag, none of them died, but the shadow of having just been nearly blown out of the water was real. As soon as he raised his head, Zhang Xiaohu saw Jiang Yan, who was sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, enjoying in Xiao Xian's massage while holding the other 20 protective battle flags, asking with a lazy smile, "Well, these two followers of mine, their intensity is okay, right? If you don't, we can have a second round." Pig Gang Hyena on the sidelines will be pinched, his fingers crackling, pig face full of evil smile. The 20 men shuddered in fear. Humans take creepy as a follower? This is also too weird. Zhang Xiaohu wiped a cold sweat and laughed bitterly. Jiang brother, you see what you say? We are all family, brothers from the beginning. There is no one who does not serve you. Jiang Yan nodded and bought out 20 healing potions from the mall while smoking his pipe. Those who have served, all come up and call out to brother Jiang. We will, from now on, be good brothers through and through. Zhang Xiaohu was the first to walk up to Jiang Yan and bowed deeply. Jiang! The cry was no longer half as contemptuous. Aha! Jiang Yan fatally answered and handed Zhang Xiaohu a healing potion to restore his life value. Jiang! Jiang! Respectful and fearful voices echoed one after another above the Dingshan group's increasingly dilapidated plaza. Chapter 20, Is this treasure chest a trick? 20 bottles of healing potions were distributed, and Zhang Xiaohu's group, once again, looked radiant. The way they viewed Jiang Yan's eyes became completely different. The most important thing that these black-handed people of the Dingshan group value is the so-called strength. A million words of reasoning with them would not be as convincing as punching them hard. After 20 respectful brother Jiang calls, no one dared to mention the matter of not allowing Xiao Xian to go with him. The antique street is in the old city of Nandu, far away from the western New District where Dingshan Group is located. Zhang Xiaohu personally drove the car, carrying Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian, and the two-headed creepy, traveling through the devastated streets. Along the way, Jiang Yan was able to notice bizarre presences from time to time, but exploring the knucklehead of the antique street, Jiang Yan was too lazy to stop the car to catch these shenanigans back as printing material. Before the trickster hunt intervened in the purge, tricksters were everywhere in Nandu and not uncommon. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly there was a series of dull gunshots that reached Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. The sound of the gunshot was familiar to him, and it was surprisingly the sound of the silver Glock. This gun was in the system mall, priced at 3,000 plutonium, an absolute luxury in the present of the first eerie advent. It was only when Jiang Yan died in his previous life that he smashed the pot and bought a silver Glock, and by that time it was already the third time the shenanigans had descended. Surprisingly, someone can buy this gun right now? Jiang Yan followed the sound of the gunshot. A figure flashed by the broken window of the residential building on the street. To Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian's surprise, on this person, they were wearing their familiar school uniform. Jiang Yan's agility attribute was higher. Not only did he see the school uniform, he likewise saw the man's face. Wang Hucheng? Jiang Yan was shocked in his heart and was very surprised. This Wang Hucheng, obviously killed by smoke charmer in the school. Jiang Yan watched him die with his own eyes. Why is it here again? Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled playfully and said lightly, pull over. It's not far from the antique street. You take your brothers and go over first. Find a safe place to ambush. Shin and I will go there ourselves later. Remember, no matter what's going on in the antique street, you guys have to wait for me to get there before you can move. Zhang Xiuhu answered plausibly and stopped the car. Jiang Yan took out 4 bottles of mist and hid all of his party in the mist, before pulling in Xiao Xian's hand, and with the help of smoke charmer, he floated and flew up to the residential building without making a single sound. In the residential building, a 14-year-old child was kowtowing hard to Wang Hucheng and crying bitterly. Thank you, brother, for saving me. Oh, my dad, my mom, was killed by this creep. Wang Hucheng looked at the boy who kept kowtowing, smiled, squatted down and said, poor little thing, what is your gift? The boy wiped his eyes and sobbed. My gift is resurrection. Wang Hucheng's eyes flashed for a moment and he laughed. It's a great gift. Then you will follow your brother from now on. Brother will take care of you. The boy turned back, looked at the torn bodies of his parents, as well as the bizarre corpse not far away that had been killed by Wang Hucheng's 3 precise headshots, and heavily nodded his head. Brother saved my life. I'll be brother's person from now on. Wang Hucheng rubbed the little boy's head and laughed. Come on, let's get out of here. The little boy followed behind Wang Hucheng with some timidity and asked, brother, where are we going? The corner of Wang Hucheng's lips hooked up slightly and said, we're going to Antique Street. There's a good thing there, and when we get it, we'll be strong. When Wang Hucheng left with the little boy, he completely failed to notice that not far behind himself, in a mist, 2 people, 2 Bazaar quietly stood and watched himself go away, and Xiao Xian asked suspiciously, I remember, wasn't he killed by the smoke charmer? At that time, and Xiao Xian was carried on Jiang Yan's shoulder and fainted for a period of time. Her memory was very vague. Jiang Yan coldly laughed. Yeah, it was dead then. Unless, he also has the resurrection gift. When he was running for his life in his previous life, Jiang Yan had told Wang Hucheng that his talent was reanimation. Jiang Yan had originally thought that the 2 brothers knew each other's talents so that they could cooperate a bit. Wang Hucheng pretended to run out of breath and didn't even tell Jiang Yan what his talent really was. And when Wang Hucheng pushed Jiang Yan into the monster's arms, he used the same reason, you have the gift of resurrection. Help a brother for once. If Wang Hucheng's gift, in fact, is also resurrection. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the coldness increased by 2 points. Curio Street? Jiang Yan smiled playfully and raised his steps. Come on, let's follow and see. This place was not far away from the antique street. Jiang Yan and his group were far away from Wang Hucheng, and soon arrived in front of a dilapidated street. This is the famous antique street in Nandu, which was once filled with ancient paintings and calligraphy produced last week and all kinds of bronzes soaked in cesspools and deliberately made old. Now, though, it was a mess full of fresh bodies and blood, and in the limbs and broken arms everywhere. Jiang Yan unexpectedly saw an exceptionally eye-catching purple treasure chest, surrounded by a purple light, just waiting quietly in the middle of the antique street. Jiang Yan froze for a moment, and his footsteps stopped, and Xiao Xian sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared round with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The moment he saw the purple treasure chest, the breathing of the pig in front of him immediately became rough, and lowered his voice manically. Boss, there's a purple treasure chest up ahead. In there are resources worth 100,000 medals. With just one order from you, I'll go and snatch the purple treasure chest for you. Jiang Yan frowned and flatly refused. Take it easy, it's a trick. When the purple treasure chest is refreshed, players in a 30-kilometer radius will get a system alert. This purple treasure chest appeared here in a dignified manner, but Jiang Yan didn't get any hints at all. What's more, Jiang Yan noticed that a third plutonium income had quietly appeared on his player panel. Plutonium plus 3147, plutonium plus 57, plutonium plus 4941, plutonium plus 1171. The first 2, respectively, were the smoke charmer and pig gangster who had been reinforced with 10 000 plutonium again. This last income of plus 1171 plutonium meant that, before Jiang Yan's eyes, there was another creepy with a life value of 1171. It's a trick disguised as a treasure chest. Let Wang Hucheng go first. Jiang Yan's gaze landed on Wang Hucheng thoughtfully. Wang Hucheng similarly stopped his steps, pondered for a moment, smiled and said to the little boy who followed behind himself, "See that purple treasure chest? There's a lot of resources in there, so go ahead and open it up and it'll all be yours." Chapter 21, Kill him. The little boy asked plausibly, "Why don't you go, brother? Brother takes resources to better protect us." In Wang Hucheng's eyes, a cold smile flashed. "Protection? Do you have anything of value to be protected by me?" He explained patiently. "We're a team, and you need to get stronger to do that too. Brother is already strong. This purple treasure chest, you must open it. Go, or you won't be allowed to follow your brother from now on." Listening to Wang Hucheng's words, and Xiao Xin, who was hidden in the mist at the back, was filled with astonishment and said to Jiang Yan in a voice that only two people could hear, "Is he harming the boy?" Although Xiao Xin was naive and lacked combat experience and will, she was by no means stupid. Wang Hucheng's operation was clearly a deliberate attempt to let the little boy go as cannon fodder. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and nodded, laughing playfully. After all, the gift of resurrection is just great cannon fodder then. Not everyone, like Zhang Xiaohu, can run into a big brother like Uncle An. Listening to Wang Hucheng's words, that little boy instead cheered up, nodded his head heavily and said with eyes full of anticipation, "Brother is right. We are a team. Brother is so good to me." The little boy was defenseless and ran directly towards that purple treasure chest. With a forceful lift, the lid of that purple treasure chest directly opened, but it wasn't the vast array of supplies that awaited the little boy inside. Instead, it's a horrible killing machine. The moment the lid of the treasure chest opened, a sharp purplish red light suddenly stormed up from within the treasure chest. It was a thin, sharp tongue, like a thin sword, stabbing straight at the little boy's heart. Blitz, -1154. Pust. The little boy's heart was pierced through a large hole, his eyes were dumbfounded, and he directly collapsed on the ground, died violently on the spot. Everyone present was startled by this damage number. Even Jiang Yan was no exception. Right now, if Xiao Xin didn't bludgeon, she would only be able to deal about 3,000 damage in one shot. It was the SS rank Violent Frenzy talent, coupled with Jiang Yan's constant infusion, that gave Xiao Xin her current output ability. But this purple treasure chest, surprisingly, could deal more than 1,000 bludgeoning damage. Such terrifying damage was at the level of a second kill for the vast majority of human players. And Xiao Xin subconsciously moved closer to Jiang Yan and said in a trembling voice, "This is not a treasure chest. It's a creepy disguised as a treasure chest?" Jiang Yan looked at his watch and cross-checked it with the refresh time of the first purple treasure chest in his memory. "If I remember correctly, in my last life, the purple treasure chest on Antique Street refreshed after 2 hours. So it is." Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head and said, "If we kill this purple treasure chest creep, it should literally turn into a purple treasure chest. This is not a normal treasure chest refresh mechanism. No wonder it causes purple treasure chests to abnormally appear in the first round." In Jiang Yan's heart, he secretly pondered, by the looks of it, it was Uncle An who sent out the people in his last life to round up this purple treasure chest creepy and get the absolutely unique purple treasure chest at the moment. For this treasure chest, a lot of people on Uncle An's side probably died in the last life. Wang Hucheng, who was not far away, was obviously also startled by this treasure chest's bizarre and horrifying bludgeoning damage, and after freezing in place for a moment, he directly turned around and ran backwards. This weirdness was too terrifying. If one fought hard, one would probably suffer a big loss at its hands. And what Jiang Yan thought of, Wang Hucheng also thought of. Since the purple treasure chest will be refreshed here after 2 hours, it's more than likely that someone killed this treasure chest shenanigans after 2 hours. For now, why don't we withdraw to a safe distance, ambush them in secret, and see if we can fish for them? But Wang Hucheng's wishful thinking was shattered the moment he turned around. Behind him, amidst an invisible mist, Jiang Yan's cold voice came out. "Smoke Charmer, kill him." "Yes, boss." In the next moment, the mist shattered and a bizarre, shrouded in black smoke, appeared out of nowhere in front of Wang Hucheng. The ghostly green withered body loomed amidst the black smoke, and the ghostly fire eyes filled with killing intent were exceptionally horrifying. A havoc hammer smashed Wang Hucheng head-on without a second thought. Wang Hucheng's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the silver Glock in his hand had just been lifted up by half an inch before it had already been struck head-on by the cataclysmic hammer. Boom! With a popping sound, Wang Hucheng's face blossomed, blood exploded, and his entire body directly planted on the ground. -447. Wang Hucheng's development speed was indeed very fast, and now his life value had actually broken through the 500 mark, and he had been smashed by Smoke Charm with a hammer. But he hadn't even died yet. He raised the muzzle of his gun shakily and tried to fight back, but Smoke Charming Min double long. Attack speed is very fast. Grabbed the advantage of the first hand. How will give Wang Hucheng the opportunity to counterattack? Boom! The second hammer landed on Wang Hucheng's chest immediately after. Minus 474. Wang Hucheng's body convulsed and died straight away. And Xiao Xian was not clear about the two men's grudges. Looking at the scene in front of her, full of consternation, she asked in a low voice, Jiang Yan, aren't you and him good friends? Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, not anymore. Jiang Yan pointed to the corpse of the little boy next to him that was still cold. His eyes filled with coldness. He's a very bad man. And in this world it would be more dangerous to have someone like that around than to face the shenanigans alone. Ironically enough, this little boy, too, was a resurrection talent. How similar was he who was tricked by Wang Hucheng into opening the treasure chest to himself, who was pushed into the creepy arms of Wang Hucheng in his last life. And Xiao Xian nodded silently, also feeling that Wang Hucheng was indeed not a good thing. So what do we do now? And Xiao Xian asked. Jiang Yan smiled and said, in half an hour, they'll both be resurrected. If we kill Wang Hucheng one more time, he'll really be dead. In the meantime, we can deal with this treasure chest shenanigans. Jiang Yan looked at the bizarre purple treasure chest not far away with interest. At this time, the mist on them had dissipated, and the Ding Sheng group's group waiting in the distance saw the figures of Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian and cautiously approached. Those who can enter the Ding Sheng group are all first-class ruthless people, and killing people is no big deal. But even they, when they saw the dead bodies all over the Curio Street, and even among the corpses there were people they knew, they still threw up. Zhang Xiaohu, also pale face, forced to endure the vomiting feeling, scolded a few words, not competitive guys, to boost the morale. After cursing, Zhang Xiaohu sneaked a glance at Jiang Yan. This senior with a boyish face was filled with a sense of calm, as if he was already used to it. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and secretly said, it's never faked mental fitness. What the hell did this kid go through before? Chapter 22. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Yan said calmly. Zhang Xiaohu, all of you follow 10 meters behind me and alert yourselves. Don't get sneak attacked by creepy. Remember, dealing with creepy is my business. Your mission is to take over this antique street furuncle and have it up and running by dawn tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohu froze and said subconsciously, Brother Jiang, our equipment isn't bad. Let us help you. Before departing, and Baosheng had spent 20,000 plutonium coins to add various equipment to these 20 people, and their overall combat power was still quite considerable. Before he could finish his sentence, a hideous pig's hand next to him suddenly reached over and choked Zhang Xiaohu's neck. Pig Kong, who lifted Zhang Xiaohu in midair and laughed evilly. Listen to my boss or die. Zhang Xiaohu shivered when he smelled the fishy breath of the Pig Kong hyena near him, and his eyes were filled with fear. He wasn't a timid person, but it was really hard to stay calm in the face of such horrifying shenanigans as Inuyasha. Zhang Xiaohu immediately wimped out and nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Jiang. Only then did Inuyasha casually drop Zhang Xiaohu on the ground. Jiang Yan said indifferently, you are too weak, and not holding me back is your greatest contribution. Jiang Yan let go of Xiao Xian's hand and said calmly while walking towards that purple treasure chest, when I tell you to shoot, you shoot this treasure chest. Thinking of the more than 1,000 damage from the purple treasure chest that had just bludgeoned that little boy, and Xiao Xian instantly tensed and raised the fire Chilin's muzzle, waiting for Jiang Yan's order. Jiang Yan was not afraid at all, walked to this purple treasure chest, flexed his fingers and knocked on the lid of the treasure chest, said faintly, don't pretend. It's true that you're tempting like that, but it's also really easy to die. If I'm not mistaken, if I kill you, you'll be the world's first purple treasure chest, right? A resource of 100,000 plutonium coins. Even I am moved. Give me one reason not to kill you for popping the purple treasure chest. Being knocked twice by Jiang Yan, that purple treasure chest weirdly finally opened its mouth and laughed evilly. A mere human. How dare you threaten me? Die. The lid of the treasure chest opened with a bang, and the sharp tongue, once again, jutted out and attacked Jiang Yan's chest. Miso. On Jiang Yan's body, the golden shield belonging to the golden bell vestment flashed with light, bouncing the tongue's sharp edge away. A damage number emerged from Jiang Yan's body. Strike, -1. Smoke Misty, Inuyasha, and Xiao Xian? The image of storming over 1,000 and killing the little boy in seconds was still fresh in their minds, and no one dared to question the bizarre killing power of this purple treasure chest. But the same attack that landed on Jiang Yan only dealt -1 damage? Seeing the damage figure of -1, the purple treasure chest was so scared that it jumped backward by a meter. And then two metallic purple legs stretched out from underneath it, pulling out its feet and running wildly. He knew very well in his own mind just how strong his ambush damage was when he was at rest. What does it mean that you can only do -1 damage on this human player? This person's attributes, I'm afraid, had crushed his own by a lot. Never a match. But as soon as this ran, Purple Treasure Chest Creepy felt as if his feet were stuck in a quagmire, and his speed was much slower than normal. Right at this moment, a heavy breaking sound suddenly sounded behind his head. Did my boss tell you to leave? Smoke Phantom screamed harshly, and the Havoc Hammer, in his hand, slammed hard into the back of the treasure chest's bizarre head. Skill, stifle. Treasure Chest Creepy was hit in the back of the head by this hammer before he could turn around and observe. Boo! -471. Treasure Chest Creepy's legs went limp and he directly kneeled on the ground, sliding out half a meter before he could stop. He had fallen into the controlling effects of the smothering stick and was too dazed to stand up for a while. When Treasure Chest Creepy finally came to his senses, when he raised his eyes, he saw Jiang Yan standing in front of him, one foot heavily stepping on the lid of his treasure chest, his face filled with a playful smile, and in Xiao Xian's hand, the muzzle of the fire Qilin disliked the treasure chest's weird chest straight away. This creep was a nightmare for other human players, and it was hard to kill it without taking huge casualties, but to Xiao Xian, all it took was one silver bullet, and whether it came out as a blast or not, he was dead. Treasure Chest Creepy shivered and tried with all his strength to get up and escape again, but Jiang Yan's foot on his lid was like a huge mountain, pressing down on him so much that he couldn't move even half an inch. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. One last chance to give me a reason not to kill you and pop the treasure chest. Treasure Chest Creepy shouted with a shiver. My talent can detect the location and quality of the refreshed treasure chests 30 kilometers around me half an hour in advance. If you kill me, you'll be like killing a chicken for its eggs. Leave me alive and I'll hang out with you just like these two creeps. I can help you get a lot of treasure chests. Deliberating for a moment, Jiang Yan said in his heart, a very useful talent indeed. Although the first round only brushes blue treasure chests, in the next rounds, the treasure chests will be refreshed with higher and higher quality, and some of the hidden resources in the treasure chest cannot be purchased from the mall. This bizarre tie-in with the Dinosaur Group's action squad can bring in a significant amount of resource income, and even give me a gain. And this purple treasure chest itself as bizarre. A little cultivation to raise the life value up. Also good material for printing money. After collecting the smoke charmer in Pig Kong Hua, Jiang Yan realized that with his own abilities, although it wasn't difficult to collect Gui Wei still needed to be cultivated by himself after he had taken it under his command, and in the process, Jiang Yan would spend a considerable amount of plutonium and energy. Money goes everywhere, but better qualified shenanigans bring significantly more bang for the buck. Therefore, Jiang Yan planned to raise his threshold for taking in Creepy, and currently, his team was still short of long-range magic and melee strong attacking characters. If they didn't fit into these two positions, Jiang Yan's threshold was very high. But the weird purple treasure chest in front of me is special enough to be worth collecting. Jiang Yan pulled out a bloody bizarre contract, disliked the purple treasure chest's bizarre face, and said indifferently, you convinced me. Sign your name and hang out with me from now on. The purple treasure chest looked at the bizarre contract and sighed deeply. Thought I was a watchful hunter, but didn't realize that a Tyrannosaurus Rex ran straight out of the woods and crushed my own tree with a stump. Where the hell did this horrible human come from? The first day of Creepy Advent hadn't even passed yet. So how had he already grown to such an outrageous level? Purple Treasure Chest read the contract while all sorts of thoughts tumbled through his mind. Coldly, he saw the 10,000 plutonium monthly salary on the contract and couldn't help but stare, rubbing his eyes and shouting out of breath. How much? 10,000 plutocrats a month? Chapter 23, Resurrection? Kill again. The Purple Treasure Chest is now a thought. Am I worthy? He had slaughtered the entire Antique Street to get less than 3,000 plutonium as a reward. And he was almost killed by a team of Dingxing group managers in the Antique Street. Right now there are no living people in the Antique Street. The purple treasure chest can only be guarded, and the income is even lower. But this contract in front of me, as long as I sign it, I'll get 10,000 medals a month? Is this human player coming over for charity? Purple treasure chest asked with some caution as his thoughts turned. What if you don't have the money by then? Jiang Yan laughed, casually pulled out 2 stacks of golden medieval coins. 1 stack was flung to Smoke Charmer, and 1 stack was flung to Pig Gangma, and said indifferently, bonus. Smoke Phantom cupped the golden medallions in her hands and cried as she knelt behind Jiang Yan. Boss, I was born your shenanigans, and I'll die your death shenanigans. In this life, I'm only loyal to the boss. Families, who get it? First day on the job, not only did they get an advance on their paycheck for the month, but they also got a bonus of 4 or 5 times their monthly salary. Those who know I'm working part-time, those who don't think I've become a god. Inuyasha crawled to kiss Jiang Yan's heel, crying as he did so. Muah! It's a privilege to know the boss. Muah muah muah. he obviously did not do anything. This bonus swish into their hands, like the wind. Once again, choice proved to be more important than effort. Even for Creepy, the eyes of the purple treasure chest looked at the scene in front of him through the slightly raised lid of the treasure chest, and the whole head of Creepy froze. That's 20,000 plutonium. A whole 20,000 plutonium coins. This human just gave it out like a joke? Jiang Yan took out another handful of golden plutonium coins and stuffed them into the purple treasure chest's mouth. Disliked the other contract as well and said indifferently, "I'll give you an advance on this month's paycheck if you sign this guided spending contract as well." Damn. Plutonium gag. This position is also too shameful, but I love it so much. With great speed, the purple treasure chest reached out a hand from within it and signed his name on both contracts. Fearing that Jiang Yan would back out, the bizarre contract disappeared into red light, and Jiang Yan's followers had another unusually eye-catching purple treasure chest, letting the 20 Zhang Xiaohu people who looked dumb go and clean up the mess on the antique street. Jiang Yan sat on his but on the purple treasure chest lid, waiting for Wang Huqing to resurrect while studying the purple treasure chest's weird money-smashing route. So when you're stationary, you get a 1% boost in bludgeoning rate and 1 point of damage every second. Capped at 100? Jiang Yan looked at the second talent of the purple treasure chest and fell into deep thought. Creepy was different from humans, who could only have one talent and had low initial attributes. But Creepy doesn't follow this pattern, being able to have several talents and initial attributes that tend to crush humans. The next weirdness descended, and with each appearance of the weirdness, the attributes would increase tremendously, putting the vast majority of human players continually under pressure. The second talent of this purple treasure chest sneak determines that it is well suited to playing in-place ambushes, and is a natural assassin-type sneak. But assassins are thin on blood and bad at printing money. Your profile is too solid, Jiang Yan said indifferently. The opponents we will face in the future are all very powerful existences. At that time, those opponents' first kill target will definitely be you. For the sake of your safety, I think it's necessary for you to get your life value up first. Get your power points to 50 before you say anything. Purple treasure chest was a bit guilty in his heart, but he still complied and added his power to 50 points. Jiang Yan paired him with another set of equipment that added life and attack speed, bringing the purple treasure chest's life value to 2,471. Looking at the further increased income per second on his player panel, Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Ah! A terrified scream rang out from the side. Jiang Yan turned his eyes to see that it was the little boy who had been pitted to death by Wang Huqing, and sat up with a jolt. On his face, there were still remnants of near-death despair and fear. This expression was familiar to Jiang Yan. In my own past life, I died and lived like this more than once, though able to be resurrected. The shadow of death, and the great terror between life and death, is real every time. Don't be afraid, you're safe. Jiang Yan had compassion in his heart and said faintly, "This man you followed before has a very evil mind. Keep spending time with him, and you'll get screwed over again. Next time, it won't be so lucky. If you need a chance to work, you can join the Ding Sheng group, and I'll give you a position as a runner on Antique Street." Jiang Yan pointed to the Antique Street behind him. Zhang Xiaohu and his party have been busy inside for half an hour. Basically clean up the corpses. Tomorrow morning should be able to open the market smoothly. But you're so young, I can only pay you half the labor, Jiang Yan said, leaving the little boy to make up his own mind as his gaze returned to Wang Huqing's corpse on the ground. The little boy looked at the antique street that was gradually recovering, and then looked at Wang Huqing's corpse, hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, then, I'll run the hall. He is just young and not a cutie. After dying once, he also noticed that Wang Huqing was not really protecting himself, but was more of using himself. Jiang Yan called Zhang Xiaohu over, handed the little boy over to him, and stopped caring. To Jiang Yan's surprise, Zhang Xiaohu was surprisingly friendly to this little boy. When I asked, I realized that when Uncle An took Zhang Xiaohu, he was only 14 or 15 years old, about the same age as this little boy, the same without parents. Down on the street, someone had given him an umbrella, so he couldn't bear to see the teenager get wet again. Shortly after the little boy was resurrected, Wang Huqing's corpse also trembled and slowly climbed up from the ground. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Yan's cold smiling face. Welcome back, Wang Huqing. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said indifferently, kill him. Boom! Smoke Phantom's havoc hammer landed on the back of Wang Huqing's head immediately afterward. Wang Huqing whirled around and flew towards Pig Kongyan. Pig Gang Hyena's piggy hand explored, grabbed Wang Huqing's body in the air, and ruthlessly slammed it to the ground. Boom! A crater appeared, and Wang Huqing, who had been struck by a double strike, died on the ground once again without a doubt. What Jiang Yan didn't notice was that before Wang Huqing died, a hidden skill blow flashed across his body. At the moment of life and death, Wang Huqing categorically released the refresh skill. resetting the cooldown time of his resurrection talent. Jiang Yan turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaowu, "Pull this body and burn it in the fire too." While dragging away Wang Hucheng's body, Jiang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. The phone call was from Uncle An, and Baosheng was very anxious. "Has the antique street been purged? The dinosaur mansion was attacked by that wolf-type creep during the day. I might die if I don't come back." Chapter 24, Catching Demon Wolves Creepy. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. In his last life, Jiang Yan and Xiaoxin didn't appear in the commercial street, and this demon wolf creepy estimated that he didn't suffer from Uncle An and his party, and naturally, he wouldn't attack Dingsheng Mansion at night. He himself avoided the huge loss of Zhang Xiaohu's party in the direction of Antique Street, but indirectly attracted another strong enemy to Dingsheng Mansion. As for Baosheng's resources, most of them were smashed on Zhang Xiaohu's 20 men, thinking that they were struggling to face the sudden attack of the demonic wolf creeps. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Got it. Xin and I will immediately go back to support you. Don't fight that thing hard. Everything will wait until I get back." The wolf-type creepy that he encountered in the commercial street in the daytime had very good qualifications, and should be a power route creepy with a talent for speed, just the kind of melee powerhouse role that his team lacked. If it could be subdued, it would be a huge help to Jiang Yan. Don't look at the fact that Jiang Yan seemed to be invincible now, but he knew in his heart that it was far from time to let his guard down. 3 days later, the first weird secret realm would appear in the southern capital. The shenanigans in the secret realm are all very high in intensity, and the talent is often very difficult to deal with. If the weirdness inside was not cleared when the secret realm was opened, after the secret realm was closed, the weirdness inside would be increased by several times before appearing in the real world. The weirdness within the secret territory was already a bit unreasonably strong, and many times it could only be outsmarted, and after it was enhanced again, it was completely beyond the ability of human players to cope with. There is another name for this unmanageable weirdness: taboo. In his last life, Nandu, the first secret clearance 3 days later, failed. A taboo codenamed Fatal Spirit Child appeared in the surrounding area of Nandu, directly turning half of Nandu City into a forbidden land, in which none of the human players survived. In Jiang Yan's eyesight, even he himself would be in for a rough ride if he were to confront the Destroyer Spirit Child in reality. For the sake of his own safety, Jiang Yan couldn't let the Destroyer Spirit Child in the secret realm escape. He had to stifle it within the secret realm. As opposed to the high risk of the secret world, there are huge rewards. All players who enter them will be issued rewards corresponding to their contributions, and there is also the possibility of obtaining hidden resources. According to the information Jiang Yan had gathered in his last life, it was inferred that the total amount of resources handed out by a secret realm might be around 500,000 plutonium coins. Of course, the number of human players participating in the secret realm wouldn't be small, and the resources distributed to each hand would fluctuate greatly. In addition, the secret realm was very thick with weirdness, and it was a good place to print money for Jiang Yan. Whether it was to eliminate the dangers or to obtain resources, Jiang Yan had to participate in this first secret realm of the southern capital. Until then, Jiang Yan wanted to perfect his team configuration as much as possible. It's not too late. Jiang Yan immediately pulled in Xiaoxin, got into the car that Zhang Xiaohu just drove to, all the way to Dingsheng Group folded back. When Jiang Yan saw the Dingsheng mansion from afar, the building was already illuminated by several fires, making it stand out in the night. Behind about 20 floors of glass in the center, the eerie figure of the demonic wolf that he had seen during the day could be seen vaguely in the reflection of the firelight, crouching behind one of the walls, licking one of the wounds on his body. It seemed that the people of the Dingsheng Group had also caused this head of weirdness quite a bit of trouble with the help of the building's tight defense between them. The 3 shenanigans in his own car were all in the back row now, and there was only one demon wolf shenanigan in Jiang Yan's field of vision. The player panel, 2, clearly appeared with the plutonium income brought in by the demon wolf shenanigans. Plutonium plus 3,678. This demon wolf's weird life value was even higher than it was during the daytime in the shopping street. Jiang Yan directly stopped in place with a kick of the brakes and said with narrowed eyes, "Get out of the car and snipe it. Don't use silver bullets. Don't use skills. Unequip your fire unicorn and gold and silver direwolf." And Xiao Xian immediately opened the car door, set up her sniper rifle, and as Jiang Yan had instructed, aimed at the demon wolf creepy, whose figure had been exposed by the firelight, and fired a shot. Boom! A deafening shot exploded into the night. A half-meter electric tongue blossomed in the muzzle of the Thunder Barrett, like thunder breaking through the air. The terrifying blazing bullet transformed into a violet electric light with devastating kinetic energy, shattering the glass and landing on that demon wolf's bizarre body. Strange purple-black blood instantly shot out from the demonic wolf creepy, spraying a whole wall black. Blitz, minus 3,574. Ow! A scream of extreme pain erupted from that demonic wolf's bizarre mouth. Jiang Yan could clearly hear panic from it. just like in the commercial street during the day. And Xiao Xian only hit this power-out creepy demon wolf once before it was knocked to the brink of death. And this time, Xiao Xian, under Jiang Yan's guidance, had intentionally disarmed the equipping state of both weapons, otherwise the damage of this shot blitz would have been much more terrifying than it was now. By the time this demon wolf creepy died outright, Jiang Yan missed a good opportunity to expand his team. That devil wolf bizarrely came back to his senses, and thought that he was lucky to escape another death, so scared that his legs were soft, and he slipped into another room, hiding in the dead corner of the site. Jiang Yan slammed on the gas and parked the car under the building. This demon wolf's weird speed is no longer as good as it was during the day. He has a speed talent, probably related to killing, and there's a time limit. We'll search up the stairs, floor by floor. The fastest Smoky Charmer took the lead, sweeping through each floor with a gale-like wind, searching for that demon wolf's bizarre traces. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, relying on his high agility attribute, stood at the entrance of the stairs to listen to the movements on this floor. Pig Kong Hua, purple treasure chest and Xiao Xian, on the other hand, stayed by Jiang Yan's side, not revealing a single crack, searching layer by layer upwards. When they reached the 15th floor, Smoke Charmer finally encountered a bizarre attack by the demon wolf while opening a door. A thick black hideous wolf claw attacked straight out from behind the door, carrying a vicious wind, and slapped directly on the Smoke Charmer's face. -847. Boom! Smoke Phantom's bizarre body covered in black smoke was sent flying backwards, crashing through 2 walls before coming to a halt. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, very surprised. That's a lot of damage for this demon wolf creepy. Jiang Yan glanced at the plutonium income on his player panel. Plutonium plus 1047. This guy had just been beaten to the point where he only had 100 or so life points left, and in a moment's time he had recovered so much. And a passive skill that returns blood? Jiang Yan nodded with interest and muttered to himself, it's really a strong trick. That demon wolf bizarrely realized that he was trapped in the high-rise building, with nowhere to escape, and was more than likely to be ferocious, and had gone berserk, with a pair of wolf's eyes filled with blood, full of hideous killing intent. Ow! The demon wolf roared and lunged towards the smoke mistress. Smoke Charmer was also not willing to show weakness, bouncing up and about to fight with the demon wolf. Right at this moment, a green plutonium paper airplane fluttered and flew out, poking at the devil wolf's weird and hideous wolf's mouth. Chapter 25, Boss, do you still need a watchdog? Poked in the teeth by the plutonium paper airplane, the demon wolf bizarrely had a jolt, and the wolf claw subconsciously swung and yanked the paper airplane down. Seeing that it was a $10 plutonium coin, the demon wolf turned around with an open heart and looked viciously at Jiang Yan, hissing, "Human! How dare you humiliate me? This will be the most regrettable decision of your life." The thick hind legs stomped on the ground, erupting with a force that shook the entire Dingsheng mansion 3 times. The demon wolf transformed into a black shadow, carrying a vicious wind as it lunged at Jiang Yan. The pig Kong Hua beside him was about to go on top with his shield, but he was pulled back by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was filled with calmness as he met the claws of the demon wolf, as if he was a warrior who was frankly going to his death. In the eyes of the demon wolf, scarlet light shone brightly. Humans, die! Boom! The hideous wolf claws landed on Jiang Yan's face. If it was an ordinary human, this slap would have directly smashed his head like a watermelon. However, Jiang Yan was unharmed, and a single damage number floated up on his body with it. -1. Absolute attribute suppression. The demon wolf's eerie wolf eyes suddenly tightened to the size of a needlepoint, and his wolf hair exploded all over his body, feeling a terrifying shadow of death enveloping him in this instant. Demon Wolf Creepy could even already see the sight of himself being punched to pieces by the terrifying human in front of him, but to his surprise, Jiang Yan was still calm after receiving a wolf's claw, as if he was unaware of it. Jiang Yan also didn't make a counterattack at all, and only looked at the demonic Wolf Creepy in front of him with a playful gaze. Faintly, had enough? Go down. Devil Wolf Creepy swallowed heavily, and the big black wolf's face was filled with sarcasm as it slowly retreated backward. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. You're a big man. Don't talk to a dog like me. If a dog bites you, you can't bite it back, can you? The demon wolf eerily backed toward a broken window in the back, ready to back up to it and jump straight down. 15 floors here. With his attributes, the chances of directly falling to his death were extremely high, but the chances of remaining here and being killed by this horrible human were 100%. There's a silver lining to jumping. Suddenly, a cold hammer, from the back of the top of the demon wolf's spine, Smoke Charmer stopped behind, coldly said, "Did my boss let you go?" The demon wolf froze in place, cold sweat dripping down its fur. Pig Kong Hua laughed and squeezed his pig's hand with a crackling sound as he stepped closer. "Boss, just waiting for your order. This wolf will directly turn into a meat pie." Pig Kong Hua's face was filled with perverted excitement. The demon wolf creepy woke up as if from a dream, then realized what was wrong with the combination in front of him, and grasped the last straw to save his life, pleading, "The old boss, is there a shortage of watchdogs in your house?" I'm a professional. Jiang Yan smiled, lightly pulled out a bizarre contract and handed it in front of the demon wolf creepy, said blandly, "Sign, or die," as the word death exited, and Xiao Xian behind Jiang Yan raised the fire Qilin, and the black hole of the gun contained a terrifying killing opportunity. Demon wolf shivered and pressed on, not even looking at what was written on this contract, and signed his name directly. The bizarre contract transformed into 2 streaks of bloody light, which disappeared into Jiang Yan and the demon wolf respectively. Jiang Yan casually pulled out 4 bottles of mist, allowing the 4 heads of Bazaar following him to all enter a state surrounded by mist, before going to the top floor of the building to look for Baosheng. Climbing up the stairs, Jiang Yan happened to run into a large group of people coming down in full armor and keeping formation, and Baosheng carried a blood-stained axe and walked in the first, his face filled with a stoic murderous aura. Behind him were nearly 100 members of the Ding Sheng group. Despite the fear, none of them flinched. Seeing the unharmed Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian, and Baosheng finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked as he pulled Xiao Xian over and looked her up and down, "What about the wolf?" Jiang Yan said, "I took care of it," and Baosheng froze at his words, looking at Jiang Yan's calm and indifferent expression, and after a moment of silence, he nodded, "Good job, I wasn't wrong about you. Quickly take Xian upstairs and go rest." Jiang Yan arranged the 4 heads of Bazaar in his room and followed Xiao Xian headlong back to her room. Between printing money overnight and playing hooligan overnight, Jiang Yan decisively chose the latter, and Baosheng took care of the mess and settled his subordinates before returning to his office. In his mind, he kept hovering over that terrifying demonic wolf, as well as Jiang Yan's unconcerned "I've dealt with it." Could it be that such terrifying weirdness was completely worthless in Jiang Yan's eyes? And Baosheng casually opened a treasure chest, while later picking up the phone and dialing Zhang Xiaohu's cell phone. "Tiger, what's the situation on Antique Street?" Zhang Xiaohu recounted in detail what happened when he dealt with the Antique Street. "I heard that when Jiang Yan was in the square, he had casually summoned out 2 terrifying creeps and beat up Zhang Xiaohu's 20 men so severely that he nearly wiped out their group. I also heard that Jiang Yan was in the Antique Street, directly subdued the purple treasure chest inside, and also killed a boy who looked like their high school classmate, with very ruthless and decisive means." And Baosheng's face changed in succession. "What kind of person do you think this Jiang Yan is?" And Baosheng asked with narrowed eyes. Zhang Xiaohu was silent for a moment and said gruffly, "Uncle N, I can't see through him, but I can feel that he's strong. There is from the bones, the peculiar temperament of the strong. Uncle N, I quite admire him, although he is much younger than me." And Baosheng was silent for a moment and nodded. "I know, I've worked hard for you tonight, and early tomorrow morning, the Antique Street must open." Zhang Xiaohu nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Uncle N." On Zhang Xiaohu's side, a clamor suddenly rang out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's that? Why is there a man jumping out of the fire? Asterisk 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 is a fast runner. And Baosheng asked with a frown, "What's the situation?" Zhang Xiaohu turned around and was shocked. To clean up the Antique Street, they raised a fire to burn the bodies inside. But just now, a man covered in burning fire unexpectedly rushed out from inside, taking advantage of the moment when everyone was shocked, and disappeared in a puff of smoke to the street corner. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and laughed. "It's okay, Uncle N. There might be someone who didn't die through and was burned by us by mistake." The little boy standing beside Zhang Xiaohu, however, kept staring at that back and muttered in a voice that only he could hear, kind of like that big brother named Wang Hucheng. "And Xiao Xian bedroom. He. Little beauty, where are you running?" Jiang Yan laughed evilly as he pounced the blushing in Xiao Xian on the bed. Chapter 26, You're going to hold down the fort. Seeing Jiang Yan like a big bad wolf stealing chickens and eating them, and Xiao Xian was shy and kept pushing back. But Jiang Yan had the experience of the last time, already familiar. Not a few rounds, will in Xiaoxin play to gasp again and again, body flaccid. A little bit of strength cannot lift. Downstairs, in Jiang Yan's bedroom, 4 creeps, shrouded in mist, are having a tea party. "This boss of ours, what's the story?" The demon wolf, who had just gotten his life value back up, asked cautiously. He was in a fried state by now, not having been able to break free from the shadow of death, and very apprehensive. Inuyasha took a sip of tea and grunted. "The boss is a horrible human being. I've followed the boss for so long, but I've never seen the boss personally make a move." Smoke Misty nodded, deeply impressed. "The boss simply doesn't see a worthy target, so naturally he won't make a move. The demon wolf's attributes aren't too much worse than ours, and with a full strength strike, it's surprising that it could only knock out 1 point of the boss's life value. terrifying as hell. The lid of the purple treasure chest lifted, and a pair of hands with a purple metallic luster stretched out from it, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip of it, and said in a taboo manner, "Luckily the boss doesn't have murderous intentions towards us and wants us to do his work for him. Otherwise, none of us will survive. I'm not going to lie. When the boss stepped on me, I felt like I saw my two tits." Demon Wolf muttered, "Do you guys know what the boss likes? What he doesn't like?" The room fell silent for a moment. A few creepy wide-eyed stares. Even Smoke Misty, who was the earliest to follow Jiang Yan, had only been there for just one day, and hadn't been able to figure out Jiang Yan's temperament at all. Inuyasha suddenly he laughed and said, "I know, the boss sure doesn't like you." The demon wolf froze for a moment, and the wolf's fur, which had just calmed down a bit, once again exploded as he asked in a creepy manner, "Why do you say that for?" Inuyasha laughed. "The boss gave all three of us a month's advance on our paychecks and has given us guidance on spending, but no instruction was given. The boss sure doesn't like you." The purple treasure chest giggled twice and looked at the demon wolf with ill will in its eyes. Makes sense. Just as a bullying between weirdness was about to begin, Jiang Yan's bedroom door was suddenly knocked on. Ambrosia's voice came out. "Jiang Yan? It's me, and Bao Shang. I have something to discuss with you." The four creeps froze and put down the teacups in their hands in unison. Purple treasure chest roared, "No good. Smoke Charmer, go up and call the boss." Smoke Phantom reacted quickly as well, pulling the window open as she floated up and knocked on Xiao Xian's window. In the room, Jiang Yan had just stripped the beauty in his arms clean and was lowering his head to kiss, when he was suddenly knocked on the window, and raised his head in anger, glaring at Smoke Charm with a face full of unkindness. Smoke Charmer Jiang Yan's eyes were startled, nearly unable to maintain his high-altitude floating fall. A small voice mumbled, "Boss, Ambrosia is looking for you." Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. "So annoying. Can we have a nightcap in peace?" And Xiao Xian shrank in Jiang Yan's arms. Her face flushed red, and she began to struggle hard, whispering, "Go for it. Later Dad finds you in my room. What do you want me to do?" Jiang Yan could only put on his clothes and slip down the hallway toward his room. Facing in Baosheng's puzzled gaze, Jiang Yan very calmly made an excuse. "I went out on patrol for a bit," casually pushing the door open. Jiang Yan sat down at his table and faintly asked, "What's the matter with Uncle An?" And Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan and said after a moment of silence, "Thank you for taking care of Tiger and the others, and thank you for rushing back to support me. If it wasn't for you, today, the Ding Sheng group, I'm afraid I would have suffered two big losses." Jiang Yan waved his hand, blissfully unconcerned, and said, "Family doesn't talk." And Baosheng looked deeply at Jiang Yan. "Yeah, we're all family. Let's not talk so much about formalities. Tea instead of wine. Let's have a drink." Jiang Yan raised his teacup and clinked it within Baosheng. Ambrosia said, "The antique street will be open tomorrow. I wish you could go to town. In the future, I'll leave it to you and Xin to manage there. Tiger and the others will help you." With Ambrosia's experience, there must be a lot of trouble in the early stages of trying to build a trading market between human players. There must be strong suppression to ensure that the antique street order runs well down the road. And entrusting the antique street to Jiang Yan was also the sincerity of An Baosheng. It's not just about responsibility, it means wealth and power as well. From now on, this hall is Jiang Yan's call. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head. Could be. In his last life, Antique Street did grow into the largest player trading market in Nandu. With the help of my own in this life, it's naturally even less surprising. And with Jiang Yan's massive amount of plutonium, he was able to have more room to maneuver in the Antique Street. And Baosheng looked at Jiang Yan's calm demeanor and heavily patted him on the shoulder in relief. "Good boy. My daughter wasn't wrong about you. Cheer up. In the future, the Ding Sheng group, it's all you two." As he left, and Baosheng's footsteps suddenly lurched as he looked at Jiang Yan in the room with a suspicious gaze and asked, "You weren't in your room just now. You didn't run off to Xian's, did you? Kid, I'm warning you, she just turned 18. You're not allowed to do that kind of thing to her or I won't spare you. Understand?" Jiang Yan's smile faltered as he scratched his head and laughed dryly. "How? I was just afraid of another creepy coming to sneak up on us and wasn't sure, so I checked around." Ambrosia grunted. "It better be. Although you're strong, Uncle, and I'm not weak either. Don't blame me for chopping you up and feeding you to the dogs if you dare to bully Xiao Xian." Seeing An Baosheng leave, Jiang Yan then breathed a sigh of relief and climbed back into An Xiaoxin's room along the window to continue his big business of stealing incense and jade. Seeing the bad Jiang Yan going and returning, and Xiao Xian, who had just regained some of her strength, let out a shriek and hurriedly retreated back into the quilt. Jiang Yan had no problem squeezing in beside An Xiao Xian and wrapping his arms around her. "You, go back to your house." And Xiao Xian blushed and pushed back repeatedly. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed and laughed badly. "No go. There are 4 ghostly things in my house. It's so cloudy, I'd be scared to sleep alone. You're so warm under the covers. Ha, who gave you permission to get dressed? I had a hard time getting naked before, and Xiao Xin, who had almost no resistance, symbolically struggled a few times in his arms, warbling like a sob. No, don't. Chapter 27, A Flower to be Bowed Down. There are flowers to be folded. This night the flower of youth bloomed above the bed, and Xiao Xian had already recognized Jiang Yan, and after the initial shyness, she greeted him. Jiang Yan, who had been through trials and tribulations in his last life, also cherished the hard-won destiny, and tried his best to be gentle in the world, but also let in Xiao Xian taste the beauty of the forbidden fruit in the midst of the pain. Early the next morning, seeing that the time for the opening of the antique street market was about to arrive, Jiang Yan was unable to glean in Xiaoxin from her bed after exhausting all her efforts. I'm in pain, and Xiao Xian shrank under the quilt, constantly pushing back Jiang Yan's hand. Shyly, it's all coming apart at the seams, can't really get it up. You're on your own. I'm taking the day off, Jiang Yan said helplessly. Remember what happened yesterday when that demon wolf sneaked up on this place? You're not safe here. Jiang Yan knew very well that in this world right now, only his side was absolutely safe. If Xiao Xian stayed in Dingshang Mansion, Jiang Yan would be very worried about her safety, and she might be killed by a weird sneak attack. This ninny was now a qualified violent maniac though. A single shot could explode with a frightening amount of damage, and even Jiang Yan was not willing to take a shot from her. But just because the damage is high, doesn't mean the combat is necessarily strong. Really by the means of a variety of bizarre to hit a surprise under, and Xiao Xian may not be able to open the gun, was directly killed in seconds is not an impossible thing. To be honest, Jiang Yan didn't care about the lives of everyone in this Dingsheng group, which also included in Baosheng, but in Xiao Xian absolutely could not die, whether in terms of male-female bonding or in terms of team configuration, and Xiao Xian said pitifully, but, I really, can't even stand up. Jiang Yan remembered the scene where he had just carried in Xiao Xian to the toilet and smiled helplessly. This niece was indeed not pretending. The pain of breaking the melon was still secondary. The main thing was that although Jiang Yan was gentle last night, his strength of up to 200 points still played a role in the bed. Under the absolute suppression of the power attribute, even the gentle Jiang Yan still made it difficult for Xiao Xian to endure. Moreover, Jiang Yan also discovered that after the strength attribute was high, that aspect had unexpectedly become longer. Last night, if it wasn't for Xiao Xian's bitter pleas, Jiang Yan would have been far from calling it a day. Jiang Yan came close to Xiao Xian's ear and whispered, "Make an effort. I'll carry you. If you don't get up, I'm going to continue the great work I didn't enjoy last night." Seeing that Jiang Yan, this shameless guy, had once again extended his salty piggy hand to himself, and Xiao Xian was so scared that her pretty face turned white and she hurriedly supported herself to climb up from the bed. Although last night was wonderful, she was really already unbearable to conquer. If Jiang Yan came back again at this time, and Xiao Xian felt that she would more than likely die in his arms. As he left Dingshang Mansion with Xiao Xian on his back, he ran into Baosheng head-on, with a gaze full of scrutiny. This big brother of Nandu looked Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian up and down as he questioned, "What's going on with you two?" Jiang Yan casually coped, "She's not awake, so I'll carry her over so she can catch up on her sleep on my back. There's nothing wrong with a boyfriend and girlfriend memorizing it, is there?" Before the words were finished, Jiang Yan carried Xiao Xian on his back and ran out in a puff of smoke. The four creeps hidden in the mist ran in front of Jiang Yan, clearing the way for him while also providing Jiang Yan with uninterrupted plutonium credits. Plutonium plus 3,774, plutonium plus 58, plutonium plus 5,071, plutonium plus 2,471, plutonium plus 3,865. Because he had personally killed Wang Huchen once yesterday, Smoky Charm's creepy servant had an additional point of life that provided plus 58 plutonium income per second. And the purple treasure chest and the demon wolf had fine-tuned their attributes and equipment themselves last night, with tiny fluctuations in their life values. The amount of plutonium credited per second has reached a horrifying $15.239. Jiang Yan stuffed Xiao Xian into the passenger side and drove while looking at the weird printed bills in the rearview mirror. While starting to think about his current team configuration, it was indeed a very wise decision to take the demon wolf in. Jiang Yan had already dropped tens of thousands of plutonium coins on both Smoke Charmer and Pig Manhwa, and this demon wolf had just submitted last night. Jiang Yan was in a hurry to spend a moment with Xiaoxin, and didn't bother to hit him with plutonium coins. However, the demon wolf was not too inferior to Smoke Charmer and Pig Manhwa, both in terms of attributes and combat strength. As for the purple treasure chest, the frontal combat power was thrown out by the remaining three creeps by 3 streets. If it wasn't for the special talent, Jiang Yan wouldn't have taken him in. This is the huge difference that comes with bizarrely different qualifications. while throwing money at it always makes it stronger. The conversion rate isn't the same. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and handed the Demon Wolf a contract that advanced his salary and guided his spending. Demon Wolf had been jittery last night because he hadn't been treated the same way, thinking that Jiang Yan really disliked him. Seeing this contract at the moment, he was ecstatic and immediately signed his name. Jiang Yan studied the demonic wolf's attributes and equipment list, and realized that the bizarre route of this power specialty had a growth direction that was very much in line with his own aesthetics. Without needing Jiang Yan's command, this demon wolf had already put in 50 points of strength. The gear is also all about adding blood and attack speed. Jiang Yan handed out 10,000 plutonium coins and picked 3 entry-level, relatively inexpensive non-growable suits for the demon wolf, activating the 3 suit attributes and lifting his life value upwards by another 1,000 points, bringing his overall life value to 4,975 points. The demon wolf's eyes were all bright, and uncontested tears continued to flow down from the corners of his mouth. He had been eyeing these sets for a long time, but never had the money to buy them. This 10,000 plutonium coins really let the devil wolf experience the pleasure of being Big Brother package. At the same time, the demon wolf's gaze toward Jiang Yan grew more and more reverent. As we all know, kryptonite must get stronger. How strong was this boss who could pull out 10,000 medals with his hand? The high and mighty, arriving at the antique street. This street had been cleaned up overnight by Zhang Xiaohu and the others, and was already very different from yesterday's dilapidated and bloody appearance. Although there was still a faint smell of iron lingering around, the various stalls that divided the street and the various goods that were set out had already made the street a lot more lively. It was already time for the antique street to open, and Zhang Xiaohu and the others had put up signs selling player equipment on the street, but no one had come yet for a while. Today was the second day of the first bazaar descent, and there were hardly any who had adapted to the sudden change as well as Jiang Yan. Those like the Dingsheng group, who are holding on to the same thing, are just as rare. The vast majority, still cowering and shivering in corners, live under the shadow of being dominated and hunted by the bazaar. Therefore, at this juncture, Zhang Xiaohu's signboards on the streets were pressurized to attract no human players to participate in the transaction. Brother Jiang, the situation is not ideal. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, "You're just not very good at business. Do as I say." Chapter 28, Antique Street Safety Zone. Soon, under Jiang Yan's mobilization, the signboard at the entrance of the antique street changed. The large red banner hangs from a broken billboard at the entrance with 3 large, bold letters, Safe Zone. Next to it was a large speaker that played a recording on a loop, and Zhang Xiaohu's voice constantly came out from it. Inside the safety zone, the lives of all human players will be protected, and there is no creeper human that can kill someone inside the Curio Street. The purpose of Ambrosia's takeover of Antique Street is to create a new order of human trade, and security is a top priority and must be guaranteed. And what do the humans who survived this bizarre sudden descent into a killing frenzy crave most? Naturally, the word is safety. Compared to safety, trading and all that, it's not worth it. Jiang Yan directly sees the main contradiction, providing the human players around him with a reason why they had to come. As for trading, when foot traffic comes up, it will naturally lead to an increase in trading volume. After all, the plutonium had no purpose in remaining on their bodies, and the only way for them to fight their way out under this horrible world was to exchange it for resources that could provide the appropriate survivability. The stores inside the antique street were originally reserved for rent, but right now it was the Ding Sheng Group's people who were setting up stalls, selling common equipment and skills. Only the prices were about 10% cheaper than the System Mall. Most of these items were opened from Ambrosia's own gifted treasure chests and were used to fill the doorway. After Jiang Yan had looked around, he began to pull out his pockets. Pieces of equipment and skills that were sold by the system for thousands of dollars were thrown one after another from Jiang Yan's hands onto the various stores, all bought directly from his mall. And the selling price of all these things within the antique street was 10% lower than the System Mall. One way or another, Jiang Yan certainly lost money. But now that Jiang Yan, who could earn 16,000 plutonium in seconds with his eyes open, didn't care about this small amount of money at all anymore. As long as the flow of people and the new business ecological order were made up, the revenue provided by this antique street in the future would far exceed Jiang Yan's immediate investment. Soon, each stall had several pieces of equipment and skills that could hold down the fort. For human players nowadays, it was still very difficult to buy items with thousands of plutonium. Having dealt with the matter of the stalls, Jiang Yan followed up by finding a roadside store with the best degree of preservation, sat himself in, and asked Zhang Xiaohu to set up a large sign outside. It says, plutonium loans, equipment rentals, missions for hire, information trading, rice, flour, food and oil, and high-priced recycling. Zhang Xiuhu himself felt incredulous when he put up this big sign. Jiang Yan is ready to take these businesses personally. It's a profitable business. This was not at all on the same level as the lowest level of business model like their stalls in the antique streets. As a member of the Dingsheng group, Zhang Xiuhu was of course clear that although the profits of these businesses were huge, the support needed behind them was equally terrifying. If one does not have enough ability and insists on engaging in this kind of business, I am afraid that one may end up not knowing how to die, he cautiously reminded Jiang Yan. And seeing that Jiang Yan didn't care, he could only leave resentfully and continue to organize the order in the antique street. With Jiang Yan calling out the safe zone flag, the human players hiding in the corners of the neighborhood and shivering, finally began to try to run towards the Curio Street. At this juncture, an official organization such as the Guile Hunting Bureau had not yet appeared, and those who had survived in the entire southern capital were living in great fear, not knowing where they would go tomorrow. Some pessimistic people, even believing that human civilization has entered a countdown, committed suicide in despair. The sudden appearance of such an antique street that promised safety was no more than a bright light in the darkness in the eyes of all human players, and it was only when they entered the antique street that they realized that the situation here seemed to be very different from outside. Outside the wreckage, mountains of corpses and blood, and weirdness all over the place. In the antique street, however, it is well organized, and there are still people setting up stalls. Is it really guaranteed to be safe? A middle-aged woman covered in dirty sludge dust, cowering in the corner of the entrance to the antique street, asked in a very low voice. This person was obviously scared out of his wits by the weirdness, and even if he saw that the antique street was filled with humans, he still didn't dare to go in. Zhang Xiuhu followed Jiang Yan's instructions and smiled gently. Don't worry, we're all strong. We killed the creeps here. As long as you are within the antique street, you are perfectly safe. There won't be any humans or creeps attacking you. The middle-aged woman carefully sized up Zhang Xiuhu for a couple of moments before she made up her mind and quickly ran into the antique street. Waited a few minutes, found that he really did not suffer any attack, and in a place full of people, to find a sense of security in the community, this middle-aged woman suddenly bawled, crying up and down. Pathos. Jiang Yan sat in the store, quietly watching all this in front of him. The world is a tough place. Jiang Yan, in his previous life, was also a part of this tragedy and experienced it extremely deeply. To be able to live a new life and allow himself to make up for all his regrets was Jiang Yan's greatest fortune. The antique street is filled with people. More and more. Everyone is here to whitehall the safe zone. Not many are here to shop, but as their spirits relaxed, the wide array of goods on the ground stalls around them began to attract their attention. All of these things would provide them with more chances of survival, making them less critical when faced with ferocious weirdness. A middle-aged man with a shrewd face deliberately skimmed his mouth and loudly made a disdainful sound. Cut. Why would I spend money on equipment when there's a safe zone? Zhang Xiuhu, who was standing not far away, smiled politely. Then you can set up a stall and sell all the equipment you can't use. Special opening offer, booth rent free of charge. Each transaction, charge 0.5% of the transaction amount as a handling fee. It's useless to ask for equipment when you're in the middle of a safe zone anyway, isn't it? Zhang Xiuhu said, pointing to a small short sword on the middle-aged man's waist and laughed. This soulbound over equipment can also be thrown to the mall at half price, all in exchange for plutonium. Once the equipment has been used by the player, it will become soulbound and can't be traded to anyone else. This middle-aged man's face changed, laughed twice, and didn't pick up on this. Anyone who isn't stupid knows that the ability to survive must be in your own hands. This safe zone right now, it looks safe, but who knows for how long? In the event that this safe zone is bizarrely knocked out tomorrow, without the support of his equipment, he'll die faster than anyone else. Can the price of these shoes be cheaper? I really want it. An almost pleading voice rang out from a nearby floor stand. Chapter 29, Jiang Yan is Pickpocket Joe. Jiang Yan followed the sound and looked over to find a skinny man standing in front of one of the Dingsheng Group stores, looking at a pair of shoes on it priced at 3,500 plutonium coins, his face full of thirst. These shoes have a passive ability in addition to movement speed that adds another 30% to movement speed after stealth. After a 10% discount, the shoes were selling for 3,150 plutonium on the ground floor, which was a much better deal than buying them directly from the mall. The skinny man's talent, most likely stealth, made the need for these shoes very high. The group salesman in charge of the bunkhouse shook his head. No, that's a bargain at that price. The thin man said bitterly. But, I only have 2,800 plutonium. The store sale pointed with his eyes to the signboard that Jiang Yan had just put up and said, you can get a loan. The thin man froze. A loan from? Is there so much business in this safe zone? Even the banks are whole? The skinny man would believe it and walked into Jiang Yan's store. Behind the store window, Jiang Yan sat on the lid of the purple treasure chest, the shadow cast by the black strange hat covering half of his face. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe, and a raspy sound came out of the smoke. What business is needed? This seemed to be the hidden attribute of the equipment, hidden Black Crow's old pipe. As long as Jiang Yan took a puff first, his voice for the next minute would become hoarse and low, somewhat similar to the chirping of a night crow. For some reason, the moment he entered this store, the skinny man felt a chill all over his body, as if there was an omnipresent yin qi that wrapped him up. The sweaty hairs on his body stood up, and his hands and feet began to shake uncontrollably. He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the storefront was now filled with 4 heads of creepy hiding in the unseen mists, and the gloom was indeed heavy. Jiang Yan didn't look like a good person under the effect of the stealthy Black Crow trio. I want a loan. 315 plutonium. The thin man shivered and mumbled out his reason for coming. Jiang Yan nodded and handed out a bloodstained bazaar contract. The contract stipulates the total number of loans. 1% interest per month, compounding, 1 month in excess of 3 days, and no interest is charged for days not exceeding 3 days. Most importantly, the contract stipulated that if the borrower died prematurely, the system mall would autonomously buy back all of the borrower's equipment at half price and use the plutonium generated from the buyback to pay the principal and interest on the money lent by Jiang Yan. In his previous life, Jiang Yan had seen a similar contract clause, and the system would honor that clause. The skinny man read the contract left and right several times, and a million grass horses raced through his mind. Cannibalistic black-hearted capitalists. My ass. The stench of money emanates from every pore. Should have hung all of you from the streetlights. All right. The skinny man signed his name, and the bizarre contract turned into 2 bloody lights that didn't enter Jiang Yan and the man's body. Jiang Yan handed out 315 plutonium coins. This time, Jiang Yan's probability is that he will lose money on this loan. At 315 plutonium, the loan would only incur 3 plutonium in interest a month, which is not a small amount for a player these days, but it's easy enough to scrape together to pay it off. And in the process, Jiang Yan was burdened with a bizarre contract for 100 plutonium. It's purely and simply a loss. But right now is really a time when you have to earn your keep. When the player's habits are successfully cultivated, the profiteering attributes of this business will really show themselves. Jiang Yan was also not at all concerned about this point of loss, and turned to Zhang Xiuhu and called him in, smoking a pipe, and asked, "Did you clean out the restaurant next door?" On the outskirts of this antique street, there were quite a few fly taverns, which were originally also the property of the Ding Shang group, but they were not taken seriously. Zhang Xiuhu wasn't prepared to pay any attention to it. But when Jiang Yan came this morning, he asked him to send someone to clean up the remains of these fly taverns and retrieve a lot of cooking utensils and ingredients from them. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "Find a brother who can cook and fry in a bunk. Keep frying it slowly, don't stop, and fry it up for the brothers to share. Sell 1 fried rice to the outside world for 1 plutonium. This price may seem low, but it's ridiculously expensive." Before the weirdness descended, an egg fried rice was only about $10. But now, $12 won't even get you 1 plutonium. No one would even be brainwashed enough to exchange plutonium for coins. And naturally, there is no relevant exchange rate to produce. If it were anywhere else, a fried rice sold for 1 plutonium, it would be unattended. But this is Antique Street. It's a safe zone. A safe egg fried rice naturally has more added value generated. Soon, the entire Antique Street all began to waft with the aroma of egg fried rice. Many players haven't eaten food since Creepy Descent until now. High levels of stress can make people forget about hunger for a while. But now, the scent was wafting around with the fumes, and many of the human players in the Antique Street were already gagging. The first bowl of egg fried rice, delivered to Jiang Yan, tasted great. Jiang Yan deliberately carried egg fried rice and squatted on the street side to take a big mouthful of dry rice. While eating it, he also made piggish noises. Yummy. It's delicious. Ah woo. Blah blah blah. The food is ungainly, but it's no less than a mental nuclear explosion for the hungry. Soon, a long line formed in front of the fried rice stand. Many people enter the Antique Street with the idea that they are prepared to die of old age and whore out the safe zone indefinitely. Jiang Yan was also naturally unable to expel these potential consumer groups, and simply showed them the more realistic side of this world. In the afternoon, clear out these residential buildings next to here that haven't collapsed yet as well. 10 plutocrats a night for a bed. Jiang Yan pointed to the 5 or 6-story-old buildings next to him and proposed another way to make money. Zhang Xiaohu froze for a moment and gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up, sighing heartily. Brother Jiang, in your previous life, you must have been surnamed Zhou, otherwise pickpocketing wouldn't be so skillful. Jiang Yan kindly smiled. All of these businesses, whether it's loans, food, or lodging in the safe zone, were actually slowly developed by the dinosaur group in a previous life. Jiang Yan had merely condensed the process a bit, and by the way, took all the credit for it. The number of people who heard the news and came to seek refuge inside the antique street grew to almost a handful of bowls of egg fried rice. In the distance, there was suddenly a ground-shaking roar, as if it were the footsteps of some kind of behemoth. Everyone's gazes, followed by looking over the originally lively antique street. Instantly dead silence. A monster with a height of nearly 10 meters, with limbs as slender as twine poles and extremely frightening proportions, slowly walked out from behind the building at the corner of the street. A pair of horrible eyes as black as ink looked straight at the antique street. Here, there's a strong odor of raw human beings. Chapter 30, One Snipe. 1 second. The eyes of everyone in the dead silent antique street trembled in unison. Creepy. It's spooky. Holy crap. So much shenanigans. It's horrible. This bazaar must be very strong. A middle-aged woman grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's arm with force, pinching him to the point of raw pain, and screamed in question. Didn't you guys promise that this place was safe? Why is this creepy? Even here? Someone nearby shouted. I knew they were all liars. Run! It'll be too late. Someone took the lead, and the people in the antique street immediately began to run outside, with a sound of angry curses resounding one after another. Damn! You tricked me into buying a bowl of scrambled rice for 1 plutonium. Don't you have any idea if this rice is worth 1 plutonium? Liars. All liars. How could I have believed you guys back then? Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yan carried in Xiao Xian on his back and walked out of the store. The ever-approaching bazaar target was too big for Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian to fail to discover. Boom boom boom. A roaring footsteps, looking more and more eager, wanting to pounce directly into the antique street, to wipe out so many living people inside. It's full of living, breathing plutonium. Fragrant. It was so flavorful. This head's weird pitch-black eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Plutonium plus 2182. That's all the blood you got for such a big guy? It's strong on the outside. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Snipe it with a silver bullet. This creepy looked terrifying, but in front of a shooter like in Xiao Xian who had mastered lethal killing power, it was simply the most perfect living target. And Xiao Xian lifted the Barrett's muzzle straight up, aiming effortlessly at Creepy's head. Boom! With a terrifying pop, half-meter-long blue-purple electricity erupted from the muzzle of the gun. A blazing silver bullet, transforming into a thunderous stream of light, directly hit the location of this huge and bizarre brow. Blitz, minus 6147. Player in Xiao Xian kills Creepy. Contribution, 100%. Plutonium plus 10,211. Plus 1 free attribute point. Equipment, pitch black magic eyes, jewelry. Equipment, broken exoskeleton, shield. Item, fishy-smelling creepy flesh and blood. On the Xiao Xian player panel, a whole bunch of rewards were swiped. If it was in its normal state, such a bizarre head would require a dozen human players, working closely together, to combine their efforts to kill it. Someone might even be sacrificed in the process. But in Xiao Xian was now infused with hundreds of thousands of medieval coins by Jiang Yan, and definitely could not be called normal. 1 sniper second. And all the rewards on this creepy body went into Xiao Xian's system space. And Xiao Xian looked at the result of her shot, and her beautiful eyes, which were still a little drowsy, suddenly glared. Is this so cool? And Xiao Xian began to truly realize that being a violent maniac who was adopted by a big brother turned out to be such a happy thing. Jiang Yan wasn't surprised, and directly turned around and returned to his store, once again sitting on the purple treasure chest lid. There was some resentment in his mind. This joy that Xiao Xian experienced of killing a big monster with a single shot. In her own life, she would never be able to experience it in any way. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan hadn't been able to experience it in his last life either. Really want to try it. It was not until 3 minutes after Jiang Yan sat down that the dead silent antique street gradually regained some movement. The man who had first led the escape and spewed profanity had barely stepped out of the Curio Street corner when the gunfire started. The sound of Xiao Xian's shot was terrifying enough to attract everyone's attention. That huge blitz number. Everyone saw it. Everyone looked confused. The middle-aged woman, whose mouth was full of spewing garbage, rubbed her eyes and muttered, "How much damage did that girl just storm with 1 shot?" A lad said in shocked disbelief. "If I'm not mistaken, over 6,000? I'm barely hitting 60 points of damage right now on Tama. A creepy head that big, and it just gives seconds?" After coming back to their senses, the people who had just clamored to escape from the antique street and spewed a lot of unpleasant trash talk. One by one, they all laughed sardonically, retracted their feet back, and found a place to squat down in the antique street in a disciplined manner. Now, they really understand. Antique street hanging out of the mouth of the safe zone. 3 words. In the end, how much gold? Zhang Xiaohu lit up a cigarette. His face was full of confidence and composure. But in fact, the shock waves in his heart were not smaller than these people. And Xiaoxin is the one that Zhang Xiaohu watched grow up. a girl who was so quiet and gentle, but I don't know what happened. But she suddenly became a horrible woman who can storm more than 6,000 people with a single shot? Zhang Xiaohu felt that his 3 views collapsed in front of the shot. Tiger, a member of the group, standing beside Zhang Xiaohu, shivered and asked, Xiao Xian are so strong. Jiang He, how horrible does it have to be? The shot that In Xiao Xian had just fired did shock everyone for a whole year. But anyone with eyes could see that In Xiao Xian was the only one who looked up to Jiang Yan. Even that shot just now was made on Jiang Yan's back. To have such a woman is in itself a proof of strength without words. Still no one had seen Jiang Yan make a move. But no one dared to question his strength anymore. Over the next few hours, more and more people gathered within the antique street. The sudden descent of the bazaar, while it has had a huge impact on human society, the goal of all the bazaar is to kill humans. The basic facilities were not completely destroyed in the first descent, so cell phones and the internet are barely working now. The safe zone of the antique street was quickly spread through various channels by the people who had gathered here in the beginning. It was now the second day of the bazaar descent, and the concept of a safe zone was something that no one had even brought up except for the antique street where Jiang Yan was sitting. It was also because of the scarcity of security that the unique antique street quickly became a place of hope for all human players in Nandu. A group of human players, risking the risk of being bizarrely intercepted halfway, gathered towards the curio street from all directions. This antique street soon became even more lively and prosperous than even before the weirdness descended, with heads and shoulders of people, and as the number of people rises, the volume of transactions on Antique Street, too, is climbing rapidly. Jiang Yan made a dozen loan deals in a row, lending out a total of more than 30,000 plutonium. Those with a longer-term vision have already taken advantage of this opportunity to start making money by setting up stalls within the Antique Street. On a whim, and Xiao Xian also ran out and occupied a stall to sell the equipment and items she had just obtained from killing creepy. These things looked completely useless to Jiang Yan's team, but when placed in front of ordinary human players, they were rare treasures. For every one sold, one person will lose their home, and Jiang Yan, the probability is that there will be one more loan customer as a result. Suddenly, a clamor came from outside, and when Jiang Yan looked at it, he frowned. A man covered in filth, clutching in Xiao Xian's sleeve, exclaimed, Xian, I finally found you. It's too dangerous out there. Come with me. I can protect you. A lot of my classmates are with me, and we're going to live together. Chapter 31, How dare you put your hands on my woman? And Xiao Xian was visibly startled and overwhelmed by the dirty man grabbing her sleeve. She subconsciously jerked her arm twice, but the man's grip was so tight that she couldn't break free for a moment, panic and tension filling her small face. Jiang Yan walked behind in Xiao Xian with his pipe and asked coldly, What's the matter with you? Hearing Jiang Yan's quiet voice coming from behind, and Xiao Xian's heart was at ease as she rebuked, Li Ming, get off of me. Jiang Yan then noticed that this dirty man, he actually knew. It's a senior classmate, the class president named Li Ming. The clothes he was wearing were tattered and dusty, and only upon closer inspection could they be recognized as their school uniform. Jiang Yan clearly remembered that in his last life, Li Ming was bent on calling all the students to nail all the doors and windows shut. Not only did he cut off the entire class's best chance of escape, he himself died in the Smoke Phantom's attack. In this life, however, because Jiang Yan had taken away the smoke charmer, Li Ming had survived until now. Seeing Li Ming's dirty hands gripping in Xiao Xian's sleeves in a death grip, Jiang Yan instantly recalled the image of this guy taking the opportunity to stick his hand into his own female deskmate's pants to take advantage of him indiscriminately during the most chaotic time in the classroom, and his eyes instantly turned cold. How dare a pervert put his hands on my woman? Get your filthy hands off me, didn't you hear me? With Jiang Yan's chortling, a huge pig shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Ming. The mist dissipated, and Inuyasha held down Li Ming's shoulders, flinging him to the ground. Boom! There was a muffled sound and a crater appeared in the concrete floor. -60. The blow wasn't meant to kill Li Ming, but it did do some damage. Ah! Li Ming's miserable scream attracted many eyes in the antique street. Jiang Yan grimaced coldly and casually threw out another bottle of mist, shrouding the pig Kong Hua, who was out of the misty state, in mist once again. Li Ming didn't see the pig Kong Hian who had manifested for a split second, and only thought that Jiang Yan had done it. He sat on the ground and pointed at Jiang Yan, crying and screaming nervously at the same time. You hit me! How dare you hit me! Where are the administrators? This is a safe zone. He hit me. You guys kick out this person who is disrupting the security of the antique street, or I'll smash your safe zone sign. Upon hearing his scream, the people around him gathered around with the intention of watching. They were curious to see how the antique street was going to deal with the conflict between humans. For the safe zone to really take hold, not only do you need to keep the weirdness out, but you likewise need to establish a set of rules among humans. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. I'm the administrator. You attacked the stall holders in the Antique Street first before I maintained order. Now please get the hell out of Antique Street. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to violence and carry you out. Once these words came out, not only did the onlookers quiet down, even Li Ming, who was constantly crying, choked for a moment. You, administrator? Li Ming looked Jiang Yan up and down and mocked. Jiang Yan, we're classmates. We know each other. You haven't even graduated from your senior year of high school and you can build a safe zone like that in one day? Can you stop pretending? Where's the real administrator? Not coming out yet? Someone in the crowd of onlookers whispered. He really is. I'm afraid. I've just taken a loan of 3,000 plutonium from this chap. The whole Antique Street is full of ground floor stalls, and this young man alone has a store. Who is he not? I've been there. Just now it was really this person who first pulled that girl and didn't let go. The other little girl obviously just set up a stall to sell things. Good guy. Dare to pull the girl who can storm 6,000 in one shot. This guy really don't want to die. At this moment, there were quite a few people who recognized Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin. Despite not showing up much, the pair, however, were extremely impressive. Everyone's eyes began to look at Li Ming a little oddly. This Li Ming looked like he had just arrived not long ago, otherwise how could he dare to pull at Xiao Xin? The image of her storming 6,000 in one shot and killing oversized creeps in seconds is still fresh in my mind. Zhang Xiuhu separated the crowd and cursed with a hostile face. Who dares to cause trouble in my brother Zhang's venue? Brother Jiang, is this kid causing trouble? Zhang Xiuhu pointed at Li Ming's nose and said with a face full of impoliteness, do you know why this Antique Street is safe? It's because Brother Jiang covers everyone. You violated the rules of the Antique Street by attacking a stall owner in the street. Still dare to believe in Jiang? Brothers, throw this kid out for me. Seeing a group of big men surrounding him from all sides, Li Ming instantly wimped out and screamed. Wait, Jiang Yan, Jiang, we're classmates. Who was down there reminding you last week when your teacher randomly checked your memorization of the text? It's me. You can't do this to me. Jiang Yan snorted and ignored him, turning around and pulling in Xiaoxing back into his store to appease his lover, leaving Zhang Xiuhu to deal with this matter on his own. The people of the dinosaur group are quite experienced in how to maintain order in the parish. A group of big men picked up Li Ming with 7 hands and carried him to the entrance of the Antique Street. Once you're thrown out, it's back to dealing with deadly shenanigans from nowhere. Li Ming struggled hard and kept crying, but how could he resist these big men? The onlookers were also watching the show, and none of them stood up for Li Ming. It's his fault. It's in everyone's best interest to maintain order in the safe zone. When passing by Jiang Yan's store, Li Ming saw the sign Information Trading hanging on the door. His eyes suddenly lit up and shouted, Jiang Yan, I have important information to trade with you. More than 20 treasure chests. All together. I'll take you. Don't you let them throw me out. I'll also hang out with you from now on. Just give me a meal. The several big men were not moved in the slightest and were racking Li Ming and preparing to throw him out when they heard Jiang Yan's voice ringing out from behind. Wait a minute. Jiang Yan stood in front of the store, looking at Li Ming and narrowing his eyes as he asked, more than 20 treasure chests. All together? Li Ming nodded repeatedly. Right. Everything I said is true. Contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yan took out a stack of green plutonium coins, totaling 1,000, and threw it in front of Li Ming, saying indifferently, take me there, and this 1,000 plutonium coins is your payment. But if you try to lie to me, I'll kill you. Jiang Yan's threat was light and seemed to carry little weight. Zhang Xiuhu, however, shivered heavily and felt 2 drops of cold sweat emerge from his back. Li Ming nodded his head repeatedly and put away the 1,000 plutonium coins on the ground, smiling in a very flattering manner. The cross-eyed look he had just given to Jiang Yan could not be seen at all. It's ridiculous to be arrogant and then deferential. Jiang Yan took Zhang Xiuhu back to the store and took out 100,000 medals, throwing 20,000 to the purple treasure chest and the devil wolf respectively, and instructed, here's a bonus for you too. You guys guard this place, and if there is a creepy intrusion, kill without mercy. If any humans make trouble, listen to Zhang Xiuhu's arrangement. The remaining 60,000 plutonium coins, Jiang Yan gave all of them to the purple treasure chest and said, this store business, you run it all for me with this $60,000. No pussyfooting around. I'm coming back to check the books. Chapter 32, I'll let you eat one of his legs. The purple treasure chest had not been in the mists because of its own relatively mild appearance, and served as a bench for Jiang Yan. At this moment, he opened the lid and respectfully received Jiang Yan's 60,000 plutonium coins and said solemnly, thank you boss for your trust. I'll definitely do a good job. This purple treasure chest wasn't suitable for Jiang Yan's team to go out and explore, but with the demon wolf, who was strong enough in frontal combat, it was still appropriate to help Jiang Yan manage the business in the Antique Street.
After settling down in the antique street, Jiang Yan took in Xiao Xin,
Pig Ganghua and Smoke Charmer and prepared to explore the place where the 20 or so treasure chests Li Ming had mentioned were gathered. Jiang Yan was half convinced by the information that Li Ming had traded. Theoretically, the refreshment of treasure chests was completely random, so how was it possible for more than 20 of them to pile up in one place? But on the contrary, Jiang Yan seemed to have heard a similar rumor in his past life, where a person hit the big time, found a place where many treasure chests were piled up, got nearly 100,000 plutonium resources, and jumped to become one of the most scenic human players in Nandu at that time. The man seems to have had little luck, though, and died violently in his own home for no apparent reason the night before the second creepy descent. A wealth of 100,000 plutonium coins wasn't much for the current Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan was still interested in the large number of treasure chests gathered. After all, hidden resources might appear inside. That was something that wasn't available in the mall. Even if Li Ming had lied, this trip would still kill a nuisance who dared to take advantage of Xiao Xin, so it wasn't a loss after all. Jiang Yan took in Xiaoxin's small hand and led the misty piggyback and Smoke Charmer, leaving the antique street, signaling Li Ming to lead the way. At the bottom of Li Ming's eyes, a color of surprise flashed. Jiang Yan came out alone. As for Xiao Xin, Li Ming didn't treat her as a human being. In a chaotic world, Li Ming could know too well how good a woman with a weak character was to pin down. Good chance. As long as I kill Jiang Yan, and Xiao Xin will be mine. Li Ming thumped his heart. And Xiao Xin is the most beautiful girl in the whole school. He was pulled away by Jiang Yan in a moment of carelessness. Li Ming regretted for a long time last night. He still smiled eagerly and flatteringly, leading Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin, walking briskly and quickly in one direction. Watching Li Ming walk more and more familiarly, and even begin to cross from the ruins of the building around the path. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the color of playfulness intensified by 2 points. Li Ming found more than 20 treasure chests but didn't open them. Instead he sold the information to Jiang Yan. It must be because there was some danger there. Since there was danger, Li Ming couldn't always be active in that area, but he was moving so familiarly now. So this path, more than likely, was not the way to the treasure chest. Instead, it's the way back to his house. From the moment Li Ming had just met Xiao Xin at the ground stall, he had been trying to forcefully take her away by using the cover of his classmates and class president's identity. After being rejected by Xiao Xin, Li Ming even went straight to his hands and started pulling Xiao Xin. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a lot of people in the antique street, Li Ming would have definitely done something even more excessive to Xiao Xin. Jiang Yan, who had lived through 3 bizarre descents, already knew too much about the evil of human nature. This little bit of Li Ming's stinky little mind was plain to see in Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Yan didn't dismantle him either. He just sneered and followed behind Li Ming, wanting to see what tricks he was going to play. We're almost there. Let's walk faster. Li Ming turned his head and smiled at Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin. His gaze couldn't help but sweep over the hands that the two were holding, a touch of gloom flashing in his eyes. His steps picked up steeply as he rounded a crumbling corner in front of him. The moment he disappeared from Jiang Yan and Xiao Xion's line of sight, Li Ming jumped hard and seemed to have crossed whatever unseen barrier in front of him. And then he couldn't suppress the sinister smile on his face any longer, and pulled a throwing stick out of his pocket, hiding it in the shadows in front of him, and twisted his head to look back. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian appeared behind the corner right after him, taking a step out, and an electronic popping sound suddenly resounded under their feet. A trap hidden in the ground was touched by Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian's footsteps. Buzz! A blue electric current traveled over Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian, instantly paralyzing the muscles around them, and Xiao Xian suddenly felt her body fall into a state of rigidity, making it difficult to move. Her beautiful eyes rounded and exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Jiang Yan didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Ming, who was not far away. With a playful look, Li Ming laughed fiercely and drew out the throwing stick in his hand. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Yan, thank you for the great gift you sent me. I'll take good care of Xiao Xian. Go to hell! The club in his hand slammed into the top of Jiang Yan's head. The sound of the air breaking was mournful, and he obviously didn't hold back. With Li Ming's intentionally strengthened strength attribute, this stick was enough to take a person's life. Jiang Yan's eyes were cold, and his eyelids didn't even blink half a time. Boo! A damage number popped up as the flinging club smashed into Jiang Yan's forehead. -1. Jiang Yan was knocked backward and lay on the ground because his body was stiff. Li Ming's cheeks flushed with excitement and morbid flushing, and without even looking at Jiang Yan, he directly reached out to grab the collar of Xiao Xian's chest. "You're mine." Li Ming's voice, sharp and twisted. In his heart, Jiang Yan must have died after eating such a vicious stick from himself. As for damage numbers and whatnot, Li Ming, who had already started fantasizing about how he would violate Xiao Xian,
completely forgot to pay attention. Just as Li Ming's hand was about to grab in Xiao Xian's collar, in the mist beside in Xiao Xian, a green ghostly hand violently probed out, and in the haunting black smoke, it clutched Li Ming's arm. Li Ming's body suddenly stiffened. The extremely cold touch spread inch by inch from Li Ming's skin and kept climbing upwards, as if it wanted to completely freeze Li Ming's flesh and blood. It was a feeling that Li Ming had experienced before. Creepy. Li Ming slowly twisted his head, and in his trembling field of vision, there appeared a bazaar that had appeared beside him at some point. This bizarre appearance evoked the most fearful memories in Li Ming's heart. Isn't that the same creepy head that used to wreak havoc on the school? Why did you suddenly appear here? Smoke Charmer squeezed Li Ming's wrist and twisted his head to ask, "Boss, kill him?" Jiang Yan slowly sat up from the ground and shook his head. "No, the treasure chest hasn't been found yet." Inuyasha, rewarded for eating one of his legs. Inuyasha's mouthy laughter rang out from the mists beside him. Ha 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 ha. Finally some meat. What a happy pig to be a boss. The mists dissipated, and the huge and terrifying pig body of Pig Konghua appeared beside Li Ming. With a big hand, he directly sent one of Li Ming's legs to his mouth. Clicking and clacking, blood splattered everywhere, running down the pig's jaw. One of Li Ming's legs was as good as a watermelon in the mouth of the Pig Kong hyena, and it was eaten in just 2 seconds. Ah ha ha ha. Don't ah. Li Ming's terrified to the core cries and wails stirred amidst the surrounding ruins. Chapter 33, What kind of man are you? Jiang Yan held in Xiao Xian in his arms, subconsciously covering her gaze from such a bloody scene. Li Ming's creepy scream caused in Xiao Xian's delicate body to tremble slightly, and she unconsciously squeezed into Jiang Yan's arms again. Jiang Yan said calmly, "What do you think? You didn't just die on Curio Street? That's a safe zone I built. I can't just kill people, otherwise wouldn't I be slapping myself in the face? But how dare you actually lure me out and try to kill me and steal my woman? Should I call you bold or brainless?" Jiang Yan looked at Li Ming, who was struggling in pain on the ground and was filled with deathly fear, and said indifferently, "If you had just left the antique street, you might have survived 2 more days. Now, be a good boy and take me to the treasure chest and I'll leave you to your own devices. If you pull any more tricks, I'll let Pig Konghua eat your baby." Jiang Yan's cold gaze glanced at Li Ming's crotch. The perverted smile on Inuyasha's face froze, and his eyes resisted a little. He is very particular about eating people. Women can eat the whole body, but men's babies are never eaten. But if the boss does ask for it. Inuyasha's face was filled with struggle and pain. Li Ming had already been scared out of his wits by the two-headed weirdness that had suddenly broken through the mists, his face full of tear stains and dust pasted together as he covered his crotch, nodding his head in pain. "Don't eat me. I won't dare to do it again. I'm taking you there." Just as Jiang Yan had Pig Konghua carry Li Ming, he was ready to set off again. A sound that came vaguely from the distance attracted Jiang Yan's attention. "Help! Help!" It seemed to be the sound of several women crying out for help together. Sad and dismal. If Jiang Yan's agility hadn't already reached over 200, it would have been really hard to hear such a weak cry for help. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked towards the location where the voice came from, lifting his steps and walking over. "Now that I've come across it, I'd better go and see if there's anything I can do to help." Out of humanitarianism, seeing the direction Jiang Yan was advancing in, Li Ming, who was being held on Pig Konghwa's shoulder, turned paler and said in a panic, "No, not there, this way." Jiang Yan twisted his head, looked at Li Ming with a smile, and said, "You're in a hurry." Jiang Yan probed his hand and pointed to the place where the sound came from, asking playfully, "There, that wouldn't be your residence, would it? That paralyzing trap just now, able to control even Jiang Yan, who had such high attributes, for just a few seconds, was indeed not bad in terms of power." Jiang Yan estimated that Li Ming's talent was to increase traps. Otherwise ordinary traps would have little effect on Jiang Yan, and the place where Li Ming set up the trap couldn't be too far away from his residence. Otherwise it would lose its meaning. Reasonable inference, probability is the truth. Li Ming's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with deathly grey despair. Jiang Yan snorted and walked to a large cellar door. This is an old residential neighborhood with army green double-opening cellar doors on the downstairs side for residents to store food. The building was already very dilapidated from the spooky rampage and was very unsafe. The cellar is a good hiding place compared to this, and the cries for help that Jiang Yan had just heard came from underneath the cellar. Standing in the doorway, the cries for help had become very clear. "Anybody? Help us! Whoa!" A cry of pain and a scream came from behind the door. Jiang Yan reached out, pinched off the iron lock on the door and opened the cellar door with a bang. Light filtered in, illuminating the faces of the 5 girls. To Jiang Yan's surprise, these 5 girls, he knew them all. All of them are Jiang Yan's female classmates, and they are the kind with good looks and body. "Jiang Yan, is that you? Great, save us. We've been kidnapped by that human-faced guy Li Ming." After rescuing all 5 girls, Jiang Yan realized what happened. After the smoke phantoms attack ended, the school was in chaos, and ultimately waited not for official help, but for something else bizarre. That creepy slaughter light a residential area, found that there were still so many living people in this school, naturally pressed on and directly raided. The terrified students began to scatter in all directions, while Li Ming, relying on his authority as class president, gathered a dozen or so of his classmates and fled together. Along the way, Li Ming commanded his male and unattractive female classmates to send them to their deaths, while he himself took the good-looking female classmates and eventually found such a cellar. After nightfall, the nightmare for the 5 female students begins. After Li Ming had tapped all of his plutonium on the strength attribute, these 5 female classmates couldn't even block him by joining forces. One by one, the female classmates, who had not yet recovered from their panic, were raped by him. Seeing Li Ming, who was being held on the shoulder by the pig Gundam and without a leg, the 5 girls immediately went crazy and rushed up to surround Li Ming, with the intention of directly getting him killed. Jiang Yan let the 5 girls out of their breath, so he let the pig vampire separate them and said faintly, "He still owes me something and can't die." The former antique street, now a safe zone, is in that direction. Get yourselves over there. Jiang Yan took Xiao Xin with him and turned around, ready to leave. Wait, a girl said in a trembling voice as she pulled Jiang Yan back, her face full of fear. Can we follow you? It's full of monsters out there and I'm scared, having just gotten out of hell. These 5 girls, instinctively, wanted to find safety from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pulled his hand out without a trace and said indifferently, "I can't, I have more important things to do. Get yourselves to Antique Street. It's not far from here." Seeing Jiang Yan lifting his steps to leave, the girl screamed and asked, "So what if we get killed by creepy halfway through?" Jiang Yan said indifferently without looking back, "You guys are more likely to get killed by creepy if you follow me. The likelihood of there being shenanigans where one is going is extremely high, and it's likely to be extremely well qualified and bizarre, and it's not easy to deal with." Jiang Yan could only guarantee that he and Xiao Xian would not be harmed. As for bringing 5 more dragons with him, Jiang Yan was completely unacceptable. Seeing Jiang Yan's back getting farther and farther away, a girl cried in despair, "Excuses, it's all excuses. Jiang Yan, why don't you have any sense of responsibility at all? The 5 of us are women, you're supposed to protect us. What kind of man are you to leave us behind like that?" Jiang Yan laughed silently and walked faster. Taking from a man is an instinct written into the genes of some women, and failure to do so triggers the passive skill of "what kind of man are you?" But there are millions of women in the world, and I'm a man who has to protect them all. Chapter 34, Throw it down for me to explore. Jiang Yan didn't have a bit of a savior's mentality. In this kind of ed-up world, being able to protect the people around him was already valuable. Seeing Jiang Yan quickly disappear around the corner, the 5 girls couldn't help but have a look of despair well up on their faces. "Asshole. He's just an asshole." One girl spat in exasperation. "How in the world can there be such a man's?" The other girl sighed, shaking her head. "It's a labor of love to protect, and a labor of love not to protect. We didn't have much to do with Jiang Yan originally. After being classmates for 2 years, the words we've said to him don't add up to more than 20, right? Come on, let's go find the Antique Street." Following Li Ming's guidance, Jiang Yan finally found the place where the legendary 20-odd treasure chests were concentrated in one place. Inside the foundation of a rotten building, a bunch of treasure chests shimmered with blue and green light, and at a rough count, there were 20 to 30 of them. This rotten building is also relatively famous in Nandu. After all, there are very few buildings that are rotten just after the foundation is built. Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian, and Inuyasha carried Li Ming, who had a broken leg, and stood at the uppermost edge of the foundation, looking down at the huge circular space below like the Roman Colosseum. A few concrete pillars pointed to the sky in isolation, and some tin carts, shovels and other tools were left rusting on the ground. What stood out the most were the several human corpses below. The bodies could not be seen to have fatal injuries, but they all looked like they had been dead for more than half a day and were beginning to rot and swell in disgust. This place where many treasure chests were piled up had obviously been discovered by many people, but none of them managed to get the treasures inside. Li Ming, who had a face full of pale color, asked, shivering on Inuyasha's shoulder, "I brought you here, can you let me go now? He's had a leg eaten, and if he doesn't find a way to stop the bleeding soon, I'm afraid he won't live to see the end of the day." Li Ming already felt that a burst of coldness invaded his body. Jiang Yan was non-committal and asked with a faint smile, "What's the weirdness like in there? Have you seen it?" Li Ming shook his head, breathless, "Never seen. I didn't dare to go in after seeing so many people die inside. Just let me go. You're so good. You're sure to get these treasure chests." Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully before saying, "Inuyasha, throw Li Ming in." Li Ming looked up trembling. unable to believe his ears, and screamed as he pointed at Jiang Yan. You don't keep your word. We had a deal. I brought you here and you let me go. Jiang Yan sneered. What kind of credit is there to be had with you? A rapist who only bullies women. Go down and scout for me. Inuyasha directly swung his arm round and threw Li Ming out in a parabola. Boo! Li Ming landed with a muffled thud. Jiang Yan, you shall not die. Li Ming's mournful screams floated up from below. Jiang Yan took in Xiao Xian's small hand and stood on it happily looking at Li Ming. If it was an ordinary person who hadn't been strengthened, this fall would be a serious injury if not death. However, Li Ming had added several points of strength attribute to himself, and his vitality was even more tenacious and exuberant, and when he was dropped, he only sprayed blood out of his mouth and nose, and did not suffer any fatal injuries. He looked at the blue-green treasure chest not far in front of him, clenched his blood-stained teeth, and crawled towards it step by step on all three limbs. As long as I have access to the resources in these treasure chests, not only will I be able to recover my status, I might even be able to kill Jiang Yan back. You wait for me. As long as you give me a chance, I will kill you. On Li Ming's face, the color of resentment was chilling. It's just a shame that the scenario he dreamed of never came to pass until his death. Having just climbed 3 steps, Li Ming's ears suddenly heard a hoarse and low hissing sound. Epidemic. Li Ming's precarious life value immediately began to fall continuously with this hissing sound. -53, -57, -51. After 3 short seconds, Li Ming's life value completely returned to 0. In his eyes, he was dead gray. He's dead. Watching Li Ming die so quietly in place, while that weirdness never showed up from the beginning to the end, Jiang Yan laughed with interest. Curse attack? Kind of. You guys just stand here and wait. I'll go down and see what kind of shenanigans are going on. Curse types of shenanigans are often very difficult and mysterious, and have the opportunity to kill opponents stronger than themselves. Crowds don't help much and may even bring additional confusion and risk. And Xiao Xian set up her Thunder Barret, ready to support Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan jumped down gently and coquettishly, walking idly towards the pile of treasure chests. It seemed to have sensed that the threat on Jiang Yan was far greater than Li Ming's, and before Jiang Yan could get close, the hissing sound that had just been heard resounded once again. Epidemic. On Jiang Yan's body, a series of damage numbers also emerged immediately afterward. -1, -1, -1. Jiang Yan's power value was now up to over 200, and even without equipment, his life value was over 2000. Combined with his trenchant equipment boost, his life value wasn't even in the realm of a normal human player. It was more like bizarre than bizarre. At the same time, Jiang Yan's mysterious pocket watch and hidden black crow's old pipe were 2 pieces of equipment that also brought a high blood recovery per second attribute. The damage from the curse fell on Jiang Yan as if it didn't exist. Jiang Yan's face was as normal as he continued to walk towards the pile of treasure chests. Still didn't see where the creep was hiding to put a curse on himself, but if the creep didn't come out, Jiang Yan would have to open his treasure chest in front of him. Seeing that Jiang Yan kept getting closer, the bazaar was obviously anxious. Another hoarse curse rang out. Die! A black and purple sphere of energy appeared out of nowhere above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan looked up and ignored it, continuing to walk forward. It was a curse that delayed single damage, and 2 seconds later, the black and purple sphere of energy exploded and transformed into a very scary skeleton that landed on top of Jiang Yan's head. On Jiang Yan's body, a damage number once again rose. -1. Attribute crushing. Horrible as it is. What kind of heaven-defying thing are you stepping on? A hoarse voice, finally unable to hold back, began to curse. Jiang Yan had already walked to the front of the first green treasure chest and cheerfully stretched out his hands, laughing. If you don't come out, I'm going to open your treasure chest. Seeing that Jiang Yan had already placed his hand on the first treasure chest, the creepy finally couldn't hold back. Let go of my treasure chest. A surging mass of dark shadows floated out from the shadow of a concrete column not far away. Jiang Yan understood. Turns out it was a voxel bazaar. This kind of bizarre movement was erratic and didn't take any physical damage, which did suit the curse's fighting style. It was only a pity that he ran into an unreasonable human like Jiang Yan, a human player whose single attribute value was a cut above all 3 of Creepy's attribute values combined. It was a nail in the coffin that Creepy couldn't deal damage. Chapter 35, Trade or Grab. Attribute suppression occurs whenever a single attribute exceeds the opponent by 20%. Above 50%, attribute suppression will be like a father beating his son. Jiang Yan's full attributes were 600% to 700% of this imaginary body weirdness in front of him. Standing and letting this weirdness fight for 3 days and 3 nights, his life value was full. However, Jiang Yan didn't have any spell-type teammates present around him for the time being, and he couldn't do any damage himself, so he really couldn't kill this void creepy that was immune to physical attacks. To talk to you about a deal, Jiang Yan said and started to pull out his pockets. stacks of golden plutonium coins continued to fall to the ground, quickly piling up into a small mountain. Jiang Yan pointed at the medieval coin mountain bag and said, "Here's 100,000 plutonium. All these treasure chests, sell them all to me. You've made a fortune." As he approached, Jiang Yan carefully counted the pile of treasure chests and realized that the number was even more than Li Ming had said, reaching 35. There are 5 blue treasure chests and 30 green treasure chests, at an average value of 10,000 plutonium for blue treasure chests and 1,000 plutonium for green treasure chests. This pile of treasure chests could bring in 80,000 plutonium in resources. Jiang Yan had smashed out 100,000, and this void body creepy had indeed earned it. However, Jiang Yan didn't lose too much. What he wanted, from the beginning to the end, was the hidden resources that might exist in this large wave of treasure chests. As long as one was opened, it would be worth the extra 20,000 plutonium that Jiang Yan had to pay. Looking at the gold and blue splendor all over the ground, the imaginary body strangely fell into silence, and the entire black shadow was frozen in place, half surging, as if the pause button had been pressed. 100,000 plutonium? Is this the kind of wealth one can take out? With a crunching sound, Void Creepy came back to his senses and realized that Jiang Yan had already opened the first green treasure chest, casually tucking the several hundred plutonium coins, 2 weapons and a skill scroll inside into his system space. Wait, the vapors hissed in bizarre heartache. I've worked hard to collect these, seeing as it's about to make 50. You cut me off now. You have to give me at least 150,000 plutonium. At least, Jiang Yan laughed, ignoring this delusional trickster who was trying to Leonize himself, and continued to go open the second treasure chest. Though I'm flush with cash, I don't accept extortion of any kind. 100,000 was already sincere enough, and if the creep wasn't willing to make a fair deal, then it would be better to rob him the hard way. Anyway, the treasure chest did not write the name of the creepy. This creepy is even more unable to beat himself, can only watch himself open his scavenged treasure chest. Jiang Yan said indifferently as he pushed open the lid of the second treasure chest and ransacked the contents. If you don't put away the 100,000 plutonium, when I'm done opening these boxes, that 100,000 won't belong to you either. The void body creepy watched as Jiang Yan went to open that third chest, unable to do anything about it himself, and let out an impotent rage-like shrill whistle. Okay, I agree, but I have a request. I'll open these boxes. Everything inside is yours. There was an unmistakable pathos in the hoarse voice. The black shadow fished out the 100,000 plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had thrown on the ground, came over to Jiang Yan's side, and pulled open the third treasure chest with force. The crisp sound of the lid of the treasure chest opening and closing caused the imaginary body to eerily let out a moan of contentment. Jiang Yan asked in a puzzled manner, "Do you get any extra rewards for opening treasure chests?" The void's eerie voice was full of regret. "No, I just love opening treasure chests. Seeing as I'm about to save up all 50 treasure chests, opening them all at once must be awesome. If I'd known I'd be cut off, I'd have gotten enough for 30 and opened it." Jiang Yan. He suddenly remembered that when he ate shrimp fried rice as a child, he would always pick up the shrimper one by one to the edge of the rice bowl, and then swallow them all in one bite when he finished the last mouthful of rice. It's a similar move to the Void's weird collection of treasure chests and then having a great time. Moreover, Void creeps moved very fast, so they collected treasure chests much faster than both normal creeps and human players, in order to hoard 35 treasure chests in a short period of time. If Jiang Yan had come over later, there might have been more treasure chests here. Thinking back to his last life, the person who struck lucky and opened these treasure chests, I'm afraid that he took advantage of this imaginary body's weirdness to go out and search for treasure chests to steal his home. Later on, that person died a strange and violent death, and it was estimated that he was also found by this furious imaginary body bizarrely and directly cursed to death. But then again, if this void body creepy didn't hoard the treasure chests, but instead opened all of them when he found them, I'm afraid that it was able to cause some trouble for Jiang Yan. The resources of 80,000 plutonium were enough for this void creep to produce a qualitative change, and by then Jiang Yan, whose entire team did not have spell attack abilities, was afraid that he would also be played by this creep. This imaginary body is weird. It's got great credentials. There's even some potential to grow into a taboo. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel thoughtfully. Plutonium plus 1462. Now this imaginary body creep is kinda weak. I guess he's been immersed in the delayed gratification of hoarding treasure chests and can't get himself out of it, and doesn't have many plutonium rewards in his hand to strengthen himself. Yes, it's all open to you. Jiang Yan followed behind this imaginary bizarre body and swept away the contents of each treasure chest, and the virtual body bizarre one treasure chest to open past. The naked eye can be seen more and more excited. The black shadow surging speed have become at least twice as fast. It's so good. The crisp sound of a treasure chest. Woo woo, All these babies in there, why aren't they mine? Oh, damned humans. When I get stronger, I'll kill you for revenge. This imaginary body's bizarre mouth rambled on and on, with no lack of threats and curses against Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, however, was happy and was already plotting how to take in this head of weirdness. The void body creepy was rare in itself, and those with such good qualifications were even rarer than 1 in a million. Now that I've come across it, I can't let it go. After opening the last chest, Jiang Yan grabbed the void body creepy incarnation shadow before it slipped away and took the lead. I'm short of a bodyguard, and I see you're quite suitable. Would you like to work for me for a while? The virtual body paused strangely, and Jiang Yan felt a pair of measuring gazes vaguely looking at him from the dark shadows. I'm Creepy, giving you a human job. Creepy hissed hoarsely. You're just being whimsical. If I hadn't been able to beat you, you'd already be a corpse. Jiang Yan laughed. Why don't we see the treatment first? The void body creepy also saw that this human seemed very earthy, and instead of flatly refusing, he coldly grunted. Then let's see what kind of treatment you can come up with. Jiang Yan handed out a blood-stained contract. This contract, though, is a little less different than giving other shenanigans. The void's eerie black shadow condensed into the shape of a hand and cupped the contract for a closer look. Work for you and only give me 10,000 a month? The vapors sneered with a weird hoarse sneer. Who are you looking down on? Chapter 36, The Eerie Black Crow. This virtual body is weird, and it is the first one that Jiang Yan has encountered that dislikes his monthly salary of 10,000 low. However, Jiang Yan had long expected this. After all, this virtual body bizarre collection of treasure chests is too fast, is considered to be bizarre in the monopoly. The measure of the plutonium is certainly different, but Jiang Yan had also prepared his own killer weapon a long time ago. Jiang Yan's old god laughed. You look down there again? The voxel bizarrely follows the contract and continues down the page. Party A provides Party B with 3 opportunities to open purple treasure chests each day, and the resources go to Party A. Except for purple treasure chests, all treasure chests obtained by Party A will be given to Party B to open. At least 10 treasure chests per day, of any quality, and the resources will belong to Party A. When he saw these 2 contract terms, the void creepy completely froze in place, not surging for half a day. Are both true? The eerie hoarse voice of the vapors was agitated and trembling. You can let me open the treasure chest so many times a day? Jiang Yan nodded cheerfully. Of course, Jiang Yan, never go back on my word when I walk in the Jianghu. The void body creepy asked in disbelief. Where did you find all those treasure chests? Especially 3 purple treasure chests per day? I've been looking for so many treasure chests in Nandu and I haven't come across a single purple one. His tone, blazing and greedy. If it's all true, it's too good to be true, right? Compared to that, the monthly salary or whatever, it's not even worth mentioning. Jiang Yan smiled with confidence. Don't worry, the mountain man has a plan. If I dare to put it in the contract, I'm sure it will get done. My father-in-law can dig up a treasure chest every hour. What's the harm in opening it for you? As for the purple treasure chest, I happen to have one at home, so I'll give you a few drives, and he won't lose a piece of meat. Void body creepy said flatly. It's a deal. He immediately signed his name on the bizarre contract, turning into 2 red lights that disappeared into Jiang Yan and the void body respectively. Jiang Yan was very satisfied and said, take the form of a raven and stay on my shoulder. The virtual body bizarrely complied, and between surges of black shadows, it transformed into a fist-sized black crow that landed on Jiang Yan's shoulder. This black crow only had an outline, no feathers or other details, and a splash of blood red dotted the forehead, like a one eye, which looked exceptionally frightening. Jiang Yan gave Black Crow an advance of 10,000 plutonium for his salary and began to study the bizarre attributes of this imaginary body. Creepy, Black Crow. Attributes, Strength, 0, Agility, 26, Intelligence, 46. Characteristics, Void, Strength value is always 0, plus 10 life value per point of intelligence attribute. Cannot launch physical attacks, will not suffer physical attacks, plus 10% of spell damage inflicted, plus 10% of spell damage suffered. This trait was one of the great differences between creeps and humans, and there were counterparts on other creeps as well, just not as special as the Black Crow's Void trait. For example, the Pork Vagabond and the Demon Wolf are both Berserk Beast traits, with a plus 30% strength value, plus 15% melee attack, and minus 10% to damage. Smoke Phantom's trait, on the other hand, is Spirit Body, able to float in the air, plus 20% movement speed, plus 20% attack speed, plus 10% bludgeoning rate, and plus 1 soul servant per human killed. The presence of traits also dictates that Creepy tends to be much more powerful than human players, possibly because of the lack of strength values. The Black Crow's intelligence attribute was extraordinarily high, and without any enhancements. The moment it descended it was 46 points. The qualifications are indeed strong. Jiang Yan sked in his heart and continued to look down. Talent, Shadow of the Void, can hide in darkness and shadows. Plus 2000% movement speed. Anchored to shadows when stationary. Spell attack power plus 200%. Skill, Curse Epidemic, rank 1. Inflicts 15% spell attack power damage per second for 10 seconds. Consumption, 175 magic points. Skill, Curse Death, rank 1. Deals 100% damage to spell attack power after 2 seconds. Consumption, 200 magic points. This talent is also awesome. As for the 2 curse skills, there was nothing special about them, and you could buy the exact same ones in the mall. But with the Black Crow's talent and bizarre traits, the effects that could be brought out far exceeded expectations. After looking at Black Crow's bizarre panel, Jiang Yan immediately concluded that Black Crow was a very promising long-range spell output that could definitely make up for his team's shortcomings. The $1,100,000 in your hand, how are you going to spend it? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin and began to guide Black Crow in spending money. With this 110,000 smashed down, the Black Crow's terror would immediately rise several levels. The one man and one crow discussed for a while, and first added the Black Crow's intelligence attribute to 100 points. Then 2 other curse skills were bought for Black Crow, filling out Black Crow's 4 skill bars. Skill, Curse Decay, level 1. Reduces the target's movement speed by 10% and magic resistance by 10% for 15 seconds. Consumption, 100 magic points. Skill, Curse Extinguish, rank 1. Deals 200% of spell attack power and immediately settles all persistent curse damage to the target. Consumption, 500 magic points. The styles of long-range spell output and melee physical damage are very different, and the core of the battle is skill casting. The Black Raven, with 4 skills replenished, had even appeared to have a simple skill cycle. Start by casting Decay, Epidemic Death Destruction, and Epidemic Death Destruction in a cycle while making sure the Decay debuff doesn't break stall. Black Crow bought himself a scepter of spell damage and a ring of blood and blue return as his basic equipment, and then used all of his remaining plutonium to upgrade his 4 skills. All 4 skills were pointed to level 6, costing a total of 64,000 plutonium, which, together with the attributes and 2 pieces of equipment, cleaned out the plutonium given by Jiang Yan. As Black Crow's intelligence value increased, the plutonium he provided in Jiang Yan's player panel also became plutonium plus 2279. This little bit of life value basically relied on the intelligence attribute. With little equipment and skills to support it, it was a brittle mage in the absolute sense of the word. In Jiang Yan's heart, he secretly sighed. What an incompetent piece of printed material. He and the purple treasure chests combined don't print as much as the piggyback. The key is that it also eats so many resources. It is called a black hole of plutonium. This trip, Jiang Yan's harvest was not small. Not only did he get 35 treasure chests, but he also further complemented his team's shortcomings. The ordinary resources in the treasure chest were not worth mentioning to Jiang Yan, and taking them back was just like throwing them on the curio street to sell. Among the hidden resources, there were a few that Jiang Yan valued more. One of the rings that returned blood from a blow. Jiang Yan distributed it to the team meat shield. Inuyasha, a hand crossbow with a fear effect attached to the chance of long-range attacks. Jiang Yan gave it to Smoke Charm. There was also a hidden passive skill of attack stacking attack speed, which Jiang Yan gave to Inshao Xian after careful thought. Passive skill, Berserk Strike, rank 1. For each attack, increase attack speed by 1%, up to 25%. Changing attack target resets attack speed. And Xiao Xian took the skill scroll handed over by Jiang Yan, and without even looking at what exactly it was, she directly chose to learn it. And then she lowered her voice. Jiang Yan, I just felt that there seems to be something peering at us from afar. Chapter 37 Spit the stuff out. Under Jiang Yan's continuous infusion, and Xiao Xian's agility attribute had also broken through 100 points. Her ears were smart, and she would even have a sixth sense warning when she was peeked at. Jiang Yan's face was as normal as he nodded his head and said, don't bother if it's just snooping. First, I'll point, Berserk Combo, to level 10. Jiang Yan said, pulling out a stack of plutonium and handing it to Inshao Xian, a total of 26 times. Inshao Xian's plutonium balance, 2, rose by 260,000. A level 10 skill would cost a total of 256,000 plutonium, a heavenly price. Even Jiang Yan needed to save up half a minute to get enough. Next to him, the three-headed creep, straining his neck and staring in disbelief as he witnessed this silent transfer of wealth. His jaw dropped. Inuyasha and Smoke Charmer were already a bit numb. They just swallowed their mouths and wordlessly cast envious glances at the boss's wife. But it was the first time Black Crow had seen such a thing, and his hoarse voice screamed as if he were on fire. You still have so much plutonium? Where did you get so much from? He thought that the 100,000
000 that Jiang Yan had just bought his treasure chest had drained him dry before he needed to hire himself for close protection.
But now it seems, this human, he's just rich as hell. Jiang Yan laughed, reached out and patted Black Crow's head, and said in an inscrutable manner, "Follow the boss me well, the future is bright." And Xiao Xian had already deeply understood Jiang Yan's talent last night, and knowing that his medals were all blown by the wind, she wasn't surprised, but just stood on her tiptoes and barked a kiss on Jiang Yan's lips, with a sweet smile, and Xiao Xian tapped 10 times on her player panel and added, Berserk Combo, to level 10. This skill, which is not available in the mall, belongs to the hidden resources that only appear in treasure chests, and is a qualitatively different skill for long-range turrets. The strength of the skill is strong enough at level 1. After level 10, the skill becomes this. Passive skill, Berserk Streak, rank 10. For each attack, increase attack speed by 5% and attack power by 1%. Stack up to 100 layers. Lasts for 360 seconds. Although he had been mentally prepared, Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he looked at this skill. It's a total of 500% attack speed and 100% attack power, which keeps coming back as the battle progresses. A sickening increase, and without the limitations of switching targets to reset. This was the first time Jiang Yan had seen a level 10 skill with his own eyes after living twice. The effects of crazy kryptonite are truly horrific. Even Jiang Yan himself hadn't bothered to point his 4 aura skills to level 10. If all the shenanigans in the team were present, Jiang Yan's current theoretical plutonium intake was 18,628 per second, which was 67,068,000,000 per hour, and it seemed like it would be very easy to order a level 10 skill. But Jiang Yan's actual intake was far from ideal. The chances of him being able to print plutonium at full capacity in peace are not many. It has been several hours since we left the antique street, and the only printing materials during this time were smoke charmer and pig kong, and not every moment of the day, making the overall printing of money much less effective. Moreover, Jiang Yan was more inclined to smashing plutonium on his attributes than a level 10 aura. Attributes between 100 to 150 points required 10,000 medals per point, while between 150 to 200 points required 100,000 medals per point. Jiang Yan's 3 attributes in full required a total of 16.5 million medals, and yesterday's entries had all been cleared. As for today, all 3 of Jiang Yan's attributes had broken through 200 points, and for each additional point, 1 million medieval coins were needed. When he was rushing earlier, Jiang Yan had messed around with his 3 attributes in passing, and now his attributes looked like this. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 244, Agility, 249, Intelligence, 241. The average commoner is 5. When Jiang Yan died in his last life, the average attribute of a human player was only about 50 points, and it was said that the top 10 hunting gods of the Guile Hunting Bureau could barely reach 100 points. And now, only just the second day after the first bizarre descent, Jiang Yan's 3 attributes were approaching the 250 point mark. It's a super duper big pervert. Such a perverse attribute naturally comes at a price, so the balance in Jiang Yan's pocket wasn't exactly abundant. But after seeing this level 10 skill in Xiao Xian's hand, Jiang Yan finally decided that he should add all 4 auras on his body to level 10 to see the effect. These 4 auras had all been added to level 7 by Jiang Yan before, but to become a noble level 10 skill, it still cost 224,000 plutonium. The 4 auras, which had cost Jiang Yan a total of nearly 900,000 medals, had all turned into level 10 skills. Passive skill, Quagmire Aura, level 10, reduces the movement speed of hostile units by 55% for 50 meters, and has a 25% chance of putting enemy units in a confined state every second. Passive skill, Counterattack Aura, rank 10. When all friendly units within 50 meters are attacked in melee, they counterattack 200 points of damage to the attacker, doubling the effect on themselves. Passive skill, Strong Strike Aura, rank 10, plus 55% attack power for all friendly units within 50 meters, doubling the effect on yourself. Passive skill, Aura of Durability, rank 10, plus 55% movement speed for all friendly units within 50 meters, doubling the effect on yourself. Except for the Quagmire Aura, the other 3 auras have the phrase doubles the effect on yourself. The Strong Strike Aura was completely useless to Jiang Yan, and the speed at which the Durability Aura increased was also expected by Jiang Yan. Rather, it was the effect of this counter aura that surprised Jiang Yan a little. When Li Ming knocked Jiang Yan's stick earlier, he was also damaged by the counter aura, but it only knocked off 70 points of damage. Jiang Yan had previously believed that the counter aura was more applicable to working in long-duration entanglement scenarios, but after rising to level 10, this aura began to produce a qualitative change. With 400 points of melee counterattack damage, The pig Vajra would only be able to hit Jiang Yan with a dozen or so punches before being counterattacked to death. Not bad, Jiang Yan said to himself, but not as amazing as that level 10 skill of Xiao Xin. Taking stock of the harvest this time, Jiang Yan pulled in Xiaoxin and turned back in the direction of the antique street. This safe zone has just been established and needs a lot of care before it can be gradually put on the right track. But just after walking out of a street corner, Jiang Yan violently stopped in his tracks. In front of them, 4 people were carrying clubs in their hands, looking at Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin, who were walking head-on, with unkind looks on their faces. There was also the sound of disorganized footsteps coming from behind, as 8 people came around from behind, blocking the retreat. A big man with a dragon tattoo on his bald head, the iron stick in his hand pointed straight at Jiang Yan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you just opened so many chests. Quite a haul. Ha, brothers have been eyeing that pile of boxes for a long time, and you cut them right off, and you want to walk away like that? Take your brother's stuff and spit it out. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today." Chapter 38, A Mosquito is a Small Flesh. Jiang Yan realized that Xiao Xin had said earlier that someone was spying on them, so it was probably these guys. At this time, Pig Kong Ho and Smoke Charmer are shrouded in mist, and Black Crow stands on Jiang Yan's shoulder. Just a small one, not much deterrence. These people obviously regarded Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin as soft persimmons that they could just pinch. In particular, the gaze that looked at Xiao Xin was filled with undisguised evil thoughts, the implications of which any man could understand. Jiang Yan looked deeply at the tattooed man and said with a smile, "Your stuff? Then why don't you go get it? Your own cowardice only dares to watch from the sidelines. And when someone else takes it you jump out impatiently, without courage and without strategy. It's really ridiculous." The dragon tattooed man's face suddenly changed as he was disliked by Jiang Yan. He had found the pile of treasure chests last night, and had sent someone to try and find out, but that junior hadn't been down there for long before he had simply fallen head over heels and died an unexplained death. There must be a demon when things go wrong, and when the gang of dragon tattooed men saw this, none of them dared to go down again, but not willing to leave, can only hide in the neighborhood, eyeing the pile of treasure chests to quench their thirst. They had noticed when Jiang Yan went down, but they all thought that Jiang Yan would die a violent death down there exactly the same way. But what they never expected was that Jiang Yan had opened all those treasure chests one by one and pocketed as many things as he could. The tattooed man's group couldn't understand why this was happening, but they would never willingly watch such a fat duck fly away. The tattooed man was disliked by Jiang Yan's sentence and broke his defense, storming into a rage. "Kid, I think you're tired of living. Brothers, take that chick first. If this kid doesn't obediently hand over what we want, we'll clean this chick up properly in front of him." The surrounding dudes were all covered in mud and dust, very wretched, but all of them were rubbing their hands together and laughing out lustfully at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Lung really understands his brothers. That's all he's good for. Husband before side offense. Think about it. Listening to their filthy words, Jiang Yan smiled. The smile was beyond cold. He had come from the end times and had seen countless bloody storms, so how could he care about the lives of these few reckless men? Not to mention, they dared to speak out against their own women. "Smoke Charmer, I'll leave them all to you," Jiang Yan said indifferently. Smoke Charmer's spirit body trait grants +1 soul servant from each hit, with each soul servant having 1 life point and providing Smoke Charmer with +1 attack power and +1 attack speed. Ever since she followed Jiang Yan, Smoke Charmer's chances of killing people were pitifully few, and this time, all 12 of them would be hers. In the mist beside him, the voice of Smoke Charmer came out. "Yes, boss." The mist dispersed, and the smoke phantom, who was holding the havoc hammer, quietly appeared. Boom! A hammer smashed out, and the head of a big man closest to Xiao Xin directly burst into pieces like a watermelon. -425. Smoke Charmer doesn't do much damage, has an average attack speed, and only ranks second to last in terms of overall output ability on the team. The penultimate is the money printer Jiang Yan, but these people in front of them, none of them had more than 10 points in their strength attribute, and with the equipment to support them, their life value was pitifully small, lifeless under the hammer of the smoke phantom. Seeing such a ferocious and bizarre, suddenly appearing out of nothingness and smashing one of his brothers to death with a single hammer blow, Long and the others were stunned. The 11 people who were still alive were dumbstruck, creeped out, and at a loss for words. What is this? This? Creepy out of nowhere? What does this weird thing call that kid? Smoke Phantom, however, ignored the panic of Long's group of people, and with the hammer in his hand, he struck repeatedly. Boom boom boom. A series of muffled sounds came out, and each time, a head burst into pieces in response, splattering red and white objects all over the ground. Kryptonite close to 100,000 plutonium. Smoke Phantom, facing these humans who hadn't fully understood the rules of the game. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Each strike could harvest a human life, bloody and brutal. These dozen or so people were scared out of their wits by the sudden horrifying weirdness, and all of them, who had just been rubbing their fists and laughing lewdly, screamed and started to run for their lives. In their hearts, horror flashed in unison. That kid, he even possessed a head of such powerful and bizarre potency? How is this possible? How the hell did he do that? This bird and beast group of people, in front of a head of agility that had begun to approach the 100 mark of the bizarre, their escape speed is too slow, not to mention the slowing effect of Jiangyan's Meyer aura. Soon, a group of people died with only one dragon left. That spiky dragon brother had long been scared by the successive deaths of his companions and lost his soul. At this time, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground, kowtowing and begging to Jiangyan and Smoke Charmer, his voice fawning to the extreme. Don't kill me. I know it's wrong. I'll be your dog from now on. Leave me alive. Keep me alive and I can do anything. Really, I can do a lot of things. Smoke Mistress twisted her head and glanced at Jiangyan. Jiangyan exhaled a smoke ring, showing nothing. Smoke Misty then knew what the boss meant. Boom! With the final sound of the hammer smashing down, Lung's head exploded. His agonizing pleas came to an abrupt end, and red and white thick pulp erupted all over the ground. The headless body, twitching and falling to the ground, died in despair. The plutonium income brought in by Smoke Charmer turned out to be the same. Plutonium plus 3,774. Plutonium plus 70. A mosquito is still meat. Plus 12 plutonium per second. That's 40. 3,200 per hour. Rounded up and you can print an extra 100 million a day. Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction, taking in Xiao Xian and three-headed Creepy back to Antique Street. There were more people in there than before they left. It's almost to the point of shoulder to shoulder. All of the stores have been occupied by resourceful people, began to constantly hawk. A smoky market atmosphere gradually revived. Those people who had set up stalls to fill up the doorway before the Ding Shang group also retreated a little bit in noiselessness, only concentrating their goods on a few stalls. The rest of the stalls were given over to outsiders. Jiang Yan swept a glance and realized that these people were selling very inexpensive things at their stores. Things in the tens and hundreds of plutocrats dominated the absolute mainstream, and things over 1,000 plutocrats were rare. Trading something like this, even with lots of rounds, is not going to make much money on the Antique Street. However, the human players at the moment had little plutonium in their hands, and naturally, they were unable to complete large transactions. The order is rapidly taking shape in this little fight. With the passage of time, the Antique Street would gradually get on the right track, and the opportunities and wealth contained therein, even Jiang Yan, had to be moved. Jiang Yan saw the 5 female classmates that he had rescued earlier in the crowd, and being in the middle of the crowd, they seemed to have regained a lot of security. Jiang Yan didn't pay much attention and returned to his store. The black raven on his shoulder said impatiently, "Where's my treasure chest? We had a deal. When we got to your place, you let me open the treasure chest." He didn't want Jiang Yan's 10,000 monthly salary at all. He just wanted to help Jiang Yan open the box, open a sky-high amount of boxes. Jiang Yan cheerfully went around the table, stuffed the purple treasure chest back in hand and foot, covered the lid, and said to Black Crow after pulling it out, "As we agreed, you can drive him 3 times today." Seeing this flawless purple treasure chest, an excited light exploded from the Black Crow's scarlet one eye. "Holy, boss, I can't believe you didn't lie to me. There really is a purple treasure chest? It was awesome. That was awesome." A hoarse voice echoed through the room as the black raven took the form of a shadowy arm and lifted the lid of the purple treasure chest with a handful of anticipation. "Let me take a good look at what good treasures can come out of the purple treasure chest." Before the words fell, a sharp light suddenly lit up in the purple treasure chest. Sharp tongues catapulted out and through the shadowy arm of the Black Crow incarnation. The room was dead silent for a moment. The shadowed arm froze in place, unsure of what to do. The purple treasure chest froze in the same way as it realized it hadn't done half as much damage. "What hidden resource am I opening up here?" The black raven murmured something very puzzling. "And move?" Chapter 39, Help Me. Jiang Yan cheerfully tucked the tongue of the purple treasure chest back in, the lid reclosed, and said to Black Crow, "It's open twice more today." Black Crow? "No. Can you reopen this purple treasure chest over and over again? It's worthy of being a purple treasure chest. The compulsion is high." Click. Once again, Black Crow pulled back the lid of the purple treasure chest with great anticipation. A pair of gazes full of grudges were cast out from within. Looking at Jiang Yan without a word, feeling a little weird about the position my boss is using me in, Black Crow looked at the pair of eyes inside the treasure chest and mused. "Is this a rare piece of equipment? It's so special." Jiang Yan said as he pressed the lid and closed the purple treasure chest once again. "You get to drive one more time today." Black Crow felt that something was not quite right. "Will be convinced?" and clicked to lift the lid of the purple treasure chest. "Are you polite?" A pair of metallic glowing purple arms poked out of it, and as soon as they closed the lid on themselves, they closed themselves off completely. Hearing that this purple treasure chest would even talk, Black Crow was dumbfounded and only came back to his senses after a long time, exclaiming, "This isn't a real treasure chest? It's a creep? You lied to me." Jiang Yan laughed from the sidelines. "I'm not lying. It's a purple treasure chest, open 3 times for you. According to our contract, you're only responsible for opening it, and all the resources inside belong to me. So it's no different for you. You enjoy just that process of opening the treasure chest, don't you?" Black Crow fell into a long silence. He felt that Jiang Yan had occupied the intellectual high ground and was toying with himself who hadn't read much. But when you think about it, it seems like he's got a couple of things going for him. Even if this purple treasure chest was real, what was opened inside had nothing to do with Black Crow. So it doesn't matter if he's real or fake, as long as the flap feels real. The logic was very new to Creepy and slammed into the Black Crow's mind. But to Jiang Yan, the logic was too familiar. Isn't this exactly like the little virgin geek who fulfills his boundless sexual fantasies with airplane cups and silicone dolls? I knew it was fake, but I pretended she was real. After thinking for a long time, Black Crow reluctantly accepted this reality and turned to ask, "What about the remaining 10 treasure chests? They won't be fake too, right?" Jiang Yan laughed. "The remaining 10 are of any quality and are all true. I'll open it for you on the way back tonight." On the way back just now, Jiang Yan had already called in Bao Shang, asking him to keep all the treasure chests dug out by the treasure digging talent, and to open them for him when he went back in the evening, and not to take a penny of what was inside. Although the request was a bit strange, Ambrosia didn't ask anything and agreed painfully. But that wasn't all Jiang Yan had planned. Black Crow the creep is so keen on opening treasure chests. It would be a shame to not send him out to sweep chests all over the streets for his quirk. He's literally the best partner for purple treasure chests that can forecast where the treasure chests will refresh. Ever since he was convinced by Jiang Yan's monstrous charm and decided to follow him, the purple treasure chest would broadcast the location of the upcoming refreshed treasure chest for Jiang Yan from time to time. However, Jiang Yan's hands had been busy with something, and running out specifically to find a blue, green, or even lower quality white treasure chest to open was a complete negative return for Jiang Yan, who could print money. Now that he had Black Crow and the antique street was gradually on track, Jiang Yan planned to form a treasure chest exploration squad to follow the purple treasure chest's guidance and collect treasure chests in the Nandu region. As for the manpower, it must be gleaned from the Ding Sheng group. Jiang Yan only needed to send Black Crow to protect their safety as much as possible. In this way, Black Crow could cool open the treasure chest, Ding Sheng group could obtain the ordinary resources in the treasure chest, and Jiang Yan could obtain the hidden resources in the treasure chest, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The 10-member exploration team that Baoshang had personally put together soon arrived at the antique street, and Jiang Yan personally instructed some precautions and had Black Crow hide in one's shadow and follow them. Jiang Yan wasn't worried about Black Crow's safety at all. Although this creep was nominally a brittle mage, he was actually extremely difficult to kill. As for the other humans in the exploration team, the chances of death existed. After all, in a large Nandu, one never knew what powerful shenanigans were hiding. Jiang Yan had specifically instructed Baoshang not to put his true beloved in the exploration squad. Seeing the exploration team leave the antique street, Jiang Yan turned around and was about to return to his store when a frightened and panicked voice came from a distant street corner. "Help! Help me! There are weird people after me! Save me! I have a hidden aura skill on me! Don't let it kill me!" Hearing the call for help, the people in the antique street all flocked to the street to see what was going on, but half a step was not willing to step out of the boundaries of the antique street. The man was hundreds of meters away from the Street of Curiosities, but behind him, the creepy that kept chasing him was only 10 meters away. The creep was a humanoid, 3 meters tall, with a greenish-gray complexion, gnarled muscles, and a rusty iron barrel covering his head. In his hand he carried a machete covered in blood, and the ground trembled with every step he took out of it in a very menacing manner. Jiang Yan swept a glance and knew that this person would definitely not be able to escape in before he was killed. He was already exhausted, panting like a cow, sweating like a pulp, with white foam constantly spewing out from the corners of his mouth. All his strength had been drained out of his body, and all that was left was the desire to survive, which drove him to keep going, and the machete creep in the back was clearly a power route. Not fast, but with endurance far beyond that of the average human. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "Shoot and kill the creep." If he didn't care about the man, Creepy killed him and would definitely continue to kill him towards the antique street. So it would be better to just kill Creepy and still see what the so-called hidden aura in the man's hand was. The 4 aura skills on Jiang Yan's body were all at level 10, and a suitable 5th aura would be no small boost for Jiang Yan, and Xiao Xian responded, serving up the Thunder Barret. The moment they saw the gun, the people on the antique street backed up in unison. their hands covering their ears. The terror of the gun's power was so great that even just hearing the gunshot was a deafening pain. Boom! Electricity exploded from the muzzle of the gun, and the silver bullet tore through the air, instantly piercing the iron barrel on the machete's bizarre head. Blitz, minus 6158. Player and Xiao Xin kills creepy. Contribution, 100%. Plutonium plus 9124. Equipment, bloodstained machete, weapon. Equipment, kill pendant, jewelry. Item, coagulated unknown blood. Machete's bizarre body gave a lurch, and like a stake, he fell on his back, splattering a cloud of dust. Chapter 40, Fifth Aura. Asylum. The man shuddered at the sound of the gunshot, and in ecstasy at the sight of Creepy's violent death, he stumbled toward the antique street. Thanks. Thank you so much. Good people live in peace. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. This is the safe zone. Escape here and you'll be safe. No matter how strong the shenanigans, they can't get close to Curio Street. Also, I'm interested in auras and would like to see the hidden aura in your hand. Jiang Yan vaguely remembered this man, one of the first people to enter the antique street. The man was clearly not the cowardly type, though, and did not remain cowering in the safe zone, instead using the Curio Street as a centerpiece to keep exploring the surrounding area for more resources. This is a very wise decision. Resources are always the most central element of survival, no matter what the environment. These people who are shrinking in the antique street and dare not go out are losing their capital to become stronger every moment. 1 day or 2 days may not see any difference, but after a long time, they will completely lose their competitiveness and become the lowest level in the new order, and it will be difficult to turn around again. Jiang Yan could be too familiar with this rhythm of chronic death, and in his last life, this was how he fell behind step by step. Surviving the first eerie descent isn't too difficult yet, and if you can't build up your resources fast enough, your chances of getting them later on get slimmer and slimmer. Once you fall into such a cowardly trap, death is only a matter of time. The man was in danger and almost died though, but he won the bet. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the man pulled out an aura skill scroll. Passive skill, Sheltering Aura, Level 1. Increases armor and lifesteal of friendly units 5 meters around by 10%. Price, 500 plutonium. Seeing this sheltering aura, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with light and said flatly, I'll take it, make me an offer. This was a hidden aura skill that was not sold in the mall, and although there was a price tag of 500 plutonium coins on the back, it only provided the standard for the upgrade price. The effect of this aura is strong, but limited in intensity for the average human player. Because of the characteristics of the aura class passive skills, more tend to team gain. In the early survival pressure is huge. The vast majority of players will choose a single gain more significant single skills. It was only Jiang Yan, a money printer who couldn't actively attack, who would choose an odd skill set of all Halo skills. And to Jiang Yan, the sheltering aura that increased the life value of friendly units had a different meaning. Friendly side creepy life is higher and naturally prints more money. This Halo, Jiang Yan was imperative. The man hesitated for a moment. I didn't know how much I could sell it for. I was going to try for 3,000, but you saved my life. I'll sell it to you for 2,000. Is that okay? Jiang Yan laughed a little, pulled out 5,000 plutonium coins, handed them to the man, and said, I'm offering 5,000 to protect you, not as a favor. It's the rules of the safe zone. The man's face was ecstatic as he took the plutonium in Jiang Yan's hand and thanked him profusely. With the current player economic ecosystem, it would be hard to sell Asylum Aura for more than 500 plutonium if it was placed on the floor stalls of the antique street. The 5,000 plutonium coins given by Jiang Yan was already sincere enough. With so much plutonium in hand, this man is a dream start. Of course, there was still a considerable gap between it and Jiang Yan's perverted start. Taking this Halo scroll, Jiang Yan first spent 100,000 medieval coins to buy a skill bar expansion gem from the mall and opened his 5th skill slot, which was how he managed to incorporate the sheltering Halo as his 5th Halo. It took another 256,000 plutonium coins for Jiang Yan to click the sheltering aura to level 10. Passive skill, Sheltering Aura, level 10. Increases armor and life value of friendly units by 55% for 50 meters around, doubling the effect on yourself. Oh ho 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 ho. Jiang Yan was secretly energized in his heart. Money printing efficiency plus 55%. It's a shame you can't print your own money, or the aura would be even more golden. After having a good time, Jiang Yan inadvertently saw that the price of the second skill bar expansion gem had unexpectedly changed from the original 100,000 medals to the current 1,000,000 medals. Good lord, this thing was already ridiculously expensive, and the second one is even 10 times more, and it's all in soulbound status. No wonder Jiang Yan had only heard of players with 5 skills in his previous life, and had never heard of the existence of 6 skills. However, to Jiang Yan, 1,000 000 medieval coins were inconsequential, and now only allowed Jiang Yan to add a little bit of attributes as he went along. Jiang Yan casually bought the second gem, turning his skill bar into 6. In the mall, the price of the third expansion gem had consequently become 10 million medieval coins. This price would be a bit expensive for Jiang Yan, who chose to ignore it for the time being. He hadn't even decided what his 6th aura point would be, and had no need for a 7th skill bar for now. There's no rush to complete the 6th aura. Maybe after a while, someone will bring a hidden aura scroll to sell on the antique street like they just did. This was the reason why Jiang Yan really valued this safe zone. With his perverted financial power, he could definitely buy anything he set his eyes on, as long as the trading scale of the antique street continued to rise. One day, this place would turn into Jiang Yan's treasure bowl, and all the players seeking to trade in the antique street were essentially working for Jiang Yan alone. Zhang Xiaohu walked behind Jiang Yan with hurried steps and lowered his voice. Brother Jiang, there's a group of people coming. They're not quite right. I think they might be here to smash the venue. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Show me. He trusted Zhang Xiaohu's judgment. This person is in Baoxing's beloved. Once helped in Baoxing to see a lot of scenes. In the Ding Shang group is also a unique existence. Eyesight is not bad. However, when Jiang Yan saw the group of people pointed out by Zhang Xiaohu, it was the pupils of his eyes that shrank, and the expression on his face immediately became serious. This group of 5 people, scattered in an area of the antique street, seemingly unrelated, but in fact, they are not too far away from each other. Watch each other, very disciplined. They were all dressed in rags, but if you looked closely, the rags were, I'm afraid, deliberately cut to look like rags. It was covered with breaks caused by scissors, not by any kind of accident while fleeing in a panic. These 5 people, on the surface, were just casually strolling around, picking up merchandise and enjoying the shelter of the antique street. Their gazes, however, were not restless, and from time to time they would pretend to be unaware of it, surveying the various corners of the antique street's arrangement, the situation of the manpower, and the geographical environment. Definitely not your average player. Jiang Yan lowered his voice. You're right, there's something wrong with this group, but they're not here to trash the place either. They're from the Trickster Hunting Bureau. Chapter 41, The Temptation of the Trickster Hunt. Among these 5 people who showed up at the antique street, there was one Jiang Yan recognized, a captain with a high status in the Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau branch. If I remember correctly, his name is Chen Haichuan. Trickster hunting? Zhang Xiaohu asked suspiciously. What's it from? Jiang Yan explained. It's the official organization that fights against the bizarre, between the military and the police, and previously specialized in dealing with rare and bizarre events, with little reputation. Jiang Yan, who possessed the experience of his previous life, knew that the weirdness didn't appear out of nowhere. In fact, creepy was on the official radar before the mass descent, and the Creepy Hunting Bureau was formed decades ago. But the weirdness of that time, the frequency of appearance is extremely low, about 10 times a year, in the huge territory of the Divine Kingdom, can be said to be extremely rare. The vast majority of ordinary people cannot be encountered in their lives. The sea of weirdness suddenly descended now, with a wealth of experience in the Bureau of Hunting Weirdness, has really come into the public's field of vision, and in many cities, secret realms, have played a role in saving the day. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's face immediately turned gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Cops? Jiang, we did them? Saying that, Zhang Xiaohu gestured a throat-cutting motion with his hand. He had followed in Baoxing for all these years, and had a natural fear of such characters as cops, especially such cops who secretly lurked in his own territory, and his first reaction was to confront them. Jiang Yan glared at Zhang Xiaohu without any good humor and rebuked. Nonsense! Get your head out of your ass. Before that you were mice and they were cats. Right now, there are only 2 camps in the entire Divine State. One is bizarre and the other is human. The Trickster Hunting Bureau. That's what we have in the human camp, the mainstay of our existence. You're still thinking about killing people? Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded by Jiang Yan's admonition, and when he thought about it carefully, the situation was really the same as what Jiang Yan had said in general. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Jiang, you have a sharp and long-term vision. I admire you. But, Zhang Xiaohu said with a frown, will these people from the Trickster Hunting Bureau stand by and watch us run the antique street? Jiang Yan smiled and said, they shouldn't stand in the way, and they might even develop a collaborative relationship with us. Like I just said, it's also clear to the people at the Trickster Hunt that humanity must now come together. Well, ignore them, and let them see more if they want to. Jiang Yan walked back to his store and sat down on the purple treasure chest to quietly print money. He guessed that the people from the Trickster Hunting Bureau would soon come to his store to try it out. As expected, about 20 minutes later, that captain of the Guile Hunting Bureau named Chen Haichuan walked into Jiang Yan's store. The moment he stepped through the store door, the middle-aged, bearded captain with a resolute face had his footsteps jolted, his body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes tightened as if they were the size of pinpoints, as if he had seen something exceptionally terrifying. There were 4 heads of weirdness in this tiny room. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would suddenly be surrounded by shenanigans in a safe zone where so many humans were gathered. Chen Haichuan's eyes flew over the purple treasure chest under Jiang Yan's buttocks, and then glanced at Xiao Xin, who was sitting at the very back and dozing off. 2 figures, 1 treasure chest. That's only 3 creeps. Where's the other one? Chen Haichuan was blissfully unaware that half a meter behind him, amidst an unseen mist, the gazes of Smoke Phantom, Inu Ganyu and Demon Wolf were all focused on him. Chen Haichuan's heart snapped, secretly alarmed. No, I can't look any further. The situation at hand is strange but manageable. I may not be attacked, but if the creeps in front of me sense that I've found them, they might not let me leave alive. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the temples of this captain of the Trickster Hunting Bureau. The stiffness of his body lasted only a moment. Strong psychological quality made Chen Haichuan immediately recovered, pretending to be calm as he continued to walk in, and his gaze was very disciplined, only looking at Jiang Yan, whose half of his face was shrouded in the shadow of the strange hat. But Jiang Yan heard his heartbeat, very violent and heavy, signaling the monstrous waves within this person. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Haichuan with interest, took a drag on his old pipe, and calmly asked, "Is there anything you need, sir?" Listening to Jiang Yan's voice, the sweaty hairs on Chen Haichuan's body stood up uncontrollably. First time I've heard creepy talk so much like a human being. The creepy one in front of him was practically human. This is too weird. He gulped cryptically, then raised a bright smile and said, "I see you have a loan business on your side. I need some plutonium, and I was wondering what is the maximum I can borrow on your side." Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe, smiling faintly as the smoke filled the air. No more than 50% of the value of all equipment in the body. 50% of the full body equipment was the maximum collateral value that Jiang Yan could obtain through the bazaar contract. Once it exceeded that amount, the lender would lose money as long as he died. As he spoke, Jiang Yan took out a bazaar contract and handed it to Chen Haichuan. He read the terms of the contract carefully, his eyes flashing, before asking, "If I have fine equipment that doesn't belong to the system mall, can I use it as collateral for a loan or sell it directly to you?" Jiang Yan took another drag on his old pipe, exhaled a green-colored smoke ring, and slowly nodded his head. "It's okay." Chen Haichuan touched a magazine from his back and retired the bullets inside. One by one, the warheads were surprisingly all silver, 10 in all, none of which were sold in the system mall, but made by humans. It looks like the trickster hunt has long since grasped the nature of silver bullets that can double to kill the trickster. Backed by Divine State's huge industrial system, the Guile Hunting Bureau naturally did not need to acquire such consumables from the system mall, and naturally possessed a huge resource advantage compared to ordinary human players. As for now, the military industry, which required the labor of a large number of people, had naturally come to a halt, but the huge stockpile left behind would still be able to sustain the Guile Hunting Bureau for a long time. Taking the 10 silver bullets in his hands and playing with them, Jiang Yan nodded. 180 plutonium coin. Jiang Yan said, handing out 8 golden plutonium coins. A flash of surprise flashed in Chen Haichuan's eyes, but he didn't dare to show it. "I can't believe I got 80 plutonium for it. It's so worth it." The silver bullets sold by the system mall were 100 plutocrats apiece, and although the silver bullets in his hand could also cause double the kills, the quality alone was not as good as the mall's products, and the rate of fire and range were on the weaker side. In addition to calculating the profitability of the other side, Chen Haichuan originally did not have much hope. Jiang Yan naturally didn't lose out. Not only did Xiao Xin need silver bullets, even the rest of the Ding Shang group also needed them. "I want to take out a loan of 20,000 plutocrats." Chen Haichuan seemed to have made some sort of determination and suddenly spoke. Chapter 42, The store may be taboo. In Chen Haichuan's opinion, taking out a loan of 20,000 plutonium was a huge adventure. For one thing, the amount was too high, and if he was rejected by the creepy in front of him, he would probably incur death for himself. Secondly, he needed to show off his full body equipment, which could also bring about his own death should the creep in front of him feel threatened from himself. Regardless of how the math is done, the mortality rate is high. But, as captain, he deserves his own. If this place was really so dangerous, he would rather use his own life as a warning that this next street of curiosities was the top priority of the Guile Hunting Bureau's extermination operation. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and said with interest, "Then please show the equipment on your body." Chen Haichuan showed Jiang Yan one piece of equipment after another. There were a total of 7 pieces of equipment, each selling for around 6,000 medals. The total price had exceeded 40,000 medals. This set of equipment, even when placed at the time of Jiang Yan's death in his last life, was considered luxurious. Putting it in the present, the second day of creepy descent is just a little sick. Of course, its degree of perversion was still small if compared to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan now purchased things, had rarely considered cost-effectiveness, and directly leaned towards the most expensive above. However, Chen Haichuan's outfit can be said to maximize the cost-effectiveness. Not counting weapons, there are only 8 total equipment columns on a person, which are jewelry, shoes, rings, clothes, pants, wrist guards, necklaces, and hats. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian still had several equipment columns that were empty right now, mainly because they didn't feel any pressure to survive, so they were very casual. And this configuration of Chen Haichuan is the performance of truly facing great pressure and squeezing out every bit of potential. Jiang Yan was not surprised by his outfit, although Nandu's weirdness was far from being purged. I'm afraid that since yesterday's descent, Chen Haichuan, the hunters of the Weirdness Hunting Bureau, had been in the midst of a high-intensity battle, strangling Nandu's weirdness as much as possible. With one less creepy, human life will flourish, and the order that was destroyed will be restored. Under the high intensity of the battle, as long as the people from the Guile Hunting Bureau didn't die, their wealth was naturally not expensive. In contrast, the average human player is mostly running for their lives, struggling to survive, scrounging for food from the dirt, and of course poor. Chen Haichuan held his breath, his eyes staring at Jiang Yan's every move. His nervousness could no longer be concealed. Hell knows what would happen if the creepy one in front of him, who had been smoking a pipe, saw that he was so well equipped. But to Chen Haichuan's dismay, Jiang Yan's expression was indifferent, without a ripple. Snap! 2 stacks of golden medieval coins were placed on the table by Jiang Yan and said indifferently, "Deal." Chen Haichuan looked at the 20,000 medieval coins on the table, and his pupils trembled. "This spooky. I can't believe you actually gave yourself a loan? 20,000 plutonium. Just like that?" Chen Haichuan took back the 20,000 medieval coins, and his palms couldn't stop trembling. "Then I'm leaving." When leaving, Chen Haichuan was so wary that he almost walked out backwards, his eyes never leaving Jiang Yan's half-face shrouded by the shadow of the strange hat. Jiang Yan also watched him calmly until his figure disappeared in the doorway. Who dash? Who dash? Chen Haichuan dropped to sit in a corner of the antique street, heavily panting, forehead hung with large drops of cold sweat, hands and feet cold, all the muscles in the numbness of the war. Guh, he swallowed heavily, his face full of hijacking. "I can't believe. Really come out of that horrible store?" Chen Haichuan had a somewhat unreal feeling that he was unharmed by the 4 heads of Bazaar Ring. "Not only that, but you took 20,000 medals with you? Weirdness in this antique street. It's just too weird, isn't it?" A very well-built woman with a handsome face was very worried as she held Chen Haichuan's arm, squatted beside him, and asked hurriedly, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Looking so bad. Injured?" Chen Haichuan shook his head. "No injuries. The creepy inside is scary, but it seems to be weakly aggressive. I didn't lose anything. I even took 20,000 plutonium in favor." The woman froze and asked in confusion, "Took 20,000 plutonium in favor from creepy?" After so many years of being a hunter in the Trickster Hunting Bureau, it was the first time I had heard of something so outrageous. Gathering all the members of the Guile hunting squad, 5 people gathered in a small corner. Chen Haichuan said in the lowest voice, "The creeps in there don't seem to go easy on ordinary people. I wonder if there are specific rules for killing." Hearing this, the remaining 4 members of the Guile Hunting Bureau's faces changed in unison. "Kill rule?" White-haired sweat broke out on the face of one of the members, and his voice trembled. "Isn't this something only found in the legendary taboo? There's a taboo hidden inside this store on Antique Street?" "By taboo, I mean powerful to a certain degree of weirdness. According to the information that the Trickster Hunting Bureau had gathered before, a powerful enough trickster would, at some point, possess a forbidden rule. Humans who fulfill this rule are slaughtered indiscriminately, and almost no one survives. Humans who don't fulfill that rule are not attacked. For example, humans within view cannot turn their backs on that taboo or they will be killed." From the formation of the Trickster Hunting Bureau until the arrival of the trickster, the Bureau had faced a total of 5 taboo heads, sealing 3 of them and expelling 2 of them, without exception. These taboos had cost the Guile Hunting Bureau and the Divine State dearly. If there really is a head of taboo hiding in the Antique Street, Nandu's downfall could be incomparably miserable, and he would even be directly erased by this head of taboo. "Brother, what are we going to do?" The Yingxiu woman looked at Chen Haichuan, her voice similarly trembling. "The 5 of us, can we seal a taboo head?" Chen Haichuan categorically shook his head. "Never a chance. Based on previous experience, to fight a taboo and create a sealing opportunity, at least 100 hunters need to work in concert. We'll just have to file him first and request support from headquarters. Until then,
You can repeat the steps I just took to try and loan some plutonium out of that creepy hand in there. In the face of such great pressure to survive, overspending like loans is even a strategy that does no harm. With the intensity of the battle, the Bureau will have no problem paying back the interest. But the extra 20,000 plutonium coins could make a qualitative change in their strength. Chen Haichuan told all of his behavior after entering that store, without any detail, 3 times, and said in a deep voice, "All memorized? When you go in, you can't make a single step wrong. Once you have accidentally triggered his unknown kill rule, and you'll never get out." The Yingxiu woman was the first to get up, her face full of death, and said, "Then I'll go second." Chapter 43, This is a Dead Man. In the middle of the store, Jiang Yan sat on the purple treasure chest, resting his cheek with one hand as a quiet beauty printer. Plutonium plus 5,850. Plutonium plus 109. Plutonium plus 7,860. Plutonium plus 3,830. Plutonium plus 7711. With the 55% life value bonus from the sheltering aura, Jiang Yan's plutonium intake per second had now reached 25,360. That's if Black Crow was out looking for treasure chests. Otherwise it could be higher. Jiang Yan looked at his attribute panel, secretly calculating in his heart. Just now, he had added all 3 of his attributes to 250 points. After 250 points, for each point of attribute, 10 million plutonium is required. Jiang Yan staggered and muttered to himself, "It's getting more and more outrageous. 10 million 1-point attributes. It's an astronomical figure. I'm afraid that ordinary players would not be able to break through 200 points in attributes even if they lived until the bizarre descent 20 or 30 times, let alone 250 points. The benefit of continuing to add attributes is becoming very low. Let's stop at the 250 point level for now." Jiang Yan secretly calculated. There are still 2 days until the first secret realm of Nandu opens. I have to go to the secret realm, or else when these people from Nandu fail to clear the secret realm, and the fate-slaying spirit child inside escapes, even I will be in danger of being killed by the taboo. Let's get my cryptic Black Raven set complete and upgraded. Then it's time to start saving some money. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of places in the secret realm where money has to be used. A secret realm, prepare $1 billion? It should be enough. Even if it's not enough, I can still print money on site in the secret world. After all, the secret world lacks everything but weirdness. With Jiang Yan's current speed of printing money, if he sat quietly in the store for 12 hours, he would be able to save up $1 billion. Jiang Yan casually bought all 5 remaining pieces of equipment from the creepy Black Crow set from the mall. Equipment, Hidden Black Raven's Ring of Mana Feathers. Hidden Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable boosts self by 1000 points of magic and 10% magic damage. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 30,000 plutonium. Equipment, Black Feather Cloth of the Hidden Black Raven. Hidden Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable increases one's armor value by 100 points and magic resistance by 15%. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 100,000 medals. Equipment, Black Feather Pants of the Cryptic Black Raven. Cryptic Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable boosts one's armor value by 100 points and movement speed by 5%. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 70,000 plutonium. Equipment, Hidden Black Raven's Ghost Eye Pendant. Hidden Black Raven set 1/8. Upgradable increases one's spellcasting speed by 10% and magic recovery speed by 10 points/second. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 40,000 plutonium. Equipment, Stealthy Black Raven's Trickster Dance Shoes. Stealthy Black Raven set January 8th. Upgradable increases one's movement speed and attack speed by 100 points. Reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 40,000 plutonium. After assembling the 8 pieces of the set, the 3 special effects of the Cryptic Black Crow set, all of which were revealed. 3-piece set, Crow's Walk, plus 15% movement speed, reduces the Watcher's sanity by 10 points while in a moving state. 5-piece set, King of Trickery, plus 20% to spell damage dealt, minus 20% to spell damage taken. 7-piece set, Scarlet Shock Blast, when eyes meet, sanity reduction doubles, causing a mind-blowing effect that lasts for 5 seconds. The effect of this 7-piece set was very surprising to Jiang Yan. The reason he chose the Cryptic Black Raven suit was because of the suit's sanity-lowering effect. Maybe the effect of 1 piece of equipment wasn't obvious, but 8 pieces of equipment combined lowered sanity by a total of 80 points. And if you added the effect of the 3-piece set, Crow's Row, it could reach 90. Very substantial. The Hidden Black Crow was the only set in the system mall that could reduce sanity, and the consequences of a massive reduction in sanity was something Jiang Yan had heard a little about in his last life. It has a wide range of applications and can sometimes have a surprising effect.
Especially when it comes to recruiting the spooky. Those ghostly things have low sanity to begin with. And it's even easier when they're reduced by another 80 or 90% by the cryptic Black Raven suit. Jiang Yan thought carefully for a while, and had been prepared to try Scarlet Shock Blast on the Pig Gundam, but just as he raised his gaze, he coldly saw that a very handsome woman, full of nervousness, walked into the store. 4 eyes. Chen Yuro had just walked into the middle of the store when she was greeted by a pair of ghostly cold eyes, looking at herself from under the brim of that low-hanging strange hat. The moment her eyes met, Chen Yuro only felt that those eyes instantly became scarlet and horrible, emitting a great power that shocked her mind, directly seizing all of Chen Yuro's sanity. In Chen Yuro's eyes, that creepy sitting on the purple treasure chest, shrouded in a shadow, was the most terrifying thing in the world. I have to kill him or I'm dead. In Chen Yuro's mind, the thought flashed with electricity. Before she could think critically, her body had already responded. Miso. A long knife came out of its sheath and turned into a snowy blade light, ruthlessly slashing at the top of Jiang Yan's head. Knock! A muffled sound came from beneath the blade. A damage number emerged from Jiang Yan's head. -1. On Chen Yuro's body, a damage number emerged with it. -400. Feeling the damage and pain caused by the anti-injury aura, Chen Yuro grew more and more fearful, and driven by her survival instincts, she immediately chopped out a second blade. Jiang Yan dodged Chen Yuro's second knife with a flash. This girl is an agility route, with a fast attack speed and low blood count. She's simply the favorite enemy of the anti-damage aura. The 5 seconds of the Scarlet Shock Blast was completely enough time for the girl to die on Jiang Yan 3 or 4 times. This is his own client. Can't die before signing a loan contract, especially not to die in his own store. Otherwise, who would dare to come here in the future? Jiang Yan flashed through Chen Yuro's attacks in succession. 5 seconds later, the effect of the Scarlet Shock Blast finally ended. Chen Yuro leaned on her knife, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes full of fear, and her entire body trembling like sifting chaff. What did I just do? I chased a forbidden maniacal slash several times? This is dead. Just as Chen Yuro was covered in a cold sweat, the back of her own two milk had begun to flash before her eyes. Jiang Yan's calm voice reached her ears. What business do you need, miss? Chen Yuro's body trembled as she looked up incredulously, realizing that the forbidding head that was shrouded in shadow had once again sat back on the purple treasure chest. The low-hanging strange hat covered Jiang Yan's gaze, and curling smoke rose from the old pipe, adding more and more to his 2 points of mystery. Sanity, between gazes, begins to lower. Chen Yuro's cherry lips slightly opened, her face full of stagnation, and she murmured incredulously, no way, none of this. Triggered his kill rule? Jiang Yan's afterglow saw the girl kneeling on the ground in a daze, frowned slightly and asked after her. Miss, are you okay? Hearing his low voice, Chen Yuro shivered, and her urine almost came out 2 drops in fear. This taboo, talking really like a human being. Chapter 44, The Taboo of Not Looking Straight. I'll take a loan. Chen Yuro shivered and stood up on her knife, and began to strictly follow the steps instructed by Chen Haichuan. She doesn't want to die yet, although the situation had just gotten very out of hand. Since this forbidden kill rule hadn't been triggered yet, there was still a chance that everything could be salvaged. Jiang Yan nodded and handed out a bizarre contract to start the loan process. In just a few minutes, 20,000 medieval coins were put into Chen Yuro's hands by Jiang Yan. But for Chen Yuro, every second was an ordeal. Every second was a rift between life and death. Cold sweat soaked through the shirt she was wearing, and a single crystal drop fell down her nose. Chen Yuro carefully caught the drop of cold sweat, fearing that the sound of dripping water would satisfy the forbidden rules of striking in front of her. Getting the plutonium, Chen Yuro said in a trembling voice, thank you. She didn't dare to stay for a second longer and followed Chen Haichuan's posture, backtracking out of the store, not exposing her back to Jiang Yan from start to finish, withdrawing a few meters away. Chen Yuro could no longer support herself and sat down on her but on the bustling antique street, causing many people to stare curiously. Chen Haichuan, who was waiting on the sidelines, dragged Chen Yuro to the corner with 7 hands and asked nervously, how's it going? Got the loan? Chen Yuro swallowed heavily and laughed harder than she cried. Got it. Also 20,000. Not only that, I cut him. Hearing this, Chen Haichuan and the others were stunned in unison. What? Chen Haichuan lost his voice and exclaimed. You slashed that taboo? Why are you doing this? Chen Haichuan was in a rage, feeling like he was going crazy. How could his sister, always smart, act so outrageously in the presence of a terrifyingly forbidden head? Risking attacking a forbidden head would produce consequences that the entire southern capital would likely not be able to afford. Chen Yuro shivered and said, I didn't mean it. He and I looked at each other, and then I felt that my body was out of control. It's like, I have to kill him to survive. Then I drew my knife and cut him. Listening to Chen Yuro recount the events in the store in detail, Chen Haichuan and the rest of the hunters all felt a wave of coldness hit their hearts, and their heartbeats seemed to be frozen. A slash on that forbidden head only dropped 1 drop of blood, and then counter-injured Chen Yuro 400? One must know that Chen Yuro only had over 800 life points right now, only enough to slash 3 times before she herself would die from the backlash. A hunter murmured, "This is also horrible." The other man next to him neighed, "Taboo, this is absolutely taboo. Ordinary weirdness can't behave like this at all." Chen Haichuan wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and asked incredulously, "You attacked him directly, and you didn't even trigger that forbidden strike rule?" Chen Yuro smiled harder than she cried and shook her head. "No, that thing just sat on his purple treasure chest the whole time and never looked me in the eye except at first. It's like I'm an insignificant ant in his eyes. Also, he's a bit different from what you described. The whole thing is shrouded in a light black mist. It's impossible to see. It doesn't seem to exist at all. That plausible feeling is really too scary." Where would these few hunters realize that after Chen Haichuan left, Jiang Yan had made up his hidden black crow set, and the 8-piece set would naturally bring a different outlook. Hearing this, Chen Haichuan was silent for a long time. Could it be that this taboo of Antique Street is still growing and evolving? The sustenance for his evolution couldn't be the plutonium we borrowed from him, could it? Or is the number of living people he's touched? Because of that, he didn't kill these people on Antique Street? All sorts of frightening speculations swirled around in Chen Haichuan's mind. "Captain, are we still going in to borrow money?" a hunter asked, trembling. Chen Haichuan gritted his teeth and said, "Go, we're both fine, and you'll be fine if you go in and borrow money. Even if he's relying on us to borrow money to grow taboo, we'll just have to drink the hemlock. The pressure to purge the southern capital is just too much. This 20,000 plutonium coins will be a boost to us that cannot be ignored." Chen Yuro also calmed down and nodded her head. "Right, even if none of us go to borrow money, with so many people in this Antique Street, we will always go to borrow money. So much for us borrowing and ensuring our own survival first," the hunter said hesitantly. "How about we block off the Antique Street? This way he won't continue to grow and it will be much less difficult for us to deal with it subsequently." Chen Haichuan hated the iron and slapped this hunter on the head, whispering angrily, "You want to die, don't you? That taboo in there just didn't kill anyone. Doesn't mean he won't. He must have big plans for creating a safe zone. If we blockade it for him, we'll be damned if he doesn't come out and kill us. Get in there and borrow the money. Then we'll get out of here and continue the purge until the hunter brigade backed up by the directorate arrives. And then we'll talk about what to do with the forbidden head. Remember, this time, do not look directly at the forbidden." The remaining 3 hunters, in turn, also entered Jiang Yan's store and went through the loan process. The 3 of them, staring at Jiang Yan's toes the entire time, not daring to look up at him at all, strictly followed Jiang Yan. It was the last hunter's turn. He had just stretched out his hands, trembling as he took the plutonium from Jiang Yan's hands. With his eyes lowered, he suddenly saw that a ghostly face had suddenly surfaced on the surface of the purple treasure chest sitting under Jiang Yan's butt. The ghostly face, staring straight at this hunter, while grinning at him, it also stuck out its fuchsia-sharp tongue and licked its lips very greedily. OMG! The hunter was scared out of his wits, and subconsciously turned his head and ran wildly, running out the front door of the store. The hunter was brought back to his senses by the sunlight outside. The whirlwind was like a drop in the ice. "Oops, I'm showing my back in front of taboo," and ran fast. "It's over. It's over." Surely triggered the hit rule. The hunter froze in place, as if he were a stone statue, and didn't move a muscle. "Stay back." His pupils tightened like the tips of needles as he said in a trembling voice to the 4 Chen Haichuan people gathered around him, I may be dead. Give my mom the pension. Take care of her." Tears of despair came to the hunter's eyes. A second passed. 10 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Chen Haichuan held a cigarette in his mouth, full of puzzlement, and muttered to himself, "What exactly is this forbidden strike rule?" Chapter 45, Want to be your woman. Back to back, running, are all very common rules for forbidden strikes. That this could all be done without triggering a kill was something Chen Haichuan never expected. This taboo in the Antique Street is more or less wacky. Chen Haichuan pondered for a moment and said, "You row, you stay and observe this store. The others come back with me and file this taboo. Taboo number, 006. Name, Tricky Ho. Killing rules, unknown. Appearance, a young man sitting on top of a purple treasure chest, covered in a strange black smoke. His face is hard to recognize. Degree of anthropomorphism, extremely high. Note, do not look into their eyes. Surrounded by creeps. Possesses a large amount of medieval money. Likes to do business. Weak desire to attack." This forbidden file wasn't very long, but when Chen Haichuan uploaded the top to the Guile Hunting Bureau's intranet, a call came in after only 3 short seconds. "Haichuan, Talk to me carefully about this Forbidden 006 you just uploaded. Yes, Director. Chen Haichuan nodded and told all about what he had seen and heard in the antique street. Without any details, the director of the trickster hunt was silent for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and said, "The hunters who traveled to support Mountain City, Akaji City, and Star City will turn directly to Gallop to Nandu, a total of 76 men. In conjunction with the 27 surviving members of the Nandu Guile hunting branch, working in concert, under your command, to seal Taboo 006, please prepare the golden coffins for the reception. To the Chen Haichuan's spirit was lifted. Support came faster than one would expect. Spinning around, he felt a little heaviness in his heart. The three cities, Mountain City, Red City, and Star City, had been crippled by the Guile hunting branch, which was why the general administration had sent so many hunters to rush over. Now because of Nandu's Forbidden 006, the support of these three cities turned to come to Nandu. The chances of survival for the ordinary people struggling in the three cities are getting slimmer and slimmer. It must be successfully sealed 006 and without too much compromise. Otherwise the bizarre purge around Nandu will be in great trouble. Come on, let's go extract a golden coffin first. Chen Haichuan took the three hunters from his team and went down to the third underground level of the hunting guile branch and opened a wooden crate in a huge warehouse. Inside the crate was a huge coffin, brilliant gold in color, glowing dazzlingly by the lights in the warehouse. The three hunters asked in surprise as they stared roundly behind Chen Haichuan, "Captain, is this golden coffin really pure gold?" Chen Haichuan nodded and said, "The exterior is all solid gold and thick. There is a layer of alloy plate inside to ensure its overall strength. This one coffin cost nearly 10 billion universal currency." The three hunters sucked in a cold breath in unison. The sudden descent of the bazaar resulted in the plutonium having largely replaced the original general currency. But $10 billion of general currency was still an astronomical amount. The cost of sealing the taboo, too, is too great. Chen Haichuan slowly nodded his head. Gold is the only substance we've found so far that is capable of trapping and locking up weirdness. Taboo is also one of the weird ones, able to be perfectly sealed by the golden coffin. It is the only taboo that is worth using such an expensive golden coffin to seal. In order to seal the taboo, we need to build a series of organ traps around this golden coffin, and then introduce the taboo into it, and we'll be successful. One of the hunters couldn't help but ask, "Captain, the 5 taboos we found earlier were all like the antique street as well. Is there absolutely no chance of a kill?" Now that the weirdness has descended, there is a player panel presenting data, and Chen Euro has also personally chopped that forbidden knife in Curio Street, and the result is very clear. Let alone 100 hunters, even if 1,000 hunters besiege that taboo, there would be only one end. All of them died from counter wounds. If you can't force it, you have to seal it. Chen Haichuan, who had once personally participated in 2 forbidden sealing missions, was silent for a moment when he heard this question, and his eyes became very distant as he sighed. The first forbidden incident in the records. The Guile Hunting Bureau was still inexperienced and lost nearly 1,000 hunters without being able to injure the forbidden half of them. The records of the several forbidden events that followed corroborate this fact over and over again. Taboo seems to be unable to be killed, only sealed. But, Chen Haichuan deeply inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and said as he flipped the clouds, "Who knows? Maybe it's just because the knives in our hands aren't sharp enough." Jiang Yan sat on the purple treasure chest with his cheeks resting on his head, drowsy from printing money. 10 hours had passed and night had enveloped the antique street. During the period there are many people to find Jiang Yan loan, although each one is not much, but the base is getting huge. The cumulative loan out of the money, there are 500,000 huge. This number, now, was nothing to Jiang Yan. His gaze, every now and then, swept over his player panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 250. Agility, 250. Intelligence, 250. The average commoner is 5. Plutonium, 991864370. 990 million. Forget it, I'm too lazy to print it. Go home after work. Jiang Yan yawned and let in Xiao Xian go out to pack up the car, while he himself put up the closed sign for the store. The black crow on his shoulder lifted his spirits. "Don't forget the 10 treasure chests you promised me." Jiang Yan nodded his head. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll drive enough." The black crow had been back for some time now, and the spookiness would be stronger in the night. So the Dingsheng Group's treasure chest exploration team wasn't prepared to act at night. This day's treasure chest exploration operation was exceptionally smooth with the long-range intelligence support of the purple treasure chest and the powerful curse output of the black crows. A total of 3 blue treasure chests and 7 green treasure chests were obtained, and the useless resources opened inside were all thrown to the antique street stalls for sale, with the proceeds going to the Dingsheng Group. It's just a shame that the Black Raven kill shenanigans during the exploration of the treasure chest don't provide a reward, and it's a small amount of income that's flat out missing.
Jiang Yan was about to leave when a ragged figure of a woman suddenly came in on his face.
It's closed. Come back tomorrow.
Jiang Yan didn't look at her and said casually.
The woman spoke. Jiang Yan, I'm not here for a loan. Want to talk to you. Hearing this voice,
Jiang Yan's gaze lifted slightly,
and his afterglow swept over her face, recognizing that it was one of the 5 female classmates he had rescued during the day, named Li Yunhee. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and said, anything?
Li Yunhee turned around and closed the store door,
taking small steps towards Jiang Yan, her voice mumbling, I want to be your woman.
Before the words fell, Li Yunhee directly drilled into Jiang Yan's arms, a pair of slender arms, forcefully wrapped around Jiang Yan's majestic waist,
seemingly wanting to directly rub herself into Jiang Yan's chest. Chapter 46, Help Me Kill Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan did not expect such an enthusiastic throw of arms and froze for a few seconds before frowning and pushing Li Yunhee away.
Li Yunhee, do you realize what you're saying? I'm not interested in you. This girl in Jiang Yan's class is famous for her spiciness, and many boys have had ambiguous gossip.
Even Wang Hucheng also hooked up with her for a period of time, and then was dumped by her,
replaced by a rich second generation in the class. Li Yunhee's body looks her very good, dressed in a mature and charming. But compared to in Xiao Xian, this kind of natural beauty is still far worse. Being pushed away by Jiang Yan, Li Yunhee said pitifully, I know you're within Xiao Xian, and I don't need you to give me a name. I just want you to protect me. Can't you see what those single men in the antique street are looking at me with? Naked as a hungry wolf. In half a day's time, I've had a dozen men come up to me and hit on me. Li Yunhee sobbed. Jiang Yan, I'm really scared. I can fulfill everything you want. Anything in Xiao Xian won't play with you. I can play with you. I'm definitely better at playing with you than she's willing to play with me. Take me. I'll do anything you want. Li Yunhee said with pity, wiped a handful of tears, and burrowed into Jiang Yan's arms again. Jiang Yan dodged and avoided it, not having the good sense to say, no need.
Please behave yourself. Li Yunhee turned around only to see that Jiang Yan was nowhere to be found.
Asshole. Li Yunhee stomped her foot heavily and cursed in a low voice. Do you have any idea how many men want to get their hands on me? I'm upside down. Why do you treat me like this? Jiang Yan, are you still a man? Stomping away from Jiang Yan's store, a gloomy man's voice suddenly sounded behind Li Yunhee. Have you thought about it, beautiful? Brother has been waiting for you all day. From now on, if you hang out with my brother, I'll let you eat 3 times a day. Li Yunhee's face became very ugly as her footsteps lurched.
This is one of the men who pestered himself during the day,
named Wave. It was also the most powerfully built of them all, with an outfit worth its weight in gold. When Li Yunhee looked at the egg fried rice stand at noon and gulped, Wave very generously bought Li Yunhee a bowl of egg fried rice. I can follow you.
Li Yunhee slowly turned around and pursed her lips.
But you have to do one thing for me.
Her eyes were filled with provocation and disdain, as if she didn't believe that Brother Long had the ability to help himself. As a slag woman who had toyed with several men,
Li Yunhee knew very well that the strongest provocation is the one that a woman uses on a man. Sure enough, Wave didn't hesitate at all and said flatly, yeah, you name it. Brother will help you. Li Yunhee said coldly, help me kill Jiang Yan, the man you can't get for yourself. Go to hell. Hearing this, Wave's eyes narrowed slightly.
Although he had just entered the antique street not long ago, the name Jiang Yan had already been heard like thunder.
It is the name of the lender in the store,
but also the boss of the antique street.
Zhang Xiaowu said Jiang Long also went in for a loan, and his comment to Jiang Yan was unfathomable. But deep doesn't mean it can't be killed. Quite the contrary. Wave didn't have any good intentions from the beginning, and Li Yunhee was a hit and miss. You've come to the right person. Sister, go with brother. Brother will help you get that Jiang Yan kid killed. From now on, in this antique street, my brother Long is the big brother, and you, the sister-in-law. As soon as Wave pulled Li Yunhee, he quickly stepped out of the antique street and walked quickly towards the middle of a ruin. Li Yunhee was very nervous at first, thinking that Wave was going to snog herself in the ruins, though bolder environments she'd done. But that was before the weirdness descended. But soon, Li Yunhee saw the glow of flames amidst the ruins. There's a group of people hiding here. Brother Wave, how was your inspection of the situation in the antique street? A man roasting pancetta over the flames hurriedly greeted him, his face full of anticipation. Wave grunted and said, the vision of the dinosaur group is unconvincing and the power of action is truly amazing. It's been just 2 days, and it's really allowed them to get the market going. We probably can't compete with them if we want to make a market too. The word safe zone alone is not something we can easily learn. For today's solution, it's best for us to kill that kid Jiang Yan first, and take the antique street in our hands by substituting the plum for the peach. As long as we're fast enough, and Baosheng won't be able to react. There aren't that many Dingxing Group's manpower in the antique street. Upon hearing this, several of the men by the fire looked at each other with a bit of wonder on their faces. But, Wave, they're very capable of fighting. One shot to kill a bazaar. This combat power, we cannot beat it, right? Wave laughed coldly. That's where your lack of observation skills comes in. From the beginning to the end, the only one who made a move was the girl. Her gun is, indeed, terrifying. But according to my investigation, that girl's name is in Xiao Xin, and she is in Baosheng's biological daughter. I'm afraid that half of the Dingsheng Group's resources have been given to Xiao Xin for her to be this strong. And that Jiang Yan, he's purely a soft eater. Let's kill Jiang Yan, rob him of his money, and then capture Xiao Xin alive. It's just a woman. Her heart a few times and she'll behave. Wave said, cupping Li Yunhe's hand. Tomorrow, you'll be responsible for supporting Xiao Xin away, and I'll go think of a way to trick Jiang Yan out. Brothers, cooperate with me and make a nice ambush, and then Antique Street is ours. Listening to Brother Long's incisive analysis, the few people by the fire, with sinister smiles on their lips, concurred. Yeah, Brother Wave has a point. We'll do that tomorrow. Li Yunhe also revealed a flirtatious smile, and her eyes became much gentler as she looked at Wave. That's what makes a good man. Smart, brave, and knows how to appreciate my beauty. With the tip of her little finger, she gently scratched twice in the middle of Wave's palm. Wave looked at Li Yunhe's beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to drip water, and with lust in his heart, he pulled Li Yunhe up and headed towards one of the nearby houses that was still largely intact. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin returned to Dingsheng Group, first went to Xian Baosheng, and asked Black Crow to open all the dozen treasure chests that in Baosheng had accumulated for a day in one breath. The hoarse, soothing moan of the Black Crow, accompanied by the crisp click of the lid of the treasure chest, echoed endlessly in the Dingsheng mansion. Creepy. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, sat on the sidelines within Baosheng, exchanging information about today's progress. After listening to Jiang Yan's statement about the gradual stabilization of the antique street, and Baosheng looked deeply at Jiang Yan and nodded his head in praise. Good boy. Xiao Xin has not misjudged you. The strength of your ability is indeed beyond my expectations. Uncle N ran into a problem today. Can you help Uncle N? Chapter 47, This is too netherworldly. Listening to N Baosheng's earnest request, Jiang Yan sat up straight and nodded. Uncle N, you say. Ambrosia let out a long sigh. This world is in turmoil and the importance of food is second to none. There's still a lot of food to be found rummaging through the rubble. So a lot of people don't realize for a while that in a little while, famine will set in. Jiang Yan's face was solemn as he slowly nodded his head. In a previous life, the situation described by Ambrosia actually happened. Many people in the settled world lack basic knowledge of the wide variety of foods that line the supermarket shelves. Who cares where all that meat, eggs and milk came from when you can just eat your fill for a couple bucks? But with the agricultural system paralyzed, food is no longer available on a regular basis. In the system mall, plutonium could buy a lot of things, but not food. Jiang Yan remembered that just about half a month later, the food that people were able to find from amongst the ruins was becoming less and less, and the price of food, too, has risen so high that at one point there was even starvation. The Dingsheng Group, at that time, was one of the few places where you could get enough to eat, and many people joined the Dingsheng Society and became Uncle N's loyal henchmen just for the sake of a full meal. The starvation didn't ease up until after the second bazaar reward. With the help of officials, the fact that Ambrosia is able to anticipate these situations in advance and make targeted layouts is indeed a long-term vision. He continued, today, all 20 of the men I sent out to clean out a granary were killed by Creepy. Not even a decent plea for help came out of it. I think there might be a very strong Creepy hiding in there. Uncle N shouldn't be an opponent and doesn't want to lose more brothers. Can I leave the clearing of that granary to you? Jiang Yan nodded slowly and said, yes, tell me the location and I'll go over there first thing in the morning to check it out. The issue of food is, indeed, very important. If the Dingsheng Group couldn't solve the shenanigans in the granary, Jiang Yan and Xiao Xin might have to go hungry by then as well. Red Peak Mountain Granary. Ambrosia barked. Be careful and do everything for your own safety. I wouldn't want to trade your and Xian's lives for what's in that granary. Hearing the Red Peak Mountain Granary, a flash of surprise flashed across Jiang Yan's eyes. Surprisingly, it's there. In his last life, until Jiang Yan's death, the Red Peak Mountain Granary was a forbidden area labeled by the Guile Hunting Bureau, not to be stepped on. It was said that the weirdness inside was very terrifying, and although it had not reached the level of taboo, it was no longer an existence that normal humans could match. The Bureau of Guile Hunting had conducted 3 operations before and after targeting the weirdness in the grain silo on Red Peak Mountain, all of which ended in failure, killing more than 30 hunters, which could be described as a heavy loss. Fortunately, Inside just more food. More than 50 kilometers away from Nandu. That bazaar also never come out of the activity. The Trickster Hunting Bureau finally directly marked a prohibited area, and never entered the Red Peak Mountain grain silo again. Jiang Yan had heard that the weirdness in the Red Peak Mountain granary seemed to be growing by eating the grain inside, and would grow stronger as time went on. This way of growing up is very different from other bizarre paths where you have to kill to get stronger. A letter from the Trickster Hunting Bureau was a desperate move. For all we know, there could be a head of horrible taboo brewing inside. When that thing runs out someday, it could give everyone a blinding shock, but there is no ability to purge. Only cold turkey. Naturally, Ding Sheng Group hadn't been able to get the grain in the Red Peak Mountain granary in their last life, but Jiang Yan didn't mind helping Ding Sheng Group get it in this life. For one thing, he, the money printer, also needs to dry rice, and secondly, forbidden things like this, Jiang Yan is still a little afraid. Back in Xiao Xian's room, since it is a love affair hot night lingering, but taking into account that tomorrow still have to go to Red Peak Mountain, Jiang Yan did not such as last night's general crazy demand. Early in the morning of the second day, Jiang Yan left Dingshang Mansion with Xiao Xian and Black Crow and drove towards Red Peak Mountain. In order to protect the safety of the antique street, Jiang Yan only brought back the Black Crows last night, and all the rest of the bazaar stayed around the antique street. The highway to Red Peak Mountain is gradually opening up, and as the population density drops, the chances of running into shenanigans become lower. However, as Jiang Yan continued to approach the Red Peak Mountain granary, grayish-white continuous spider webs began to appear in the woods along the road. The cobwebs were getting thicker and thicker, hanging in all the corners of the entryway, fluttering gently when the wind blew, and even some of them rolled into the car's engine compartment and axles. And Xiao Xian subconsciously leaned towards Jiang Yan, her voice trembling. "Don't be a spider-shaped creepy I'm so afraid of spiders." Jiang Yan slammed on the brakes and narrowed his eyes. "Look at the side of the road. There's a spider cocoon. In there, it appears to be the body of a person." And Xiao Xian screamed, directly into Jiang Yan's arms, shivering, "Don't scare me. There really are big spiders that eat people?" Jiang Yan laughed and stroked in Xiao Xian's slender waist, saying, "Show a little violence mania. Even if there really is a big spider, it's the one that's afraid of you." Wrapping his arms around Xiao Xian's petite body, Jiang Yan pushed the door to get out of the car, and Xiao Xian clutched Jiang Yan's sleeve, her frightened eyes constantly glancing around. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel and a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Plutonium +1. Plutonium +1. Plutonium +1. Dense plutonium was credited, and Jiang Yan couldn't even count how many life value 1 shenanigans were hidden in his vision. Unsurprisingly, all of these weirdness were lurking within the thick spider web, quietly watching Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian, the two uninvited guests. "Very interesting printing material," Jiang Yan muttered to himself, taking Xiao Xian's hand. He approached the human-shaped spider silk cocoon on the side of the road. The dagger was used to slice through the face area of the spider silk cocoon, revealing the human face underneath. It was a skin and bone so distorted that it was impossible to tell what a human looked like, with dense clusters of purple-green spider eggs attached to the surface, and when illuminated by the light, one could even see the black egg nuclei swimming within the follicles. These egg cores seemed to have shown signs of life, and the moment they sensed the light cast, they turned in unison in the direction of Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian. A cluster of spider eggs, as if they were the compound eyes of a grotesque devil, almost scared Xiao Xian to death. And Xiao Xian, who was tightly wrapped around Jiang Yan's waist, had long since lost her color and was so scared that her teeth were chattering. "It's too netherworldly. This is too netherworldly." And Xiao Xian asked almost in tears, "Jiang Yan, are you not afraid?" Jiang Yan laughed a little. "One drop of blood for a little punk. What's there to be afraid of?" He probed his hand and tried to touch the largest of the clusters of spider eggs. Just at the moment when Jiang Yan's fingers were about to touch, a black shadow, catapulting out from the side, bit into Jiang Yan's finger with lightning speed. Chapter 48, Sphinx Spider Frenzy. Although the speed was fast, with Jiang Yan's agility, it was still very simple to dodge it. Jiang Yan didn't dodge, allowing the pair of purple-green fangs to stab at his fingers. Strike, -1, -400. The spider that had attacked Jiang Yan stiffened, and then fell straight down. Jiang Yan casually scooped up the spider corpse and took a closer look, and Xiao Xian also followed along and looked, but at a glance, she directly vomited. The spider was the size of a fist, with a normal back half, but the head was a shrunken version of a human head. There were also 2 pairs of withered arms, on either side of the human head, replacing the pair of tentacles at the very tip of the spider. 2 purple-green fangs poked out from the twisted population, and those eyes were also glowing with a glowing purple-green light. "Disgusting. This thing looks also too vomit." And Xiao Xian dry heaved again.
tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. But the feeling of nausea washed away the fear in Xiao Xian's heart, and in turn made her settle down a bit, realizing that there was really nothing to be afraid of. After the counterattack killed him, Jiang Yan's player panel didn't have any kill prompts, proving that the spider wasn't a real creep. It's just a part of the main body. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head and muttered to himself, the scale is indeed massive. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant, and the difficulty of trying to kill that truly bizarre head in the endless sea of spiders is indeed too high. Before Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian could take another step, a violent tremor shook the thick, blanket-like spider web under their feet. Jiang Yan looked down, but he saw the spider webs under his feet tumbling like waves, as if some huge thing was traveling underneath them. Dense plutonium income popped up on Jiang Yan's player panel. Plutonium plus 15, plutonium plus 17, plutonium plus 14. As the spider webs churned, a sea of purple-green sphinxes raged out from underneath the two men's feet in an eruption, slamming upwards along their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, the dense purple-green spiders completely covered Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian. Countless pairs of poisonous fangs, spinning around, began to tear at the skin of the two, wanting to devour their flesh and blood. Ah! And Xiao Xian's scream echoed through the dense forest of spider webs. One by one, damage numbers cascaded out from Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian. -1, -400, -1, -200. Although Xiao Xian's attributes were far inferior to Jiang Yan's, they had all broken 150, and these little spiders could only deal 1 point of minimum damage. With each bite, a spider was killed by the anti-injury aura, its body stiffening and falling to the ground. The frightening image only lasted for a short second before Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian's bodies once again emerged from under the tide of spiders. Not a hair out of place. The damage is minimal, but the nausea is extreme. And Xiao Xian had goosebumps all over her body and felt bad about her whole being. Looking at the human-headed spider corpses all over the ground, Jiang Yan pondered, if it was an ordinary human player, they would have died out under the spider tide by now, becoming the sustenance for these spiders. But even for himself and Xiao Xian, if the spider tide was a few orders of magnitude higher, there was still considerable danger. This Red Peak mountain grain silo, when it is really horrible like this, if even Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian were in danger, then other human players stepping into it would really be a situation of 10 deaths. Jiang Yan also finally understood why the Guile Hunting Bureau could do nothing about this Red Peak mountain granary in his last life. The bizarre head hidden in this place, although it wasn't a taboo yet, but the degree of difficulty, I'm afraid it was even stronger than a normal taboo. Suddenly, a large number of refreshed plutonium incoming above the player panel attracted Jiang Yan's attention. Plutonium plus 151, plutonium plus 143, plutonium plus 157. Jiang Yan looked up and saw the surrounding bushes and shrubs, shaking violently in unison. In the next moment, a purple-green spider the size of a faceplate leapt out, dragging a grayish-white spider silk on its buttocks as it ferociously lunged at Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan sighed and stretched his neck forward in a manner that he was waiting to be killed. Strike, -1, -400. Spider with a large face, pawn, and Xiao Xian drew the pair of revolvers, gold and silver dreadnought. Popping killed several large spiders pouncing. The more you fight, the more you feel that it is not cost-effective. Bullets still cost money to buy, and there's not even a penny reward for killing a spider. If Jiang Yan didn't know how to print money, who could afford this war of attrition? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xian let out a long sigh and gave up on counterattacking, allowing these horrifyingly twisted-looking sphinxes to attack her. -1, -200. The Great Spider, D. As long as the nerves are numb and you don't feel nauseous afterward, this method is pretty good. And Xiao Xian was filled with helplessness as she followed Jiang Yan forward between the spider webs, leaving spider corpses all over the ground along the way. Boom! Jiang Yan kicked open the door of the Red Peak mountain granary that was completely wrapped in spider webs. This granary was one of the strategic reserve warehouses in Shenzhou, and the Dingxing Group injected 20% of its capital at that time, and was also responsible for a large part of the construction work. Its interior was vast and well equipped, and the lights on the walls were surprisingly still on. According to the information given by Ambrosia earlier, it was estimated that the underground emergency generator was running on its own after the power cut. There's also electricity, so the cold storage should be running as well. No wonder that Spider Creepy chose this place as a stronghold. The Red Peak mountain granary is stocked with a lot of meat that will feed him well. While his eyes were observing inside the granary, Jiang Yan was also paying attention to his player panel. The density of the plutonium incoming has increased more and more, and it's very disorganized, with all sorts of numbers mixed in. In the continuous brush of incoming money, Jiang Yan keenly saw an unusual number, plutonium plus 4717. There was only one, and it stood out in a sea of no more than 3-figure plutonium entries.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. See the real thing hiding under the cobwebs. Over 4,700 life points. This bizarre growth rate was simply terrifying. The demon wolf and pig-con hyena that followed Jiang Yan were themselves power route shenanigans, along with the berserk beast trait to increase their power, and had a life value of 4,000 or 5,000, also both with 4,000 or 5,000 blood. This spider's bizarre combined combat power was stronger than both the pig Gundam and the demon wolf combined. Luckily, Ambrosia's reminder came just in time. If we wait for the secret realm to end and then come back in,
this weirdness might have grown from a pervert to a big pervert.
By that time, even a superb pervert like me,
I'm afraid I'll need to expend a lot of energy to subdue it.
A guttural voice rang out, echoing through the granary. A mole-like human. How dare you disturb my slumber?
With your flesh and blood,
nourish my children. Die.
The grayish spider webs that densely covered the entire surface of the granary roared and churned like boiling water.
A head of purple-green spiders with human faces, tsunami-like, rushed out from the spider web, emitting ear-piercing strange shrieks, drowning the two of them in a sea of spiders in a matter of moments. Chapter 49, Is this what you can do?
And Xiao Xian closed her eyes in despair and burrowed headfirst into Jiang Yan's arms, as if she were an ostrich burying in the sand. As long as she couldn't see the spider frenzy outside, she could pretend it didn't exist. A purple and green spider frenzy slapped against the reef of embracing men and women, raising a sky full of corpses in moments.
-1, -1, -1, -400, -400, -200.
Jiang Yan was idle and quietly cupped in Xiao Xian's chin and kissed her fragrant lips with a single mouthful, and Xiao Xian's tightly closed beautiful eyes suddenly opened roundly, her eyes filled with incredulity. That was the least dreamy kiss ever.
After 10 seconds or so of frenzy, the granary fell silent once more.
The spider web no longer churned, and the tide of spiders transformed into a ground full of dead bodies,
piling up into a small mountain beside Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian. Barf. Lips parted, pulling out a crystalline thread that glistened in the rising sun, and Xiao Xian red-face drilled back into Jiang Yan's arms.
A pair of small hands shyly and angrily pinched Jiang Yan's waist hard twice.
Jiang Yan raised his head and asked with a faint smile as he scanned the dense grayish-white cobwebs in the granary. That's it? Just pretending to be so loud. Thought you had it all together. If that's all you've got, then I'll laugh at all this grain, hidden in the cobwebs and never shown. The creepy seemingly stepped on tail cat screamed in a hoarse voice. Dream on. These are my food. You will never get your hands on it. Jiang Yan let out a laugh. It's mine now. Jiang Yan raised his foot and kicked open the door of one of the granaries with a bang. This granary was for storing grain and was filled with huge storage shelves as far as the eye could see. It was densely covered with grayish cobwebs, thicker than the outside, and hardly flat terrain on which anyone could walk. And the plutonium credits on Jiang Yan's player panel had almost begun to jam the screen. The spiders hidden inside this granary are surprisingly thicker than outside. You're a hell of a thing to eat not only meat, but also grain? Jiang Yan laughed. Kind of.
Seeing that Jiang Yan was really going to peel open the spider web and grab the grain that hatched the spider eggs inside, the head of the bazaar could no longer hold its breath and let out a hoarse, shrill whistle.
Human, you're looking for death. Do you really think you can steal my food just because you have a higher defense? Not far away. The thick, grayish spider web shuddered violently. A huge human-faced spider as big as an ox lunged out from inside, biting at Jiang Yan's face.
Jiang Yan's gaze was startled,
and a plutonium entry of more than $4,000 had indeed appeared on the player panel. This spider's bizarre essence couldn't hold back any longer and struck out in person.
Seeing a spider with such a huge human face pouncing, and Xiao Xian in Jiang Yan's arms let out a scream of fright, and between her blossoms, she subconsciously raised the fire Chilin's muzzle, wanting to give this thing a shot. But before he could shoot, Jiang Yan pressed the muzzle back down and laughed in a low voice. Pretty awesome creepy. Don't kill it.
In the next moment, the long sharp fangs of the human-faced spider viciously bit into Jiang Yan's face. Strike, -1, -400. The human-faced spider stiffened for a moment, and its eyes, which glowed with an eerie purple-green fluorescence, couldn't help but widen. Full of creepiness. How is that possible? Small spiders that have not been hatched long enough can't do decent damage. Probably because the opponent's armor is too high, but to only do 1 point of damage all by yourself is horrible. In Jiang Yan's eyes, there was a sneer in his eyes as he silently looked at the ox-like human-faced spider and faintly asked, "That's what you can do?" The sphinx spider let out a shriek, twisted its head and ran, burrowing right under the gray spider web and hiding deep.
Jiang Yan laughed and probed his hand from the storage shelf,
yanking out a bag of rice.
The bag of this rice had been pierced, and inside there was not only white rice, but also clusters of purple-green spider eggs,
constantly drawing on the nutrients in the rice to grow.
Jiang Yan skimmed his lips. It's kind of gross, but it's still edible. Take it to the antique street and sell egg fried rice. This half bag of rice can make hundreds of plutonium. And Xiao Xian was filled with disgust and shook her head repeatedly. I will never eat rice again. Jiang Yan said with a bad smile. It's okay, there's beef and such in the other warehouses. Between the flirting of the young couple, the sphinx spider that had fled back into the web seemed to have regained its 2 cents of courage, and its hoarse shrieks resounded once again. Human, I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of my lair. Still really think you're invincible? I can kill you anytime I want, even if it only knocks out 1 point of your life each time. If the base is large enough, you're bound to die. How many millions of my heirs are there? If you don't leave again, I will definitely make you die at the risk of great loss. As long as the spider tide dealt more damage per second than Jiang Yan's blood return per second, Jiang Yan would continue to lose life value. Theoretically, if the spider tide saturation attack lasted long enough, Jiang Yan would also be hardened. Jiang Yan said with a smirk. Sounds kind of reasonable. Why don't you try it? I'll fulfill you if you seek death. The spider webs around them, once again, boiled up. Densely packed spiders crawled out from it, stacked in layers, and a pair of bizarre purple-green eyes focused on Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian in unison. This time, the ones that appeared were small spiders with only a dozen points of life value, and the 100-plus facehugger spiders didn't appear at all. That spider creepy obviously realized that since they all only knocked out a single drop of blood and had to fight for numbers, it was the most cost-effective way to use the smaller spiders. Phew! A vicious wind blew, and a tide of spiders, 10 times more terrifying than before, pummeled the two men from the sky, and Xiao Xian has been numb, lightly hiding in Jiang Yan's arms, at ease as a buried sand ostrich. -11111111111. Damage numbers poured out from Jiang Yan like a waterfall. Jiang Yan wrapped his arms around in Xiao Xian and watched his life value steadily decline as he casually tapped on his mall page. In the column of potions, Jiang Yan found many items. Vial healing potion, restores 50 life points in 3 seconds. Interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Price, 10 plutonium. Medium bottle healing potion, restores 100 life points in 3 seconds. Interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 25 plutonium. Magnum healing potion, restores 200 life points in 3 seconds. Interrupted by damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Price, 50 plutonium. In the end, Jiang Yan chose the most expensive bottle inside. Holy water, immediately restores 1000 life points. Price, 1,000 plutonium. This is very low cost effective, but recovers immediately and has no cooldown. As for the expensive, to a money printer, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Human, your life value, it's already less than half. The spider's eerie and sorrowful voice rang in Jiang Yan's ears. Chapter 50, Are you serious? Spider creepy, as big as a cow, hung upside down from the thick spider web on the ceiling of the granary. Looking down at the tide of spiders that kept surging and attacking below, a sinister smile ticked up on Creepy's face. Although his own little spiders had lost a great deal in the wave of suicide attacks, it was worth it to pay a small price to kill a human who was such a nuisance. When you die, I will lay 10,000 eggs on your corpse, making you a breeding ground for my heir. Ha 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 ha. A ghastly laugh echoed through the granary with great pleasure. Jiang Yan raised his head and looked towards the location where the spider was strangely hanging upside down, his eyes filled with sneers. Yeah, my life value. It's less than half? Jiang Yan took out 2 bottles of holy water and drank them all. Life value plus 1000. Life value plus 1000. Jiang Yan's life value, directly back to full. Now what? Jiang Yan laughed. The spider's eerie, ghoulish laughter stuck in his throat, and his violet green, fluorescent eyes suddenly glared. Drinking holy water directly? That's 1,000 plutonium coins. You're too extravagant. After calming down a bit, Spider Creepy continued to laugh grimly. What do you think? Do I have more heirs? Or do you have more plutonium? Am I afraid to consume with you? Now even if you wanted to leave, I wouldn't let you. You, who must be the hotbed of my heir. God can't come and save you. I say so. Hearing Spider declare so confidently, Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Player, Jiang Yan. Attributes, Strength, 250. Agility, 250. Intelligence, 250. The average commoner is 5. Plutonium, 100, 456, 1890. Yesterday was an early finish, but this morning's entry in this spider's nest was a real treat. Moreover, Jiang Yan had been standing on his shoulder with Black Crow, which was also continuing to provide him with plutonium into his account, and had already broken through 1 billion without realizing it. I think there might still be a little more of my medallions. Jiang Yan was more confident than the spider. Get high until the end of time. The Earth is destroyed, the universe explodes, and you won't have enough of your own plutonium. Spider hissed. Then we'll see. Don't
Don't cry out in pain when you're devoured inch by my air later. Jiang Yan cheerfully took out 2 bottles of golden holy water and handed a bottle to Xiao Xian. Cheers! In the granary, the spider tide was wild, constantly churning, and the intensive attacks did not stop falling on Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian. Instead, the dogs and men in the heat of adultery began to study the 108 erotic ways to drink holy water. Gobble gobble gobble. Zip, 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 snap. After half an hour or so, the tide of spiders in the middle of the granary subsided a little. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian were at a height that was dozens of meters higher than at the beginning, on the verge of touching the tall roof of the granary. The bodies of small, strangely tactile spiders were all over his feet. Jiang Yan glanced around and realized that the plutonium credits on his player panel had become much thinner, and they were all over 100 life points. The little spiders with a dozen or so life points all seemed to be dead. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian's life values, on the other hand, were still full. Burp. Jiang Yan burped and kind of wanted to pee. It's gone? Jiang Yan pulled out his ears and looked at the spider hanging upside down from the roof not far away, sneering, your fertility isn't too good, is it? Spider, is this treacle my problem? Spider screamed, his voice full of shock and anger. This human just drank hundreds of bottles of holy water. That's hundreds of thousands of plutonium. Is this a human thing to do? It's almost like a sinful animal. Jiang Yan asked with a faint smile. Why? Could it still be me? Convinced yet? If you're not convinced, we can have another round. While speaking, Jiang Yan took out his pockets. A bottle of holy water, 10 bottles of holy water, 100 bottles of holy water. It seems endless. Spider Creepy looked dumbfounded, his human face filled with contemplation. Why in the world would one want to fight this sinful animal? The granary is yours. I'm leaving. The cow-sized spider bared itself into its thick web and prepared to leave. Staying green is not a worry. 120 out of 10 of this human was not right, and if he didn't run again, he might really die in his hands. Jiang Yan said indifferently. Wait a minute, talk about a deal. I can give you this if you'll work for me. Jiang Yan pulled out a purple-black mass of flesh and blood from his system space. Item, fishy creepy flesh and blood cut from a dead creep that seems to still be alive despite being dead. Can be crafted into certain items. Price, 100 plutonium. This thing was a reward that Xiao Xian had gotten when she killed Creepy before, and was itself a material for alchemy. But there were no human players learning alchemy yet, so naturally there was no market for this thing, so it stayed in Jiang Yan's hands. However, Jiang Yan had heard in his last life that some creepy with breeding traits needed a lot of food, and fishy creepy blood and flesh was exactly what they liked the most. Right now, this spider that was coiled inside the granary of Red Peak Mountain was clearly the weirdness of the breeding trait. In a previous life, there were cases where players escaped after being surrounded by breeding creeps by buying their lives with a large amount of fishy creepy flesh and blood. However, it was a reward that popped out of Creepy, and only the player could obtain it. And Creepy couldn't obtain fishy creepy flesh and blood, even if he killed Creepy. And hunting Creepy just for meat is so inefficient. It's far less enjoyable than having such a large granary with unlimited proliferation. But Jiang Yan was different. He could just kryptonite, as long as this spider liked weird blood and flesh. From the spider's web, came the spider's willful voice. This stuff is nice, but how much can you have? Jiang Yan laughed. I'll give you 1,000 pieces of meat a month and you work for me. There's a contract to prove it. A blood-stained bizarre contract was taken out by Jiang Yan. All the terms on it were the same. Only the monthly salary of 10,000 became 1,000 pieces of meat per month. A piece of meat sells for 100 plutonium. 1,000 pieces of meat, that's 100,000 plutonium. This treatment was the most generous of all Jiang Yan's shenanigans. On one hand, it was because Jiang Yan's financial power was now too much stronger than before. And on the other hand, it was because the Sphinx spider was indeed worth it. This head was bizarre, and if it was properly cultivated, it would definitely be able to grow into a taboo. The potential is greater than the Black Crows. However, if the two sides were to fight each other, the winner would really only be Black Raven. His immunity to physical damage is just too strong. Looking at the contract handed out by Jiang Yan, the huge head of the human-faced spider slowly drilled out of the spider web, full of hesitation, and asked, 1,000 pieces of meat? A month? Are you serious? Chapter 51, Siege of Antique Street. Hearing the human-faced spider's questioning, Jiang Yan laughed and directly began to pull out his pockets. 1,000 pieces of fishy stinking creepy flesh and blood were quickly piled up all over the ground. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and said lightly, I'm human. You're creepy. If you don't work for me, I will have to kill you. Don't think that your broken spider web can really save your life. I want you dead in just a moment. Make your choice. Work for me, or die. Jiang Yan's tone is very indifferent, echoing in the grain silo. Covered in strange black gas, the old pipe and the green smoke curls, set off his low-hanging hat brim under the gaze. Extraordinarily deep. The Sphinx spider looked at the 1,000 pieces of meat piled up on the ground, and after a moment of silence, it nodded its head painstakingly. Okay, I'll work for you. From the beginning to the end, the Sphinx spider hadn't seen Jiang Yan launch a single attack, but the human-faced spider had no doubt that Jiang Yan really did have the ability to kill himself quickly in a spider web. This man in front of me is too scary. Unfathomable. What's more, the meat he gave. It's just too much. The bizarre contract was signed, and the human-faced spider obediently came down from the spider web and prostrated itself in front of Jiang Yan. Respectfully, boss. Jiang Yan began to scrutinize this spider's attribute panel. Creepy, Sphinx spider. Attributes, Strength, 91. Agility, 99. Intelligence, 27. Seeing this attribute, Jiang Yan's teeth sank. Power sensitivity is up to 90 plus? This stuff is really outrageous. Besides Jiang Yan, who will be able to beat this kind of pervert? Jiang Yan continued to look down and saw the expected characteristics. Features are breeding, rapid spawning in defiance of fertility rules. The hatchling inherits the main body's traits, talents, and skills, and gains attribute growth from devouring food. The main body enjoys all control over hatching the hatchling, and the main body can devour the hatchling and gain no more than 10% of the hatchling's attributes, decreasing with the difference in attributes between the main body and the hatchling. Jiang Yan had heard of the Yi breeding trait before, but it was the first time he had actually seen the details. Good guy. Self-produced belongs to they. Jiang Yan immediately felt that the perversion degree of this human-faced creepy spider had risen again. Talent, spiderweb skyrocket, plus 500% movement speed, plus 50% agility and strength when in a spiderweb. Skill, spiderweb, rank 1. Sprays a spider web. If it hits an enemy, it causes 10% slowdown for 7 seconds. Consumption, 100 mana. Passive skill, Toxin Fong, rank 1. Normal attacks cause 7% slowdown and 10 points of toxin damage per second for 5 seconds. Jiang Yan glanced at the equipment bar and realized that the equipment was surprisingly empty. So it is. The Sphinx trick spiders have been breeding hatchlings in the granary to grow their attributes. Didn't kill any humans, so naturally no plutonium was credited. And no equipment. The skills are also very common. Simply just that the attributes are explosive. After reading the panel of the human-faced trickster spider, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. With the fishy stinking creepy flesh and blood that he distributed every month, the growth rate of this human-faced creepy spider would be even faster. With the right equipment and skills, the combat power of this big spider would be very considerable. And Xiao Xian hid behind Jiang Yan, sizing up the large-sized human-faced trickster spider for half a day, mumbling and asking, Jiang Yan, you're not going to use this thing as a mount, are you? That's also too perverted. Jiang Yan imagined the sight of the spider knight, and felt that it was quite racy, but it didn't fit well with his own low-key introverted style. He bought a prop from the system mall. Item, size reduction potion, reduces the user's size by 10%, does not affect any attributes, lasts permanently, stackable, and can be cancelled voluntarily. Price, 10,000 plutonium. After using 14 bottles of size reduction potions on this Sphinx spider in a row, it finally made him go from a spider as big as a cow to a size slightly smaller than a fist. Jiang Yan let the Sphinx gal spider weave a glove with spiderweb on his left hand and hid into the gap between the spiderweb glove and the back of his hand, so that no traces of the hidden spider could be seen from the outside. It had to be said that the Sphinx trick spider was very professional in knitting gloves, and the grayish-white spider web gloves fit Jiang Yan's palms very well and did not affect his movements. Before leaving the Red Peak Mountain granary, the Sphinx trick spider took the rest of his children on his back. Those facepalm-sized scions also became as fine as sesame seeds as the main body shrank, stacking and climbing in layers on the abdomen of the human-faced trickster spider, so that upon closer inspection, a dense phobia would have to be committed. As for the grain left over from the spiders in this granary, naturally and Baosheng sent someone to carry it. Jiang Yan was too lazy to bother more and drove in Xiaoxin back toward the antique street. On the highway at the edge of Nandu, a dozen black armored vehicles slowly stopped in front of Chen Haichuan. On the armored car, a baby-faced male youth jumped down and looked at Chen Haichuan with a smile. Old Chen, we meet again. The last time we met was a song and dance. This time, it's already the world falling apart. Chen Haichuan looked at the doll face and sucked in a mouthful of cold air in surprise. Heavenly Sword Hunter God, you're here too? This man was named Wang Jia. His family's sword skills were exquisite, and he was a Taoist priest of Wudong Mountain before joining the Guile Hunting Bureau. After joining the Guile Hunting Bureau, Wang Jia had participated in 4 missions to seal the taboo, and each time he had made a big splash, and many times single person killed the weird, broke out a great reputation, became one of the top 10 hunting god of the Bureau of Hunting Weird, the title of Heavenly Sword. Every god of the hunt is the backbone of the trickster hunt.
Chen Haichuan never expected that this time when he came to Nandu to carry out the forbidden sealing mission, there was even a share of Wang Jia.
Wang Jia laughed. What? Am I not welcome? Chen Haichuan shook his head repeatedly. How? With you here?
This mission is a sure thing. With this god of the hunt in attendance, the big stone that had been hanging in Chen Haichuan's heart fell to the ground with a bang.
Wang Jia's dull face always kept a smile and nodded. Let's go.
Let's go meet Forbidden 006.
Listening to your description,
006 is not quite the same as all the taboos found before.
I'm curious. A total of 103 hunters, all assembled, swarmed toward the antique street.
Jiang Yan returned to his own store in the antique street and was about to gather the treasure chest exploration team and have Black Crow continue out with them to explore the treasure chest.
A man suddenly walked in and whispered, I have information on a treasure chest gathering place I'd like to sell you. There are at least 50 treasure chests there. Give me 5,000 plutonium and I'll tell you the location. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe,
a playful smile floating at the corner of his mouth.
This person Jiang Yan eyes familiar.
Zhang Xiao, who reported to him, said it is the previous Nandu, another gang's big brother,
named Wave Brother.
Although he appeared alone in the antique street, Zhang Xiaohu still felt that this brother Lang was not right and seemed to have ulterior motives.
As for this message, it sounds like a poor parody of that time with Ming Li. Is it an attempt to trick me out?
Jiang Yan pulled out 5,000 plutonium coins and handed it to Brother Long,
smiling faintly. Take me. Chapter 52, Forbidden. Jiang Yan started killing people. 5,000 medals. Jiang Yan was not lacking.
There were 50 more treasure chests piled up together. Jiang Yan was not convinced.
Where were there so many coincidences? But this Long's move. Jiang Yan is going to take it. Tomorrow the secret realm will be opened.
Jiang Yan went in and had to stay for a few days at least.
If he ignored Brother Lang now,
he might take advantage of Jiang Yan's absence to get into some trouble.
Before leaving the store, Jiang Yan looked around and found in Xiao Xian chatting with a female classmate she had previously rescued from Li Ming at a corner of the antique street. Jiang Yan didn't care and followed Brother Long out of the antique street, listening to Jiang Yan's footsteps behind him.
The cold smile at the corner of Lang's mouth grew thicker and thicker.
This kid's got some nerve. One man dares to come out with me. In that case, you can't blame me for being heartless. Brother Wave, Brother Jiang, that pile of treasure chests is not far ahead. I was freaking out when I saw it, but I'm too timid, I guess, to go alone. When the time comes, everything in the treasure chest will be Zhang's, and with these 5,000 plutonium coins, I'll be satisfied.
Wave was full of fawning smiles and put himself in a low position.
Jiang Yan smiled faintly. I see by your face that you're not a coward. Wave hemmed and hawed. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover.
The two of them walked past a ruined street corner one after the other,
and two people suddenly sprang out from among the ruins behind Jiang Yan.
One held an iron water pipe and swung a vicious stick right above the back of Jiang Yan's head.
The other man, dagger in hand, rushed up and poked at Jiang Yan's backside. On Jiang Yan, -1, -1, -1. On the dagger man, -400, -400, -400. The dagger man, who was frantically connecting blows, jerked his movements. His eyes rounded and his pupils began to lax, and then he planted himself straight on the ground, his remains full of disbelief. Death is not an option. This guy's life value ceiling was not even 400,
and he was able to poke Jiang Yan 3 times in a row solely because his neural reflexes had not yet cooled off,
faithfully executing the orders given by his brain. The man holding the iron water pipe next to him, a -400 damage number similarly popped up on his head, and after freezing for a moment, he fell straight to the ground, dead in the water.
The spider silk glove in Jiang Yan's left hand wriggled slightly, and 2 sesame-sized sphinxes of the Sphinx trickster spider dragged their spiders down and burrowed into the corpses of these 2 men, taking advantage of the heat to start laying eggs and reproducing. It was only at this time that Wave, who was leading the way in front, heard the commotion and turned back with a sardonic smile and said grimly, "Kid, come out to mix the Jianghu, cannot be so simple." Before the words were finished, Wave's voice abruptly froze in his throat. He looked at the 2 henchmen who fell to the ground behind Jiang Yan, his eyes glaring a little bit round, and Jiang Yan, who should have been incomparably miserable and bloodstained, stood well in place, unharmed. Jiang Yan nodded slowly and said, "Well, the jungle is dangerous. If you don't eat people, people are going to eat you." As he spoke, Jiang Yan slowly raised his left hand and gently placed it on Brother Lang's shoulder. Boom! The spider silk glove exploded violently, and waves of densely packed spiders surged out from it, instantly crawling all over Brother Lang's body. Wave was scared out of his wits, frantically slapping the thousands of spiders on his body. But these Sphinx spiders were all bizarre children with more than 100 life points, so where could he easily slap them to death? In an instant, there were spiders burrowing into Lang's ears, nostrils, and even his eyes, and began to frantically devour his flesh and blood. The pain that drilled through his heart took over all of Longo's will like a tsunami, and he fell to the ground, letting out a miserable cry to the sky. Ah! Don't! Have mercy! In a few blinks of an eye, Wave's skin was devoured, leaving only bloody muscle and fat, completely exposed to the air. There were also dense purple-green spider eggs that attached themselves to the paths that the spiders crawled through, frantically drawing all the nutrients from Wave's body to grow. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "Stop." The spiders crawling and devouring all over Wave's body came to a steep halt, as if the pause button had been pressed. Jiang Yan probed out his left hand. His grayish-white spider silk-gloved double fingers pinched on Lang's skinless chin, lifting his pained and twisted skinless face up slowly, and asked coldly, "Why did you do it to me?" 300 meters away, an abandoned high-rise, Wang Jia, the heavenly sword-hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau, stood side by side with Chen Haichuan, the captain of the Nandu branch. In their hands, both men held a telescope and looked down. Jiang Yan and Brother Long's figures were clearly visible in the two men's binoculars. "Are you sure this is 006? The smirk on Wang Jiadal's face was completely hidden, and in its place, there was a million degrees of solemnity. Has he finally started killing people after all? Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, that's him. He doesn't seem quite the same as yesterday, though. Wang Jia was alert. Describe the difference specifically, without the slightest omission. Chen Haichuan nodded. On his right shoulder, there's an extra shadowy black raven that I didn't see yesterday. His left hand, an extra off-white glove, wasn't there yesterday either. The purple treasure chest he was using as a seat disappeared. In that store, I felt at least 4 spooky rings to the left and right, but I couldn't see their exact orientation. Now that 006 has left the antique street, he is likely to be alone. This should be an opportunity. Wang Jia asked with a frown. What are his rules for striking down, anyway? Right now, Forbidden 006 had already started killing people, proving that the person below had triggered his kill rule. But even the experienced Wang Jia didn't see what this forbidden hit rule actually was. Chen Haichuan asked cautiously, could it be leaving the territory? He also felt confused in his thoughts. After all, the 5 hunters had done a lot of behaviors that could have triggered the kill when they took out the loan on the antique street yesterday, and the only difference at the moment was that the location was not inside the antique street. The corner of Wang Jia's eyes twitched viciously as he whispered to himself, does it indiscriminately kill everyone in view as soon as they leave the antique street? This hit rule is indeed scary, and 006 killing methods are so bizarre. Wang Jia's gaze, which landed on the spiders that were densely packed all over Brother Lang's body, couldn't help but shiver and whisper, I'm really scared of spiders. Being bitten by 10,000 spiders should be one of the most horrible ways to die, right? In front of Jiang Yan, Wave, who was covered in sphinxes and spiders, had been scared out of his wits and cried out, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It's Li Yunhee. She wanted you to die. I agreed to her in a moment of lust. You let me live. I won't dare to do it again. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed coldly. Is it all about her? Why do I get the feeling you're lying to me? Jiang Yan's voice was icy cold as he gave an impersonal order. Eat his eyes. Chapter 53. This taboo was so weird. As Jiang Yan's order fell, the sphinx spider with a human face above Lang's eyeballs moved violently. Click, click, click. Creepy gnawing sounds, accompanied by Lang's hysterical screams, rippled through the ruins. A pair of eyeballs were eaten up by the sphinx spider in the twinkling of an eye. There was blood running from Lang's eyes, but it only flowed down his body to where his chin was before it was swallowed cleanly by all the facial trickster spiders on the way. Not a single drop of blood was wasted. Jiang Yan said coldly, you can still get back in shape by taking your medicine now. This is the last chance I'm going to give you. Lie again and you'll go to hell. I'll ask Li Yunhee. Wave's mental defenses completely collapsed and he wailed. Okay, well, I'll be honest. It's me. I want your antique street. Our Wild Wave gang has been suppressed by the Ding Sheng group before, and we couldn't raise our heads in front of an Baoshang. Now that shenanigans are upon us, I'd like to create a player trading order as well. Just as I was trying to figure out what to do, my little brother told me that the Ding Sheng group has already gone one step ahead of us and established the antique street safety zone, and has gathered a large number of people in it. I thought I'd come over and learn how you guys do it, then realized I couldn't learn. It takes too much manpower and resources. I just want to kill you, to snatch Antique Street and in Xiao Xin. By then, and Xiao Xin will have become my woman, and in Baoshang won't touch me. Listening to Brother Long's words, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth revealed a sneer. Do you know why you've been suppressed by the dinosaur group? Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe and said faintly as the smoke filled the air. Because your IQ is so low that you don't deserve to be a rival to Ambrosia. Most of the reason you didn't starve to death before was because that dog bone in your hand didn't catch Uncle N's eye. Daring to fight is an advantage.
but those who only have violent means in their heads have no way to live, and death is only a matter of time.
Jiang Yan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Xiaohu's number and said indifferently,
"You tell Xiao Xian to bring her classmate,
the woman named Li Yunhee,
to me."
This place was not far from the antique street,
and after just 10 minutes,
Zhang Xiaohu brought a few people from the Ding Shang group,
escorting the constantly struggling Li Yanxi, and arrived in front of Jiang Yan, and Xiao Xian also followed behind,
her face full of surprise. A woman's desire to confide is inherently strong.
And after coming back from Red Peak Mountain, and Xiao Xian was pulled by a few female classmates led by Li Yunhee and kept nagging. Between chatting happily,
Zhang Xiaohu rushed over and escorted Li Yanxi all the way to Jiang Yan.
Li Yunhee was originally cursing in full of
being pushed in front of Jiang Yan by Zhang Xiaohu, and suddenly seeing the incomparably scary-looking Lang behind Jiang Yan, Li Yunhee was immediately startled and screamed as she retreated back and forth.
Wave is in a really bad way now.
There was not a trace of skin on his body, living like a dog that had been skinned. Muscle and fat and blood vessels were clearly visible, and it was densely covered with sphinxes, 2 times more terrifying than the most horrifying nightmares.
Zhang Xiaohu stomped on Li Yunhee's head and scolded without any pity. "Did Jiang let you run away? Don't move."
Although his mouth cursed ferociously, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the ghostly appearance of Brother Lang, so scared that all the hairs on his body stood up. A wave of cold air from the soles of the feet straight up to the sky, and did not dare to raise his head to look at Jiang Yan a glance.
Is this ant really a boy who has not graduated from high school? This means, of his is also too cool and fierce. Jiang Yan is the first person who can make Zhang Xiaohu, a veteran who has followed Uncle An for a lifetime, think cool.
The other few people who had followed Zhang Xiaohu along had long since lost their color and almost vomited when they saw this scene. Li Yunhee directly broke down in tears as she was stomped on by Zhang Xiaohu's head.
"Don't! Let me go! I was wrong! I was really wrong! Jiang Yan, I'm sorry! I won't dare anymore! I'll do whatever you want! I'll do anything! Really! I'll slave for you! I'll slave for you! Woo woo!" And Xiao Xian's face darkened as she listened and glared at Li Yunhee.
Jiang Yan faintly smiled, slowly walked to the front of Li Yunhee, squatted down, stretched out his left hand.
In Li Yunhee's face full of muddy tear marks, gently patted, issued a snap 2 sounds. "Is it so hard to do when I saved you and gave you another chance last night and all you had to do was settle down? A vicious woman like you is better off dead."
The spider silk glove in Jiang Yan's left hand exploded once again. Sea waves of sphinxes surged out from it,
instantly crawling over every corner of Li Yunhee's entire body. "Don't waste it,"
Jiang Yan said indifferently and picked up Xiao Xian with his right hand,
turning around and folding back towards the antique street.
With Jiang Yan's command, the quiet sphinx spiders with human faces on Long and Li Yunhee flipped up abruptly.
2 human bodies, densely covered in spiders, rolled around on the ground in agony, screaming and wailing straight into the sky. After half a minute, all was quiet. All that was left on the floor were 4 large humanoid spider cocoons, with the occasional wriggling of the grayish spider silk on their surfaces, flesh and blood inside, spawning a whole new life. A spider egg hatched out and turned into a spider as small as a speck of dust. These spiders, drilling out from the cracks of the gray spider web, climbed all the way down the shadowy corners of the ruins to the Street of Curiosities, slipped into Jiang Yan's store from the shadows, and jumped into Jiang Yan's left spider glove, disappearing into thin air, 300 meters away on the roof of a tall building.
Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan slowly put down their binoculars, their faces filled with incredulity. They had just prepared for a fight and didn't want to let Jiang Yan go back to the antique street. But what happened next was completely beyond the comprehension of both men.
Wang Jia asked in a murmur. The level of anthropomorphism in this forbidden 006 is outrageous. It's almost as if it's human. Why didn't he attack the woman and take her hand and walk away? Do taboos go into heat too? Chen Haichuan whispered.
From my observations,
that woman, she might be creepy too.
Wang Jia had a constipated expression on his face as he shook his head repeatedly.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The forbidden anthropomorphisms are all high, but the weirdness all have distinctive features. That woman, in no way is that creepy. She's either a person or...
Chen Haichuan shivered and swallowed his saliva as he asked.
Also a taboo? Wang Jia calmed down, thought carefully, and shook his head. More like humans controlled by taboos.
This forbidden 006 is doing something so strange that I wish I could press on for now. I'm going to go to Antique Street and get up close and personal with him.
Chapter 54, Sealing the Peachwood Sword.
Jiang Yan sat in the Antique Street store, barred 2 puffs of his old pipe, looked at his old watch, and muttered to himself.
It's almost time for the secret cue. After a few seconds, a line of eye-catching hints did surface on Jiang Yan's player panel. Secret Realm, the 3rd hospital, will open tomorrow. Entering the secret realm may result in rich resource rewards. There are deadly dangers within the secret realm. If the secret realm is not cleared by the end of the secret realm, The final spooky in the secret realm will break free from the secret realm and descend on Nandu after gaining a huge increase. Duration of the secret world, 5 days. Each player entering the secret realm is required to pay an entrance fee of 500 plutonium coins. This alert was obviously not sent to Jiang Yan alone. All human players received it. In the Street of Curiosities where a large number of humans had gathered, murmurs rang out. And pay 500 plutonium? It's too expensive. And there's a chance of getting killed if you go in. So who in their right mind would go? No go no go. We'll stay in the safe zone. There was a lot of talk outside. And the vast majority of people had the same attitude. In his last life, Jiang Yan was also one of them and had no idea of participating in the secret realm. Just kidding. It is not easy to struggle to survive in this horrible world. Who would like to spend money in vain to make themselves suffer? As for the consequences of the secret realm not being able to be cleared, they were selectively ignored by these people. Before the forbidden spirit child really appeared, the people of Nandu didn't realize what kind of mountains of corpses and bloodshed the so-called great increase in this hint meant. Listening to the chaotic discussion outside, Jiang Yan slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his face full of playfulness. The third hospital? I didn't enter the secret realm in my last life. In this life, make up for it. And Xiao Xian walked behind Jiang Yan, gently massaging his shoulders and asked in a low voice, Jiang Yan, this secret realm, what are your plans? Jiang Yan had already thought about it a long time ago and said faintly, you, Inuyasha, Demon Wolf, Smoke Charmer, and Purple Treasure Chest, stay and watch the house. Black Raven, Sphinx Spider follow me in. And Xiao Xian froze for a moment and asked incredulously, aren't you going to take me with you? I'm strong now. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Players will be teleported separately when they enter the secret realm, and you may be in danger when you are alone. Having Black Raven and Trickster Spider to help me is more than enough. And Xiao Xian was a bit unhappy at the thought of being separated from Jiang Yan, but then realized that if she was teleported separately, she would be too helpless alone in the terrifying secret realm. She hugged Jiang Yan from behind and whispered, then you must come back safely. If you die in there, I won't live. At the entrance of the antique street, Wang Jia and Shen Haichuan's footsteps, in unison, lurched. They also all saw the secret realm alert on the player panel. The faces of the two Guile Hunting Bureau hunters became incomparably ugly in an instant. What a houseful. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, we must clear this secret realm. Otherwise, it's likely to release a bazaar that's unimaginably powerful, or even outright taboo. Wang Jia slowly nodded his head and said in a voice that only the two could hear, don't worry, I'm going to join this secret world. Chen Haichuan was shocked. Don't you have other tasks on your plate? Wang Jia sighed. In this world, there are fires everywhere, so if you can save one, you can save one. Since I'm already here in Nandu, let's settle things here before we talk about other tasks. Now, first, let me see what kind of existence the Forbidden 006 in the Antique Street is. The 103 hunters, who were already closely guarded in the ruins around the Antique Street, were ready to round up the Forbidden 006 in the Antique Street. However, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan are now unsure and must first explore the bottom. Wang Jia straightened his collar and lifted his steps to walk through the door of Jiang Yan's store. Inside the store, Jiang Yan sat on the purple treasure chest. Half his face was covered by a shadow cast by a strange hat. He was covered in a strange black aura. A black raven stood on his right shoulder, and his gray spider silk covered left hand held an old pipe. A low, raspy voice rang out between the flipping clouds. What business do you need? This customer? Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Yan looked up and down at Wang Jia in front of him with interest. The moment this person stepped into the store, Jiang Yan recognized that this was one of the top 10 hunting gods of the Guile Hunting Bureau, titled Heavenly Sword Hunting God. Now that creepy descent had just begun, the reputation of the 10 hunting gods of the Creepy Hunt Bureau wasn't high enough, but soon enough, the battle records of these 10 god hunters would be famous both inside and outside, and their faces would be memorized. This god of the hunt, unexpectedly, appeared in Nandu at this time? What was even more surprising to Jiang Yan was that on his player panel, there was an additional inconspicuous plutonium entry. Plutonium plus 1100. The famous heavenly sword god of hunting is a creep? Jiang Yan took a closer look at Wang Jia and felt that it didn't quite look like it. Wang Jia followed some of the patterns that Chen Haichuan and the others had explored, lowered his gaze not daring to meet Jiang Yan's eyes on the treasure chest, and said in a regular manner, I want a loan. After saying that, he showed Jiang Yan all the equipment he had on him, except for the quaintly shaped mahogany sword on his back. His outfit was luxurious, and the mall value was surprisingly more than 100,000 plutonium coins. After Jiang Yan carefully looked at it, he concluded a loan contract with him, took 50,000 plutonium, and handed it to Wang Jia. When Wang Jia received the plutonium, his fingers intentionally swept over the off-white glove on Jiang Yan's left hand. The first half of the touch is dense and delicate, as if it were fine satin. However, when he touched the second half, Wang Jia's face changed wildly. He felt a fine, writhing sensation under this gray glove, as if there were countless bugs and insects traveling under it, associated with the binoculars just saw before. This forbidden killing bizarre means. Wang Jia forehead, cold sweat beaded down. Maybe every inch of the human body underneath this coat in front of us is made up of twisted sphinx spiders. Horrible. It's horrible. Jiang Yan asked with interest. That sword of yours, why don't you show it to me? The antique mahogany sword on Wang Jia's back that wasn't on display made Jiang Yan instinctively feel that it wasn't a simple thing. Hearing Jiang Yan's voice, which had become hoarse and low under the effect of the old pipe, Wang Jia was silent for a moment and slowly removed his mahogany sword from his back. It's not a product of the system mall, but it's certified by the mall. This sword is a Dao weapon treasure that has been passed down from my ancestors for hundreds of years. So if you're willing, I can mortgage it to you as well and loan some medieval coins. Wang Jia showed Jiang Yan the properties of this peachwood sword. Equipment, sealed creepy mahogany sword, a powerful mahogany sword imbued with mystical powers. Perhaps itself a sealed creepy. Every time you kill a creepy, this sword permanently adds +1 attack power and +10 lifesteal. Current attributes, +110 attack power, +1100 life value. Inflicts a shock effect on the spooky. Doubles the damage dealt to the eerie target. Chapter 55 Money is really given out. Seeing the sword's attributes, Jiang Yan's heart was clear. It turned out that the +1100 plutonium income on his panel was brought about by this sword. After displaying it, Wang Jia directly handed this sword to Jiang Yan, at an angle that Jiang Yan didn't see. In Wang Jia's eyes, a hidden chill flashed. The sword, with its shocking and bizarre effect, even the four-headed taboo that Wang Jia had previously participated in sealing could not be completely exempted from the influence of this mahogany sword. And Wang Jia had also mastered the skill of indirectly judging the strength of a creepy head through the shock effect over a long period of time. While handing out the peachwood sword and staring at Jiang Yan's reaction from the corner of his eye, Wang Jia secretly said in his heart, I'd like to see just how strong you are. If the deterrent effect is good, I might as well take this opportunity to directly chop this forbidden sword and start the sealing process. Wang Jia quietly probed into his arms and grabbed the trick-catching golden net in his arms. This net was the Guile Hunting Bureau's standard equipment, which had a high gold content, and was completely capable of controlling the taboo in a short period of time, creating an opportunity for the Guile Hunting Bureau to seal the taboo into the golden coffin. On the outskirts of the antique street, more than 100 hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau were standing by, just waiting for Wang Jia to give the order, including the golden coffin that could seal the taboo. Last night it was also secretly sent by Chen Haichuan to a ruin very close to the antique street. It can be enabled at any time. Jiang Yan didn't notice the killing intent hidden in Wang Jia's move in the slightest, and defenselessly took the mahogany sword in his hand. When he reached out to pick it up, the human-faced creepy spider in the spider silk glove on his left hand was very frightened and ducked down his sleeve into Jiang Yan's sleeve, not daring to touch this mahogany sword. Jiang Yan held the mahogany sword in both hands and played with it for a moment, slowly nodding his head and placing it flat on the table. Nodding his head. Indeed, it's unbeatable. How much do you want to mortgage? Wang Jia was filled with shock, his eyes staring straight at Jiang Yan, and for a moment, he simply forgot that he couldn't look straight at the forbidden rules in front of him. In his heart, he was filled with shock waves. Taboo 006 even directly took his own sealing trick mahogany sword, grandly holding it in his hands and casually playing with it. Half the time, he didn't even look like he was shocked by the sealed guile mahogany sword. How can? Wang Jia murmured in his mind. Could it be that this head of taboo in front of me is the most powerful one among all the taboos I have seen? Maybe the intensity of the taboo, after the bizarre descent, has been raised again? A drop of cold sweat dripped from the tip of Wang Jia's nose. Noticing out of the corner of his eye that Wang Jia had gone off on a good tangent, Jiang Yan pursued the question again. How much do you want to mortgage? Wang Jia came back to his senses, heaved a cold shiver, gulped, and tried. 200,000 plutocrats. This price was in the lion's den. And Wang Jia didn't expect this forbidden head to accept it. Wang Jia just wanted to test how Forbidden 006 would react to this behavior of his. It was very dangerous and could easily trigger the Forbidden 006 unknown kill rules. But Wang Jia had his own cards, and was willing to use them as a price to find out 006 rules for killing. This is the only way to better accomplish the subsequent sealing process. But the next moment, Wang Jia was very surprised to hear two words. Could be. Jiang Yan pulled out a loan contract and disliked Wang Jia's face again. 1% per month. Compounded. If you die, this sword is transferred to me by the system. Although the system mall had given the sword some quantitative data and judgments, it had not given a guide price. And naturally, it could not be sold at half price to the system mall. From Jiang Yan's point of view, This peachwood sword belonged to the category of growable equipment, and things were as rare as they were expensive. In addition, this sealed guile peachwood sword inexplicably matched in Xiao Xian's violent maniacal talent. If he could recover 200,000 according to the contract, the dead Wang Jia might have made a blood profit, but Jiang Yan definitely did not lose. Looking at the blood-stained bizarre contract that disliked his face, Wang Jia's eyes rounded with dismay and made an unexpected sound. Ha! He accepted? 200,000 medals. In Wang Jia's mind, he flashed through a piece of equipment in the mall that was priced at a high price. How strong would one be if one were to drop another 200,000 plutonium down? Wang Jia looked at the brightly shining 200,000 plutonium coins on the blood-stained contract, and then looked at the forbidden 006 who hadn't looked at himself squarely once from the beginning, and heavily swallowed his saliva. An instinct in his heart told him that there was definitely something wrong with this taboo being so generous. Maybe his hit rule is directly related to this loan contract, but Wang Jia's reasoning was crystal clear. The secret realm of the southern capital was about to open, and one needed a stronger force to deal with it. That 200,000 plutonium may be the difference between success and failure. In case of failure, how many lives will Nandu pay as a price? It's not just $200, 000. It's a chance to save countless fresh lives, even if you have to take a huge risk for it. What's the harm? Jiang Yan's afterglow saw that Wang Jia had once again fallen into a state of disorientation, pursed his lips, and said with some displeasure, "Sign or leave." Wang Jia winced and snapped back to his senses. This head of taboo got angry. He swallowed heavily and said flatly, "I sign." The contract turned into two red lights and disappeared into Jiang Yan and Wang Jia. Stacks of golden medieval coins were pulled out by Jiang Yan and piled up in a pile on the table, counting enough for 200,000, and were pushed towards Wang Jia by Jiang Yan. Wang Jia looked at the table full of bling and lost his mind in front of Jiang Yan for the third time. This taboo was really quite different from all that he had seen before. He's got money to give. Wang Jia, who had taken out a loan of 250,000 plutonium coins before and after, bowed deeply to Jiang Yan and said with affection, "Either way, I thank you. Farewell." Wang Jia added in his mind, "I'm sure we'll see you again soon." Jiang Yan asked calmly as he watched Wang Jia face himself as he withdrew outward with his remaining light, "Would you like to work for me for a while?" Wang Jia's footsteps lurched, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. What's that supposed to mean? Forbidden 006 wants himself, a human, to work for him? Between Wang Jia's forehead, the cold sweat that had already been wiped away, once again beat it down. This is truly one of the most evil taboos one has ever seen. Wang Jia shook his head categorically. "Nah, I have more important things to do." He disappeared in a puff of smoke into the bustling crowd of the antique street. Jiang Yan smiled playfully as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The contract that had just been signed seemed to have an interesting loophole that Wang Jia and himself hadn't noticed. According to the contract, if Jiang Yan killed Wang Jia, then the sealed guile peachwood sword in his hand would directly become Jiang Yan's. The thought flickered and was dispelled by Jiang Yan. In his last life, Jiang Yan was also one of the many people who had been protected by the Guile Hunting Bureau. Although he didn't need to be protected in this life, Jiang Yan wasn't willing to kill a god hunter for no reason. The reason why Jiang Yan had given that 200,000 loan so dryly just now was also partly due to Wang Jia's identity as a heavily sword hunting god. God of Hunt, what do you think of Forbidden 006? Chen Haichuan asked as he looked at Wang Jia, who exited with a cold sweat on his head. Chapter 56, Rebirth of the Cross. Wang Jia wiped a handful of cold sweat from his head and whispered with a palpitating look on his face. 006 is terrible. I'd suggest going cold turkey for now. When I come out of the secret realm, I'll think of a way to deal with Forbidden 006. If we pay a huge price to seal 006, we might not have the extra power to deal with the secret realm that's about to open. Let's call it a day and head back. You take the men and quickly purge Nandu of its shenanigans while I work out how to spend the 250,000. Chen Haichuan nodded, and then realized in a whirlwind that he seemed to have heard some unimaginable figure. How much? Chen Haichuan's jaw dropped as he looked at Wang Jia, the knot in his throat rolling. Wang Jia laughed a little and said, I took a loan of $250,000 from Taboo 006. I have a hunch that his hit rule may have something to do with the loan contract. My life, perhaps, is counting down. In the store, Jiang Yan was giving out bonuses to his handful of shenanigans. After coming back from the Red Peak Mountain Granary, Jiang Yan had been quietly printing money, and now the plutonium in his hand had reached 1.5 billion, which should be more than enough to deal with the secret realm of the third hospital. Jiang Yan sent 50,000 plutonium coins to each of the shenanigans, and 200,000 to Xiaoxin, and then said indifferently, during the days of entering the secret realm, you all listen to Xiao Xian's arrangements. When I come out, we'll discuss the reward. Purple treasure chest, You're responsible for running this store for me, and I'll leave you 1,000,000 plutonium for turnover. The purple treasure chest nodded repeatedly, its eyes filled with excitement. Thank you boss for your trust. I'll definitely help the boss manage the store well. Jiang Yan looked at the demon wolf and said, you're responsible for going out during the day with the Ding Shang Group's treasure chest exploration team to look for treasure chests. I'll prepare 100 bottles of mist for you. Hide your tracks and don't be discovered by outsiders, especially the Guile Hunting Bureau. During this next period of time, the Guile Hunting Bureau will begin to make efforts to purge the south capital of Guile, and you will always need to conceal your presence with the bottle of mist, so you must not be careless. Jiang Yan took a drag on his pipe and said, the Trickster Hunting Bureau is very uncomplicated. As strong as you are, you all have a high risk of being killed whenever you are discovered by the Trickster Hunt in my absence. A few creeps nodded their heads back and forth, taking every word of their boss's words to heart. The boss was such a terrifying existence, and they all said that the Trickster Hunting Bureau was strong, so it seemed to be really strong. Just at this time, the antique street suddenly became noisy. I opened a treasure chest and got a good one. Come and see it all. This thing could save all of you a life. Whoever offers the most plutonium, this rebirth cross, will be sold to. Zhang Xiaohu's chiding voice soon sounded. No shouting in the antique street. Scream again and get the hell out of here. This is one of the few most important rules of the antique street, as overly loud crowds greatly increase the risk of attracting shenanigans. Although the shouting was stopped as soon as it came out, many people were still attracted and gathered around the stall that was just there. Even Jiang Yan was moved in his heart. The cross of rebirth? He smoked his pipe as he leaned against the door and looked over. That stall owner held an iron ray cross in his hand and showed the attributes to everyone. Item, rebirth cross, dripping blood and inserting it into the dirt. It will be reborn under the cross after death. Seeing this thing, an unexpected color flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The rebirth cross is a hidden resource that can only be opened from treasure chests and is not sold in the mall. Due to its special property of being able to revive, it has been very expensive in the market. By the time Jiang Yan died in his last life, the price of a rebirth cross had come to 100,000 medieval coins, and there was still a price for it. As it turns out, resurrection is not unimportant, but it can't just be resurrection. Strong players with the rebirth cross are terrifying, and players with the reanimation talent are basically clowns. The people around them also realized the preciousness of the cross of rebirth. It really is a life. In the present time when weirdness was rampant and crisis was rampant, everyone knew very well what one more life meant. I'll bid 1,000 plutonium coins. Someone was the first to bid. Someone on the sidelines was dismissive. How dare you ask for 1,000 medals? I'll offer 3,000. As soon as the price of 3,000 plutonium coins was shouted out, the surroundings went silent. That's a lot of people's entire lives. At once, many people shook their heads and sighed, quietly backing away, knowing that this good thing was not meant to be with them after all. 3,005. 4,000. The price went all the way up to 6,000 plutocrats. There were only 3 people left bidding in the antique street, and everyone else switched to spectator mode. One of the bidders cursed through clenched teeth. Don't sell yet. Wait for me. He turned his head and ran towards Jiang Yan's store, shouting as he ran, Brother Jiang, I want a loan. Jiang Yan took a look at the price of the equipment he was wearing and took out 4,000 plutonium coins and a loan contract for him. The man turned at once with a condescending air, shaking the 4,000 plutonium coins in his hand. What, $6,000? Master offers 7,000. Seeing this person directly loan hard to dislike, there are still 3,000 plutonium in his hand. The imperative is overflowing. The remaining 2 people looked at each other, are silent. People are short-handed and this price is already too high. The stall owner, flushed with excitement, held up the reborn cross in his hand and said, this boss offered 7,000. Is there any higher? If not, I'll sell it to this owner. Just then, a voice interjected from the periphery. I'll give you 10,000. Crowd, all eyes converged, only to see a man wearing a piggyback mask, squeezing in from outside. He had obviously been watching from outside for a long time, and only at the last minute did he open his mouth to make a bid. 10,000 plutonium coins placed under the eyes, has been called the price of heaven. The crowd have looked at the ocean. Even that lone brother also froze in place, with a total of 10,000 plutonium coins in his hand. It was already impossible to overpower the other party's bid. The stall owner was so excited that he almost peed himself and jumped to his feet. This boss, I'm waiting for you. Jiang Yan took a drag on his pipe. His eyes glanced over this piggyback mask, feeling that the figure was somewhat familiar. He didn't delve into the identity of this person. He just opened his mouth and shouted, I'll give you 15,000. The voice echoed through the street of curiosities, causing everyone's heart tips to tremble violently. 15,000? What kind of a man is this? A $5,000 markup right out of the gate? However, When they saw that the one who shouted the price was Jiang Yan, they were all relieved. Even the big yellow dog at the entrance of the antique street knows that the existence of the store named Jiang is a great god of wealth. That stall owner swallowed his saliva and smiled fawningly at Jiang Yan. It's brother Jiang Ah. Can't use 15,000. 13,000 for you. Just as the stall owner was running his ass to Jiang Yan's side, ready to hand over the cross to him, the voice of that piggyback mask sounded once again. I'll give you 20,000. Chapter 57. Is it true that you've been adopted by him? I'll give you 20,000. When this price came out, the crowd on the antique street sucked in a breath of cold air, making a remarkable contribution to solving global warming. Good lord, who is this piggyback mask? How dare you compete with Zhang? This is Zhang, brother Jiang, whose background is unfathomable. Brother Jiang, who shields the entire antique street from weird encroachments. Even if he shouted 3,000 medals backwards, that stall owner wouldn't dare not sell to him. Hearing Inuyasha call for 20,000, the stall owner's feet froze in place, his face full of embarrassment. This. Boss, don't argue with Zhang. I sold it to Zhang for 13,000. Jiang Yan glanced at Inuyasha with his afterglow under the lowered brim of his hat and spoke faintly. I'll give you 30,000. He always felt that the piggyback was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, and there seemed to be some sort of hatred embedded in the gaze that kept sizing himself up under the mask. Jiang Yan didn't remember offending any living person, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Hearing that Jiang Yan quoted 30,000 without even blinking, that piggyback's body trembled, glared at Jiang Yan full of resentment, and twisted his head to leave. Jiang Yan casually pulled out 30,000 plutonium coins and held the rebirth cross in his hands, watching piggyback's back disappear into the raging crowds of the antique street. This back, how come it looks a bit like Wang Hucheng? Jiang Yan muttered to himself and immediately dismissed the thought. That bastard was killed twice in a row by himself, and now he's probably blown away to the point where he can't even find his ashes, so I guess it's just a similarity. Turning around and handing the rebirth cross to Xiao Xin, Jiang Yan admonished, after the blood drops, bury it in that little park behind the dinosaur group. And Xiao Xin asked after a moment's hesitation, you're going to explore the secret realm, keep this for yourself. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm not going to die. Naturally. Aside from leaving the secret realm's decapitated spirit child, Jiang Yan currently couldn't think of any way for himself to die. Wang Hucheng walked towards the outside of the antique street with hurried steps, cursing the bad luck in his heart. How come this Jiang Yan is still around? I can't help but run into him in everything I do. That day Wang Hucheng was killed twice in a row by Jiang Yan, and even his body was thrown into the fire and burned by Zhang Xiaohu, but no one thought that he had a hidden skill on him. Refresh. After brushing the cooldown of the resurrection talent, Wang Hucheng was once again resurrected from the flames. Not caring about anything else, he jumped up and ran. At that time Jiang Yan had already left the antique street with Xiaoxin. Zhang Xiaohu and others, although found, but under the night, did not go after. Watched Wang Hucheng all the way to the fiery sparks disappeared in the night. Having survived, Wang Hucheng fell into deep fear. Although he had realized long ago that Jiang Yan was also reborn back, Wang Hucheng couldn't understand, even if he thought about it, why Jiang Yan was so strong. I've tended to avoid harm along the way, and I've clearly maximized my growth speed, so even if he also has the experience of being reborn, it's only possible that he's no match for me. Why did it turn out this way? Originally, he was dead set against stepping into the antique street, but for the sake of the secret realm that was about to open tomorrow, Wang Hucheng had to put on the mask of piggyback and enter Jiang Yan's territory once again. Relying on the experience of his previous life, Wang Hucheng remembered that at this time, there was a rebirth cross appearing in the antique street. This thing belonged to strategic level supplies, especially for Wang Hucheng, who was gifted with resurrection. This was the third resurrection. Most importantly, the effect of the rebirth cross could cause those who died in the secret realm to leave the secret realm and be reborn in the real world when they were reborn. Before exploring the secret realm, preparing yourself with a rebirth cross will ensure that you won't die in the secret realm no matter what. For the sake of this guarantee, Wang Hucheng risked great danger and entered the antique street. And sure enough, he encountered the rebirth cross. One would have thought that with this huge sum of 20,000 plutonium in his hand, he would definitely be able to take down this strategic level material. But never thought that Jiang Yan even eyelids did not blink, pulled out 30,000 out. At this moment, if he hadn't been unable to beat Jiang Yan, Wang Hucheng really wanted to skin this good friend and old classmate. Wang Hucheng's eyes were gloomy to the extreme as he whispered to himself, now that it's lost, it's useless to regret it. Get out of the antique street or every second is a danger. Walking to the antique street corner, Wang Hucheng's corner of the eye swept over a prop on the ground stall next to him. His footsteps jerked, and the color of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was a sarcophagus only the size of a fist. Item, sarcophagus toy. After dropping blood,
The holder dies and the body appears in the sarcophagus. The body permanently shrinks by 95%,
Can only be used once.
It was also a hidden resource, but the vast majority of players were completely baffled after seeing the properties of this item.
So this hidden resource, too, often doesn't sell for much.
But Wang Huqing knew that it was a good thing for players with the resurrection talent.
It prevents you from getting a body squat. Once dead,
the body would immediately disappear from the spot and enter a prepositioned sarcophagus.
after half an hour,
The player revives and is able to climb out of the sarcophagus.
from safety. As for the permanent 95% shrinkage penalty,
It can be neutralized with a potion from the mall.
the cost is high.
But it greatly increases your flexibility.
After all,
The greatest fear of the resurrection talent was being squatted corpses.
after some bargaining,
Wang Huqing managed to buy this sarcophagus from the stall owner for 1,000 plutocrats.
not bad. This thing can also get out of the secret realm. It's not as good and costly as the rebirth cross, but it's pretty awesome. Wang Huchang left the antique street with satisfaction and quickly walked towards the place where the secret world would start tomorrow. This first secret realm, the difficulty wasn't that high,
The rewards were relatively generous.
and most importantly, the destroyer spirit child couldn't come out.
That forbidden head would be a huge threat to everyone if it were to entrench itself in Nandu.
That night, when Zhang Yan and Xiao Xian returned to Ding Shang Group,
And Baoshang and Jiang Yan exchanged plans for tomorrow's secret realm. And Baoshang had been prepared to arrange for a portion of his manpower to enter the secret realm to explore.
but was stopped flatly by Zhang Yan. He took a drag on his pipe and said calmly, "It's dangerous in the secret realm. I'll just go.
This $300,000,
Uncle An, you take it."
and during my absence, develop the Ding Sheng Association properly. Looking at the 300,000 golden plutonium coins that Jiang Yan pushed over,
And Baoshang swallowed heavily and asked tentatively, "Is this antique street profit? Just keep it and spend it with XIN. You don't have to give it to me."
Jiang Yan said with a faint smile,
The antique street only made a few thousand plutonium, and it was all split between Zhang Shouhu and the others. After Zhang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian away, and Baoshang looked at the
300,000 golden plutonium coins on the table and fell into deep contemplation.
This father-in-law of mine was really taken in by that brat? Chapter 58, It's good to die again. After settling everything in Nandu, early in the morning of the second day,
Jiang Yan drove alone and arrived at the place where the secret realm opened.
each secret realm had a fixed entrance,
And the location had been marked for each player when the secret realm was prompted.
If the secret world is successfully cleared, this entrance will disappear.
If the duration of the secret realm ends and it is not successfully cleared,
The spooky inside will escape from the entrance and gain an increase.
the entrance to the third hospital of the secret realm was located next to the ruins of a plane.
An interesting building,
Where a white light flickered and hovered. Jiang Yan knew that as long as he touched this white light when it was time for the secret realm to begin,
and paid the 500 plutonium coin entrance fee, he would be able to enter the secret realm. Getting in is easy to get in, but getting out is very difficult. Many people just disappeared straight into the secret realm,
their corpses and bones gone.
To get out,
You must wait for the secret world to be cleared.
or for time to run out. If the time runs out, the humans still alive inside will be teleported out, but the shenanigans in the secret realm will be transported out with it.
Jiang Yan casually found a secluded corner and sat down, printing money while quietly waiting for the time for the secret realm to open to arrive.
Most of the printing materials didn't follow,
But the plutonium credits provided by the black crows and sphinx spiders on his body were still very substantial.
"Hey man, are you here for the secret world too?"
A sneaky middle-aged man came up beside Jiang Yan and smiled with a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Jiang Yan didn't look at him squarely,
nodded salaciously, and continued to print money.
The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed. "I'm also going to go into the secret realm to see if I can mix something up.
Can we move together later? We can take care of each other?"
Jiang Yan glanced at the man out of the corner of his eye and saw the two firearms pinned to his back waist, estimating that he could have a value of 2,000 or 3,000 plutonium coins all over his body.
He smiled faintly, non-committal. This kind of people who wanted to enter the secret realm to mix the rewards were not few. After all, it was the first time the secret realm, and all of them lacked the knowledge of the ferocity of it. But when they go in, the ones who die the fastest are these wannabe assholes. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't speak, the smile on the middle-aged man's face stiffened a bit.
But he still said with a smile, "I see buddy, this equipment on you is quite good. You should be quite rich.
Can you do me a favor? Give me 500 plutonium coins,
and I'll be sure to pay you back when I come out of the secret realm."
While saying that,
a cold gun muzzle was pressed against Jiang Yan's waist.
Behind them, in the ruins, 3 men also circled out immediately afterward,
surrounded Jiang Yan with grim smiles on their faces.
Jiang Yan's pipe paused at the edge of his mouth, raised his eyes with interest and looked at this middle-aged man. "Are you blackmailing me?" Eyes meet for a moment. Scarlet Shock Blast effect is activated.
The middle-aged man instantly felt that a pair of scarlet caracal eyes appeared in front of him. The terror contained therein directly destroyed his mind.
It was as if the man in front of him, with half his face hidden under the brim of his hat, was the most terrifying thing in the world, bar none. If you want to survive, you have to kill him. Boo! A gunshot rang out and the middle-aged man pulled the trigger. On Jiang Yan's head, a damage number emerged, -1.
The four men who had surrounded Jiang Yan froze in unison when they saw this number. Before they could react and start running, a hoarse, unearthly chirp could be heard in their ears. Die! 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 The black crows stood on Jiang Yan's shoulders and fluttered their wings, applying a curse to each of them. 2 seconds later, the curse erupted and purple and black skulls fell from their heads.
-874, -861, -839, -894, PFFFFFFFFFF.
The four men were filled with death,
Fell to their knees, and died silently. Not long after, behind Jiang Yan, who was sitting on the ground smoking a pipe,
4 more humanoid spider silk cocoons appeared. The spider silk cocoon squirmed every now and then, with tiny human-faced eerie spiders drilling out of it and slipping into Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves. Things like being intercepted and killed were not uncommon in the chaotic world of bizarre descent,
especially since Jiang Yan was alone. He looked like he could be bullied too well.
It's just a shame that they've got the wrong opponent. In the other corner was parked a trickster hunt vehicle.
Wang Jia, who was sitting on the co-pilot, slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, and said, "I've finally spent my 250,000 plutonium."
This huge amount of money was very hard to come by,
and Wang Jia had to transform it into his own combat power with maximum efficiency in order to do so.
So he shopped for a process that continues to this day.
Chen Haichuan, you said earlier that you had discovered some clues to the secret realm? Introductions. Chen Haichuan nodded and took a deep breath and said, "The name of the secret world.
It's called the Third Hospital."
I went back and investigated,
and found that more than 50 years ago in Nandu, a place called the Third Hospital really did exist.
And even the location, it was exactly the same as the entrance to the secret realm. Hearing this, all the hunters in the car froze.
Wang Jia was stunned.
What? What happened then? Why is the third hospital in Nandu gone? Chen Haichuan said.
It's rumored that there have been deaths inside, and it's been on lockdown for a long time.
And then, it was demolished.
Exactly what happened is not in our records.
Wang Jia revealed a thoughtful look, and after a long period of contemplation, he slowly nodded his head. Report your findings. It's valuable. We should be able to find more clues when we get inside. Looking at his watch, Wang Jia asked, "All set?"
The hunters in the car nodded in unison,
their faces full of solemnity. Always ready. Not far away, the white light of the entrance suddenly brightened up, and all the players in Nandu also got a system alert.
The third hospital of the secret realm has been opened, so please rush to the entrance as soon as possible if you want to enter the secret realm.
Entrance opening time, 30 minutes. As the entrance opened, one after another, players entered the white light, and after paying 500 plutonium coins, their figures faded away, seemingly entering another space. Jiang Yan didn't rush to enter,
and had been sitting in the corner of the ruins, smoking his pipe and observing the state of the entrance.
Soon,
Jiang Yan saw a group of hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau, led by Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan,
disappearing into the entrance of the secret realm.
The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a smile.
Sure enough, the people from the Guile Hunting Bureau won't let the secret realm fail. But, I remember that in my last life,
the Heavenly Sword Hunter was not in Nandu at this time.
Why did he suddenly appear?
If he had led the team in his last life as well, the third hospital mystic realm in Nandu shouldn't have failed in its purge, and the fate-beheading spirit child wouldn't have come out. Just as Jiang Yan got up and was about to enter the secret realm,
his eyes suddenly stared. He saw an unlikely person, Wang Hu Chang.
This old friend jogged and disappeared into the entrance of the secret realm at a fast speed.
But Jiang Yan still recognized him at a glance. He's still alive?
Jiang Yan frowned slightly, very surprised.
Taking a deep drag on his pipe,
Jiang Yan suddenly smiled.
Well, let's just let him die again. Chapter 59, Don't Let Me Touch You.
Jiang Yan walked idly into the white light of the entrance to the secret realm,
and a prompt popped up on the player panel. Will you pay 500 plutonium to enter the secret world, the third hospital? Jiang Yan chose yes, and in the next moment,
a flash of light appeared in front of him and he disappeared.
The scene in front of me blurred for a moment, solidifying again.
Jiang Yan found himself standing in a square glowing with white light, surrounded by many people. Each one was shrouded in a faint white light, making it difficult to recognize their identity. A tone rumbled in Jiang Yan's ears, waiting for the secret realm to open. Remaining time, 15 minutes. Before the opening of the secret realm, players are forbidden to attack each other. Jiang Yan checked his shoulders and gloves and realized that both the Black Crow and the Sphinx Trick Spider were there.
So he sat down peacefully and printed plutonium for 15 minutes. During this time, more players kept joining, almost filling up the entire square. The countdown ended. The light above the square brightened steeply, and the rumbling beep sounded again. The entrance to the secret world is closed. Secret, hospital no. 3. Extract from the secret world rules entry at. Rule number 1, creepy in the secret world cannot be killed. Rule 2, for every human player that dies in the secret world, all spooky attributes are enhanced by 1%. Rule 3, human players in the secret world cannot use active skills. Players can redraw the above rule words by paying 5,000 plutonium cumulatively, doubling the plutonium required for each draw. Each time the word is redrawn, the player with the first plutonium contribution will receive a single gain effect. After all words are confirmed, the secret world is officially opened. Looking at the 3 phrases, Jiang Yan immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a bit of an outrageous rules entry, especially the first and second ones, which are literally killing everyone. As expected, the players in the square immediately became chaotic. What the hell kind of phrase is that? It's not playable. You can't even kill creepy, so you can only go in and stay there? I'm not participating. I'm getting out. Let me out now. A player angrily rushed the white light at the edge of the square, trying to leave the secret realm, but it was too late. Since they're already in, no one can leave until the secret world is over. A very calm big brother stepped forward and raised his voice to call out to everyone. Brothers, we're all in the same boat now. Everyone contribute as much or as little as they can. The first rule, at least, must be changed. Otherwise we won't be alive at all in the secret realm. I'll start with 200. Saying that, above this big brother's head, a golden number emerged. 200. And after the first rule, a 200/5000 progress bar also appears. I really don't have any money at all. I used it all to buy equipment before entering the secret realm. Who knew he had it in him? I only have 13 plutonium left. I'll take out my 100%. Above the person's head, the golden number 13 plutonium appeared immediately afterward. The progress bar goes up with it. Someone next to him immediately cursed. What come up with your 100%? I don't believe this crap. You clearly don't want to pay for it. If I had known that this secret realm was so pitiful, I definitely wouldn't have come in. Cursing, he also took out 100 plutonium and injected it into the progress bar. Jiang Yan stood in the corner, took a puff on his old pipe, and secretly mused. The 3 rule words are indeed dangerous, but the person who contributes the most plutonium to each redraw of the words gets a gain effect and a huge opportunity. No wonder there were many people in their past lives who said that one should prepare more plutonium for emergencies when entering the secret realm. It sure worked. There's also a 30-second countdown after the words, which is refreshed every time there's a new plutonium added. In the other corner, Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan and the other hunters looked at each other. Although they were all shrouded in white light, making it impossible to recognize their faces, these people from the Guile Hunting Bureau had their own code words, and silently they had long since gathered together. It's bad. My plutonium has also been spent. Chen Haichuan's eyes are full of bitterness. Wang Jia was silent. This first time in the secret realm, everyone had no bottom in their hearts, and they were as prepared as possible for everything before coming in. The plutonium that was spent. It never occurred to me that after coming in, I would be faced with such an awkward situation. Regardless, this first rule must be changed. The second one better be changed too. Wang Jia took a deep breath and stared. Even if we sell the equipment on our bodies, we can't enter the secret realm against such bad rules. Otherwise, we could all be wiped out in there. Chen Haichuan nodded his head and said solemnly, okay, I'll sell my gear first. Just when Chen Haichuan was ready to break the ice and sell the relatively less important equipment on his body to the system mall at half price, suddenly there was a man's head, and the golden number 2757 popped up. The portion of the progress bar that is vacant is completely filled. The crowd was quiet for a moment, and then they all praised it. Holy, there's a big guy. Thanks big guy. Biggie saved my dog's life. The man bristled and said nothing, just stood quietly. Jiang Yan glanced at this person and flashed a cold smile. Normal players, without any experience in the secret realm, could not have come in with a large amount of plutonium, so the one who could be the kryptonite in this segment is almost certainly his old friend. The reason why Jiang Yan didn't make a move to fill this progress bar was because he was waiting for Wang Hucheng to make the first move. After all, the mono gain was still very tempting, and Wang Hucheng, who had experience in rebirth, could not possibly ignore it. Jiang Yan said in a low voice, a sphinx spider with a human face, dividing one of its offspring to burrow into this man's clothes. Jiang Yan's left spider silk glove moved slightly, and a tiny sphinx spider pulled the spider silk to the ground and silently crawled up towards the man's pants leg. Wait, what kind of rule word is this swiping out? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This stomp is even more disgusting than the last one. Ha! Jiang Yan turned his eyes. Rule 1, upon a bizarre death, cause players within 50 meters of the surrounding area to have a life cap of -10%. The crowd looked at the phrase and shivered in unison. Kill a few creeps and the life cap is pushed precariously low, and then a random weak creep will die with a slap on the wrist. What to do about this? Can I get another swipe? Biggie, rely on you. A pair of gazes were cast towards the figure suspected to be Wang Hu Chang. The man was silent for a moment and said, "It's too expensive and I'm broke." Rule words can still be refreshed, but this time, the plutonium required is 10,000. Hearing this person's voice, in Jiang Yan's eyes, a cold smile flashed. Although he purposely suppressed his voice when he spoke, Jiang Yan still heard it in his vocal line. This is his best good brother, Wang Hu Chang. Good brother, don't run into me in the secret realm. Jiang Yan smiled coldly and casually threw out 10,000 plutonium coins. Chapter 60, The Secret Realm was played out. As Jiang Yan threw out 10,000 plutonium coins, a golden number floated up above his head. 10,000. The progress bar is pulled right up to full capacity. And the first secret rule, with it, changes. Rule number 1, when creepy dies, it splits into 3 weaker creepies. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Jiang Yan in unison. Holy, how about $10,000? Big brother, bringing 10,000 plutonium coins to the secret realm. That's awesome. No, wouldn't it be good for you to buy a few pieces of equipment with these 10,000 plutonium coins? Why bring it into the secret realm? I don't understand. Is Big Brother's level of thinking something you can keep up with? No need to understand. Just say thank you. Thanks big guy. Replaced us with an OK rule word. This refreshed rule phrase, while still greatly increasing the danger to the player, is much better than the previous two. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, above Jiang Yan's head, another large golden number appeared. 20,000. The first rule word, once again, has been scrubbed. Crowd? No. This big guy is a little too capricious, isn't he? That phrase just now is just fine. Before everyone could see what the new phrase was, above Jiang Yan's head, a larger golden number appeared. 40,000. The rule word is once again refreshed. Crowd, are you in for money laundering? Mr. Big? One after the other had already smashed 70,000 plutonium coins out, terrifying as it was. What's wrong with having so much money? My god, if I had 70,000 plutonium coins, I'd be directly invincible in the world. Okay? I don't even have 7,000 plutonium coins in my body. How can someone just dump 70,000 in anger? I don't understand it, but I'm blown away. Jiang Yan was certainly not laundering money. He was brushing up on the mono gain. As for what the first rule brushed up to, Jiang Yan was too lazy to care for the time being. Anyway, if you brush it badly, you can just brush it back later. It doesn't matter. He looked at his player panel and saw the 3 gain buffs that popped up one after another. Player's life value plus 10%. Player's melee attack power plus 10%. Player movement speed plus 10%. To be honest, it's a pretty average gain, which is just a consolation for the most funded Great Injustice species. Getting any player to spend 10,000 plus plutonium to pump these gains would never be something anyone would want to do. Except for Jiang Yan. He had high base attributes, so even if it was just 10%, he gained much more than a normal player. Besides, Jiang Yan has so much money he has no place to spend it. It cost him 10 million medals to add a point of strength right now, but the buff of plus 10% life value costs 10,000. Although you can't take it outside and you can only use it in the secret world, it's still a great value for money. Having gotten a sweet taste, Jiang Yan swiped 5 more times in a row. 5 golden numbers in succession emerged from Jiang Yan's head, one larger than the other. 80,000, 160,000, 320,000, 640,000, 28 million. The whole room, silent. In the hearts of all the players, 10 million grass mud horses galloped by. What's this? What the hell do I see? This is definitely a dream. It can't be real. How can anyone spend millions of plutonium to paint a word in the secret world? A man murmured to himself. Not. This secret realm's rewards even if all of them are given to you. Can you earn back these 2 million or so? The other said dreamily. I don't believe it. How can a human being have so many medieval coins? You must be a dog trust. Suddenly a man saw the rule words that had just been swiped and let out a crashing cry of pain. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Rule number 1, creepy in the secret world cannot be killed. It's exactly the same as when I first came in. The difference is that when I came in, the refresh progress bar was only 5,000 and now it's 2,000. 56 million. In the hearts of the crowd, they all sank. This secret place has been played out. A woman crouched on the ground, breaking down and crying. Now we're all dead. Beside Jiang Yan, a man lamented. Biggie, can you stop being so capricious? What's going to happen now? Jiang Yan looked at the gain on his player panel and said casually, can't you just brush it again? He swiped again. A golden number that covered the sky rose from his head. 56 million. Rule 1, weirdness in the secret world takes minus 30% damage. Crowd. Silence. Dead silence. Never in a million years did I think the big man would be able to take it. Several of the hunter teams surrounding Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan in the distance broke defense in unison. They are professionally trained and generally don't break defense unless they just can't help it. How much better would these millions be if they were in our hands? He actually, just for a secret word, smashing it all out like that? Ah, God is not fair. Chen Haichuan glanced at the dumbfounded Wang Jia and asked in a low voice, what do you think of God of the Hunt? This man's wealth. And it's outrageous. Wang Jia suddenly shivered and his face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and whispered, do you feel? This guy sounds a lot like Taboo 006? Chen Haichuan froze for a moment, and then felt a pot of ice water, pouring from his head to the center of his feet. Sweat hairs all over his body, one by one, stood up. Before Wang Jia said it, Chen Haichuan was attracted by the huge plutonium figures. All the attention, did not pay attention to Jiang Yan's voice, but now, Forbidden 006, also followed in? Chen Haichuan felt his legs soften and nearly fell to his knees. It was simply one of the scariest ghost stories he had ever heard since he was a child. They were originally prepared to deal with the secret realm first and then figure out how to deal with Forbidden 006, which was called spreading out the pressure. But now, the pressure is all concentrated together? A terrifying taboo, plus the unknown depths of the secret realm. It was a complete configuration of purgatory. On the side, Jiang Yan looked at the first phrase and nodded with satisfaction, saying, okay, that's it. Brush up on the second phrase. The crowd. He can still brush? He still has money? The next time I swipe again, it'll be 12 million plutonium. Jiang Yan swiped 3 more times in a row and finally swiped out the proper rules. 3 spreading golden numbers floated out from him for a long time. 5, 12 million, 10, 24 million, 20, 48 million. Jiang Yan glanced at the second rule that had been brushed out this time. Rule 1, weirdness in the secret world takes minus 30% damage. Rule number 2, plus 50% creepy movement speed in the secret world. Rule 3, human players in the secret world cannot use active skills. Jiang Yan nodded cheerfully. Pretty good. Crowd. Numbed. Completely numb. The secret world is not yet seen. First by the big brother show of face. Chapter 61, today is a day to honor the old and love the young. Brushing up to now. The spending of plutonium was starting to hurt a bit even for Jiang Yan. As for the third rule phrase, Jiang Yan wasn't prepared to brush it at all. Not allowing human players in the secret world to use active skills? This rule can be too suitable for Jiang Yan. He, a money printer, has a fart active skills. All rely on a halo and super perverted attributes rampant, completely ignoring this third rule. Big brother, please take my knee. Jiang Yan next to the person has long been looking dumbfounded. At this moment finally came back to God. Flop a kneel in front of Jiang Yan. Seriously, Biggie, can I hang out with you from now on? Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Wait until you get out of the secret world alive. Although the difficulty of these 3 rules wasn't that high anymore. Of those people who entered the secret realm, it was estimated that not 1 in 10 would make it out alive. Secret, hospital no. 3, officially opened. With a flash of light, all of them disappeared above the square. In the evening, on a remote street, the rays of the setting sun spilled down, and a flash of blood lurked beneath the dusky remnants of the sun. Jiang Yan's figure appeared above the street out of nowhere. A slightly chilly evening breeze blew through and rolled up an old newspaper on the floor. The newspaper stumbled on the ground and rolled to Jiang Yan, suddenly stopping. Jiang Yan's gaze fell toward the newspaper, and the ink on it changed, revealing a line of words. Please arrive at hospital no. 3 before dark. Taking the no. 14 bus may be your best option. This secret place is full of weirdness. Please do not reveal your identity as a living person. The bizarre in this secret realm have a weak desire to attack, so please do not provoke them. When you enter the 3rd hospital, please follow the orders of the head nurse. The 3rd hospital is theoretically only 7 floors. There is theoretically only 1 creep in the secret realm, and killing that creep will end the secret realm. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and said to himself playfully, theoretically? Jiang Yan raised his head and looked at a bus stop sign not far away. Bus 14 stops. The station sign also wrote the name of a train stopping site. Jiang Yan looked around and did not find the 3rd hospital, but the terminal is called Nandu Bus Distribution Point. The bus stop sign is very dated looking.
not like the style of Nandu in these recent years. As he was surveying his surroundings, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a small hand, gently poking his back leg as a timid voice said from behind, "Big brother, you dropped your money." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and twisted his head to see that behind him was actually a little boy with a greenish-purple face, dressed in rags, with no pupils in his eyes, filled with the color of death. In this little creep's hand, he held a yellow paper money and handed it to Jiang Yan with a smile. Jiang Yan's face darkened as he said, "I didn't drop this. Are you kidding? I'm a money printer. How can I drop paper money? I suspect you're insulting me." On the little creepy face, the smile suddenly tightened, and the corners of his mouth sunk down, revealing 2 points of eeriness. "Big brother, I saw it with my own eyes. This money fell out of your pants pocket. You take it." "What? Big brother, you shouldn't be unable to spend it, right?" Little Creepy looked at Jiang Yan grimly, a touch of scarlet hostility flashing under his dead gray eyes. Jiang Yan knew that he was afraid that he had angered this little creep and had exposed his identity as a living person. "But am I, Jiang Yan, afraid? All that money I've dropped on myself, is it all for show? All that gain I put on myself before I came in, was it all fake?" Jiang Yan laughed and stretched out his left hand, touching the little creepy head. "Lying is not a good boy. You'll get your ears eaten by a big spider." Jiang Yan's spider silk glove suddenly exploded, and densely packed sphinx spiders with human faces rushed out of it, instantly crawling all over the little creepy's entire body. "Ah!" A miserable scream stirred around the 14 bus stop. 3 seconds later, Jiang Yan sat down on the public seat of the station, gently playing with the rough yellow paper money in his hand. Under the rainy eaves of the station on one side, a childlike spider silk cocoon hung upside down, the grayish-white spider silk on it squirming a little from time to time, with tiny human-faced trick spiders drilling out of it and slipping into the spider silk glove on Jiang Yan's left hand. Just as Jiang Yan folded this yellow paper money into a paper yuan bao, a rush of footsteps rang out on the street not far away. A middle-aged female weirdo with cloaked hair, green ghost fire burning in her eyes, and wearing a long purple and black dress, with a pair of large red embroidered shoes on her feet, walked quickly towards Jiang Yan. "Where's my son? This is the money I gave my son for the soy sauce. Why do you have it?" The woman's pair of ghostly fire eyes stared at the paper yuan bao in Jiang Yan's hand and let out a sharp whistling sound. She probed out her ghostly claws and directly grabbed at the yellow paper yuan bao in Jiang Yan's hand, the ghastly wind whistling fiercely. "What? Do I look like soy sauce?" Jiang Yan sidestepped a bit, blocking the female creepy's sharp claws with his back, and a damage number popped up in a whirlwind. -1. A damage number also popped up on the female creepy's head. -400. "Ah ha ha ha." The female bizarre tilted her head and let out a sharp and horrifying roar, staring at Jiang Yan with a deadpan expression, and said morosely, "There's a live one here. It's been years since I've seen fresh flesh and blood. Come and eat him." Jiang Yan weighed the yellow paper yuan bao in his hand and laughed. "Black Raven, grant them the reunion of mother and child." A succession of dark and ominous curses rang out. Decay, epidemic, death, extinction. A series of damage numbers floated out from the female creepy. -77, -641, -76, -1249, -1546. A few moments later, under the rainy eaves of the station, another spider silk cocoon in the shape of a woman appeared. Da, da, da. A series of sounds of crutches pointing on the ground rang out, and a hunched grandmother slowly walked over from the other direction, a kind smile on her face as she trembled and asked, "How did I just hear someone say they were going to hit the sauce? Boy, is that you hitting the sauce? Here." The kindly grandmother lifted up the bamboo basket she was carrying. Inside there were scorpions, centipedes, snakes, spiders, and geckos climbing everywhere, and the eerie and bizarre eyes looked at Jiang Yan in unison. The grandmother pulled out a glass bottle containing a thick red body fluid. "Young man, give money." The old granny signaled the yellow paper yuan bao in Jiang Yan's hand with her eyes. Jiang Yan sighed. Today is also considered honoring the elderly. Under the rainy eaves, another granny-shaped cocoon of spiders. By the time the No. 14 bus finally arrived at the stop in front of Jiang Yan, a wide variety of spider silk cocoons were already hanging under the rainy eaves. Squeak! The door of the bus slowly opened in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan exhaled a green-colored smoke ring and lifted his step to step onto the bus. Facing him was a green-faced, fanged creep who grinned at Jiang Yan and said, "Pay $1 for the ride." Jiang Yan thought about it, not bothering to drive himself, dutifully pulled out $1 plutonium and stuffed it into the coin box. Looking towards the carriage, Jiang Yan was instantly amused. Saw 2 acquaintances. Chapter 62 Taboo got on the bus. There were a dozen or so things sitting sporadically in a large bus compartment. 2 of them were human and appeared to have gotten on board at a previous station. These 2 people, both of whom Jiang Yan recognized, were the hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau, Chen Yuro and the heavenly sword god of hunting, Wang Jia. Both of these men were sitting close to the car window, their bodies so stiff that they didn't even dare to look around. On the neighboring seats beside them, there was a head of creepy sitting separately. The one beside Chen Yuro was playing with her cell phone, and the one beside Wang Jia was reading a newspaper. With one or two spooky, the hunters of the Spooky Hunting Bureau were not afraid even if they fought alone. But there were more than a dozen shenanigans in this car plus the driver, and even for a god of hunting like Wang Jia, it was an absolute death trap. Once the fight started, he might still have two hopes of escaping with the sealed guile peachwood sword, but Chen Yuro was absolutely dead. Fortunately, the weirdness in the secret realm had a relatively low desire to attack for some reason, and without revealing the identity of a living person, it would not be directly under siege. And this No. 14 bus was barely able to maintain an eerie calm. Wang Jia tried his best to hold his breath, and only when he could not bear it, he came close to the window to change his breath, fearing that the warm anger coming out of his mouth and nose would cause a weird interest in his body. Ever since he got on this bus, he hadn't half relaxed, his whole body was like a taut bowstring, and his hand never left the hilt of the sealed guile peachwood sword. Is this 14 bus really the best way to reach the third hospital? Riding in the same car with a bunch of creeps, this level of danger is simply exploding. Okay? Wang Jia cursed the secret realm's ancestors in his heart. It wasn't until the bus stopped at the next stop and Wang Jia watched the 5 heads of creepy lineup to get on the bus that the curses in his heart abruptly stopped. There's 5 on the bus. How many more around that aren't on the bus? The number of weirdness in this secret realm is also really too outrageous. Thinking of a certain possibility, a layer of white hair sweat appeared between Wang Jia's forehead. While in the car you have so much weirdness with you. If you're not in the car, there might be more. And with longer trips, the likelihood of getting tangled up in shenanigans increases dramatically. Also, time is a huge consideration. Wang Jia glanced at the setting sun outside the car and muttered to himself in his mind. Spooky aggression is generally stronger at night, and the hints of arriving at the third hospital before dark are by no means empty. So it does seem that taking the bus is one of the best ways. At the third stop, 3 passengers came on this bus. One of them, surprisingly, was Chen Yuro. She mingled between the 2 creeps, her limbs stiff, not daring to take a breath, her forehead covered in cold sweat, and moved in from the front of the car one step at a time like a puppet on strings. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro's eyes met in the air for a split second. Unspokenly not daring to talk, Chen Yuro quietly deflected and sat on the empty seat in front of Wang Jia. However, one of the 2 weird ones that came up with Chen Yuro unexpectedly followed suit and sat on his but beside Chen Yuro. Now, beside the 2 hunters, each sat a creepy. Wang Jia was sitting at the back and could see the tiny downy hairs on the back of Chen Yuro's neck, one pointing straight up to the sky, clearly already creeped out. I've been a hunter for so long, and I've killed countless times with creepy, but it's really the first time I've been in a car together. Squeak! The bus stopped once more and something else got on. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro coincidentally looked over and realized that there was only one figure, and their hearts were slightly relieved. 1 is better than 2. But when Wang Jia and Chen Yuro saw what exactly was coming up, their eyes went black in unison and they nearly fainted directly. It was a man in black clothes, black pants and black leather boots, with a strange hat pressed down on his head, drooping shadows covering half of his face, and an eerie black aura shrouding his body. In his hand was an old pipe with green smoke curling out of it, and in his left hand he wore an off-white glove, and over his right shoulder rested a shadowy black raven. The scarlet one eye of the black raven, like a blood moon at midnight, hung high above the hearts of the 2 hunters. Taboo 006. He really entered this secret world. Chen Yuro felt like she was about to pee. Seeing these 2 hunters scared to the point of almost losing their minds, Jiang Yan felt amused. Shouldn't the hunters of the Trickster Hunting Bureau be mentally strong and very calm? How do you ride a bus and get scared like this by a dozen creeps? He casually walked to the far end of the compartment and sat down in one of the easiest seats to print money. With so many weirdness in the car, Jiang Yan certainly couldn't let it go, and wanted to whore out their life values as printing materials. Plutonium plus 7,312. Plutonium plus 3,533. Plutonium plus 754. Plutonium plus 681. Plutonium plus 1,153. The first 2 were the plutonium income provided by the Sphinx Spider and the Black Raven under the effect of the Shelter Aura respectively, and the latter was provided by these shenanigans on the bus, as well as the dozens of 100 or so plutonium incomes per second provided by uncountable small spiders, and the zeros and tens of them all together actually surpassed 30,000 plutoniums per second. Jiang Yan exhaled a pleasant smoke ring, feeling that this bus ride was a very good experience. Right at this moment, a grim voice came from beside Jiang Yan. I took the seat for my wife. You get out of the way. Jiang Yan side-eye with the remaining light to survey. Beside him sat a pale and swollen-faced Bazaar,
Under the skin there is a purple-black stained blood continues to flow, has dyed a large part of the seat underneath the body wet, exudes a stench of bad smell. You can have a wife like that? Jiang Yan felt incredible. What does your wife figure you for? That you don't take a shower? This creepy face changed suddenly. A flash of anger rose to the white, swollen face, and he stood up with a hiss. Kid, you want to die, don't you? You look kind of human to me. The hiss immediately caught the eye of everything in the quiet compartment. A pair of cold, eerie gazes stared at Jiang Yan, choosing to devour him. Jiang Yan's gaze was calm. He didn't say a word. He just smiled faintly and stretched out his left hand, gently patting Creepy's miserably white and swollen face. The movement was very flirty. In the next moment, the grayish-white spider silk glove suddenly exploded. Boom! Densely packed spiders with human faces surged out of it, instantly crawling all over the swollen weird body. A moment later, a swollen spider cocoon was firmly bound to the seat beside Jiang Yan. The grayish spider silk squirmed every now and then, with tiny little spiders crawling out of it and slipping into Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves. The pupils of Wang Jia's and Chen Yuro's eyes suddenly tightened like the tip of a needle. Strike out. Taboo 006. Another strike. Have you read his rules for killing? Chen Yuro asked in the lowest voice, trembling. Chapter 63, No Loud Talking. Wang Jia swallowed heavily and shook his head blankly. Can't see. He struck without hesitation. He must have triggered his kill rule. But what is? Chen Yuro pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, cursing him? 006 is a self-respecting taboo? Wanga. Generally speaking, the forbidden rules of killing will be easily triggered. I think a more likely rule than verbal abuse would be to speak up to him. Chen Yuro thought about it for a moment and was creeped out, nodding her head repeatedly. Makes sense. I never yelled at him before, even when I was shocked by his eyes and slashed him. So it's because of this that we weren't killed by Forbidden 06? Wang Jia and Chen Yuro glanced at each other, and similarly saw the palpitations under each other's eyes. This is indeed a very easy to break the rules of killing. So many of them in the Guile Hunting Bureau went from person to person to go with the Forbidden 006 loan, and none of them were killed. So it must be said that there is some luck on the side of the body. Wang Jia whispered. That spooky roar against Forbidden 006 just now was around 70 decibels. We're assuming for the moment that the rule for killing Taboo 006 is to kill anything that causes 60 decibels or more of sound within your field of view. The two took advantage of the fact that all the weird attention in the car was attracted by Jiang Yan, and spaced out their seats to discuss in extremely low voices, coming to a conclusion that they thought was correct. Both Wang Jia and Chen Yuro were certain in their hearts, and each saw the uplifting color in the other's eyes. Understanding the rules of striking is the most important step in dealing with taboo, Wang Jia said with a straight face. Whoever of us survives, we must bring this discovery out. With this piece of information, when the Guile Hunting Bureau seals Taboo 006 in the future, there can be many fewer casualties. Chen Yuro nodded heavily, her eyes full of resolute determination. Must live to carry this message out of the secret world. Seeing that the Eerie beside Jiang Yan had turned into a bloated spider silk cocoon, one of the Eries sitting in the front position of the carriage slowly stood up and said in a gloomy and hoarse voice, Old Chang is a good trick. Why did you do such a nasty thing to Old Chang? A pair of unkind gazes locked onto Jiang Yan, who was sitting in the last row printing money. Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe and laughed in a hoarse voice. Come over here with him if you don't. A pair of ancient eyes lifted from under the lowered brim of the strange hat and met the bizarre four eyes. Scarlet shock blast. Activate. Boom. A heavy buzz emanated from the depths of that weird intuitive consciousness, and the entire head of the trick lost its self-awareness. In his eyes, a pair of scarlet eyes took up the entire field of vision, and the ferocity emanating from them was a horror unseen in this life. He must be killed. Otherwise such a horrible being will surely kill me. That weirdness completely lost his mind, roared angrily and leapt at Jiang Yan. A mournful roar rolled and stirred through the carriage. However, the speed of the bizarre pounce on Jiang Yan was not as fast as expected. Originally, this secret realm had the weird acceleration phrase, where weird moves as fast as lightning. However, Jiang Yan had the quagmire aura, and there was also a 25% per second imprisonment chance at level 10, plus Black Crow's wickedly ominous curse, Decay. The slowing effect of the curse once again suppressed the bizarre speed downward by a large margin. This weirdness opened its teeth and claws and roared, constantly lunging at Jiang Yan at 0.5 times its speed. In the carriage, the ominous curses of the Black Crows rang out, one after the other. Epidemic. Die. Extinguish. A series of damage numbers floated out from the creep. -61. -627. -72. -1164. -1689. Boo! The flailing creepy, who had just rushed through half the distance, fell straight to the ground headfirst, dead. Jiang Yan's left hand, which was wearing a grayish-white spider silk glove, naturally hung down at his side. and between the writhing of the spider silk, densely packed sphinxes of sphinxes with spiders dragging behind their asses drilled out of the glove, airborne to the ground, and crawled towards the weirdness that was dead halfway across the road. After a few seconds, that weirdness also turned into a cocoon of spiders that mingled very abruptly with the floor of the bus. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro looked at each other and nodded in unison. That's right, Taboo 006 hit rule is definitely sound. Chen Yuro was a million times more fortunate that she is usually the character that does not love to talk. Even though she was shocked by him in the forbidden 006 store before and drew a knife to cut him, she did not make any sound. Otherwise, oneself would probably have turned into an arachnid cocoon that kept producing little spiders by now, right? In Chen Yuro's heart, she was afraid, and rubbed the goosebumps on her body with force. Jiang Yan's calm gaze lifted from under the brim of his hat and scanned the carriage, his low and husky voice asking, "Who else?" All of the weirdness lowered their heads in unison, their eyes watching their noses watching their hearts, not daring to take a breath of air. That constrained look was exactly the same as Wang Jia and Chen Yuro before Jiang Yan got on the bus. Seeing that there were no shenanigans to pick a fight, Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, sipped his old pipe, and continued to print money. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro looked at each other and shivered in unison. It's really a brine. One thing leads to another. Not bad for a forbidden 006. Squeak! The bus made another stop. The doors opened, and an object lifted itself up. This was a young man wearing a Guile Hunting Bureau hunter's battle uniform. Jiang Yan remembered him, and took out a loan of $15,000 from himself. He swept his eyes around the carriage and landed on Wang Jia, shouting in surprise, "God Hunt?" The sound was loud and harsh in the dead silence of the compartment. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro were like being hit by 5 thunderbolts, and their faces turned white in a swish. Are you stepping on the horse and talking so loud? Are you stepping on the horse and trying to trigger the forbidden 006 hit rule? A color of despair flashed in Chen Yuro's eyes. Bad. That just sounded not much less than that weird hiss. Definitely triggered. He's dying. What can you do on your own? In an instant, in Chen Yuro's mind, many thoughts flashed by. In a whirlwind, she realized that there was nothing she could do. He could only watch as he, who had triggered the kill rule, was killed by forbidden 006 in an eerie manner. Tears instantly came out of her eyes, and Chen Yuro forcefully covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out. Reality is always too harsh to face. Wang Jia covered his forehead and closed his eyes in pain, with tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. Comrade in arms, have a good trip. I'll carry your glory with me as I go on. I will seal the forbidden 006 and avenge you. Definitely. Just got on the car that hunter. Eyes to see Wang Jia and Chen Yuro's complexion are not right. Immediately realized that there is a big problem in this carriage. The atmosphere is just too weird. The young hunter's eyes quickly swept around the area, seeing so much weirdness, and in an instant his heart chilled. I'm still too young and not stable enough. Just as the young hunter's heart was in the right place, his eyes snapped to the figure sitting in the last row. Chapter 64, Good Buddy, 1,000-Mile Chase, last row of bus 14. Underneath the strange hat, a greenish smoke ring was exhaled, and a weird black aura surrounded him, shadows covering half of his face. At the sight of the figure, the young hunter's heart roared with thunder. Taboo 006, also on this bus. With a flash of electricity in his mind, he immediately realized why Wang Jia and Chen Yuro looked so sad. It must be that just now when he got on the car, he had inadvertently violated the forbidden 006 kill rule, and the two of them knew that they were dead, and that's why they looked like this. Dead? The shadow of death shrouded the young hunter's lips pale, pupils lax, legs soft, plop kneeling on the bus floor. For a moment, the car was filled with dead silence. A pair of bizarre gazes looked straight at the young hunter kneeling on the ground, but there was an even more terrifying Jiang Yan sitting at the end, and none of the shenanigans dared to move. Jiang Yan took another puff of his old pipe and wondered, what's wrong with all these hunters from the Trickster Hunting Bureau? It's just as well that those two were scared to death of a car full of weirdness and shivered like little chicken *******. This one's even worse. Getting in the car is a sliding knee? With this kind of quality, you are worthy of hunting creepy and protecting the humans of Nandu? Jiang Yan exhaled a green-colored smoke ring, wanting to see what the young hunter was planning to do after sliding to his knees. The atmosphere in the car was still dead silent. Jiang Yan's figure was sitting in the last row, steady as a mountain, not moving a muscle. Finally the green-faced driver couldn't help himself and cursed in a low voice. Are you getting on or not? Get on the bus and put in your coins, or get off. If Jiang Yan hadn't been there, this driver creepy would have started to rage and eat people. Sliding to his knees, the young hunter froze for a moment as he realized he wasn't dead yet. He stole a glance at the forbidden 006 sitting at the end and realized that Jiang Yan had made no movement. His heart suddenly rejoiced wildly. Does that mean hasn't triggered the kill rule yet? Peaks and valleys, Desperate for survival? The young hunter whispered. Go to. I'm on. He quickly pulled out a plutonium coin and stuffed it into the coin box, slowly climbed up, took small steps to the empty seat behind Wang Jia, and sat down. It was only at this time that he realized that his 2 legs were as soft as 2 noodles. God of the hunt. What just happened? The young hunter's voice was like a candle in the wind, almost crying out. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro fell into silence for a moment, their faces filled with bewilderment. What's going on? Obviously the basically established rules for kills, but Taboo 006. Why didn't he make a move? Does it mean that his hit rule isn't sound? But just witnessed. Too bizarre that violated the rules. Killed by the forbidden 006. Chen Yuro asked tentatively. Is it because he's on his knees? So Taboo 006 spared his life? Wang Jia froze for a long time and whispered. Never heard that there are rules of absolution for taboos? The 3 hunters whispered, puzzled by the behavior of some horrible being in the back row. Wang Jia whispered. Anyway, write it down first. It might be useful later. Jiang Yan, who was sitting in the last row, was not half interested in the whispers of these 3 hunters, and he said to the human-faced trickster spider in his glove as he printed money, lend you a skill bar. I'll buy you an oblivion scroll when we get out. Skills that have been learned can be erased using a scroll of oblivion. A scroll of oblivion sells for 10,000 plutonium and does not return any cost of the forgotten skill. Jiang Yan couldn't use active skills, and although he had an empty skill bar, it was useless except for adding a new aura. But Jiang Yan couldn't use it. But the Sphinx spider and black crows he carried with him could. Black Raven's 4 skill bars were already full, and the Sphinx spider had 2 empty skill bars, so it was a good idea to commandeer one. Hearing Jiang Yan say that he would help himself to oblivion scrolls, the Sphinx spider naturally didn't mind and obediently contributed one of his skill bars. Jiang Yan was in the mall, buying a skill scroll and handing it to the human-faced trickster spider hiding in his gloves. Skill, hunting mark, rank 1. Senses the location of the target, breaks stealth, hiding, and mist effects. Perception range, 100 meters. Duration, 10 minutes. Consumption, 20 points of magic value. Wang Hucheng, who had been killed twice in a row but was still alive and kicking, made Jiang Yan raise his attention. This old classmate, who also had experience from his last life, looked like he would be good to kill but not easy to die. It's pretty hard to play with resurrection. He's probably come back from the dead more times than I have in my last life. This good fortune, however, ends here. Jiang Yan said, taking out 256,000 plutonium coins and handing it to the human-faced guile spider, saying indifferently, add the skill to level 10. Jiang Yan had also heard about it in his last life, and it seemed that there were some people who could play many tricks with the talent of resurrection, and their ability to fight head-on might not be strong, but it was as if they couldn't die no matter what. They will even relocate the graves by various means and move the bodies to other places so that the enemy cannot even squat the bodies. The rebirth cross, for example, is a fine choice for relocating a grave. When he saw Wang Hucheng appearing alive at the entrance of the secret realm, Jiang Yan immediately woke up to the fact that the person who wore a piggyback mask and grabbed the rebirth cross with himself yesterday at the antique street was undoubtedly Wang Hucheng. Once he had a reborn cross in his hand, the difficulty level of killing would spike again, but even if he hadn't, it's likely that he would have come up with other ways to achieve a similar effect. Jiang Yan alone knew of at least 3 ways to relocate the grave of a player with the resurrection talent, but in front of a level 10 hunting marker, all grave relocations are as farcical as a clown's farce and not worth mentioning. The human-faced trickster spider took the plutonium handed over by Jiang Yan and looked at his skyrocketing balance, falling into a long silence for a while, listening to the boss. He spent 250,000 medieval coins just to use the skill once in the secret realm, and went out and used the oblivion scroll to eliminate the level 10 skill? The tycoons don't waste plutonium like that. Muttering in his heart, the Sphinx spider quickly tapped 10 skill upgrades, turning hunting marker into a level 10 skill. Skill, hunting mark, rank 10. Senses the location of the target, breaks the stealth, concealment, and mist effects, causes the target to take plus 100% damage. Perception range, 1000 kilometers. Duration, 100 hours. Consumption, 200 points of magic value. 1000 kilometers? 100 hours? The effect of this 10th level skill is even stronger than I expected. At the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, a cold smile appeared. Good brother, in my last life, you pushed me into Creepy's arms. In this life, Buddy chased you for thousands of miles. Let's see where you can move your own grave. Chapter 65, Weird Bus Terminal. To Jiang Yan's some regret, the 14 bus stopped along the way, the bazaar on and off the bus, and the number of human beings became more and more, but never saw Wang Hucheng's figure. Based on the frequency of humans boarding the bus, Bus 14 is not the only option for human players entering the secret realm, and may be directly related to the decentralized teleportation drop-off point.
Ever since Jiang Yan had turned the two-headed creepy into a spider silk cocoon,
on the 14 bus,
an eerie dead silence was maintained,
and no creepy dared to make a move. After all, a creepy's life was also a life. The human players, seeing this car full of shenanigans, were even more afraid to take a breath,
and could not wait for this dead silence to be maintained.
Squeak!
The bus stopped in front of a sizable stop,
and the voice of the green-faced driver rang out. This is the terminus, the Nando's bus staging point.
You can transfer to other buses here.
All shenanigans off the bus, please.
The shenanigans in their seats,
one by one, got up and lined up at the back door of the bus to head down.
The car full of humans all looked at each other, their eyes full of uncertainty, and wondered if they should follow these weirdness off the bus. The calmest Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and slowly stood up, his footsteps unhurried as he walked to the very back of the bazaar team.
For one thing,
he hadn't arrived at the third hospital yet, and figured he'd need to change here.
Secondly,
when he came in, that newspaper warned against revealing himself as a living person, so it was theoretically bizarre to have to disguise himself.
Getting off the bus after these shenanigans seemed like the right thing to do.
Feeling that horrible thing standing behind him in the last row, that last creepy shuddered and lowered his head to get out of the way. Jiang Yan glanced at this knowledgeable creep and lifted his step to enter one.
The penultimate creepy followed suit and gave way, not daring to block Jiang Yan. One by one, the shenanigans got out of the way one after another, like Moses parting the Red Sea,
and Jiang Yan was the first to get out of the car.
A thieving human player was very quick-witted and followed Jiang Yan's back, running all the way out.
But just after passing that last weirdness,
he felt a cold ghostly claw, silently pinching his neck.
A sorrowful voice sounded in the carriage.
What gives you the right to cut in line? Die. Click. This human player's neck was directly twisted bizarrely. The thieving man's eyes flared,
and his tongue slowly drooped out of the corner of his mouth,
dragging. Look, there's a living person here. It smells so good.
Out of that bazaar surprisingly directly opened this human player, fishing inside the hot blood to devour.
Jiang Yan heard the movement behind him,
and without turning his head back,
he stepped into the middle of the bus collection point.
There are dozens of bus stop signs erected here, densely packed with countless stops. On the other side of the stop,
dozens of buses are lined up neatly with an electronic notice board in front of them. 5 minutes to departure. Time keeps counting down.
Jiang Yan frowned slightly and muttered to himself,
is it going to take 5 minutes to find the bus to the third hospital from here?
It's so difficult that once you miss the wave of buses, you may not be able to get into the third hospital before dark. As for what exactly would happen after dark,
Jiang Yan didn't know.
Although he wasn't afraid, there was no need for him to challenge the restrictive rules of a secret realm.
In the case at hand,
it's either one person who hunts for the third hospital site from fire to fire and gambles their luck, or a group of people who zone in on the stops to find each one and then share the information.
The latter is clearly more scientific. But next to Jiang Yan,
another 25 bus stopped,
its door opened,
and a group of blood-stained creeps walked down from it in a line.
Inside the car, the liver and brain, dozens of mangled human corpses, piled up in the middle of the wagon, with hideous teeth marks from bizarre gnawing. Not all buses are as calm as the 14th road that Jiang Yan is on.
Jiang Yan glanced at the miserable state of the compartment and knew that trying to find humans calm enough and able to trust each other to form a group in 5 minutes was something nearly impossible. Only those few hunters from the Trickster Hunting Bureau can use this method after they get together. Jiang Yan shrugged his shoulders and reached out to put his arm around the shoulder of a creep who had just gotten off the bus next to him, as if he had known this creep for many years and was a good buddy who wore the same pants.
To ask you about something. Jiang Yan patted Creepy's shoulder very affectionately and took out a 10 yuan plutonium coin and handed it in front of Creepy. This bazaar is from the 25 bus down. Do not know Jiang Yan, this bogeyman.
A pair of dead gray eyes slowly raised sideways, looking at the side of Jiang Yan, eyes full of tyrannical killing intent, hissed,
you have the odor of the living on you. Jiang Yan nodded and said casually, I know.
I don't just smell like the living,
I stink of money. Jiang Yan slipped another $10 plutonium coin in front of Creepy and asked patiently,
which bus here goes to the third hospital?
Creepy didn't even look at the 20 plutonium coins handed by Jiang Yan and grinned a morose smile. I'm gonna eat you. Sharp, inhumanly sharp teeth crisscrossed his mouth, still stained with human blood and shredded flesh. Jiang Yan sighed,
and the spider silk glove resting on the Creepy's shoulder exploded violently. Countless human-faced creepy spiders surged out of it,
instantly crawling all around this Creepy's circumference.
Jiang Yan said in a serious tone,
I'm going to ask you one last time.
I'm going to the third hospital.
Which bus? If you toast again, I'll hang you from the roof.
Noticing the threat of the countless sphinx spiders on his body, the bizarre body stiffened violently.
At this moment, he realized that the gates of hell were opening up to him.
The Creepy said immediately,
Route 48, that's the end of the line. Jiang Yan found the no. 48 bus on a bunch of stop signs and looked toward the terminal. Puzzled. Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital? That creepy nodded his head back and forth, smiling apologetically. Yes, the third hospital alias Maternal and Child Health. Jiang Yen. Good guy. Really, according to their previous idea. In the station sign, hard to find the third hospital, not to mention 5 minutes. 50 minutes cannot be found. Ah, thank you. Jiang Yen retrieved his Sphinx spider and 20 plutonium coins and let go of the creepy shoulder. Those creepy eyes looked straight at the 20 plutonium coins in Jiang Yan's hand away from him, obviously wanting it, but not daring to say so. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Unwise guys don't deserve to take my favor. Among the buses that were neatly arranged and ready to leave the station, Jiang Yan quickly found the 48th road, and his heart was relieved. There was still plenty of time, and instead of getting on the bus, he leaned against the corner of the transfer station and smoked his pipe while printing money and observing the other buses that stopped there one after another. Jiang Yan wanted to see which bus Wang Hucheng would get off of. Chapter 66, this is the end of the line. On the No. 14 bus that Jiang Yan had taken when he arrived, the bazaar had all lined up down, and the humans had gone to the far end of the line. Wang Jia and Chen Yuro and the young hunter walked at the end, carefully bypassing all the shenanigans, and when they saw what was going on in the transfer station, their faces changed in unison. Bad. So many cars? We're going to find that bus to the third hospital in 5 minutes or less? Wang Jia said in a deep voice. Careful. Don't get busy and offend the weirdness. Once we start a war in the transfer station, we're dead 10-1. There were a dozen heads of creepy coming off the 14 bus alone, not to mention this transfer station, which was constantly converging on the weirdness coming off the buses, which now numbered upwards of 50. Even Wang Jia couldn't help but flash a look of fear in his eyes when he thought of the horrifying image of being surrounded by more than 50 bizarre spirits. No chance of winning. Squeak. Another bus stops and the doors open. The three men held each other up and stumbled down. Seeing these three people, Wang Jia and Chen Yuro's faces were delighted. It was clearly Chen Haichuan and the other two hunters. Chen Haichuan was quite heavily injured and was covered in blood, which was shocking to the eyes. Wang Jia quickly greeted him and asked in a low voice as he held Chen Haichuan and handed him a bottle of potion. How come there's no weirdness in your car? Chen Haichuan took the potion and drank it in a single gulp, saying in a low voice, it was the initial stop when I got on the bus. I saw that it was just me and the driver in the car, so I killed the creep. I vaguely remember the terrain of this secret area. It should be the old city pattern of Nandu decades ago, and I specifically looked at the map of Nandu before and after the demolition of the third hospital before I came here, and I'm confident that I can drive a public transportation to the third hospital by myself. Chen Haichuan had previously found the third hospital in Nandu's history in the information of the Guile Hunting Bureau, so he browsed through the general situation of that period. But things were a little different than I expected. That bus surprisingly ran along a fixed route on its own without a driver, and I couldn't affect the bus's route no matter how I operated it. Every creep that got on the bus after that attacked me for not having a driver, and thankfully it was a whole lot of different things. Not too many creeps on the bus at a time, and of varying intensity, or I would have been dead. And then they joined up with the two of them to make it all the way here. Hearing Chen Haichuan's experience, Wang Jia and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all meet all the way over in the car. Chen Haichuan unexpectedly killed all the way over. No wonder the bus was empty and only 3 of their humans came down. This strategy, however, is just too risky and can only be employed by players who have been teleported to the initial site. Subsequent to getting back in the car, the number of shenanigans in the car goes up and the fight can be another liver and brain story. Chen Haichuan at first was not prepared to kill all the way over. Just think of killing a driver to grab a car all the way straight to the third hospital. Never thought of the bus is not controlled. Can only be hard all the way to kill the pass. Wang Jia gave a thumbs up in admiration. Awesome. Worthy of old Chen. Although Chen Haichuan didn't have the title of God of Hunting, he was also an absolute elite hunter in the Guile Hunting Bureau, and it could be said that it was hard to come up with the right one under the God of Hunting, and his battle strength was also very elite. So he was able to survive this wave. What is the situation now? Chen Haichuan looked at the black and creepy inside the transfer station, couldn't help but be creeped out and lowered his voice to ask. Wang Jia whispered, we have to find that bus to the third hospital before the countdown ends. Otherwise, there's a good chance we won't make it to the third hospital before dark. Old Chen, do you remember which bus in Nandu leads to the third hospital at this hour? Chen Haichuan froze for a moment and shook his head blankly. How is it possible to remember this specifically? I didn't even know I'd be taking the bus before I came in, either. His blank gaze suddenly swept over a figure standing low on the edge of a corner in the middle of a transfer station. It was a man shrouded if not in blackness, with a strange hat on his head, the shadows hanging down from its low brim, covering half his face. Hiss? Chen Haichuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air and shivered. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from between his forehead as he said in a shocked voice, is that? Forbidden 006? He really came in? The situation in the secret realm was already menacing enough, and with the addition of a Forbidden 006, it was truly as if Chen Haichuan had heard the death knell of death. Wang Jia's face was grave as he nodded and quickly talked to Chen Haichuan about all the things that had just happened along the way. Does high decibel sound trigger a kill? Chen Haichuan thought carefully and slowly nodded his head. Makes sense. Chen Yuro added from the side. It is suspected that if one kneels in time he will not be killed. Chen Haichuan froze for a moment. Stunned. Ha? Is this taboo so humane? Squeak. Another bus came into the station. The doors opened, and a line of creeps lined up and stepped off of it, joining the other creeps in one place to wait for the bus. And in the middle of this group of weirdness, Jiang Yan saw a familiar figure. Just the person one has been waiting for. Wang Hu Chang. Jiang Yan slowly exhaled a green-colored smoke ring and sneered. Mark this man. The Sphinx spider in his gloves heard Jiang Yan's order and immediately unleashed the level 10 skill he had just learned. Hunting marker. Just now on the bus, Jiang Yan had already taken a tricky to test it out. And although players couldn't use active skills because of the third rule word of the secret realm, the human-faced tricky spider didn't count as a player. He was a tricky, and active skills could still be used. As the level 10 hunting marker was unleashed, Wang Hu Chung, who had gotten off the bus while hiding in the creepy swarm, had a bright red marker appear on his head that could only be seen by the human-faced creepy spiders, and no matter how far away it was glittering and clearly visible. Just now Wang Hucheng under the bus. The floor is also a tragic scene of liver and brain. Only Wang Hucheng and a trembling members of the Bureau of Guile Hunting survived, mixed in a group of guile down the bus. Not bad for a born-again. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded in praise. Experienced. Everyone died in the car, just him and a hunter. But that's as far as it goes. Jiang Yan raised his steps and slowly walked towards Wang Hucheng. Wang Hucheng was mixed up in a group of creeps and was sizing up the situation, but soon noticed a figure that kept walking towards him. Although half of his face was obscured by the shadow cast by the strange hat, Wang Hucheng instantly recognized that this was his good brother, Jiang Yan. The moment he saw him, Wang Hucheng's pupils suddenly tightened like the tip of a needle. Chapter 67, Ready to Die? With little hesitation, he turned his head and jumped back into the slowly closing door of the bus. Wang Hucheng is not the first time to deal with Jiang Yan. Reborn once Jiang Yan, strength so strong that Wang Hucheng's heart chills. There was no need for his men to see the real thing. Wang Hucheng knew that once he was caught by Jiang Yan, he would surely die. Although there was a sarcophagus in place, and he was able to get out of the secret realm after his death, and would not be completely killed by the squatting corpse, the secret realm could be completely fizzled out this time. Wang Hucheng, who was reborn once, knows very well that one step ahead of the other, one step behind. One step behind. Right now in this secret realm, one might not be able to get the biggest head of rewards. After all, the resurrection talent frontal fighting ability was indeed not strong enough, but it's also definitely not a good idea to die out without even touching the front door of the third hospital. That will completely lose touch with the rich rewards of this secret realm and completely step into the trap of falling behind, especially since Jiang Yan was already so strong. If he wanted to bend the rules himself, whether or not he could gain enough from this secret realm was the most important thing. Snap! The door of the bus closed heavily behind Wang Hucheng. Wang Hucheng had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard a sorrowful voice coming from the front position of the car. There were so many shenanigans in the car just now that I wasn't sure if there were really any living people around. Now you're running up here all by yourself. The smell. It's so obvious. Humbug, humbug, humbug. A fat-bodied creep slowly stood up from the front of the car. Wang Hucheng directly pulled out 5,000 plutonium coins and said, "Take me to the third hospital and the 5,000 is all yours." That creepy looked at the plutonium coin in Wang Hucheng's hand, froze for a moment, and fell into deep thought. Wang Hucheng gritted his teeth and said, 2,000 more. If you don't want it, I'll find another driver. That creepy grabbed the 7,000 plutonium coins in Wang Hucheng's hand as he nodded. Could be. Wang Hucheng's face was relieved. It works really well to use money to open the way. Just as that driver sat back in his seat and was about to drive, snap, outside the car window, a thick wad of golden plutonium coins was thrown straight in and hit the driver on the head. Golden plutonium coins were scattered skyward in a circle at the driver's feet. The driver froze, his fat purple-black face filled with consternation. What's going on here? Jiang Yan's voice drifted in from outside. I'm getting in the car too. The driver answered cheerfully, nodding. No problem. As fast as he could, he picked up the plutonium on the ground, while directly opening the car door. Jiang Yan faithfully got into the car, smashed another 10,000 plutonium on the driver's head, and said indifferently, "Don't drive." The driver was stoned out of his mind. You're not allowed to drive in the car. Why did you get in the car? Doubt existed only for a moment. The driver cheerfully picked up the plutonium on the ground again and nodded heavily. You're right about everything. Whenever you say drive, I drive. Good lord. I made $27,000 for doing nothing. This day is not too good. Jiang Yan cheerfully walked over to Wang Hucheng, sat down, and said indifferently, I'm not as hard-hearted as you are, and I suffered too much in my last life with this broken resurrection talent. You're playing with that gift like a fish out of water. To be honest, I kinda admire you. The same are all resurrection talent. Wang Hucheng in his last life lived a much more nourishing life than Jiang Yan. This certainly has Wang Hucheng in the school pushed Jiang Yan that a chain reaction, but also when the mentality has an inseparable relationship. From a certain point of view, Wang Hucheng's practice of betraying anyone without any affection was the most suitable for surviving under such a world. And, of course, there is a natural price to pay for it. Wang Hucheng's face was grim to the core as he narrowed his eyes and said, So, you changed your talent this time? Indeed, the gift of resurrection has many limitations, but it also has its own redeeming qualities. If I'm not mistaken, your talent this time is a resource-based talent? Jiang Yan nodded and said, That's right. I got lucky this time and swiped the SSS-ranked resource talent. Hearing this, Wang Hucheng's face became more and more gloomy. SSS-level resource talent? No wonder. He would be so horrible. Jiang Yan turned and said, Why do you think we were born again? Will you be reborn again after you die this time? The rebirth in Jiang Yan's mouth was not the same thing as the gift of resurrection. Wang Hucheng was silent for a moment and laughed coldly. You think you're eating me up? Jiang Yan, my experience of 15 bizarre descents in my last life is not made of clay. You may be able to kill me this time, but I still won't die. Hearing this, Jiang Yan froze for a moment, and then a playful smile hung at the corner of his mouth. 15 experiences of weird descents? Quite a lot. Jiang Yan only survived until the third time Creepy descended and died at Creepy's hands. In that case, Wang Hucheng was indeed more experienced than himself. But what was more concerning to Jiang Yan was the fact that the timelines of both sides were different. Wang Hucheng's pupil shrunk, and he realized something violently and asked rhetorically, How many times have you lived? We were reborn at a different point in time. Surprisingly, Jiang Yan grinned. Quite a bit longer than you lived this time. Anyway, Wang Hucheng shivered in anger and gritted his teeth. Jiang Yan, we were such good friends. I apologize for earlier. That was also the first time I was confronted with creepy descent. I was scared too. I've always regretted it after that. Will you give me another chance? I'm willing to work to mend our relationship. Jiang Yan laughed and shook his head. No need. And there's no need to explain. I once paid the price for my naivety. And now, you're going to pay the price for your desperation. 2. Jiang Yan reached out and gently held Wang Hucheng's shoulders. Boom! The spider silk glove suddenly exploded, like a tidal wave of human-faced bizarre spiders, surged out from it, instantly drowning Wang Hucheng. I won't die. Jiang Yan, I won't let you go. You wait. Wang Hucheng's struggles and screams, which lasted for a long time, gradually fell silent. Jiang Yan didn't let the sphinx-style spider form a spider silk cocoon, while he himself stayed by the side, looking at Wang Hucheng's corpse. The moment he broke off, a vague and bizarre aura suddenly appeared underneath him. A pair of illusory ghostly hands reached out of thin air from underneath Wang Hucheng's corpse, constantly pressing on top of Wang Hucheng's corpse. As the ghost's hand continued to press, Wang Hucheng's body, surprisingly, sank a little. It's as if the floor of the bus below doesn't even exist. Jiang Yan understood and laughed. It's a sarcophagus. Surely there are means of relocating graves outside the secret realm. Be a good boy and wait for me to find you. Chapter 68 Follow the Taboo. Nandu. In half an hour, a ruined basement remained largely intact, and a sarcophagus the size of a fist in an obscure water stain was suddenly pushed open from the inside by a pair of hands. Cough cough cough. Wang Hucheng, who had shrunk many times and was only the size of a hand, climbed out of the sarcophagus. With a face full of palpitations, he quickly groped around his body, and only after realizing that his limbs were still intact did he slowly gasp for air and regain his composure. Although he had come back from the dead many times, he still felt an overwhelming terror every time he came out of death. The great terror between life and death. Asshole! Wang Hucheng viciously pounded the floor in the standing water and hissed and roared. Why? Why on earth? Since I was allowed to be reborn, why did you let Jiang Yan live as well? At this moment, Wang Hucheng finally realized how desperate Zhou Yu's lament before his death was. From the moment he was reborn, Wang Hucheng decided that his reborn self, the absolute protagonist, would rise like a comet, irresistible, and with the posture of an absolute king, he would oppress the world horizontally. But just a few days now, he, the comet, was jerked down from the sky by Jiang Yan with a pole. This sense of disparity made Wang Hucheng almost lose his faith in life. Wang Hucheng paralyzed in a pool of water and rested for a long time before he regained 2 points of fighting spirit in his eyes, and bought a bottle of potion from the mall that dispelled all the curses, spending his only remaining 10,000 plutonium coins. The sarcophagus brings about a size reduction effect that is also a curse. The potion went down, and Wang Hucheng's slightly shrunken body returned to its normal size. There's no way I'm going to lose like this. Jiang Yan, I'm also a reborn. I'm not any less than you. I want to win back. Wang Hucheng made up his mind that from this moment on, he would go incognito and hide in the shadows to develop obscenely until he had the strength to be able to trample Jiang Yan under his feet. But Wang Hucheng, who stepped out of the ruins again, didn't realize that above his head, there was a bright red hunting mark suspended that only the human-faced trickster spider could see, as eye-catching as the blazing sun on a dark night. The secret realm. At the transfer station, the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau, standing in front of the densely packed station sign, their eyes quickly swept over the top of each station name. As Jiang Yan expected at the beginning, all the people of the Bureau of Guile Hunting who were able to cooperate with each other were responsible for searching for the name of the 3rd hospital site in one area. In order to figure out which bus I should take before it departs in order to get into the 3rd hospital before it gets dark. But as they continued their search, drops of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads. Captain, Huntress, I'm done reading on my end. No, I've seen it from my side, and there's nothing. One by one, the messages of the 7 men came together. Everyone's eyes looked towards the last one. Chen Yuro. Chen Yuro's gaze trembled as she whispered, I don't have any here. Either. The 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau fell into silence in unison. Chen Haichuan's eyes were resolute as he said in a deep voice, it could be that Hospital 3 has another name. Now, 2 minutes to the start. I suggest that we search the stop sign for the names of all the stops that contain hospitals and get on them individually. There's always someone who ends up arriving at the 3rd hospital. Chen Haichuan's voice fell, and there was a moment of silence from the people of the Guile Hunt Bureau. It was a broken plan, and once spread out on the bus, it meant that ultimately only one hunter would likely reach the 3rd hospital, and the end of the other hunters speaks for itself. I agree. Chen Yuro took the lead and nodded, her tone filled with determination. The purpose of their coming here was to clear out the secret realm and keep the weirdness inside from escaping. Sacrifice is acceptable as long as it accomplishes its purpose. From the moment they became hunters, they had long ago put life and death at risk. The other hunters all nodded their heads, and their gazes fell in unison to Wang Jia, who had been silent. Chen Haichuan asked, what do you say, Huntress? Wang Jia's attention, however, was not on these teammates and whispered, look, you guys, what is Forbidden 006 doing? The surrounding hunters froze in unison and followed Wang Jia's gaze to the bus that Jiang Yan had just gotten on. Jiang Yan and another person, sitting side by side in the carriage, seemed very calm. Wang Jia whispered, my advice is, we'll just take the same bus as Taboo 006 since we can't find one. All the surrounding hunters, in unison, sucked in a breath of cold air, and their sweaty hairs exploded. Take a bus with Taboo 006? Isn't this lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death? However, after regaining their senses from the initial shock, these people had to admit that this suggestion from Wang Jia was simply brilliant. Forbidden 006 entered this secret realm, and no matter what purpose he definitely had to go to the 3rd hospital as well. And he's taboo. If a human can't find a bus, can he, a taboo, not find it? Although it was also risky, it was more feasible than the plan Chen Haichuan had just made to split up. Once successful, all of their hunters would arrive at the 3rd hospital alive. Feasible. Let's get in that car too, Chen Haichuan said in a deep voice. Remember, no loud noises, and if Taboo 006 is inclined to attack, kneel in place immediately. Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan led the way, and the 7 hunters walked quickly to the bus that Jiang Yan and Wang Hucheng were on and took a step up. Just moments before the 7 hunters fishtailed down the open door of the bus, Jiang Yan's left hand, which was shrouded under a spider silk glove, gently rested on Wang Hucheng's shoulder. The Sphinx spider went berserk, drowning Wang Hucheng's corpse in the blink of an eye. Wang Hucheng's mournful screams before he died echoed in the bus. The 7 hunters' feet froze in unison. Taboo 006 strikes again and kills? Wait, did the kill he just made qualify for the loud kill rule? The guy next to him, before he struck, hadn't made much noise at all. Could it be that, not this hit rule at all? Between the foreheads of the 7 stiffly standing hunters, cold sweat almost gathered into a small waterfall, crackling down. The taboo of exploring the rules of striking, and the taboo of the rules being unknown, are 2 completely different levels of danger. Wang Jia swallowed heavily, his heart filled with despair. It's bad. It's a mistake. Wang Jia forced himself to calm down and slowly found a seat. Jiang Yan watched Wang Hucheng's body being dragged and disappeared by many ghostly hands, and looked up to find, to his dismay, that all 7 hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau had gotten on this bus he was on. Jiang Yan had a black question mark on his face. Are these 7 hunters okay? We're going to the 3rd hospital. How do you think it's going to be this car? The car wasn't even in the next starting queue.
I came up here to talk to Wang Hucheng.
Why did you come up here? You want to die? Chapter 69, so many sneaky rides today?
Watching these 7 hunters out of the corner of his eye, silently sitting down one by one in front of himself,
Jiang Yan couldn't help but scratch his head. In my last life, I felt that the people in the Trickster Hunting Bureau were pretty reliable. How is it that every single one of them in this life is a wimpy, dumbass vestige? Forget it. They can do whatever they want.
I don't have to care if they want to die.
Jiang Yan shook his head inside lightly, standing up and getting out of the car in a dignified manner. The 7 pairs of gazes of the Guile Hunting Bureau's crowd focused on Jiang Yan's back in unison. Not buddy? What does that mean? Not riding with us?
The 7 hunters fumed in place for a few moments, until a sorrowful voice
rang in their ears. You 7, did you give your tickets on the bus? That one just now. He gave a lot.
The fat driver carried a bloody machete and smiled as he walked toward the 7 men of the Guile Hunting Bureau.
The 7 of them looked at each other,
and Wang Jia sighed and drew out the sealed Guile Peachwood sword.
This car is now a driver's trick.
Facing 7 hunters of the Trick Hunting Bureau, including a heavenly sword hunting god holding a trick-sealing mahogany sword, without any half-resistance,
and after just 3 seconds,
he was slaughtered. The 7 hunters were in no hurry to get out of the car and reflected carefully on it.
Wang Jia whispered, do you guys think there's a possibility that Taboo 006 is 2 sets of hit rules for people and for weirdness?
The only reason he didn't do it earlier on the 14 bus was because,
well, the loudness was for the weird hit rule, not for the person. As for how he actually killed someone, we haven't figured that out yet. Silence, long silence.
Of all the hunters present, the one with the most experience in fighting against taboos was the heavenly sword god of hunters.
Wang Jia. Chen Haichuan nodded a little arduously and said, maybe it will be. After all,
we've never observed taboo and a great deal of weirdness coexisting before.
No matter which of us leaves the secret realm alive, we must upload this information, in its entirety, to the headquarters of the Hunting and Trickster Bureau.
Chen Yuro sidelong glanced and had been chasing Jiang Yan's back, when she suddenly said,
look, you guys, Forbidden 006 is starting to line up for the bus.
The 7 hunters looked back out the car window in unison.
Jiang Yan, who had just gotten off this bus, was already standing at the end of the queue in front of the 48 bus, quietly waiting for the last minute to pass. Chen Haichuan lightly slapped his thigh. Go! It's definitely right this time.
Be careful when following behind Taboo 006, all of you. Now that we're unsure of his hit rules, the possibility of death is high.
Later, I'll go first, and you'll all do the moves after me. Chen Haichuan quickly ran down this bus, and when he reached the back of Jiang Yan, he deliberately pressed his footsteps slowly. A group of 7 people, tiptoeing with their heads bowed, stood behind Jiang Yan with almost no presence.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at the 7 hunters behind him with almost identical postures from the corner of his eye, feeling more and more that these people from the Guile Hunting Bureau were very strange. The posture and state of these 7 people even looked a bit like the legendary Shangxi necromancer and the 6 corpses.
Not like something a normal person could do. But these people, despite their odd state, hadn't made a mistake in their choice to follow their own cue.
The terminus of Bus 48 is none other than the Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital, alias the 3rd Hospital. Jiang Yan swept his gaze over the other humans in the transfer station and shook his head in a dark sigh.
These people are obviously clueless, in a hurry to hunt around the stop sign, no trace of the 3rd Hospital, and do not dare to talk to the weird. Many of them see that the departure time is approaching, directly randomly selected a bus to start queuing. There were some flexible thinkers among them who, after observing the lines of people waiting in front of the various buses, silently followed the 48th bus, which clearly had the most living people. In front of Jiang Yan, a pale creepy, slowly twisted his head 180 degrees, his miserable white and godless eyes staring at Jiang Yan, hoarsely asked, young man, where are you going by? Car? Behind Jiang Yan, the bodies of the 7 members of the Guile Hunting Bureau shook in unison. With their experience since entering the secret realm, the best state of affairs was to be bizarrely ignored and for everyone to be at peace with each other. And once creepy intentionally strikes up a conversation, it's often a precursor to an attack. It's just that old creepy guy didn't pick his targets very wisely. Who are you talking to? Are you tired of your life if you talk to Forbidden 006?
Chen Haichuan took the lead and reached out,
quietly gripping the hilt of his own blade.
The remaining 6 hunters behind him also followed Chen Haichuan to make the same action of grasping their weapons in accordance with the strategy agreed upon at the beginning. Given the situation at this transfer station, a conflict, even one between Taboo 006 and Creepy, would likely involve all living people, a fatal crisis that could come at any time. The nerves of the 7 hunters were instantly taut. Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of the old pipe. Between the green smoke, with a low hoarse voice,
said faintly, "What's it to you?" 7 hunters. Mere mouth odor. Mere joy. Old Creepy was obviously choked by Jiang Yan, his miserable white eyes glaring round, and obvious anger appeared on his face. "I'm asking you a question. Didn't your family teach you how to treat old people politely?" Jiang Yan took another drag on his pipe, spat out a smoke ring on the Old Creepy face, and said indifferently, "I'm going to the Nandu Maternity Hospital to watch your mother's cremation ceremony. If you have nothing else to do, you can come with me and I'll have the doctor there do a spay and neuter on your balls at my expense." 7 hunters? Extreme mouth odor. Extreme pleasure. Taboo 006 is really not generally taboo. The old man was so angry that he was trembling all over, pointing at Jiang Yan's nose and cursing twice brat and little bastard. He trembled and turned back, but he didn't make a move on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. He had been prepared to hang this old thing upside down from the ceiling. Who knew he would wimp out? Just then, the time on the countdown electronic sign went to 0. The doors of all the buses lined up and ready to leave the station opened in unison. The driver of the 48 stood behind the door and yelled, "What's with all the shenanigans in the car today? There are only 30 seats on the bus. Tickets cost 1,000 plutonium on a first-come, first-served basis." Jiang Yan swept a glance. There were surprisingly 27 weirdly shaped queues in front of himself, and 23 things behind himself, most of which were human. If it's a normal queue, it's destined to have a lot of people not getting on the 48 bus. A couple of people at the end of the line got antsy and broke right out of the line, running towards the door of the car in a plugged-in stance. Someone took out 1,000 plutonium directly in his hand and said while waving it, "I'll take one. I was here first," just running to the door, before the money was handed over to the creepy driver. A withered palm with greenish-purple corpse stains stretched out diagonally first, piercing through this person's chest with a hand directly from behind. Chapter 70, Kill Them All. Pust. The sound of blood and flesh tearing apart rang out harshly in front of the 48 bus. Wow! Blood spilled all over the floor. Creepy, first in the queue, slowly pulled his hand out of the man's chest and stuck out a long tongue, licking the blood off his own hand and revealing a grim smile. "Surprisingly, it's a live one? It smells so good. This is mine. No one is allowed to take it from me." Creepy shouldered the bloodied corpse and paid the 1,000 plutonium to get into the car. Creepy in the back cursed as he got into the car. "Why are tickets so expensive today? Normally, you obviously only charge 500. And when you see how many shenanigans are riding around today, you're just sitting on your ass? Black-hearted old Lee. You could have just gone and robbed it." The sudden kill and the rapidly changing situation caused all the humans in the 48 bus queue to change their faces in unison. A hunter asked in a low voice with a cold sweat on his face, "Captain, what about this? With the current queue situation, of the 7 hunters in the Guile Hunting Bureau, only Chen Haichuan in 28th place, Wang Jia in 29th place, and Chen Yuro in 30th place were able to get on the bus, and the remaining 4 hunters had no access to the 3rd hospital. In other words, these 4 hunters were afraid of dying in the secret realm after dark." Chen Yuro whispered, "Brother, you and the huntress are the strongest of us and must arrive at the 3rd hospital. Shui Man Lu is the youngest of us. Let him follow you. I'll take the 3 remaining brothers and not get in the car and try to survive. The secret realm in the dark is not necessarily a Jedi. As long as you can clear the secret realm, the 4 of us can live too." The 7 hunters, in unison, fell silent. Chen Yuro spoke as if there was still a way to live, but everyone knew that not being able to get on this bus was almost like having half a foot in hell. The next moment, the 3 hunters who were destined not to get on the bus nodded their heads one after the other, approving the plan. "We're battle-hardened hunters too. We'll survive. Captain, God of Hunters, take care of Shui Man Lu. He still has talent and will eventually grow into a qualified hunter. I believe in you guys. You will definitely succeed in clearing this secret realm." Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan, who hadn't spoken from the beginning to the end, had very ugly faces. After a moment of silence, Chen Haichuan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's take a look at the situation first, and if it doesn't work, then we'll do what Yuro said." As far as he was concerned, Chen Yuro was not only a comrade in arms of the Guile Hunting Bureau, but also his own sister. Back then, when Chen Yuro was bent on joining the Guile Hunting Bureau, Chen Haichuan disagreed, but no one could change what Chen Yuro had made up her mind. At that time, Chen Haichuan had already foreseen the high probability that a parting of life and death like today would occur. Chen Haichuan's heart was dripping blood, but hardened the tears in the corners of his eyes and held them back. Living to the death has never been a hunter's creed. Jiang Yan stood in front of Chen Haichuan and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "Damn, these 7 hunters in the back are not very strong. Their minds are cowardly to the core, and they have a real knack for sensationalism. I gave you a loan. You in the end take to strengthen themselves, or take to chase idle drama. Ah hey." Just as Jiang Yan followed the group,
advancing on hurriedly while thinking carefully about whether or not to kill the first few shenanigans,
so that these 7 hunters from the Shenanigans Hunting Bureau could all get on the bus. The situation of the queue in front of us has changed again. Coming in at number 20 was a very bloated female creep, as fat as a pig, especially with a bulging stomach that looked as if it had a dozen or 2 basketballs stuffed in it. On the front of the bulging belly, there was also a very pronounced dissection, sewn very roughly, as if it were the practiced work of a no-good tailor. When it was her turn to get in the car, the driver stopped the door as soon as it was open and said in no uncertain terms, "No fare evasion." The fat female creep grinned, and with a giggle ripped open the roughly sewn slit in her abdomen. A creepy, greenish-purple, 2-year-old looking baby crawled out of it and onto the bus. Then there was a spooky 5-year-old boy who stumbled out of it and onto the bus as well. Then there was a spooky 7-year-old girl, bouncing onto the bus. Then, from the fat belly of this female creep, a total of 5 little creeps ran out. Jiang Yan would have been in 27th place, destined to get on the bus. But the outrageous behavior of these 5 little creeps lining up in their mother's stomach directly squeezed Jiang Yan into 32nd place. What? Jiang Yan rounded his eyes and said incredulously, "And the old man can't get on the bus? Then you don't even have to go on. Black Crow, kill them all." The black raven standing quietly on his right shoulder opened his beak and let out a miserable, ominous chirp. Decay, epidemic, death, extinction, die, extinguish, die, exterminate. A series of eye-popping damage numbers jumped out from creepy in front of him. Black Crow took the opportunity to drink a bottle of blue restoration potion that was counted on Jiang Yan's account, while continuing to fire away. Under the thin glow of the setting sun, as the black crows cursed loudly, a head of different sizes of weirdness, one by one, fell to the ground, emitting a muffled sound of thump thump thump. It's as if it's composing an accompaniment to this eerie funeral song. Jiang Yan left hand gray-white spider gloves, a tiny human face spider, hanging from the buttocks of the spider silk airborne landing, purple and green water flow through, accompanied by rustle creepy sound, a set of bizarre corpses wrapped into a spider silk cocoon. Jiang Yan stepped out with faith, stepping on the gradually forming spider silk cocoon under his feet, and walked all the way to the door of the 48 bus. The creepy driver rounded a pair of pitch-black ghostly eyes, staring at Jiang Yan who kept approaching, his voice stuttering. You. A pair of calm eyes, raised from under the strange hat, looked at the driver of the 48. The moment the 4 eyes met, scarlet shock blast, unleash, boom, the driver's eyes snapped out of focus. At this moment, in his eyes, the Jiang Yan in front of him was as if he was the most terrifying thing in the world, and he had to kill him himself, or else he would definitely be killed by him. Roar! The driver let out an earth-shattering roar, pulled out a rusty hammer from behind his waist, and smashed his head on Jiang Yan's head. Boo! -1, -400. Boo! Strike! -1, -400. Boo! -1, -400. Smashed 3 hammers in a row. Jiang Yan blood-streaked silk did not move, but the driver bazaar was hit by the anti-injury aura only left a blood skin. Seeing that the 4th hammer was coming at him again, Jiang Yan dodged and avoided it, leaving this driver bizarrely alive. After the 4 hammers, this driver creepy finally broke free from the effects of the scarlet shock blast and stumbled back 3 steps in a row, letting out a cry of horror in the extreme from his mouth. I didn't mean it. Don't kill me. Chapter 71 How to Ask Questions About Taboos. Looking at the rapidly forming spider silk cocoon all the way behind Jiang Yan, and the weird driver who was scared less in front of Jiang Yan, the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau were almost shivering in fear as they hugged each other. What kind of hit rule is this? A hunter's face went pale as he shuddered. Just now these weird, didn't make a big sound at all either. Ha! Why was it also killed by Forbidden 006? The 7 looked at each other, all clearly seeing the creepiness and disbelief in the bottom of each other's eyes. The fear that comes with the unknown is always the deepest, and the Forbidden 006 in front of him, whose rules for killing were completely unknown. As the observation time grew longer, the mental pressure and fearful impact it brought to the people of the Guile Hunting Bureau became stronger. As it turned out, their judgment of the Forbidden 006 hit rule was a complete failure. Until now, this terrifying forbidden head was still a mist in their eyes. The only thing that could be ascertained was that this head, the taboo, was frighteningly strong. It was even stronger and more terrifying than the 5 taboo heads that had appeared in the divine state before. In Chen Haichuan's heart, he let out a groan of pain and despair. With such a terrifying taboo entrenched in Nandu, could he really lead his teammates and successfully seal it? In front of the car door, Jiang Yan coldly glanced at the driver and casually pulled out 3 stacks of golden plutonium coins and smashed them on the driver's head one after another. A total of 30,000 plutonium. This car, I'll take it. Jiang Yan said lightly and lifted his steps into the car. Since we've already started killing, there's no point in keeping our hands open, so we might as well kill them all. The ominous curse of the Black Raven began to echo through the car. A spider silk cocoon that then took shape. Watching the last creepy die under the Black Crow's curse, Jiang Yan turned around and got out of the car, leaning against the door. His eyes lowered as he said faintly, 29 seats, 2,000 plutonium a ticket. Crowd? Not. Furiously dropping $30, 000 on a charter and then doubling the ticket? It's confirmed. This one is a robbery. Xue Man Lu, the youngest of the 7 hunters, swallowed heavily and laughed bitterly in a low voice. What about this? Is it really time to sell the equipment? Once you sell your gear at half price to get the money together, you're really at the end of your rope and getting weaker. But there seems to have been no choice. 2,000 plutonium coins. In Jiang Yan's hands it wasn't even enough to stuff his teeth. But for the vast majority of players, it's a lot of money. Especially for players who have drained all their economy first exploring the mysteries. It's almost impossible to shell out 2,000. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more attributes with that money? Who knew that after entering the secret realm, it would be this light? If they had known this, all of them would have left a lot of money on them. Just as everyone was balking at the price, they saw Jiang Yan casually pick up a small stone and write a few large, crooked characters on the floor tiles in front of him. Provides equipment mortgage services. Crowd. No, you're opening a branch in this secret place, aren't you? Where is the taboo in this treadmill? This treadmill is a chow chow, isn't it? But, we have all taken out loans. Xue Man Lu wanted to cry. Wang Jia lamented. I took out a $250,000 loan. Chen Haichuan swallowed his saliva and whispered, don't be afraid, I have an idea. He slowly walked up to Jiang Yan and said, I want to sell silver bullets. The last time Chen Haichuan went to the antique street and loaned money to Jiang Yan, he had already tried to sell the silver bullets produced by the Guile Hunting Bureau. At that time one was sold for 80 medals. At that price, one would only need to sell 175 silver bullets for 14,000 plutonium to make up the tickets for the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau. Never thought that the silver bullets they brought in to prepare to kill the creepy ones, without even firing a few shots, would have to be used to trade for a bus ticket. Jiang Yan didn't even look at Chen Haichuan squarely and said indifferently, 50 plutocrats apiece. The corners of Chen Haichuan's mouth twitched violently, and 10 million grass mud horses raced past in his heart. This taboo will also step on a horse and take advantage of the price. It's too much, really too much, but now it is an absolute buyer's market. Chen Haichuan can only pinch his nose and admit it. After paying for 280 silver bullets, the 7 hunters from the Trickster Hunting Bureau, one after the other, boarded the 48 bus. Although this bus is now filled with grayish-white cocoons of spider silk everywhere, a sense of a coiled cave, and even a little difficult to get off. All 7 hunters, however, felt a sense of overwhelming joy. Jiang Yan stood in front of the car door, full of disgust, and loaded 280 silver bullets into his bag. In addition to these bullets, which he didn't actually want very much, Jiang Yan also got quite a few loan contracts. The vast majority of those players waiting to get on the bus have never taken out a loan on Antique Street, and a good portion of them don't even know what Antique Street is or where it is. Seeing that there was a chance to mortgage their equipment for a loan when they were at the end of their rope, these human players immediately mortgaged all of their equipment to Jiang Yan and got half of the plutonium from him. Of course, some of these plutonium coins were soon returned to Jiang Yan as tickets. In a short time, Jiang Yan, who has unusually high pickpocketing skills, sold all 29 seats and said lightly after getting on the bus, drive. That driver bazaar has long been. Jiang Yan scared out of his wits, nodded repeatedly, closed the door and then started the bus, a foot of gas wildly out. Jiang Yan's gaze swept around the car, searching for empty seats. A pair of eyes, too, converged on the only empty seat in the car. Chen Yuro, who was next to the empty seat, was petrified. I was just in the midst of my overwhelming joy, and I didn't even realize that there was only one empty seat left in the car. No way? Forbidden 006. Going to sit next to me? Asterisk. Will I really make it off this bus alive? Chen Yuro's pretty face, which was originally flushed with 2 shades of excited red, turned white inch by inch. Jiang Yan, however, did not even look at her squarely, and sat next to Chen Yuro by himself, not feeling the slightest bit out of place. As he sat down, out of the corner of his eye, he clearly saw that Chen Yuro beside him shivered heavily. Jiang Yan secretly sighed in his heart. Look, what is the poor quality of the hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau now? The slightest movement can scare the out of her. There's no such thing as a scared bird, a scared grass, or anything else, is there? I see those average players have better mental skills than this one next to me. It's really the way of the world. Is it because I was so weak in my last life that I feel like all these hunters are strong? As the bus traveled, Chen Yuro's stiff body, little by little, returned to normal, and her breathing became a little smoother. Fear is not helping the situation. Chen Yuro continuously observed Jiang Yan beside her out of the corner of her eye, and a very bold idea suddenly rose in her heart. She opened her mouth and asked carefully, "Why did you just kill all the creeps?" Boom! When this question came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, and the hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau sitting around them all sucked in a breath of cold air, and extreme panic surfaced on their faces. Don't! How can you ask questions about taboos? This is a death wish. Chapter 72, Don't Answer. Forbidden names are extremely dangerous to humans, almost to the point where seeing them is a sure death sentence. Every taboo that had appeared in the divine state before had invariably caused people's hearts and souls to chill. Each of these taboos would have caused great trauma to human society if the Guile Hunt hadn't spared countless casualties to dispose of them. Such a terrifying existence had to be sealed in the golden coffin. Otherwise any form of contact would make it difficult for even the most careful hunter to escape the ultimate fate of death. It was the first time that the Guile Hunting Bureau had seen a taboo with a low desire to attack like Taboo 006. But just because the desire to attack is low doesn't mean it's not there. Much less that it won't be. Taking the initiative to question a taboo that had no desire to attack for the time being was a complete act of death in the eyes of these hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau. Chen Yuro, confused. Chen Haichuan's eyes were wide with anger, and he had almost seen the image of Forbidden 006 lifting his hand and gently patting it on his sister's shoulder in the next moment, transforming Chen Yuro into a grayish-white spider silk cocoon. Don. Ta. Chen Haichuan roared in his heart, one hand subconsciously gripping his knife. Chen Haichuan had already made up his mind that if this Forbidden 006 really attacked his sister, he would have to deflect the blow at the risk of his own life. Absolutely no one can violate my sister in front of my eyes. In Chen Haichuan's eyes, the fire of war was rising. The rest of the hunters who were familiar with Chen Haichuan also had their bodies tensed up one by one, ready to go. Once we go to war, I'm afraid it's a no-win situation. The odds were that it would be the 7 of them who would die, but there was no choice. The atmosphere fell to freezing point the next moment. They heard Taboo 006 answer as casually as if they were chattering. "I'd love to." The voice, altered by the old pipe, was hoarse and low, as if it were a huge millstone, grinding back and forth in every heart. The Trickster Hunt crowd took a breath that barely escaped their mouths. Taboo 006 actually really answered Chen Yuro's question? Gosh, that's horrible too. Wait a minute, what do you mean? I'd love to? Does that mean that's his rule for striking out? Kill everything that looks bad? What an atrocious horrible taboo. Chen Yuro was also confused by these 3 short words and froze in her seat. At a loss for words, she envisioned many possibilities, and even thought about being killed on the spot by Taboo 006 the next moment she asked a question. But even so, it would shed more light on this forbidden head for his companions in a fog. But now, the mist on this terrifying forbidden head instead grew denser and denser. Chen Yuro fixed her mind and wanted to ask something, but she was tugged hard by Wang Jia in the back seat, who pulled a handful of hair that was draped over the backrest of the seat. Under the pain, Chen Yuro, who knew that she was too risky, finally swallowed back the unasked question. For a moment, an eerie dead silence fell over the car. The bus kept moving down the increasingly deserted street. The 30 seats on the bus surrounded by gray and white spider silk were filled to capacity, but every single one of them was silent, keeping their heads bowed in self-consciousness in unison. Jiang Yan felt as if the atmosphere was a bit awkward, but didn't understand why it was awkward at all. As an experienced reborn person himself, he shouldn't be socially fearful, so Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe, looked at Chen Yuro out of the corner of his eye, and took the initiative to pick up the conversation, asking, "Are you a native of Nandu? How old are you?" The low, raspy voice was more or less similar to the ominous cursing sound from the black crow on his shoulder earlier. In the ears of the surrounding hunters, it was as horrible as a death knell. Chen Yuro gave a jolt. "Is this talking to me at Taboo 006? Initiate a question for me? This is also too scary. What do these questions mean? No local kills? Or don't kill the ones that are too small? This Taboo 006 doesn't have a sense of sustainable slaughter, does it?" Chen Yuro's delicate body, inadvertently, once again shivered, living like a fallen chicken, in extreme terror, her brain, running wild. What about this? How do I answer? What if I say I'm from Nandu and he specifically likes to kill Nandus? Won't I die? What if I say I'm not from Nandu and he specializes in killing out-of-towners? Won't I die too? No matter how you answer, it's a big Russian roulette-style gamble. Wang Jia sat behind Chen Yuro, seeing her shaking badly and understanding that she was overwhelmed by the lack of experience in fighting the taboo. He hastily reached out and once again grabbed Chen Yuro's long hair, yanking it hard 3 times. "Don't answer! Don't answer! Don't answer!" It's so easy to die saying anything in this situation. Even making a sound in the presence of taboo was a death sentence in itself. You just asked that question and you're still alive. It's entirely possible that this taboo killed too many shenanigans in a short period of time and ran out of blue, or your skills went into cooldown. So you're still alive and burning. Don't ever die again, please. Chen Yuro was continuously tugged and pulled by Wang Jia, painfully baring her teeth, with tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. But under the tacit understanding between the hunters, she roughly understood Wang Jia's meaning. Her mouth was tightly closed and she didn't say a word, completely turning a deaf ear to Jiang Yan's question just now. Jiang Yan took another puff on his pipe and found that the neighboring Miss Hunter was not answering his words, so he couldn't help but be a little stunned. A chat request from your own handsome 18-year-old male high schooler was ignored? Jiang Yan had always felt that his charisma value was quite explosive. Even in the past, when he didn't have the hidden black crowsuit and could only wear the school uniform, he was still a strong contender for the school grass. Now that he was in a kryptonite outfit, he was even more wild and cool. So it didn't make sense that he would be ignored by the young lady. Can't you even deal with me? Jiang Yan couldn't help but sidestep his face, a pair of gazes casting out from under the suppressed odd hat to look at Chen Yuro beside him. Noticing the boss's movements, the black crow that stood frozen on his right shoulder also slowly turned his head, his scarlet one eye coldly looking at Chen Yuro beside him. Feeling the three gazes close at hand, sizing themselves up, Chen Yuro's body was covered in sweat, feeling every inch of her muscles stiffen. Taboo 006 is looking right at me again. Chen Yuro would never forget how horrible things happened the last time Forbidden 006 looked at herself squarely. That feeling of being completely out of control and losing one's mind completely. Chen Yuro never wanted to experience it once more in her life. Cackle, cackle. The sound of Chen Yuro's teeth gently colliding was very obvious in the dead silence of the carriage. Jiang Yan sniffled and smelled a slight odor of urine. Looking down, Jiang Yan was shocked to find that Chen Yuro's pants actually moistened inch by inch. No, a hunter with a problem like incontinence? Can this stupid girl who pees everywhere really be a hunter? Chapter 73, Bloodthirsty Nurse Practitioner. The trickster hunt is really getting out of hand. Is it true, as a famous internet saying goes, that the world is one giant straw man? Jiang Yan secretly shook his head inside in his heart, pulling his gaze back and no longer looking at Chen Yuro. After all, she's a good-looking young lady, and it must be embarrassing to have a disease like incontinence, right? One shouldn't make fun of other people's physical flaws, much less stare at them all the time, and just pretend that you didn't notice. However, Jiang Yan still moved his ass a little bit, away from Chen Yuro, afraid of being stained by the urine on her pants. Feeling the Forbidden 006 gaze move away, the monstrous shadow of death in Chen Yuro's heart dissipated a little bit, revealing a ray of Shishi sunshine. Live? Sure enough, don't answer his questions, don't meet his eyes. Managed to escape. Although Chen Yuro had already prepared herself to be killed when she took the initiative to ask the question before. When Forbidden 006 once again gazed at herself, that kind of psychological pressure still caused Chen Yuro to break down inside. Taking 2 deep breaths, Chen Yuro barely calmed her fierce heartbeat when she suddenly felt a coolness on her pants. Looking down, Chen Yuro was directly petrified. I just peed myself with a Forbidden 006 stare? Although it was a bit embarrassing, Chen Yuro didn't feel ashamed. Shame on you for being pissed off by such a horrible Forbidden 006? Not at all. The long and tedious journey of the No. 48 bus to the 3rd hospital reached its final destination, the Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital, or the legendary 3rd hospital, before the last rays of the setting sun fell. When the scope of the urban area of Nandu is far from being so large now, the location of the 3rd hospital is the most edge of the city. The main traffic is also from the surrounding villages and towns and urban and rural areas. The size of the hospital from the outside is not large. There is only one main building facing the front door, and the secondary buildings on the left and right are the office building and the inpatient department. Jiang Yan was the first one to step down from the grayish-white spider silk-filled No. 48 bus, raising his eyes to look at this hospital that looked more and more secluded under the gradually thickening night. The rest of the players, too, stepped out of the car one after another, looking at the hospital in front of them and cursing. This is the 3rd hospital? Hurry up! I've stayed in this Thai secret realm long enough. Hurry up and end it. Let me go home. Damn. I don't even know if the proceeds from this trip to the secret world will be worth the entrance fee and ticket. As long as we kill the creepy inside, this secret realm will be considered cleared, right? One of the most impatient players, obviously unable to hold back his emotions, directly kicked at the door of the 3rd hospital, making a thud, a muffled sound. All the shenanigans in there listen to the master. Master is here to purge you today. Get your ass out here and die. He felt self-conscious about having 30 human brothers on his back and his bottom line. Behind them, the eyelids of the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau jumped wildly in unison. This kind of rash can arrive at the door of the 3rd hospital alive, have to be really lucky. However, they very tacitly didn't say much. Since this rash young man was willing to use his own little life to cast a stone, it wasn't a bad thing for the remaining players. The mission of the Trickster Hunting Bureau was never to protect a specific human being, either. With this muffled sound, the door of the third hospital, surprisingly, did slowly open from the inside. A tall young lady in a nurse's uniform, holding a thick casebook in her hands, stepped out on her high heels. The nurse's uniform, which should be white, was stained with blood, as if a scene of cold snow and plums had been drawn on it, and the face of this Miss Nurse, a withered and waxy, as if it was an ancient corpse that had just been dug out from a 1,000-year-old tomb, and had been weathering in a dark corner for thousands of years. The moment he saw this nurse lady, Jiang Yan's heart was aghast. He saw the plutonium income that popped up on his player panel. Plutonium plus 4,573. Powerful creeps may not always have thick blood, but creeps with thick blood are all very strong. The withered yellow eyes of the nurse's sister stared at the impatient player who had just kicked the door, and her voice, so withered that it seemed as if sand could fall off, said in a single word, "Welcome to Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital, also known as Nandu Third Hospital. I'm the head nurse of the hospital, and you can call me Wang Ro Ro. When entering the hospital, please follow the hospital rules and regulations strictly. Rule number 1, no damage to hospital property. Violator, death." Before the nurse Miss Wang Ro Ro's words fell, she directly transformed into a red and white residual shadow, and choked the neck of the door-kicking Rash just now. Rash's pupils shrunk, just wanted to call for help, and before he could exit, his head was ripped off by Wang Ro Ro. Hot blood spurts. Wang Ro Ro directly came up to the top of the broken surface of his neck and swallowed the hot blood that spewed out in a big gulp. Her mouth, as if it was a sponge that could suck blood infinitely, as long as the blood entered her mouth, it would not lose half of it, and it would be absorbed by her body as much as possible. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan skimmed his lips. The strength of this nurse practitioner was higher than he had expected. Look at this hand just now. This nurse practitioner is agility type creepy. As we all know, the agility route is only normal for brittle assassins. The terror of an agility creep with over 4,000 life points was completely incomparable to a strength creep with over 4,000 life points. If he was outside, Jiang Yan would rise to the idea of taking in a creepy like this when he saw one. However, the weirdness in the secret realm was very different from the outside, and it seemed that they were all acting according to some specific laws, and there was also the existence of the ultimate goal of clearing the secret realm. So Jiang Yan didn't do much, as the matron devoured this person's blood all over her body. Her parched body, surprisingly, seemed to have regained 2 shades of luster, and in the Jiang Yan player panel, a change had occurred. Plutonium plus 4,973, added 400 to your life? Jiang Yan immediately felt some toothache. That's a bit of a nurse practitioner. How far would that intensity have to swell if we had a few more people in the hospital? No wonder the purge of this secret realm failed in his last life, letting the life-chopping spirit children inside escape. However, although the intensity of this nurse Wang Ro Ro was high, she wasn't a fate-slaying spirit child, and even if she was killed, this secret realm would most likely not be able to achieve the goal of purging. If it wasn't unexpected, the destroyer spirit child should be somewhere in the third hospital, and the key to clearing the secret realm was to find the destroyer spirit child and get this weirdness that became taboo when it was out of the secret realm killed, before the clearing could be considered a success. As for the head nurse, Zoe Wang, she can be killed or not. Jiang Yan estimated that the secret realm contribution would probably increase tremendously if he killed Wang Ro Ro's words. Not far away, the 7 men of the Trickster Hunting Bureau gathered together and whispered, "Captain, Huntress, what to do? Are we out or not? Is the secret realm over when we kill this creepy head?" Chapter 74 Pediatrics or Gynecology? Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia stared at each other, and after a moment of silence, Wang Jia looked at Chen Haichuan and asked, "What do you think?" Chen Haichuan said, "Remember the hint when you just entered the secret realm? When entering the third hospital, you are at the mercy of the head nurse. Along the way, these tips have proven to be helpful. This one, too, should be. Since we're going to follow the head nurse's arrangement, the probability is that the key point of clearing the secret realm is not on her." Wang Jia nodded slowly and said, "That's what I thought. But she's going to get more and more dangerous if we don't do something to kill her now." Just killed someone. Her physical features have changed significantly. There should be a corresponding increase in her attributes. We're taking this rabble into the third hospital with us, and the head nurse is sure to kill frequently. If you don't do it now, you'd better never do it. The 7 looked at each other, and Chen Haichuan clapped his hands. Then when we go in, we'll follow the hospital rules and the head nurse's arrangements to the letter and not confront her. Don't go out on a limb and everything, and make sure we have a living force to save against the key point of clearing the secret realm. That's right, grasp the key to exploring this secret realm clearance. We haven't figured out until now what conditions are reached to successfully clear this secret realm. As the 7 reached a consensus, the head nurse dropped the body in her hand, wiped a handful of the blood remaining around her mouth, and restored 2 points of luster to her face, filled with an evil smile, and hoarsely said, "Guests, please come and register with me." The head nurse, Zoe Wang, randomly pointed to a man in the crowd and asked hoarsely, "Do you hang up with pediatrics or gynecology?" The man froze at the question. "I'm a grown man. What kind of pediatrics and gynecology do I have to go to? Is this appropriate? Is it okay if I hang up with a male doctor?" The head nurse Wang Ro-Ro's tone was 2 points more gloomy, and she coldly said, "This is a women's and children's hospital. What are you doing here by hanging up the men's section? Looking for a fight?" The head nurse's figure flickered and appeared in front of this person as a stump, and a claw probed out, directly stabbing into this person's chest. "Ah!" A dying cry of terror echoed in front of the third hospital. In the next moment, the head nurse ripped the man's heart out of his chest, tilted his head back and squeezed. Drenching blood surged out of the heart and fell into the head nurse's mouth. Tons. As the matron's throat rolled, a series of painful drinking sounds continued to stimulate the nerves of every human around. Brutal. Just brutal. Forcing a big old man to hang up the gynecology department. If they don't hang up, you'll dig out their hearts. The head nurse, whose face plumped up more and more, dropped her dried up heart. Her blood-dripping fingers randomly pointed at Chun Yuro in the crowd and asked hoarsely, "What about you? Do you go to pediatrics or gynecology?" The eyes of the 7 members of the Guile Hunting Bureau narrowed in unison. The 7 moved almost in unison, instantly gripping the weapons they had with them. If this head nurse was going to launch an attack on Chun Yuro, then the 7 of them would have no choice but to kill the head nurse in front of the hospital. Fortunately, this nurse practitioner had only killed 2 people earlier, and the attribute increase should still be within a manageable range. There were 7 hunters on his side. One of them was also a heavenly sword god of hunting, and it shouldn't be too difficult to kill this nursemaid with full cooperation. Jiang Yan stood in the corner, smoking an old pipe while observing where things were going. If Jiang Yan's previous impression was anything to go by, the configuration of the Guile Hunting Bureau this time around, killing this Wang Ro-Ro should have been a surprise. However, ever since Jiang Yan watched Chun Yuro pee her pants in the car, the impression that the Guile Hunting Bureau is very strong has collapsed. He wasn't quite sure now if these 7 goons who were prone to shivering and whose minds could not move could beat Wang Ro-Ro or not. Chun Yuro reacted extremely quickly, almost answering correctly. "I'm hanging up with gynecology. She's a grown woman, and it's obviously much more appropriate to hang out with gynecology than pediatrics." Nurse Wang Ro-Ro's withered yellow eyes, staring tightly at Chun Yuro, revealed a grim smile and asked, "Pregnant? How many months?" She probed out a hideous ghostly claw and touched towards Chun Yuro's belly. Chun Yuro's eyes stared, and she subconsciously took half a step back, quickly saying, "I'm not pregnant. I'm seeing a gynecologist for celiac disease." She certainly didn't have celiac disease, but she was definitely not willing to let Zoe Wang touch her stomach. What if this horrible and brutal head nurse digs out her uterus? Wang Ro-Ro's ghostly claws lurched and slowly retracted. That's right. She opened her casebook and casually recorded Chun Yuro's name, age and other information. Chun Yuro fixed her mind as if she was really here to see a doctor. Her voice was calm and composed, and she kept reporting the information that Wang Yuro needed. Jiang Yan looked on in a corner with a puzzled face. How is it that this very handsome hunter girl, who looked like a scared bird on the creepy bus before, is now so calm in the face of such a scary and brutal head nurse instead? Doesn't look like the same guy. Wang Ro-Ro finished recording and tore a registration slip for Chun Yuro, and turned to point at the other man and asked, "What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?" The man was in a cold sweat and stammered, I also hang gynecology." Wang Ro-Ro asked as she probed her ghostly claws and felt toward the man's belly. "Are you pregnant? How many months?" This time Wang Ro-Ro's distance was much closer, and the man's reaction was far from as fast as Chun Yuro's, and he was directly touched by Wang Ro-Ro's stomach. The moment the ghost claws touched, Wang Ro-Ro's face sank down and she hissed airily, "You're a man. What gynecology department? Looking for a fight?" Giggle. With a blood-cracking sound, Wang Ro-Ro's ghost claw instantly tore open this person's belly. Crackle. All sorts of offal fell to the ground, flowery and green, emitting a strong fishy odor. Wang Ro-Ro directly stuck her head into this person's greatly open abdomen, devouring this person's hot blood in a big gulp inside. Until this moment, the man was not dead, and a desperate wail escaped from his mouth. "I'm not pregnant. I have celiac disease too," Zoe Wang said sorrowfully in his stomach. "Didn't see you had a cervix, did you? It's true that the prostate is a little inflamed." Boo! This person's body fell to the ground on his back, his deathly gray eyes rounded and staring straight up at the sky, dead in the water. "How about you? Hang up pediatrics or gynecology?" Wang Ro-Ro raised her blood-dripping ghost claw and pointed it at Wang Jia. Wang Jia said with a calm face, "I'll hang up pediatrics." Wang Rou's withered yellow eyes stared deathly at Wang Jia and said sorrowfully, "How old are you? What's wrong?" Wang Jia was even calmer than Chen Yuro and replied, "I'm 8 years old and have endocrine disruption causing gigantism." Crowd. A 6'8" man. You call that 8 years old? Chapter 75. You're really not afraid to die. Heavenly sword god of hunting Wang Jia opened his eyes and lied to Trick. And the head nurse Wang Roru really believed it. Her withered yellow eyes swiveled around Wang Jia, focusing on his dull face for a few more moments, nodding her head and muttering, "Gigantism? That's a rare disease." Wang Roro ripped off a registration slip and handed it to Wang Jia, turning to point at the other man and asking, "What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?" Having learned from his previous experience, the man hastened to say, "Pediatrics. I'm also 8 years old and I have gigantism too." A flash of anger suddenly flashed through Wang Roro's withered yellow eyes as she sorrowfully said, "How can two appear in one day when gigantism is so rare? I think you're just here to pick a fight." The man saw what was happening and turned his head and ran as fast as he could. Wang Roro pulled her feet and chased after him, obviously wearing a pair of big red high heels, but the running speed was amazingly fast, dragging the man back like a dead dog in a flash. Click! Wang Roro's red high-heeled shoes stomped into this person's solar plexus like a nail. The man, filled with despair and helplessness, convulsed and died. Wang Roro lifted the skull of this person, dug out the brains and blood inside. Bark bark eat very fragrant. At this time, Wang Roro's body had regained a lot of moisturization, and the dried-out muscles underneath her skin had filled up quite a bit, and she didn't look as scary as before, but in reality, she could be countless times more terrifying in the eyes of these people around her than when she first came out. The moistness she had regained had been piled up one life at a time. On Jian Yan's player panel, the plutonium income provided by Wang Roro had turned out to be like this. Plutonium plus 6173. Jian Yan's gaze toward Wang Roro was filled with admiration. What a great print material. I don't know if this passive of adding 400 blood to her kills is permanent or has a time limit. If it's permanent, I'm going to try to take her in for whatever I say. Jian Yan thought carefully and compared Smoke Charm's kill plus 1 sneaky servant talent with Wang Zuoro's, feeling that Wang Zuoro's kill passive would most likely disappear after a certain amount of time, or else it would be ridiculously strong, and that even the spirit child of decimation might not be as strong as Wang Zuoro's. After eating up this person's brain, Wang Roro wiped a handful of thick pulp around her mouth, and then reached out to point at Chen Haichuan, asking sorrowfully, "What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?" Chen Haichuan reacted just as quickly, wrapping his arm around Chen Yuro's arm and laughing. "I'm a member of her family and came over to stay with her." His smile was very genuine, but a cold sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. "Damn, I don't know if this reason can be fooled." Zoe Wang was silent for a moment and asked, "What is your relationship to the patient? Is it an immediate family member?" In Chen Haichuan's brain, electricity flashed. "I'm afraid only immediate family members can accompany them. I'm her real brother." Wang Roro turned to Chen Yuro and asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Chen Yuro nodded her head repeatedly. "It's really my own brother." Wang Roro's suspicious gaze surveyed the two faces for a while, found that there really was a bit of a brother and sister resemblance, slowly nodded her head, and said, "Well, you can go in and chaperone, but when you choose your wards later, you must choose double rooms. It's expensive." Chen Haichuan instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his face filled with remorse. "Bad, this is going to sell bullets again. It's really hard to lose a penny in this secret world. Next time there's a secret world, you must bring in a little more money." Wang Roro turned to point at Xue Manlu next to Chen Haichuan and asked sorrowfully, "What about you? Pediatrics or gynecology?" Xue Manlu was silent for a very short moment, reached out and put his arm around Wang Jia's shoulder next to him and said, "I'm his escort family." Wang Roro looked at Xue Manlu's somewhat childish face, frowned, and asked sorrowfully, "You're a family member too? What's the relationship with him?" Xue Manlu blurted out, "I'm his father. Wang Jia, I'm the god of heavenly sword hunting. You've got a lot of nerve. Surrounding hunters? Young man's got a big joke on him. Jian Yan, and don't call it a trick hunting bureau. From now on it will be called a ghost hunting bureau, which is quite good." Zoe Wang was silent for a few more moments and seemed to die a little. Wang Jia looks obviously older than Xue Manlu, but Wang Jia previously said he was 8 years old with gigantism, and if Xue Manlu married early, it doesn't seem impossible to be his father. Wang Roro's withered eyes turned to Wang Jia and asked, "Is he your dad?" Wanga, grass. "Yes, he is my father." Wang Jia gritted his teeth, squeezing one word after another out of his teeth. Wang Roro slowly nodded, her withered yellow gaze moving away from Wang Jia and Xue Manlu. After all, who would want to recognize a father indiscriminately if he wasn't really father and son? One by one, Wang Roro named the registration number, and a large game of ghost cheating was staged in front of the Nandu Maternal and Child Health Hospital.
the gender advantage is manifested at this time, and a woman can completely make up a gynecological disease at random and hang on to it in the hands of Wangzhuazhua. However, those who dared to come in and explore the secret realm for the first time were basically men, and apart from Chen Yuro, there were a total of 4 women out of the 30 players who enjoyed this advantage. The rest of the men are miserable. They have to do everything they can to make Zoe Wang believe that she is a child in order to get a pediatrician's number, and the strange and bizarre reasons can often only be used once. Finally, after the men had been brutally killed several times, a little witless man crouched down and milked his voice directly after being named. I am 7.5 years old. I have a fever. I want to see a doctor. Wang Ro's withered yellow eyes looked at the short figure squatting on the ground and tore up a registration slip and handed it over. Thank you, sister. The little witches were full of hijacking. The people in the back have long been scared to death, and when they saw this they hurriedly followed suit, and all of them managed to hang up the pediatrics number. Wang Ro nodded through the 29 names, and her eyes swept around the field, noticing a fellow whose presence was very thin. The man leaned very casually against a large willow tree, the shadow of his strange hat drooping down and covering half of his face, the old pipe at the side of his mouth puffing out green smoke, as if he were on vacation and relaxed. What about you? Wang Ro's withered ghostly claws, pointing at Jiang Yan, asked sorrowfully, are you hanging out with pediatrics or gynecology? Seeing that it was finally his turn, Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring, and as soon as he did, he yanked out a childlike black shadow from the shadow of the big willow tree behind him. Where this child's shadowy head was located, there was a scarlet glow that resembled a single eye. Jiang Yan said, I'm hanging out with gynecology and my son is hanging out with pediatrics. I'm pregnant and my son can't see out of one eye. The 18 surviving humans around them sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. No, man, you're really not afraid to die. I'll take your last name if you don't get your head ripped off by the head nurse here. A man in the crowd whispered forcefully. Chapter 76 Rules of the Third Hospital. The 11 humans in the surroundings other than the 7 members of the Guile Hunting Bureau looked at Jiang Yan as if they were looking at a corpse. From the beginning to now, men hanging gynecology are dead. Not to mention this whimsical need to hook yourself up with not only a gynecologist, but another pediatrician as well. Someone had clearly demonstrated how to get through it before, but they didn't use it, so they had to jiggle it themselves. He's a dead man. God can't save him. I say so. It was very different from these ordinary human players who didn't recognize Jiang Yan. The 7 people from the Guile Hunting Bureau took 3 steps back in unison, ready to escape at any time. Although they all felt that Taboo 006 could kill head nurse Wang Ro in a second. This was after all Wang Ro's home turf. And who knew if there was anything stronger in the third hospital? If the gods are fighting, it's better for us mortals to stay away. Wang Ro's withered yellow gaze stared deathly at Jiang Yan and said grimly, You're pregnant? Great. Finally a pregnant one today. Check me out, the head nurse said, stretching out her own ghostly claws and touching Jiang Yan's belly. Compared to the beginning, the ghostly claws of the head nurse, Wang Ro's ghost claws now, have been judged as too bizarre. The skin is rosy and plump, the muscles are elastic, and there is almost no big difference between the living person and the living person. Her expression, however, was still a grim one, and paired with those emotionless, withered yellow eyes and the crumbs of human skin remaining at the corners of her mouth, it was still chilling. Facing Wang Ro's ghostly claws, Jiang Yan was not afraid at all, lifting up his rounded belly and letting her ghostly claws caress up. As early as 10 minutes ago, Jiang Yan had let the human-faced guile spider weave a huge hemisphere on his stomach with a spider web, as if it was a pregnant woman's stomach. The Sphinx creepy spider was hiding inside, ready to cooperate with Jiang Yan in fooling creepy. Wang Ro's palm gently placed on Jiang Yan's protruding and obvious belly, and then fell into a long silence, unable to utter a word for a long time. Well, Jiang Yan asked with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Good-naturedly, Wang Ro slowly opened her mouth, and her gloomy voice was filled with disbelief. You're carrying, in your stomach, a large litter of sphinx spiders? Silence, deadly silence. In front of the gates of the Nandu Maternity and Child Health Hospital, the wind is blowing and no one is talking. A pair of shocked gazes landed on Jiang Yan's body in unison. The brains of the 11 human players were directly dried and smoked by Wang Ro's sentence. What? What's in your belly? A sphinx? A big nest? Gosh, your personal life is a little too messy for me to even think about. While the other human players were shocked, the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau glanced at each other and saw the horror in the bottom of each other's eyes. Wang Jia said in a very low voice, See, I was right before. Underneath the forbidden 006 clothes, every inch of flesh and blood is made up of countless spiders. What we have been seeing is just scratching the surface. The true terrifying appearance of Taboo 006 has never been revealed to the world. Gulp. The 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau swallowed their saliva in unison. Terror. It's horrible.
Was the humanoid, Forbidden 006 under that strange hat really such a bizarre and twisted horror? Is this world no longer going to be good? Xue Manlu had tears in the corners of his eyes and felt his mind was very broken. Chen Haichuan tightly gripped Xue Manlu's shoulders and said in a firm tone, "Have faith. We'll definitely succeed in sealing Forbidden 006. For sure." After touching Jiang Yan's spider belly, Wang Roro was filled with shock as she withdrew her hand, her withered yellow eyes filled with incredulity as she murmured in a low voice, "First time I've seen this in years. I'm going to have the OBGYN give you a good look later." Wang Roro handed Jiang Yan 2 registration slips, one for gynecology and one for pediatrics, successfully hanging up the gynecology and pediatrics numbers. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth flashed a smile. He had never forgotten that he had entered this secret realm to look for the destroyer spirit boy. If this truly crucial weirdness could not be found, no matter how many other weirdnesses were killed, this secret realm would still not be able to complete the purge. It was known that the destroyer spirit child was inside the third hospital, so after they entered the third hospital, the most important task other than survival was to find the destroyer spirit child, and Jiang Yan would definitely be able to maximize his access to information about the decapitated spirit child if he hooked up to both gynecology and pediatrics at the same time. "Where's the one who just said he wanted to take my last name?" Jiang Yan teased at the person who predicted that his head would be ripped off by the head nurse. The man shivered, his face full of horror, and waved his hands. "I was wrong, big guy. What the hell am I doing fighting someone who can carry a bellyful of sphinx spiders?" After hanging up the numbers for everyone, the head nurse, Wang Roro, stood in front of the hospital door and said sorrowfully, "All come in with me. Remember the rules of the third hospital. Rule number 1, no damage to hospital property. Violator, death. Rule number 2, no one may leave their wards at night after lights out. Violator, death. Rule number 3, patients are not allowed to ride the elevator. Violator, death. Article 4, you can only stay in the hospital for a period of 3 days for medical treatment. Violators, death. Rule number 5, the third hospital has only 7 floors. If you see a passageway leading to another floor, you may not set foot on it. Violator, death. Article 6, no assault on hospital staff. Violator, death. Rule 7, gynecology and pediatrics treatment areas are not together. No one is allowed to step into the other area without registering. Violator, death. Listening to the rules that came out of Wang Roro's mouth, Jiang Yan couldn't help but be secretly staggered. Good lord, what a well-regulated hospital. Move to take out your own patients. But I'm afraid that these overly strict rules, if all of them were followed, there would be no need to do anything. On the contrary, these rules, it always felt as if they were deliberately protecting something from outsiders. Perhaps the message of the spirit child of decimation is hidden behind these rules. Jiang Yan raised his head, looked at the sky, and revealed a playful smile. It's already dark. By the time we get into the ward we belong to, we'll probably have to turn off the lights. When the time comes, I'll go out and sneak around and see what's going on. Jiang Yan didn't have the slightest idea of respecting the rules announced by the head nurse. Instead, he was ready to offend one by one to try the effect. As he followed the head nurse into the third hospital, Jiang Yan realized that a sneaky figure was creeping towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, he realized that it was Chen Haichuan. Jiang Yan immediately knew what the bastard had come to find himself for. Must have run out of money again and come over to sell the family fortune. Sure enough, Chen Haichuan came over to Jiang Yan and whispered, "I'm selling some bullets." Jiang Yan sighed in a low voice, took the 500 silver bullets handed over by Chen Haichuan, dumped 25,000 plutonium coins on him, and said casually, "If you're really hurting for money, you might consider coming to work for me for a while." Chapter 77. So, what's the price? Jiang Yan was just making a casual remark. He thought it would be cool if he could poach the Guile Hunting Bureau. However, this light invitation fell on Chen Haichuan's ears, but that was not the case at all. Chen Haichuan heavily swallowed saliva, his body sweat hairs, a root stood up. "Here we go again. Taboo 006 has invited us to work for him in the trickster hunt for the second time." When Wang Jia went to Jiang Yan for a loan before, Jiang Yan had invited Wang Jia, but Wang Jia did not agree at that time. But now, after all the determinations made by the Guile Hunting Bureau on Taboo 006 were all proven to be unreliable, Chen Haichuan had to seriously consider this possibility. If I work for Taboo 006, he shouldn't allow other shenanigans to kill me. I can take the opportunity to go undercover beside Taboo 006, carefully observe his every word and action, and gain an in-depth understanding of his rules of striking, so as to provide the necessary information to support the subsequent sealing plan of the Guile Hunting Bureau. As long as I have gained the trust of Taboo 006, I will be able to subsequently lure Taboo 006 to the sealed battlefield set up by the Guile Hunting Bureau. So many benefits. So, what's the price? At the tip of Chen Haichuan's nose, A drop of cold sweat dripped down.
Working for Forbidden 006 is no less than working with a tiger.
My life could be extinguished at any moment. Once exposed, all hell breaks loose. Is it worth it? Worth it. In the next moment, Chen Haichuan raised his head, his eyes full of firm determination, and said, I'd like to work for you. How much do you pay me?
This time it was Jiang Yan's turn to be caught a little off guard.
This Guile Hunting Bureau captain-level hunter had agreed to this without much hesitation, taking up the establishment of the Trick Hunting Bureau and eating his own paycheck. Is this a typical case of taking advantage of the situation? The quality of these hunters is even worse than I imagined.
Completely lost the ideals and beliefs of being a hunter. Jiang Yan heart to Chen Haichuan's criticism did not last too long.
After all, people are not for themselves. Heaven and earth. This kind of world. All people are struggling to survive.
Even if it is Chen Haichuan, but also must consider more for their own survival.
Often, it's not a matter of philosophy, but a matter of reality. From a certain point of view, Chen Haichuan, who ate his way out, is the real smart one. As for how much to pay him, after Jiang Yan pondered for a moment,
he returned the 780 silver bullets acquired before and after in his pocket to Chen Haichuan, making a total of 39,000 plutonium dollars,
and added another
1,000 plutonium dollars in cash,
saying, then we'll round it up and give you 40,000 plutonium a month.
He hadn't really wanted these silver bullets, and the fact that the bullets produced by the Trickster Hunting Bureau couldn't be included in the system's space was very annoying when they were tucked away in his pants pocket clanking around.
As for the high salary of 40,000 medals a month, Jiang Yan thought it was reasonable.
Chen Haichuan was not a creepy, but a human with the ability to decimate creepy alone. Judging by the rewards popped out by those shenanigans that in Xiao Xian had single-killed, Chen Haichuan's ability and speed of acquiring resources as a hunter was not comparable to that of a normal human or shenanigans.
Jiang Yan had also seen Chen Haichuan's equipment and knew that this guy's family was quite rich.
At this price to hire a Guile Hunting Bureau captain-level hunter to eat in his own place, Jiang Yan felt it was a good deal. Especially through Chen Haichuan opened up the channels of the Trickster Hunting Bureau. Jiang Yan has since held the two major head forces of the Ding Sheng Group and the Trickster Hunting Bureau.
And in the Acre of Nandu,
he has perfectly reached the grand pattern of black and white.
A brilliant move.
Jiang Yan applauded his own resourcefulness in his heart. Receiving the bullet and the bizarre contract from Jiang Yan's hand, Chen Haichuan gazed blankly and murmured in a low voice,
40,000 plutocrats for a month?
Taboo 006 is really a fat, horrible taboo.
Casually offering yourself 40,000 a month? Do you know how much Chen Haichuan,
one of the three captains of the Nandu branch of the Trickster Hunting Bureau,
and a strong candidate for the next branch chief, receive as a monthly salary from the Trickster Hunting Bureau? 2,000 plutonium a month.
This is still the just updated Bazaar Post-era salary package.
Before the Bazaar descent, Chen Haichuan's monthly salary was 15,000 general currency a month. Of course, he was the establishment of the Guile Hunting Bureau, and there were many invisible benefits, and the resources that could be mobilized under the urgency of the matter were very huge. For example, the 780 silver bullets that had just been dumped to Jiang Yan were wealth that did not belong to Chen Haichuan. Moreover, Chen Haichuan's main source of income was not the 2,000 plutonium monthly salary from the Guile Hunting Bureau,
but the system rewards he got from hunting Guile with his fellow hunters.
However, Jiang Yan's 40,000 monthly salary still shocked Chen Haichuan for a whole year. Finally, I know what it means to say that a horse cannot get fat without night grass. It smells so good.
Chen Haichuan shook his head heavily, chasing away the distractions in his mind,
and secretly warned, Chen Haichuan, you're here to work as an undercover agent, and you absolutely can't be sugarcoated by Taboo 006 ideas. A gentleman loves money, and there is a way to take it.
After sealing Forbidden 006,
the rewards issued by the Guile Hunting Bureau will not be less as well.
While secretly reinforcing his mental defenses, Chen Haichuan suddenly noticed two gazes, raised from under the lowered brim of the strange hat, looking towards himself.
Jiang Yan could appreciate Chen Haichuan's moral turpitude,
but if the guy was insatiable and deluded enough to try to squeeze more paychecks out of his hands,
Jiang Yan wouldn't want him.
Once a person doesn't know how to curb their desires,
they become a bottomless pit that can never be filled,
and sucking them into their teen will surely hurt them. As Jiang Yan's gaze watched, the bizarre black crow on his right shoulder also slowly turned its head, its scarlet one eye staring coldly at Chen Haichuan.
Feeling these three gazes ogling him, Chen Haichuan's legs and stomach cramped a little,
and cold sweat instantly soaked the clothes behind him.
Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and said lightly, accept my job and sign your name.
Chen Haichuan quickly skimmed through this contract. The content was basically the same as what Jiang Yan had provided to Creepy,
but it gave Chen Haichuan, the captain of the Creepy Hunting Bureau, more freedom.
Chen Haichuan gritted his teeth and trembled as he signed his name on this contract. As the strange contract transformed into two red lights and disappeared into Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan respectively, Chen Haichuan felt that a large portion of his soul seemed to have been drained away. He knew that as soon as this contract was signed, he had half a foot in the grave. I'm afraid that even if he managed to seal the forbidden 006 in the end, it would be difficult for him to stay alive, fighting for all mankind. Chen Haichuan forcibly suppressed the regret and fear that was rising in his heart and bowed deeply to Jiang Yan. Boss, please teach me more in the future. Jiang Yan let out a faint smile and said something that made Chen Haichuan fall into an ice cave. Stay in the ward next to me later. I'll knock on your door after the lights are off. Come out and move in with me. Chapter 78. I want a monthly subscription. Listening to the indifferent words that floated out from under the strange hat of Forbidden 006, Chen Haichuan's bowed waist nearly broke directly on the ground. Third hospital rules. Rule number 2. No one may leave their wards at night after lights out. Violator. Death. This 40,000 plutonium is really not good to take. The new boss came up and pulled a big bubble for himself. Taboo 006. As a terrifying taboo, would more than likely not be injured even if he were to run rampant within the third hospital. But he, Chen Haichuan, is different. You might not even live to see next month's paycheck, and you'll have to be tossed to your death by Forbidden 006. Chen Haichuan couldn't wait to slap himself. Why couldn't he wait to go undercover after leaving the secret realm? Good boss. Chen Haichuan wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to look at the pair of sights under the strange hat. Jiang Yan casually threw out 40,000 plutonium coins and said, "Here's your bonus for this secret world." Snap! 4 thick stacks of medieval coins smashed on the ground in front of Chen Haichuan, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chen Haichuan's eyes, looking at the 4 stacks of medieval coins close at hand, glared round a little. What? Prize? Bonus? What kind of boss is it that would just issue a 40,000 plutonium bonus on the first day of a new employee's employment? Hello. For sure, it must be money for your own life. Taboo 006. This is to use yourself as a cowhorse. Chen Haichuan felt his scalp tingle, as if he had already seen his own Taiwan beckoning to him. Asterisk. Consider it a death in action pension. Chen Haichuan scooped up 40,000 plutonium coins and deposited them into his system mole, quickly following the Guile Hunting Bureau's large troop. Seeing Chen Haichuan finally return, Wang Jia frowned slightly and asked, "You've been gone a long time this time, and you haven't gotten into any trouble, have you?" A group of people had already followed the head nurse, Wang Ro, to the front of the hospitalization building before Chen Haichuan managed to come back, causing worry. Seeing the concerned gazes of the remaining 6 teammates, Chen Haichuan laughed and said, "Don't worry, I've traded with Forbidden 006 many times, only this time the deal was a bit much." Chen Haichuan didn't say much to these teammates about his determination to lurk beside Forbidden 006 as an undercover agent. At least in this secret realm, they didn't need to know about this. If not, it is also very likely that the 6 of them will leave the ward they are in tonight because they are worried about themselves. The dangers after the lights are turned off this evening will be enough to face on your own. Wang Zhuo's hoarse and gloomy voice came from the front door of the hospitalization building. "All come over here and register your ward numbers and collect your keys. 1,000 plutocrats a night for 1 person in a single room. 10,000 plutonium a night for 1 person in a double room." Hearing the head nurse's words, Chen Haichuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "No, the price is just nifty. 7 people from the witch hunt, 2 doubles and 3 singles, 423,000 plutonium for 1 night stay? If you accidentally stay the full 3 days, it's 69,000 plutonium." The remaining 6 people in the Guile Hunting Bureau were all paupers, and there was no doubt that the money was to be advanced by Chen Haichuan. As for Chen Haichuan's entire body right now, he had the 26,000 plutonium and 40,000 plutonium bonus that he had given from selling bullets before, totaling 66,000. It's still 3,000 short. I've sold myself to Forbidden 006 in Tama, and the plutonium isn't even enough? It turns out that selling your body to get money is not as fast as robbery. Chen Haichuan stood in the wind, incomparably messy. Chen Haichuan eventually took out 23,000 plutonium to pay for the first night's ward. "I'm drunk today, so I don't care if I drink cold water tomorrow. Maybe Taboo 006 slaughtered the third hospital tonight?" Chen Haichuan suddenly had great expectations for his new boss. The remaining 11 humans, because they had all taken out loans with Jiang Yan, had some plutonium in their hands, plus they were all in a single room. All of them registered without any problems, and received a yellow ward key from Wang Zhuo. Finally, it was Jiang Yan's turn at the end, and Wang Ro's withered yellow eyes looked at Jiang Yan and asked eerily,
How many nights are you staying with the one that's pregnant with a sphinx and carrying a baby? Jiang Yan thought about it and started to pull out his pockets. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 311,000. On the table in front of Wang Ro, 311,000 gilded plutonium coins were neatly coated, exuding the thick stench of money. Jiang Yan also did not look squarely at the head nurse. Fatally exhaled a smoke ring and laughed. I'll take the month. Silence. Deadly silence. The 18 humans next to them were all looking at the place with eyes that were glazed over. All of their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, ruthlessly smashing Jiang Yan's brain. Holy, are you a human being? This is the creepy secret land of Nima cannibalism, not a Nima resort. You're addicted to living here and you're on a monthly subscription? Wouldn't it be nice to have that kind of money for you to add a couple hundred attributes? They completely failed to realize that to Jiang Yan, 311,000 couldn't add a single attribute. The mood of the 7 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau was one of shock and a trifle more fear. Taboo 006. What does this mean? It's true that it's as terrifying as it is forbidden. The thought process is not at all on the same channel as normal people. A certain undercover agent with the surname Chen, even more so, had 10 million grass mud horses galloping past in his heart. Chen Haichuan was not afraid, he simply wanted to die. The boss wants a monthly subscription. Can he, the employee, get out? The question is, why is my Tama monthly subscription more expensive than my boss? With so many people in the trickster hunt, how much does a monthly subscription cost? Chen Haichuan did some math in his mind. 713,000 plutonium. The eyes went black. Never in my life did I think I could owe so much. Chen Haichuan now wanted to jump directly in front of Taboo 006, shouting I'm an undercover agent, and then let Taboo 006 punch his head off. Looking at the 311,000 in front of her, Wang Ro's withered yellow eyes, inch by inch, glaring round, became much redder face, full of shocked color. What are you talking about? There are no monthly packages at the third hospital. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Ro's expression and felt that there was something in it. He spat out another smoke ring and laughed lightly. What? Too little? Once again, he began to pull out his pockets. 620,000 plutonium. Can I get a monthly subscription this way? Wang Ro was obviously rushed up, both hands cupping the corners of her own coat. Her eyes were firmly attracted by the 620,000 plutonium coins on her own table, unable to move half an inch away. This, out of order. You take it away. His mouth said that he wanted Jiang Yan to take it away, but the head nurse's eyes, however, seemed to be glued to these plutonium coins, and subconsciously swallowed heavily. Jiang Yan's heart was clear and he laughed. The rules are all made up by shenanigans. The head nurse accommodated. Jiang Yan said, pulling out his pocket again. 930,000 plutonium. Surrounding crowd. Why does this earthy aura look so familiar? You're not the big guy who spent tens of millions of dollars on the secret words when he first entered the secret world, are you? Chapter 79, after the lights are turned off. Looking at the 930,000 plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had placed all over the table, the head nurse, Wang Ruoru, swallowed her saliva again, and said with a touch of excitement hidden deeply in her hoarse voice, there's really no accommodation. Jiang Yan full of feigned disappointment, the table full of plutonium back into the, since it really doesn't work, forget it, I'll just stay for 3 days. Seeing that the heavenly amount of plutonium in her hands was about to fly away, Wang Ro was in a hurry. A hungry tiger pounced on her, cradling the table full of plutonium in her arms and screaming, can, it's a deal, let's get you a monthly subscription. Wang Ro, the head nurse who had always been high and brutal, was no different from a mercenary villain in front of 93 million plutonium dollars. He even moved to squeeze a little more oil out of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan laughed, dropping the plutonium he was holding in his hand and nodded. Then thank you in advance for taking care of the head nurse. Jiang Yan, who had experience from his previous life, certainly knew that the so-called monthly subscription was complete nonsense. This secret realm is only open for a total of 3 days. Once the 3 days were up, if the Destroyer Spirit Boys were not purged, this secret realm would end, and the Destroyer Spirit Boys would break away from the secret realm and appear in Nandu to unleash a frenzied massacre. Jiang Yan took out so many medieval coins because he wanted to take the opportunity to see what attitude the weirdness in this secret realm had towards medieval coins. On the one hand, Zoe Wang has good qualifications, so maybe she can be taken in. On the other hand, the qualifications of the decapitated spirit child were definitely better than the head nurse. If these bizarrely specific modes of action didn't dilute their thirst for plutonium, then Jiang Yan would have a lot to live up to in the third hospital. As it turned out, Jiang Yan guessed correctly. Under the low-hanging brim of his hat, the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Chopping life spirit boy. Kind of.
Jiang Yan took the key given by the head nurse and stayed in the double room next to Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro's siblings on the 5th floor.
All the way over, Jiang Yan followed the head nurse's instructions and didn't run around, but went straight back to his own ward. However, Jiang Yan still took a quick look at the terrain along the way. The corridors of the inpatient wing are long, with wards on both sides. The doors to each ward had the top half of clear, old-fashioned glass, the kind that would shatter with a single knock. Behind the glass is a white translucent knitted curtain, which when lowered adds a slight degree of privacy, but still provides a blurred view of the inside and outside. Through the glass and curtains, Jiang Yan clearly saw moving shadows in some of the wards, and those wards were clearly not the humans who had stayed in today. On Jiang Yan's player panel, there were still unfamiliar plutonium income figures flashing by, so it could only be the creepy patient who lived here before. At a rough estimate, I'm afraid there are dozens of heads of spooky in this one inpatient building. Like the main building, the inpatient wing has 7 floors, with pediatric inpatient areas on floors 1 through 3 and gynecological inpatient areas on floors 4 through 7. Across the street from the inpatient building is the office building, and next to it is the main building, which, according to common sense, should be filled with all kinds of clinics and instruments, pharmacies, and other main hospital facilities. Soon after entering the ward, Jiang Yan saw through the doorway that the dim lights in the corridor quietly went out. The voice of the head nurse, Wang Zoyo, echoed in the corridor, hoarse with a creepy and eerie sense of emptiness. Please have the new patient change into a gown. After lights out, you are not allowed to leave your hospital room. If someone knocks on the door, ignore him. If you see someone in the hallway, ignore him. If you see someone jumping, ignore him. If you hear someone downstairs calling for help, ignore him. Ta, ta, ta. The crunch of a series of heels tapping out faded away down the hallway. The head nurse seems to have left the floor. Jiang Yan looked through the glass of his own hospital room and looked down the corridor. The corridor wasn't completely dark. The signs for the escape routes flickered with a greenish-airy glow, making the whole corridor seem deep and scary. Suddenly, a black shadow flickered away from outside Jiang Yan's corridor with great speed. A plutonium income also flashed momentarily on Jiang Yan's player panel. Plutonium plus 5,587. Asterisk 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 asterisk? So much blood? Jiang Yan came to his senses and jumped off his own hospital bed, making his way to the glass to see what kind of power the creepy one that just flashed past was. Jiang Yan was already very familiar with Wang Roro's plutonium income, and this was clearly not her just now. There's a hidden dragon in this third hospital. Jiang Yan pasted onto the glass and turned an angle, and without any effort, he saw the black shadow that he had just seen. It was a cloaked creep, with a head full of black hair like a mess, sticking together and draped around his body, obscuring the rest of his physical appearance. Vaguely visible, the creep was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown. This gown, which was also available on the ward, was meant to be worn by every patient according to the head nurse, but Jiang Yan wasn't wearing it. Godkin, his own hidden black raven suit is so handsome. What a sick suit to change. The cloaked creepy did not leave too far away, but stood right in front of the door of the ward next to Jiang Yan. Creepy's face was pressed against the glass on the door of the room. Looking straight in, Jiang Yan was instantly amused. The ward next to that was precisely the ward of Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro. In the next ward, Chen Yuro and her own brother looked at each other and whispered, "Want to change into a hospital gown?" Chen Haichuan nodded. "Change. Since we've been in, the head nurse's guidance has been helpful, though menacing. If you don't change your hospital gown, you might cause some unnecessary trouble." "Yuro, what are you looking at?" Chen Haichuan was analyzing himself when he suddenly realized that his sister's eyes were very wrong. Eyes full of horror, gazing out of the room. Chen Haichuan turned around with an open mind and immediately saw a horrible face plastered outside the door of the ward. The face was dark, with 2 sharp fangs protruding high above the lips, and a morose green ghostly fire flickering in one eye. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even though Chen Haichuan had seen and killed many creeps, he could not help but be startled at the sight of such a terrifying creep quietly looking at himself in the corridor of such a horrifying third hospital inpatient department, with 6 eyes facing each other. The atmosphere in the hospital room, for a while, fell to the freezing point. Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro, both of whom did not speak, gripped the hilt of their knives in unison. The creepy looked at it for a moment longer, slowly opened his mouth, and let out a grim sound. "Give me some plutonium." Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity under each other's eyes. There were quite a few weird numbers in this inpatient building, and there was also a head nurse, Zoe Wang, wandering around somewhere, so it was definitely not wise to have a fight. Chen Haichuan pulled out a $10 plutonium coin and shoved it out from under the doorway. The creep picked the plutonium up and cursed skittishly. Poor man. He turned around and left in front of the Chen siblings' ward and walked to the door of Jiang Yan's ward. Just now, he turned his head, and suddenly saw a pair of scarlet eyes, in the ward, through the glass, quietly looking at himself. Boom! In this instant, the black-haired Bazaar felt like his consciousness directly exploded. Scarlet Shock Blast, activate. Chapter 80 Forbidden Knock. As the effect of the Scarlet Shock Blast destroyed the black-haired creep's consciousness in a straightforward manner, he could only feel the thick thread of death that wrapped itself completely around him. It was as if the owner of the scarlet eyes through the door of the ward was the most horrible thing in the world, and if he did not kill him himself, he would surely be killed by the most atrocious means. Ah! A series of mournful and terrifying angry whistles emanated from the black-haired Bazaar's mouth. Boom! He slammed his palm heavily on the ward door, directly shattering the entirety of the thin wooden door. Ah! Die! The black-haired creep looked at Jiang Yan angrily and directly rushed into Jiang Yan's room. A pair of ghostly claws full of black hairs viciously plunged into Jiang Yan's two ribs. Jiang Yan didn't even blink his eyelids as he quietly watched the black hair bizarrely pounding away. Strike, -1, -400, -1, -400, -1, -400. A series of damage numbers drifted out from Jiang Yan and black-haired creepy one after another. Jiang Yan's blood stripes didn't move, and the black hair's bizarre blood stripes fell rapidly like a flood. The creepy blood bar was thick, but it also had a very fast attack speed, and after being affected by the Scarlet Shock Blast, it was almost like committing suicide. In the next ward, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro pressed their ears to the wall in unison, eavesdropping on the movements in Jiang Yan's ward. Just now that head of the tricky that wants money, and Forbidden 006. To fight. Chen Yuro palpitated and gulped. Chen Haichuan touched the goosebumps on his arms and whispered, "This dad asking for money is weird. It's not good to ask for money from anyone but Taboo 006. Isn't this too old to live?" According to their observations, although Forbidden 006 was rich and many times not shy about throwing money around, it would never accept any form of blackmail. Make a deal with Forbidden 006 and you might make a blood profit, but trying to white whore Taboo 006, the death is often very ugly. Third floor of the inpatient building. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu lived in a double room at the end of the corridor. Almost the instant the two entered the hospital room and closed the door behind them, the lights in the hallway went out. Only the green emergency access sign, still glowing green, made the narrow corridor look extra creepy. The grim voice of the head nurse, Wang Ro, also sounded in the third floor corridor, saying the same words as the fifth floor. Wang Jia listened quietly and immediately said, "Change the hospital gown." The two finished changing their gowns as fast as they could, and looked up, but they were shocked to find that outside the door of their own hospital room, there was a somewhat withered silhouette standing silently. The withered yellow eyes of the head nurse, Wang Ruoru, were staring at Wang Jia and Shui Manlu in the hospital room. The two hunters, subconsciously stood side by side. Wang Jia slowly gripped the hilt of the seal guile peachwood sword, and a drop of cold sweat seeped out from the corner of his forehead. The psychological pressure brought about by Wang Ro standing so silently in such a deep corridor was so great that even Wang Jia, the heavenly sword god of hunting, felt a little unable to withstand it. "Matron, is something wrong?" Wang Jia inquired in a low voice. Wang Ro's gaze fell towards the seal guile peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand, and her voice was grim. "What was that? I'm getting a very nasty vibe." "Show me," Wang Ro said, as she pushed open the door of the hospital room and slowly walked in. The sound of heels hitting the floor echoed through the hospital room. The pupils of Wang Jia and Shui Manlu shrunk in unison. This Wang Ro had killed so many people before, and now with just two hunters of their own, they might not be able to beat her. But in this case, it may not be possible not to fight. Just as Wang Jia and Shui Manlu were about to strike, a distant roar suddenly came from the fifth floor, followed by the sound of Jiang Yan's hospital room door being smashed by a bizarre slap from the black hair. Wang Ro's face changed as she turned around and turned into a residual shadow, quickly disappearing. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu glanced at each other and swallowed their saliva in unison. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but they all knew that they had just walked through a ghostly door. Wang Jia lowered his voice and said, "Come on, let's get out of here." Shui Manlu was shocked. "But don't you have to stay in the hospital room after you turn off the lights?" Wang Jia said coldly. "How is it possible to successfully clear the secret realm by following a bizarre rhythm? Come with me. We need to find the key to this secret clearing. This secret realm probably won't last too long. Once the time runs out, Nandu will be finished. Every minute counts." Shui Manlu calmed down and nodded heavily. "Good. I'll listen to the god of the hunt." Wang Jia drew his seal guile peachwood sword and took a step out of his hospital room. Shui Manlu held two golden daggers in both hands and followed Wang Jia's back step by step, guarding for him against any sneak attacks that might come from behind. Jiang Yan's ward on the fifth floor. Under the stormy and continuous attacks, Jiang Yan seemed like a silent reef, towering. Seeing that this black-haired Bazaar's life value had fallen to the bottom, and was about to be counter-wounded to death. Jiang Yan's heart was suddenly a little excited. This should be considered creepy to kill on your own, right? From the time he was reborn, this was still the first creepy he had killed. Can I, a printer who can't attack, finally kill shenanigans too? Cool. It's so cool. Just as the black-haired bizarre final blow was about to land on Jiang Yan's head, succeeding in beating himself to death, a swift red and white figure suddenly rushed in like lightning from outside. Wang Rou's shocked and angry shouts stirred in the corridor. Anyone who damages hospital property, die. Wang Rou's sharp ghost claws, cold lightning like straight attacked the back of the black-haired bizarre heart. Jiang Yan was shocked in his heart. Someone had dog robbed me of my head. He subconsciously took a step, and his up to 250 points of agility caused Jiang Yan to be milliseconds faster. Surprisingly, he had inserted himself hard into the almost non-existent gap between Wang Rou and the black-haired bizarre, using his own body to block Wang Rou's blow for the black-haired bizarre. -1, -400, 2 damage numbers, respectively, emerged from Jiang Yan and Wang Rou, and the black-haired weirdness behind Jiang Yan turned around without thinking and disliked Jiang Yan's back again during the last half-second duration of the Scarlet Shock Blast. -1, -400, boo! The black-haired creepy fell headfirst to the ground, and the 2 green ghost flames in his eyes quietly dissipated. Already dead. On Jiang Yan's player panel, a line of prompts popped up. Player Jiang Yan killed creepy. Contribution, 100%. Player Jiang Yan's secret contribution has been raised. This kill does not provide any rewards for the time being, but the contribution to the secret realm will be resolved into a secret realm reward at the end of the secret realm. Even if the secret realm fails to be cleared in the end, the reward will still be issued. Jiang Yan exhaled a pleasant smoke ring. Although it didn't have the thrill of Shao Xian's violent death with a single shot, as a money printing machine, Jiang Yan couldn't ask for more. Wang Rou was hit with 400 life points by Jiang Yan's anti-injury aura, and a flash of fierce blood color flashed through her withered yellow eyes as she let out a mournful question to Jiang Yan. How dare you hit me? Death to anyone who attacks the staff of the third hospital. Jiang Yan dangled his pipe, and under the brim of his strange hat, a pair of eyes did not even look squarely at Wang Rou, and only said faintly, so, the atmosphere instantly fell to freezing point. Chapter 81. This is too perverted. In the next ward, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro, whose ears were pressed tightly against the wall, had surprise erupt in their eyes in unison. The matron and Taboo 006 are finally fighting. If 2 tigers fight, 1 will be injured. Whoever gets killed is excellent. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was shrouded in black gas and almost merged with the night, Wang Rou's ghostly claw, which was raised, was slowly lowered. The withered yellow eyes that were full of caracal blood color also faded a little and became clear again. She whispered, for your sake, let's forget it this time. You must be heartless too. Remember not to say anything about this to the other shenanigans, or I won't be able to manage the order of the third hospital well in the future. Chen Haichuan? Chen Yuro? Weren't you so mad before you stepped on the horse? Can you not be so fast? It's a total bully, but there's only one way to die in front of the head nurse. And what can you do about it besides bullying? Jiang Yan nodded and casually flung out 10,000 plutonium coins, saying, thank you nurse practitioner for the net. Chen Haichuan, Chen Yuro, can you two inhuman contraptions not learn this human set of propriety and shame so fully? Wang Rou received 10,000 medals and smiled with her eyebrows as she nodded her head repeatedly. No thanks, it's all what I should do. I'll call Creepy to come and fix your door tomorrow and stay like this for tonight. But, you mustn't leave the ward. It's not good for you. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, why do you say that? Zoe Wang said, this hospital has been haunted lately. There are always kids running around the hallways at night. Stab you on impact. Very vicious. In order to maintain the reputation of the third hospital, no one is allowed to leave their wards at night. Don't tell anyone about this. You're the only one I've told. Wang Rou said and turned to leave Jiang Yan's hospital room. Jiang Yan looked at the broken door of the ward, and the ghostly green corridor outside, and fell into deep thought. The third hospital is full of shenanigans, and you're afraid it's haunted? Kids running amok in the hallway. Could it be that it's the decapitated spirit child? In that case, I still have to get out. Jiang Yan smiled playfully, probed in the corridor and realized that Wang Rou's figure had already disappeared, took a step out and came to the door of Chen Haichuan's ward. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yan gently knocked on the door of the room. The dull sound, echoing in the middle of the silent corridor, was hollow and eerie. In the middle of the ward, Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro had just finished changing their gowns, when Chen Haichuan took out all the remaining plutonium coins he had on him and handed them to Chen Yuro, saying, you put it away for me. Chen Yuro frowned at the plutonium handed by her brother. Her heart couldn't help but tremble as she asked in a low voice, brother, what are you?
There is a great deal of sensitivity among hunters about this kind of behavior,
which is similar to entrusting an inheritance.
Chen Haichuan whispered as he tucked into Chen Yuro's arms.
I have more. You take the flowers. Of course he didn't have it anymore,
but he didn't want his sister to worry.
He was going to follow Taboo 006 this night, and he might not be able to come back alive.
The money was his reward for selling himself to Taboo 006, so of course he couldn't die along with him. Chen Yuro silently put the plutonium away and was just about to ask something when she heard a hollow and eerie knock on the door, which suddenly sounded. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yuro sucked in a mouthful of cold air and turned her head openly,
looking towards the entrance of the ward.
A figure with a strange hat stood silently outside the door,
the low-hanging brim of the hat hiding half his face in shadow. Chen Yuro's heart steeply snapped,
and her sweaty hair stood on end.
Taboo 006. How could he be the one who knocked on the door after the lights went out?
Just when Chen Yuro was puzzled, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck, and then both eyes went black and fainted straight away. Chen Haichuan shouldered his sister and laid her down on the hospital bed, quickly writing a note and placing it in Chen Yuro's hand. This knock just now would only cause Chen Yuro to be unconscious for 5 minutes. This ward was relatively safe, or at least much safer than what Chen Haichuan was about to face.
Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, pushed the door and walked out, respectfully saying to Jiang Yan, "Boss, I'm ready."
Jiang Yan's hoarse and low voice echoed continuously in the ghostly green corridor, causing Chen Haichuan's heart to flutter.
Come on, let's check out the elevator at the end of the hallway.
There is a specific rule in the rules of the third hospital that does not allow patients to ride the elevator.
I'm inclined to sit back and watch. Chen Haichuan's scalp was numb, but he couldn't disobey and nodded. Okay, I'll clear the way for the boss.
He pulled his own sword out directly and walked in front of Jiang Yan.
At the same time,
he felt 4 different kinds of increase effects that quietly appeared on him.
What's this?
Chen Haichuan froze for a moment and looked at his player panel.
Durability aura, shelter aura, anti-wound aura, strong strike aura, asterisk 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 asterisk.
Chen Haichuan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Terrifyingly forbidden 006.
The increase aura type of skill, there are as many as 4 of them? As we all know,
aura type skills are the most unpopular, and normal players don't learn any of them.
That's forbidden 006. And you've learned 4 of them? Chen Haichuan could only think of one possibility,
and that was that forbidden 006 no longer had a need for other active and passive skills, and had randomly ordered 4 aura-type skills for his little brother to use.
Just thinking about this,
Chen Haichuan felt himself sweating coldly. With this horrible forbidden 006,
the skill panel shouldn't be able to pull up several pages, right? It's horrible, really horrible. Trickster hunt if they do fight this horrible being.
When Chen Haichuan thought of that tragic scene of bloodshed, he felt that a big stone was pressed on his chest and he couldn't breathe.
Luckily, it's not at that point yet. I have to write down the effects of all 4 auras and upload them to the Trickster Hunt archives afterward. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
Following the effects of the 4 halo increases,
he looked back and nearly screamed out in fear. What did he see?
Behind these 4 aura increases, all of them were written with a bright, rank 10. Chen Haichuan rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again,
realizing that it was still rank 10. So there's really nothing wrong with my eyes? Forbidden 006. Is it true that there are 4 level 10 auras? How is that possible?
How rich does he have to be to not light up 4 auras and have them all at level 10?
This is too sick. Chapter 82, The Creepiness of Sleeving Hunter's Face Skin.
Chen Haichuan vigorously pinched his middleman,
trying to keep himself from fainting to death. No, is not right.
Those 5 taboos that the divine state had faced before, and the taboo 006 in front of us,
are definitely not the same level of existence.
This taboo 006
is definitely the strongest taboo that the Guile Hunting Bureau has ever discovered so far, bar none.
Other taboos are taboos because they have just reached the threshold of taboos, but taboo 006 is taboo solely because we have nothing else to call it.
Terrifying as hell. Desperate.
Jiang Yan walked behind Chen Haichuan and frowned when he realized that this fellow had opened the way for himself and his footsteps had stumbled for no reason.
It's not, is it? This captain of the Trickster Hunt, who almost tripped over himself walking flat on his back. This is outrageous, isn't it?
How exactly does the Trickster Hunt test hunters?
Anyway, can any crooked guy get in as a hunter?
Why don't we think of a way to stuff Zhang Xiuhu in there as a hunter too?
It's really a bad world to live in. The 2 of them walked all the way down the corridor, and on Jiang Yan's left-hand spider glove, densely packed sphinx spiders continued to dangle, starting to weave their webs along the corridor's walls.
The place Jiang Yan walked through was covered with dense grayish-white spider webs at an extremely fast speed, and the eerie green hospital corridor turned into a coiled cave in the blink of an eye.
When Chen Haichuan carefully walked to the end of the corridor with a knife,
he turned back and wanted to ask about the forbidden 006 order.
At a glance, he saw the grayish-white spiderweb that densely wrapped the entire corridor behind Taboo 006, and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and shivered heavily. Bully, it's too bossy, worthy of being a forbidden 006. It was a rampage in this crisis-ridden third hospital. Chen Haichuan swallowed heavily and asked cautiously, "Boss, what do we do?" Jiang Yan looked at the closed elevator door in front of him, smiled faintly, stretched out his left hand wearing spider silk gloves, and gently pressed the button of the elevator. Third floor of the inpatient building. In front of the door of Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's hospital room, Wang Ro, dressed in a red and white nurse's uniform, stood quietly, withered yellow eyes that swept quickly across the ward. Not a single figure in sight. She had wanted to take a look at the sealed creepy peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand and hadn't gotten it yet, but she was attracted by the commotion of the black-haired creepy's strong attack on Jiang Yan's ward on the 5th floor. By the time Wang Ro came back from the 5th floor, there was no one in Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's ward on the 3rd floor. Someone left the ward after. Lights out. Die. Must die. The corners of Wang Ro's withered mouth let out a series of grim self-talk, filled with vicious killing intent. Wang Ro turned around with an open mind and was just about to go down the corridor to search for the missing Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, when a short silhouette suddenly ran up to her face. The virtual shadow looked like a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, and did not have the appearance of a solid body, flickering through the corridor at an extremely fast speed. When passing by Wang Ro, this little girl unexpectedly did not dodge and directly headbutted Wang Ro. With a flash of shadow, the little girl passed through Wang Ro's body, and then disappeared into the wall at the end of the corridor, seemingly leaving directly through the wall. Wang Ro, on the other hand, was directly hit by this little girl and fell to the ground, letting out a pained cry from her mouth. "Ah, damn kids, it hurts." She struggled on the ground for 3 seconds before she slowly stood up holding onto the wall, and her originally thick blood bar had directly disappeared by a third. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the hospitalization building, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu were on guard back and forth, tiptoeing down the hallway. "God Hunter?" A surprised voice came out from the corner behind the two of them. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu looked back and realized that it was another hunter who lived in a single room, and breathed a sigh of relief in unison. "You came down too?" Wang Jia asked casually, leaning over with Shui Manlu. True to form, he was a fine fellow member of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, and thought exactly like he did. With 3 hunters together, the safety factor is once again greatly increased. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, their hearts were at ease. Just as the two approached to 3 steps away, Wang Jia's nose suddenly twitched, keenly smelling a dangerous odor. Warm, irony smell. It's blood. Wang Jia followed the smell of blood and turned his head expansively, looking towards the fellow hunter who was hiding in the corner. In a flash of surprise, Wang Jia saw that on this hunter's neck, there was an obvious blood mark where the flesh was rolled over, and below the blood mark, a piece of miserable white skin was revealed. Wang Jia's heart suddenly tightened, and the hairs on his body stood on end. It's not right. It's not a hunter. It's a creepy with a hunter's mask on, and on the ground, which Wang Jia could barely see out of the corner of his eye, 2 noodle-length miserable white arms were grabbing towards his own and Shui Manlu's ankles. Creepy. Kill. Wang Jia gave a short gulp, and the sealed creepy peachwood sword that he had been holding in his hand, slashed out horizontally. Shui Manlu was startled, but after all, he was also a closely trained hunter, and immediately came back to his senses, and similarly swung out a blade, chopping at the ghastly white arm on the ground. Giggle. The arm snapped right off under Shui Manlu's silver-plated special blade. What gushed out from it was not blood, but black sewage that emitted a strong stench. Ah! A mournful scream emanated from the mouth of the hunter hidden in the corner, and 2 ghostly claws with blood-red nails viciously probed out, grabbing at Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's chests on the left and right. Wang Jia's eyes were cold. His mouth broke out a sword secret, and above the sealed guile peachwood sword in his hand, a glow suddenly flashed. One of the active skills of the sealed guile mahogany sword. Glow Law Sword Technique. Skill, Glow Dharma Sword Technique, Rank 3. A light that dispels evil is spread above the blade of the sword, inflicting 15% of the weapon's damage to the surrounding bazaar every second for 7 seconds. The next 3 attacks will surely trigger a bludgeon. Consumption, 270 mana points of the wielder. Human players can't use active skills in the 3rd Hospital Mysteries, but spooky like the Black Crow and the human-faced creepy spider aren't included. Nor is the sealed creepy mahogany sword. Under the glow, the creepy, cloaked in human skin, immediately let out a wail and subconsciously routed towards the shadows behind him. Where did Wang Jia give him a chance to escape? The sealed guile peachwood sword directly stabbed out. Pust! The blade of the sword directly failed to enter the Erie's throat, and the Erie suddenly stiffened and slowly fell softly to the ground. Although the sealed creepy mahogany sword was wooden and its blade was very worn out, when it landed on this creepy, it was as if it was a supreme divine weapon. killing it with a direct blow. Two damage numbers, one after the other, slowly emerged from the bizarre corpse. Blitz, minus 469. Blitz, minus 941. One damage was dealt by Wang Jia, and the other damage was due to the additional damage blitz from the Sealguile Peachwood sword. A sword directly exploded with over 1,400 points of damage, not even giving this creepy half a chance to linger. Heavenly Sword God of Hunting, the name is by no means empty. Run! The sound just now was too loud. Wang Jia took Shui Manlu's hand and ran out furiously towards the main door of the hospitalization building. In the meantime, 5th floor of the inpatient building. Ding! There was a crunch and the elevator doors opened. Chapter 83. Who dares to ride in this elevator? The elevator doors opened on the 5th floor of the inpatient wing with a stale click that seemed to have not been maintained in a long time. The elevator was surprisingly dark, out of reach, and at the end of the corridor covered with grayish-white spiders. It seemed like a black hole that swallowed up everything. Palpitating. Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, however, did not stand outside the elevator door, but stood in front of a small window next to the elevator shaft, right in the visual dead zone inside the elevator. What's inside can't see them, and they certainly can't see what's inside. But in front of the elevator door, there was a strand of grayish-white spider silk hanging down from the ceiling, dangling a wad of golden plutonium coins that stood out in the darkened corridor of coiled silk. The hook is straight and the bait is salty. But if there's shenanigans in the elevator, how can you not get hooked? Jiang Yan took Chen Haichuan and waited very patiently in the dead center. Finally, as the elevator doors began to close, a large purple-black hand suddenly poked out from inside and pulled on the edge of the door. Sensing the obstruction, the closed elevator doors came to an abrupt halt, and then slowly parted again to either side. A shuffling footstep, with a rustling sound, slowly made its way out of the elevator. As this head of weird came out of the elevator and reached out to grab the plutonium coins hanging from the ceiling by the spider silk, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, who were hiding in the corner, finally got a good look at this head of weird. It was a tall man with very broad shoulders, but there was no head on his shoulders, only a broken neck, with fresh blood still bubbling outward from the surface of the stubble, as if he had just died a short time ago. From the blue repairman's clothing on this creep, and a hammer in his hand, one could tell that before he died, he would have been an elevator repairman. And yet, for some reason, it became a third hospital elevator shenanigans. Jiang Yan glanced at the plutonium income on his player panel. Plutonium plus 8,751. Nice guy, a bloody cow. Unsurprisingly, this should be a power-type creepy without a doubt, and the power attribute might be somewhat terrifyingly high. Jiang Yan has smashed so much money on the pig Gangan, plus the asylum aura. That pig has not even broken through 8,000 blood. If anyone ventured to open the elevator and step into the small, out-of-reach elevator space, they would have to fight the 8,000 plus blooded creepy, hard-hitting, close-quarter fight. For anyone other than Jiang Yan, this was definitely not a wise move. Beside Jiang Yan, Chen Haichuan looked at the repairman's weirdly huge and broad back and asked in a low voice, "Boss, do we strike?" He was instinctively a bit scared. Although he couldn't see the specific attributes of the creepy, Chen Haichuan, as an experienced hunter, had an intuitive judgment of the creepy. The moment Chen Haichuan saw this bizarre head, he felt that he would have a hard time defeating him. But right now this situation, not so simple. Next to himself, but stood a deep and shallow terror taboo. That elevator out of the weird even if strong. In front of the taboo 006, I'm afraid that cannot turn over what waves. For a while, Chen Haichuan unexpectedly had the feeling of hugging an absolutely huge thick leg. Jiang Yan slowly shook his head and said blandly, "No need. The specifics of the third hospital, we have not yet explored. Don't kill the creeps here easily if you don't have to." They came to the third hospital to find the decapitated spirit child. It's full of shenanigans, but the clues are hidden in those shenanigans. If all the spooks were killed, all the clues would be cut off. Chen Haichuan didn't know what Taboo 006 was thinking, and didn't dare to ask more questions, but could only stand still and watch the headless repairman strangely step on the thick gray spider silk and keep approaching the stack of hanging golden medieval coins. The headless tinkerer grabbed the golden medallion off the spider silk and just slipped it into his pocket when he snapped. A meter away in the hallway, another stack of golden plutonium dangled exactly the same. The repairman scratched his non-existent head and shuffled his feet toward the second stack of plutonium, and then the third, fourth, and fifth stacks. Eventually, the repairman was introduced to an unoccupied ward by the plutonium laid out by Jiang Yan. The densely packed spiders with human faces quietly closed the door to this ward, and wrapped thick spider silk around it, in a manner that put the room under lock and key. The strength of the sphinxes of the sphinx spider is not very high, and theoretically doesn't allow for effective control of the sphinx's movements in the long term. But most of the creeps in this third hospital seem to follow a specific pattern of action. so the odds are that the enclosed space will be able to trap the creep for quite some time. If not, then let the head nurse, Zoe Wang, take care of it. Jiang Yan led Chen Haichuan, rounded the corner, and walked idly into the blackened elevator. The elevator's lighting system seemed to be completely disabled. Not even half of the screens or indicators flickered on. Jiang Yan followed common sense and felt his way to the elevator's floor buttons in the dark. But the next moment, Jiang Yan touched something unimaginable. It was a small hand that appeared out of nowhere, cold and slippery, as if it was wrapped in a layer of mucus. The moment he touched it, this little hand even directly clasped his fingers with Jiang Yan. The posture was very ambiguous. Jiang Yan? What is this thing? At the same time, Jiang Yan also saw a brand new plutonium entry on his player panel. Plutonium plus 12,548. How many? 12,000 blood shenanigans? What the hell kind of monster is this? How can two of you be together in a tiny elevator in the third hospital's inpatient wing? No wonder the head nurse won't let you take the elevator. Who dares to ride this elevator? One sits without a squeak. But, the size of this hand seems to be a child of 8 or 9 years old. You can't have found the right person by mistake. Can you? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and tugged a little harder, wanting to rip this hand out and use the dim green light from the corridor to see if this was a life-chopping spirit child or not. Can his strength? A pull, but did not pull the hand. But instead, the entire elevator came out of the crunching ringing, seems to be overburdened. Chen Haichuan did not see anything, only instinctively perceived the eerie presence of the gloomy atmosphere. Holding his own hilt did not dare to make a sound. Breathing became rough out of thin air. Suddenly, a ghostly voice sounded in the elevator. What level are you going to? Chen Haichuan was scared and shivered, creeped out. Miso pulled the knife out. His eyes looked around, but he did not see anything talking, and he could not help but lean toward the side of Taboo 006. Although this guy is even more shady on his body, but after all, he is his own boss. He should not be able to get himself killed in the elevator. The next moment, Chen Haichuan heard Forbidden 006's hoarse voice, gently laughing. I'm going to the 8th floor. Chapter 84. What are you doing here? All the buildings in the third hospital are only 7 stories. When we entered the secret world, the newspapers hinted that there seemed to be something wrong with the third hospital floor. When she arrived at the third hospital to check into the ward, Wang Roro also clearly said that she could not enter the other floors of the third hospital except for 1 to 7. But Jiang Yan didn't come in here to follow the rules. After saying 8 floors, the dark elevator fell into an eerie silence. After a moment of silence, the eerie voice said, 1,000 plutonium for a floor. Next to him, Chen Haichuan shivered in anger. Nima, 1,000 a floor, why can't we go climb the stairs? That's too dark. Jiang Yan, however, laughed and nodded. Could be. Then I'll go to the 10th floor. With that, Jiang Yan pulled out a thick stack of plutonium coins, a total of 10,000, and threw it on the elevator floor. Another dead silence, and then the elevator door, accompanied by a creak sound, slowly close up. Jiang Yan's hand, from the beginning to the end, tightly held that cold and slippery little hand. Half an inch never loosened. This hand was very much in line with the characteristics of a fate-slaying spirit boy in every sense, and Jiang Yan would never be able to let go of it so easily. Buzz! The elevator made a running sound, and it could be clearly felt that it was lifting upwards, but still no lights came on, as if the elevator wasn't even operating under the dictates of electricity. The sound of Chen Haichuan's breathing beside him was becoming more and more ragged. Even though he was very experienced in fighting against weirdness, he really hadn't seen a situation like the one at hand, and he was nervous and bewildered. The elevator went up about 2 floors, from the 5th to the 7th, which was the height of the plane view, and then jerked to a stop. At this very moment, the cold and slippery little hand that Jiang Yan had been gripping tightly in his hand suddenly disappeared. Jiang Yan didn't even notice any movement of withdrawal, but the hand just disappeared. It was as if the hand had never existed from the beginning. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and when he looked down, he found that the plutonium he had just thrown on the floor of the elevator had, at some point, disappeared. No way? Taking money and not doing anything? Jiang Yan muttered in a low voice. The next moment, the elevator plummeted. Aha! As a violent sense of weightlessness invaded, Chen Haichuan couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm, subconsciously wrapping his arms around Jiang Yan beside him. Jiang Yan cursed in a low voice. What a ing shortage. He traded with Creepy quite a few times, and everyone basically kept to the rules. It's really the first one like this that blatantly took the money and then thought about screwing himself. Boom! With a violent, muffled thud, the elevator slammed down to the very bottom of the elevator shaft. This one was tantamount to jumping straight down from the 7th floor. If it was an ordinary person, they would already be in the elevator with their tendons broken and dead. But Jiang Yan was not an ordinary person. His strength was as high as 250, not to mention the 7th floor, Even the 70th floor could not kill him. Chen Haichuan by his side fell to the ground, leaving only a bloody skin, coughing painfully in the rubble that covered the ground. Sure enough, staying with the Forbidden 006 is a horrific life-threatening experience every second. This 40,000 is really not a good deal. Jiang Yan glanced at Chen Haichuan and casually tossed him a bottle of holy water, saying indifferently, "Recover quickly." Jiang Yan raised his foot and directly kicked away the deformed elevator door in front of him. Outside, a dim light filtered in, and the scene was vaguely familiar. The first-floor lobby of an inpatient building. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu teamed up to decapitate the human skin creep that had just tried to sneak up on them, and scurried out of the hall of the hospitalization building. The scream that just came out before that human skin's bizarre death was too ear-piercing, and definitely drew the attention of the head nurse, Zoe Wang. This was never a good time to fight with Wang Ro. That nurse practitioner had eaten too many people during the day, and now it was the time when she was at her strongest. The possibility of the two of them being killed was too high. As they ran out of the gate, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu caught a glimpse of a body lying on its back on the ground. It was clearly a human being, with a blue and white striped hospital gown soaked in blood, bones twisted and broken, and the skin on his face stripped off in its entirety. But he had a Bureau of Trick Hunting standard hunting knife on his belt, and a standard pistol. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's feet, in unison, lurched. They both had a bad feeling in their hearts when they just saw the human skin of their companion on that creepy face. Now seeing the bodies of his companions with his own eyes, the not-so-young Xue Manlu's eyes instantly turned red. Finally, there are still hunters that die in the third hospital's secret realm. Wang Jia, on the other hand, was much calmer and quickly looked upwards. One ward had an open window, the curtains fluttering haphazardly in the midst of the night wind. Unsurprisingly, this is a single ward for fellow hunters. And behind the curtains, hiding behind the curtains, a figure, also wearing a hospital gown, was standing by the window, giving a grim smile to Wang Jia, who was looking up from below. That's spooky. Wang Jia's eyes went cold as he bent down and picked up the pistol and hunting knife behind his fellow hunter's waist and turned around. Boo! In the dead silence of the third hospital, the sound of gunfire rolled and stirred like thunder. A silver bullet instantly shot out and landed precisely where the eerie brow of that window was. A damage number that floated out from that creepy blitz, -516. The silver bullets hit Creepy, which was already doing double damage, and also hit with a bludgeon, and could only knock out this much blood because Creepy in the secret realm had a damage reduction buff, and because Wang Jia favored more of a melee style. The creep let out a sharp pop, shrunk his head and disappeared behind the window. Wang Jia's eyes were cold and solemn as he pulled Xue Manlu to continue running wildly. His target, plainly, was the office building across the street. The hospital is spooky, all acting according to a specific pattern, and extremely similar to a normal human hospital. By extension, the office building, at night, must be extremely empty. That was what Wang Jia thought was the best area to explore this night, waiting until tomorrow's daytime to explore the main building in order to gather the maximum amount of true information about this secret realm, from which to support one's judgment and make one's next plan. But Wang Jia didn't expect to make so much noise along the way. It's so unexpected that this fellow hunter was affected by a head of shenanigans and quietly jumped off the building. After jumping and falling to his death, it was even more of an accident to have his face bizarrely cut off by the other end and sneak up on the two. The eerie screams of the human skin had completely exposed Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's whereabouts, and it made no difference whether they fired this shot just now or not. So Wang Jia simply tried to see if he could avenge his companion's death. Just as Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were almost about to cross the central area and arrive at the office building's gate, in the hall of the hospitalization building behind them, the screams of Wang Ro suddenly rang out. "Stop, both of you, die!" Sharp screams that rippled through the third hospital. The words were not yet spoken. A dull roar suddenly sounded behind the elevator doors in the first-floor lobby. The twisted and deformed elevator door of the whirlwind was viciously kicked away by a foot from inside. Jiang Yan walked out idly while smoking an old pipe, and at a glance, he saw the head nurse Wang Ro outside, who was filled with shock. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring and asked in a very calm tone. Chapter 85, Secrets of the Third Hospital. In the hall of the inpatient building, the head nurse Wang Ro looked at Jiang Yan. Her gloomy and withered face was full of dumbfounded colors, and her CPU seemed to be dried and smoked by Jiang Yan's sentence. "No, in the middle of the night, you kicked the door of the elevator room of the third hospital inpatient building and showed up, and then asked me why I was here. Shouldn't that be my line?" Wang Ro returned to her senses and let out a grim, angry whistle at Jiang Yan. "Anyone who leaves the ward after lights out dies. Death to all who ride the elevator." Jiang Yan was very calm and nodded, not even looking squarely at Wang Ro as he said indifferently, So, Zoe Wang, so you hurry back. As the saying goes, you can't take what you want. The head nurse took Jiang Yan's 93,000 plutonium and was soft as a munchkin. Chen Haichuan, who followed behind Jiang Yan and had just climbed out of the elevator, was filled with contempt. How many times a night did the head nurse of the third hospital wimp out in front of Taboo 006? I'm ashamed for you. Wang Rou's withered yellow eyes turned to look at Chen Haichuan behind Jiang Yan and let out a shrill whistle that pierced straight into his heart. Why are you out here to die? Her figure transformed into a red and white cold lightning, attacking Chen Haichuan directly. A pair of ghostly claws, emitting a sharp air-breaking sound, as if it was the death knell of death. Chen Haichuan's pupils suddenly shrunk. His sweaty hairs stood on end, and he cursed bitterly in his heart. Asterisk 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 you mother asterisk 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 You don't dare to lash out at Forbidden 006, but only dare to bully me, right? Can you creepy not be so realistic? 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. Chen Haichuan's knife, but not the slightest bit slow. A knife chopped out the snowy light of the knife, to fight with Wang Rou. Just as Wang Rou's ghostly claws were about to clash with Chen Haichuan's hunting knife, Jiang Yan took a diagonal step and blocked in front of Chen Haichuan. The shadow cast by the strange hat covered half of his face, only that pair of ancient eyes, under the shadow as if two cold pools, making his body more and more like an insurmountable cold mountain. Wang Rou's ghostly claw managed to stop in front of Jiang Yan's chest. Chen Haichuan also collected his hunting knife in time and did not chop into Jiang Yan's shoulder. Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring and said faintly, "He's my guy." Chen Haichuan, it's shameful, but it's nice to have a big brother covering you. Chen Haichuan, who was used to remaining strong and courageous, actually wanted to cry a little at this moment. Zoe Wang, it's too much. Then, you two hurry up and go back to your room, Wang Rou said in a weak voice. Jiang Yan nodded and glanced at the backs of the two hospital gowns that had quickly disappeared behind the door of the office building across the street and casually asked, "What's with this elevator? I saw two strange guys in there." On the one hand, he was curious, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to stall Wang Rou. Jiang Yan heard the gunshot before he kicked the door in, and when he just kicked the door out, he also saw a bizarre body that had fallen dead on the ground. Zoe Wang was also obviously chasing after someone, and was interrupted by her own sudden kicking of the door. The night, apparently, wasn't exactly quiet, and others besides himself were on the move. Human help human. Don't thank me. My name is Jiang Yan. Wang Rou looked at the direction where Wang Jia and Shui Manlu disappeared and said patiently, "That elevator is haunted." The worker was inside during maintenance and his head was crushed by the sudden fall of the elevator. "We had a hard time getting a master to suppress it, but the master said we couldn't go back into that elevator. We obviously lost power, but that elevator still runs on its own. Very strange." Jiang Yan, haunted again? The hospital corridors were haunted before, and now the hospital elevators are haunted? Is this hospital going to be okay or not? I have other things to do, so hurry back to your wards, Wang Rou said, looking at Jiang Yan seriously, and said, "You may have covered your month, but you can't keep breaking hospital rules." Jiang Yan took a drag on his pipe, not taking Wang Rou's warning to heart in the slightest, but the nurse practitioner revealed information that was very important. Seeing Wang Rou's back chasing after Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's departing direction, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. All the shenanigans at this third hospital, the behavior is a bit cutthroat. It's clear that you're being creepy, but then you're perpetuating certain behaviors from when you were alive. This hallway haunting and elevator haunting are presumed to be real anomalies that existed during the last days of the third hospital, and all these rules set up by Zoe Wang are essentially maintaining the normal operation of the hospital. Through these rules, Jiang Yan seemed to be able to see the tip of the iceberg of the last period of that real Nandu Maternity and Child Health Hospital that existed years ago. And the culprit that had led to these abnormalities was probably the real key to the secret realm, the fate-slaying spirit child. Jiang Yan again remembered the slippery little hand that he had held in a death grip in the elevator and disappeared out of thin air. This secret realm seems to harbor some secrets. What is it? Jiang Yan felt that he seemed to have caught some clues, but he couldn't sort out a clear event for the time being. The information that is available is still too little. Behind him, Chen Haichuan couldn't help but shiver as he listened to Forbidden 006's low self-talking voice, swallowed heavily, and still reminded, "It's human." While Forbidden 006 itself may be more terrifying than all the weirdness in this secret world combined, for now, the possibility of lending a hand exists. Based on this consideration, Chen Haichuan decided to share some of his own judgment with Taboo 006. Jiang Yan asked with a sideways glance at his feet. "What?" Chen Haichuan continued. "Why do people become creepy? None of the weirdness out there is like that, but the weirdness in the secret world is clearly all human." As a senior hunter of the Guile Hunting Bureau, Chen Haichuan was able to realize what the truly horrifying things in this secret realm were much faster than ordinary people. If ordinary people could turn out to be creepy, the world would have broken down a long time ago, and wouldn't have had to wait for creepy to come down at all. It would have just been torn apart by the creepy that rose up in all directions. Even the sporadic appearances of weirdness and taboos before the weirdness descended were as if they had appeared out of thin air, and didn't have any relevance to ordinary people. However, the situation in this secret realm really made Chen Haichuan think carefully and shudder. Hearing these words, in Jiang Yan's brain, he suddenly lit up. Yes, it is indeed a huge mystery. Whether it's the head nurse, Zoe Wang, or the headless repairman, it looks like humans who did exist before and became creepy after their deaths. In that case, could the decapitated spirit children also be the result of human death? As Jiang Yan was pondering, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that a silhouette wearing a hospital gown had crashed into the open space in front of the door of the hospitalization building at an extremely fast speed. Boo! A haunting, muffled sound. This commotion. Is someone jumping off a building? Chapter 86, Jumping Strange. Mind Control. Jiang Yan was awakened from his own contemplation by the muffled sound and looked around to see a twisted corpse in a hospital gown lying right in front of the entrance to the hospitalization building. A pool of blood underneath him, growing larger. An additional plutonium income appeared on Jiang Yan's player panel. Plutonium plus 1246. The one who jumped. Not the man. Instead, it's a spooky one? Jiang Yan took a puff on his old pipe and walked faithfully toward the twisted body on the ground. As he approached, he realized that next to this body, there was another body, which also looked like it had just died recently, the difference being that the skin had been completely peeled off. Chen Haichuan glanced at the man's boots, and his face suddenly became ugly to the extreme. Shoes are standard equipment for the Trickster Hunting Bureau, so this is a hunter's body. Chen Haichuan squatted down, carefully looked at the person's palms and chest and abdomen, recognized the person's identity as a hunter, and his eyes suddenly reddened as he gritted his teeth. Good riddance, brother. This person is also a senior hunter. Large and small siege bazaar battle participated in dozens of games. The ability to stand alone is very strong, but also Chen Haichuan extremely trusts teammates. Such a hunter, but inexplicably jumped to his death, and even his face was peeled off, which can be described as miserable. Chen Haichuan could not help but be sad and angry. Suddenly, a miserable white hand grabbed Chen Haichuan's ankle. A cold aura climbed down Chen Haichuan's skin and into his body. A series of damage numbers also emerged from Chen Haichuan's body. -3, -4, -2. Suddenly attacked, Chen Haichuan reflexively drew out his own hunting knife and slashed at the bazaar neck. However, affected by the cold aura, Chen Haichuan's speed of this blade slowed down by 2 points out of nowhere. This bizarre body twisted, boneless snake-like soft curls, avoided Chen Haichuan this knife, and then even directly along Chen Haichuan's body, such as a python generally climbed towards him. Click! The bazaar opened its mouth full of sharp white teeth and bit down on Chen Haichuan's neck. Chen Haichuan was creeped out, turned the blade and stabbed at the weird slash on his neck in a self-sacrificing position. This slash was vicious and determined, and if one was not careful, not only would he not be able to cause damage to Guile, but he might even directly and seriously injure himself. But Chen Haichuan's knife, without half a second's hesitation, pust, the silver-plated blade accurately pierced into the bizarrely wide-open mouth, and purple-black tainted blood then shot out. -247. The bazaar let out a pained roar and instantly jumped off Chen Haichuan's body, rolling and crawling to flee into the distance. The sharp claws that probed out as the bazaar limbs powered up also intentionally left deep wounds on Chen Haichuan's body. A damage number floated out from Chen Haichuan's body, -115. And with that, the creep took -200 damage from the counter aura, a look of fear flashing across its twisted face. The backlash is shameless too. Who can beat you in this? Chen Haichuan ate the pain, but gritted his teeth and did not make any sound. Backhandedly pulled the pistol from his waist. Boom, 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 boom. A series of gunshots connected in front of the gate. -378, -294, -311, -374. The bazaar completely lost the will to fight and became a living target when he escaped, being shot by the skilled Chen Haichuan. His body was covered in blood and flesh, wailing and twitching on the ground and died. Chen Haichuan looked at the gun in his hand, and then looked at the twitching dead bazaar, swallowed heavily and murmured in a low voice, "I am so strong. I can't believe I can do this much damage now." The first rule word of the secret realm, which is -30% damage taken by shenanigans, would have been very difficult to deal damage to, but he himself now had the forbidden 006 level 10 strong strike aura with plus 55% attack power, and with years of training and silver bullets, as well as his own attribute boost, the damage dealt was surprisingly at an all-time high. Jiang Yan secretly shook his head inside in his heart. Too weak. The single damage is not as good as 1/10 of An Shao Xian's, and the rate of fire is not as good as 1/5 of An Shao Xian's. And that's not even counting the attack speed bonus that in Xiao Xian's Berserk Strike stacks up. Compared to in Xiao Xian, Chen Haichuan is a waste of space. He's not even print material. If he didn't have the establishment of the Guile Hunting Bureau, not to mention 40,000 a month, I wouldn't be willing to give even 4,000 a month. But Jian Yan hadn't had much hope in the first place.
This performance of Chen Haichuan was already considered to be an absolute top of the pyramid existence amongst the current human players. Jian Yan's attention was constantly scanning over the several windows of the hospitalization building. He saw behind a number of windows figures in blue and white hospital gowns, basically humans who had just taken up residence today. These humans, their eyes blank, stood at the edge of the window, their faces all struggling a bit, but the feet continued to take uncontrollable steps toward the window, until this creepy was killed by Chen Haichuan. Seeing this scene, Jian Yan's heart was clear. This jumping spooky is a mind control type spooky. Everyone who sees this spooky jumping spooky will be affected by the spooky mental power, thus uncontrollably generating the desire to jump. Whatever way you look at it, the shenanigans aren't much stronger, but the weirdness had just descended on the present, and yet this weirdness was likely to shade the human who could single-handedly kill himself in his normal state. For example, the skinned hunter's corpse on the ground. If confronted head-on, it might be a bit more tragic than Chen Haichuan, but it could still be able to decapitate the jumping creepy on its own, but jumped straight to his death. Because mind control works on the mental plane, the control effect depends on the difference in intelligence attributes between the two parties. If the player's intelligence attribute was high enough, mind control would not work at all. However, at this current stage, all players believe that the growth speed of intelligence mages is too slow, and their efficiency and survivability in the early stages is too low, so they basically choose the strength or agility route, and the intelligence attribute is generally not high. It's easy to reveal a fatal break when it comes to this kind of shenanigans. Boss, what do we do next? Jian Yan glanced in the direction of the office building and said indifferently, let's go to the main floor. Since Wang Jia and Shui Manlu had gone to the office building, Jian Yan didn't want to follow along. The main building is significantly more dangerous at night than the office building. In that case, go see for yourself what's going on in the main building. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu used their hunting knives to split the chains on the gate and smoothly entered a dark office building hall. Just as they came in, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's feet slipped in unison, nearly falling on their asses. The floor of this office building was incredibly slippery, as if it had a layer of unwashed soap bubbles. Wang Jia looked down and his face suddenly changed. Where are the soap bubbles? The ground is covered with scarlet blood. The feet felt sticky and thick, leaving a bloody footprint with bubbles with every step. God of the hunt. You hear? What is this sound? Shui Manlu lowered his voice with a two-pointed shudder that he couldn't hide. Chapter 87, Human Head Dungarees. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu fell into silence in unison, and there was a dead silence in the hall on the first floor of the office building. But in the midst of this dead silence, there was a faint clatter that came from a bathroom behind a distant staircase. There's weirdness in it, and it sounds like it's washing something. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu glanced at each other, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. I had thought that the office building was empty at night, but I didn't expect to see such a bizarre and frightening scene just after I came in. The head nurse behind her didn't know why she didn't come after her, and just now Wang Jia and Shui Manlu clearly heard Wang Rou's screams. But still, you can't be careless. Wang Jia whispered, don't mess with him. He's in the first floor bathroom. Let's go up to the second floor. It's a way to hide from the head nurse who's coming after us and avoid the shenanigans on the first floor. Shui Manlu nodded repeatedly, and the two of them tiptoed slowly, climbing up the stairs towards the second floor step by step. In order not to make a sound, the two of them were extremely slow, and they were extremely careful with every step they took to land. Halfway through the climb, the clatter in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Immediately, a heavy footstep slowly walked out of the bathroom. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu stopped in unison, not daring to go any further, and hid in place in the shadows at the corner of the stairs. 2 drops of cold sweat seeped out from between the two men's foreheads, and they coincidentally turned their eyes to the direction from which the heavy footsteps came from below. A hunched figure, carrying a huge iron dunnage bucket, hobbled and slowly walked out of the bathroom. The hunched figure had hair that fell out and a full head of white, looking like an old crone. Cough cough cough. A soft coughing sound came out from the hunched creepy mouth, echoing in the halls of the dead office building, lining the thick blood all over the floor, getting more and more eerie and bizarre. The old woman slowly placed the iron dunnage bucket in her hand on the ground and lifted the dunnage from it. The moment they saw the dunnage, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's scalps were numb in unison, and their pupils suddenly tightened like the tip of a needle. The dunnage handle was plain wood, but the dunnage head, not the cloth. Instead, it was a woman's head stabbed through with a dunnage handle. The wooden handle pierced deeply through the neck section, and on the woman's head, a head full of long black hair cascaded down, drenching blood,
rolling and gushing down this head and the cascading hair.
Wang Jia and Xue Manlu turned their eyes to look at it, and became more and more icy cold through their bodies.
Where's the water in that dunnage bucket?
It was full of crimson blood. The old crone coughed weirdly twice and started mopping the floor with a human-headed dunnage cloth.
Wow! Wow!
Blood spread everywhere along the woman's head on the dunnage,
spreading all over the floor. The woman's hair was like a paintbrush,
constantly tracing one bizarre symbol after another on the blood-covered ground.
And the direction of this old crone was directly facing the shadows where Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were hiding.
As long as the two of them left the shadows at the corner, they were afraid that they would immediately be discovered by her.
Xue Manlu couldn't help but tighten his grip on Wang Jia's arm.
Wang Jia could feel that Xue Manlu's body was gently trembling.
The young hunter,
somewhat overwhelmed by the shock of the scene,
was about to be dominated by fear.
Wang Jia took a deep breath and backhanded Xue Manlu,
handing him a firm look. Xue Manlu swallowed heavily and nodded wordlessly, signaling that he could still hold on.
The two hid in the shadows,
not daring to move.
And not far downstairs,
the creepy old crone focused on mopping the floor. Occasional gloomy coughing sounds came out of his mouth, constantly echoing in Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's ears. Xue Manlu's breathing, gradually ragged. 2 points of panic rose in his eyes once again, and he wrote a few words in Wang Jia's palm. After mopping the first floor, it's time for the second. By then, the creepy would surely be climbing up the stairs. The two had been hiding here, and sooner or later they would be discovered. Wang Jia glanced at what was left of the ground on the first floor that wasn't covered in blood, and his scalp also tingled, but he still shook his head, signaling Xue Manlu not to be in a hurry.
Xue Manlu was already on the verge of crying in a hurry, but Wang Jia remained maximally calm. He was waiting for a change.
Suddenly, the sound of a high-heeled shoe, da-da-day-day, from the outside quickly approaching the office building door. Hearing the voice,
the crone frowned and slowly turned around,
looking up at the doorway. It's now. As soon as Wang Jia pulled Xue Manlu, the two of them tiptoed and jogged,
burrowing out from the shadows of the staircase and continuing to climb toward the second floor without a sound. When he climbed to the last part of the staircase, Wang Jia pulled out a bundle of golden alloy wires from his arms and wrapped it around the staircase parapet left and right, forming a golden wire barrier, and also tied a small bell on it.
The head nurse, Wang Ro, stood in the doorway,
not stepping on the blood-coated ground, and there seemed to be 2 points of scorn in her withered yellow eyes as she looked at the old crone. The old crone slowly opened her mouth,
surprisingly giving out a clear voice like that of a marvelous young girl. Cleaning at night, no idle shenanigans.
Wang Ro's face was grim as she stretched out a withered finger, pointing at the 2 lines of footprints on the blood-colored ground and said grimly,
"There's already shenanigans coming in."
The old woman lowered her head, looking at the 2 lines of incomparably clear footprints on the ground coated with blood,
her face becoming a little bit more hideous and vicious.
"Who stepped on the floor I just mopped?"
Her screams, too,
went from a wonderfully girlish timbre to pale and muffled with great speed.
It was full of grim killing intent. Knock knock.
The old woman carried a human head dunnage,
walking on the first floor,
pushing the door from room to room to look for,
looking furious, killing intent.
Wang Ro stood in the doorway in silence for a moment and turned to leave. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu had both gone up to the second floor by now. The layout of the second floor was almost exactly the same as the first, with long dark and deep corridors, and a number of offices spread out on both sides, each with its door firmly shut. The two slowly pushed open the door of an office in front of them and glanced inside. Wang Jia quietly sighed in relief, pointed at the office window and whispered, "Later, if that creep down there catches up with us, we'll jump out the window and escape." The height of a 2-story building posed no threat at all to Wang Jia and Xue Manlu. However, the old crone creepy that had just mopped the floor with a human head dunnage below had made both Wang Jia and Xue Manlu perceive a great threat of death. Although they hadn't exchanged blows yet, both hunters had a gut feeling in their hearts. This old crone was bizarre. I'm afraid that she was not in existence that she could fight against. It's best when there's a way back. The two of them entered the office, and Xue Manlu quickly walked towards one of the windows, ready to push it open first, so that it would be easier to run away later. But Wang Jia's hand, however, followed up with a death grip on Xue Manlu's shoulder. Xue Manlu froze, then seemed to sense something. His body stiffened and slowly twisted his head, looking toward the innermost part of the office. It was an old desk with lots of papers and files strewn about it. A pale, balding, dark-faced creep was sitting quietly in a chair, his empty, lifeless eyes staring at the two men who had broken into the office. "What are you two patients doing here so late at night?" An eerie voice, echoing through the office. Chapter 88. Yes, that's me. Looking at this pale, bald, black-faced creep, Xue Manlu slowly gripped the hilt of his own blade, his breathing calming down instead. "It's a battle that may not be avoided." "Then fight."
This black-faced weirdness in front of him is not as big as the pressure brought by the old crone below, and seems to be weaker, and the two of them together should be able to win the battle, but it had to be a quick battle. Once that old crone went up to the second floor, the two of them wouldn't have any chance. Wang Jia, however, did not hurry to make a move, and did not move to pinch Shui Manlu's shoulder, and then calmly said, "I'm the janitor's great-nephew, and she's about to finish mopping the floor, so she asked me to come up and clear the floor. Why are you still here at this late hour?" Hearing this, Shui Manlu nearly choked himself with a mouthful of saliva. What? The great-nephew of the janitor downstairs? The janitor's great-nephew downstairs? Aren't you afraid the janitor will rip your head off and use it as a mop? That bald black face looked up and down weirdly at Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, his face full of suspicion, and muttered in a low voice, "Janitors get backdoor access now? Forget it, she's too fierce. It's normal for people to give her a face. I'll take an extra shift. I'll talk to her later when she comes up." Wang Jia's heart fluttered, knowing that there was something in it, and continued to ask, "Working late at this hour? The leaders of the third hospital are a bit too much." As if he had met a confidant, Bald Creepy slapped the table and said, "Yes, it's outrageous, but the data summary of these special patients, the dean wants too much urgency, and this job is classified. Only I can do it alone, not even a helper. Exhausted. Still not giving me a raise or a title. Is there any justice?" Hearing the words special patient data, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu exchanged glances and both saw the contemplative look in each other's eyes. Having entered the third hospital for so long, they naturally shared Chen Haichuan's opinion and had long seen that this hospital was very wrong. I am afraid that the real solution to the problem will have to start with the hospitals themselves. The patient, on the other hand, is a very important part of this. Wang Jia passed a glance at Shui Manlu. Shui Manlu immediately understood. The condescension is over. You can kill it. Those papers on this creepy table could be an important clue. Shui Manlu couldn't help but admire. Wang Jia deserves to be the god of hunting. His brain is just bright. There are still a lot of places I have to learn. Wang Jia casually copied a warm water bottle placed on the floor, and cheerfully approached the bald creepy table, saying, "You've worked hard. Let me get you a glass of water." Shui Manlu also silently walked to the other side, holding down the knife with one hand in the dead center of the backside, forming a combined attack without a trace. Bald Creepy seemed to be very receptive to Wang Jia's attentiveness, smiling and nodding. Young people are great. Before the words fell, the Fengui Peachwood sword and the silver-plated hunting knife slashed down in unison, one on the left and one on the right. "Ah, you, what are you doing?" Suddenly attacked, the bald Eerie instantly changed its face and opened its hideous mouth to devour and bite at the closer Wang Jia. It was a pity that under the intentionality, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu had the upper hand, and this bald trickster was really not very strong, and was directly killed in one round under the two men's surprise attack. Knock! The bald and bizarre body and head with rounded eyes fell to the ground, purple and black stained blood gurgling along the ground, just as Wang Jia and Shui Manlu breathed a sigh of relief. The crunch of a bell floated down the corridor. Jingle bells! Hearing this voice, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's faces changed once again. The alloy wire that sealed the stairs, though plated with gold, wasn't much of a hindrance to the shenanigans, and only served as an early warning. The ringing of the bell meant that the creepy old crone downstairs had gone up to the second floor. Jiang Yan stood in front of the main building of the third hospital and raised his eyes to look in through the glass doors. Inside it was lit with a ghostly blue light. As a hospital, staying open at night is a basic operation. It was also the only one of the three buildings in the third hospital that had a light on. Although the ghostly blue light glowed with a strong eerie aura that made it look more like a haunted spirit hall than a hospital lobby. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and lifted his steps inside. "Stop!" Behind the glass door, a security guard sitting on a matza popped up and asked, pointing at Jiang Yan, "Who are you? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Roll on, roll on." Jiang Yan looked at the security guard out of the corner of his eye. Plutonium plus 547. So weak a spooky. On this security guard, there was surprisingly no skin or flesh. A white skeleton. A security uniform was loose and baggy, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. What doctor's human skeleton model came to life? After a moment of contemplation, glancing at the hall and the bizarre walk-through in a white coat, Jiang Yan dismissed the idea of getting this security guard killed. It's easy to kill him, but messing with one is as endless as stirring up a hornet's nest. "I'm a patient, here to find a doctor," Jiang Yan said indifferently. The security guard snorted as he sized Jiang Yan up. "You're a patient? You don't even have a hospital gown. Pretending to be sick? Get out." Jiang Yan was silent for a moment, and as he pulled Chen Haichuan next to him over, he pointed at him. "I meant to say, he's the patient. I'm the patient's family." Chen Haichuan, who was dressed in a hospital gown, was full of consternation, and after returning to his senses,
He nodded his head repeatedly and smiled compensatorily. Yes, 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 yes. The security guard sized up Chen Haichuan for a moment and said suspiciously, "Nighttime emergency? What symptoms can't wait until tomorrow? The registration slip I'll read." Chen Haichuan came in as a member of Chen Yuro's family and did not have a registered list himself. Jiang Yan took out his own from his pocket and handed it out, saying casually, "His water broke." Doing the whole act. "Since I'm hooked up with a gynecologist, it seems to make more sense that only my water broke." Chen Haichuan. What the hell? Those 40,000 plutoniums are really hard to earn. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, covered his stomach and put on a pained expression, and gritted his teeth. Yes, 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 my water broke. I'm doing my best to play along with you. It's like an emotional show where you can pick and choose your guests. The security guard took a look at Jiang Yan's registration slip and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, dumbfounded. What? You're the legendary patient with a nest of sphinx spiders in your belly? Jiang Yan, do these little tidbits of information travel that fast through the hospital? Chen Haichuan. No, I'm tramping. I'm here to be an undercover agent. Why did you end up with high-intensity cosplaying Taboo 006? He said stiffly. Yeah, that's me. Damn, shouldn't I be pushed onto the operating table for a C-section later? 89. The Angel Foundation. The security guard exclaimed as he pulled open the glass door. Turning left is the emergency clinic. Dr. Lu is the best OB-GYN we have here. You can go see him. The security guard seemed to give special attention to the patient who was pregnant with a sphinx spider. Jiang Yan took Chen Haichuan with him and walked faithfully into the main building's hall. This hall was basically similar to the layout pattern of the hospital hall in Jiang Yan's impression, with a huge registration desk and prescription window in front of it, and the emergency room on the side. Next to the emergency room are the stairs and elevator. Jiang Yan looked at the staircase and raised his eyebrows slightly, a touch of playfulness flashing in his eyes. This staircase has a section up and a section down. The flight of stairs downward was cut off from it by a large black door. It stands to reason that this stairway layout, downward, is basically a stairway to the basement, but Jiang Yan had seen it outside, and the main building of the third hospital was the same 7 floors. Jiang Yan still remembered the tip when he had just entered the secret realm. The third hospital is theoretically only 7 floors. It also means that the layer that goes down is a layer that theoretically shouldn't exist, so the entrance is here. Himself was looking for a break from the elevator earlier. I didn't realize the truth was so plain and simple. Just as Jiang Yan was contemplating how he should blend in, a team of doctors and nurses in white coats, pushing a cart covered with a white cloth, came out of the emergency room with hurried feet. The healers, though all clad in white coats, all had distinctly eerie features, and were in no way human. A creepy doctor at the head of the group pulled out a key and unlocked the door to the downward staircase, and the group pushed their way inside. Just as the line disappeared behind the gate while it slowly closed, a hand in a grayish-white spider glove gripped the door panel silently. The inside is gently sloping, not stepped in shape, and the car pushes smoothly downward. Jiang Yan took Chen Haichuan and followed him in with faith. There were overhead lights inside, but no light emanated from them, and the entire passageway was stretched out black. Only the dim little bit of firelight in Jiang Yan's old pipe, emitting a faint dark red color, drifted forward in the pitch blackness. Chen Haichuan gripped his hunting knife tightly and tiptoed behind Jiang Yan, a heart that had unconsciously been raised to his throat. Taboo 006 is so bold that it can be called 101. Wherever the terror goes, Chen Haichuan, in all fairness, if it is him, even if he found this staircase door, but also absolutely do not dare to come in alone at night. We'll certainly wait until tomorrow daytime, and the Trick Hunting Bureau companions to discuss after the concerted action. Below this, I don't know exactly what it is, Chen Haichuan secretly pondered in his heart. It stands to reason that the third hospital once existed in the history of the Nandos, and everything here is inextricably linked to the reality of what once was. So this subterranean floor, which shouldn't exist, also existed in Nandu's third hospital back in the day? What secrets are buried in this hospital? And why has it quietly disappeared into the history of Nandu, leaving almost no trace? The two of them walked for a while, and it was still dark ahead, but there were gloomy voices that came vaguely from the front. That's the third one today. It's a bit obscure. I hope no one comes on the night shift today. I'm really getting tired. With that burst of conversation, the bizarre line of medical care that had just gone down, turned back the way it came. Jiang Yan took Chen Haichuan, covered his pipe fire with his hand, and stood quietly at the corner of the passageway, letting this line of bizarre rubbing shoulders back to the hospital lobby. Only when the sound of closing came from the gate above did Jiang Yan take Chen Haichuan forward again. The further down you go, the colder it gets around you, right down to your bones. Jiang Yan's attributes were too high, completely ignoring the effects of the environment,
but Chen Haichuan had already been frozen to the point that he began to shiver and felt his hands and feet begin to feel numb. The two of them left the stretching passage in the dark, vaguely feeling as if they had entered another space, but not being able to see any details clearly. Jiang Yan had the Sphinx trickster spider spit out a large pile of spider silk, balled it up into a ball, and ignited it with a spark from an old pipe, instantly creating a large ball of flame. With the light emanating from the flames, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan finally saw this confined space. It's a morgue with very antiquated freezers, probably because the equipment is not well airtight, resulting in the whole space being very cold. And in front of the freezer, there are 3 stretcher beds on wheels. Each stretcher bed was covered with a white cloth, under which the outline of a person was faintly visible. Chen Haichuan was very disappointed to see this and said in a low voice, "It's just a morgue. Nothing special. It's so normal to have a morgue in a hospital, isn't it?" At first, it was really thought that this place was some kind of remarkable secret place. Jiang Yan's gaze, having only swept around the 3 humanoid silhouettes, not seeing any plutonium income on his player panel, turned his eyes to the direction from which he had come. At a glance, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed. Next to the passage they had come down, there was surprisingly a gate. The gate was made of alloy all over, very heavy, and at this time it was tightly closed, with a combination lock on it. And what really alerted Jiang Yan's mind was a sign on the gate. It was a pair of blood-red wings. Jiang Yan had seen this symbol in his past life, and it had left a very deep bad impression on him. He asked lightly as he calmed down a bit, "Chen Haichuan, have you seen this sign?" When Chen Haichuan heard this, he turned his head and followed Jiang Yan's gaze. At a glance, Chen Haichuan couldn't help but gently eep out in surprise. "There's another door? Does that mean there's a second basement level? I haven't seen this logo before. What is it?" Jiang Yan smiled playfully and slowly spat out a name. "Angel Foundation, 2nd floor of the office building." When Wang Jia heard the bell ringing, he realized that the golden thread he had left behind had been strangely touched by that old crone, and immediately drank low without thinking. "Open the window." As Xue Manlu turned around and pulled the window open with one hand, Wang Jia quickly and haphazardly stuffed the various documents on this bald and creepy desk into a briefcase, while then stepping on the desk next to the window in 2 steps and jumping down headfirst. Xue Manlu also followed suit and leapt down. The roar of the old crone's fury came from the corridor of the office building behind her. "I see your footprints. Don't try to run. You're dead." Knock, knock. 2 landings in succession. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu fled the office building almost simultaneously. Just this moment, in Wang Jia's ears, he heard another thud, the sound of landing. Wang Jia froze and turned expansively to look back, only to see that behind him, there were actually 2 Xue Manlu standing on the left and right. Those 2 Xue Manlu obviously both noticed each other's presence, looking at each other with a face full of fear, and opened their mouths coincidentally. "Who are you?" "It's a creepy head." The 2 men's voices, surprisingly, were exactly the same as well. Wang Jia's face sank. "What? The real or fake Monkey King?" Chapter 90, Not worthy of being my own brother. Seeing the 2 identical Xue Manlu behind him, in Wang Jia's mind, he suddenly flashed back to the fellow hunter who had jumped off the building not long ago. At the 3rd hospital, jumping seems to have a different meaning and gets some creepy extra attention. Himself and Xue Manlu jumped from the 2nd floor of the office building, which was technically considered a jump. If an ordinary human encountered such a thing, I'm afraid he or she would fall into deep fear and helplessness, not knowing how to deal with it. But for Wang Jia, the situation at hand is quite recognizable. Wang Jia directly drew out his sealed guile peachwood sword and slapped it horizontally at one of the Xue Manlu. It was supposed to be a wooden sword, and a light tap with the spine of the sword wouldn't do any damage at all. Snap! The mahogany sword landed on this Xue Manlu's shoulder, and Xue Manlu looked calm. "He's a fake. Quickly kill him." That Xue Manlu beside him shouted loudly. Wang Jia's eyes turned cold, and the sealed guile peachwood sword in his hand turned to slap at the other Xue Manlu. As the mahogany sword was approaching, that Xue Manlu's face instantly changed. The originally young and handsome face instantly became twisted and horrified, as if it had been affected by some extremely strong oppressive force, letting out ear-piercing screams while stumbling back and forth. The deterrent effect of the sealed creepy mahogany sword on creepiness is often very substantial. The weaker the creepy, the more pronounced the effect of being shocked. In Wang Jia's long career as a hunter, he had only seen an existence that could ignore the deterrent power of the sealing guile peachwood sword, Forbidden 006. Seeing the shocked reaction of this creepy disguised as Xue Manlu, Wang Jia immediately understood that this creepy was not very strong. The peachwood sword in his hand blossomed with radiance and chopped out. The real Xue Manlu saw that Wang Jia had successfully identified his target and also drew his silver-plated hunting knife, following Wang Jia's sword momentum to surround that weirdness. Just a round of exchanges down, that weirdness was directly cut down by the 2 men's combined efforts, without making any waves. Watching Creepy fall to his death,
Wang Jia and Xue Manlu let out a long sigh of relief. Cough cough cough. A series of somber coughs suddenly came from the direction the two had just jumped from. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were startled in unison, looking up at the window from which the two had escaped. Behind the darkened window stood a cloaked, hunched old crone, carrying a dunny in her hand, her grim gaze cast from under her disheveled hair, locked onto the figures of Wang Jia and Xue Manlu. Wang Jia felt a chill all over his body, and Xue Manlu beside him couldn't help but shiver. Although they were so far apart, they still detected a strong threat of death from the stare-off. This head is weird and definitely not simple. Cold sweat dripped from Wang Jia's forehead and he lowered his voice. She can't seem to leave the office building. Let's back away slowly. The two stepped backward, almost in unison, a little out of the area of the office building, and doubled back toward the hospitalization building. When he was halfway to the center, Wang Jia started to alert backward and whispered, "Beware the nurse practitioner. She's probably weirdly blocked from entering the office building by that old crone. But now, at any moment, she could appear from behind us." Xue Manlu swallowed heavily, feeling the lift. Every step taken by the two men this night held a deadly killing chance. If it wasn't for the fact that both of their hunters had high qualities themselves, coupled with Wang Jia's superior strength and the fact that he still had something like the sealed trick Peachwood sword in his hand, it was likely that they wouldn't have been able to complete this night's operation at all, and would have long since died in one of the steps. But what made Wang Jia and Xue Manlu very secretly happy was that until the two of them retreated step by step into the middle of the halls of the hospitalization building, the sound of the life-threatening high-heeled shoes of the head nurse, Wang Ro, did not even appear. The two had lost all sight of the old crone's eerie figure behind the second-story window of the office building across the street, and were so relieved that they hurriedly turned around and ran toward their own hospital room. This third hospital was full of crises and scares, and the only place that was relatively safe was the ward assigned to them. Chun Yuro was awakened by a series of gunshots. As a hunter, she had long since cultivated extraordinary alertness, and even though she had been knocked out by Chen Haichuan, she still hadn't been able to hide this instinct that was almost engraved close to her bones. The moment she heard the gunshot, Chen Yuro didn't even open her eyes before she rolled over and hid under her hospital bed. Her thoughts were somewhat confused and it took a full 3 seconds before she remembered what had happened earlier. By the way, Taboo 006 knocked on the door at night, and after that he himself was knocked out from behind. My brother did it? What's really going on? In this moment of effort, Chen Yuro had already heard out that the series of gunshots were not coming at her, but were coming from outside the window, far away from her. Chen Yuro pulled out the silver-plated hunting knife, gently and deftly climbed out from under the hospital bed, swept around the empty ward, found that Chen Haichuan was not there. His heart suddenly thumped. You can't leave the ward at night. That's the rule. Brother is also too risky. Chen Yuro hunting knife gently picked the corner of the low-hanging curtains and looked through the gap to the sound of gunfire outside. Although the distance was far, Chen Yuro still saw at a glance that the gun-wielding hospital gown was none other than her own brother. Chen Haichuan, worthy of being my own brother, but so brave. Chen Yuro instantly rounded a pair of very English beautiful eyes. Immediately afterward, she saw Chen Haichuan follow a dark figure towards the main building of the third hospital on the other side. The moment her eyes touched the dark shadow, Chen Yuro froze. A bean-sized drop of cold sweat rolled slowly down her wheat-colored forehead. She couldn't be wrong. It was definitely Forbidden 006, my own brother, following Taboo 006, a nighttime visit to the third hospital? Chen Yuro sighed heartily. As expected of my own brother, there are so many death-defying tricks. Just as Chen Yuro pondered whether or not she should follow, an airy black face suddenly slid slowly down from outside his window. A ghost probed violently in the field of vision. Chen Yuro was so frightened that she subconsciously chopped out the hunting knife in her hand. Just as the blade of the hunting knife was about to touch the window, Chen Yuro realized that the situation was not right. That thing is out there, and the first thing that breaks when you slash yourself is the glass. Whether or not it could kill the creepy outside was still an afterthought, and by chopping up the glass himself, he'd first broken the rule that he couldn't damage the third hospital's property. Now that Chen Yuro was alone in the ward, if the head nurse, Wang Ruoro, heard the sound of the window shattering and directly killed up, Chen Yuro estimated that she would definitely be dead. Thinking of this, Chen Yuro immediately withdrew her sword and returned, very calmly taking 2 steps back, her eyes staring deathly at the weirdness that probed down outside the window, but she did not take the initiative to attack. That creepy looked at Chen Yuro for a moment and realized that she hadn't been hit, slowly revealing a bizarre and gruesome smile. Chen Yuro's brain was suddenly dizzy, feeling the sky spinning. At the same time, an impulse was born in her. She wanted to pull the window open and just jump. Chapter 91 Resisting jumping and smashing the wall in the middle of the night. Noticing that she had given birth to such a horrifying impulse, Chen Yuro's heart suddenly flinched. A psychic attack? She bit the tip of her tongue fiercely,
and the pain that drilled through her heart revitalized Chen Yuro's spirit, struggling to get rid of such an impulse. Chen Yuro belonged to the category of humans who were born with high intellectual attributes, and before joining the Guile Hunting Bureau, she was a provincial scholar-level academic. At that time, there was no creepy descent yet, and the player panel could not be seen, so Chen Yuro also naturally did not know that her intelligence attribute was naturally very high. In order to become a qualified hunter, Chen Yuro had been growing towards the agility route. When the player panel appeared, Chen Yuro realized that her intelligence attribute, which she had never purposely exercised, had as many as 10 points, surpassing ordinary people by a factor of 2. Moreover, Chen Yuro was also equipped with a full attribute plus 5 trinket and negative status minus 15% wrist guards, both of which were equipment that had dropped out from the previous hunt for creepy, the attributes of which were relatively ribbed but also better than nothing. Chen Yuro just happened to have a blank bar, so she equipped it. I didn't realize that right now it saved her life. Chen Yuro took a deep breath, a flash of fear in her eyes. Almost got hit. On her player panel, at some point, an additional negative status had appeared. Fall damage plus 200%. Seeing this negative status, Chen Yuro sucked in a breath of cold air. Here is the 5th floor. With Chen Yuro's attributes, jumping down may not die, but if you jump with this negative state, you will be dead. Seeing that Chen Yuro had actually gotten rid of her mental attack, the creepy hanging outside the window let out a roar of dissatisfaction. In the next moment, Chen Yuro saw that the creepy had actually jumped on his own. Immediately, there was a muffled thud from downstairs. The corners of Chen Yuro's eyes twitched as she slowly walked to the window and looked down. A black-faced creep in a hospital gown was limply paralyzed on the hard concrete floor downstairs, grinning at Chen Yuro while waving at her. In Chen Yuro's brain, an urge to jump rose once again. She pinched herself hard to shake the urge out of her head and took 3 steps back. No longer looking at the jumping creepiness below, Chen Yuro took a deep breath, flattened the creepiness in her heart, and said to herself, "So it seems that the weirdness in the 3rd hospital may not forcefully attack us in the ward. As long as we don't leave the ward, we'll be mostly safe." From the knock on the door brunette shenanigans in the beginning to the temptation to jump off the building shenanigans, all of which were just hovering outside the hospital room doors and windows. Obviously the doors and windows were old glass, so fragile that they could be broken by a random punch. But all of these shenanigans, all of which followed the rule of not destroying the 3rd hospital's property, didn't force their way in and kill anyone. Thinking about this, Chen Yuro felt slightly at ease. She sat on the hospital bed with its white sheets and hesitantly whispered to herself, "What the hell am I doing with a quilt over my head all night? Or leave the ward to find my brother? It's certainly safe to stay, and you can wait until daylight tomorrow to move with the larger group." However, the back of Chen Haichuan following behind Taboo 006 into the main building of the 3rd hospital always made Chen Yuro uneasy. But, Chen Yuro sighed as she turned her thoughts around. From here to the main building, it doesn't seem like much of a distance, but it's already across the plaza of the 3rd hospital, and it's definitely not less difficult. He was following Taboo 006, and specifically knocked me out, clearly unwilling to risk my life together. Can't figure out how he got involved with Taboo 006 though, but it doesn't seem like there's any use in me going. I might not be able to find them, and even if I do, I might drag him down. Especially, there is a mysterious and unpredictable forbidden 006 in Chen Yuro's mind. That horrible taboo with half of his face covered by the shadow of the strange hat surfaced once again. She really didn't want to get pissed on again. Chen Yuro swallowed heavily and suppressed her worry, deciding to follow her reason and wait in the ward for the night to pass. Just as she pulled the covers over her head and started being a sand-buried ostrich, in the corridor, there was suddenly a series of dull thuds. Dang, dang, dang. It was as if there was something that was smashing the wall hard. Chen Yuro was creeped out, and as soon as she drew out her silver-plated hunting knife, she looked at the position of the room door very warily. Boom! A popping sound came from what appeared to be a wall being smashed. Chen Yuro? What's that? Holding her breath, she tiptoed behind the glass of the room's door and peeked out. I don't know until I see it, but I almost peed myself again. At some point, the corridors of this hospital were already different from what Chen Yuro remembered. Grayish-white spider silk coiled everywhere, completely covering the walls, floor, and ceiling, as if it were a coiled silk cave. This spider silk, Chen Yuro had seen it countless times and probably wouldn't forget it in her next life. It was the forbidden 006 spider. Has this corridor been marked as its own lair by Taboo 006? Chen Yuro's legs were gently trembling and she forgot to breathe for a while. What does that make you? One of the reserves? In front of Chen Yuro's eyes, uncontrollably flashed the bizarre inhuman that had previously been turned into a spider silk cocoon by forbidden 006. Those spider silk cocoons still move every now and then, from which a tiny sphinx spider with a human face drills out.
jumping and drilling into the forbidden 006 gray and white spider silk gloves.
The more Chin-Yuro thought about it, the more her scalp felt numb, completely unable to look directly at herself wrapped up in the spider silk cocoon, also covered in the miserable appearance of purple and green spider eggs. No, don't
Chin-Yuro was on the verge of crying out in fear of herself.
Just then, not far away, across the street,
a fresh gaping hole in a densely cobwebbed wall was so covered in spider silk that it was barely discernible.
A pair of large, purple-black hands violently poked out from within.
These large hands struggled to pick at the dense,
tough spider silk. Then a tall male creep without a head, dressed in a tinker's outfit, struggled out of it. It was the same headless creepy that had been lured out of the elevator and into the unoccupied hospital room by Jiang Yan with the medieval coins before, and then trapped and locked inside with the spider silk. After picking up the plutonium left behind by Jiang Yan, headless creepy wanted to leave this unoccupied ward.
He tries to untangle the spiders wrapped around the ward door, but as he unraveled one layer of spider silk,
10 new layers appeared underneath. Unravel 10 new layers and 100 new ones appear below. The spider silk grew, wrapping the ward door into a thick cocoon of spider silk. The creepy head,
who had no brain in the physical sense,
clearly couldn't figure out what was wrong with the room. He just wanted to get back to the elevator.
Since the door won't go through,
we'll have to smash the wall. 3 punches down, the wall was punched a big hole in him, and he got out of it, using the opportunity to get out. Chin-Yuro was creeped out as she looked at the headless weirdness that appeared in this bully. She had a hunch. This one is weird and terribly strong. And this one is horribly creepy and unruly, meaning the wards aren't safe zones either. Just when Chin-Yuro didn't dare to take a breath of air, there was an exasperated sound of high heels coming from the hallway at the end of the hallway.
Wang Zuo's sharp and angry roar rolled and stirred on the 5th floor. Anyone who damages the property of the 3rd hospital will die.
Chapter 92, An unexpected encounter is just what I wanted.
Along with Wang Zuo's sharp and furious whistle,
the red and white residual shadow swept sharply from the building,
and a pair of sharp ghost claws viciously plunged into the headless maintenance worker's bizarre chest.
A damage number floated out with it. -227.
That headless weirdness was attacked. A muffled roar of anger was emitted from his chest.
The palm of his bushy hand choked Wang Zuo's neck, and the hammer in his other hand mercilessly smashed on top of Wang Zuo's face. -714. As an agility-type creep, Wang Zuo's attack speed was high,
and a furious storm of attacks landed on the headless creep one after another. Various damage numbers drifted out one after another, but because headless creepy's armor was extremely high, the single damage wasn't that high, and it was like a drop in the bucket to headless creepy's deep and long blood bar. Headless creepy's attack speed was slow, but the damage dealt by each hit was substantial. Head nurse Wang Zuo's blood bar steadily declined as headless creepy slammed at hammer after hammer. After watching the two heads bizarrely sparring for 3 seconds, Chin-Yuro, who was hiding in the hospital room, was able to clearly judge that Wang Zuo was being fully suppressed. If this fight continues, I'm afraid the head nurse will be killed by this maintenance man. Chin-Yuro was a bit confused for a while. Even if she was an experienced hunter, she had never seen such a sight before her. In the corridors of a creepy hospital in the dead of night, 2 creepy heads surprisingly fight each other to the death. Is it a twist of weirdness? Or is it the fall of terror? Nope. Chin-Yuro shook her head heavily, quickly clearing her thoughts. The matron, though fierce, is the keeper of order. This headless creep is clearly a disruptor of order. The way things are now, if the head nurse dies, in all the wards, it will no longer be safe, and I'm afraid that tomorrow during the day there will be complete chaos. Such a horrible hospital, without the appropriate rules to utilize it. All of us except Taboo 006 will die in it. The head nurse can't die. Thinking about this, Chin-Yuro took a deep breath and resolutely pulled open the door of her hospital room. She drew 2 pistols from the back of her waist and pulled the triggers on the tall back of the headless creep. Bang! 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 A series of dull gunshots rippled through the coiled corridors. 2 magazines with a total of 14 silver bullets turned into 2 lines of fire and poured onto the headless creep in quick succession. -114, -157, -124. The shooting angle and timing of the attack brought by Wang Zuo was extremely valuable. If Chin-Yuro had faced the headless creep alone, there was no way she would have had the chance to fire 14 shots in a row. Roar! Headless creepy ate the pain and pushed the head nurse away, twisting her head to Chin-Yuro and letting out a dull and ferocious roar. His shoulders sank as he charged violently towards Chin-Yuro. Boom boom boom. Each step fell with a roar that rolled and echoed through the corridor. It's a charging skill. The entire inpatient building, all under the headless weird and heavy trampling, trembled violently as if experiencing an earthquake. Chin-Yuro's scalp was numb and her heart was creeped out. If one was hit by such a bizarre charge with terrifyingly extreme power, it might not even be necessary to strike a second blow. The damage caused by the charge alone would be enough to knock oneself to death. She did a tactical roll and very deftly ducked back within her ward. Before the person could stand still, 2 brand new magazines had already been refilled by Chinyuro at an extremely fast speed. Though the walls of the corridor blocked the view of both sides, the sound of the headless, eerie charge did not stop with it. Instead, it slammed into the middle of Chinyuro's hospital room at a more violent speed. With this head's bizarre power, walls could only block sight, not his charge. Without thinking, Chinyuro leaped in a group, directly smashing the only window glass in the ward. And with one hand propped up on the windowsill full of broken glass stubble, she tumbled onto the windowsill of the forbidden 006 ward next door, just like a spirit cat. Downstairs on the concrete floor, the floppy jumping creepy, snapped his head up and looked very hopefully at Chinyuro, who had flipped out the window. Chinyuro's brain was dizzy, and she once again felt the urge to jump off a building, but this was the 3rd time she had experienced a mental attack, and with a vicious bite of her tongue, she used the pain to support herself to struggle out of it, and then she kicked the glass and jumped directly into the empty hospital room. In Chinyuro's hospital room next door, a devastating roar sounded immediately afterward. The outer wall of that ward was directly shattered by the headless bizarre brute, accompanied by a sky of smoke and dust and fragments of cement and masonry that flew in all directions, and headless bizarre like a tank, like a majestic body, tearing smoke, wrapped in the momentum of cracking the mountain. Crushed Chinyuro just stood. If it wasn't for her combat experience and flexible thinking, she would have been smashed halfway through her bones by now, spitting blood and dying a violent death. It's too dangerous. Chinyuro wiped a cold sweat from her forehead, just a hair's breadth away from death. And she took such a risk in return for a battle that only knocked less than a quarter of the headless creep's bloodstain off. Die! You must die! The shrill whine of the head nurse, Wang Zuoro, sounded out in the crumbling hallway immediately afterward. A red and white residual shadow caught up with the headless weirdness in Chinyuro's hospital room between flashes, and once again tangled and fought together. Wang Roro's blood bar had only 1/5 left, and the headless tinkerer's blood bar, which still had more than half of it. One adventure alone will obviously not end this menacing battle. Chinyuro took a deep breath, raised her double guns, and kicked open the closed door of the forbidden 006 ward, the main building of the 3rd hospital. In the underground morgue, Chen Haichuan looked at the symbol of the blood-colored wings on the password gate, frowned and thought carefully, and shook his head. Angel Foundation? I hadn't heard. What kind of organization is this? Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and slowly exhaled a piece of greenish-colored smoke, and his eyes, which were covered in shadows by his strange hat, were as cold stars. The Angel Foundation was very mysterious and did not have a high presence, at least from Jiang Yan's perspective in his last life. But this organization, Jiang Yan was mindful of. After the second weird descent, Jiang Yan had a great luck. A purple treasure chest that refreshed directly in his face. That was supposed to be an opportunity to directly change Jiang Yan's fate. As long as Jiang Yan could get the 100,000 plutonium coins in the purple treasure chest, he would definitely be able to turn over a salty fish. Even if they could not become the existence of the tip of the pyramid, they could still catch up with the large group and make up for their embarrassing situation of being one step behind and one step behind. Unfortunately, just when Jiang Yan's fingers had just touched this purple treasure chest, a small team of Angel Foundation explorers surrounded Jiang Yan. Not only did they use their guns against the back of Jiang Yan's head, forcing him to give up the treasure chests that were within his reach, they also counted the resources of the purple treasure chests, piece by piece, in front of Jiang Yan. Then he shot Jiang Yan in the head and coaxed him to leave. Jiang Yan looked at the pair of red wings and smiled coldly. Unexpectedly, just the way I want it. Chapter 93, Unseemly Foundations. Even putting personal grudges aside, it was definitely not normal for the Angel Foundation's logo to appear here. According to Jiang Yan's limited understanding, although this organization was mysterious and didn't have a strong presence, it was very powerful. Before the death of the 3rd creepy advent Jiang Yan, the acreage of Nandu seems to have been a tit-for-tat situation between the Creepy Hunting Bureau and the Angel Foundation. And right now, this 3rd hospital mystery presents a certain piece of history in the 3rd hospital that was weirdly twisted decades ago. And the message behind the Angel Foundation logo, appearing in such a mysterious hospital morgue, is, well, huge. Jiang Yan had a clear premonition. Behind this door, it could be where the real secrets were in the 3rd hospital's secret realm. The gate is very thick and heavy, and the whole thing is cast from a hard alloy that looks perfectly capable of being used as a bank vault gate. Although Jiang Yan didn't have the password on the door, with his 250 points of power, he didn't need to follow any password rules at all. Crunch! The thick alloy gate, in Jiang Yan's hands, was like a soft piece of tofu, easily torn into pieces by Jiang Yan. Watching the forbidden 006 in the spectral firelight of the spider burning underhand tearing the alloy door, Chen Haichuan hid in the corner next to the freezer in the morgue. Shivering, As shady as the morgue was, it was nowhere near as scary as the sense of menace that unintentionally emanated from Forbidden 006. Chen Haichuan had a feeling that no matter what was behind this gate, he would probably be mercilessly killed by Forbidden 006. Soon, the large iron door was torn open by Jiang Yan with a huge opening that could completely accommodate one person to walk through. Jiang Yan lit more spider silk, and with the light of the fire, he saw the scene behind the door. A deathly silence fell over the eerie morgue. Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan, neither of them uttered a single word for a long time. Behind the alloy gate was a surprisingly bare concrete wall. Nothing? The imagined passages and chambers, surprisingly, did not appear at all. Jiang Yan tried chiseling the cement twice with force and found that the feel was very muddy. Moreover, the entire main building of the hospital was gently trembling under Jiang Yan's chiseling blows. This is clearly not a single concrete wall, but the foundation of an entire hospital. But, putting an alloy door on a concrete foundation on one side? It doesn't make sense. Jiang Yan fell into deep contemplation. Where's the promised secret? After several minutes of silence, Chen Haichuan's tentative voice came from behind Jiang Yan. It's just a secret realm after all. Is it possible? What this secret realm presents is only a part of that year. And what's behind the gate is the part that hasn't been presented? In Jiang Yan's eyes, there was a flash of light. It is indeed possible. Chen Haichuan continued. I've read some of the files on the history of the third hospital. Back in the day this place was cordoned off for a long time and then it was bulldozed. A new middle school has been built up there at breakneck speed. The one responsible for the construction was the predecessor of the Ding Sheng Group, which was called Longxiang City Construction at that time, and was later merged by the Ding Sheng Group. This is not enough time to reconstruct the foundation. If what's behind this gate really exists in the real world, then right now, it should still be in place. At least, it won't disappear completely. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised by this information provided by Chen Haichuan. According to him, this secret realm presented itself as the third hospital of Nandu more than 50 years ago. At that time, and Baosheng was still a little kid, and naturally, there was no Dingsheng Group yet. Longxiang City Construction, at that time, had nothing to do with Ambrosia. Later, and Baosheng rose like a comet, merged and acquired Longxiang City Construction, and on the basis of this company, developed Dingsheng Group. These are at least a decade away. However, within the Dingsheng Group, there may still be some information archives from that year. After all, the construction industry to keep files is very long. After he left the secret realm, he could also ask in Baosheng to send someone to go to the old site of the third hospital, to dig around and see, might be able to dig something up. Jiang Yan nodded slowly, clearing his thoughts. So it seemed that the core of the third hospital's secret realm was just the bizarre spirit child of decapitation. The Angel Foundation, which may be something deeper, may have had something to do with the cause of all this, but may not have had anything to do with the success or failure of this secret purge. But Jiang Yan wasn't prepared to let go of this clue, nor was he prepared to let go of the Angel Foundation. In addition to the personal grudges between the two sides, this mysterious organization, it seemed that it had also done some unseemly things in Nandu, or else it wouldn't have been targeted by the Guile Hunting Bureau like that. In that case, let's go back. Jiang Yan turned around and led Chen Haichuan, heading towards the passageway he came from. In a dark corner where no one could see it, a human-faced creepy spider, quietly dangling down from Jiang Yan's spider glove, began to spread thin spider silk inside the morgue. These spiders are shapeless and will not act as a hindrance, but it allows the Sphinx trickster that stays here to keep track of all that is going on inside this morgue. After the two left the morgue, they took another quick look around the various floors of the main building, mainly wanting to hunt for traces of the decapitated spirit child. However, it seemed that the destroyer spirit boy was intentionally avoiding Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan didn't find any traces in this circle. Instead, a number of eerie traces were found from the various consulting and operating rooms in the main building, and some of the surgeries, still performed at night by creepy doctors, look so bloody and brutal that they don't look like surgeries. They look more like dismemberment. Chen Haichuan followed Jiang Yan's back, walking with steps that made his legs wobble. If there wasn't a Forbidden 006 to open the way, Chen Haichuan estimated that if he wandered around in this main building, he would probably wander around for up to 2 floors before he attracted a horrifying weirdness that he couldn't fight against, and would be directly killed inside. But Jiang Yan was running amok, wandering around this horrible hospital as if he was walking in his own living room. During the period was also bizarre stopped down a number of times. Jiang Yan either cheat ghosts, or smash money, really oil and salt, can only find a dark corner, the bazaar into a spider cocoon hanging on the ceiling. When the two of them finished strolling through the hospital's main building and slipped out, the skeletal security guard stared at Chen Haichuan with a very concerned gaze and asked, "Finished giving birth? That fast?" Chen Haichuan, with a helpless look on his face, he nodded and stormed off in his mind. "I gave birth to your mom's head.
The skeletal security guard was excited. Can I see the Sphinx spider you gave birth to? Chen Haichuan. Can't. Watching Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan walk further and further away, the skeletal security guard scratched his head. So rude. The Sphinx spider you raised must have been pretty rude. Ha! Chapter 94, Who's Playing Building Shock? A messy fifth floor of the inpatient building. Bang! 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 A succession of gunshots stirred. A single silver bullet cathartic on the headless creep's back. The headless creepy who was in close combat with Wang Zhuizhuang had already dropped one half of his life value. Headless creepy, however, was not disheveled, but instead looked more and more berserk, and a ferocious and terrifying roar emitted from his chest. The roar erupted into a substantial dark red sound wave that rolled and stirred in the middle of the corridor. Wang Ro and Chen Yuro's bodies stiffened in unison, unexpectedly falling into a state of rigidity at the same time. Skill, Howl of Terror, Rank 3. Stuns up to 3 enemy units within 15 meters for 0.75 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Consumption, 125 mana. Seeing that he managed to control this annoying shooter, Headless Creepy casually copied a piece of broken cement from the ground and viciously threw it at Chen Yuro, who was shooting at herself one after another behind her back. Boom! The cement made a horrifying roar in the air and attacked Chen Yuro directly. Chen Yuro's pupils suddenly shrunk, subconsciously wanting to lunge to the side, but her stiff body did not listen to her. She could only watch as the broken pieces of concrete, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, came crashing towards her. With Headless' bizarre strength attribute, this piece of cement was enough to kill a human like Chen Yuro on the agility route. In the bottom of Chen Yuro's eyes, a color of despair flashed. In the nick of time, in the shadows of the building, a silhouette violently sprang out and pounced on Chen Yuro, who was in a state of vertigo, to the ground. He held Chen Yuro in his arms and rolled around on the ground twice before he managed to stop. Boom! The next moment, the cement debris blasted straight at the place where Chen Yuro had just stood, directly smashing through the outer wall of one of the wards. Chen Yuro swallowed her saliva and saw the face of the person who was holding her tumbling, and called out in surprise. God hunting? The one who suddenly swooped out of the shadows to save her life was none other than the heavenly sword hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau, Wang Jia. Wang Jia held his sword in one hand and slowly climbed up, his eyes staring at the headless weirdness, his face sinking into a low voice. Where did all this horrible weirdness come from? You and the head nurse combined couldn't beat him? Strong as Wang Jia, he also experienced full pressure from this headless weirdness. This headless creepiness is likely no weaker than the crone in the office building with the human head dragging on the floor. Just a short while ago, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu were heading back to their third floor ward, but the aftermath of the battle that erupted on the fifth floor was too terrifying, so there was no way for Wang Jia and Xue Manlu to fail to notice. Moreover, both Wang Jia and Xue Manlu could hear that the gunshots intertwined in between were the special handguns of the Guile Hunting Bureau. Worried about the safety of their comrades, the two men had to risk coming up to the fifth floor to find out what was going on, and at a glance they saw Chen Yuro in a moment of life and death. If not for that, Chen Yuro would have been a corpse by now. Chen Yuro regained 2 points of strength and gasped as she climbed up from the ground, her face solemn. I don't know where it came from, but I thought the head nurse couldn't die. Otherwise tomorrow is likely to be a mess. Wang Jia nodded heavily and said, You're right on the money. The matron is mean creepy, but at least she's maintaining order, and we'll have a chance to capitalize on it and tend to the good. If the head nurse dies, we're definitely in a much tougher position. Definitely. You and Mantu provide me with long-range support. I'm going to give the matron a hand. After Wang Jia said that, he even directly carried the ceiling guile mahogany sword and rushed towards the headless guile between dodges. Chen Yuro was shocked. It was a very dangerous thing to be in close combat with such a terrifyingly bizarre. One slip-up was the end of a violent death. He himself had just shot remotely, and was all too close to being second-guessed by this headless, bizarre set of little combos. Wang Jia, however, was a man of great skill and courage, and was not afraid in the least. The situation at hand was different from when he had faced the old crone's weirdness in the office building. All of his own hunter teammates, except for the one who had jumped to his death, were in the hospital wing. Although there were still 3 that had not yet shown up, Wang Jia still believed that these 3 would help him at the critical moment. What's more, there's a head nurse, Zoe Wang, who's in a close fight with that headless creep. Although Wang Zuoro had been almost killed, it had created a good opportunity for Wang Jia. Seeing Wang Jia charging forward to attack and kill, Chen Yuro and Xue Manlu hurriedly raised their guns and knocked the trigger again. Somewhere in the middle of a single room, a hunter in a blue and white hospital gown, cowering under the covers of a hospital bed, shivering. His face was a ghastly white, his breathing was incredibly ragged, and his heartbeat was so intense that it almost jumped out of his mouth. Just now, he had opened the window and almost jumped out with a long leap, but there was a roar from the 5th floor, and the entire inpatient building shook. The window, which was so close at hand, was actually vibrating and bouncing straight up, slapping this hunter in the back of the head from behind. The glass was fragile, and the crisp crack and slight pain did not harm the hunter, but rather jolted him out of his bizarre mind control. At that moment, one of the hunter's feet was dangling out. The hunter came back to his senses, sweating white hairs all over his body. He had just been half a step away from death. If you jump in a controlled state, all the muscles in your body can't provide support and protection, and the full impact is on your bones and internal organs. With that plus 200% fall damage negative status, even if you don't die from the fall, you'll fall into a critically injured state and be killed by the bizarre filler downstairs. Too dangerous. Is too dangerous. Even with the hunter's mental quality, it is hard to avoid creeping out, and for a while, his limbs are soft, and he can't bring up half of his strength. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out, distantly from upstairs. The hunter froze as he cowered under the covers, and immediately heard that it was the sound of a shot from the Trickster Hunting Bureau's special pistol. Oh crap, a fight on the 5th floor? What's all this commotion? He took a deep breath, quickly calming his fears, and grabbed his backpack from the side of the bed as soon as he could. Inside the backpack was the assembled parts of a sniper rifle. He very skillfully assembled the various accessories, and a big sniper specially made by the Guile Hunting Bureau took shape in this hunter's hands. Click! A magazine full of silver sniper rounds is loaded. This hunter's eyes steeply became a deep, as if there was a layer of mist in them. Talent, perspective, activated to see through blocks in the field of vision. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. In his eyes, the steel and concrete of the floors dissolved into nothingness, and he was able to see the displays and arrangements in each room, and all the weirdness and humans in the rooms. The battle situation on the 5th floor was also visible to this hunter's eyes. The hunter slowly raised the sniper rifle in his hand and lassoed the headless creep, surrounded by several of his fellow hunters, into his scope, with the power of the sniper rifle. Not to mention the building structure between the floors. Even if it was alloy armor, it would be able to pierce through with a single shot and kill the target behind it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Chen Haichuan left the main hospital building and slipped back to the downstairs of the inpatient building, raising his eyes to see the hospitalization building continuously emitting a burst of trembling and roaring. Jiang Yan, in his heart, sked. Who's playing Building Shock? Chapter 95. Give me a refund. After Wang Jia and Xue Manlu joined the battle circle, the balance of the battle finally began to tilt. Wang Ro, who had already reached the edge of life and death, got a bite of respite, and hardened her own blood-sucking passive, sucking a few hundred points of life value back from Headless Creepy, and temporarily detached herself from the threat of death. The Sealing Guile Peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand, although its deterrent power against the Headless Creepy wasn't as obvious, it was still able to provoke the Headless Creepy's scorn, and for a while, he even joined Wang Ro to beat the Headless Creepy to the point that it was tied up, and suppressed it in the downwind. And Wang Jia's melee ability did not dishonor his name of Heavenly Sword God of Hunting. The damage dealt by each sword was very considerable, and the bludgeon rate was also very high. Xue Manlu himself was positioned as a support hunter, but in this secret realm active skills could not be utilized, so he could only pull out his gun and shoot with Chun Euro. But even if he had used silver bullets as well, each shot would still only do about 50 points of damage on the Headless Creep. This Headless Creepy was afraid that in addition to its high strength and thick armor, it also had the passive skill of damage reduction, and against Xue Manlu, whose attributes weren't high to begin with, the suppression effect became more and more obvious. Just as Headless Creepy's life value fell to the 1/3 position, a furious roar violently erupted from within the thick chest, the roar stirring up a dark red ripple in the air. Skill, Howl of Terror, rank 3, stuns up to 3 enemy units within 15 meters for 0.75 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Consumption, 125 mana. The bodies of Wang Ro, Wang Jia, and Chen Yu all stiffened in unison and fell into a state of vertigo. The Headless Creep immediately sank his shoulders and launched a ferocious charge at Chen Yu and Xue Manlu through the gap between Wang Jia and Wang Ro. Skill, Brute Charge, rank 2. Charge any target within 20 meters, dealing 75 plus strength * 2 points of damage. Inflicts 1 second of stun. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Consumption, 75 mana. Boom boom boom. A series of terrifying booms exploded in the middle of the corridor. The single damage of these two long-range shooters was not high, but the overall threat was really not small. Even if Headless Creepy intelligence was even lower, it clearly realized that these two long-range shooters were the absolute breaking point. Seeing the headless weirdness that crashed into them like a mountain tipping over, Chen Yu and Xue Manlu's pupils, in unison, shrunk. What a dangerous streak. Without thinking, Xue Manlu picked up the stunned Chen Yu and fled by the road. However, Xue Manlu had just joined the Guile Hunting Bureau as a hunter not long ago. His own attributes were not high, and carrying Chen Euro. His movement speed naturally could not be compared to that of the headless guile who was charging at high speed. It was a close call when the two hunters were about to be slammed into a meat pie by the headless weirdness in unison. In the third floor ward, the hunter with a large sniper with the gift of perspective turned on, took aim at the headless creep and knocked on the trigger. Boom! Fire exploded from the muzzle of the gun, and the tongue of inspired fire directly blackened the ceiling. The silver bullet whirled and spun out of the chamber, shooting a straight ballistic cavity directly into the concrete structure of the floor. The next moment, the blazing hot bullet stream, wrapped in horrible kinetic killing force, instantly shot through the fifth-floor corridor floor, and shot in from the root of the headless bizarre thigh. The headless, eerie, tough flesh and blood was pierced through with a snort sound. Roar! A roar of shock and anger came from the headless bizarre chest. His charge, too, was hardened and interrupted in place by this sudden shot. A damage number floated out from headless creepy. Strike, -854. Hiss. The three hunters, Wang Jia, Chun Yu Rou, and Xue Man Lu, sucked in a mouthful of cold air in unison. What a vicious shot. It's true that the output still needs to be hit by sniping. I have to say, the perspective talent with the big sniper is a god match. The 0.75-second control effect quickly passed, and Wang Jia, Chun Yu Rou, and Xue Man Lu quickly adjusted their stances, once again dragging headless creepy, whose skills were on cooldown, into a bitter battle. During the 30 seconds of perspective time, the sniper downstairs fired 3 more shots, but unfortunately none of them struck hard and only dealt about 400 damage. Even so, the long-range fire support that pierced the floor with these shots still made the battle produce results more quickly. With Wang Jia's last sword chop, the headless and bizarre body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Players Wang Jia, Chun Yu Rou, Xue Man Lu, and Li Guang killed creepy. The above player's secret contribution was raised. The three hunters' violent gasps rose and fell between the 5 floors of corridors. This is a fight where every second is on the edge of life and death, especially Wang Jia, who had a short fight with the headless creepy. One wrong step and there might not be a second chance. This head of creepy was really too strong, especially in this secret realm, where the rule words added 30% damage reduction and 50% movement speed, respectively, and didn't allow human players to use active skills. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Rou had held back a great deal of the headless creep's attention, they might have been directly annihilated in a group at the hands of the headless creep. Up until now, Wang Rou was still left with 7% of her life value. Wang Jia was only left with 35%. Chun Yu Rou and Xue Man Lu were less traumatized and both maintained over 80% of their life value. Wang Rou's withered yellow eyes moved away from the headless and bizarre corpse and looked at the three hunters in front of him. Her hoarse voice said grimly, "Anyone who leaves the ward after lights out dies." As she said that, she unexpectedly raised her ghost claws without hesitation. Seeing that she was about to pounce on the three Wang Jia people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and exchanged a look with each other. This heartless head nurse, who was just fighting side by side, how can she flip her face faster than a book? However, now that Zoe Wang only had one blood pelt left, the three hunters had a good chance of winning. But if you really want to kill this head nurse with your own hands, tomorrow's situation will be plunged into great uncertainty. Just as the second battle was about to start, a low, calm voice came up slowly from the building. "What are you doing? Where's the ward I paid $930,000 for a monthly subscription? How did you get hit like that?" Hearing this voice, the bodies of the three hunters, in unison, stiffened, and cold sweat burst out from their foreheads. Gulp! Xue Man Lu swallowed heavily and looked toward the building. Amidst a dark shadow, Taboo 006, whose body was filled with black aura, slowly walked out down the hallway. Beneath the low-hanging brim of his hat, a pair of eyes stared very intently at the wreckage-filled hallway. The initial battlefield was around Chen Yuro's hospital room. Jiang Yan's ward was next door, and now it had been torn apart. Even the bed had been reduced to a mess of steel pipes and rags. Wang Rou's withered yellow gaze looked toward Jiang Yan and let out a furious shrill whistle. "Didn't I tell you to go back to your own ward? Why are you still out there wandering around? Anyone who leaves the ward after lights out dies." Jiang Yan let out a deep laugh and casually pulled out a bottle of golden holy water and stuffed it into Wang Rou's hand, saying indifferently, "Don't be so angry, but I'm out of wards, so you'll have to give me a refund." Wang Rou's hand holding the holy water suddenly froze in the air. "What? Refund? A refund of $930,000? Refunds are not refundable. Not for $930,000 in this lifetime. Why don't you just kill me?" Chapter 96, Experimenting with Ghosts? Wang Rou's eyes, which were originally full of killing intent, became clear at an extremely fast speed. She very gently stretched out her ghostly claws and pulled Jiang Yan's arm, saying with a face full of sincerity, "Don't worry, I'll find you another room. You sleep in my room this month." Wang Jia, Chen Yuro, Shui Man Lu?
Her move to introduce herself to the world is really not considered innocent.
Taboo 006 should not come to the secret realm to sneak around and lead a wife back, right?
The joy of being rich is beyond the limits of my imagination.
Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. That's fine, then show me the room. He was here to make peace with the fact that the headless creep was dead, and that naive bastard didn't look like he had any clues to dig up anyway.
But it wouldn't be good for anyone if Zoe Wang and the Trickster Hunting Bureau fought any longer.
As for sleeping with the head nurse, it's a little cloudy, but there's nothing wrong with it. You can also have a long conversation with the head nurse under the guise of sleeping, so you might be able to dig up more information. In front of the pressure of the refund of 930,000 medieval dollars, Wang Roro completely forgot to punish these patients who were running around at night, and when she saw that Jiang Yan agreed, she pulled him and climbed to the 7th floor in a puff of smoke. Seeing that Forbidden 006 left without looking back, Chen Haichuan, who had been following behind him and didn't dare to breathe a word, slowly walked out from the shadows of the stairs. The gazes of the remaining 3 hunters focused on Chen Haichuan in unison, filled with scrutiny.
Chen Yuro could probably guess her brother's movements. Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu were not seeing Chen Haichuan for a whole night, and that battle just now would have been more comfortable if this experienced hunter captain was there. Chen Haichuan smiled harder than he cried and lowered his voice.
What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the undercover agent Xiao Chun who successfully penetrated Taboo's side?
I've initially gained his trust, and when we leave the secret realm and start preparing to seal Taboo 006, I will play a pivotal role.
Hearing this, the 3 hunters, in unison, fell silent. Going undercover around a horrible taboo, and gain each other's trust? Captain, you're awesome. Shui Man Lu sincerely gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration.
Wang Jia looked at Chen Haichuan as if he was looking at a corpse, heavily tapped on his shoulder and sighed.
Old Chen, hard work.
Wang Jia felt that Chen Haichuan dared to do this, and it was only a matter of time before he was valiantly killed. What a fearless sacrifice.
Pity about a captain.
In the bottom of Wang Jia's eyes, a flash of fiery battle intent flashed. We must not let down the heroic sacrifice of Comrade Chen Haichuan. The Forbidden 006 must be successfully sealed.
Jiang Yan followed Wang Roro and made his way to the highest floor of the hospitalization building.
The stairs did not break off, but continued upwards.
Jiang Yan looked at the gloomy hallway and guessed that it was the way to the rooftop. He said knowingly, I want to go up there. The head nurse's footsteps lurched, and her withered yellow eyes looked at Jiang Yan as she solemnly said, absolutely not.
Jiang Yan was not surprised by her refusal and asked while continuing to follow her towards the innermost nurse's lounge.
Why? Wang Roro was silent for a moment, but finally answered Jiang Yan's question as she pushed open the lounge's double opening doors.
The rooftop is haunted.
Jiang Yan, the elevator is haunted.
The hallways are haunted. The rooftops are haunted. You don't have a nice place for your third hospital, do you?
Just as Jiang Yan was spitting in his mind,
a blue and white hospital gown figure swept violently past outside the window of the head nurse's lounge. It appears that someone has jumped.
Immediately,
there was a muffled thud from downstairs, and it sounded like the jumper had fallen to his death on the hard concrete floor below. Wang Zuoro pointed out the window and said hoarsely, see, the rooftop is full of these ghosts. Ever since that happened, this hospital hasn't been peaceful. People have been killed every day. In a week's time, 10 people have died just from jumping off buildings, and there are all kinds of accidents happening all the time. Made big news. Sensation all over town. Leadership accountability. Scared the dean to death in his own home. And when these people die, their ghosts stay with them and they line up to jump every night. So don't you ever go up there. You'll really die. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and lifted the curtains of the lounge.
Looking down, on the ground, a paralyzed creepy beckoned to Jiang Yan, grinning and revealing a mouth full of sharp Samsonite teeth.
Jiang Yan saw the hint of being mentally attacked flash by on his player panel,
but he didn't experience any abnormality himself.
A whopping 250 points of intelligence made Jiang Yan completely immune to Jumping Tower's bizarre mind control. A withered ghostly claw that pressed down on Jiang Yan's shoulder.
The head nurse reminded, don't look, or you'll be one of them. Wang Roro pulled hard, and Jiang Yan turned around smoothly, leaving the window.
He remembers that he and Chen Haichuan went downstairs and killed the jumping creep, and it seems that there was more than just that one.
You sleep on that bed. Wang Roro pointed to a clean white bed in the lounge.
This is called the head nurse's lounge, but it contains 6 beds and is presumably used for other nurses to lounge in as well.
But right now it was just Jiang Yan and Wang Roro. If all goes well, it will be a wonderful and ambiguous evening. Pity.
Jiang Yan balled up the pillow and leaned back to sit on it,
took a puff on his old pipe and asked indifferently, when you just said that thing, what exactly did you mean? It sounds like everything started to get weird and mean after the incident. The appearance of the spirit child of destruction is probably also related to that incident. Wang Roro glanced at the no-smoking sign on the wall behind Jiang Yan, and flexibly ignored the pipe in Jiang Yan's hand, saying, "A medical malpractice. There's a woman in her early 30s. It's rumored that she doesn't have a very clean background. She worked as a chicken in her early years. Then she was adopted by a big boss and got pregnant. Died on the operating table during a C-section." Jiang Yan exhaled a greenish-colored smoke ring, feeling that this tragic story was sparse and seemed nothing special when placed in the hospital. He pursued, "And then what?" Wang Zuoro said after a moment of silence. "She has a little sister. 9. I don't know what's gotten into me." Nan said that the doctor who was operating at the time deliberately killed her sister, and experimenting with her sister's fetus in her womb to raise some kind of ghost, and then stabbed that doctor to death. When the police arrived, the little sister, from the rooftop of the main hospital building, leapt to her death in plain sight. Then, this hospital started to go wrong. The old pipe in Jiang Yan's hand stuttered in the air. A 9-year-old girl? A spirit boy who kills people? Jumped off a building and died? Experimenting with ghosts? In front of Jiang Yan's eyes, once again, the underground morgue, the giant alloy door marked by the blood-colored wings flashed. The Angel Foundation? Chapter 97, her name is Chen Mimi. All sorts of information, mingled in Jiang Yan's brain, presented one after another. The truth of the third hospital, but also gradually unveiled the tip of the iceberg. The chain of deaths that once took place in the third hospital was never simple. On the surface, it appears that the accident started with the sister who died on the operating table, and the sister who jumped off the building after the murder. The truth is that the real starting point was probably much earlier than that. There seems to be a big hidden hand that dictates everything behind the scenes. Zoe Wang's hoarse voice sighed. The doctor-patient relationship, nowadays, is really getting tense. All surgeries have risks, and Dr. Wang didn't do it on purpose. That little girl is only 9 years old. Alas. A touch of helplessness and disappointment flashed through Wang Roro's withered yellow eyes, as if she was still the head nurse of the third hospital she once was. At the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, a playful smile floated up. In the mouth of Zoe Wang, the 9-year-old girl who killed someone and then jumped from the building seemed to be just severely stimulated and mentally deranged. But this was just a side of what Wang Zuozhua saw from her perspective as a head nurse. To get the full picture of what's going on, you have to find the chopper spirit child and hear her perspective. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and asked, "You said earlier that the hallways are haunted after lights out, with little kids randomly coming out and attacking. And the little children, do they appear during the day?" Jiang Yan had wandered around the third hospital for 2/3 of the night, and had only suspiciously encountered the decapitated spirit child in the elevator. And for the rest of the time, the true core of this secret realm seemed to be deliberately avoiding Jiang Yan, and had never revealed its movements. Zoe Wang nodded her head and said, "It would." The boy would occasionally appear in the main building during the day, and every time he did, he was bound to kill someone. Jiang Yan nodded his head and seemed to think of something as he casually asked, "What was the name of the woman who died in a medical emergency?" The head nurse thought for a moment. "Her name is Chen Mimi." Wang Jia and Xue Manlu Ward, Lost the Room Chen Haichuan and Chen Euro are also there. The ferocity of the third hospital at night had been fully verified. Without the shelter of the ward, Chen Haichuan and Chen Euro might still encounter any trouble. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu naturally didn't mind if their comrades squeezed in with themselves. In addition, Wang Jia also needed Chen Haichuan's help in sorting out the information he had gotten from the office building. Bring back the briefcase, full of chaotic wrinkled various documents and files. When the old crone creepy has come extremely close to the place, Wang Jia simply do not have time to look at the contents of the above. Just gulped stuffed in and jumped out of the window to escape. The 4 hunters sat in the same hospital bed, their eyes focused in unison toward the papers and files scattered in the center. Chen Haichuan's attention was immediately drawn to the upper right corner of one of the files, the symbol of the blood-colored wings. Angel Foundation again? This name had never entered Chen Haichuan's field of vision before, but in that morgue, Taboo 006 cared so much about the Angel Foundation that Chen Haichuan had to put this name deep in his mind. Chen Haichuan reached out and pulled the file with the Angel Foundation logo printed on it out of it. Subject No. 3087. Name, Chen Mimi. Age, 32. Sex, female. This is followed by a 13-page lab report and specific experimental data, including pictures and text. The report also mentions audio and video recordings of the experiments, although they are not in this file and may have been kept elsewhere and not collected by Wang Jia. But the information alone among the files is sensational and creepy enough. According to the file, the human woman named Chen Mimi, over the course of 10 years, had 2 different heads of bizarre, implanted into her already pregnant uterus by the Angel Foundation, successively, in the operating room of the third hospital. The Angel Foundation did this to try and fuse Chen Mimi's stillborn fetus with a creepy head. The file details the exact steps of the procedure and the results produced. The 4 hunters looked on with their hairs standing on end, and for a while, no one said anything. Xue Manlu was the first to force a smile. This is secret realm shenanigans? Made up to scare people, right? What kind of person would do such a heartless thing? Wang Jia and Chen Yuro stared in silence for a moment. Indeed, these weirdnesses in the secret realm of the third hospital, although largely maintaining their pre-life course of action, were eerie and terrifying in every way, and it was possible for the documents to be twisted into such a maniacal state. Chen Haichuan, however, swallowed heavily. He made a quick, simple logical deduction in his mind. Forbidden 006 was definitely real, a terrifying existence that existed in the real world and had entered the secret realm of the third hospital. Then the Angel Foundation, which Taboo 006 was very concerned about, deserved to exist in the real world as well, not something twisted and fictionalized within the secret. There was indeed a very major accident at Hospital No. 3 back then, or else how could such a large hospital have been bulldozed right down and then a middle school built on top of it at the speed of light? Rumor has it that the students' heavy yang energy can suppress evil spirits. So many schools, built on previous graveyards. What if we assume, for a moment, that these things are true? Chen Haichuan wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead, and in a low voice, he told the 3 Wang Jia people what he had just seen and heard in the main hospital building. Upon hearing this, the 3 Wang Jia's faces, in unison, changed. Xue Manlu swallowed heavily and murmured in a low voice, "If it's all true, then this Angel Foundation is too anti-human, guilty as charged." Wang Jia took a deep breath, more and more solemnly. "The file, from beginning to end carefully read once," said in a low voice. "According to the records on the file, in 10 years, Chen Mimi got pregnant twice, and they also performed 2 bizarre implants on Chen Mimi in an attempt to fuse the bizarre with the fetus. The first time it failed. Creepy and the fetus were nowhere to be found, but Chen Mimi survived and began hiding in Nandu, trying to live incognito. Little did she know that her every move was under the watchful eye of the Angel Foundation, thinking she had escaped, when in fact she was a caged bird all along. For the second time 10 years later, the same doctor surnamed Wang from the third hospital performed the procedure, attempting to fuse a bizarre with Chen Mimi's fetus when she was 7 months pregnant. The operation failed again, and this time, Chen Mimi died. If the Angel Foundation really exists. Wang Jia slowly looked up and said in a single word, "We must kill all of this group." Chapter 98, How dare you come in here? This mysterious organization, the Angel Foundation, was extremely deep latent in the divine state, and even Wang Jia, a god of the hunt who held a high position in the Guile Hunting Bureau, did not have the relevant information at this time. But if this organization, which could really do such heartless things, presumed to combine human fetuses with weirdness, it was bound to be the greatest enemy of the Trickster Hunting Bureau. It must be eradicated in its entirety. Even just by looking at the things recorded on this file, Wang Jia felt that at the bottom of his heart, there was an overwhelming murderous intent surging wildly. It's insane. This dossier, at best, is something twisted out of the secret world, something unreal. After the 4 hunters calmed down for a few moments, they looked through the other files and found that there were other patients marked as experimental subjects in there, as well as a few other similar experimental records, but none of them had as much content as this one of Chen Mimi's. The subjects, who seemed to have died for various reasons shortly after the experiment had just begun, were hastily filed and sealed, and these experimental body surgery, invariably in the third hospital under the knife of a certain doctor surnamed Wang, completed. The death of the third hospital with the normal process of the normal death of the case, almost did not set off half a wave in the south. The only thing that went terribly wrong was when it came time for Chen Mimi's second surgery after a decade. After reading the files and documents, Wang Jia narrowed his eyes and whispered, "The logic is self-referential. It might be true. When we get out, we must investigate this Angel Foundation. And now that the shenanigans have come to pass and the world is full of holes, they can't be allowed to continue to hide in a corner and do whatever they want. But with this matter at hand, old Chen, how do you think we can follow up on it?" Chen Haichuan pondered for a moment and said, "I'll take these, tomorrow, to Taboo 006. What do you think?" At these words, the remaining 3 hunters, their pupils shrunk in unison. If what Chen Haichuan had just said was not true, that terrifying Forbidden 006 was clearly quite hostile to the Angel Foundation. An enemy's enemy is a friend. And from this perspective, if this information was shared with Forbidden 006, it would likely spare the Guile Hunting Bureau a lot of trouble. After all, I'm afraid that the combined combat power of the 6 hunters that still survived was no match for a single finger of Forbidden 006. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jia slowly nodded his head, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Old Chen, I really admire you. Such courage to dance on the tip of a knife. No less. If you're sure, do as you say. But, I hope. Wang Jia gripped Chen Haichuan's shoulders with force, a flash of tears in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, all for your own safety. We'd all be gutted if you had a death. Chen Yuro glumly bowed her head, her Ringxiu face full of despondency. Chen Haichuan kindly smiled and just shook his head, putting all the information into his briefcase. In the head nurse's lounge, Zhang Yan leaned against the bed and just closed his eyes, ready to fake sleep through the night. With his attributes, sleep was no longer a mandatory option. Tomorrow during the day, this third hospital might present a different situation, and Zhang Yan still had a lot of things to do. Just when he thought that there would be no more twists and turns this night, Zhang Yan's eyes, however, snapped round. In the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with surprise. Just now, a tiny human-faced trickster spider drilled through the window crack and jumped into Zhang Yan's ear hole. The low voice conveyed a message to Zhang Yan that was very surprising to him. Just moments ago, a human in a blue and white hospital gown entered the underground morgue in the main building of the third hospital. The arrival of this person naturally touched the subtle spider threads scattered in the morgue, but the human-faced creepy spiders hiding in the dark corners were not discovered. Holding a strong flashlight, this person wandered around the morgue, focusing on the thick alloy door that had been torn apart by Zhang Yan, and that was when the man's face visibly changed. However, seeing that behind this gate was bare concrete and nothing, this person's face, again, gradually eased. After looking around the room, the man's body flickered with a Shiwei radiance and disappeared into the morgue out of nowhere, as abruptly as he had appeared. Listening to the description of the human-faced guile spider, Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Sounds like a flicker talent. Because of the restriction of the third rule word, human players could not use active skills in the middle of the secret realm, but talents were not included in the restriction. Some talents needed to be actively activated to still work, such as that sniper rifle hunter's perspective talent on the third floor. According to Zhang Yan's experience in his last life, the blink talent, like rejuvenation, stealth, and perspective, was also a relatively common and crappy talent that had a relatively strong practical significance for certain players on the agility route. But if you're talking about survivability alone, players with the blink talent are actually the easiest to live with. Whenever you can blink out through an obstacle at a critical moment, you can often escape with both visual and spatial compartmentalization. Its flexibility and practicality, in Zhang Yan's opinion, was much better than the rejuvenation talent. However, the blink talent is also the most suicidal of the common talents. If the blinking direction is downward and the ground is below, this player will appear deep in the dirt, burying himself alive. This doesn't usually happen with walls or pillars, because each blink is off by a certain distance, and if it happens to be a narrower entity, it will be longer or shorter, just enough to go around it. But to flash directly into the middle of a vast solid like the ground or a cliff face would be suicidal. So the possessor of the blink talent must have at least some knowledge of the intended landing spot before blinking to utilize the talent. For example, when you see a wall and determine that there is a room behind it, this man, before he blinked in, knew there was a deep morgue here. How else would he dare? In Zhang Yan's eyes, a cold light flashed as he muttered to himself, maternal and child health hospitals, which themselves have lower mortality rates than general hospitals, have less need for ad hoc mortuaries. That morgue, too, is clearly not part of the normal architectural structure of Hospital 3, the territory of the Angel Foundation. In that case, there's only one possibility if he dares to blink right in. Him, that's the Angel Foundation. This secret realm, it's slowly starting to get interesting. Zhang Yan slowly sat up from the bed, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and pushed open the door of the nurse's lounge. Chapter 99, Humiliated by Big Brother with Money. Seeing Zhang Yan pushing the door, the head nurse Wang Ro, who was lying on the other bed, was suddenly startled and poked up from the bed with a spring installed, saying loudly, "What are you doing? Anyone who leaves the ward after lights out is..." The word death has not yet been exported. The face of a stack of golden plutonium, bang sound smashed in the face of the head nurse Wang Ro. Just pretend you didn't see it. Zhang Yan's indifferent voice came from outside the door. Wang Ro was smashed, subconsciously catching the stack of plutonium, stepping on her high heels and quickly chasing out. "It's not about the money. You hurry back." Boom! Another stack of plutonium coins smashed head-on into Wang Ro's face. A flash of anger flashed through Wang Ro's withered yellow eyes. It's also too humiliatingly creepy to smash your face straight in like that. She clutched the plutonium in her hand. Thump, thump, thump. Chase to Zhang Yan, said loudly, "If you keep that up, I'm going to get mad." Before the words fell, there was another stack of golden plutonium coins that slapped Wang Ro's face. Zhang Yan's calm voice came out from behind the plutonium. "Is it so hard to get you to pretend you didn't see it? Mind you, I'm an honored monthly resident, and I'm already aggravated that I don't even have my own room right now. so I have to live with you. If you can't close these eyes, give me a refund. I'm leaving the third hospital overnight.
Wang Roro held 3 stacks of golden medieval coins in her hands and fell into a long silence.
It's already 960,000 medieval dollars before and after how it feels to be humiliated by bigots with money. Really, too helpless.
Wang Zoro closed her eyes with force, lowered her head and moved back into her restroom in small steps,
mumbling, Then you remember to come back early.
The tone of voice was like that of an aggrieved daughter-in-law.
Jiang Yan surprisingly saw 2 points of humiliation in Wang Roro's expression, and secretly laughed in his heart. Still got the sense. Just now, if Wang Roro had continued to pester her, Jiang Yan might have hung this head nurse directly from the roof. Since kryptonite, you have to have the kryptonite treatment. If your excellency does not respect money, then I know a little bit about violence. Jiang Yan followed the hallway and slipped to the 3rd floor of the hospitalization building.
The hallway was a ghostly green glow and dead silent. Jiang Yan checked over from ward to ward, utilizing the human-faced trick spider that had just been in the morgue to look for the human player who had flickered into the morgue earlier. Wang Jia and Shui Man Lu were in the middle of the room, 1 bed for the Chen siblings, and 1 bed for the god of hunt and the munchkin. But tonight these 4 hunters are doomed to fake sleep and have trouble actually sleeping. The 3rd hospital is too sinister, and there's an angel foundation that's scary to the bone hiding in the shadows. So who can sleep? Just as Chen Yuro opened her eyes and gazed at the ceiling, not far from the glass window of the hospital room, a black figure walked slowly and stopped there. Chen Yuro's heart suddenly lifted. Is there weirdness coming to haunt us again? Is it true that the night in this 3rd hospital will not be peaceful for a moment? Turn your head. Outside the ward was a familiar odd hat, cast as shadow that covered half of his face firmly. Where is the weirdness? It's clearly the most terrifying head of the forbidden 006 Chen Yuro shivered in fear and clutched Chen Haichuan's arm tightly. Chen Haichuan's fake sleepy eyes suddenly opened and followed Chen Yuro's gaze. Seeing the forbidden 006 outside the door, Chen Haichuan similarly shivered, and his heart was 10,000% apprehensive. Is it coming for himself? This head taboo is really halfway decent at keeping to the rules of this 3rd hospital. Chen Haichuan popped up and respectfully said, Boss, what are your orders for me? Before the words left the 4 hunters in the ward, they saw Taboo 006 outside the door swing his hand and walk slowly to the next ward door. The 4 hunters looked at each other with a strong sense of trepidation in their eyes. Chen Haichuan swallowed his saliva and tiptoed behind the door, peering sideways at the movements of the forbidden 006 outside the door. He boasted that he had become the lapdog of Taboo 006, and the chances of being killed before his undercover identity was revealed were somewhat lower than everyone else's, so naturally he could only come to see it. In the corridor, Jiang Yan walked to the next ward and probed in. The voice of the human-faced guile spider rang in Jiang Yan's ears. Boss! It was him who just blinked into the morgue. Jiang Yan slowly took a drag on his pipe, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the young man in the ward, wearing a hospital gown, similarly noticed the dark shadow outside the door, and with a creepy shock, looked up. 4 eyes. Scarlet shock blast. Activate. Boom! The man instantly felt a roar come from within his thoughts. Reason was instantly shattered, and thought could no longer flow, filling his mind with only these scarlet terror eyes in front of him. This was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen in his life. One must kill him oneself. Immediately. Right now. He let out a roar in his throat, drew out a dagger with his backhand, and with a faint flash of light on his body, he had disappeared in place. Talent, blinking, the man who had disappeared, instantly appeared behind Jiang Yan, and with a vicious stab, he stabbed at Jiang Yan's back waist. Just now, in a flash of surprise, Jiang Yan recognized the dagger in this person's hand as a dagger produced by the system mall, priced at around 4,000 plutonium coins. In addition to the basic attack power bonus, it also carries armor breaking and bludgeoning attributes, which can be called the dream dagger of countless agile route players in the early stage. This person was able to buy this dagger out at this time. He could be called one of the top players, even if he faced the hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau. I'm afraid that he would have the power to fight, although he would most likely be beaten to a miserable death by a seasoned hunter like Chen Haichuan. He was still able to pounce several times, but it was still too wonky to face a superb pervert-level money printer like Jiang Yan. Miso, a knife stabbed at Jiang Yan's body. -1. On the man, a big -400 popped up. Since he was an agility route blink talent guy, his attack speed was naturally extremely fast. Immediately, a second blade came out. -1, -400. The third blade fell immediately after. Jiang Yan turned and dodged the blade. There was only a bloody skin left on this one. If this knife landed solidly, Jiang Yan could only get a corpse. Jiang Yan raised his left hand, which was wearing a spider silk glove, and in the center of his palm,
a thick grayish-white spider web was violently sprayed out. Right in the center of the spider web, there was actually a woven, eerie human face that seemed to show a wry smile in the middle of the ghostly green corridor, making one's scalp tingle. Skill, spinning spider web, rank 4, spews out a spider web. If it hits an enemy, it causes a 24% slowdown for 15 seconds. Consumption, 200 mana. This was the active skill of the Sphinx Trickster, which had been nudged up to level 4 under Jiang Yan's cultivation during this period of time, and all of the stats had increased significantly. And on top of the various nodes of the spider web, there were tiny sphinx spiders with human faces, hiding in them. Chapter 100, You're Not Human. The moment the spider web landed on this person, it immediately wrapped the entirety of this person. Sticky and thick grayish-white cobwebs, like a large blanket, stuck to this person's body, while the lower part was stuck to the ground as if it had been coated with glue. His originally dexterous movements immediately became much more stagnant. In the next moment, the small spiders attached to the grayish-white spider web moved in unison. A grayish-white spider silk, at an extremely fast speed, erupted from the abdomen of the small spider, and under the weaving of the hind legs, it quickly turned the person into a spider silk cocoon. But these little spiders did not attack the man in passing, but only to keep him firmly under control with their spider silk. The effect of the scarlet shot blast had already ended, and the person's screams, terrified to the core, came out of the spider silk cocoon, stirring back and forth in the midst of the ghostly green corridor. Don't, help, aren't you human? What are you killing me for? We're on the same side. In the next ward, Chen Haichuan stood in front, and the other 3 hunters hid behind him, probing their heads and looking at the movements outside, embodying the word dish and love to watch to the fullest extent. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed. Poor this little fool. Still think all the way along the arrival of the 3rd hospital Taboo 006 is a personal. He does look human, but where is he human? He was clearly a terrifying, cold and ruthless, murderous taboo. Unfortunately, this kind of crucial information was impossible for the Guile Hunting Bureau to tell everyone, or else the Forbidden 006, who had failed to mingle with the crowd, would not be able to tolerate their existence any longer. One can only leave these ordinary players to fend for themselves in this horrible misunderstanding. You guys just saw it, right? Wang Jia whispered. His poems, spew cobwebs, Forbidden 006. It's definitely what I said before. Every inch of its body is polymerized by countless sphinx spiders. His true form must be weird and disgusting to the core. So much so that he was so forbidding at one end that he didn't like his true form himself. And that's why he kept taking on the appearance of a human being. The remaining 3 hunters, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, nodded softly. As things stood, they no longer doubted Wang Jia's deduction. The god of Hunt's experience was, indeed, rich, and he saw through the essence with a single glance. But there's no use seeing through it. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. On the corridor, Jiang Yan pulled up a large bundle of spider silk outside this person's spider silk cocoon, and dragged the grayish-white spider silk cocoon, which was constantly struggling and writhing, back toward the 7th floor. The person in the spider silk cocoon, still struggling in vain, miserable roar, rolling echo in the hospitalization building. Help me. Somebody help me. I'll give you 2,000 plutonium. That's it. This man is mad. We have a traitor in the human camp. Come and join me in nipping the hidden dangers in the bud. A mournful voice, fading away. The entire impatient wing, all dead silent, not half as chivalrous. The 4 hunters in the room, their gazes following Taboo 006, and the humanoid arachnid cocoon that kept squirming and struggling, disappeared step by step at the end of the corridor. Shui Manlu swallowed heavily and whispered, wait, why the hell did Taboo 006 just kill someone? Shouldn't all taboos have rules for striking down the remaining 3 hunters? Yeah, why on earth did he suddenly slip down in karma the unlucky guy next door? Sudden interest in the night? Chen Yuro swallowed and said, pick an unlucky person at random and kill them to help? It's not possible that he really didn't lie to me about what he said in the car, is it? Chen Yuro's voice trembled gently, like a sob. Forbidden 006 kill rule. Is it really something you can just kill at your own pleasure? It's too scary. This kind of taboo that doesn't follow the rules. It's just too scary. Wang Jia heavily patted Chen Haichuan's shoulder, his heart palpitating. It was lucky to have you just now. Otherwise, we might have been picked as the unlucky ones by Taboo 006. Hearing this, Chen Yuro and Shui Manlu couldn't help but shiver again. Good point. Another brush with death tonight. Jiang Yan dragged the humanoid spider silk cocoon like a dead dog and slithered back to the head nurse's lounge on the 7th floor. Wang Roro sat on the clean white hospital bed, her withered yellow eyes full of ghostly colors staring dead on at Jiang Yan and the spider silk cocoon in his hand. Not only did he go out in the middle of the night, he caught a sick one back. Go ahead and grab it. And you have to drag it in front of me. Can you really do whatever you want with money? Boo! Jiang Yan closed the door, and the tiny human-faced guile spider hiding in the spider silk cocoon took the spider silk on the cocoon and quickly bit it off. The spider silk cocoon disintegrated layer by layer, and soon the young man in the hospital gown struggled to climb out of it. Seeing this unfamiliar room in front of him, as well as Jiang Yan and the head nurse Wang Ro, that young man was filled with panic, sliding back on all fours on the floor, leaning against the wall to find a little sense of security, and asked in a trembling voice, "What the hell are you doing, head nurse? He doesn't just wander around the inpatient wing at night. He hits me. He violated your rules. Kill him." The man looked at Wang Ro with a thirsty gaze. The momentary exchange just before the ward. Although he was in a state of being controlled by the scarlet shock blast, he still clearly remembered what happened. He was -1 to 3 slashes in a row himself, and instead each time he was countered by that horrible man with 400 life points. This one is outrageous. Is he really human? Just as the tip of the man's heart trembled, he heard Jiang Yan, who was sitting against the white hospital bed, say faintly, "Get me a cup of tea." The man froze, consternation in his eyes. Who is he ordering? Me? Kidnapped me here and I have to pour him tea? He's sick, isn't he? What do you take me for? A jitterbug? Oath of office. In the next moment, the man heard Wang Ro on the side of the room answered with a grudging voice. Good. Wang Ro walked to a short cabinet and made a cup of tea for Jiang Yan, respectfully serving it in front of him. Jiang Yan took the cup of tea, not salty him a sound. The man looked so dumbfounded that his eyes almost fell out. No? What the hell did I just see? Why was the ferocious and cruel head nurse serving this guy like a slave? Boom! The man felt as if he had been struck by lightning in his head. Thanks to myself, I had just tried to get the head nurse to kill the guy. Wait a minute. You are not human. The man raised his trembling fingers, his face pale, and pointed at Jiang Yan, shouting in a creepy manner. You are also weird. Chapter 101. Choose a comfortable death for yourself. This guy in front of him, his strength is so horrible, and he can also control the head nurse. The man, no matter what, he can't put this guy in front of him, who is covered in black gas, and the word human being correspond to each other. Definitely not human. Rather, it's the weirdness of mixing in with the human herd. Maybe, is the director of the third hospital. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe, slowly spitting out a green-colored smoke ring, and said non-committally, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's your name?" The man settled down and whispered, "My name is Shirata. What are your orders for kidnapping me here?" "I'm happy to oblige." Jiang Yan asked another question that caused Bai Tian's body to tremble. "What is your position in the Angel Foundation?" Shirata slowly looked up with shocked eyes at the black figure sitting against the white hospital bed and swallowed heavily. How did he know about the Angel Foundation? What else does he know? What? Foundation? I've never heard of it. Hakuta's voice hid 2 imperceptible shivers. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. The sphinx-style spiders scattered around Shirata instantly swarmed up and wrapped Shirata into a spider ball. Although none of them had attacked, there were already spiders burrowing into Shirata's ears, nostrils, and even eyes. This feeling of spiders crawling with abandon caused Shirata to let out a hysterical scream. Don't do this to me," Jiang Yan said coldly. "You lie again and I'll make my spider eat one of your legs." To answer my question, what is your position in the Angel Foundation? Shirata shivered and busied herself. "I'm in a T3 position. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head. The Angel Foundation, at this time, was still in a state of concealment, but as the process of the bizarre descent advanced, this foundation seemed to have discovered something and gradually surfaced, no longer deeply hiding its existence. The T3 level was not high in the Angel Foundation. If Jiang Yan remembered correctly, the highest level of the Angel Foundation in Nandu was T7. The Angel Squad leader who robbed his purple treasure chest and shot himself in the head in his previous life was T6 level, but the T3 level is no longer considered a minion. It is considered an elite member. How many people came in from the Angel Foundation this time? Jiang Yan continued to pursue the question. At the same time, the small spiders that kept crawling on Hakuta's body slowly retreated. Shirata swallowed and replied with a heartbeat. "Just me. What is the purpose?" Jiang Yan asked again. Shirata said hesitantly, "I'm not really sure. They asked me to look into the specifics of the third hospital in this secret world, and on the ground floor of the main building of the third hospital. The Foundation's executives seem to have had a program at the third hospital before, but something supposedly went wrong. Then Hospital No. 3 disappeared off the map of Nandos and ceased to exist. This time, the secret realm of the third hospital was suddenly opened, and the leaders of the Foundation in Nandu were curious about what was inside." Jiang Yan nodded slightly. He wasn't entirely convinced, but the claim was logical and plausible.
Tell me all the strongholds of the Angel Foundation in Nandu that you know of.
Hearing this, Hakuta's body shook dramatically around him. What do you want? I don't know the strongholds. We all meet online. We never meet offline. Jiang Yan let out a faint laugh.
The black raven that stood frozen above his right shoulder opened its mouth and let out a death knell-like curse.
Decay. Epidemic. Hakuta's already precarious blood bar began to shrink once again under the effect of curse, epidemic.
And the small spiders that had just subsided crawled all around Shirata once more.
Jiang Yan said blandly, you should know that you're dead. The difference is simply, do you want to die a quicker death, or an incredibly painful one? Give me 3 strongholds and I'll let you die straight away. If not, you just watch, little by little,
as you are gnawed into white bones by spiders. A small spider opened its mouth and bit off a piece of flesh from Shirata's earlobe.
Shirata shivered and almost cried out.
Just as more and more small spiders began to devour Shirata's flesh and blood,
Shirata finally couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed, spitting out 3 locations. Jiang Yan nodded slowly, and the black crow on his shoulder let out an ominous curse. Death. Perish. Knock.
Shirata fell headfirst to the floor of the head nurse's lounge and died.
Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, drag him out. With a mournful face, Wang Roro dragged up by Tian's corpse and secretly ate 2 mouthfuls while walking out, her withered body once again regaining 2 moisturizing points. These 3 Angel Foundation strongholds are kind of a bonus tonight. With these, Jiang Yan could go after the Angel Foundation anytime after he left the secret realm.
There was no talk all night. Jiang Yan stayed in the head nurse's lounge all night until the sky began to lighten, and Wang Roro knocked on the doors of the wards one by one to get all the sick people to line up neatly under the hospitalization floor. This was a mix of humans who had just taken up residence yesterday, as well as creeps who seemed to have been there for a long time, mixed in with the queue as they made their way towards the main building of the 3rd hospital. It looks like the process of diagnosis and treatment is going to take place in the middle of the main building. Jiang Yan was mixing in with the group and advancing, when he suddenly felt a person cautiously come up beside him, with a sideways glance. It was none other than his newest follower, Chen Haichuan. Jiang Yan was still relatively satisfied with this guy's performance last night. Though not a strong fighter and not very brave looking, he was more than a step ahead of the rest of his followers, both in terms of intelligence and the information he could provide. Jiang Yan's team did have use for such a number 1 character. Chen Haichuan looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to him, and directly took out that briefcase, handed it to Jiang Yan, and said in a low voice, Boss, I have some new findings to report back to you. There may be something in there that is of great interest to you. Sharing the Angel Foundation's files with Taboo 006 was a joint decision of the 4 hunters last night. Jiang Yan casually took it and didn't have much hope, but when he carefully read it, his footsteps couldn't help but stop. This information, by no means, is simple. The information revealed therein had even solved many of Jiang Yan's mysteries, all sorts of information pieced together in Jiang Yan's mind, and the tip of the iceberg that the 3rd hospital had revealed to him was getting bigger and bigger. As expected, Zoe Wang's side of the story was not enough to be believed. Chen Mimi's death on the operating table cannot be explained by the words surgical risk. That was already the 2nd time the Angel Foundation had done heartless experiments on Chen Mimi. Chapter 102 Hellish Level Survival Difficulty. Quickly flipping through this information, Jiang Yan raised his eyes to look at Chen Haichuan, patted his shoulder, and said, well done, a bonus for you. Jiang Yan casually slapped a thick stack of golden medieval coins into Chen Haichuan's arms. Chen Haichuan subconsciously received the 10,000 medieval coins with his hand and was filled with a stunned look. No, that's a 10,000 bonus? The witch hunt doesn't even give out year-end bonuses as much as you do. At this moment, Chen Haichuan felt a twinge of guilt for his own behavior of eating his way out. This boss is really nice. Can we stop blocking him? Jiang Yan, on the other hand, didn't pay the slightest attention to Chen Haichuan's unusual look and followed the large group into the main hospital building. The main building of the 3rd hospital presents a very different scene by day and by night. The ghostly blue lights went out at night, and although there was only the sunlight coming in from outside, which didn't illuminate the depths and corners of the hospital, it was always less gloomy than at night. The head nurse, Zoe Wang, stood in the lobby of the main building and began assigning patients. Polio, go to the 2nd floor and ask for Director Liu. Celiac disease, go to the 3rd floor and see Dr. Shui. Gigantism. Wang Roro looked at the registered list handed by Wang Jia, and after a moment of silence, said, you wait. Wang Roro skipped over Wang Jia, the prick, and went backward to start arranging for the sick to go to the corresponding doctor. Arranged creepy face frankly, but the humans who had been set up, one by one, had creepy faces and sweaty foreheads. Apparently, the docs you're going to see later are all creepy. It's broad daylight, but to share a room with a creepy doctor and have the creepy doctor treat you? So is it a doctor's visit or an autopsy?
You go in vertical and come out broken, right? These humans were afraid, but now they could only improvise. The hall was full of weirdness. Even if the remaining 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau hugged the group, there was no possibility of survival in front of this weird lineup. Not to mention the ordinary players. Wang Ro arranged all the way to the end of the queue in front of Zhang Yan, looking at the registered list, pregnant with a bellyful of sphinx spiders. Before Wang Ro could make any arrangements, Zhang Yan opened his mouth. I'm looking for Dr. Wang Hong Wang. This Dr. Wang Hong, that is, even to Chen Nini on 2 surgery doctor, if not unexpected. He is the Angel Foundation buried in the 3rd hospital, one of the important manpower. Being hit first by Zhang Yan, Wang Ro froze for a moment and fell into silence. Throughout the hall, a pin drop could be heard. The gazes of all the human players looked at Zhang Yan incredulously. No, man, you're making demands? Aren't you afraid the head nurse will bite your brains out? Apart from the people from the Guile Hunting Bureau, the remaining human players were basically shrinking in their hospital beds as ostriches last night, with little awareness of all the things that Zhang Yan had done last night, and at this moment, the more and more they looked at Zhang Yan with the eyes of a dead man. Zhang Yan did not even look squarely at the silent Wang Ro who bowed her head in front of her, just smoking the old pipe in small puffs. Wang Zhou hesitated for a moment, lowered her voice, and mumbled, Director Wang Hong is now on injured leave. Zhang Yan understood. The little 9-year-old girl suspected of being a life-chopping spirit child stabbed Wang Hong to death before she jumped from the 3rd hospital. But this is a spooky secret place, and it seems that the spookiness that transformed into spookiness after Wang Hong's death still exists in this timeline. In that case, all the more reason to get him to deliver the baby yourself. 10,000 pieces of circumstantial evidence are not more empirical than a single word from the person in question. I'm an honored monthly subscriber, and I want him. Zhang Yan's mouth and nose were surrounded by green-colored smoke, and his low voice was extremely oppressive. Wang Ro's withered body trembled, seemed to be in a dilemma from left to right, and after a moment nodded with difficulty and said, I'll think of something for you. The humans around them, in unison, plummeted. No? Why do I see aggravation and timidity in this ferocious and tyrannical nurse practitioner? Can you bring out the majesty of your man-eating shenanigans ahoy? The 6 members of the trickster hunt looked at each other and nodded in unison. Sure enough, Taboo 006 had produced the obvious suppression of a superior being against such shenanigans as the nursemaid. Wang Jia muttered in a low voice. It seems that after last night, the head nurse has completely turned into the shape of Forbidden 006. What a terrifyingly forbidding presence. The head nurse waved her hand, and a team of creepy, nurse-uniformed men slowly walked out from the side, one more intimidating than the other. These creepy nurses led the sick people individually and dispersed them to the various clinics on the main floor. And then Wang Ro pointed at Wang Jia and Shui Manlu and said, You 3, come with me to the 7th floor to find Director Wang Hong. Wanga, can I tap the horse and not visit with Taboo 006? Is it okay for me to suddenly get better from my gigantism? Shemuel, followed by Taboo 006, the head nurse, and went upstairs to find the man who started it all, Wang Hong, and maybe face the Angel Foundation, a scary organization hiding in the shadows? According to the information Chen Haichuan shared last night, Taboo 006 specifically picked Wang Hong. I'm afraid it's not as simple as going over to take a look, right? If these two sides fight. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu fantasized about that scene in their heads and wailed in unison in their hearts. Hellishly difficult to survive. Help! Zhang Yan was not the least bit surprised and followed behind Wang Ro. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu glanced at each other, both seeing the helplessness and despair in each other's eyes. It may be too late to run. Randomize. Wang Jia said in a deep voice and lifted his steps to follow. Shui Manlu wiped a cold sweat. His face was white, and he walked behind Wang Jia. There was an elevator just like the main building, but Wang Ro didn't take the elevator either, and climbed down the stairs towards the 7th floor. The higher up the floor you go, the spookier it gets. By the 7th floor, there was no longer any presence to be seen, except for a few creepy nurses. The corridor without lights was still gloomy even in the daytime, and there was a ghastly wind from nowhere blowing from behind to the ears. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu shivered in unison. The sound of Wang Zoyo's high-heeled shoes echoed in the middle of the corridor, which was creepy to hear. The head nurse stopped in front of a clinic room with a nameplate next to the door that read Chief Physician Wang Hong. Clunk. Wang Zuo knocked gently on the door twice. No one responded. She knocked twice more. After a long time, the cat's eye in the consulting room dimmed a little, and it seemed that an eye was watching the door from behind it. But still no one answered. Zoe Wang said politely, Director Wang Hong, there are 2 patients that the other doctors can't hold. Could only come to trouble you. I can't help it. If you'll pardon me. A somber voice, coming from the consulting room. What's wrong? Zoe Wang said. 1 gigantism, 1 pregnant with a sphinx spider. There was a moment of silence in the clinic before another question was asked. 2 patients? Then how come there are 4 besides you? Jiang Yan froze for a moment. How many? Chapter 103, The Weird Director Wang. Other than the head nurse, there should only be 3 people. Himself, Wang Jia, and Xue Manlu. With that weirdness inside the clinic, what's to say that there are 4 other people outside? The cold sweat on Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's foreheads sprang out at once. One more, then one less, is more terrifying. Another gust of cloudy wind blew from behind, stirring up goosebumps. In that wind, it seems to hide a smell of disinfectant? It seems that. I don't know when it started. Behind Xue Manlu, there is another thing that follows. There's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. You've been made into a sandwich. They both stiffened, not daring to look back at all. So scary. Jiang Yan, however, was not accustomed to it and twisted his head to look behind him, only to see that behind Xue Manlu, at some point, there was an additional woman in a tattered white dress. The woman's feet dangled in the air, her body arched, and her full head of disheveled hair cascaded down to cover her cheeks. The abdomen is high and bulging, like an October pregnancy. Purple-black blood ran silently down her bare, ghastly white legs and over her skin. Nice shady head of spooky. Jiang Yan whirled around and saw the plutonium credited to his player panel. Plutonium plus 5,578. Plutonium plus 874. Nice guy? 2 spooks? Jiang Yan's gaze glanced at the female's bizarrely high and bulging stomach, and he said in his heart, there's another one in the belly? Son and mother double shenanigans. Not bad for a women's and children's hospital. This shenanigans is very much on topic. You've got a lot of blood on your hands, don't you? If this weirdness were to be put outside, High and Low would have to be a terrifying presence that kills big. However, in the current situation, Jiang Yan was not happy to have this creepy thing come out to stir things up. Director Wang Hong in the clinic is obviously very vigilant. Out of nowhere more people. He did not open the door. Can do? A hard kick? It's not completely out of the question, but it's the next best thing. After all, killing creepy wasn't the point. Finding clues to the decapitated spirit child and the Angel Foundation was what was really going on. Jiang Yan walked directly in front of Zimu Gue and said in a cold voice, wrong way sis. The lowered head lifted halfway up. A pair of resentful gazes, revealed from underneath the disheveled messy hair, looked viciously at Jiang Yan and said grimly, that's right, I'm here for a follow-up. The man's voice, which had been low in the consulting room, screamed instantly, tell her to get lost. I'm not reviewing her, get her out of here. I'm on vacation. No patience. By the tone of voice, it seemed to recognize the spiteful subterfuge. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and thought of something and said, what's your name? I'll have the head nurse see if there's a chart for you. In front of me, if this is the Chen Mimi who came over to take revenge, you can't just move her. The spiteful female ghost said eerily, my name is Bai Kaiyun. Jiang Yan thought about it and vaguely remembered that he had seen Bai Xian's file in that stack of papers before. She was also one of the Angel Foundation's experiments. And unlike Chen Mimi, Bai Kaiyun died quickly, and records about her are very brief. The main surgeon who handled it, again, was Director Wang Hong. He died at the hands of Wang Hong, and it is reasonable that he is now disguised as a weirdo to seek revenge on Wang Hong. Jiang Yan let out an O and nodded his head. That's good, since it's not Chen Mimi, it's just plain creepy. Jiang Yan's left hand probed out and held Bai Xian's shoulder, coming up to her ear and whispering, I'll take your revenge for you, but you'll have to die a little first. Boom! A sea of sphinx spiders with human faces suddenly surged out of the grayish-white spider gloves. In the blink of an eye, Bai Kaiyun turned into a spider silk cocoon in the shape of a pregnant woman and was suspended on the roof of the corridor on the 7th floor. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu looked sideways at the scene behind them, too frightened to take a breath. That pregnant woman just now was creepy and obviously not a good person. But in front of the forbidden 006, it's no, and it was taken down in half a round. In the hallway, there was dead silence. Wang Zuoro was silent for a moment and said to the clinic, Director, that review's gone. Wang Jia and Xue Manlu swallowed in unison. But it's gone? Walked peacefully. Director Wang Hong in the clinic asked again. 2 patients? 3 people? That's not right either, is it? Zoe Wang explained the father-son relationship between Wang Jia and Xue Manlu. Wang Jia was so angry that he clenched his fists and his face turned red. It was scary, but really good gas. Go out and make sure to give this brat Xue Manlu a good beating. Wang Hong in the clinic room was silent for a moment, slowly pulled the door open a small slit and said, come in. Wang Ro flashed in first, followed by Jiang Yan, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu. In the consulting room, the curtains were closed, the light was dimmed to the extreme, and a little candlelight burned on the table, but it shone on the walls, surprisingly reflecting a golden glow. Jiang Yan's heart stirred. The walls of this clinic room were surprisingly plastered with a thin layer of gold wallpaper. If I'm not mistaken, the wallpaper is solid gold. Jiang Yan looked up and realized that the ceiling was also plastered with pure gold wallpaper.
The floor tiles were also gold in color and seemed to have been gilded on them by special means.
Even the curtains that securely cover the windows are gold, woven with special gold thread. Look down a circle. Surprisingly, a gap or not, the entire clinic was completely wrapped up in gold.
Gold is capable of trapping creepy, though large quantities of gold are hard to come by,
especially now after creepy has descended.
There are also no gold products for sale in the system mall, and there are only a small number of silver products,
with silver bullets dominating.
With such a gold-wrapped consulting room, it's hard for the creeps outside to get in as long as the door is closed.
Of course, because the gold is so thin here, it's still not 100% safe.
If you can achieve a double layer of gold at least 5 centimeters thick, sandwiched between layers of alloy steel plate,
you can be sure of everything, but that cost is so outrageous that it's just not affordable for the average person.
Although this Wang Hong was a member of the Angel Foundation and looked like he was not in a low position, the wealth he possessed was all he could manage.
Remarkably, this proves that the Angel Foundation knew that gold blocked shenanigans and put it into practice over 50 years ago. This heritage, even if compared to the Guile Hunting Bureau, I'm afraid it's not much better.
Close the door. A head of white coats standing in front of the clinic table spooked and spoke grimly.
Only then did Jiang Yan look at the legendary chief physician Wang Hong.
It was a middle-aged man with thinning hair, his face pale and his eyes red.
There were 3 penetrating stab wounds between his chest and abdomen, and purple-black blood was gurgling from each of them. And between the eyebrows,
there was an identical stab wound that pierced right through the entire skull to the back of the head.
This wound?
Jiang Yan was shocked in his heart. A 9-year-old girl,
even if she was wielding a divine weapon,
she couldn't possibly stab a grown man's entire skull through with a single slash.
Could she? Chapter 104, mistakenly entering the battlefield of full Big Brother. Even a professional killer would only be able to stab out such a horrific penetrating wound when he was mad.
It was never something a normal 9-year-old girl could do.
According to Jiang Yan's current speculation,
the 9-year-old girl who had stabbed Wang Hong to death was most likely the life-stopping spirit child.
But right now,
it seems that the life-chopping spirit child, not after killing Wang Hong and jumping off the building himself,
has become horribly creepy.
Rather, it was abnormal long before that.
In Jiang Yan's mind, a coincidence in timing quickly flashed through.
The chopper spirit child is 9 years old, and Chen Mini has been on the operating table twice in 10 years to give birth.
In that case, this decapitated spirit child was probably not Chen Mini's little sister,
but the child that Chen Mini gave birth to when she left the operating table alive for the first time. The kid who had a fusion with Creepy under the auspices of Wang Hong. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Plutonium plus 7746. Director Wang Hong is quite good, isn't he? Squeak. Wang Roro gently closed the door of Wang Hong's consulting room,
and in the space wrapped in gold, only the candle flame gently swayed. Wang Hong sat in his chair, brought up his stethoscope, and with his other hand, he actually pulled out a scalpel from his desk and smiled sorrowfully at Wang Jia.
Gigantism? That's interesting. Come on, sit down.
Wang Hong pointed to a short stool in front of him.
Between Wang Jia's forehead, cold sweat broke out. No, gigantism is supposed to be a disease of the endocrine system. Is it right for you to step on a stethoscope and a scalpel?
Why don't you just replace your stethoscope with a fork and start dinner on me? Wang Jia swallowed heavily and held the hilt of the sealed guile peachwood sword,
sitting very cautiously in front of Wang Hong.
Wang Hong's stethoscope in his hand slowly probed out,
suddenly stopped in mid-air, and whispered grimly, "Strange, why do I smell a human odor? From you? Nurse practitioner, take a whiff." Hearing this, Wang Roro was filled with suspicion as she came between Wang Jia's neck from behind and took a deep sniff. Xue Manlu, who was standing next to Wang Jia,
his body had visibly trembled and drew out his pistol without a trace. A scarlet caracal color floated up in Wang Roro's withered yellow eyes as she said grimly,
"It does smell human.
I wouldn't have smelled it if the director hadn't said so."
"Say, are you a man or a trick?" Wang Zuoro's hideous ghostly claws rested on Wang Jia's shoulders.
Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's foreheads were unconsciously covered in cold sweat.
"It's bad. There's going to be a fight. Being discovered by Creepy as a human is not destined to end well."
Wang Hong hemmed and hawed and smiled grimly.
"Wouldn't it be nice to cut it open and see?"
His scalpel
cut directly towards Wang Jia's neck.
Wang Jia's eyes glazed over and he droned.
"Do it." At this moment,
Wang Jia couldn't care less about the terrifying forbidden 006 standing right behind him.
"Fight, or die." The sealing guile peachwood sword came out of its sheath,
blossoming with 7-colored radiance, and chopped towards Wang Hong head-on.
Wang Hong's eerie laughter echoed in the dimly lit consulting room. "Ha ha ha ha. There's a new experiment. Nurse, you kill the one in the back."
The sharp scalpel,
transforming into a cold light, suddenly sliced towards Wang Jia's chest, at a tricky angle, as if it was going to directly disembowel Wang Jia. In Wang Jia's eyes, there was a silence. The more you get to the battle, the calmer and more oblivious you become. It's the will to fight, bred from years of experience as a hunter. The sealed guile peachwood sword turned out of thin air and grabbed the moment before Wang Hong's surgical blade cut into him, chopping above the bend of Wang Hong's arm. Chop! There was a muffled sound, black blood baked out, and Wang Hong's arm was chopped open by the Fenggu peachwood sword with a wound deep enough to be seen on the bone. -557. -247. 2 damage numbers floated out from Wang Hong's body, and his body, too, paused for a short moment due to the shocking and bizarre ability of the sealing guile mahogany sword. It was this momentary opening that Wang Jia drew back violently. Boom 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 boom. In a series of gunshots, silver bullets poured out from Xue Manlu's gun, landing on Wang Hong one after another. -55, -64, -61. Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's scalps immediately went numb. It's even harder to beat than last night's headless shenanigans. It was 4 hunters, a nurse practitioner, and a hunter perspective sniper that managed to strangle the headless creep last night. Right now it was just Wang Jia and Xue Manlu, and the head nurse was definitely helping Wang Hong. Dead. In Wang Jia and Xue Manlu's minds, this conclusion flashed in unison. Wait a minute, where's the head nurse? An alarm flashed through Wang Jia's mind. If the head nurse had just made a move, Xue Manlu would definitely be a corpse by now, but for some reason, the head nurse stayed where she was. Wang Jia glanced sideways, and a palm wearing a grayish-white spider silk glove was gently pressed on Wang Zuo's shoulder at an unknown time. Wang Ruo's face was filled with helplessness as she stood in place not knowing what to do. Forbidden 006 stood behind Wang Zuo's side, leisurely smoking his pipe. Green smoke filled the air with black gas. The scarlet one eye of the shadowy black raven on his shoulder gazed coldly at Wang Hong. Wang Jia's scalp exploded. He instantly thought of the files he had read. Director Wang Hong was Chen Mini's primary surgeon, and naturally, he was also from the Angel Foundation. Taboo 006. Sure enough, is up against the Angel Foundation. The vestigial feeling of me, a little party girl, mistakenly entering the battlefield of a full-grade big brother. I'm sorry for the family's sins. Wang Hong, however, didn't have so much information. After he was attacked, he became more and more berserk, only wanting to kill the human in front of him, drink his blood bitterly, and then study the structure of his abdominal cavity. Die! Wang Hong let out a soul-shattering scream, and a pair of caracal reddish eyes turned into 2 red lightning bolts that came straight at Wang Jia in the dimly lit clinic room. The cold light of the scalpel was still aimed at Wang Jia's chest, only this time, it was as fast as it could be. Wang Jia's heart trembled wildly at the tip. This cut could be skill. It's too fast. Not only could he not block it, he had nowhere to even run away from it. Just as Wang Jia's pupils plummeted, he could only watch as the knife stabbed at his chest. A dark shadow quietly flashed between Wang Jia and director Wang Hong. The strange hat, hanging low, cast a shadow that grew darker and darker in the midst of the dimly lit consulting room, and not a single expression could be seen. The scalpel stabbed directly at Jiang Yan's chest. -1. On Wang Hong, a damage number floated out. -400. In the middle of the clinic, there was a dead silence. Director Wang Hong, who was holding the scalpel, had a pair of bizarre eyes that rounded out inch by inch, looking incredulously at Jiang Yan in front of him, slowly spitting out a question. What are you doing? Jiang Yan smiled sullenly. He owes me $250,000. A month's interest hasn't been paid yet. You kill him, you pay the interest? With a loan of that size, I don't expect he'll be able to pay it back in a year anyhow, so you give me 50,000 plutonium as his interest and I'll let you kill him. Wang Hong, Wang Jia, Xue Manlu, Zoe Wang. Chapter 105, The God of the Hunt has become my blood slave. Wang Hong, robbery? You're definitely robbing. You're talking about 50,000 plutonium. What do you take me for? Piggy bank? Long knowledge. Wang Jia, touched, not daring to move. Wang Hong looked at the inscrutable being in front of him, and the anger in his eyes faded inch by inch. Although his brain had been stabbed, Wang Hong, who was in the guise of a weirdo, had not lost the ability to think. The slash he had just made was a surefire attack, but when it landed on this guy, it only knocked out 1 life point. Instead, he was countered with 400 himself. What's this? Wang Hong grimaced, backhandedly pulled open his drawer, pulled out 50,000 medieval coins from it, flung it in front of Jiang Yan, and shouted angrily. There you go. Get out of the way. Jiang Yan looked at the 50,000 plutonium coins on the ground and fell into deep thought. No, man, you really have 50 grand? The reason why Jiang Yan blocked this knife for Wang Jia was entirely because he was the hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau, and had come in to clear out the 3rd Hospital's secret realm not only for himself,
but also for the sake of the countless survivors in Nandu, who would not be harmed by the life-altering spirit child. Even though Jiang Yan now felt that the hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau were all quite novice, and there were also guys like Chen Haichuan who ate their way out, it still didn't stop him from recognizing the courage and perseverance that this identity represented. Purely in terms of interest, if Wang Jia died, the sealing peachwood sword could be his own, and Jiang Yan was quite happy to do so. Just as Jiang Yan was contemplating how he should backtrack, Wang Jia behind him dropped to his knees with a plop and said loudly with a sobbing voice, "I'm voluntarily doubling my interest rate." It was obvious that this forbidden 006 was a profit-oriented and terrifying existence. He saved himself solely to earn interest from himself. The only person who can get a $250,000 loan at this point in time is probably yourself, and it should still be pretty rare. But now, the bizarre Wang Hong took 50,000 out to advance his interest, after his own death, taboo 006 and not lose the capital. With the fingers of the feet to think, all know that cold-blooded, ruthless and brutal taboo 006 absolutely will directly let go. After all, he's a horrible taboo who loves money that much. In the nick of time, the only self-help strategy Wang Jia could think of was to double his interest rate and increase his importance in the eyes of forbidden 006. As for whether kneeling was useful or not, Wang Jia could no longer think deeply about it, and could only kneel first. Jiang Yan turned his head sideways and glanced at Wang Jia behind him. "Look at this. This is the god of hunting of the Bureau of Trickster Hunting? No backbone at all. Weak and incompetent, hiding behind my ordinary life to live. LOL. Trickster hunt. What a rotten finish." But the doubling of the interest rate was a surprise. Although Jiang Yan only charged 1% interest based on the ecological considerations of the antique street, before the weirdness descended, the bank's monthly interest rate was about that much. But it's rolling interest, and with such a difficult existence, it's not really that easy to pay it back. Many players who have taken out loans may only earn enough in a month to barely pay off the interest and give themselves a few more attribute points. Wang Jia loaned $250,000 and had the audacity to promise himself that the interest rate would be doubled. And that was no joke. It's a deal. Jiang Yan directly handed out a bloodstained, bizarre contract that upgraded the terms of the loan between the two parties, increasing the monthly interest rate from 1% to 2%. There is a cheap not to take advantage of is the Lord God of the Hunt. Work for the master obediently. Wang Jia signed the contract as fast as he could in his life. This is not a contract. It's your own little life. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and shrugged his shoulders at Director Wang Hong in front of him. As you can see, it will now cost you $100,000 if you want to buy his life. Wang Hong. If he hadn't been able to beat this guy, he would definitely be beating him to death right now. It's so infuriating. Wang Hong took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, "If it hadn't been a long time since a new experimenter, I will never accept your blackmail." Wang Hong once again opened his drawer and took out 50,000 plutonium coins from it and threw it at Jiang Yan's feet again. "Get out of the way." Jiang Yan looked at the 100,000 plutonium coins in front of him and once again fell into deep thought. This one's for real. Behind him, Wang Jia, who had just slowly gotten up with Shui Manlu's assistance, was filled with a face full of hijacking and completely froze on his face. Poof! As soon as Wang Jia pushed Shui Manlu away, he once again knelt behind Taboo 006 and said loudly with a crying voice, I voluntarily doubled the interest rate. Again! Jiang Yan, double that again and it's 4%. There is money to be made, not to make is to make tramadol. Jiang Yan backhanded and handed out a bizarre blood-stained contract. Wang Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and the tears from his cheeks, and signed the contract as fast as he could in his life. One's own life? It's getting more and more expensive. Jiang Yan squinted at Wang Hong in front of him, took a drag on his old pipe and said blandly, "Now, his life is worth $200,000. Wang Hong? I'm on a horse. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Why are you eating both ends in the middle when I killed him?" Jiang Yan gazed at the 100,000 plutonium coins at his feet and thought for a moment, realizing that Wang Hong was right to curse. One does eat at both ends. But so what? Poor people don't deserve to talk. Jiang Yan's tone was very contemptuous, filled with a lofty sense of looking down. The anger in Wang Hong's heart was instantly ignited by these words. What am I? The director of Nandu 3 Hospital, joining the Angel Foundation for? Of course it's about the money. To this day, I, Wang Hong, have long since ceased to be a Wu Xiameng. No one can make fun of me for being poor. No one can. Wang Hong bent down and twisted the combination wheel of a safe under his desk. With the click 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 sound of precision, the safe was opened. Wang Hong holding 100,000 medals, viciously thrown in front of Jiang Yan. Take it and get rich. He's mine. Wang Jia was so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Nima, I just want to live.
What's wrong with me? Shui Manlu said with a shiver as he hugged Wang Jia, who had just stood up straight. Brother, let's think about it. 8% of 250,000 plutonium is 20,000 plutonium in interest a month. It's still compound interest, and once you miss a month, you may never be able to pay it back. Wang Jia took a deep breath, pushed Shui Manlu away, and knelt down once again as if he were dying. Biggie, please give me another chance. 8% I can do it too. Wang Jia's eyes were filled with the desire to survive. Let's get past this first. The big deal is to go to the Trickster Hunting Bureau's group chat and post a water drop fundraiser yourself. Handing out the contract, Jiang Yan couldn't help but rub his chin in excitement. Discovered unimagined paths to making money. Originally, I only wanted Wang Jia to work for myself, but now, looking at this god of the hunt, he was about to become his blood slave. Director Wang is a godsend. Jiang Yan secretly glanced at the safe under Wang Hong's desk and secretly thought, I hope he still has it in his safe. If we double it again, it's exactly 40,000 plutonium a month in interest, perfectly covering Chen Haichuan's 40,000 monthly salary. In the future, these Hunter two brothers, each other become each other's perpetual motion machine. Jiang Yan mouth corner, revealed a touch of treacherous smile. Chapter 106, The Jianghu was all about people. Looking at the mysterious and unpredictable smile that was revealed under the shadow of the strange hat, Wang Hong couldn't help but stumble back a step, his eyes full of shock and anger. What do you mean by that? 200,000 won't buy his life? Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe and laughed. As you heard, he voluntarily raised his monthly rate to 8%. I'm afraid you'll have to pay 400,000 netherworld dollars to take his life. Wang Jia knelt behind Jiang Yan, pinching his fingers, counting half a day did not understand why he only borrowed 250,000, but now the interest alone is worth 400,000 yuan. Could it be that? Is this the fabled financial leverage? It turns out that adding leverage works. Wang Hong was so angry that he was trembling, pointing at Jiang Yan's nose and said angrily, You bully, I'm giving real money and he's just making empty promises and saying things that count? Jiang Yan nodded secretly in his heart. Wang Hong scolded with good reason. Real money is indeed worth more than monthly interest because the former is a bag of tricks and the latter carries a huge holding risk. If Wang Jia goes out later and dies, it is meaningless for him to promise a higher interest rate, and he can only recover the principal through the contract. Comparing the two, Wang Hong, who can take out so much cash, is obviously more sincere. But so what? Wang Jia is a human being. I'm a human being too. Wang Hong is a creep. If I don't help people, do I help creeps? Not to mention the fact that Wang Hong was a 2-bit Angel Foundation guy who didn't do anything human before he was born. Don't say those useless things. Get lost if you don't have any money. Jiang Yan's tone was cold, looking down on Wang Hong as if overlooking a mediocre ant. Wang Hong was silent for a moment and decided to endure the humiliation, turning to point at Shui Manlu and asking, So I want this next to me. How much? Shui Manlu? No, brother, I'm hitting the sauce. His face, from uneasy, plummeted into creepiness. At this moment, he realized the despairing fear Wang Jia had just felt. Poof! Without thinking, Shui Manlu directly knelt on the ground, crying and begging, Big brother, I took out a loan too biggie. I'll double it too. As these words left his mouth, Shui Manlu suddenly remembered something. Wang Jia took out $250,000 in loans, but he could have taken out less than $20,000 himself. On a sliding scale, Wanga doubled the monthly interest rate on the loan to 8% to make it worth $400,000 per month. One would have to roll over to about 120% to make this head of shenanigans unaffordable for Wang Hong. Nima, more than double the interest rolled over in a month. One might as well just die. The bottom of Shui Manlu's eyes were instantly covered with deathly grey despair. The next moment, Shui Manlu heard the forbidden 006 in front of him blandly say, Your bit, don't turn it over. The 3 melons and 2 jujubes I borrowed were too little to stuff my teeth with. Let you flip, too, until it gets dark. What's more, Wang Jia was a heavenly sword hunting god. He could quickly hunt down and kill Bazaar to pay back the interest, and although a few tens of thousands of interest a month was a lot, it wasn't completely unaffordable. But Shui Manlu was obviously a small party dishes, probably cannot do singles shenanigans. Give him to flip to 120% of the monthly interest rate. I am afraid to give him directly to play bad. Shui Manlu had tears in his eyes and covered his mouth to prevent himself from crying out. Forbidden 006 meaning, he heard, you don't deserve it. This world, realistic and cold, desperate and horrible, without a trace of warmth or a place to be fond of. Tired, destroy, not in the next life. Shui Manlu slowly laid down on the cold floor, trying to get a moment of peace before he died. At the corner of Wang Hong's mouth, a smug sinister smile appeared. Before he could open his mouth, he saw Jiang Yan wave his hand and said in an atmospheric manner, "They're both packaged, not sold individually, for a total of 400,000. Take the money and go." "What's wrong with Patty? Little Patty's a hunter, too. Can you just kill them?"
"Just the thing to use as a bargaining chip to sit on." Jiang Yan whistled pleasantly in his heart, feeling that he was one step closer to his goal of perpetual motion.
"Wanga. No, brother, can you at least add a little? I'm selling for $400,000 alone, and he's selling for $400,000 with me, so he's worthless?" "Shemuel, seeing that Wang Jia can't sell it for $400,000, you're selling me along with him? Feel like I'm the giveaway for the promotion? After all, I don't deserve it." Wang Hong was dumbfounded. "Ha? What kind of a dog is this that I'm talking business with? It's really bad luck to have this kind of business rival." Aminos, his bizarre brain, which had been stabbed through with a knife, was running so fast that he was still oblivious to the black blood gushing out from among the wounds on his brow. 2 for $400,000, which works out to $200,000 for 1. Much cheaper than just now. It's been a long time since I've seen a living person, and my hands are itching to experiment after so long. Wait, for me to count the money. Wang Hong muttered, squatted down in front of the safe, and began to count the remaining plutonium inside. Jiang Yan held his pipe and squatted next to Wang Hong, counting with him. Wang Jia and Shui Manlu saw the buyer and seller squatting behind the table and counting the money, and they looked at each other with no words and thousands of tears. "I said I'd come in for a visit, and I got auctioned off." Wang Hong glanced at Jiang Yan and cursed in his heart. "What kind of dog is that? Look at that money-grubbing look. You've never seen money before. Poor bastard." The two men counted the money left in the safe and realized it was only $180,000, with the $200,000 previously dropped on the floor. That's $380,000 total. It's still $20,000 short of the $400,000 asking price offered by Jiang Yan. Not enough money. Jiang Yan exhaled a silent smoke ring. What can be done about it? He and Wang Hong were crouching in the dead center of their vision behind the table, and Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, who were kneeling on the ground, could not see Jiang Yan's movements at all. Jiang Yan casually pulled out 40,000 golden plutonium coins and stuffed them into Wang Hong's safe. "Only I can add a little bit." Wang Hong. What the hell are you doing?" With an incomparably shocked gaze, he looked at Jiang Yan beside him. Jiang Yan did not look at Wang Hong squarely, just patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Exactly 20,000 more. Karma. What kind of person is Wang Hong? More than 50 years ago in the third hospital to eat an angel foundation hooked up. Can be called a person elite? The mind is very lively. Have seen the backroom operation is countless." He instantly realized Jiang Yan's intentions. "I'll make up the 400,000 for you. You help me raise the price of another hand. And the extra 20,000. It's your favor. Jianghu, where there is no fighting and killing. It's all about human feelings, our family." "That's right." Wang Hong held out 200,000 medieval coins, closed his own safe, and put this 200,000 together with the previous 200,000, forming a spectacular 400,000 medieval coins hill. "Deal." Wang Hong's voice was like a bell, very confident. "On the card table, it's all for the piggies." The operations of the hog killers are hidden under the card table and are not easily shown, but Wang Hong had been stabbed in the brain after all, and if he was still alive, he might just realize what the real deep meaning of this game of cards really was. The purpose of raising the price is not to close the deal, otherwise Jiang Yan reluctantly accept 380,000 will be fine. Less earned 20,000 is certainly better than spending 40,000 more. Jiang Yan raised the price of one more hand. Was it really to sell the two piglets? Wang Jia and Shui Manlu? No, there was only one real piggyback in this game, from start to finish. It's called Wang Hong. It now mistakenly believes that it, too, is a pig killer. Chapter 107 Win-Win. I win twice. Looking at the not more than 400,000 medieval coins in front of them, Wang Jia and Shui Manlu's faces all turned pale, without any trace of blood color. What did Wang Hong say just now? Deal? 400,000 medieval dollars. The two of us, packaged and sold to Wang Hong as a test subject? After the two of us are abused on the operating table by this creep in a brutal manner, Taboo 006 will still be able to recoup our principal through the contract. This deal, Forbidden 006 really earned him what a emotionless, terrifyingly cold-blooded taboo. The two hunters looked at each other and both saw the bitterness in the bottom of the other's eyes. Can only meet a tragic fate?
I did not expect that Chen Haichuan, who was an undercover agent of Taboo 006, had not yet died, and the two of us were first sold to death by Taboo 006. Fate is unpredictable. It's a big gut. Snap. A bloodstained contract was flung in front of Wang Jia. Wang Jia froze for a moment and fixed his eyes on it. Another contract that doubles the monthly interest rate. This time, at 16%. Wanga thought Taboo 006 had been satisfied with the $400. 000 gain and wasn't going to give himself another chance to promise a blank check. Who knew that he would give himself another contract like that? The question is, Nima, 16% on $250,000. That's 40,000 ing plutonium a month in interest alone. That's a contract that can be hard to pay off once it's signed. Shui Manlu's eyes were filled with tears. His forehead pressed against Wang Jia's face, and he reminded in a trembling voice, God of the hunt, there's no money in that creepy safe. This is the last time. I'll help you pay it off together, and from now on, my paycheck, all my earnings, will go to you. Together we live. Wang Jia had a million grass mud horses racing through his heart. Your kid's salary is only 300 medals a month. What are you going to pay me back? In the end it's not 90% on me. But, can he not sign it? If you don't sign it, you're really dead. He himself is the god of hunt of the gods. In the future, even if the future is hard, one has to fight straight with the sword. Walk until the last drop of blood burns out. Even if there was still a sliver of a chance of survival, he absolutely could not just suffocatingly die here. Wang Jia gritted his teeth and signed his name on this contract. As the strange contract disappeared, Wang Jia felt as if his body had been emptied of something and collapsed to the ground, his eyes looking at the dim ceiling without a trace. Jiang Yan secretly gave a bad smile. This little bit of money meant nothing to Jiang Yan, but the perpetual motion between the two hunters satisfied Jiang Yan. The vast majority of the rewards that Wang Jia will get from his hard work of hunting weirdness every month in the future will have to be handed over to Jiang Yan, who will then send it down to Chen Haichuan, so that Chen Haichuan can work for himself. One way or another, he, Jiang Yan, had infinitely hoarded out the labor of two hunters for nothing. It's a great feeling to be a dog capitalist. Wait, Wang Hong looked at the scene in front of him, his stabbed brain a bit turned around. What do you mean? Didn't we just have a deal? How did you sign another contract with them? In Wang Hong's heart, an unpleasant premonition rose up. Like we're Ed? Jiang Yan smiled coldly, turned around and pulled open the door to the clinic, pushing Wang Jia and Shui Manlu out with one hand. Go make some good money, kill a few more creepy and the secret realm rewards will be greater, Jiang Yan said indifferently, and closed the door of the clinic with one hand. Boo! A muffled sound that echoed through the corridor. Wanga, Shemuel, the time I just spent in the clinic wasn't long, but it was like a lifetime ago. We survived. Shui Manlu's legs went limp and he fell to the ground like a noodle, crying out, God of the hunt, we survived. Wang Jia also sat paralyzed on the ground, hugging and crying with Shui Manlu. Shui Manlu cries about his surviving and Wang Jia cries about his debts. Borrowing money for a moment. Family crematorium. Why the hell did I talk about gigantism when I just said I had AIDS? Causing myself and Forbidden 006 to see a doctor in the same clinic is really a death wish. 16%. That's 16%. Shui Manlu surprisingly calmed down faster than the experienced Wang Jia this time, pulling Wang Jia toward the stairs and whispering, let's get out of here. The 7th floor is too shady. If we stay any longer, we may bump into other powerful and weird. Wang Hong's consulting room. Jiang Yan stood in the doorway and slowly turned around, looking at the stone-faced Wang Hong with a smile on his face. Wang Hong seemed to have come back to his senses at this time and said coldly, you used me? You didn't want my $400,000 from the beginning? What you want, is there 16%? Boy, you're being a bit foolish. How can interest be compared to cash? Jiang Yan laughed and smoked a mouthful of the old pipe, flipping clouds and spitting out the fog between the low. It's a win-win deal. Wang Hong froze for a moment. Win-win? Who wins with you? Jiang Yan pointed at himself. Win-win. I win twice. What I want, is there 16%? And your $420. 000. Wang Hong froze for a moment. Immediately, he saw that Jiang Yan raised his left hand, and a ghost-faced spider web spewed out from within his grayish-white spider silk glove. Countless small spiders were densely attached to the spider web, instantly binding Wang Hong into a tight spider silk cocoon. With only one face still bared, Wang Hong instantly became furious and struggled, but for a moment he was unable to resist the continuous weaving of so many small spiders and was barely trapped in place. Jiang Yan smoked his old pipe while squatting under Wang Hong's desk, and tore open his safe with one hand as easily as tearing open the wrapper of a bag of chocolates. Under the gaze of Wang Hong's eyes, he stacked the 420,000 medieval coins belonging to Wang Hong and counted them all.
one by one, into his system space. The weirdness in this secret realm seemed to have no system space. Jiang Yan had already seen those weird wallet-pulling actions more than once. That's mine. That's mine. You can't take my money. Give it back now. I'm calling the police.
Wang Hong struggled hysterically in the spider silk cocoon,
tearing it all apart and starting to shatter. Because Jiang Yan ordered not to kill Wang Hong for the time being, just trapping and locking such a powerful creepy like Wang Hong with a spider silk was still a bit difficult for the human-faced creepy spider. The strength of the Sphinx spider's spider silk was tied to his power attribute, and Wang Hong's attribute was not really low. Seeing that the furious Wang Hong was almost about to break free of the spider silk cocoon, the shadow black crow that had been standing solidly on Jiang Yan's shoulder opened its own large beak and let out an ominous curse. Decay, epidemic, death, extinction, epidemic, death, extinction. A series of curses, as if in the middle of the small clinic room, connected into a funeral song, filled with weird and eerie. Chapter 108, Torturing Wang Hong. Dense damage numbers jumped out from Wang Hong's body. It was the small spiders that were all over the place, attacking in unison. Just a short 3 seconds passed. Wang Hong's life value fell to the bottom, only a blood skin left. Violent death is imminent. Jiang Yan slowly raised his hand. The frantic attacks of the black crow and the Sphinx creepy spider came to an abrupt halt. Wang Hong clearly perceived the threat of death. His body froze in the cocoon of spider silk that would be shattered but not yet broken, and his eyes looked at Jiang Yan, who was leaning against the door of his own clinic and smoking, in horror. What the hell do you want? That's money I've been saving all my life. Jiang Yan took out a stack of golden medieval coins and said with a faint smile, it's not like I can't give it back, but you're going to answer my question. Answer truthfully, and I'll return all of these 420,000 plutonium coins to you. Hearing this, Wang Hong's spirit instantly lifted. You ask, and I'll tell you all I know. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction and asked a question that creeped Wang Hong out. How long have you been a member of the Angel Foundation? Wang Hong's eyes suddenly widened. Eyes full of unbelievable color silence for a moment after slowly said, what Angel Foundation? I've never heard of it. I'm Wang Hong, the chief physician of Nandu Third Hospital.
Jiang Yan smiled faintly and gently waved his hand. Wang Hong's densely packed small spiders once again devoured a third of his life value. I've only given you 3 chances, and now that you've lied once, you have 2 more. It's not as if I have to have your answer. It's just to verify some guesses in my mind. If you keep dying of a duck's tongue, I'll have no choice but to kill you. As for this 420,000, I'll just laugh it off. Jiang Yan patted the golden plutonium coin in his hand. A sneer appeared under the shadows of his cap brim hanging down. Wang Hong's bizarre body trembled gently. A look of struggle appeared in his eyes. Jiang Yan raised 3 fingers and coldly counted down. 3, 2. Wang Hong quickly waved his hand and said, I say, I've been a member of the Angel Foundation for 11 years. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, how did the Angel Foundation lure you in? Wang Hong swallowed his saliva and answered truthfully, of course it's money. I want competence with ability, skill with skill, and youth with skill. But do you know how much the third hospital is paying me? $500 a month. I want more. I want to live a richer life. It was at this time that the Angel Foundation came along. They gave me a whole new opportunity. Jiang Yan slowly nodded. $500 a month was a pretty good living 50 years ago, but man's greed is infinite. It was clear that this monthly salary was not enough to fulfill Wang Hong's ideal state of life. So when the Angel Foundation came to him, the two sides hit it off. So in these 11 years, just how much money did the Angel Foundation give you? Jiang Yan asked with a smirk. Wang Hong sighed and said, a couple million, I think, but most of it I used to trade for gold. Armed this room. There's something wrong with this hospital. There's always some ghostly thing roaming around outside my clinic, and sometimes it comes over and harasses me. The only money left is the $420,000, and it was all snatched away by you. Wang Hong's voice had too more indignation in it, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the plutonium in his hand with a very playful expression. It seems that all this money was common currency before, only to be twisted into plutonium in the middle of this weird secret world. And surprisingly, these plutonium coins could also be exchanged with Jiang Yan's system mall. This wave was able to rob 420,000 medieval coins from Wang Hong, which was really an unexpected pleasure. According to Jiang Yan's experience in his last life, the entire secret realm's output would be around 500,000 plutonium coins, and it would still require so many players to distribute them according to their contributions in the secret realm. However, it was only a superb pervert like Jiang Yan who was able to snatch the money from such a powerful and bizarre hand like Wang Hong. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that after entering this clinic, he would never be able to get out again. So your clinic entrance is always haunted. Is it this hospital that's wrong or you, Wang Hong? Jiang Yan asked playfully. You know very well what the purpose of those experiments the Angel Foundation had you do exactly, don't you?
Wang Hong,
as the chief surgeon of this heartless experiment,
could not possibly be unaware of his actions.
Judging from the setup of this clinic room of Wang Hong, his life has been dealing with weirdness long before the third hospital was bulldozed. But those creeps didn't seem to be killing on a large scale within the third hospital,
merely pestering the culprit, Wang Hong.
And with the resources in his hands,
Wang Hong shrouded the clinic in pure gold, and surprisingly,
was not fatally injured for a very long time,
until Chen Mimi was sent to the operating table for the second time by the Angel Foundation. Hearing this question from Jiang Yan, Wang Hong once again fell into silence. You even know this?
Wang Hong's voice was filled with incredulity.
Who told you that?
Jiang Yan said with a faint smile.
Now I'm asking you, not you. What is your position among the Angel Foundation?
Wang Hong was silent for a moment more and bowed his head.
I'm T6.
Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Jiang Yan's eyes.
The highest leader of the Angel Foundation in Nandu is only T7. This Wang Hong's position was already T6 50 years ago.
This position already has access to a good portion of the secrets in the Angel Foundation. As Jiang Yan had deduced at the beginning, this Wang Hong might have joined the Angel Foundation because of the lure of money at the beginning. But the connection between him and the Angel Foundation was by no means limited to that. Seeing that you were just so eager for living people to conduct human experiments, you should be very approving of all the experiments conducted by the Angel Foundation among the Nandu Third Hospital.
Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and continued to ask.
Wang Hong was silent for a moment and said with a leathery smile,
Nice. Those experiments are interesting.
I was a little scared at first, but it didn't take long to realize that the Angel Foundation was really like-minded with me. Later, a large part of these experiments were planned and executed by me independently.
Jiang Yan asked with a playful smile, Does it also include Chen Meimei? As soon as this name was exported, Wang Hong's complexion suddenly changed,
and he couldn't help but fall back 2 steps,
questioning in a sharp voice. How do you know the name Chen Mimi?
Who the hell told you that?
Chapter 109, Give me back my money quickly.
Looking at Wang Hong's face full of creepiness, Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said,
What I want to know is,
what happened 10 years ago when you first performed that surgery on Chen Mimi, trying to fuse the fetus in her womb,
with a head of bazaar? Wang Hong's eyes stared dead at Jiang Yan for a moment before he said, You're not right. Who the hell are you? Also from the foundation? You're T-something? Jiang Yan laughed and said, I'll give you one last chance. Now I'm the one asking you. You don't get to ask me back.
Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and Wang Hong's precarious blood level fell by a third again.
At this moment,
he only had 80 or so life points left and could die at any time.
If you die, this $420, 000, I'll laugh it off. As for these secrets, I can ask others as well. Those people behind the morgue door, for example, I don't think they know any less than you do.
Under the brim of the strange hat,
Jiang Yan's gaze, deadpan, stared at Wang Hong's demeanor. Wang Hong's face changed again, becoming more and more gloomy. Seeing this, Jiang Yan affirmed Chen Haichuan's guess. Behind the giant alloy door in the morgue, there must be something. It just wasn't included in this mystery. After you leave the secret realm yourself, you must do some digging. Wang Hong, who only had more than 80 life values left, no longer dared to act rashly and answered all of Jiang Yan's questions one by one. And the real secrets of the third hospital were also bared in front of Jiang Yan. 10 years ago, Wang Hong had just joined the Angel Foundation not long ago, and cooperated with the foundation to complete the construction of the morgue. Ostensibly still using the municipal allocation of Nandu, Chen Mimi is one of the most suitable targets that the Angel Foundation, in Nandu, has found to conduct the experiment. Within the Angel Foundation, there seems to be a well-established set of criteria to identify a person's physique and whether or not there is a possibility of fusion with the bazaar. What the exact criteria were, and how the Angel Foundation obtained the information about Chen Mimi, Wang Hong does not know.
Although he was T6,
according to him, the Angel Foundation was an organization with a very large structure,
and T6 had only just crossed the threshold of the middle level, and was perhaps a figurehead in Nandu. But when looking at the entire Angel Foundation,
it was still far from being the core. Before Chen Mimi,
the foundation had also identified a few subjects with equally good physiques to take to Wang Hong for practice.
Without exception,
all of these people died on Wang Hong's operating table due to failed experiments.
Soon, it was Chen Mimi's turn, the real heavy hitter. Wang Hong's surgical procedure, with a few previous practices, became very smooth. In the end,
he managed to fuse a bazaar head that the Angel Foundation had collected from who knows where with the fetus in Chen Mimi's abdomen, with the help of a mysterious instrument. Jiang Yan listened to Wang Hong's description and thought that the creepy might be the same as the Black Crow, a vaporous creepy with an overall state of blood mist. The Angel Foundation had mastered the nature of gold by that time, and had accomplished bazaar control and transportation with boxes of pure gold. As for the mysterious instrument that could really affect the fetus and cause it to merge with the weirdness, Wang Hong couldn't say what it was. He only knew that the thing would emit an ethereal blue light and that it was strictly forbidden for anyone to dismantle it. Wang Hong also only has the right to use. Never looked deeply into this instrument. What exactly is a thing? But after the fetus in Chen Nini's abdomen, and that weird fusion, something horrible happened. Chen Nini's belly was directly torn apart by that fetus, and then a baby-like monster covered in blood and mist directly rushed out from it, and began to go on a killing spree in the operating room. Wang Hong couldn't say whether the thing was creepy or not, but it was definitely not human, and it was very furious and lethal. Along with Wang Hong, there were also combatants from the Angel Foundation who had died 3 times and still hadn't succeeded in subduing the creepy. The bazaar crashed through the window of the operating room and disappeared directly into the middle of the deserted suburb outside the Nandu 3rd Hospital. Later, the Angel Foundation had organized a large number of people to search the vicinity for that weird presence and found nothing. As for Wang Hong, he was not selected as a target by the creepy and escaped by hiding under the operating bed. When he got up, he realized that Chen Nini in the hospital bed was still alive despite the hemorrhaging, so he gave Chen Nini a suture. And Chen Nini probably didn't end up dying because of her own physique. Ever since then, Chen Nini had seemed to be in great shock and began to hide within Nandu, seemingly having realized the Angel Foundation's horrific attempts on her and that bizarre experiment. However, the Angel Foundation had in fact never lost sight of monitoring Chen Nini, always watching Chen Nini from afar, making more records and observations, and even behind every job Chen Nini obtained. It was the Angel Foundation that was exerting its influence. However, this part was not under Wang Hong's management. He had only heard about it slightly and missed Chen Nini as an experiment from time to time. When the subsequent experiments were carried out, they never encountered any more, such as Chen Nini's excellent experimental subjects. It wasn't until 10 years later that a long, quiet life seemed to dissipate some of the haze in Chen Nini's heart, and she fell in love once again, and then got pregnant. The details of this, Wang Hong didn't seem to be clear, but Jiang Yan had previously read in the files that both of Chen Nini's pregnancies were caused by the Angel Foundation sending someone to pretend to be in a relationship with Chen Nini. Wang Hong was very excited to see Chen Nini lying on his operating table again after 10 years. The man of today is not the man he was 10 years ago. The Angel Foundation was also more prepared after the last failure, and as long as they were able to complete the fusion again, they shouldn't miss again and let the fusion escape. But accidents happen. Chen Nini died on the operating table. In front of Jiang Yan, creepy King Hong fell into painful memories, covered his head, slowly squatted down, and murmured in a low voice, "It's not supposed to be like this. I clearly improved my skills. How did she die? It wasn't me. The experiment itself has a lot of uncontrollable factors." Jiang Yan looked at Wang Hong's agonized appearance and asked indifferently, "What happened then? What happened again?" Wang Hong's expression began to become blank. "Later? There is no later. I don't remember. Later is now." Wang Hong raised his head openly. A chilling killing intent appeared in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yan and said coldly, "I know. I told you everything. Give me my money back." Chapter 110, Uncle, you're so tall. Looking at Wang Hong's face that changed one after another, Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head. Then later on, it might be the story of the beheaded spirit boy who suddenly appears, kills Wang Hong with a single slash, and then jumps off the building himself, plunging the 3rd hospital into a bizarre atmosphere and eventually being bulldozed. This involved the process of Wang Hong turning from a dead man into a weird and forming the 3rd secret realm. It was normal for Wang Hong's memories to become confused. Although there were still some mysteries that existed that hadn't been solved by Wang Hong's perspective, the rough outline of the entire story had been presented in front of Jiang Yan. The last bit of the mystery should all be accessible if you find the spirit child of destruction decimation or the weirdness of Chen Nini's incarnation. Jiang Yan said blandly, "In that case, go ahead." Wang Hong froze for a moment. "Where to? Go die." Jiang Yan said calmly. In the next moment, the small spiders on Wang Hong's body launched a final round of attacks in unison. Wang Hong's life value instantly returned to 0. His eerie eyes, covered in gray death, murmured, "You promised me." Poof! He fell headlong to the ground, completely dead. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Hong's bizarre corpse. His face remained ancient. From the moment Jiang Yan entered this consulting room, he was not prepared to let Wang Hong live. Human experimentation on pregnant women is just not human. It is a beast. It is not worthy to live, even in the guise of guile. With this set of deceitful ghosts operating down, all the oil and water on Wang Hong's body, along with the information, were all drained by Jiang Yan. As for Wang Jia being squeezed out of so much interest too, it was a complete surprise, just going along for the ride. Wang Roro had been standing by the side, watching the scene unfold.
not saying a word, her face full of abasement. Jiang Yin sure got up and said, I just heard, there was screaming downstairs. You and I will go down and see. The main building of the third hospital in the daytime, although not as eerie as at night, but also obviously not a good place. The human beings who came by bus yesterday, scattered into the various clinics. Something is almost certain to happen. Wang Ro weakly responded, lowered his head and followed behind Jiang Yin, also step by step to go down. Suddenly felt that this situation seems to have where there is not quite right. Is this guy really not the director of the third hospital? So why is he just as relaxed as if he were walking in his own living room, and commanding yourself to do things in such a natural tone? Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro, followed by a creepy nurse with only half a body, went up the stairs to the fourth floor step by step. Although the fourth floor wasn't as lively as the hall on the first floor, there were creepy nurses and doctors walking through it from time to time, and there were quite a few waiting creeps. Besides Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro, there were also 2 waiting humans. These 2 humans had creepy faces, and their gazes kept wandering around, as if they were looking for an opportunity to be able to escape. Chen Haichuan pulled Chen Yuro and without any trace moved away from these 2 terrified humans. Humans in this state are very unpredictable in their behavior, and at any time, they may act out of the blue and do something extremely dangerous. In turn, it could pit everyone around it. The more critical the situation, the more calm you must be before you can fight for a point of survival in a situation of certain death. Before, even if Chen Yuro was on the bus and was scared to the point of peeing her pants by the forbidden 006, she had never been as hamstrung as these 2 humans. To the 2 hunters' credit, the 2 normal human players were in front of the 2, leaving them with a large buffer. Patient number 3, visit room 6, said a creepy nurse, probing out, sorrowfully. Holding the number 3 sign in his hand was a creepy old man holding his own head in one hand, and he hurriedly walked into the middle of the 6th consulting room. A dark clinic room engulfed the eerie figure. Immediately, there was the sound of a chainsaw buzzing inside, and a strange splattering of bone, blood, and flesh along the floor of the doorway. Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro's scalps, once again, went numb. A women's and children's health hospital. What kind of evil surgery is this? Chen Haichuan whispered. Later, if you go into the clinic, I'll be the first one to go. And when you go in, you close the door immediately. If you can, keep the nurse outside and don't let her in. Chen Yuro nodded heavily, understanding that her brother was trying to minimize the number of enemies within the battlefield as much as possible. Once they entered the clinic, it might be difficult to continue to hide their human identity. The purpose of our coming here is to find Shen Mimi, Chen Yuro reminded in a low voice. These hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau didn't have as much information as Jiang Yen did, so now only the core of this secret realm was locked onto Chen Mimi's body. From the timeline, it was after Chen Mimi died on the operating table that the third hospital produced all sorts of mutations. As for the information related to the Destroyer Spirit Child, the Guile Hunting Bureau crowd had yet to dig it out at all, and the exploration progress was at least 1/3 slower than that of Jiang Yen. Chen Haichuan nodded, signaling that he knew, but right now this situation was too complicated. Surrounded by unfamiliar shenanigans, not a good environment to search for information. He contemplated for a moment, and tried to speak eerily to the nurse next to him. I need to go to the bathroom, can I go with my sister? The nurse with only half a body eerily coldly looked at Chen Haichuan and said, no go, it'll be your turn soon. Chen Haichuan, this hospital doesn't even let patients go to the bathroom? Seemingly reading Chen Haichuan's expression, that nurse muttered in a low voice. There's been a lot of tension between doctors and patients lately, and we just had a patient die on the operating table. And then, that incident, so it's probably best if you just stay put, be a good boy and get in line. See the doctor and get out and get on. Chen Haichuan's heart moved, lowered his voice and asked along with this. I heard about that one too. The death is said to be of a woman named Chen Mimi. The nurse was silent for a moment, looked around, put up a purple and black paw, and whispered with a shhh. Don't talk nonsense, that name, don't mention it in the hospital now, otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble. Chen Haichuan nodded his head plausibly and asked again. What could have happened? The nurse said timidly, her voice dropping 2 more notches. If you say that name, you'll easily attract a little ghost that will stab you in the stomach with a knife. Look at her now, standing right behind you. Hearing this, Chen Haichuan's body suddenly stiffened, sweat hairs all over his body. Roots and roots stood up. A creepy coldness suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. Behind yourself? Chen Yuro was also startled and looked down. Between himself and Chen Haichuan, in the middle of the not-so-wide gap, at some point, there was an extra weirdness. It looked like he was 8 or 9 years old, covered in an eerie, ghostly green mist, and carrying a brightly shining, bull's-eared, sharp knife in his hand. Uncle, you have grown so tall. The little girl used her hand comparing it between the top of her head and Chen Haichuan's waist and stomach, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 111, Xianhuo immune to death. The living scent true. The scene of a little girl doll with a double ponytail, comparing her height to an adult, should have been very provocative and smile-inducing. However, the scene in front of her made Chen Yuro's sweaty hairs stand on end, her scalp tingling, and she felt like her long hair was going to stand upright one by one. This creepy kid is horrible. Instantly, Chen Yuro made a subconscious reaction. She pulled out a gold-colored alloy net directly from her bosom, and like shaking off a fishing net, the whole thing spilled out to the little girl who was close at hand. Duck! Chen Yuro screamed. That little girl. As soon as she lifted the snowy ox-eared scimitar in her hand, the eerie smile on her face immediately became brutal and tyrannical. How nice it would be if you were as tall as me. With the knife in her hand, she compared it to the top of her head, where Chen Haichuan's waist and stomach were, and lightly scratched it. A Mori green blade aura suddenly appeared and chopped towards Chen Haichuan. At the same time, the golden alloy net sprinkled by Chen Yuro had already wrapped the little girl around her head. Feeling the shackles of gold on herself, the little girl threw back her head and let out a shrill howl, incomparably piercing and straight into her soul. Chen Yuro's pupils almost directly laxed when she was stabbed by this nearby scream. Her body suddenly stiffened, unable to move. A heart that plummeted. Damn, my brother couldn't avoid that cut. The blade had already chopped out. Chen Haichuan's reaction was definitely not slow, and the moment he realized that the situation was not right, he made a move to roll to the side to dodge, but it was still too slow compared to this Mori green slash, and his evasive movements were directly solidified by the little girl's shrill whistle. In the next moment, the Mori green blade awnings chopped at Chen Haichuan's body without mercy. Instantly, a damage number emerged from Chen Haichuan's body, -943. Immediately after that, two more words emerged from Chen Haichuan. Resistance. As the word resistance appeared, a crisp crack suddenly sounded in Chen Haichuan's arms, and a shattered wooden amulet fell out of his arms. Item, Amulet of Arcane Fire, protects the possessor from death when carried around, can only be used once. Chen Haichuan's life value is 944 points. Under the protection of the Arcane Flame Talisman, the strike just now only deducted 943 points of his life value, leaving 1 point from death. But in reality, the power of that blade just now was completely capable of killing Chen Haichuan in seconds. Creepy and human life value were not the same concept. Creepy had far more life value than a human with the same attributes and equipment because of various traits, talents and gain statuses. With Chen Haichuan's ability, he was now theoretically able to single-kill agility and intelligence-type shenanigans with a life value of under 2,000, or strength-type shenanigans with a life value of under 3,000. Of course, theories were always just theories, and actual battles had many uncertainties. For example, the black crow on Zhang Yan's shoulder is now just over 2,000 life values, but even if 100 Chen Haichuan came, they wouldn't be able to kill the black crow that is immune to physical damage. A fighting strength like Chen Haichuan's was considered the absolute best amongst humans, but it was such a powerful Chen Haichuan. If he didn't have the Xianhua talisman, that knife just now was 10 deaths. This creepy little girl is a little too strong for her own good. Chen Haichuan fell to the ground and rolled over in a sorry state, feeling as if his blood, all over his body, was going to freeze, but he reacted half-heartedly. The moment he caught a glimpse of the little girl being covered by Chen Yuro's golden net out of the corner of his eye, Chen Haichuan jumped up, and with a tug on Chen Yuro, he ran wildly down the stairs. This kind of pervert, how can the two of us beat it? Run as far as you can and never stop. Chen Yuro threw out a grenade-like object with her backhand, but the object didn't explode when it landed, but instead raised a cloud of golden smoke that condensed in place without dispersing, blocking the narrow space of the building. This was the special equipment of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, emitting golden smoke rich in micron-sized gold particles, suspended in the smoke to form a wall of golden air, which could stop Trickster's actions to a certain extent. It's even better when placed in a semi-enclosed space like a hallway. The little girl broke free of the golden net and turned her head to see the wall of golden air, and frowned, turning to look at the terrified creepy nurse next to her, revealing an eerie smile. Auntie, you are also tall. The little girl compared the height difference between herself and the nurse, and raised the bull's ear sharp knife in her hand. Me so, the Mori green blade flashed, and on the nurse, a damage number emerged, -5,784. The nurse screamed miserably and died a horrible death as she was decapitated from the waist. The little girl, without looking at the miserable state of the creepy nurse, slowly walked over to one of the older creepy men in line in front of her, compared her height to his, and smiled grimly. Grandpa, you're so tall. Me so, a knife chopped through. The old man bizarrely broke flush, -5,473, died violently on the spot. A series of screams erupted from this floor. The little girl carried a snowy, ox-ear-pointed knife. Her figure was like a ghost, almost instantly appearing in front of one of the creeps, smiling grimly and comparing her height with theirs, before taking her life with a knife. The creeps appeared more or less mute, but the two humans, who were also in line, were scared out of their wits by the horrific scene. Over 5,000 in one hit? Does this secret world still want people to live? The two humans were so scared less that they turned and ran wildly upstairs. It was a pity that there was no golden air wall blocking the upstairs, and the little girl twisted her head to look at the two of them, smiled grimly, and dodged in front of the two of them. Uncle, you're so tall. She compared her height, which only reached between the man's waist and belly. The man's face was so white with fear that, almost without thinking, he crouched straight down and screamed, "I'm not tall. Look, I'm shorter than you." The little girl lifted the bullseye-tipped knife and paused in the air. She coldly glanced at the man crouching on the ground, shivering, and turned to the woman next to her, saying grimly, "Auntie, you're so tall." The woman came back to her senses and hurriedly tried to crouch as well, but the speed at which the little girl struck out was so fast that it didn't give her any chance to change her height. Miso, one cut, waist to waist. The woman's eyes stiffened and her upper body snapped from her waist and stomach, falling to the ground with a sticky sound. Thick blood, following the ground, spreading rapidly. The little girl licked the blood from the bull's ear sharp knife and smiled delicately. "The living, it smells so good." Her eyes flicked to the man crouching on the ground, shaking like a sieve, and she grinned, walking over to the man. And then, slowly, she crouched down as well. 8 or 9 years old little girl. What a petite figure. This squat, the height of the top of the head only reaches the man's knees. She looked down at the man's downturned, startled face from below and gave a wry, eerie smile. "Uncle, you're taller than me again." Chapter 112, laying out the battlefield and arming the main T. The man's eyes, at the sound of this soporific, eerie laugh, suddenly tightened. He froze as he looked at the little girl crouching on the ground, and watched as she lifted the bright, bull's-eared, sharp knife in her hand, and made a slight cut to where his knee was. A mori green blade suddenly chopped out. The blade cut off the knees, dissected the arms, and severed the chest. Snap, snappy 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 snappy. There was a series of soft thuds as the man's jumbled body parts fell to the ground. "Aha!" A chilling scream exploded out of the man's mouth, growing more and more disheveled. The little girl smiled eerily and turned toward the rest of the creepiness on this floor. At the building, the wall of golden air became a little thinner. Lobby of the main building of the third hospital. Chen Haichuan and Chen Yuro ran down furiously, and on their face, they heard Wang Jia drinking heavily. "What's going on up there?" Chen Haichuan saw at a glance Wang Jia and Shui Manlu, who had a shocked and uncertain face, and immediately sighed with relief, grabbed Wang Jia's shoulder and said, "God of hunters, there's a creepy little girl up there. It's horrible to be able to hit more than 5,000 in one slash. Remember, never say the name of the woman who died on the operating table. Otherwise, this little girl, creepy here, will show up and kill someone." With these words, Chen Haichuan reported all the information he knew, maximizing the responsibility of information sharing and transmission. Wang Jia's face suddenly changed. "Over 5,000 a cut? This is too sick. Can't name the woman? Chen Mei Mei? Did the 4 hunters chant that name last night as well? And was it because they were in the ward that they weren't attacked?" Wang Jia said with a heavy nod. "Understood. But, that little girl, could it be the secret realm's core weirdness?" At these words, the 4 hunters present were silent in unison. Quite possibly, their known information points to Chen Mimi, and that little girl would appear to kill someone because of Chen Mimi's name. Plus, this terrifying little girl was able to cut 5,000 with one slash, so she wasn't an ordinary character by any stretch of the imagination. Even if it wasn't the so-called core of the secret realm, it was definitely directly related. "In this way, we can't run," Chen Haichuan said in a low voice as he gazed at his eyebrows. "We have to kill this little girl in order to successfully clear this secret realm? Can they really fight this horror?" Just as the 4 were silent, outside the main building, the sound of glass breaking suddenly came. A rope made of a clean white sheet was draped from the middle of one of the consulting rooms, and 2 men climbed down the sheet on their hands and knees and jumped to the main entrance of the main building. Chen Haichuan took a look and shouted, "Li Quan Guang, Lu Zhan." These 2, the last 2 hunters still alive in the third hospital. One of them, Li Quan Guang, was the sniper who had sniped the headless weirdness last night through the lens, and at this time, he had already put on his back the big sniper that had been assembled. The other one, Lu Zhan, was the only melee meat shield type player among the 7 members of the Guile Hunting Bureau. These 2 were very sizable combatants, and both were experienced and mature hunters, not newcomers like Shui Manlu.
The two hunters who had jumped out the window and escaped down immediately ran in when they heard Chen Haichuan's voice. Just now we heard about the situation on the 4th floor and had Li Guang open his perspective to look. Is there a very powerful creepy on the 4th floor? Lu Zhan's face was very grave. Chen Haichuan quickly repeated the information and kept pouring medicine into his mouth, and also took out various medicines sold by the system mall and distributed them to the hunters around him. Chen Yuro returned the plutonium entrusted to her brother last night, and this captain knew in her heart that it was a moment of life and death, so naturally she could not be stingy. Li Guang and Lu Chop, who were informed of the situation, had their faces similarly sunk. In that case, in this hall, set up the battlefield. Lu Zhan said, we even have the conditions to lure that weirdness, so it's not impossible to give it a try. The rest of the hunters were silent for a very brief moment. The killing power of such a horrible head of bizarre. Once something goes wrong, the first one to die is Lu Zhan, the meat shield. He had agreed, and naturally the others had no second thoughts. Chen Haichuan patted Lu Zhan's shoulder and said, you can't fight it hard, with over 5,000 damage in one slash. No one can top that. Lu Chop is a toughness talent that takes 15% less damage and plus 20% blood and armor from equipment. Based on this talent, Lu Zhan chose a full strength edition, and his equipment was all armor, resistance, and blood, learning 2 passives that increased his survivability, as well as a shield wall active skill, and now his life value reached more than 1,500 points. But even for such a blood bull tank, it was extremely difficult to survive under that little girl's blade. Wang Jia whispered, Old Chen, if you still have plutonium coins, arm Lu Zhan, at least make sure he can resist a slash. I'll take the others to set up the trap. Facing the killing power of such a horrible little girl bizarre, Lu Chop's role as a meat shield is very important. Once that little girl breaks through Lu Chop's defense, killing everyone else is like slaughtering a dog. Lu Zhan must be able to hold on. The longer the better. Lu Zhan was also nonchalant and said quickly to Chen Haichuan, get me a shadow dance potion and a brute potion. Item, shadow dance potion, increases the user's chance of evasion by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes. Price, 2,000 plutonium. Item, brute potion, increases the user's lifesteal by 1,000. Duration, 10 minutes. Price, 2,500 plutonium. Without hesitation, Chen Haichuan directly spent 500 plutonium coins and bought 2 bottles of potions from the system mall. The smoky purple one was Shadow Dance, and the bright red one was Brute Bull, and handed it to Lu Zhan. Give me another 6,000. I'll upgrade my skills. Lu Zhan sighed and said, it's just a pity that the shield wall can't be used in this secret realm, otherwise I would have been able to resist at least 3 hits. Chen Haichuan handed out 6,000 plutonium. Lu Zhan's blood-boosting passive skill was upgraded from level 3 to level 5, and his own life value was raised to 1,800 points, with his base armor similarly going to over 400 points. Together with the effect of the Brute Bull potion, Lu Zhan's life value directly reached 2,800 points. Getting high does have an immediate effect, but for the vast majority of players, those 2,000 plus bottles are an unaffordable price to pay. Chen Haichuan bought another 10 bottles of holy water for Lu Zhan, praying that Lu Zhan, who was under various gain statuses and damage reduction, would be able to withstand at least 1 slash from that little girl without dying. Take this. Wang Jia, who was setting up a trap in the distance, threw out a wooden talisman. Lu Zhan took it in his hand and realized that it was also a Xian Fire Protector talisman that could avoid death. Shui Man Lu was very lost and mumbled beside him, if it wasn't for this secret realm, I would have been able to blood chopper. As a newcomer auxiliary, he had 3 active skills on him, blood boost, shield set, and purification, which would have been useful even though his own attributes weren't high. But after entering this 3rd hospital secret realm, humans were unable to use their active skills, almost turning Shui Man Lu into a waste. Lu Zhan patted Shui Man Lu's shoulder and whispered, that's okay, more damage later and I'll be a lot less stressed. He stood next to one of the traps Wang Jia had set up and said in a deep voice, all set? Having received a clear answer from the hunters, Lu Zhan opened his mouth and pronounced a name. Shan Mimi. Chapter 113, Hit Rules. Height. According to the information that Chen Haichuan had just shared, as long as Chen Mimi's name was pronounced, it was very likely that she would be attacked and killed by that little girl. Just now when Chen Haichuan Kryptonite gave Lu Chop a clinical boost, Wang Jia and the others were not idle, and they had set up a lot of traps in the middle of the halls of this hospital's main building. For a squad of 6 hunters, fighting a positional battle was much less difficult than an encounter. As Lu Zhan's words fell, Li Guang, who was hiding behind the glass of the pharmacy in the distance and raising his gun to aim, had a drop of cold sweat emerge slightly from the tip of his nose, and his sights were pointed at the area behind Lu Zhan. His hands were very calm. The powerful kinetic energy that erupted from the sniper rifle was, to a certain extent, able to stunt the bizarre movements, and was considered to be a control with a very short statute of limitations. So the effect of this first shot was especially important. If he could hit that little girl as fast as he could, Lu Zhan, who had taken the shadow dance potion, would have a greater chance of dodging and avoiding the first blade. This was even a slash that Lu Zhan was most likely to receive without relying on his talisman. Although his blood level had soared to 2,800, and he still had armor and damage reduction, there was still a high chance that he would be cut out of the Xian fire talisman by that girl's weird slash. That's why Li Guang's first shot was of huge importance. But a second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds. The little girl's bizarre figure still did not appear in Li Guang's field of vision. The entire main hospital building was so quiet in the middle of the hall that not even a ghost shadow could be seen. There had been a lot of creepy nurses and doctors here, but since the little girl had gone on a killing spree on the 4th floor, all those creeps had gone hiding somewhere, and they had all disappeared without a trace in an instant. The quietness did not let anyone relax their guard. The cold sweat on Li Guang's forehead had flowed into a small stream, and his hand also showed a trace of unnoticeable trembling. Just then, deep in the hallway, there was a terrified scream and the sound of heavy footsteps. Help! A short, fat man in a blue and white hospital gown rushed out down the stairs. This person was very familiar, and was one of the human players who had arrived at the 3rd hospital together. However, he seemed to have been scared out of his mind at this time, covered in sticky blood of who knows who, and running madly. He even ran headlong into Lu Zhan, who was waiting in strict formation. In Li Guang's eyes, a cold light flashed. Definitely can't let this guy rush Lu Zhan. Once Lu Zhan was distracted and the weirdness appeared at this time, then the situation could collapse instantly. There was no pretense at all in the mind of this mature and seasoned hunter, and he lassoed the short, fat man directly into his scope. Boom! With a terrifying gunshot, a half-meter tongue of fire erupted from within the sniper rifle's muzzle, a silver bullet that directly blasted into the short, fat man's temple. Blitz, -471. Since silver bullets only do half damage to non-creepy targets, the numbers for the shot aren't as horrible as they were last night. But even so, one shot cleared the short, fat man's blood bar. Boo! The short, fat man fell head over heels, sliding a bloody trail across the floor. Li Guang's face was cold as he pulled the bolt and ejected the cartridge. A new silver bullet pressed into the chamber without a fluctuation in his eyes. It was a fight to the death, betting on the lives of 6 hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau. Once they lose, Nandu will face great havoc. The importance of protecting your teammates in such a situation is definitely the first sequence. For this reason, killing another human who doesn't grow eyes and rushes recklessly is instead the optimal solution. Lu Zhan's gaze swept over the short, fat man's corpse, mainly because he was worried about what shenanigans were attached to him. The hallway swirled with the sound of several more stumbling footsteps, and surprisingly, 3 more humans escaped in quick succession. These 3 people looked equally terrified to the core, but they were obviously not as disoriented as the short, fat man. Seeing this, Chen Haichuan, who was hiding in a corner and preparing for an ambush, had a movement in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Come to me, what's happening up there?" These 3 humans still held a shred of sanity and belonged to a force that could unite. The 3 humans looked around in the middle of the hall and seemed to realize what was going on, immediately burrowing towards Chen Haichuan's side, one trembling like a frightened kitten. "There's a creepy little girl up there, on a butchering spree. Whether it's human or creepy, she just has to compare her size, and if she's taller than her, kill them all." Chen Haichuan looked at the 3, nodded, and said in a low voice, "You guys just hide here, don't run around, and later on, if you get the chance, you can join the battle." Chen Haichuan didn't trust these 3 humans at all, but he had other calculations in mind. These 3 may not have the combat power, but they have not been able to resist 3 swords. The 3 of them resisted 3 more slashes, and their side had 3 more chances to slash. This may be the difference between life and death, and these 3, if they did have the power to fight, would be able to maximize it by staying with themselves. Regardless, it is optimal to collect them first. That head little girl is spooky and just plain scary, and with such heavy pressure, it's important to fully mobilize all the resources you can see. From the well-trained Chen Haichuan, all 3 people detected a trace of peace of mind and took a few deep breaths, barely calming down. Just then, a small figure slowly stepped out of the hallway that the trio had fled down. It was the creepy little girl who had gone on a killing spree, shrouded in ghostly green smoke and looking eerie to the core. In his hand, he carried a bright, bull's-eared, sharp knife, untainted by a single drop of blood. But where the little girl had walked, she had left a line of bloody little footprints. Everyone was shocked to see this child. Lu Zhan immediately put up the counterattacking steel shield in his hand, and with the pistol in his other hand, he fired 3 shots at the little girl. Boom boom boom. 3 damage numbers floated out from the little girl. -10, -16, -14.
The crowd's pupils, in unison, plummeted, their scalps tingling. What the hell kind of damage numbers are these? Although Lu Zhan was a full-strength addition, his long-range attack power was not high to begin with, and it was normal that he could not do much damage with his gun, but it definitely shouldn't be that low. The hearts of Chen Haichuan and the others sank to the bottom in unison. I'm afraid it's going to be a reunion. The little girl's eerie gaze immediately focused on Lu Chop's body, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, revealing a bizarre to the extreme smile, and he said, "Uncle, you're so tall." She was 3 meters away, remotely comparing the height between herself and Lu Chop on top of her head. Lu Zhan froze. What does this mean? Wang Jia, who was hiding, reacted extremely quickly and blurted out, "Get down." The factor of height had been repeated many times in the information obtained previously, and Wang Jia, as a god hunter who had participated in 4 forbidden seals, would be too slow to think of it. This little girl, she may have a similar rule of forbidden strikes, completely different from the vague rules of Taboo 006. The rules of this little girl's kills were very clear. Kill any being taller than her. Chapter 114, The Final Charge. Thinking about this, Wang Jia's heart and mind shook dramatically. Why does this creepy even have a kill rule? Could it be that this little girl, too, is not ahead of Taboo? Wang Jia felt that a bone-piercing icy cold instantly crawled all over his body. It was absolutely impossible for a mere 6 people to go to war with a Taboo. They had gathered more than 100 hunters outside the antique street before, and none of them dared to make a move against Forbidden 006. If this was truly Taboo, this secret realm, I'm afraid it was destined to be impossible to purge. Lu Zhan's mind didn't follow at all, but his body subconsciously executed Wang Jia's order. Hunters have always been hugging for survival, trusting their teammates, almost an instinct written into their bones. The moment Lu Zhan crouched down, the ox-eared sharp knife that the little girl had raised paused in the air. No chopping out. Wang Jia's heart, once again, sank deeper. Sure enough, she does have a hit rule. Everyone, all crouch down. Wang Jia's voice trembled and he immediately crouched down. The rest of the hunters, too, had cold sweat on their foreheads and crouched down in unison. For a while, there was a terrible silence in the middle of the hospital hall. The little girl's gaze swept over one hunter after another and suddenly looked at the 3 ordinary people next to Chen Haichuan. These 3 didn't react as quickly as the hunter, and were now standing, their bodies stiff and their legs trembling, as if they had gone into rigor mortis. Once a creature is in a state of hysterical fear, it is instead difficult to move, not even an inch. These 3 people were dumbfounded in unison when they saw such a terrifyingly creepy little girl up close. The little girl walked up to the 3 men, looked up with a vaguely innocent smile, and said, "You're all so tall." In his hand, the snowy, ox-ear-tipped blade swung out. The Mori green life-threatening blade awnings appeared once again. In a moment of life and death, only the not-so-young girl standing at the very edge of the trio screamed and overcame the fear of death by lunging out to the side. The 2 remaining people were cut off by this terrifying blade aura. In unison, -5,149, -5,421. 2 terrifying damage numbers floated up from the 2. The 2 severed upper halves of the body crashed to the ground in unison with a muffled thud and a splash of blood. Instant violent death. The man was dead, but a miserable scream still escaped from his mouth. Chen Haichuan, who was close at hand, could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. His face splattered with several clusters of warm blood, and he crouched in the corner, not daring to breathe a breath. The little girl grinned weirdly, in front of Chen Haichuan, slowly squatted down and said grimly, "Uncle, you're still taller than me." "Ha!" Chen Haichuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The cold sweat on his forehead seemed to be a waterfall, and without thinking, he directly flattened himself on the ground. Little girl, just as she was about to plop down on the floor as well. In the middle of the hall, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Several silver bullets, one after another, landed on the little girl, each dealing a dozen points of damage. The little girl's eyes flashed with a sinister color, and she rose up with an open mind. Looking to the rear, Lu Zhan held his shield in one hand and raised his spear in the other, and at some point, he had already stood up. It was useless to crouch down. It was useless to get down, and this 8 or 9-year-old was always shorter than an adult. Compared to height, regardless of the adult's position, the hit rule can be triggered if the little girl learns to do the same pose. If you can't escape, you'll have to fight a tough battle. Lu Zhan knew his team duty, and before he died, he would never allow this little girl to attack his teammates. The little girl saw Lu Zhan get up to attack herself, and immediately revealed a touch of grim smile. Her figure flashed and appeared half a meter in front of Lu Zhan, and she gestured at her head, while directly lifting up the ox-ear sharp knife. Just in the nick of time, the sniper rifle in Li Quan Guang's hand suddenly boomed. A silver bullet shot out and landed on the little girl. The little girl was stumbled by this shot,
and the oxeer-pointed sword in her hand was also crooked, causing this Mori green blade light that she swung out to be deflected a little. Lu Zhan, who had taken the shadow dance potion, deftly flickered his body and avoided this horrifying slash in this millimeter. 2 words floated up from Lu Chop, dodge, and on the little girl, a damage number floated up, blitz, -341. Between Li Guang's forehead, beads of sweat emerged. It's too terrifying. This attribute suppression. It just doesn't make sense anymore. So terrifyingly bizarre. Did that blade just now really have a chance to be resisted if Lu Zhan hadn't avoided it? The little girl was obviously pained by Li Guang's shot and raised her head to let out a shrill whistle. Sharp and eerie whistling sounds rolled and stirred in the middle of the hospital, piercing straight into everyone's hearts. Die! The little girl's figure flashed and appeared in front of Li Guang, suddenly crouching down and revealing a grim smile. Uncle, it's your turn to die. Li Guang's pupils suddenly tightened like the tip of a needle. Knock! Li Guang didn't even think about it and directly lay down on his back. He knew he couldn't resist a slash, but also trusting that his teammates would absolutely take the moment to relieve themselves. Sure enough, a mishmash of gunshots intertwined the next moment in the middle of the hospital hall. The remaining 5 hunters, in unison, fired at the little girl's back. A series of dense damage numbers drifted out from the little girl's body, among which Wang Jia and Chen Yuro, the 2 agility route hunters, had the highest long-range output numbers. But there was still little practical significance. This little girl was set on fire by 5 hunters, emptying her magazines, and surprisingly her blood bar didn't drop much. Visualize that there is at least 95% of blood left. All the hunters were bitter in their hearts. How's this for a fight? Can't fight at all. Had they known that this little girl's intensity was terrifying to such an extent, they were afraid that they would have chosen to live with it. Preserve the living forces and wait until the end of this secret realm, then find a way to deal with it. But right now, there is no escape. Lu Zhan roared, dropping the unloaded pistol in his hand, holding the counterattacking steel shield, and charging directly at the little girl. In his eyes, he was full of death wish. The situation was too chaotic, and if Lu Zhan didn't rush, the little girl would likely attack randomly. The only one who might be able to withstand the attack right now was Lu Zhan alone. Everyone else was bound to die. Even Lu Chop, in his heart, was not sure if he could resist it or not. It was reasonable to say that the talent and 2 passives on his body were all damage reduction, and his armor was also very high, hitting more than 5,000 damage on other players. With his 2,800 blood, he might not die, but it's really hard to predict. If he could hold out for 1 slash without dying, he could still resist a few more with the help of holy water. If 1 slash shattered his talisman, then he would only have 2 slashes to live. Either way, I'm afraid it's all one's last charge. I only hope that I will die well if my death is rewarded with a crushing victory. Ah! Lu Zhan with his blood fury, counterattacking the steel shield like a slab, ruthlessly slapped the back of the little girl's head. Strike, -1. The little girl slowly turned around, with a pair of big gloomy eyes, staring straight at Lu Chop, who was close at hand. In his hand, the bull's ear sharp knife was instantly raised. Chapter 115, A Tragic Victory in Death. The moment he was locked by the little girl's gaze, Lu Zhan was chilled through his body. A tangible shadow of death enveloped all of Lu Chop. He truly experienced the scent of death approaching. A step away from himself, just a step away. Lu Zhan's scalp tingled and he subconsciously dodged. The body was very light under the effect of the shadow dance potion. The speed of the bull's ear sharp knife in the little girl's hand, however, was a bit faster than Lu Chop expected. A Mori green blade suddenly chopped out. Lu Zhan's pupils shrunk. This cut, it's too fast. It's impossible to hide. With thoughts turning in his mind, Lu Zhan subconsciously raised his counterattack steel shield to protect his body. Just in the nick of time, a peachwood sword flashing with 7-colored radiance quietly stabbed out, like a poisonous snake spitting out its letter, directly attacking the back of the little girl's neck. It's Wang Jia, the god of heavenly sword hunters. This secret realm was unable to utilize active skills, which really limited this god of the huntsrune for play, but he still presented very strong combat power and exquisite combat skills. Whether it was the timing or the angle, it was all very tricky. This sword is a side-splitting sight. Even the little girl, who couldn't help but have her attention drawn by the ceiling-dial peachwood sword, frowned slightly, and a flash of displeasure flashed across her large, gloomy eyes. The sword, emanating an aura that disgusted her. In the next moment, the blade of the ceiling-dial peachwood sword landed on the little girl's neck while she was in the gap between her strikes to attack Lu Zhan. Blitz, -314. Blitz, -667. There was also a series of -20 damage drifting out from the little girl's body one after the other. That was the continuous damage from the mahogany sword skill, glow law sword technique. With this sword strike, the little girl's blood bar, at once, fell by about 1/10. Wang Jia's heart was certain.
There is hope. Comparing it to the four-headed taboo that Wang Jia had participated in sealing before, this little girl, although equally terrifying, was not without hope of being killed. It was also significantly weaker when compared to Forbidden 006. While there are taboo-like hit rules, they shouldn't be taboo yet. As long as Lu Zhen could resist a few more blows, and buy himself and Li Guang some more chances to attack, maybe we can win. When the battle was fierce and death could come at any time, no one noticed that in the shadows of the building, at some point, there was a little more dark red firelight. It was an old pipe. A man shrouded in the shadow of a strange hat stood amidst the shadows and slowly exhaled a greenish-colored smoke ring. Jiang Yan had already been down for half a minute, but he didn't intervene in the battle for the time being, just quietly observing. The player panel pops up with this little girl's plutonium income. Plutonium plus 12,548. This is a very familiar plutonium income. Last night when Jiang Yan rode the elevator, and a small palm in the darkness of the 10 fingers. At that time, although did not see exactly what it is a thing, but saw the exact same plutonium into the account. This is the Destroyer Spirit Child. Jiang Yan confirmed in his heart. Right now, it seemed that the Destroyer Spirit Child had presented the forbidden rule of striking down and killing all beings taller than himself. But this fate-sapping Spirit Child had clearly not yet reached the intensity of the forbidden. These 6 hunters in the hall. According to this situation at the moment, there was indeed a not-so-small possibility that they could kill the Destroyer Spirit Child and successfully clear this secret realm. In his last life's memories, Heavenly Sword God of Hunters Wang Jiao was not even in Nandu at this time, and the one who led the team into the third hospital's secret realm should only be Chen Haichuan. If Wang Jiao was missing, there was no possibility of the Guile Hunting Bureau winning the game in front of them, and Chen Haichuan would eventually be able to come out of the secret realm alive, presumably by dragging his feet until the end of the time, and then escaping immediately. If the escape speed was fast enough, and with the help of some props or skills, it was indeed possible to escape from the vision of the Spirit Child of Decimation and thus escape. In this life, on the other hand, the situation had taken a not-so-small turn for the worse, and with Wang Jia around, even if Jiang Yan didn't intervene, the fate-slaying Spirit Boy would more than likely not be able to get out. The 6 hunters, though, had to die several times. Jiang Yan smoked his pipe and quietly observed the menacing battle. Although the way through is in front of us, there are still some plausible mysteries that remain unsolved. There was still plenty of time, and Jiang Yan wasn't in a hurry. The moment the Mori green blade flashed in the middle of the battle circle, Lu Zhan knew that he couldn't dodge the second blade. Holding a counter steel shield in both hands, he held it in front of his body. In Lu Zhan's eyes, a flash of dying madness flashed through. Let's see how much blood you can really beat me with. Boo! A muffled sound rang out above the counterattacking steel shield. Lu Zhan flew out backwards in response, directly hitting the pillar behind him. A damage number floated out from Lu Zhan's body. Minus 2,845. Lu Zhan's entire life is 2,846. The word resistance floated out in a whirlwind. The Shin Flame amulet that shattered into 2 halves fell to the ground from Lu Zhan's arms. The madness in Lu Zhan's eyes instantly turned into despair. Still can't carry it. The intensity of this little girl is horrible. Wang Jia's shocked and angry voice came from the other side of the destiny beheading Spirit Boy. Drink the medicine. Lu Zhan hesitated for an instant. If the first slash could second itself, so could the second. Losing the protection of the arcane flame talisman, it didn't really make a difference whether one had 1 drop of blood or full blood. Drinking holy water is a bit of a waste. However, Lu Zhan still complied and pulled away with a roll, quickly pouring 3 bottles of holy water into his stomach. Life value back to full again. At the same time, Wang Jia and Li Guang each launched an attack, knocking off some blood from the Destroyer Spirit Child. Chen Haichuan, who specialized in melee combat, also rushed up with his sword and joined the fray. Chun Yu Rou and Xue Man Lu, on the other hand, stayed on the periphery and kept shooting. The damage they could deal was very limited, but charging in wouldn't have much effect. Instead they would easily crowd Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan's space. Lu Zhan, who had his life value back to full, hardened his head and once again held his shield in front of the Spirit Child of Destruction. With the experience of the first time, Lu Zhan had made it very clear that his chances of survival were only in that 30% chance of evasion. Once he couldn't dodge and was hit by a blade, he would be the end of a violent death. But even if he had to fight his way to a violent death, he had to fight for his teammates, and resist that final stab. Once again, the Spirit Boy of Destruction raised his bullseye-tipped blade. Seeing that casualties were about to start appearing, a stack of golden plutonium coins suddenly flew out of the shadows of the building, snapped with a soft thud on the head of the decapitated Spirit Boy. The little girl's head was smashed against the plutonium. The stack of medieval coins fell in a flurry, like a rain of golden butterflies in the sky, laying in a small circle around the decapitated Spirit Boy. The life-sapping Spirit Child's bull's ear-pointed sword also froze completely in the air. The large, shadowy eyes were filled with astonishment. What's going on here? In the hospital lobby, there was dead silence. Gulp! Wang Jia swallowed heavily and slowly turned his head, looking toward the shadows of the building. A vague silhouette lifted its steps and stepped out of it. Under the low-hanging brim of his hat, a pair of calm eyes looked at the decapitated spirit child. Chapter 116 was taken easily. If the destroyer spirit boy was aware of this, he turned his head and also looked towards the place where Zhang Yan had walked out. The moment the four eyes met, Scarlet Shock Blast, activate! The decapitated spirit boy saw a pair of scarlet, ghastly eyes amidst the shadows cast by the strange hat. Boom! In an instant, her mind was shattered by the horrific carnage in those eyes, and only one thought remained in her mind. This man is the most terrifying thing he has ever seen in this life. He must be killed immediately. Otherwise, one would definitely be killed by him. With a flash of light, the destroyer spirit boy broke away from the hunter's battle circle and appeared not far in front of Zhang Yan. She shivered and raised one hand, gesturing at the height difference between the two of them, and hissed in a grim voice, "Uncle, you." Before he could finish his words, he heard Zhang Yan faintly say, "No manners, call your brother, Chopper Spirit Boy." Is that the point? She continued, "You're so tall." Zhang Yan probed his hand and patted the decapitated spirit child's head, as if he was patting a small homeless stray dog on the street, and his voice, made hoarse and gloomy by the pipe, said blandly, "I'm not tall either, mostly because you're too short for a little carrot head." Little girl? Other hunters? It is worthy of being forbidden 006, to face such a horrible little girl, but it is not afraid at all, and mocking people for being little carrot heads. Even if it's a small carrot head, it's still a carrot head that can slash out more than 5,000 in one slash. Is that really an appropriate tone for your flirty banter? The spirit child of destruction had already completed the determination of the rules of killing, and directly swung out with a slash. A Mori green blade aura appeared instantly. It pointed straight at Zhang Yan's chest and cut. The six hunters, in unison, held their breath. Here it comes. Here it comes. The first encounter between this horrible little girl and the forbidden 006, who's actually a little scarier. If Taboo 006 killed this little girl, wouldn't the secret world just end and we lie back and count our money? In the hearts of the six hunters, excitement floated up in unison. Although Taboo 006 is not a good thing, it doesn't stop him from doing something good. In the next moment, the Mori green blade aura chopped above Zhang Yan's chest. There was a soft thud. The whirlwind disappeared without a trace. On Zhang Yan's body, a damage number floated out. Strike, -1. Chopper Spirit Boy? 6 hunters? No. A slash that can hit over 5,000 without storming. Storms on you. What the hell is a -1 to anima storm? Zhang Yan took a puff on his old pipe, his eyes in the shadow of his strange hat, very playful. Although this destroyer spirit child was not yet a genuine forbidden, its attributes and killing power were really not low anymore. This kind of powerful to the extreme weirdness. If it was placed outside, it was estimated to be able to break Zhang Yan's defense and hit dozens of points of damage. But when this secret realm started, Zhang Yan spent a huge amount of money to brush himself with a lot of player solo gain effects, so he was even more perverted in the secret realm, and even after hard resisting a slash from the life-stopping spirit boy, he still didn't break his defense. However, the situation might not necessarily be the same after the destroyer spirit boy gained a huge gain in attributes if he managed to leave this secret realm. At that time, it might be possible that Zhang Yan would have to break the great defense even under one slash, and it would be very dangerous. This time, when he came to the third hospital mystic realm, Zhang Yan's main goal was to clear out the huge threat of the fate-slaying spirit child, and everything else was incidental. Decay, epidemic, death, extinction. The black crow on Zhang Yan's right shoulder opened its big mouth and typed out a series of hoarse and gloomy ominous curses that stirred back and forth in the middle of the hospital hall. With a wave of Zhang Yan's left hand, a large human-faced spider web shrouded out, instantly binding the destroyer spirit child in place. As the small spiders continued to surge, and a little girl-shaped spider silk cocoon continued to take shape. However, this spider silk cocoon was completely ineffective in stopping the destroyer spirit child's actions, and immediately afterward, a Mori green blade light chopped out once again, completely dissecting the spider web. Zhang Yan didn't dodge or avoid, allowing this second blade to fall on him. Although there were a lot of small spiders, they could only deal -1 damage on the spirit child of decimation. As for the Sphinx spider body, it didn't dare to get on the spirit child of decimation, or else it would easily be killed by a single slash. Facing this kind of powerful weirdness, the Sphinx spider only had the ability to assist for the time being, and the output still depended on the black crow. This void's bizarre 4 skills had formed a skill cycle. The explosive ability might not be strong, but the sustained output ability was terrifying. Coupled with Zhang Yan's unlimited supply of blue restoring potion, Under the wanton curse, the life value of the destroyer spirit boy was rapidly falling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yan took a drag on his pipe and kind of missed in Xiao Xian, the violent maniac. If she was there, 2 shots would have ended the fight. Where's the need to go to all this trouble? After a few moments of fighting, the duration of the scarlet shock blast ended, and the destroyer spirit child regained his senses, and a flash of panic suddenly rose in his large, gloomy eyes. What just happened? The guy in front of me is also too horrible. When he met him in the elevator last night, the spirit boy of decapitation sensed that this guy was not easy to deal with, and directly slipped away after cheating 10,000 plutonium coins, but he did not expect to meet him here again today unexpectedly. This person's terror was even more outrageous than what the spirit child of destruction had anticipated. The destroyer spirit child's life value had fallen by half at this point, and with his mouth open, he let out a piercing scream as he turned around and ran. You wait! Before the vicious words even landed, the destroyer spirit boy scattered and ran away. Extremely fast. In a flash, he disappeared directly into the shadows of the building. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and chased straight after him. His agility was as high as 250 points, and his speed was surprisingly no worse than that of the void body weird spirit child of decimation, and he followed behind the spirit child of decimation like a cowhide. The destroyer spirit boy ran through the building like the wind, but when he heard another gust of wind behind him in hot pursuit, he turned his head and stumbled in fear, nearly falling head over heels to the ground. Don't you come over! The destroyer spirit child let out a scream of utter terror at Jiang Yan behind him. Under the shadow of Jiang Yan's strange hat, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a playful smile. I'd like to see where the little girl can run to. In the hall on the first floor, the 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau were petrified in unison. They could hear, echoing down the hallway, the screams floating down. Don't come over here. To come over. Come here. Come on. Voodoo. Wang Jia swallowed heavily, his eyes filled with palpitations. Is this the little girl who was so fierce and powerful just now? In front of the forbidden 006, how could you lose your head like that? Taken by the forbidden 006 easily. Chen Haichuan wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. Just now that battle, the eye is about to fall into the tragic situation of front and back. Although there are still some traps have not been used, but in front of the intensity of that little girl, these traps are estimated to be only enough for 6 people to survive. Even if they could win in the end, it was bound to be a disastrous victory, and the 6 hunters didn't know how many of them would still be able to leave this secret realm. But as soon as Taboo 006 struck, this little girl screamed and started running away. Taboo 006. Scary as hell. Should we follow up and take a look? Chen Haichuan looked at Wang Jia with palpitations. Chapter 117, Carrying on with Guile. Hearing Chen Haichuan's words, Wang Jia suddenly shivered. No way. Going to get up close and personal with Taboo 006 again? In Wang Jia's mind, he once again flashed back to the inhuman torture he had suffered inside that clinic not long ago. That's a 16% monthly interest rate. It's still rolling interest. Damn that Taboo 006 isn't even human. He's a evil animal. If there was a choice, Wang Jia really wanted to stay far away from this terror taboo and never appear within his field of vision again, just in case there's any more trouble. Double it again to 32%. Hey, Wang Jia, will just kill myself in this secret realm today. Nobody stops me. But Wang Jia took a deep breath and after calming down, he still nodded his head. Well, let's follow and see. This secret realm must be purged. Nandu can't afford any more twists and turns. After dealing with this secret realm, after going out, we have to start sealing the forbidden 006. If one more powerful weirdness rushes out from the secret realm, the already tattered Nandu will really be in danger. The 6 hunters organized their formation, and Luchop walked first, running up the building. She fled, he chased, and she couldn't get away. The decapitated spirit child followed the stairs, and in a few breaths of effort, he rushed up to the rooftop equipment room above the stairs on the 7th floor, and then disappeared directly behind the door. Jiang Yan stood behind the closed big iron gate, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Above the 7th floor, unsurprisingly, would be the rooftop, and before the head nurse Wang Zuozhou said, the rooftop cannot go up. It is also haunted. All jumping bizarre in the above queue jump. However, under the panic of this decapitated spirit child, he even subconsciously ran towards this rooftop, so it was estimated that the rooftop behind this iron gate was not such a simple place. Boom! Jiang Yan directly raised his foot and kicked away the large iron door of this rooftop. A patch of sunlight spilled into the dimly lit hallway. Jiang Yan saw a scene that was unexpected to him. The rooftop is full of pipes, fans, and emergency facilities, and in between the cluttered pipes, the destroyer spirit child's eyes showed shock and anger as he stared deathly at Jiang Yan who had broken through the door and screamed shrilly. Damn you! Would I be afraid of you if my body wasn't sealed? After the petite body of the destroyer spirit child, Jiang Yan saw another destroyer spirit child. There is no other way. Only, this spirit boy of decimation was lying on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. The body's mold was much more solid compared to the one in front of him, and beside the life-altering spirit child lying on the ground, there was also a circle of bluish-purple light, constantly flickering and floating, with mysterious runes looming on it, seemingly some kind of formation. She said her body was sealed? Jiang Yan's heart fluttered, immediately realizing what was going on right now. It is the body of the decapitated spirit child that is lying down, and it is the spirit of the decapitated spirit child that is acting? Hiss. The intensity of just a stray spirit body is so terrifying. If it fused with that body as one, I'm afraid that it wouldn't directly transform into a forbidden body? Thinking about this, Jiang Yan's heart stirred and he seemed to have thought of something. This situation on the rooftop, I'm afraid, is where the truth of the third hospital's secret realm lies. Instead of rushing to launch an attack, he asked, and that one next to your body, what is it? Jiang Yan gazed with a frown at a withered back figure sitting cross-legged next to the body of the destroyer spirit boy. The withered back appeared to be an old man, dressed in blue-gray rough clothes, with a withered scalp, and most of his flowery white hair had fallen out, revealing a purple-black scalp that looked more like a skeleton than a living person. The withered old man pressed his hands slightly in vain, seemingly placing them on top of the sealing spell formation around the body of the decapitated spirit child. It's hard to believe that it's this old man who's maintaining the seal? Jiang Yan completely did not expect that the rooftop would be in such a situation, and for a while his thoughts were a bit confused. Following Jiang Yan's gaze, the destroyer spirit boy turned his head and let out an exasperated scream. Old man, it's been more than 50 years, you still won't let me go? It's not me that's wrong. It's them. They're the ones who killed my sister. I killed them as a blood debt. Heaven and earth are right. The destroyer spirit boy screamed while lifting up the ox-eared pointed sword in his hand, frantically striking out at the withered back figure. Cut after cut after cut. That withered back figure loomed large. A layer of blue-purple light quietly surfaced, blocking every blade of the life-stopping spirit boy, firmly outside. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, lifted his steps and walked around from the side to the other side, looking at the withered old man's face. The old man's face was equally withered, as if he had been dead for many years and had been weathering the place like a skeleton more than like a living person. Just as Jiang Yan was looking up and down, the withered old man's eyes, which were tightly closed, snapped open. The eyeballs had long since decayed, leaving only two empty eye sockets that stared straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was startled and subconsciously retreated half a step. Creepy? For some reason, the empty eyes of this withered old man made Jiang Yan a little afraid. On the old man, two large words immediately floated up. Immunity. Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then realized that he had just triggered the scarlet shot blast when he and the withered old man looked at each other. But this withered old man, he's immune? That's really something. What are you a thing? Jiang Yan asked seriously. A dropping sigh escaped the old man's withered throat. Alas, how many years has it been since someone finally came in? Quickly kill her. The old man can not hold out anymore. Old me used the five-hearted heavenly thunder formation to separate this bizarre body from her soul, causing her to wander around for so many years in the midst of this spatial debris. But the old man has run out of gas and can't continue. Kill her now. Hurry. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and asked indifferently. You're also a creepy head. Why would I want to listen to a creepy head? He had long since seen that this withered old man was not human at all, and was likewise a bizarre and powerful head. Jiang Yan didn't believe a single word of what five-hearted heavenly thunder formation and what oil exhaustion. All of the weirdness in this secret realm was a bit upside down. The spirit was more or less distorted, and this old man was afraid that it would be the same. Since Creepy wanted him to kill the destroyer spirit child, he absolutely couldn't do it before he figured out what was going on. Can't be fooled by a ghost, can we? The withered old man seemed to choke on Jiang Yan's rhetorical question, and after a moment of silence, he said angrily, if you kill her, this space fragment will collapse and cease to exist, and you'll be able to leave here. Didn't you come in here to kill her? Jiang Yan shook his head, deliberately lifting the bar with Gue, and said, no, 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 I came in to save her. Her mom and I, her sister, Chen Mimi, are good friends. Chen Mei entrusted me to come in and get her out. Old man? You're stepping on a horse. Chopper spirit boy? Really? The little girl was full of surprise. Chapter 118, Kill Her Now. The relationship between Chen Mimi and the Destiny beheading spirit child was hard to distinguish between mom and sister for a while. Since the decapitation spirit child was cognizant of being a sister, she would be called as a sister for the time being. However, Jiang Yan had basically been able to deduce from amongst the various information that 99% of the destroyed spirit child was that weird fetus that had first fused with the void body back then, and that Chen Mimi was probably just claiming to be a younger sister for fear of the strange gazes. Looking at the look of surprise on the face of the destroyer spirit child, Jiang Yan couldn't help but be staggered in his heart. Kids are good liars. That's an obvious lie to believe. You see, that old geezer next to you obviously didn't believe it. The withered old man took a deep breath and patiently explained. Kid, don't talk nonsense. I'm not the same as the other creeps. I am the 38th generation of Longhu Mountain. Jingshu Xinjin. More than 50 years ago, the old man walked down the mountain, inadvertently saw the ghostly atmosphere here, specially came to subdue the demons and subdue the devils. Who knows that the ghosts are rampant, and even took this life into it. When this fawn was sealed back then, I counted on this day. You kill her quickly. Only then will I be freed. If not, in 2 days at the most, this bizarre spirit and flesh will merge and break out of the spatial fragments molded by the old man's seal, poisoning one side and causing endless mischief. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, realizing that what this old ghost had said was at least logically sound. The destroyer spirit boy stormed out of the third hospital, and I'm afraid there's not a single survivor in this entire hospital. This old ghost, back when he was still Qingshu real person, came in to purge the weirdness. As a result, the strength of the decapitated spirit child was beyond imagination, and had no choice but to seal it up, causing this secret realm to be independent of reality, and hiding it here for decades. Moreover, the 2 days given by the old ghost coincided with the time limit of the third hospital secret realm. This secret realm originally had 3 days. 1 day had already passed and only 2 days remained. Once the 2 days were up, the secret realm was closed, the purge failed, and the destroyer spirit child broke away from the secret realm and emerged as a terrifying taboo, turning most of the southern capital into an unoccupied dead zone. Could it be that what this old man said is true? The spirit boy of decimation jumped to Jiang Yan's side in 2 steps, and said as he pulled on Jiang Yan's sleeve, "Brother, you know where my sister is, don't you? If you help me beat this old man to death and help my spirit and flesh unite, I'll go out with you to find my sister. Sister was taken away by bad people. I miss my sister so much." Hearing this, in Jiang Yan's heart, he couldn't help but be creeped out. Chen Mimi was taken away? What does that mean? Chen Mimi in the records. But she's dead. Just now, the spirit boy who decapitated life also said in person that Chen Mimi was killed. Wait a minute. Probably not a conflict. A glint of gravity flashed under Jiang Yan's eyes. Wang Hong's surgical experiment on Chen Mimi is an eerie fusion. Chen Mimi, who died in such an experiment, has not yet been able to incarnate the bizarre. Taken? In Jiang Yan's heart, he slowly nodded his head. And now the truth of this secret realm has been basically revealed in its entirety. But there has been no sign of Chen Mimi. If she was still in the secret realm, she would probably have jumped out long ago. So, Chen Mimi, a very rare experimental subject with a very rare physique, was taken away by the people of the Angel Foundation? Jiang Yan felt that a chill that began to spread in the bottom of his heart. This Angel Foundation is even more frightening than one could have imagined. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The decapitated spirit boy said, "My name is Chen Linger." Since Jiang Yan had used the deceiving ghost technique, the willingness to converse of Chen Linger, the spirit child of decimation, had obviously become much higher, and Jiang Yan followed the good advice, and within a short time, he had gotten the outline of this matter from Chen Linger's mouth. From her perspective, ever since Chen Linger had memories, she had been by Chen Mimi's side, being cared for by this big sister as she grew up. According to Chen Linger, Chen Mimi was very good to herself, but seemed to be a little afraid of herself, especially at night, and definitely did not allow Chen Linger to enter Chen Mimi's room. Chen Linger was once awakened by the sound of thunder in the middle of the night and was so scared that she went to knock on the door of Chen Mimi's room, wanting to sleep with Chen Mimi. Chen Mimi was so scared that night that she jumped straight out of the window and escaped, and squatted in the night of the thunderstorm in a bridge hole all night. When she said this, Chen Linger had an innocent and aggrieved look on her face. In Jiang Yan's heart, he secretly slandered. At that time Chen Mimi was an ordinary woman, raising something like you every day. Anyone else would be afraid. It might be a little better in the daytime. You go knocking on her door in the middle of a thunderstorm and you've got super guts for not scaring her to death on the spot. As for how exactly Chen Linger appeared by Chen Mimi's side, Chen Linger couldn't say for sure, and Jiang Yan speculated that it couldn't have been Chen Mimi herself who retrieved the missing Chen Linger. It is assumed that Chen Linger's infant instincts have not yet subsided, and she went back to her biological mother. Chen Mimi, on her own, Chen Mimi is afraid, but on the one hand, she gave birth to herself, and on the other hand, it is estimated that she cannot get rid of Chen Linger, so she will be raised as a younger sister. That raise was 10 years. During that time, Chen Linger also went to elementary school. Jiang Yan estimated that at that time, Chen Linger didn't look too different from ordinary people and was able to mingle in the classroom. However, Chen Linger describes herself as not having any friends,
and Chen Mimi is the only one she relies on.
Perhaps those in the same class? Although they couldn't distinguish Chen Linger's bottom line, they didn't dare to play with Chen Linger, and they all subconsciously walked around her. This made Chen Linger's character somewhat inferior, self-absorbed and paranoid.
Time would have passed, and Chen Linger would have grown up like a normal child, until Chen Mimi became pregnant again,
and was once again strapped to the operating table by the Angel Foundation. I don't know which part of the process went wrong. Chen Mimi even drilled a hole and sent a text message on Chen Linger's cell phone, asking for help.
Although Chen Linger had been raised as a human being,
she wasn't a human being.
When she carried the knife to the third hospital, Chen Mimi had already died on the operating table.
Chen Linger was at the door of the operating room,
and saw with her own eyes Chen Mimi, who had her stomach cut open, struggling to take her last breath,
in immense pain.
It was at that moment that Chen Linger completely stormed out. She first killed that master surgeon,
Wang Hong,
and then bloodied the entire operating room,
unintentionally shattering an instrument that emitted a ghostly blue glow.
That instrument made Chen Linger instinctively disgusted, so she directly threw it out the window, turning back and preparing to slaughter the entire hospital to vent her anger.
Chen Linger suddenly realized that Chen Mimi, who had originally died on the operating table, had actually stood up. So sister didn't die. Sister just became like me.
Chen Linger revealed a celebratory smile as she spoke. Although she had been trapped for decades,
Chen Linger's mind, it seemed,
still remained at the level of 8 or 9 years old, and her views on many things were very simple.
If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Chen Mimi is dead, and she doesn't like it. Chen Mimi became like her, and she liked it.
Jiang Yan lied that he was following Chen Mimi's instructions to come in and save her,
and she loved it.
Jiang Yan was silent for a moment and asked softly,
and then? Chapter 119 5 Hearts Divine Thunderbolt Deity Technique. Hearing Jiang Yan's question,
Chen Linger raised both eyebrows and said with a full fury on her small face, "There was a very strong man hiding in that operating room, and one blow separated me from my spirit and my mind. The group took my sister while I was in a frenzy. Then this old thing took advantage of the situation and sealed my flesh on the rooftop.
If not, I really may not be able to defeat him." Hearing these words, the pupils of Jiang Yan's eyes suddenly shrunk.
A blow that separates the spirit and flesh of a life-chopping spirit child? The fatal beheading spirit child from more than 50 years ago might not have been forbidden,
but it definitely wasn't weak either. Good lord,
the world is really not simple when it comes to hiding crouching tigers and dragons.
Moreover,
Chen Linger's words invariably corroborated the words of the withered old ghost on the side.
"Brother, you quickly kill this old man and we'll go out together to find sister." Chen Linger pulled Jiang Yan's hand, her face full of hope. The withered old man was shaking with anger. "Kid, don't listen to her bull ********. Maybe she has a tragic past, and this third hospital doesn't look clean to me, but none of that matters so much. She must die, otherwise she will kill many. Ever since Chen Linger's words had invariably proved that what the old man had said was true,
Jiang Yan had placed 2 more points of trust in the old man. This old man is indeed bent on doing good for the sake of the living. Despite having been incarnated as a creep,
it's still on the side of the humans. Only,
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he secretly calculated more things in his mind. When the old man saw that Jiang Yan didn't say anything,
he became anxious. "Kid, you're not really fooled by this little creep, are you? Don't be stupid. If you hurry up and kill this weirdness, the old man will teach you one of the masterpieces," the withered old man said, directly flinging a book at Jiang Yan's feet in anger. "You and I are both humans. I didn't have time to leave my legacy behind, so I'll teach it to you." Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and looked down. The book has a few big words written on it. 5-Hearted Divine Thunder Dipper Technique.
When his eyes touched the book,
a line of information popped up along with it on Jiang Yan's player panel. Passive skill, 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi skill, level 1. Generates a layer of Divine Thunder Gang Chi shield every 70 seconds. The shield is not stackable. The total shield amount is 7% of the player's life value.
The shield absorbs melee attacks with a 7% chance of reflecting a thunderbolt,
dealing 7% of the player's life value in damage. Jiang Yan, God skill. It's still a hit and counter hit passive. I'm a money printer who can't use active skills, and running into a passive shield skill that generates electricity when I take a hit is just nigh unbelievable luck.
Jiang Yan directly made a vicious dog pounce and held down this book on the ground with both hands.
Obviously, this skill was not sold in the system mall at all, and like the sealed creepy peachwood sword in Wang Jia's hand, it belonged to something that was already in this world, but had been recognized by the system mall. I'm afraid the only chance to get it in the whole world is this old man in the secret world of the third hospital. The moment he held his hands down, Jiang Yan directly chose to learn the skill.
The book turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Jiang Yan's hands.
And in Jiang Yan's 6th skill bar, there was one more skill.
Jiang Yan directly gave a wild click and clicked the 5-hearted Divine Thunder Gang technique to level 10.
Passive skill, 5 Hearts Divine Thunderbolt Spirit Skill, level 10.
Generates a layer of Divine Thunderbolt Spirit Shield every 7 seconds. The shield can be stacked for 3 layers,
and the total amount of the shield is 50% of the player's life value.
Attacks absorbed by the shield from within 10 meters have a 50% chance of reflecting a thunderbolt,
dealing 50% damage to the player's life value.
Seeing the description of this level 10 skill, Jiang Yan was directly trolled into warping.
Shields are stackable now,
and reflective thunder isn't limited to melee range anymore. Level 10 sure has changed qualitatively.
He somewhat suppressed his urge to laugh maniacally. This skill is also too sick.
Even if you put it on an average player, it's still considered a perverted passive to the extreme.
But when it was placed on Jiang Yan,
a superb pervert with heavenly attributes,
it was simply perverted to the extent of being twisted.
With this passive,
Jiang Yan was like a gas tank. One more touch and it would explode. No. This passive is also too heaven-defying. It's a bit of a waste to only order level 10.
Point tap level 20.
Level 11. Cost 512. 000 plutonium.
Level 12.
Cost 1,024. 000 plutonium.
Level 13.
Cost 2,048. 000 plutonium.
Level 14.
Cost 4,096. 000 plutonium.
Level 15.
Cost 8,192. 000 plutonium.
Level 16.
Cost 16,384. 000 plutonium.
Level 17.
Costs 32,768. 000 plutonium.
Level 18.
Costs 65,536. 000 plutonium.
Level 19.
Spend 131,072. 000 plutonium.
Level 20.
Costs 262,144. 000 plutonium.
Jiang Yan wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead as a sense of guilt rose in his heart.
It's a little too damn expensive.
A level 20 skill that cost nearly 400 million plutonium. Jiang Yan glanced at his suddenly shrinking medallion balance and felt his heart dripping blood.
That's all the plutonium you've worked so hard to print.
Passive skill, 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi skill, level 20. Generates a layer of Divine Thunder Gang Chi shield every 3 seconds. The shield can be stacked for 7 layers, and the total amount of shield is 150% of the player's life value. Shield absorbs attacks within 200 meters with a 100% chance of reflecting a thunderbolt, dealing 150% of the player's life value and ranged damage to all hostile units within 5 meters of the target,
doubling the damage to bizarre targets.
While 400 million is outrageous, this level 20 skill is just as outrageous.
100% reflection of attacks within 200 meters?
Aside from something like a sniper rifle, very few long-range means can boast an attack range of more than 200 meters.
The reflected thunder, moreover,
had changed from single damage to 5 meters of ranged damage.
It will also double for shenanigans.
Now that's the kind of passivity this printer deserves.
Jiang Yan rather had a feeling of hating each other.
Now,
the speed at which I kill creepy in seconds shouldn't be any slower than in Xiao Xin, right? When you get out, you must find a chance to get high.
That withered old man looked at Jiang Yan's vicious dog pouncing on the book he had dropped and picked it up,
nodding his head in a rather pleased manner. The children are teachable. You and I are also counted as master and disciple destiny.
I have no other requirements.
After you kill this little girl, take this book.
Also bring back to Longhu Mountain.
Leave a copy for them. Also counted as my Qingshu. Feeding the master.
I think the Dragon Tiger Mountain will also accept you as a disciple and pass on the mantle. The old man rambled on, like a master explaining his will to his disciple before his death.
Just then, he suddenly saw that Jiang Yan,
who had been keeping his head lowered, suddenly had a layer of bluish-purple shielding light floating on his body.
This shield, and the one around the withered old man, were the same.
Old man Qingshu was instantly shocked and lost his voice as he rounded his empty eye sockets.
How is that possible? You obviously didn't even read the book. Learned so quickly? Could it be that you are a monastic genius?
Old man Qingshu's words had yet to land.
On Jiang Yan's body, another layer of shield rose. Clear void. What the hell is this? Chapter 120 Sign, or Die.
The old man has created this art for more than 20 years and has practiced it diligently, but so far he has only been able to barely condense 3 layers of astral energy.
You just touched it, and you were able to condense 2 layers directly? How on earth did you do that?
Qingshu stared at Jiang Yan in front of him, his tone shocked to the core.
Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, Elder, times have changed. It was evident from this Qingshu that although there were strong people before, they needed to cultivate hard in order to compete with the weirdness. Those hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau, in fact, also followed this path of hard training to be far ahead of ordinary players. But now, After creepy descent, Krypton gets stronger. Qingshu took a deep breath and was about to say something when he suddenly saw that, on Jiang Yan's body, another layer of shield had unexpectedly risen. It's the third level. Qingshu's entire ghost was numb. What kind of an anticlimactic thing is in front of you? Did you memorize everything I just said? Qingshu asked solemnly. Jiang Yan nodded his head. Many thanks to Senior for passing on the Dharma. It means a lot to me.
I will definitely follow my predecessor's wishes and send this method to Longhu Mountain.
Qingshu nodded in satisfaction and said, in that case, do it and kill the little girl. With your natural talent, even if the future becomes more upheaval, my human race, there is still hope. Jiang Yan backhanded and sprayed out a human-faced spider web, instantly enveloping Chen Linger on the side. Chen Linger screamed and struggled up. Brother, what are you doing? Didn't you come to save me? Why are you doing this to me? This time, all of the little spiders of the Sphinx spider were attached to the web. Only the main body remained in Jiang Yan's glove, with the densely packed small spiders weaving their webs together. Surprisingly for a time in Chen Linger's struggles, they barely formed a balance, making her unable to break free of the spider web bindings. However, Chen Linger's attributes were too high, and during the struggle, the little spiders were being killed, so they couldn't support them for long. But Jiang Yan didn't need long. Jiang Yan looked at Taoist Master Qingshu and said indifferently, I need to kill you before I kill her. Qingshu froze for a moment, half silent. Jiang Yan continued, you're a creep now, and if you're going to disappear along with this secret realm, then me killing you will only make you die a few seconds sooner. All the more reason I need to kill you if you won't disappear with this secret world. You're such a creep. You should never go out there. Jiang Yan's tone was decisive. He had an intuition that if this Qingshu Taoist incarnation of weirdness left this secret realm of the third hospital and went to the outside world, he was afraid that it would be even more terrifying than the life-stopping spirit child by 2 points. Although he seemed to be looking out for humanity, who knew how long he could last in this still lucid state? Whether it was out of Jiang Yan's next selfishness or for safety reasons, Qin Su had to die. The corners of Qingshu's withered mouth revealed a smile of relief as he nodded. Well, the lad is spirited and thoughtful. I'm impressed. In that case, you do it, but I have to remind you that this formation will be dissolved immediately after my death. You need to kill this woman immediately. Never let her spirit and flesh unite. Otherwise, even if you learn the old man's astral chi skill, I'm afraid you won't be a match for this woman. Qingshu said, rising up with an open mind, his eyes closed and his hands tied. Jiang Yan respectfully performed a disciple salute to Taoist Master Qingshu, and as he rose, the black crow on his shoulder opened its mouth and let out an ominous curse sound. Decay. Epidemic. Die. Extinguish. Taoist Master Qingshu had already run out of gas and didn't have much life value left, and after being solidly hit by Black Crow for a few skill cycles, his astral shield broke and his life value completely went to zero. Boo! The old Taoist's withered body, which had been painstakingly supported for more than 50 years, suddenly fell to the ground with a crack. The tendons and bones of his body were broken, and his skin was cracked, as if he was a dry corpse that had been weathered for many years, and he fell to the ground, shattering everywhere. Already dead. Jiang Yan let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. The sense of oppression given to him by this old Taoist of Qingshu was even greater than that of the spirit child of life destruction. Jiang Yan took a diagonal step and blocked between the lying body of the spirit child of decimation and the constantly struggling spirit body, and said indifferently, sign this contract or die. He handed out a bloodstained contract with terms that were very different from the contract that Jiang Yan had provided to Creepy earlier. The previous contracts with Smoke Charmer, Pig Kong Hyena and the others could all be described as employment contracts, which were coercive but barely equivalent. But this contract that Jiang Yan was now giving to the spirit boy of destruction beheading was completely a master-servant contract. Once this contract was signed, the life-stopping spirit boy would not have any freedom to speak of, and Jiang Yan could end the life-stopping spirit boy's life at any time with a single word. What Jiang Yan had paid in the contract was a monthly salary of 100,000 plutocrats a month, as well as a promise to help Chen Linger find Shen Mimi. 100,000 was a lot, but to Jiang Yan, it was no longer worth mentioning. As for the search for Chen Mimi, it definitely involved the Angel Foundation, and Jiang Yan, whether or not he had this contract, could not possibly let go of this unhelpful dog organization. When Jiang Yan pierced through the Angel Foundation's various strongholds in Nandu, Chen Mimi's whereabouts would probably be found by him sooner or later. This contract is more of an exchange for the life of Chen Linger. If Jiang Yan couldn't control the forbidden head of the fate-slaying spirit child, he would rather destroy Chen Linger here immediately. Never keep a tiger. And if Chen Linger was willing to sign this contract, then Jiang Yan would immediately have an additional gold medalist. This was exactly the reason why Jiang Yan killed Qingshu in advance after thinking about it. If he wanted to go and wrestle for the chance to take in the destroyer spirit child, Qingshu would have to die first. The life-stopping spirit child, who was firmly wrapped in a spider silk cocoon, looked at this contract handed over by Jiang Yan and couldn't help but fall silent. You were not sent by my sister. You don't even know my sister. You lied to me. The screams of the spirit child of decimation became more and more mournful, piercing right through the heart. Jiang Yan nodded and said calmly, yes, I don't know Chan Mimi, but I'm willing to help you find her. The decapitated spirit child struggled and screamed. Then why should I trust you? Jiang Yan slowly shook his head and said coldly, this contract, it's not about trust. It's only about life and death. Sign it, you live, and follow me from now on. Sign or you die now. Chen Linger's eyes were blank for a moment, somewhat unable to return to her senses. Her mind was too young to react quickly in the midst of such life and death decisions. Jiang Yan quietly waited for Chen Linger's answer. This secret realm exploration so far. Jiang Yan has the situation under control. Steady profit. Right now, it only depended on whether or not he could get the allegiance of the spirit child of destruction decimation. Chapter 121 End of the Secret World. The purge failed. Looking at the cold and solemn eyes under the strange hat, the destroyer spirit boy who was wrapped in the spider silk cocoon thought again of the situation when he had just fought with Jiang Yan. She had to admit that she indeed couldn't beat Jiang Yan. If she could be spiritually united, she might have a chance. But now, with Jiang Yan firmly blocking the way between her and her physical body, Chen Linger could do nothing. Thinking for a moment, Chen Linger mumbled and asked, so, can I go with my sister after we find her? Jiang Yan shook his head with a faint smile. I can't, but you can persuade your sister to come with me, too. After you'll be able to stay with your sister. Hearing these words, Chen Linger's large eyes steeply lit up. She felt happy to be with Chen Mimi. As for Jiang Yan's comment about all going with him, Chen Linger felt that there was no problem. Her young mind was completely unable to appreciate the sinister intent in Jiang Yan's words. He's asking both mother and daughter to work for him. Alright then. Chen Linger stretched out her hand and signed her name crookedly on the contract handed by Jiang Yan. The strange contract transformed into two blood-red rays that fell into Jiang Yan and Chen Linger respectively. Ever since then, the destroyer spirit boy was Jiang Yan's servant. Under the shadow of the strange hat, Jiang Yan revealed a playful smile. Now, one's identity is transformed instead. He was going to protect the destroyer spirit child until the end of this secret realm. The destroyed spirit child is out of the secret realm and will directly achieve taboo. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, would have a taboo as a servant. Ahem. Although this head of taboo is a 9-year-old girl, it makes Jiang Yan look like an unscrupulous capitalist who employs child labor. However, Jiang Yan knew very well in his heart that he was just maximizing the use of resources while eliminating harm for the people. Jiang Yan stretched out his own left hand that was wearing a grayish-white spider silk glove, and the countless small spiders on Chen Linger's body transformed into a spider bridge and densely climbed back into Jiang Yan's glove. Chen Linger also broke free from the spider silk cocoon. Jiang Yan said indifferently, go and become one with your flesh. Chen Linger's face was joyful as she jumped and pounced into her body lying on the rooftop floor. Spirit and flesh united. Chen Linger's body gently shook, but she still didn't open her eyes. Jiang Yan knew that she needed some time. Jiang Yan sat directly next to him, gently smoking his old pipe, waiting for this secret world to end. A very deliberate footstep, down the hallway, came slowly up. It was the late arrival of the 6 men from the trickster hunt. Lu Zhan, his face covered in cold sweat, carried his counterattacking steel shield and walked first. The moment they saw the rooftop situation, the 6 hunters, in unison, breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Haichuan crossed the crowd and respectfully bowed to Forbidden 006 and said, Boss, has the little girl already been killed by you? How come this secret realm hasn't ended yet? Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and said lightly, she's not dead, she's mine now. You guys go down and leave her alone. Hearing this, the 6 hunters, in unison, were petrified. What does SH mean? The little girl now returned to Taboo 006? But, Chen Haichuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, all kinds of thoughts raging through his mind. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and asked bashfully, what? You guys have a problem with that? When these words came out, like a cold wind blowing through, the 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau shivered in unison, and then busily shook their heads into a rattle. Dare not! Dare not! No! We're leaving! This way! Wang Jia pushed the crowd and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the building. It was only after he had walked all the way to the main building's hall that Lu Zhen came back to his senses, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said in a low voice, doesn't this mean we are doomed to fail the purge this time in the secret realm? Wang Jia sighed deeply, his eyes filled with powerlessness. Thought the Taboo 006 and that little girl were hostile, and we were able to use our strength to fight. I didn't realize that they had gotten mixed up. It can't be helped. The 6 of us are definitely no match for Forbidden 006. Since Forbidden 006 is going to protect that little girl, we'll just have to give up. Next, staying alive is our only goal. Remember not to clash with the other shenanigans. Let's wait for us to get out. Then we'll think long and hard about it. When everyone returned to the ward, Chen Haichuan was filled with sadness and whispered to Wang Jia, God of the Hunt, do you think that after this secret realm's time runs out and that little girl gets that so-called huge increase after following Taboo 006 out, she'll turn into a taboo as well? Wang Jia couldn't help but be silent. If this is the case, and the two taboos are mixed together, Nandu will not be able to do well. The trickster hunt simply didn't have the ability to deal with two forbidden heads right now. The situation is really too bad. If that's true, we'll have no choice but to abandon Nandu. Wang Jia shook his head inside. A plan for mass evacuation has been drawn up above that can be applied inside all cities. We'll unite the survivors of Nandu, led by the trickster hunters, and evacuate to the nearest relatively safe city, abandoning Nandu altogether. Chen Haichuan frowned, pondered for a moment, and slowly nodded his head. It'll have to do. With the size of the 100 or so hunters in Nandu right now, it's a little less difficult to lead a team out of Nandu without going to war with Forbidden 006. It's just that Taboo 006 looks like it's not a parochial existence, so if there's really no one left in Nandu, it might start running amok. And since Nandu is so big, we'd have too much to lose if we really gave it up. Wang Jia nodded. The next best thing. But if it's true that the two forbidden heads have stirred together, we'll just have to make do. Before that, we need to find that Angel Foundation in Nandu. Since being blocked back by Jiang Yen, the 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau had become very peaceful, hunkering down in their wards, quietly waiting for this secret realm to end in failure. Jiang Yen didn't run around either, always staying by Chen Linger's side for fear that his right-hand man would be stolen by something. 2 days passed in a flash. Finally, Chen Linger's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. A pair of large, gloomy green eyes were filled with fierce colors, tightly gripping the ox-eared sharp knife in his hand, nearly subconsciously slashing at Jiang Yen, who was close at hand. Fortunately, she still had 2 points of sense, realizing that with that contract in place, Jiang Yen could take her life with a casual word, and slowly pressed the knife down. Jiang Yen also saw the alert that popped up on his player panel. Secret Realm, 3rd Hospital, failed to clear. The Chopper Spirit Child will leave the Secret Realm and appear in the outside world with a huge increase. All players will be teleported to the entrance of the secret world in 3 seconds. 3. Jiang Yen narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent flashed under his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that there was another person out there, waiting to be killed. Wang Hucheng, who had been tagged by the Sphinx Trick Spider Hunt. Chapter 122 Taboo Constraints. As the Secret Realm's countdown ended, in front of Jiang Yan's eyes, a white light flashed, and his entire person had disappeared into the 3rd Hospital's Secret Realm. When he reappeared, he was already at the location of the entrance to the Secret Realm, and the scenery was vaguely familiar. Jiang Yan looked over to the ruins of the building next to him, and could vaguely recognize that it was a middle school, but now it's a complete mess because of the bizarre attack that has caused the entire school to be in disarray. Jiang Yan secretly contemplated, knowing that this was most likely the previous 3rd hospital, which had been bulldozed and then a middle school was constructed, utilizing the surging yang qi and anger of the middle school students in an attempt to suppress the grievances in yin qi that had once been present in the 3rd hospital. Beside Jiang Yan, a teleportation glow lit up, and all the humans who had survived in the 3rd hospital's secret realm were teleported out one after another. To Jiang Yan's some surprise, besides the 6 hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau, there were 4 ordinary human players who hadn't died. These 4 people, it was estimated that they were also among the strongest of the strong. Otherwise it would be extremely difficult to survive from such a difficult environment in the 3rd hospital mystic realm until the end. The 6 hunters looked at each other, all seeing the look of silence on each other's faces. The manpower of their Guile Hunting Bureau to enter the 3rd hospital's secret realm was 15. There were only 7 people who managed to reach the 3rd hospital. There were only 6 that came out. If it wasn't for the fact that Forbidden 006 had intervened in that last battle, I'm afraid that their loss rate would have been even higher. On guard, don't relax. Orderly retreat, Wang Jia said in a low voice, his face full of gravity. The rest of the hunters came back to their senses in unison and immediately formed a formation and began to retreat into the distance. None of them had forgotten that the one who had been teleported out together, in addition to Taboo 006, was that little girl creepy. That little girl was so terrifying in the secret realm. After leaving the secret realm and obtaining a huge increase, I really don't know how strong she would be, and she might not be worse than Taboo 006. The 6 hunters discussed a lot while they were stranded in the secret realm, but none of them could figure out what Taboo 006 was thinking. Maybe the forbidden perspective was completely different compared to them. The humans. A white light of teleportation flashed not far from Jiang Yan. A small figure, carrying a brightly shining ox-ear pointed sword, slowly appeared from the teleportation glow, covered in ghostly green smoke. A pair of large eyes that should be innocent, filled with eerie and vicious killing intent. The smile at the corner of the mouth should have been a cute baby fat, but hanging on Chen Linger's face. But it was very scary. The moment she saw these people outside, the smile at the corner of Chen Linger's mouth grew more and more morose and cold, and the oxier pointy knife in her hand, directly lifted up. Jiang Yan dodged and appeared behind Chen Linger, and his left hand, which was wearing a spider silk glove, gently covered Chen Linger's vicious eyes. With her field of vision blocked, the oxiered sharp knife that Chen Linger had raised froze in the air and did not chop down. Jiang Yan's spider silk gloves gently wriggled, and countless small spiders ran out, weaving a spider web eye band above Chen Linger's eyes, covering her eyes as much as possible. Chen Linger didn't resist Jiang Yan's movements either, obediently allowing him to obscure her vision. During this period of time, Jiang Yan had already studied Chen Linger's attribute panel to understand it, and also had a deeper understanding of the so-called taboo thing. Creepy, decapitating spirit children. Attributes: Strength, 310. Agility, 470. Intelligence, 293. Jiang Yan's prediction was completely correct. If he let this destroyer spirit boy go unchecked, even Jiang Yan would be completely suppressed by the destroyer spirit boy. If Jiang Yan hadn't gotten the Gangqi skill from old Taoist Qingshu, he wouldn't have been able to beat the fate-slaying spirit child with such a terrifying attribute 100% of the time by now. Forbidden constraints: only targets with heights exceeding this bazaar are allowed to be attacked. Constraints appear when a single attribute of the artifice exceeds 300, and expire when that single attribute of the artifice exceeds 800. Jiang Yan is still the first time to see the taboo killing rules, before only vaguely know that there is such a thing. The original name is called taboo constraints. It seems that the emergence of this constraints is completely in order to not let the powerful bazaar so easy to slaughter human beings. That said, any single attribute that is more than 300 points of shenanigans is taboo. The so-called taboo was only a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change, so strong that it was overwhelming that it was given the name taboo. As for why there would be 300 points of constraints, and instead of constraining such things at 800 points, Jiang Yan couldn't figure it out at all. But 800 points of attributes is too sick, isn't it? Jiang Yan now 3 attributes 250 points. Each point will require a huge amount of 10 million plutonium. Point to 800 in the end need to spend how much money? Really cannot count. Trait: chimerical, part of both human and void bazaar traits. Can gain power value through normal channels. Additional plus 10 life value per intelligence attribute point. Plus 10% of damage inflicted. Minus 10% of damage taken. Gains attribute boosts with age. This trait of the destroyer spirit child was very perverse. And the Black Crow, a bizarre imaginary body, was originally unable to gain power values and gained life values through the intelligence attribute. However, the chopping life spirit child could not only gain life value through intelligence like the void body creepy, but also through strength, a double life that was as terrifying as it was. Although there was no more immunity to physical attacks, the strength of this chimerical trait was still far beyond Jiang Yan's imagination. There's even a white whoring attribute that grows through age. Jiang Yan had never even heard of this horrifyingly bizarre trait in his last life. Talent: Deadly Slash, attack speed minus 50%, attack power plus 500%. Melee attacks can be changed to a ranged blade attack with a range of 3 meters, and an attack distance of 5 meters. When he saw this talent, Jiang Yan felt that the strength of Chen Linger's talent wasn't much worse than in Xiao Xian's violent frenzy. It's true that the attack speed isn't very fast though, as you saw when you were in the secret world, and you can only slice and dice. If Chen Linger's attack speed had been a little faster, perhaps the 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau would have died 3 or 4 of them directly, with no room to struggle at all. As for skills, they're lackluster and thinner than that headless creep in the elevator. Skill: Fear Scream, rank 3, slows surrounding enemies by 17% of their movement speed and attack speed. 20% chance to cause a stun. Consumption: 300 mana. Just 1. And it's a mediocre skill strength. Almost all of the heaven-defying performance of the Destroyer Spirit Child had been fought with its explosive attributes, terrifying traits and talents, and there was simply no room for this skill to be displayed. However, Jiang Yan instead thought that this was a good thing, meaning that Chen Linger's cultivation value was very high. It was worth mentioning that Chen Linger's desire to attack was so great that she would even have an instinctive urge to attack. After coming out of the secret realm, she no longer even needed to compare her height as a determining action, and would almost instinctively attack any target that was taller than herself as long as she visually detected it. He even subconsciously drew his sword several times and slashed at Jiang Yan, but as soon as visual masking was performed, more than 90% of this urge to attack disappeared. Seeing Jiang Yan covering up Chen Linger's eyes, the 6 hunters and 4 ordinary player survivors not far away turned their heads and ran, disappearing into the distance in a puff of smoke. Let's go. Come back home with me first.
Jiang Yan pulled open the door of the car he had placed here earlier and let Chen Linger get into the back seat of the car.
Chapter 123, Hidden Supplies, Plague Aura.
Jiang Yan had left for 3 days, and the flow of people within the antique street was even denser than before Jiang Yan had left, almost to the point where there was nowhere to land. Just after walking to the street entrance of the antique street, Jiang Yan saw the demon wolf, shrouded in mist, standing on guard at the street entrance. The moment he saw Jiang Yan return, the devil wolf's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly ran over, his thick black tail wagging behind him. Boss, you're finally back. The expression on the demon wolf's face was very loyal to the dog. It's really so lonely without a boss to pay bonuses. Jiang Yan nodded lightly and squeezed into the street of curiosities, inspecting around and allowing Zhang Xiaohu to fine-tune a few places that were not as good as they should be.
Jiang Yan, you're finally back. With a delicate cry, a figure, like a milk swallow returning to its bosom, drilled into Jiang Yan's arms.
Jiang Yan happily wrapped his arms around the red-eyed and Xiao Xian, hugged the kangaroo bear in general, and carried it back to his store. The purple treasure chest that had been sitting behind the counter,
seeing Jiang Yan come in,
kicked away his stool and obediently got down under the counter while placing a ledger on the counter. Jiang Yan wrapped his arm around Xiao Xian and sat on his butt on the purple treasure chest, casually flipping through the accounts of the time he had been away. His own temporary departure did not make this store's business drop, but instead, with the foot traffic rising a lot, the loan situation is very good. These loans, although they were all concluded between the purple treasure chest and the lender, were all concluded in Jiang Yan's name. When Jiang Yan was in the secret realm, he would notice from time to time that the number of contracts on his body had increased again, caused by the continued lending of the antique street. His insistence on a low interest rate strategy has begun to pay off, and while every loan has been made for as little as 1% per month, it has led to a significant increase in the number of people daring to take out a loan. With more people taking out loans, the total amount of plutonium out there is more. With money in hand, it is natural to need to spend it and turn it into tangible combat power, and the market where they consume is naturally inside the antique street. The things in the antique street were not as much as the system mall, but the prices were really affordable. Every transaction made within the antique street generates a transaction draw, the amount of which has risen to 1% from the previous 0.5% just before the opening. Stall fees have also started to be charged, at 100 plutonium for 12 hours. After the plutonium from the loan was internally digested by the antique street and became an actual fighting force for one player after another, these players became restless. Since you have kryptonite, you can't be a shrinking violet all the time. Otherwise, what's the point of kryptonite? Humans are naturally inclined to justify their behavior, and when players are under pressure to survive kryptonite, it's only natural that they start to persuade themselves that they're spending so much money in order to better survive and gather more resources. So after the cooling off period of these few days, the players who swore at the beginning that they would never take a step away from the antique street gradually started to go out and explore carefully. Opening boxes is really cool. It smells good to get involved in the occasional group battle against shenanigans and get 1,000 or 800 plutonium. And the harvest of these players' explorations will once again flow into the Curio Street and become part of the Curio Street's economic system. Although it had only been less than a week since it had been established, the order of the player trading market on Antique Street had already begun to take shape. A complete economic system began to operate within the Antique Street, snowballing, more and more huge, the benefits it produces, also more and more abundant. From the beginning, what Ambrosia wanted was to be the rulemaker and to reap a steady stream of long-term benefits. The long-lasting benefits produced by raising a pond of fish are significantly more substantial than exhausting the fishery. Although Baosheng just let Jiang Yan in charge of the Antique Street, other nothing to say, completely when a shirker, but Jiang Yan knows the flavor very well. And from the beginning the rules were made to lean toward a complete system and long-term gains. With Jiang Yan's ability and financial strength, naturally, in the beginning, can open 10% monthly interest rate loans to those who are really in a hurry to use the money. The vast majority of people simply do not have much choice, can only pinch their noses and recognize. But this practice of killing the chicken to get the eggs, on the contrary, is to drink hemlock to quench the thirst in general, will be on the entire ecology of the Antique Street, and the construction of a complete system, resulting in a devastating blow. By now, Zhang Xiaohu and the others who operated the Antique Street were able to get around 300 plutocrats every night when they sat down to split the money. That's a day's worth. And with this trend, they could make nearly 10,000 plutonium a month. One must know that the Dingsheng group sent to the Antique Street with more than 20 hands, generating more than 200,000 plutocrats of interest a month. This newly established Antique Street already had the tendency to be a money spinner for the Dingsheng group. I'm afraid that after a while, Antique Street will not only be able to satisfy itself, but also begin to feed the Dingsheng group. becoming the biggest economic pillar of the Dingshang group.
And even in Baoshang, who is gifted in opening treasure chests, can only feel inferior to himself? Of course, this amount of money was not worth mentioning in Jiang Yan's eyes, and could not even add a little bit of attributes. So he and Xiao Xian had not been involved in splitting the money.
What Jiang Yan really valued was the possibility of contacting and acquiring hidden resources in the antique street. As for these resources, Zhang Xiuhu and the purple treasure chest were keeping an eye on them for Jiang Yan according to his orders.
During these 3 days,
Zhang Xiuhu had intercepted a total of 1 rebirth cross,
3 aura-type skill scrolls, 2 passive skill scrolls, a voodoo doll, 2 bottles of special potions, and an elementary alchemy skill scroll for Jiang Yan.
The money came out of the 1 million plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had left a purple treasure chest with.
With the current economic ecology of the players, there is simply no one who can bid with Zhang Xiuhu, and they all know that he is one of the core managers of the antique street, and they are all willing to give him a face, and they all sell to him at about the same price.
Jiang Yan casually placed a drop of blood on the rebirth cross and handed it to Xiao Xian to bury next to that cross of hers.
And Xiao Xian muttered with a slightly odd expression on her face.
Why is there a strange vestigial feeling of being born in different nests and dying in the same hole?
Jiang Yan softly laughed, barked and kissed Xiao Xian on her pretty face,
continuing to browse the hidden resources intercepted during this period of time.
With 3 halo scrolls, Jiang Yan could only look at one. Passive skill, Plague Aura, level 1. Reduces the life value of hostile units 5 meters around by 15 points per second. To be honest, the strength of this aura was just average, not as good as the Asylum aura that was obtained before. But Jiang Yan's perspective was very different from that of an ordinary player. This is a rare passive aura with an active attack. Do you realize how important this is for a printer that can't initiate attacks and can't release active skills? Chapter 124, I underestimated you before. The moment he saw this plague aura, Jiang Yan was certain that this skill was a must-learn for himself. After clicking it straight to level 10, the effect of the plague aura became this. Passive skill, Pestilence aura, level 10. Reduces hostile units 55 meters around by 150 points per second plus 1% of your own life value. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Fixed value plus % of life damage? Nice. This skill looks like it has really quite a lot of potential. Jiang Yan's balance wasn't quite enough, so he printed money for a while longer and saved up 400 million plutonium coins, and tapped the plague aura directly to level 20. He had saved up 1 billion medieval coins before entering the secret realm, which proved to be more than enough. And if he hadn't ordered an astral skill at the end, he wouldn't have been able to spend even 1/10 of it. But the mighty dislike skill spend is so outrageous that the rest of that money, to this point, is once again zeroed out. Once again, the effects of the plague aura changed with it. Passive skill, Pestilence aura, level 20. Reduces hostile units in the surrounding 100 meters by 400 points per second plus 10% of your own life value. Jiang Yan's current life value was 7,350 points after the super high attributes and the double addition of his equipment and the sheltering aura. This life value, which was considered very thick even for a creepy, let alone for a human, was horrifying, and the level 20 plague aura's damage per second reached 135 points with Jiang Yan's terrifying life value. Jiang Yan laughed in his heart. That bastard Chen Haichuan's life value is just over 900. Show up 100 meters from me in a hostile state and you're dead in a second. This was also a kind of curve. And the money printer himself, after slamming kryptonite, also possessed a considerable output capacity. Jiang Yan looked at his skill list and nodded with great satisfaction. Quagmire aura, counter aura, strong strike aura, durability aura, shelter aura, pestilence aura, and 5 hearts of divine thunder deity technique. There were 7 entire skills, the lowest being level 10, and the 2 skills, plague aura and 5 hearts divine thunder deity technique, were level 20. In fact, comparing the two, the 5 hearts divine thunder gang chi skill was still a lot stronger than the plague aura. It was worthy of being an out-of-print skill that could only be obtained from the 3rd hospital's secret realm. However, one had to take a beating in order to trigger the effect of the counterattack, and if others didn't beat Jiang Yan, it was just the same as if they didn't have it. With the plague aura and mire aura, Jiang Yan was completely capable of sticking to his enemies like velvet candy. Next step, it's time to save up and upgrade your equipment. After the cryptic black crow set had been put on, Jiang Yan hadn't upgraded his equipment massively yet, and had been working on his attributes and skills. But right now the attributes and skills have reached the point where the cost effectiveness is extremely low, and the importance of equipment comes to the fore. Jiang Yan secretly pondered. After upgrading your equipment, the focus of development still falls on attributes. Attributes are the root of everything, and without powerful attributes, it can be said that it's hard to move an inch, and as long as the attributes are strong enough, equipment and skills are just icing on the cake. During this time,
How important attributes really were had been repeatedly argued by Jiang Yan, whose 3 attributes were as high as 250. And for the first time, Jiang Yan also saw something with a higher attribute than himself, the destroyer spirit child, Chan Linger. That little girl had gained another huge increase from the secret realm after her spirit and flesh had united in the 3rd hospital's secret realm, and her highest attribute had been 470 points, narrowly exceeding Jiang Yan's double. If it wasn't for the fact that a master-servant contract had been signed in the secret realm, Jiang Yan would have only been able to run away in front of the fate-slaying spirit boy. This also alerted Jiang Yan in his heart. With your own attributes, you can't quite get ahead anymore. Must hurry up and point it up again to get it right. At this time, and Xiao Xin, who had been lying in Jiang Yan's arms for a hug, also finally noticed the follower like Chen Linger and asked suspiciously, "This one?" Jiang Yan came close to Xiao Xin's ear and recounted what happened in the secret realm to her. Hearing the specifics of the secret realm, and Xiao Xin was very surprised and said with some regret, "If only I'd gone in with you. Next time if there's something like this, you don't leave me behind." Jiang Yan thought about it and nodded. "Well, by the time the next secret realm opens up again, your attributes should be foolproof as well." And Xiao Xin's combat potential was actually very terrifying. It was just that her character was too soft and her age was still too young, so Jiang Yan was really uneasy. Just the situation in the secret realm of the 3rd hospital, that weird station waiting for a car, was probably enough for Xiao Xin to drink a pot of water, and it was even possible that she might be directly planted there. However, there was still a long time until the next secret realm opened. Enough time for Jiang Yan to slowly perfect Xiao Xin's various abilities. In the blink of an eye, when it was time to get off work, Jiang Yan took Xiao Xin and Chen Linger and returned to Dingshang Group, which had been away for many days. When it was the predecessor of the Dingshang Group, Longxiang City Construction is responsible for the construction of the Nandu 3rd Hospital leveling and reconstruction, and later this Longxiang City Construction was annexed by Baoxing's Dingshang Group. The various archives should have been taken over by the Dingshang Group as right. Jiang Yan was eager to see if there were any clues in the archives of the Longxiang City Construction back then. In addition, the digging of the 3rd hospital underground that alloy giant door thing, but also need to Baoxing to contribute. Jiang Yan now a second several tens of thousands of incoming people. It is impossible to dig concrete there. After doing these things, Jiang Yan was ready to take in Xiao Xian and Chen Linger to go after Wang Huchang. The boy had lived long enough, and it was time for him to languish in despair, to usher in total death. 3 days had passed, and the Dingsheng mansion was in a much better state than when Jiang Yan had left to enter the secret realm. It seemed that Baoxing had been repairing this large building during this time. The Dingsheng mansion originally had 3 floors of basement, and now all of them had been vacated for the Sphinx spider, acting as a hatching camp for the Sphinx spider's baby spiders, which were piled high with the fishy stinking creepy blood and flesh that Jiang Yan had given them. 3 days had passed, and the basement of the Dingsheng mansion was already full of spiders, so Jiang Yan had directly put the human-faced guile spider's body in there to devour the small spiders. This one has a bizarre breeding trait, devouring small spiders that it has bred itself to gain an increase in attributes, never having too many small spiders. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, took in Xiao Xian's hand and went to Baoxing's office. The office was piled high with treasure chests, dug up by Ambrosia over 3 days, all reserved for Black Crow. The Black Crows are having a blast opening treasure chests. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, sat across from Baoxing and chatted with him. Baoxing sighed as he looked at Jiang Yan with emotion in his eyes. Jiang Yan, I underestimated you before. During this time, the operation of the antique street has greatly exceeded my expectations. It's really hard to imagine that you're a student who hasn't even graduated from high school. This kind of ability and means, even I, am ashamed of myself. Jiang Yan, I'm going to set up a Dingsheng association. Are you willing to be the vice president? Chapter 125, Going for the Kill. Although Baoxing never interfered with the operation of the antique street, he obviously never ignored it, and seeing that he had achieved such results in a short period of time, his attitude towards Jiang Yan had completely turned. This little young man has strength, skill, brains, and more importantly, is genuinely in love with his own daughter. So much so that Baoxing is going to directly support Jiang Yan to the position of vice president of the Dingsheng Association. The future of this Dingsheng Association will be a little bit all in his hands. Jiang Yan nodded noncommittally. He valued Antique Street's ability to acquire hidden materials, and as for the rest, he didn't care much, but the Dinocrats would be able to help themselves to a lot of odd jobs, such as going under the 3rd hospital and digging up that alloy gate. Uncle I'd like to investigate. More than 50 years ago, Longxiang City Construction's remodeling project of Nandu's 3rd hospital stayed on file. I just came out of the secret world of the 3rd hospital and found something very interesting, trying to corroborate each other. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Baoxing slightly froze.
picked up his cell phone and called his secretary, and after a few moments got a report from the male secretary. The archives built by Longxiang City more than 50 years ago were all destroyed by fire when the Erie descended. Jiang Yan frowned slightly as a look of regret flashed across his face, and Baoshang smiled faintly. But you can ask me. I know that file and have read it many times. Sort of backwards. Jiang Yan froze greatly, then frowned and asked, is there a problem with that file? And Baoshang, this kind of character, can be said to be day-to-day? More than 50 years ago Longxiang City construction of the archives. Simply in Dingshang Group business has nothing to do with the preservation is also only because of the regulations. How can you recite backwards and forwards? Looking at Jiang Yan's gloomy expression, and Baoshang laughed. It's not much. You know, big bosses are superstitious. Back then, the third hospital in Nandu was so haunted that they all said it was haunted. The reason for bulldozing and rebuilding is also to use the students' yang energy to suppress the yin spirits underneath. I just read more about how those feng shui masters, back then, planned the layout and set up formations with all sides of that middle school's buildings to suppress evil spirits. Didn't really notice anything special about it other than the layout was really good. And Baoshang said, took a pen and followed the sketches of the construction back then in his memory. Jiang Yan took a closer look, and the memory of the third hospital in two comparisons, found that this later built school, then the third hospital is 2/3 larger. It seems that the main building behind a piece of land, but also allocated to this school owned. Ambrosia nodded. There used to be an old alleyway back there, and it was torn down together to build the school. This is also necessary in terms of the feng shui pattern. Without this space, the pattern would be much inferior. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head and pointed at the construction sketch. So the main teaching building of this school was constructed on the site of the main building of the third hospital back then? Ambrosia nodded and said, at that time, this project was not handled by me. The specific situation, I am not particularly clear, but according to the records, it seems that the work schedule is particularly urgent, and it was given a 3-week period. Although Longxiang's urban construction strength is there, building a school in 3 weeks is a bit outrageous, and it's not wartime. Probably because of this reason, Longxiang City construction then cut the main body of the building as a whole, bulldozed and cleared the main part of the building structure, and later built a new school building on the basis of the original foundation, next to the dormitory building and the lab building. 2. This school doesn't have a lot of floors, so that's why it can be used this way. Jiang Yan nodded slowly and said, that means the basement of the third hospital, all covered by the new school, is covered? Ambrosia paused, pondered for a moment, and shook her head. There's no basement at Hospital 3. The new schools that were built back then didn't have any underground structures either. Jiang Yan told Baoshang about the third hospital's morgue basement and some things about the Angel Foundation, and Baoshang's hand, which was drinking tea, suddenly froze at his mouth, and his pupils shrank. Jiang Yan watched Baoshang's expression change and asked playfully, Uncle An, do you know the name Angel Foundation? And Baoshang frowned, nodded slowly, and said, there were people from the Angel Foundation that came in contact with me back in the day, said he was going to invest in the dinosaur group. I refused. The Dingshang group is of a special nature and I have to be true to my word, and with outside capital coming in, the situation is out of my control. I've since learned briefly, isn't that a multinational financial organization? Jiang Yan laughed and said, the true nature of the Angel Foundation is much scarier than transnational finance. Luckily you refused back then. If not, the current Dingshang group and Uncle An, I'm afraid it's hard to predict life and death. And Baoshang pondered for a moment, thinking out more underwater information from what Jiang Yan had revealed, and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, saying, you mean, back then, the one who pressurized Longxiang City construction to compress the schedule to 3 weeks might have been the Angel Foundation's underhanded trickery? So much so that Longxiang City construction was unable to demolish all of the third hospital and had to build on the original foundation. This way, the secrets of the underground will not be dug up and destroyed. Jiang Yan nodded slowly and said, what happened at the third hospital back then was a complete accident. The Angel Foundation was caught off guard, and these were emergency initiatives. If the Angel Foundation is behind all of this, then it's likely that the Angel Foundation facility that was underground after that school was built is still in operation. The Angel Foundation just needs to figure out a way to reopen the gap between the newly built school and the buried morgue below, and whatever is behind the alloy steel doors will still work. And Baoshang took a sip of tea and frowned. When you say that, it suddenly occurs to me that something hasn't been quite right with this middle school. It's rumored that every once in a while, a student goes missing from that middle school, and the missing teacher. The police never solved the case, they just said the guys wandered off after school. When I was choosing a school for XIN back then, this was the first school I ruled out. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. He thought what he was digging for was a relic. Now it seems to be a fresh and hot one. Uncle An,
Send an engineering team to the location of the main building of that middle school and dig down.
I'll get them bodyguards.
And Baosheng nodded his head and looked at Jiang Yan, who got up and asked,
Where are you going?
Jiang Yan smiled coldly.
Murder. Chapter 126 Raining. Toward Nandu.
Jiang Yan had the three bizarre heads of Smoke Phantom,
Inu Ganchu, and Demon Wolf,
shrouded in mist, follow the excavation team sent out by An Baosheng to excavate on the ruins of the third hospital. If this is correct, then the Angel Foundation facility beneath the site is probably still in operation, and the excavation team sent out would have a difficult time dealing with the situation. Jiang Yan stepped out of the Ding Shang mansion, and a human-faced trickster spider burrowed out of the grayish-white spider silk glove on his left hand. The large spider landed on the ground and voluntarily cancelled the effects of the size reduction potion, instantly transforming into a terrifying spider the size of a yellow cow. Jiang Yan said indifferently as he brought in Xiao Xian and Chen Linger to sit on the wide back of the human-faced trickster spider.
Depart. Go after that mark. Temporarily learning the level 10 hunting marker for the Sphinx trick spider in the secret realm marked Wang Hucheng's location. And even after he revived and detached himself from the secret realm through the sarcophagus, he still wasn't able to get rid of the tracking of this skill. According to the human-faced trickster spider, he could clearly see the bright red markings high in the sky, signaling that Wang Hucheng was still frequenting the very edge of Nandu. Jiang Yan estimated that the bastard was playing wild development. Although away from the core area of the city, both the density of shenanigans and the number of treasure chests would be reduced, but with Wang Hucheng's identity as a reborn, the efficiency of playing wild development would still not be low.
Such an enemy who had also returned from rebirth was like a viper hiding in the shadows,
ready to come out and give you a bite.
Although it was impossible for him to develop faster than Jiang Yan,
and the gap between the two would only grow wider as time went on,
Jiang Yan still wasn't prepared to let Wang Hucheng continue to get away with it. Hurting myself like that in my last life had to be paid for.
The cow-like human-faced tricky spider, with 8 legs alternating in the air, was fast out of the stumps, and kept traveling through the ruins of the city.
The wind whistled and swept by his ears, and Jiang Yan's killing intent grew more and more austere in his slightly narrowed eyes.
Nando's hunting shenanigans. Updating the Forbidden 006 file next. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and quickly struck the keyboard to complete the forbidden file he had previously uploaded to the internal network of the Guile Hunting Bureau. Taboo number 006. Name, Tricky Ho. Hit rule, unknown.
Suspected to have broken the hit rule. Appearance, a young man sitting on top of a purple treasure chest,
covered in eerie black smoke, with an unrecognizable face.
In his left hand, he wears a grayish-white spider glove,
and on his right shoulder stands a shadowy, one-eyed black raven,
with a human body made up of a combination of densely packed sphinxes.
Degree of anthropomorphism, extremely high. Note, do not look into their eyes. Surrounded by creeps. Possesses a large amount of medieval money. Likes to do business. Weak desire to attack. Will protect and extort large loan targets. Enjoys employment relationships. Temperamental. Behavior is difficult to speculate on. Attack habits. Left-hand spider glove makes a self-spider splitting attack and spits out spider webs.
The black crow on his right shoulder can make cursed magic attacks that are powerful. Has not yet been observed at full strength.
Unconfirmed speculation. The black raven on the right shoulder is suspected to be an embodiment of wool polymerization,
and corresponds to the flesh splitting of the Sphinx spider.
A group of hunters stood behind Chen Haichuan's computer, adding information for him, their faces as gloomy as possible. Wang Jia whispered, re-uploading the Forbidden 007 file. Chen Haichuan nodded and quickly tapped down another forbidden file. Taboo number 007. Name, Spirit Boy of Chopping Fate.
Kill rule, kill any being taller than yourself. Appearance, a young girl of 8 or 9 years old,
holding a bull's-eared sharp knife, with a ghastly face,
covered in a ghostly green smoke.
Degree of anthropomorphism, high. Note, the desire to attack is extremely strong. Simple hit rule determination. Slow attack speed. Single attack damage is extremely high.
Highly suspected to be the result of a bizarre fusion of a human fetus and a virtual body. Highly suspected to have been completely subjugated by Taboo 006. Behavior that has been completely restricted and protected by Taboo 006 has been observed. This new profile had just been uploaded when a phone call came directly from the Trickster Hunt headquarters. A startled, angry voice rang out from the other end of the line. Seriously? Taboo 006 took in Taboo 007?
Chen Haichuan, do you really know what you're uploading? Chen Haichuan laughed bitterly. Chief, these are real.
The Heavenly Sword Hunter God also witnessed it with me.
The director of the Trickster Hunt took a deep breath and said,
You put Wang Jia on the phone. Chen Haichuan bitterly smiled and handed the phone to Wang Jia.
Wang Jia took it inside. Yes, Chief. Every piece of information.
We have carefully screened.
No nonsense. On the other end of the phone, the director of the Trickster Hunting Bureau was silent for a long time, and when he opened his mouth again, His voice was filled with hardship as he said, two such terrifying taboos have gotten together in Nandu. What a heavenly bad news. But, I have another, worse news for you. Hearing this, all the hunters, their heart tips trembled in unison. What is it? The director of the trickster hunt took a deep breath and said, Star City has fallen into silence. There was a dead silence in the Guile Hunting Bureau's branch, and a pin drop could be heard. Silence, a new term that has emerged within the Bureau of Trick Hunting. There are no longer any signs of living people that can be observed within the boundaries of a representative city, meaning that the vast majority of the population of the entire city had been bizarrely slaughtered, less than a week before the weirdness descends, and it's amazing that cities are already starting to fall silent. In contrast, although Nandu had been reduced to a scene of devastation and ruins, there was still a lot of life in it after all. Chen Haichuan clenched his fists. There was a flash of guilty tears in his eyes, forcibly held it back, and said in a low voice, Yes, sorry, Wang Jia, the heavenly sword god of hunting, was supposed to lead a team to support Star City, where the Trickster Hunting Bureau's branch had been knocked out of commission, but because Forbidden 006 appeared in Nandu, and the surviving population of Nandu was much larger in size, Wang Jia and the hunters around him who were supposed to support the various cities were drawn to Nandu. But the Nandu situation, it's really hard to say. 3 days passed. Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia could be said to have made no progress. The secret realm had also failed, and the Forbidden 006 had not been successfully sealed, and there was even an additional Forbidden 007. The director sighed. There's no time for self-examination. A secret realm has also appeared in Star City. No players have entered it, and just now, I got a report from the satellites that Star City's secret realm is over as well, and at the entrance to the secret world, a very scary creepy has appeared. I suspect that might be a forbidden head as well. Moreover, that head of the taboo is showing dominance over the entire Star City's shenanigans. Now, that suspected forbidden thing, commanding more than 400 heads of the weirdness that runs rampant in Star City, has left the confines of Star City and is heading in the direction of the southern capital. If we follow the current speed, 2 days later, these shenanigans will arrive at Nandu. Upon these words, a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in suddenly resounded in the Nandu Hunting and Trickery Bureau. The house is falling apart. Does it mean that the southern capital will gather 3 forbidden heads? Chapter 127, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. The director of the Guile Hunting Bureau said with a deep and cold voice, The situation is so bad. I give you all the authority to act autonomously. If you see a bad situation, you can abandon Nandu and let the city, too, fall into silence. Organize all of our living hunter forces and retreat to the mountain towns in the rear. I'll arrange for a branch of the Trickster Hunting Bureau in Mountain City to do a good job of picking you up. At the same time, you can also organize the evacuation of the survivors of Nandu on your own. I want you to understand that you are all trained hunters, and your lives, more than the survivors, are more valuable. So, at all times, put your life at the front of the sequence of choices. I hope you all survive. After a long time, the hunters in the Nandu Hunting Guile Bureau gradually came back to their senses from a coldness. Reality is so cold and brutal it's chilling. Under such a horrible world, perhaps those who die outright are the lucky ones instead? Wang Jia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, We got it, Chief. In addition to those things, there are some things I'd like to know about. Things we don't have in our information base. The Guile Hunting Bureau had an internal information bank, which contained a lot of hidden information that was inaccessible to regular people. But there was also a lot of information with a much higher level of secrecy that didn't remain in the bank. The commissioner said, What is it? Wang Jia asked. I'd like to get some information about the Angel Foundation. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and a stony brow asked, Why are you asking this all of a sudden? What have you found out? Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia recounted all the things found in the secret realm of the third hospital to the director. The director was silent for a moment and said, Leave all except Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan. The rest of the hunters complied and turned to leave, closing the door behind them, leaving only Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan in the independent space. It was then that the director spoke up. There is indeed something wrong with this transnational financial organization. We have gradually discovered some traces left by this foundation over the past decades. They seem to be hiding behind a lot of things, secretly manipulating something, with very ambitious goals. The vast majority of the information in it points to the fact that this foundation is not clean and has done a lot of shady business. However, I would like you to refrain from going head-to-head with the Angel Foundation at this time. For one thing, the situation isn't clear, and for another, at this point our biggest problem is weirdness, and the Angel Foundation, perhaps, is a target to rally around. But if there is relevant information, remember to organize it and report it. If conflict can't be avoided, remember to cut off the roots. Send me one person with the details of what you have found out this time. About the Angel Foundation. After hanging up the phone, Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia organized the information, and no one spoke. It wasn't until the complete information was sent out that Chen Haichuan sighed deeply and asked, Huntress, what do we do? Under the terrifying situation of the three forbidden heads gathered together, the threat of the Angel Foundation could only take second place for the time being. How not to be destroyed and how the Nandu can avoid the situation of silence is the first thing to consider. Wang Jia rubbed his face heavily and sighed. Nandu is too big and has always been one of the largest cities in the Divine Kingdom. If Nandu is silent, it's a very different concept from Star City. The survivors who die will be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Before the weirdness descended, Nandu was a megacity of God's country with a population of 10 million. Right now, they expect hundreds of thousands of survivors left, spread all over the southern capital. With more than 100 hunters entering the southern capital, the number of bazaar in the southern capital plummeted over the course of 3 days, and was on the verge of reaching the standard of being basically purged. Once the spooks are largely purged, the Spooky Hunting Bureau can proceed to organize the survivors into a new colony and attempt to reshape the order and restore some functionality to the southern capital. Although it will never be possible to return to the Nandu that existed before the weirdness descended upon it, it will still be able to exert a collectively sizable amount of power in the face of the horrors of the world. Seeing that they were about to reach their milestone, the butterfly effect of Wang Jia's galloping to Nandu appeared. Silent Star City. Failed Secret Realm. Taboo commanded more than 400 heads of bazaar, marching towards Nandu. And within the Nandu city, there are 2 terrifying taboos entrenched right now. A situation. It's a real no-brainer. Organizing a retreat? Chen Haichuan asked in a low voice. Wang Jia stared back with a frown. Can it be organized effectively? Can we pull a tenth of these hundreds of thousands of survivors? Chen Haichuan was silent. The order has collapsed, and until it succeeds in remaking the order, don't expect these survivors, who have seen the horrors, to still listen. Not to mention 1/10, 1/100th is estimated to be unable to pull away, and this is willing to go 1/100th. I am afraid that the vast majority of the old and sick, very dragged down. The outlook is gray. We always have to try. If it doesn't work, we'll go on our own. Chen Haichuan sighed. Wang Jia narrowed his eyes and asked, even if we retreat, will that forbidden silence stop after the southern capital? At that time, what if that head of taboo with the ability to dominate gathers all the taboos and weirdness in Nandu and marches forward again, and just throw it down city by city, ending up on the walls of the capital, watching in despair as the bizarre ocean drowns us? Chen Haichuan was silent once again. Wang Jia took a deep breath and said, I have a plan that will, perhaps, bring life out of death. Chen Haichuan raised his eyes, rekindling 2 points of hope in his eyes, and asked, come on. Wang Jia was very worried and said, we can try to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Nandu now has 2 heads of taboo, and although Taboo 006 is powerful and unpredictable, mysterious and terrifying, in terms of objective reality, the threat he poses to humanity is, instead, the one that is the smallest. If we can get Taboo 006 to fight Star City Taboo, maybe there's a silver lining for Nandu. Chen Haichuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air and couldn't help but shiver. Wang Jia followed suit and shivered. If he could, he really didn't want to have any more dealings with Taboo 006. That head of Taboo was simply a superb pervert, casually adding 16% interest to himself. But right now, there's no other way to do it anymore. Chen Haichuan murmured in a low voice. Makes sense. This is indeed a way to live from the dead. Also, I remember that Taboo 006 had the words information trading and higher quests on his store on Antique Street. Wang Jia heavily patted Chen Haichuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Ah Lao Chen, go for it. Chen Haichuan froze for a moment, and then realized that, as an undercover agent of the Forbidden 006, he could only manipulate this matter himself. The question is, it's too easy to get killed by Forbidden 006, isn't it? Chapter 128, Ready for Your Own Death? God of the Hunt. You really found a big job for old Chenmi. Chen Haichuan shivered, his face full of bitter smiles. He had already experienced the terror of Taboo 006, and even that same Taboo's fatal beheading spirit boy was subdued by Taboo 006 and became his follower. The danger of trying to be that bridge that drives tigers and swallows wolves yourself cannot be overstated. Wang Jia said with the same bitter smile, those who can do more. Old Chen, the survival of Nandu depends on you. As it turns out, your undercover Forbidden 006 operation was a complete godsend, and I'm truly impressed. Chen Haichuan sighed. Back when he decided to go undercover beside Taboo 006, he had already put life and death at risk. If he could successfully protect the hundreds of thousands of survivors in the South Capital during this catastrophe, what would be the harm even if he died? In that case, I'll hire Forbidden 006. Chen Haichuan's eyes regained their fortitude and said in a low voice, "The only way to make the money-loving taboo 006 willingly go to bat for Nandu against that taboo from Star City." Wang Jia pondered for a moment and asked, "Hire taboo 006? How many plutoniums did you offer to hire him when he possessed such an unbelievable wealth?" Chen Haichuan laughed, his smile full of embarrassment and helplessness. "Naturally, you can't use plutonium." At the very edge of the ruins of Nandu City, in a low self-built house, Wang Huqing gently blew a mouthful of curling smoke floating out of the muzzle of his silver Glock. In front of him, a grotesque body fell to the ground. Behind the creepy corpse was a shimmering blue treasure chest that glowed in the somewhat dimly lit room. "Luck is good. This creepy is so weak that it even gave me a reward of 5,000 plutonium coins, and a blue treasure chest. With this, my attributes should be able to break through the 50-point mark and start heading towards 100. It hasn't even been a week since the bizarre descent, and this developmental speed of mine crowns the world. No one can compete with me anymore, except for some of the more preemptive hunters." Between muttering to himself, in Wang Hucheng's mind, a terrifying figure covered in black gas suddenly flashed. The shadow cast by the strange hat seemed to cover not only half of Zhang Yan's face, but likewise Wang Hucheng's entire heart. This old classmate of his who had returned from rebirth was a bit too scary. He's not really a person at all, is he? Wang Hucheng took a deep breath and suppressed the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. The combat power and development speed that Zhang Yan presented had been too outrageous, and Wang Hucheng couldn't even raise the thought of competing with him. If Wang Hucheng's pre-existing memories weren't the richest in Nandu, he would have long ago left Nandu far away to ensure that he would never run into Zhang Yan again until he died. In this life, he was clearly no longer a wuxia meng, not something he could easily pin down. Just as Wang Hucheng had counted the gains of this battle in his contemplation, he was preparing to leave this room. The pupils of the man who had just turned around shrunk violently, and his body completely froze in place. Wang Hucheng could hardly believe his eyes. Right by the door, at some point, a figure shrouded in blackness appeared. The shadow cast by the strange hat covered half his face. The shadow black crow that stood condensed on his right shoulder. Its scarlet one eye stared coldly at Wang Hucheng. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room fell to freezing point. Wang Hucheng stumbled back half a step, and a large drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought that he was under too much mental pressure, resulting in hallucinations, and rubbed his eyes heavily, realizing that Zhang Yan, who was close at hand, had not only not disappeared, but also spat out a greenish-colored smoke ring at himself. "We meet again." Zhang Yan smiled faintly, "But this is the last time." The slightly hooked corner of his lips held undisguised killing intent. Wang Hucheng's face was gloomy to the extreme as he said in a low voice, "How did you find me?" Zhang Yan laughed and said, "Don't forget, I've had the gift of resurrection too, though I am far less accomplished than you in this gift. But the basic gameplay, I do know. I know exactly where the weaknesses are in things like moving graves." Wang Hucheng took a deep breath. "Is there really no hope for reconciliation between us?" Before the words fell, Wang Hucheng directly twisted his body and crashed into the window not far behind him. Reconciliation and all that, he had absolutely nothing to look forward to anymore. The only thing he hoped was that he could escape from this horrible fellow Zhang Yan. But Wang Hucheng just turned around. His face suddenly turned white, as if he had seen a ghost. He stopped in place. A little girl of 8 or 9 years old, carrying a brightly colored, bull's-eared, sharp knife, blocked the window. Between her eyes, covered with a grayish-white spider silk eye strap, she raised a corner at this time, revealing a large, sinister eye, coldly looking at Wang Hucheng in the window, with the brightly shining ox-ear sharp knife in her hand, which had already been raised. Because Chen Linger had fused the void body creepy since she was a child, she possessed certain characteristics of the void body creepy, and was able to float and travel through entities, directly floating outside the window waiting for Wang Hucheng. Wang Hucheng unbelievably whispered to himself, "Chop, chop life spirit boy?" The sweaty hairs on his body stood up one by one. Zhang Yan clearly saw the cold sweat on the back of Wang Hucheng's neck as a drop fell down. Wang Hucheng, who was also a reborn person, knew very well what kind of existence this little girl was. This terrifying taboo that had once cut off nearly half of the southern capital's area had now joined forces with Zhang Yan. "How did you do it and were able to subdue the taboo?" Wang Hucheng swallowed heavily, his tone trembling like a candle in the wind. Zhang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe and laughed lightly. "That's what I got in the third hospital mystery." The third hospital's secret realm had ended, and although the purge had failed, the secret realm harvest was still settled. In Zhang Yan's hands, it was more than 300,000 plutonium coins, and some props and equipment that he didn't value, which he put on sale in the antique street. Because the secret realm was to distribute rewards according to the contribution value, it was estimated that more than 90% of the rewards of the third hospital secret realm fell into Zhang Yan's hands, with the remaining 3 melons and 2 jujubes divided among the other players.
The 6 hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau were only glad that they had survived such a horrible secret world. The remaining surviving few human players, even this secret realm in the end how horrible did not understand. Only know that he put his head on the waistband of his pants to go on a trip, get a few thousand plutonium, have cursed the secret realm pits people, never go again. In contrast, Jiang Yan, who had gotten 90% of the rewards, was disdainful of this secret realm's entry. What he really took as a gain was the fate-slaying spirit child. And secondly, the unique passive skill, Gang Chi skill. Ready for your own death? Jiang Yan smiled faintly, marking Wang Huqing as a hostile target. Chapter 129. What the hell kind of damage is this? The moment Wang Huqing was marked as a hostile target, on his body, an additional negative status appeared. Quagmire aura. Wang Huqing glanced at his player panel and his heart sank violently downward. Level 10 skills? How is that possible? He has a level 10 skill now? How rich is he really? Wang Huqing remembered very clearly. In his last life, when he died, he had already 15 times of bizarre descent, and the players at that time could only barely add their core skills to more than 10 levels. But now that it had only been less than a week since the first eerie advent, Jiang Yan already had a level 10 skill? Or is it something strangely drawn like a quagmire aura? In the next moment, Wang Huqing realized that his life value directly fell to the bottom, minus 1,135. Wang Huqing's eyes suddenly condensed. His life value, too, had only just reached 1150. This would have been a very arrogant life value. Knowing that Wang Huqing had chosen the agility route, his strength value wasn't high, and he relied more on a blood-boosting passive and a fine piece of equipment to achieve such a high life. But Wang Huqing never expected that Jiang Yan just looked at himself and he stepped on the horse with only 15 drops of blood left? What the hell is going on here? Wang Huqing had a million grass mud horses racing through his heart. Just then, on him, another damage number floated out. Minus 1,135. Boo! Wang Huqing directly fell headfirst to the ground and died violently on the spot. Jiang Yan casually pulled out a handful of playing cards, sat on Wang Huqing's corpse, and began to fight landlords within Xiao Xian and Chen Ling'er. Chen Ling'er's intelligence is not inferior to that of a normal 9-year-old child, but even more so, she is somewhat early and learns to fight the landlord very quickly. Half an hour later, Wang Huqing's body convulsed and came back to life, just to hear Jiang Yan snap threw out 2 poker. King Bomb. Airplanes. I won. Pay up, pay up. Chen Ling'er, who was full of grudges, pulled out 220 plutonium coins and stuffed them into Jiang Yan's and in Xiao Xian's hands respectively. This called her the landlord. Jiang Yan and in Xiaoxin 2 farmers. Ah! Wang Huqing let out a mournful scream, as if he was a beast fighting for its life, and directly pressed the silver Glock against Jiang Yan's near temple, pulling the trigger continuously. Boom 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 boom. 4 bullets, one after another, landed on Jiang Yan's head. 4 damage numbers floated out from Jiang Yan's body. Minus 1, shield absorption. Strike, minus 1, shield absorption. Minus 1, shield absorption. Strike, minus 1, shield absorption. Jiang Yan let out a laugh. That's a pretty high blitz rate. Ha! Because Silver Glock is a long-range means of attack, it is not countered by counter aura. However, the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Dipper technique was not accustomed to long-range attacks. Passive skill, 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi skill, level 20. Generates a layer of Divine Thunder Gang Chi shield every 3 seconds. The shield can be stacked for 7 layers, and the total amount of shield is 150% of the player's life value. Shield absorbs attacks within 200 meters with a 100% chance of reflecting a thunderbolt, dealing 150% of the player's life value and ranged damage to all hostile units within 5 meters of the target, doubling the damage to bizarre targets. With 4 ripples, they spread out on the blue-purple shield glow on Jiang Yan's body surface. Boom boom boom. For silver-purple raging thunderbolts suddenly erupted from the shield and landed on Wang Huqing's body one after another. For terrifying damage numbers exploded from Wang Huqing's body. Minus 11,025. Minus 11,025. Minus 11,025. Minus 11,025. Wang Huqing. What the hell kind of damage is this? Wang Huqing's heart roared madly as his body was instantly shattered by the 4 raging thunderbolts. Blood and flesh flying and charred bones splattering everywhere. The air was ionized with a strong smell of ozone that lingered in the room. Wang Huqing died with his eyes wide open. Jiang Yan didn't even look at him and called the landlord himself. Do you understand the heft of kryptonite, a little $1 billion? You want to fight me to the death with a gun that costs a few thousand plutonium in your hand? Are you worthy? After another half hour of landlord fighting, the field turned. Jiang Yan 140 plutonium, and Xiao Xian 30 plutonium, Chen Ling'er plus 170 plutonium, and Wang Huqing, who was in pieces under Jiang Yan's ass, sucked in a mouthful of cold air and came to life once again.
What's interesting about the resurrection talent is that no matter what the corpse is beaten to death, he always comes back to life. Even if burned to ashes, that person will come back to life from the ashes. Even if you sprinkle ashes into the sea, the largest piece of ash on it will come back to life. Getting smashed to pieces by lightning is not even remotely difficult for the gift of resurrection. Theoretically, the best way to do this would be to bury the person with the gift of resurrection deep in the earth, so that he would die of asphyxiation in a live burial directly after resurrection. But actually digging a hole takes too much time and effort. And in the post-shenanigans era, where attributes can hold their breath for a long time once they break 20 points, the likelihood of digging yourself out of a hole is just as high. And once you learn to move graves, burying alive loses its meaning. The level 10 hunting marker that Zhang Yan chose should be the most ideal way, except that the consumption was too high for normal players to bear. If Zhang Yan didn't have the determination to kill, he wouldn't have wasted his plutonium from the gale so much. After this resurrection, Wang Hucheng didn't attack Zhang Yan again, but instead looked at the figure sitting on top of him in a daze and pleaded in a low voice. Zhang Yan, I'm really wrong. Will you give me another chance? I'm willing to follow you to the death, and from now on, if you say go east, I'll definitely not go west. I've lived longer and have more information than you. You know very well how much of an advantage it really is to have one more piece of information. After seeing the image of his own body just now, which had violently binged over 10,000 counterattack damage, Wang Hucheng's mindset had completely collapsed. This one really isn't human. What kind of person can develop to this level in less than a week of creepy descent? Completely not an opponent at the same level. He could only sell his dignity for a ray of life. Wang Hucheng was incomparably humiliated, especially when he thought that in his last life, Zhang Yan was clearly pitched to death by himself, and in this life he was so groveling to him, his heart couldn't help but surge with hatred. Zhang Yan smiled, seemingly moved by the words, and nodded his head. Fair enough, show some sincerity then. If the information you reveal is useful, I'll give you a chance to live. Zhang Yan casually pulled out an employment contract with a monthly salary of 10,000 and disliked Wang Hucheng's face, saying indifferently, but only if your information is useful. Tell me everything you know about this organization, the Angel Foundation. Zhang Yan is actually lying to the ghost. He half gave Wang Hucheng the idea of life or not. Today Wang Hucheng must die. Information did matter, and it was also true that Wang Hucheng, who had lived 15 bizarre descents, would have more critical information than himself. But Zhang Yan knew better. How much damage would come from keeping such a person by his side and backstabbing himself a bit at a critical moment? He would never allow it. Chapter 130, Stronger Than Expected. Listening to the plausible path to life given by Zhang Yan, as well as the contract that disliked his face, Wang Hucheng swallowed heavily. Just as he was hesitating about how believable Zhang Yan's words were, Wang Hucheng's life value, once again, plummeted, minus 1,135. Only 15 drops of blood left again. Wang Hucheng was creeped out and screamed. Fine. I'll tell you everything. I know a lot about the Angel Foundation. You let me speak slowly. Zhang Yan cancelled Wang Hucheng's hostile target labeling and smiled faintly. Then start talking. Pair of threes. He played 2 more cards, seemingly unconcerned about the information that Wang Hucheng was about to spit out. Just asking casually. Zhang Yan was well aware of the skill of negotiation. The more he didn't care, the more accurate and comprehensive the information Wang Hucheng spat out would be. Once Zhang Yan appeared to be very concerned, it would instead expose his huge lack of information, causing Wang Hucheng to start testing the edges of Zhang Yan's information, and then secretly poking and prodding at the information revealed to Zhang Yan, laying mines for him. As someone who had lived through 15 bizarre descents in his previous life, Zhang Yan believed that Wang Hucheng definitely had the ability. Wang Hucheng couldn't grasp Zhang Yan's attitude and said stiffly, the Angel Foundation seemed to be just a multinational financial organization before the bizarre descent. But behind this organization is actually a huge capital conglomerate that spans a number of capital fields. Disguised as harmless foundations, they have made investments in charitable activities around the world, secretly extending the tentacles of their power to all corners of the world. There's a big voice in healthcare, education, biotechnology, heavy industry, etc. They also seem to have a long history of research into the bizarre and a very deep knowledge of the nature of the bizarre and even the forbidden. Moreover, the Angel Foundation seems to have anticipated the bizarre descent, and has not been particularly alarmed by this sudden disaster, but has instead moved in and out, and should have suffered the least amount of damage of all the countries and organizations. Zhang Yan casually dropped a bomb on the card table and nodded lightly. Well, what else? All of this information. Zhang Yan also have some guesses. Wang Hucheng these words, at most, just to prove that Zhang Yan did not guess wrong. What has the Angel Foundation done in the post-Weird Age? Wang Hucheng took a deep breath and continued.
You should not be aware that the Angel Foundation built an angel camp in Nandu near the area of the decapitated spirit children during the fifth Theory Advent to house survivors in large numbers. By the time the sixth creepy descent came, the Angel Foundation had confronted the creepy hunt head-on, tearing the entire area of Nandu unaffected by the decapitated spirit children into two parts. At the time of the seventh creepy advent, the Angel Foundation formed the Angel Warriors to fight the creep hunt. Eighth creepy advent, Angel Foundation surprises. Wang Huqing said here, violently stopped, seems to be very alarmed. Creepy speech. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth hooked into a sneer. Wang Huqing had already realized that the two of them were reborn at not the same point in time as early as when they were on that weird bus in the secret realm. However, Jiang Yan had never revealed exactly which time he died and was reborn during the bizarre descent. Wang Huqing's words, which appeared to follow the number of times the weirdness descended to state the development history of the Angel Foundation in the post-weirdness era, revealed an extremely large amount of information. But there was definitely also the idea of using it to test Jiang Yan's exact time of rebirth. From Wang Huqing's first sentence, you should not know. His temptation is evident. Therefore, this timeline and the corresponding events in Wang Huqing's mouth may not be trustworthy. If Jiang Yan now showed great interest in the information that Wang Huqiang had swallowed at the time of the eighth advent, Wang Huqiang would be able to determine that Jiang Yan's rebirth was definitely before the eighth advent. With all the information that followed, he was able to either wait for the price or lay a huge mine for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was confident that with his current strength, it would be difficult to be pitted to death, but he was by no means arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. If one more taboo of this intensity of a fate-slaying spirit child appeared, one could very well end up in the gutter. Between the electric flashes of his mind, Jiang Yan casually threw out a skewer and said indifferently, information is indeed important, but information that is true or false is better than nothing. I'm going to give you one last chance not to play those little games. Go on. Wang Huqing's eyes flickered as he swallowed and continued. On the eighth theory advent, the Angel Foundation is suspected to have mastered the control of the taboo, as well as the actions of the decapitated spirit child and the other head of the taboo. They wiped out the trick hunting bureau regiment in Nandu, and all of Nandu, for a long time, was ruled by the Angel Foundation. From that time on, all the survivors of Nandu were taken in by the Angel Camp, in which a lot of very horrible things were said to have happened. I had already fled Nandu and gone to Star City by that time, so it was just an earful. Jiang Yan's hand, which was playing cards, could not help but pause. This piece of information revealed by Wang Huqing was really out of Jiang Yan's expectation. If all of this was true, the power of the Angel Foundation was greater than Jiang Yan had expected. However, the situation in Nandu seems to be an isolated case. Wang Huqing, who fled to Star City, is not under the rule of the Angel Foundation. Aha! Jiang Yan was non-committal and continued playing cards. Wang Huqing was silent for a moment, realizing that he really couldn't find any cracks from Jiang Yan, and now he couldn't even tell whether Jiang Yan knew about all the information he had said before. However, in Jiang Yan's hand, the employment contract that signaled Wang Huqing's way of life was still not handed in Wang Huqing's hand. Wang Huqing gritted his teeth and spoke the last paragraph of information about the Angel Foundation as well. But the Angel Foundation's domination of Nandu didn't last long. After the 13th advent, the trickster hunt eliminated the Angel Foundation in Nandu, freeing the Angel Camp in Nandu of only 3,000 survivors. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed. Only 3,000 left? As the number of creepy descents continues to increase, the survival rate of players actually goes up. Don't look at the first descent. Only a few percent of Nandu's humans survived, but with subsequent descents, the survival rate of these hundreds of thousands of players who survived the first round would skyrocket. The Angel Foundation had already created the Order's Angel Camps in Nandu during its 8th descent, and it was logical that the survival rate should have been higher, but by the 15th time, only 3,000 people had survived within the Angel Camp. Have they all been dragged off to be experimental subjects? Chapter 131, Jesus Can't Save You. I tell you, before, the Angel Foundation was still hiding in a dark corner, too stupid to confront the Divine State officials. But after the bizarre descent, there was no longer any need for the Angel Foundation to pretend, especially with the establishment of the Angel Camp. You can take what you want. This form of camp was a more perfect order than the Curio Street, and if the Curio Street continued to grow and develop, with Jiang Yan's hold on it, it should eventually evolve into a camp with a perfect order as well. However, the energy to be bet on in this process was too great. It wasn't something that Jiang Yan alone could manage, and even if the camp could really be established in the future, the Dingsheng Society and in Baosheng would be needed to deal with the miscellaneous matters. Moreover, Jiang Yan knew that the long-term goal of the Trickster Hunting Bureau was actually to establish a camp after purging the Trickster and restoring some functionality to Nandu, and Jiang Yan didn't mind sitting back and enjoying it. But Camp Angel, established by the Angel Foundation? Absolutely not. Jiang Yan secretly calculated the addresses of the 3 strongholds that he had tortured out of that Angel Foundation T3's mouth in the secret realm of the 3rd hospital earlier, and secretly said in his heart, since this broken foundation is so wolfish, it's about time to go and uproot them. By the way, I'm also helping Chen Linger to find Chan Nini's whereabouts. Wang Hucheng swallowed his saliva and looked very eagerly at the blood-stained bazaar contract in Jiang Yan's hand and asked period, can I have Jiang Yan? Now. Jiang Yan spread a smile and asked, do you still have the sarcophagus or the cross of rebirth? Wang Hucheng froze for a moment and shook his head repeatedly. Nope. You know how rare that stuff is. Where is it? The smile at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth grew more and more sneering. Oh, yeah, I don't believe it. Prove it to me. With that said, Jiang Yan once again marked Wang Hucheng as a hostile target. He believed that Wang Hucheng's mouth could still pry out a lot of useful things, but what Jiang Yan needed most, information about the Angel Foundation, had already been obtained. Authenticity needs to be verified with caution and should not be taken at face value. As for the rest of the information, die forever with Wang Hucheng, the dangerous viper. Wang Hucheng's face suddenly changed wildly. Before he could shout anything, a damage number floated out from Wang Hucheng's body. -1135. Wang Hucheng, D. Knock. His head, which he was holding up, hit the floor hard with a hollow, muffled thud. Round eyes stared lifelessly at the ceiling, eyes filled with deathbed rage and despair. Jiang Yan wasn't moved in the slightest, nor did he have any intention of leaving. The first resurrection was the gift of Wang Hucheng. The second resurrection was Wang Hucheng's refreshing skill that brushed the cooldown of the resurrection talent. This was the 3rd time he had died in a short period of time, and Jiang Yan wanted to see if Wang Hucheng could live again. Jiang Yan planned that he would wait for 2 hours this time, and after 2 hours, if Wang Hucheng's body didn't show any signs of resurrection, he would throw his body into the nest of the human-faced creepy spider in the basement of Ding Shun Group. Let the Sphinx creepy spider gnaw the crumbs of his bones, all the way down to the bone. The first time Wang Hucheng was able to come back from the dead was when Jiang Yan didn't know that he had also picked the resurrection talent, plus he was in a hurry to quickly develop and print money on his own. The second time Wang Hucheng was still alive. It was Jiang Yan who had underestimated him, not realizing that in such a short period of time, he would be able to get, refresh, a qualitatively different skill. Plus at that time, and Baosheng was attacked by the demon wolves, and was in a hurry to go back to save his own old man. The third time Wang Hucheng hadn't been killed yet was entirely because the sarcophagus was out of the secret realm, and Jiang Yan had to deal with the chopping spirit child before he could come out. Right now it was the 4th time. Jiang Yan had plenty of time, and having made up his mind to get Wang Hucheng killed, he wouldn't give him any more chances. Be sure to thwart it. And this time, Jiang Yan didn't have to wait long. After 30 seconds of time, Jiang Yan found that the touch of Wang Hucheng's corpse under his buttocks had suddenly changed. After a person's death, the body should have become stiff. But Wang Hucheng's body, suddenly became crispy and loose, as if the whole body is made of clay. Along with Jiang Yan's ass, it also sunk downward. Jiang Yan looked down, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a sneer. The body underneath him, at some point, had quietly turned into a blanket of moist dirt. This is a sign that the cross of regeneration is in effect. Sure enough, a reanimation talent that can move graves is really hard to kill, but that's about it. That little gimmick means nothing in front of a level 10 hunting mark. Jiang Yan sneered and got up, pulling open the window. A cow-like giant sphinx spider with a human face quietly dangled down from above. Jiang Yan faintly commanded, "Keep chasing that mark." In the vision of the human-faced trickster spider, the bright red hunting mark that was previously close at hand had now quietly shifted to the interior of the ruins of the Nandu city, more than a dozen kilometers away from where Jiang Yan was currently located. Jiang Yan once again brought in Xiao Xian and Chen Linger with him, riding the windy human-faced trickster spider as he quickly traversed through the ruins of the Nandu city. The site of a park in Nandu, under a large willow tree, the wet dirt squirmed steeply, and then a hand snapped out of it. Wow! Dirt splattered as a man popped up out of the mud and sat up. Wang Hucheng huffing and puffing, breathing heavily, bloodshot eyes, the remnants of the 2 minutes of despair and anger before death. Jiang Yan, I want you to die. I will have you dead. I'm going to kill everyone you care about in front of you, make you suffer. Wang Hucheng lowered his voice, maniacal roar. His hands clenched fiercely in the dirt, as if what he was pinching in his hands was not the dirt, or Jiang Yan's neck. That bastard. He wasn't prepared to leave himself alive at all, teasing himself from the beginning to the end, like a cat catching a rat. Wang Hucheng took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said in a low voice, "No, I must leave Nandu at once. He doesn't know how he found me. Could it be that it has already grasped my whereabouts?" In Wang Hucheng's mind, several skills and items that could produce long-lasting tracking abilities were instantly swept through his mind. Unable to conclude what exactly they were,
he guessed that it was mostly items, as players weren't able to use active skills in that secret realm before. But whatever it is, whether it's still in effect or not, one must develop in a different city. Wang Huqing stole a car on the side of the road and made a hasty escape out of Nandu with the wind at his back. But just when he ran out of 3 kilometers, an ox-like huge human face spider suddenly fell from the sky, rumbling smashed in front of Wang Huqing's car. Jiang Yan's faint laughter came out from the back of the human-faced guile spider. It's quite a lot of stuff and runs quite fast. But you're dead today, and Jesus can't save you, I say. Chapter 132, Inverted the Big Dipper? Looking at Jiang Yan, who slowly stood up on the back of the human-faced guile spider, Wang Huqing's eyes were filled with despair. How the hell did you find me? Wang Huqing's trembling voice was filled with hysteria and disbelief. The most feared thing about relocating the grave and resurfacing is this kind of bone-possessing pursuit. But a dead far away more than 10 kilometers, but also can hold the pursuit. Wang Huqing 2 lifetimes have seen in front of Jiang Yan this one. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The corners of his lips had 3 points of sneer and 7 points of coolness. In front of absolute strength, all these little tricks are meaningless. It's just a clownish antics. On Wang Huqing's body, 2 damage numbers from the plague aura floated out one after another. -1135. -1135. Wang Huqing, D. Watching Wang Huqing's body slowly crooked inside the car, Jiang Yan ripped off the door and threw Wang Huqing's body on the ground. When he was about to start another landlord card game, Jiang Yan suddenly noticed that a weird aura had suddenly appeared on Wang Huqing. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly. And tricks? Truly worthy of being a reborn person who has lived 15 bizarre descents. It's going to be so hard to actually kill you. This bizarre aura continued to weave in and out of Wang Huqing's body, as if threading a needle. The body enveloped by the bizarre aura was little by little transformed into the texture of knitted cloth. In the end, Wang Huqing's body turned into a human-shaped cloth doll, with a nose and eyes, but is no longer Wang Huqing. Jiang Yan had naturally seen this thing before. It was a hidden resource called Voodoo Doll. Item, Voodoo Doll. After dropping blood, if the holder dies, the flesh will be sacrificed to the art of voodoo and transformed into a voodoo creep. The soul, in turn, will enter the voodoo doll and become a weak creepy. This thing before Zhang Xiaohu also in the Antique Street 4500 plutonium for Jiang Yan received a, although it is also hidden resources. But Jiang Yan really do not see this kind of evil things. Turn in 5000 plutonium hanging in the ground stall. Estimates have not been sold. In the mouth of the knitted ragdoll that Wang Huqing's corpse had transformed into, a scream snapped out, and his pure black eyes suddenly opened up in a bizarre and terrifying manner. This is no longer Wang Huqing, but a voodoo doll birthed from the weirdness of his corpse. Jiang Yan looked at it coldly and marked it as an enemy unit. This voodoo creepy had just over 500 life value, and after being glanced at by Jiang Yan, a -1135 damage number floated out from his body, killing him violently on the spot. Another half hour had passed when Jiang Yan rode the human-faced trickster spider and captured Wang Huqing, who was disguised as a voodoo doll, in an abandoned hotel. This voodoo doll that carried Wang Huqing's soul only had 100 or so life points. It couldn't even defeat the slightly more powerful heir of the human-faced trickster spider, and it couldn't be considered a human anymore. Jiang Yan didn't know if there was any way for Wang Huqing in this state to recover. After all, he was a reborn of 15 descents, so maybe there were some ways that were not known to Jiang Yan, but none of that matters. With his left hand, which was wearing a grayish-white spider silk glove, he grabbed the teeny-tiny voodoo doll from the ground as soon as he could. Jiang Yan coldly laughed. Unsurprisingly, this should be your last resort, right? To make himself an human ghost. This approach, but where there is a little way back, Wang Huqing will certainly not use. Wang Huqing knew that there was no more way to live, so he didn't struggle. His bizarre knitted eyes stared angrily at Jiang Yan, and a twisted scream came out of his mouth. Jiang Yan, you shall not die. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Jiang Yan laughed and said blandly, you're already a ghost. What can you do to me? Why don't you try to become a fairy? -1135 damage numbers floated out from Wang Huqing's bizarre voodoo doll torso. Wang Huqing screamed as his bizarre body stiffened in Jiang Yan's hands and died. The Sphinx guile spider said by Jiang Yan's side, boss, the hunting mark on him, dissipated. The 10th level hunting mark, since it dissipated, meant that the target of the hunt no longer existed. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head, but was still a little uneasy, and threw Wang Huqing's voodoo doll and the body that had been transformed into a voodoo creepy before into the basement of the Dingsheng mansion, where it became food for the human-faced creepy spider, and was devoured in a very short period of time. Jiang Yan watched with his own eyes as the last vestiges of Wang Huqing left in this world were also eaten up, and finally let out a long breath. Wang Huqing's continued survival, from beginning to end, did not give Jiang Yan this super perverted money printing machine caused what pressure. But this backstabbing their good brother does not die. Jiang Yan heart uneasy. Next, it's time to find Chen Mimi, as well as uproot the Angel Foundation in Nandu. The scale of this foundation is bigger than I expected, and the presence of Nandu is mostly just one of its branches, but at least where I am, I can't have something so disgusting running amok, especially when Jiang Yan thought of the information revealed by Wang Hucheng, which had mentioned that the Angel Foundation had taken control of 2 forbidden actions at the same time during the A-theory descent. He felt like a fish in his throat. It must be destroyed as soon as possible. But before that, it's time to check how the excavation of the 3rd hospital site is progressing. The excavation team sent by An Baoxing directly drove the large engineering equipment that Ding Sheng Group had used before into the ruins of that middle school and began to excavate at the location designated by Jiang Yan. Although he didn't know exactly what Jiang Yan wanted, the excavation teams were all professionals and dug well and fast, always shrouded in mist. Inu Ganchu, Smoke Charmer, and Demon Wolf also always protected the digging team from bizarre assaults and potential dangers below. When Jiang Yan rode the human-faced guile spider and returned to this place, a deep pit had now been dug on top of the original ruins. Since a middle school building was constructed on top of this and collapsed as a whole, the work of clearing the ruins of the building was very heavy. Seeing that the first floor had just been dug up, and it would take some time before that morgue lurking in the ground could be unearthed, Jiang Yan was squatting next to him and observing thoughtfully when he suddenly heard a hurried footsteps coming from behind. Glancing sideways with his afterglow, the one who came was Chen Haichuan. Jiang Yan, who had half of his face covered by the shadow of the strange hat, was ancient and unperturbed, taking a puff on his old pipe, his attention still fixed on the excavation site below. Chen Haichuan carefully walked behind Taboo 006 and whispered, "Boss, I didn't find you when I went to the antique street. Zhang Xiaohu said that you are here. I have something I want to talk to you about." Jiang Yan's voice, made hoarse and low by the old pipe, said faintly, "Well, say it." Chen Haichuan was covered in cold sweat and said coyly, "I would like to hire the boss for a task." Jiang Yan was stunned and raised his eyebrows slightly. "The Big Dipper? I'm the boss. You hired me? How much can you afford to hire a multi-million-dollar money printer like me?" Chapter 133, How can a small dish be so bold? Seemingly noticing that the gaze that Forbidden 006 was looking at himself was a bit strange, Chen Haichuan's body, which was almost bowing into 90 degrees, pressed down again and said with incomparable respect, I was looking outside the stores on Antique Street, and there were the words higher quest. I just had no choice to want it, so I believe the price I give will satisfy the boss." Jiang Yan gave a non-committal The words of that hiring mission were more of a preparation to let the Antique Street gradually have a part of the function of the mission hall in the process of development. Jiang Yan really didn't think of letting these poor people to hire themselves. "I'm expensive," Jiang Yan said blandly. "It wasn't as if you couldn't take on missions, but at your current price, who could afford to hire you?" Jiang Yan glanced at the plutonium credits on his player panel. Plutonium plus 5,850. Plutonium plus 109. Plutonium plus 7,860. Plutonium plus 7711. Plutonium plus 7,312. Plutonium plus 3,533. Plutonium plus 21,637. From top to bottom are Smoke Phantom and her creepy servants, Pig Kong Hyun, Demon Wolf, Human-Faced Creepy Spider, Black Crow, and Chen Ling Air. The effect of the sheltering auras plus 55% lifesteal was reflected more and more dramatically in Chen Linger's body. In addition to the purple treasure chest not being in sight, all of Jiang Yan's bizarre henchmen, who were sitting in the middle of the Antique Street for Jiang Yan, were here. The plutonium income provided per second totaled 53,903 plutonium. That's 3,234,180 plutonium a minute. Though the amount of time Jiang Yan could perfectly print money wasn't as much as he thought it would be. For example, he had just chased Wang Hucheng all over the map and he hadn't been able to print any money. But after all, the ability to earn real here. As long as Jiang Yan do a quiet beauty printing machine, the medieval money is like the Yangtze River. Like the river, clattering into Jiang Yan's account. Wanna hire a supersized pervert money printer like yourself? The difficulty is not normal. Jiang Yan had already made up his mind that no matter what Chen Haichuan said or how high the price was, he was going to reject him. Nothing else. The landed gentry should have the pride and self-respect of the landed gentry. Chen Haichuan wiped a cold sweat and respectfully told the original story of the Star City's forbidden head that had detached from the secret realm, leading more than 400 Star Cities Bazaar, forming a mixed bazaar army, and killing towards Nandu. After Jiang Yan heard this, the old pipe stuttered and fell into a long silence. He was quite sure that this event had definitely not happened in his last life. Where's the butterfly effect in this treadmill? Jiang Yan carefully recalled for a moment, vaguely remembering that in his last life, the heavenly sword god of the hunt was rumored to be beheading creepy in Star City at this time to come. So, the Wang Jia of this life, for some reasons unknown to Jiang Yan, ran to Nandu like a brain cramp. Instead, the Star City's secret realm purge failed, and the bazaar inside ran out, transformed into a taboo, and not only silenced the entire Star City, but also commanded an army of bazaar, vastly killing the southern capital? Jiang Yan rubbed his brow with some headache and sighed helplessly in his heart. This heavenly sword hunting god is also really too unreliable? Why, exactly, did he move so differently in his life? Is there anything different about Nandu in this life than in the last? Jiang Yan thought carefully and felt that before Wang Jia came, Nandu was very normal. He couldn't figure it out. But this was something Jiang Yan couldn't turn a blind eye to. A forbidden with the ability to dominate. With 400 heads of bazaar. That's no joke. Jiang Yan predicted that the total number of weirdness that descended on Nandu for the first time should be around 1,200 heads. But they were scattered all over Nandu. It brought huge casualties, but it also gave the humans a chance to break them down one by one. With some effort from the Trickster Hunting Bureau, the number of tricksters roaming among the ruins of Nandu should have plummeted to around 300 by now. But right now, this Star City's taboo rushing to Nandu with over 400 heads of bazaar was a different concept. It's not as simple as doubling the number of shenanigans in Nando's. Rather, it's like a locust transit, completely destroying all life in Nandu. Quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes, not to mention under the cluster effect. After briefly thinking about it, Jiang Yan knew that even without the employment of the Guile Hunting Bureau, he had to step in after discovering the Star City Taboo's weird army. It's hard to stand firm in Nandu. If Nandu falls into complete silence, who will Jiang Yan's antique street put loans to? Where to find the opportunity to acquire hidden resources while lying down? No, absolutely not. In the bottom of Jiang Yan's eyes, a cold killing intent flashed. Taboo from Starling City? Then fight it. Now that he had the Big Dipper skill to protect his body and the fate-slaying spirit child to escort him, his fear of the taboo was not as great as it was before. Rather, he wanted to show that forbidden head from Star City how many eyes he, the Horse King of Nandu, actually had. Chen Haichuan looked at the forbidden 006 silent, the cold sweat on his forehead. A drop fell on the ruins at his feet, wetting a piece of concrete debris. Boss, here's our hiring fee. Take a look. Chen Haichuan carefully pulled out a photo from his arms and presented it with both hands. Jiang Yan smiled gently and casually took it over. I'd like to see what these little party animals from the Guile Hunting Bureau can come up with to hire themselves. At a glance, Jiang Yan completely froze. On the photo, it turned out to be a huge golden coffin. The coffin had mysterious runes engraved on its entire body, appearing ancient, vicissitudes and heavy, as if it was the coffin of an ancient emperor. No, even the ancient emperors didn't have such extravagant gold coffins. Of course Jiang Yan knew what this was. In his last life, when the Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau had tried to seal the life-altering spirit child, they had taken out one of these. A coffin of pure gold is able to perfectly seal any weirdness in it, even if it is forbidden. The same is true, even if it was Chen Linger, as long as she was trapped inside, she wouldn't be able to come out for the rest of her life. In the event that they couldn't beat taboo, this strategy of the Trickster Hunting Bureau was very wise. Is this the cost of you hiring me out? Jiang Yan looked at the picture of the golden coffin, dumbfounded. I'm sorry, I was a bit rash earlier. These little party boys from the Trickster Hunting Bureau were coming out with some real swagger. This gold coffin is more than 4 meters, 1 meter square. Jiang Yan conservative estimate, with material more than 50 tons of gold. Before the weird descent, the price of gold was around 500 a gram, and the material cost of this golden coffin was around 30 billion general currency. This number was just a value symbol. In fact, this golden coffin placed at the moment had already far exceeded what this value symbol represented. Jiang Yan couldn't get so much gold at the moment even if he had more plutonium. It was only an official organization like the Trickster Hunting Bureau, which retained years of accumulation, that could directly take out such a golden coffin. Chen Haichuan almost buried his head in the ground and said with trepidation and respect, "Yes, boss, can you do us this favor?" Chapter 134, Digging Through, Opening the Door. Chen Haichuan felt that every cell in his body could not stop trembling. This is from the instinctive fear, completely uncontrollable. To be able to stand still and not directly escape, has been Chen Haichuan's greatest courage. It wasn't just Taboo 006 in front of him. The Taboo 007 named Spirit Child of Decimation was also standing next to him. Although the eyes of the fate-beheading Spirit Child were covered by the forbidden 006 spider silk eye band, Chen Haichuan could still feel a pair of cold and vicious gazes, looking at him grimly, as if he would raise the ox-eared sharp knife in his hand in the next moment and slice himself in two. Chen Haichuan's back, the whole was drenched in cold sweat. His heart had 7 points of creepiness and 2 points of helplessness. The golden coffin that was taken out for trade was originally planned to be used to seal Taboo 006. Never thought that the ideal is very beautiful, the reality is cold and cruel. In the end, this golden coffin had turned out to be a bargaining chip to beg Taboo 006 to fight against the Star City Taboo. Chen Haichuan was certainly not willing to hand over this golden coffin, but Taboo 006's terrifying financial power was obvious to all. And apart from this golden coffin, the entire Guile Hunting Bureau up and down the country couldn't find anything that would allow Taboo 006 to make a move. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that Nandu was an oversized city, and the Nandu branch of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, with its strategic stockpile, was also said to be abundant. And in addition to this golden coffin, there were two more left behind. When the current calamity is over, these two golden coffins, Forbidden 006 and Forbidden 007, will be exactly one each. After successfully sealing the two taboos, it might even be possible to retrieve the golden coffin that was now traded out, and then the Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau would still have the power to fight even if they were to face the taboos again. In front of Chen Haichuan, Jiang Yan looked at the photo of the golden coffin and swallowed heavily. In fact, even if the Guile Hunting Bureau didn't hire him, Jiang Yan wouldn't sit back and watch that Star City Taboo lead 400 Guile to slaughter all of Nandu. However, Chen Haichuan's offer was a golden coffin, and as a commission for his own offer, Jiang Yan really couldn't refuse. Large quantities of gold are far too scarce in the post-creepy era, and what was once just a general equivalent now has an irreplaceable use. No matter what, you can't go wrong with stocking up on more gold. On the contrary, this Chen Haichuan, is it really appropriate to take out the public assets of the Guile Hunting Bureau and trade them to himself in such a grand manner? This does not cure him of misappropriation of office and public assets. This degree and ability of his to eat his way out was really higher than what Jiang Yan had imagined at the beginning. Jiang Yan took out 40,000 plutonium coins and placed them in front of Chen Haichuan, saying, "A kickback for you. Good job this time." Morally, Jiang Yan was very critical of Chen Haichuan's behavior, but the actual heavenly benefits fell in the hands of Jiang Yan. The kickback to Chen Haichuan, naturally, cannot be less, or who will return to Jiang Yan to do things in the future? Chen Haichuan looked at the 40,000 plutonium coins and swallowed heavily. Another 40,000? Not bad for the rich and famous Taboo 006. If this keeps up, I might be on the verge of surpassing Wang Jia in strength. What if I hold on to this thigh and don't want to let go? Woohoo! Being undercover is so exciting too. Chen Haichuan hurriedly put away the 40,000 plutonium coins, a heartfelt smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, boss. Then when the Star City Taboo arrives in Nandu, I'll be the first to go to Antique Street to inform boss. Jiang Yan nodded non-committally and asked, "Where is my golden coffin?" Chen Haichuan said respectfully, "It's already been shipped next to the Antique Street. Boss can go over to receive it any time." Jiang Yan nodded, ready to go back and talk. His gaze fell once more into the deep pit. The digging was still continuing, and looking at the progress at the moment, it should have been close to digging up what Jiang Yan wanted. Chen Haichuan peaked, his heart suddenly a flinch. Finally, no, Forbidden 006, this is digging something. Chen Haichuan's eyes, one by one, swept over this excavation team, especially looking twice more at the large excavation apparatus of the Ding Sheng Group's logo. Yes, the Antique Street was also originally the place of the Ding Sheng Group, and of those who maintain the Antique Street now, basically all of them are people from the Ding Sheng Group. It looked like Forbidden 006 had enslaved the dinosaur group a long time ago. Chen Haichuan had mixed feelings in his heart. On the one hand, it is fortunate that such a powerful and terrifying Forbidden 006 can somehow coexist peacefully with humans. On the other hand, there is a deep fear of forbidding 006 such anthropomorphic behavior. Comparing the two, it was the decapitated spirit child that was more like the so-called taboo in the information of the Guile Hunting Bureau, restricted by the rules of striking, eerie and terrifying, with an extremely high desire to attack, almost killing on sight, without any room for rational thought, and Taboo 006, but almost cannot see the traces of the rules of killing, and simply not subject to the desire to attack. Want to kill when the killing spree, people Guile all slaughter. Do not want to kill when the towering, steady as a mountain. Such a Forbidden 006 was a truly terrifying existence, much trickier than a decapitated spirit child. Vice President, we dug it. A call came from far below the deep pit. Jiang Yan slowly stood up and said blandly, "Come on, let's go down and have a look." Vice President? Vice President of what? Forbidden 006 strength, and you can only be a sub? Chen Haichuan shivered, very weak-legged as he followed Jiang Yan and walked downward. Jiang Yan passed through a hollow at the very bottom of the deep pit, and indeed saw the scene he had once seen in the morgue of the main building of the third hospital. The room was still the same, except that the interior displays, after 50 years of change, were completely different. Jiang Yan followed the direction of the alloy gate that existed in his memory and looked sideways. realizing that the gate was indeed still there. It was rusty and the paint was falling off. And even the red, two-winged logo of the Angel Foundation had become dull and much older than it had been in the secret world. The alloy door closed tightly, a shimmering light flickering on the combination lock as if waiting for someone to enter the correct code. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold light flashing under his eyes. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. Thought it was a relic. Didn't realize it was a fresh one. I just don't know. What is behind the alloy doors of this Angel Foundation? Jiang Yan said to the excavation team. Okay, you guys pack up and get out of here. These people were all members of the Ding Xing Association. And later on, if any powerful shenanigans were released when the alloy gate was opened, Jiang Yan was unwilling to accidentally injure these people. These Ding Xing Association members in the excavation team all have heard of the great name of the vice president in front of them, know that the antique street is his hand to establish, but also the son-in-law of the president. Half dare not be negligent. Listen to the words, not a word to ask more. With the fastest speed to pack up the equipment, quickly leave. Jiang Yan printed the medallions quietly for a while and waited until the excavation team had completely left before he said faintly, Demon Wolves, Pig Vjj, open the door. Chapter 135, The Tip of the Iceberg of Taboo 006. Hearing Jiang Yan's order, Chen Haichuan, who had been standing behind Jiang Yan, couldn't help but freeze, his face full of confusion. Who's Taboo 006 yelling at? Demon Wolves? Porky Pig? Before Chen Haichuan could think of anything, he heard two respectful responses ring out from an invisible mist not far away. Aye, boss. In the next moment, a pair of thick pig hands, a pair of hideous wolf claws, poked out from the mist, grabbed the alloy door left and right, and tore it up with force. The mists on their bodies dissipated, revealing strong and terrifyingly bizarre bodies. Chen Haichuan was so scared that he nearly peed directly. My mom. Two heads so terrifyingly bizarre that they just appeared out of thin air? From Chen Haichuan's years of experience in fighting with the bizarre, the intensity of the demonic wolf and the pig Gundam were equally astonishing. It was no worse than some of the powerful weirdness they had seen in the third hospital secret realm. Is this what I vaguely perceived before in the antique street? The weirdness of those arch-forbidden 006? Chen Haichuan fixed his mind, thoughts flashing through his mind. I know, bottle of mist, is something that sells for 5,000 plutonium used like this on a stepping stone? There's no one else who can do this but the rich and powerful Taboo 006, right? Chen Haichuan swallowed heavily and his eyes began to wander around in horror. How many more forbidden 006 minions are hidden around the world? Chen Haichuan subconsciously retreated a step, but it was the feeling that his spine touched a cold body. A pair of ghostly claws, gently placed on Chen Haichuan's shoulders, pushing him forward. Don't squeeze. Smoke Phantom's voice quietly sounded in Chen Haichuan's ears. Chen Haichuan forehead. Cold sweat burst down. I have one right behind me. Is it so crowded here? Chen Haichuan's horrified gaze swept back and forth in the surrounding air. How many henchmen does Taboo 006 have? Wait a minute. His power. Shouldn't it be greater than that Star City Taboo that ruled over 400 bizarre ones? No wonder he didn't bat an eyelid when he took this on. Chen Haichuan felt his legs getting even softer, but he felt that he couldn't kneel now, or else he would appear to be the most conspicuous one in the forbidden 006 team. Chen Haichuan knew that as an undercover agent, he had to keep a low profile, and it would be best if no one could notice his existence, so that he could reach his mission while better surviving between so many horrors and weirdness. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haichuan heavily pinched at his inner thigh, admonishing himself that he must hold on. Squeak! An ear-piercingly heavy crack came from above that alloy gate. With the eruption of the two powerful power-type weird forces of the Demon Wolf and the Pig Gundam, this alloy door of the Angel Foundation, which could no longer support itself, was pulled apart to the sides. A passageway that slowly appeared in the doorway. Inside the passageway, there was a flickering light, as if the voltage was unstable, and the light flickered on and off. A cry of alarm and anger came from inside. What man? What are you doing? Stop it! Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. There's actually someone in there? His eyes, following the crack in the door that had been forced open, looked in. In the crack of the door, there was a middle-aged man in a white research robe suit, looking at the alloy door that was constantly and violently pulled open in shock and anger, and chortling loudly. Four eyes meet. Scarlet shock blast. Activate. Boom. The middle-aged man instantly felt that his mind exploded. At this moment, reason completely collapsed, and only one thought remained in his brain. The person in front of him, shrouded in blackness, with half of his face covered by the shadow of a strange hat, was the most terrifying being he had ever seen in his own life. He must be killed. Ah ha ah. The man let out a maniacal roar from his mouth and directly rushed out in a frenzy. Lifting up a pair of fists, he punched towards Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, his face ancient and unperturbed. I'm afraid this man's running speed and agility is no more than 20 points. Boo! And Xiao Xian raised the muzzle of the fire qilin and fired a point-blank shot. The ordinary bullet discharged and turned into a line of fire, instantly missing the man's brow. A terrifying damage number floated up from the man's body. Blitz, minus 7,451, with just over 200 life points. This person was unable to withstand such a violent attack from Xiao Xian, and had his head shattered on the spot. Red and white splattered everywhere, and the entire head instantly disappeared in place. The headless body hit the ground with a thud, dragging blood and making a long, deep bloodstain. Chen Haichuan, what's this about stepping on a horse? I've got it all wrong, don't I? How much damage did that shot just explode, Nima? 7,451? Is this a nifty gun or a nifty tactical nuclear missile? I'm going crazy. Within Chen Haichuan's pair of eyes, the veins popped out and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Chen Haichuan, as an experienced hunter, had also worked hard on his gun skills. Now that he's beside Forbidden 006, one shot can sometimes do 500 plus damage. But, compared to the girl who just pulled out a gun, he or she is scum. Still, kind of underestimating Taboo 006. Chen Haichuan's gaze, sweeping over Taboo 006, Taboo 007, and the mysterious woman who had just fired the gun one after another, felt his scalp tingle. All perverts, none of them normal. And then thought of that just now the too powerful bazaar from the mist appeared, but can only be reduced to pick the door of the drudgery. This terrifying and forbidden force. I'm afraid that it's only now that the tip of the iceberg is unfolding in front of him. Chen Haichuan shivered and seriously memorized all the horrors he saw today. Go back and update Forbidden 006 immediately. In this way, even if he died tomorrow, those who came after him would be able to target based on the information he left behind, and would not die an untimely death at the hands of Taboo 006. Boom! Alloy gates, completely separated. A deep, long hallway was revealed. The incandescent lighting in the corridor, flickering and flickering, would suggest that the external circuits had been damaged and that this facility's internal emergency power feed system was functioning, struggling to provide illumination. Inuyasha took the lead, carrying a large, newly purchased shield, and charged right in. The demon wolf was also not willing to show weakness and followed closely behind, with fierce killing intent bursting out undisguisedly from its scarlet wolf eyes. Since submitting to Jiang Yan, the frequency of his killings had plummeted, and more often than not, he played the role of a security guard. But as a ferocious creep, the demon wolf's killing heart never stopped for a moment. Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian's small hand and followed behind the two heads of weirdness, slowly walking into the damaged alloy giant door. Chapter 136, Kill Them All. Chen Haichuan held onto the wall and tried to move his softened legs to keep up with Taboo 006's footsteps, fearing that he would fall into the unknown number of misty and bizarre brigades behind him. The unknown is always the most terrifying thing. Chen Haichuan felt his scalp numb when he thought of how many densely packed and shaped horrors and weirdness were hidden in the mists behind him. At least if he was following Taboo 006, or was his lapdog. The weirdness in those mists shouldn't dare to do anything to him. But if you fall off the wagon, you truly become a large living being surrounded by horrific weirdness. And then you can't be sure there's some ill-disciplined thing that wants to come out of the mist and taste itself. As Jiang Yan's team continued to push forward, the situation behind this alloy gate became clearer and clearer. This underground facility is supposed to be a hidden laboratory, with many researchers dressed as researchers hiding in it, as well as many experimental facilities and hidden laboratories. The entire underground space was about 300 square feet in size, and within it there were not only researchers hiding, but also a dozen or so heavily armed combatants scattered all over the place, constantly launching attacks with the help of bunkers. From time to time, the Demon Wolf and the Pig Gundam would encounter silver bullets. These Angel Foundation combatants had pretty good equipment and attributes, and each shot could deal a dozen points of damage on the Demon Wolf and the Pig Gundam, with Jiang Yan following behind to provide a plus 55% life value and armor value shelter aura. It was already quite difficult to deal this kind of damage. However, in front of the two power Blood Bowl shenanigans, the Demon Wolf and the Pig Gangster, this kind of damage was not worth mentioning. The two of them put on a literal wolf run through the lab, breaking the armed combatants of the Angel Foundation apart, splattering limbs and blood, and setting off one bloodbath after another. The two ferocious Bazaar, with their eyes red under the sound slaughter, gradually exposed their nature that had been suppressed by Jiang Yan for a long time, and the vicious color on their faces made people look at them with chills. Jiang Yan let them slaughter the combatants, only faintly ordering to leave those researchers with a small life first. Chen Linger didn't know when, slowly lifting a corner of the spider silk eye band, revealing a grim eye, surveying everything in this laboratory, with a horrifying killing intent on her body that gradually began to rise. Brother, the costumes of these combatants are exactly the same as those who captured my sister at that time. Jiang Yan looked at a mangled corpse on the ground, which was wearing the Angel Foundation's combat uniform and the Angel Foundation's blood-colored double-winged logo on its chest. He reached out, gently rubbed Chen Linger's head, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, we'll find Chen Mimi, I promise." Chen Linger heaved her head and lowered her spider silk eye band to cover her grim gaze, only reaching out to pull on Jiang Yan's coat, following him as he walked. Jiang Yan walked around this lab like a horse, and basically had a number in his mind. In the archive room where the experimental data was stored, Jiang Yan pulled over a swivel chair with wheels and sat on it with his butt, his legs high on the table, casually using the mouse to access the various Angel Foundation confidential files in the computer. Behind Jiang Yan, a dozen or so fellows knelt in a heap, all of them shivering amidst the terrifying murderous aura of the Pig Gundam and the Demon Wolf. Quickly skimming through the classified information, Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and casually asked bashfully, "Of you, the T4 level or higher step forward and don't have to die for a while. The rest, kill them all." Pig just hyena he laughed, bared up the pig teeth, full of sticky blood and broken meat. Laugh instead of appearing to be sharp and ear-piercing, listening to the bottom of the human heart straight hair. Even stood behind Jiang Yan Chen Haichuan, were scared to shake 2 times. Inuyasha reached out, lifted one of the fellows by the neck, and laughed shrilly. "Your AT several?" The researcher screamed and fainted in direct fear. Inuyasha looked at the work tag pinned to the fellow's chest and hemmed and hawed. "Boss, he's T3. Jiang Yan nodded his head and gave a saltium. Click. The pig Vajra opened its big mouth and directly gulped down the head of the fainting researcher, chewing continuously in the pig's mouth as if he was eating a big watermelon. Thick blood rolled down the corners of his mouth. Ah! At the sight of such a horrific scene, a series of desperate, terrified screams erupted among the fellows. Chen Haichuan, who was also a human, couldn't help but feel sad about the death of the rabbit, and was more and more startled by this scream that knew it was on the verge of death. And the hairs of sweat on his body stood on end, although he knew in his heart that these Angel Foundation people didn't do anything good, and there was no innocent person lined up to be shot. The killing methods of the forbidden 006 henchmen were also too horrible. Chen Haichuan looked at the back of Taboo 006 sitting on the swivel chair, browsing through the information freely, and felt more and more the horror of this head of Taboo. Not a single one of them when they weren't killed. Looking at the antique street bustling with activity, and instead delineating a safety zone to protect it all. When he kills, it is as if he is the coolest killing god in the world. Soon, of the dozen or so fellows, only 3 remained. 2 of the T4S, and 1 of the T5S, were kneeling in the shadows of Inuyasha and Demon Wolf, shivering, their pants all wet. All of his former colleagues were now transformed into inches of broken corpses scattered around himself under the terrifying and bizarrely ferocious claws and teeth. Their shoes and socks, all moistened with the still warm blood. The hellish scene had caused their mental defenses, which had long since collapsed. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "I have some questions, and the person who answers them fastest and best gets out of here alive. But there's only one spot." As if they were drowning people on the verge of death, these 3 people grasped the last straw thrown by Jiang Yan and answered any questions, fearing that they would be killed just as cruelly. From their mouths, Jiang Yan learned, this underground laboratory was originally built on the 3rd hospital. Human corpses that die in the emergency room and on the operating table are wheeled into the morgue outside, and these Angel Foundation experimenters hiding in the labs wait for an opportunity to take the corpses parked in the morgue and use them as experimental materials. Its specific experimental program may be slightly different from that on Chen Mimi, but since the 3rd hospital was bulldozed, without a constant supply of corpses, the suitability and importance of this lab has all but plummeted. But because it was an asset that the Angel Foundation had invested in for so many years, and because some things are difficult to transfer easily, it was not abandoned and has continued to operate for all these years. The school up there, too, had unknowingly added a hidden and unseen basement, and every so often the Angel Foundation would send some survival supplies down there, and the fellows in there would take shifts about once every half a month. The main research direction of this lab, what is it? Jiang Yan asked with a raised eyebrow as he took a drag on his old pipe and looked at the contents of a document on the screen. Chapter 137, the storage area of the golden parcel. That T5 was a fat, middle-aged man, trembling and shivering, said, "Our main mission, in this lab, is to breed weirdness." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes, which were looking at the experimental documents on the screen, narrowed slightly. By gestation, I mean from 0 to something, so that weirdness emerges from certain extreme conditions. According to the lab's records, in the past 50 years or so, this lab has spawned at least 1,000 creeps. The numbers are alarming, and the lab reports are even more chilling. One should know that Jiang Yan estimated that the total number of bazaar that descended on the entire southern capital when the first bazaar descended was just over 1,000 heads. The amount of shenanigans created in this one Angel Foundation lab, over 50 years, had been comparable to the descent of a megacity. However, according to what was in the lab report, the vast majority of these spawn spooks were very weak types, with a fighting strength perhaps not as strong as that of a dog. Whenever the Angel Foundation people came by to transport household goods, they took most of the shenanigans birthed in this lab and used it for who knows what. Previously, when the Nandu Third Hospital was still in existence, there were grandiose experiments on the operating table above on how to fuse the bizarre with the fetus, and secret research in the labs below on how to breed new bizarre in extreme environments. The top uses the weirdness birthed from below and the bottom uses the dead bodies from above. It is as if the upper and lower levels are working closely together to form a set of industrial chain now. But since the third hospital above has been bulldozed and turned into a middle school, the deep lab below has been pulling its crotch a bit. In a sense, the middle school had really suppressed the evil spirits down there. Chen Haichuan was standing right behind Jiang Yan, and he had seen all the documents that Jiang Yan had seen. Over 1,000 heads of bizarre? Chen Haichuan's pupils trembled, completely unable to imagine that under the eyes of the creepy hunting bureau, there was a mysterious foundation that did this kind of heartless thing for more than 50 years. And I'm afraid this lab right now is just the tip of the iceberg for the Angel Foundation. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and asked indifferently, Chen Haichuan, in the past 50 years or so, has there been any unusual weirdness in Nandu? Chen Haichuan shook his head slightly. Every city in the whole of God's country, even certain remote villages with little population, can be spooky. The internal statistics of the Bureau of Creepy Hunting have shown that for every million people before the creepy descended, the chances of the creepy occurring on a daily basis in its natural state was 1 in 100,000. The chances of daily weirdness in Nandu, based on a population of 10 million, are 1 in 10,000. Over the past years, the frequency of spooky occurrences in the southern capital has been stable, with no statistically significant anomalous data. Jiang Yan smoked a mouthful of his old pipe and laughed lightly. That means the creeps that were taken away disappeared into the rest of the Angel Foundation. This means a complete system, and a strong control over the shenanigans. In order to keep the Shenanigans Hunting Bureau completely unaware, Chen Haichuan was silent, his face ugly to the extreme. The more you come into contact with it, the more you realize how scary and huge this Angel Foundation is. The document mentioned that this lab has a specialized area for storing the spawn weirdness. Jiang Yan turned his eyes, using his afterglow to look at that T5 just now, and faintly asked, where? The fat on T5's face shivered and trembled. You've just seen it all. It's those labs. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, took a puff on his old pipe, and said, yeah, but how come I don't see a single creepy thing? And, just the equipment in those labs just now. That's all it took to limit the weirdness? I take it you don't want to live? Just now, Jiang Yan walked around and looked at this lab, and besides his own part-timers, there were only the Angel Foundation's lapdogs, and this T5's facial expression is clearly a lie. A T4 next to him immediately screamed as if he had grabbed a life preserver. He's lying. I'll take you. We also have a second basement level encased in gold. That's where we store the shenanigans. At these words, that T5 was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and instantly growled. Are you crazy? Shut the up. Sir, ignore him, he just doesn't want to die. You didn't see the shenanigans simply because they were taken by the higher-ups. Before the words fell, a damage number directly floated out from this T5's body. Minus 1,135. Boo! The plump middle-aged man in the white coat fell head over heels in death. Gulp! Chen Haichuan looked at T5, who had suddenly died violently, and swallowed heavily. The cold sweat on his face stretched into sheets, and he couldn't control his shivering. What kind of god-awful tactics are these? How did you die all of a sudden? Obviously no weird outbursts. Chen Haichuan's gaze stole a glance at the forbidden 006 who was casually sitting on the swivel chair, and his heart was terrified. I don't know if it's my illusion. After leaving from the third hospital's secret realm, the intensity of Taboo 006 is even more terrifying than before. Jiang Yan turned his eyes, looking at the T4 who was covered in cold sweat, and his lips under the shadow of the brim of his hat slowly curved up into a sneer. Take me. That T4's body trembled like a sieve, turned his eyes to look at T5 who died without a sound, and said in a trembling voice, available. Can. But you have to promise to let me go before you enter the second level area. Jiang Yan looked at the heartfelt look of fear on this T4's face and laughed lightly. Could be. This T4 was obviously not only in fear of himself, but also equally in fear of that legendary second basement level. A storage area wrapped in gold? In Jiang Yan's eyes, a touch of playfulness flashed. Since it was wrapped in gold, it meant that it was definitely not simple inside. Or else the Angel Foundation couldn't have bet a huge amount of gold on a storage area that didn't cover a small area. But Jiang Yan wasn't just not afraid, he was even a bit excited.
Wouldn't he or she not only be able to watch the results of the Angel Foundation's experiments up close, but also pick at the gold wallpaper in their storage room? And a place that was tightly wrapped in gold. Spooky and completely impossible to leave. Maybe Chen Mimi had been stowed away in there as well. That T4 rolled and crawled, leading Jiang Yan to a smooth alloy wall at the end of the lab. The walls looked no different than anywhere else. T4 pointed at the wall and shuddered. It's a hidden gate with a passageway behind it, and the code is known only to that T5 alone just now. Since you were able to break the alloy door to the entrance, you should be able to break this wall. But, don't blame me for not warning you. It's out of control down there. All the spooky have run out of their containers. We would have activated the emergency plan and closed it off completely down there. If you break through this wall, there's tons of shenanigans in there that just run right out. Chapter 138. Is this the strength of Forbidden 006? So, can you let me go first? That T4 looked at Jiang Yan with a gaze full of thirst. I've told you all I know. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and spat out a green-colored smoke dragon, saying, but I think that T5 answered it better. I'm going to give the only chance of survival to that T5. The two T4s froze in unison. But, he's already dead? Jiang Yan shrugged. Then I don't care. Immediately, two damage numbers emerged from the two T4s. Minus 1135. Minus 1135. Puff, puff. The two T4s, almost at the same time, fell softly to the ground, dead. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yan had never been prepared to leave them any way out. Chen Haichuan followed closely behind Jiang Yan, secretly perfecting his undercover record. Taboo 006. Likes to cheat. Suspected of having the ability to kill with his mind. A single mind attack has a damage value of 135, and can be launched against multiple targets at the same time. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and sighed calmly. It's a shame I didn't get to see for myself how they breed weirdness in the lab. At this point this lab has been out of contact with the outside world for a week. Moreover, due to the unstable voltage, many of the equipment in the second underground floor, which was originally used as an area for storing the bazaar, malfunctioned, and the bazaar that were originally stored inside the special containers all ran out and wandered back and forth in the second floor. In this situation, the laboratory area above, also on edge, has long since stopped all experiments. Even the materials had been destroyed. If not, Jiang Yan was really curious as to how in the world this Angel Foundation had managed to do such anti-human things. For now, it's just a matter of looking at the lab reports they left behind and barely restoring them in your mind. Open the door, Jiang Yan said indifferently. The demon wolf and pig Manhwa received Jiang Yan's order and immediately launched an attack on the alloy wall in front of them. The alloy wall looked thick and sturdy. The whole thing shimmered with a hard silver color, and the surface was made of matte material. If not for those fellows pointing out the way, I'm afraid no one would be able to think that there was a hidden door here. Boom! With the slamming of the two power-type bazaar heads, a heavy roar resounded throughout the underground laboratory. Immediately, the intermittent lights, completely extinguished, the entire underground space, plunged into a darkness, out of reach. The only source of light left was the little bit of dark red pipe flame around Jiang Yan's mouth. The dark door was smashed open with a huge crack, revealing the bottomless black space behind it. With the help of the last glimmer of light before it went out, Chen Haichuan vaguely saw that inside was a staircase stretching downward, very wide, but in the midst of an endless shroud of shadows. More and more hairy in the heart. A ghastly wind blew out from behind the cracked secret door, if at all, but it blew straight into one's heart. It was logical that since it was a confined golden space down there shouldn't be any air movement, let alone wind. Jiang Yan casually lit a ball of spider silk, and the firelight that rose up illuminated an area around him, seemingly stimulated by the light of the fire in his hand. The ghastly wind blowing out of the fissure grew steeply larger. Phew! The cloudy wind brushed by, and it unexpectedly blew out the flame in Jiang Yan's hand in an instant. In Jiang Yan's eyes, a cold light flashed, and 3 damage numbers instantly popped up around him. Minus 1135. Minus 1135. Minus 1135. Unconsciously, there were already 3 heads of bazaar, quietly hiding beside Jiang Yan. Under the plague aura's indiscriminate ranged attack, only units marked as friendly by Jiang Yan would be spared. These 3 heads lurked quietly and strangely. And even if Jiang Yan didn't actually find them, they still couldn't escape the damage of the plague aura. 2 of them were bizarre and died instantly and violently. Only 1 creepy remained, its life value plummeting to the bottom, letting out a terrified and furious burst, a hideous ghostly claw, stabbing directly at Jiang Yan's chest. Minus 1, shield absorption. Minus 400, creepy instantly died a violent death. However, the blue-purple light shield that flashed across Jiang Yan's body still caused a ripple.
In the midst of the ripples, a silver-purple furious thunderstorm suddenly blasted out and landed directly on the Bazaar corpse. Boom! Minus 11,025. The Bazaar corpse was instantly blown apart by this wild thunderbolt. The sudden appearance of the terrifying thunderlight even illuminated the underground laboratory as if it was daytime in that instant just now. Chen Haichuan stood right behind Jiang Yan. His body sweat hairs, one by one, rose up in the sky. He didn't see what just happened. But, those few damage numbers, Chen Haichuan could see them all clearly. And the source of the damage is very clear. Definitely the handiwork of Taboo 006. Chen Haichuan's legs couldn't stop cramping, and his body was sweating white hairs outward. He had seen that 400 counter damage many times before, and the 1135 damage, though bizarre and godawful to the point of being baffling, was still within the acceptable range. But what's up with that thunderbolt? Nima, a single thunderbolt hit over 10,000 damage out? Chen Haichuan, one of the only 3 captains of the Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau's branch, now had a life value that barely broke through 1,000 points under the salary and bonuses given by Taboo 006. Forbidden 006. This one thunder could kill himself 10 times over. Too bossy. Really too bossy. Is this the strength of Forbidden 006? Chen Haichuan looked at the decapitated spirit child who had been pulling on the corner of Taboo 006 coat, and finally understood why the powerful and ferocious Taboo 007 would be so easily taken in by Taboo 006 and become his little follower. Not to mention Chen Haichuan, even the several heads of Bazaar that followed Jiang Yan's side were similarly frightened by this scene and shrunk their necks, their bizarre eyes filled with fear. Is this the true strength of the owner, controlling thunder like a heavenly punishment? Inuyasha and Demon Wolf glanced at each other in the darkness, and in unison, they saw the color of celebration in each other's eyes. Luckily, he hugged his thighs fast, and is now a very close and trusted lapdog of the boss. If this time and then run into the boss, may not really have a chance to talk, or maybe it will be the same as the just as bizarre, not even a whole body to stay. Boss, old pig will open the way for you. Pig Gang Hyena lifted the huge shield in his hand, and a pig took the lead, charging straight into the rift. The demon wolf was also not willing to show weakness, wagging its tail and said, "Boss, I can run faster than that pig. I'll call the boss with a message." With a jerk, he also dug into the rift, and he was really much faster than the piggy. Jiang Yan's face was calm as he followed the 2 doglegs, striding into the rift, constantly lighting up the spider silk clusters and illuminating the space around him. It was indeed as those few fellows had said. This space, all of it, was wrapped in gold. Jiang Yan specifically warped on the wall, found that the paste wall, surprisingly, is half a centimeter thick pure gold brick. Caught the big dog? Jiang Yan was incomparably shocked. Chapter 139, The Weirdness of Not Thinking. Although these pure gold bricks were only half a centimeter thick, and still theoretically not foolproof, they were actually excellent for bizarre ceiling effects. At least it is much bolder than the gold paper paste walls in Director Wang Hong's office in the secret realm of the 3rd hospital. Jiang Yan estimated in his heart, if the space of this underground 2nd floor, as big as the one above it, wanted to pave it all over with gold bricks half a centimeter thick, at least 20 to 30 tons of gold would be needed. This was already comparable to half of the golden coffin that Chen Haichuan had traded to himself. It's a bumper day. Not only did you kill Wang Huqing and solve your heartache, but you also booked 70 to 80 tons of gold? In Jiang Yan's eyes, there was all the color of satisfaction. With so much gold, he could use it to accomplish many of the things he had envisioned. Forget it, there's so much gold on this wall I'm too lazy to pick at it. Let my old man gouge. Another day of white whoring the old man, mentally arranging what to do next for in Baoshang. Jiang Yan, who was descending the stairs, had his ears slightly twitching, having heard the sounds of battle coming from the front, as well as the muffled sound of an Inuyasha's shield being struck. Holding a ball of burning spider silk in his hand, pulling in Xiao Xian with one hand, and with Chen Linger, who was also tugging on his coat corner, behind him, he walked down the gold-paved staircase, and twisted his head to see Pig Gang Hyena and Demon Wolf, who were caught in a bitter battle. The 2 creeps were surrounded by dozens of various creeps, constantly launching a tidal wave of attacks on the 1 wolf and 1 pig. Both of them were power-type shenanigans. Their own speed and dexterity were disadvantages, and after getting caught in a siege, they could only counterattack once after being hit dozens of times, and they might not even be able to land on the ground. It was not life-threatening, but it was more or less a mess. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel and saw a wide array of unfamiliar plutonium income. Plutonium plus 245, plutonium plus 311, plutonium plus 114, plutonium plus 2147. The vast majority of these creeps were very weak, but there were also some existences with a sizable amount of blood hiding among them.
and it was unknown how the Angel Foundation's experiments on breeding creeps were actually done,
and why they produced experimental results that deviated so dramatically. A group of shadowed, strange-looking weirdness. Under the dim light of the spider flame in Jiang Yan's hand, it looked more and more eerie, and the blurred outlines that kept weaving in and out of the edge of the shadows gave birth to more fear of the unknown from the bottom of one's heart. When the pig Kong Huo and the demon wolf reappeared in Jiang Yan's field of vision, Jiang Yan's aura, too, was once again attached to the two creeps. Instantly, a slice of -200 counter damage floated up on the shenanigans that constantly surrounded them. The vast majority of shenanigans only took 2 or 3 hits before they simply lay on the ground and were killed directly by the level 10 anti-1 aura. Jiang Yan smelled a strong smell of blood at the end of his nose and looked down to find many corpses fallen dead on the gold brick-paved ground. The corpses, all of which were wearing Angel Foundation combat uniforms or white research suits, had the remnants of a very frightened and desperate expression on their faces. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing that these corpses blocking the front of the entrance were all feared to have been left below to break the back. They managed to block the surging mass of weirdness on the second basement level, only to be blocked in by those above them. Ruthlessly, on the second basement level, with the entrance completely closed, the entire second basement level became a separate space, and there is no way back for these people, other than to be killed by creepy. Jiang Yan bent down and took a flashlight from the corpse of a combatant. Chen Haichuan followed suit and grabbed a flashlight as well. The torch was so bright that it was finally not necessary to see the way with the dim glow of the spider flames. However, a sweep of the bright pillar of light caused Chen Haichuan to suck in a breath of cold air. The number of weirdness in this second underground level was more dense than expected. A rough count showed at least 300 heads. Although the vast majority of them were very weak shenanigans, this quantity was already capable of causing a qualitative change. Jiang Yan directly turned off his plague aura and began to sift through the noteworthy shenanigans among them one by one with his flashlight. This one. Kill, kill, kill. As Jiang Yan's ancient, wave-free voice continued to echo in the second underground floor, the fire Qilin and in Xiao Xian's hand continued to shoot at point-blank range. Blazing silver bullets turned into a stream of projectiles that ran through one creepy body after another, dealing tons of bludgeoning damage, and shooting faster and faster with ridiculously high bludgeoning rates. Chen Haichuan watched from behind, and his numb heart could not detect the slightest shock. During the process of lining up for the shooting, Jiang Yan also really found some, which he had previously seen among the experimental files above. That made him feel curious and bizarre. A bizarre, humanoid, purple-black corpse, moving very slowly, with a highly decomposed face so horrifying that one would want to vomit at the sight of it. This thing, a rotting corpse turned creepy, is one of this lab's most recent masterpieces. Unlike the other creepy that had been birthed, this creepy, using only a single experimental material and the Angel Foundation's unique means, had eventually become a walking corpse-like creepy, and the life value of this creep was as high as 1138 points, belonging to a rare and powerful existence amongst these creeps. Roar! In the mouth of the walking corpse, a low hissing roar continuously emitted, and in the rotting purplish-red eyes was a gloomy tyrannical color. Without any semblance of sanity present, Jiang Yan suddenly asked, "Is there a reward for killing?" And Xiao Xian froze for a moment and then shook her head. No reward. Previously, Jiang Yan had also noticed that he hadn't gotten any system rewards when he killed these shenanigans with the plague aura. Now that Xiao Xian had killed so many and hadn't been rewarded by the system, what did that mean? The system doesn't recognize these weird identities? There does seem to be a fundamental difference between these shenanigans and the shenanigans that come down. 2. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and whispered to himself. No thinking. Chen Haichuan stood behind Jiang Yan and slowly nodded his head in agreement. That's right, normal spooky. Even if their intelligence is relatively low and their thoughts are so confused that they act upside down, they are all thinking. But these created creeps seem to have only the most instinctive behaviors, and can't be called minds at all. This kind of shenanigans, which may be able to reach a data level of power in some cases, are much better to kill than normal shenanigans. Jiang Yan turned on the pestilence aura for 3 seconds, killing all the hostile creeps in his field of vision. A slice of -1135 damage numbers popped up, and the crowded creeps fell to the ground as if they were mowing the grass. Chen Haichuan looked at this scene and couldn't help but shiver again. In that instant just now, Forbidden 006 attacked at least dozens of targets at the same time. Wait, his mental attack tactic was actually a ranged skill? A ranged skill that does so much damage in a single shot, and it's not even on cooldown? What kind of sick skill is that? Chapter 140, The Strange Blue Lightstone. Chen Haichuan couldn't figure out no matter what. What he was observing was actually a Halo-type skill. It was only by Jiang Yan who had spent a huge sum of $400 million to point to level 20. Hardening a money printer with no attack ability to master means as terrifying as they were. Chen Haichuan, with a bean-sized cold sweat hanging on his forehead, secretly poked and prodded to update the Forbidden 006 undercover observation diary in his mind.
Forbidden 006 is suspected of possessing a mind attack skill with no cooldown time and a great killing range.
Spell consumption unknown. This underground second floor space was basically purged,
and only a few creeps hiding in the corners remained, which weren't killed by the plague aura, due to the lack of vision.
Demon Wolf suddenly huffed and muttered in a low voice. Boss, there is a smell in that room. It's weird, very seductive.
Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked in the direction of the Demon Wolf's finger, realizing that it was a closed wooden gate. There were many more rooms on this second basement level that had just been purged, just wide corridors.
Jiang Yan casually pushed open the door, and was greeted by a blue, eerie light that shone on his face.
Jiang Yan froze for a moment, then immediately saw the situation in the room. There were a lot of broken and huge containers in here. According to the information received, these containers were the facilities for storing shenanigans, and there would be a constant bulge of gas filled with gold particles inside, which could also have a similar effect on shenanigans as a seal, and it was much cheaper to build. The downside is that there must be a constant supply of electricity, and if the power goes out, Creepy will break through the container and escape. The Underground Research Institute had emergency power generation facilities, but the fuel was limited, and after holding out for many days without assistance, it finally reached its limit, and some weirdness broke through the containers and began to wreak havoc on the second floor. The containers, of course, are not the source of the blue light. The real source of light was a battered precision instrument on the floor. Among the instrumental debris was a stone the size of a lychee, constantly emitting an ethereal blue light, which had a regal beauty in the dim and wretched room. Beautiful, and dangerous. The moment he saw the stone emitting blue light among the fragments,
Jiang Yan's pupils violently shrunk. He never expected to push the door and see such a scene. Boo!
Jiang Yan closed the door heavily with a backhand, his face in the shadow of the brim of his hat full of shock. It was something that he had heard about before from Wang Hong.
The Angel Foundation is at the third hospital,
conducting experiments on the fusion of Creepy and Fetus,
primarily through instruments that emit an ethereal blue glow. This instrument was said to be one of the Angel Foundation's top secrets,
and no one was allowed to disassemble or destroy it. Even the T6 level Wang Hong never dared to step over the line.
And Xiao Xin, Chen Haichuan,
and the others in the back, all had puzzled looks on their faces,
not knowing why he had such a big reaction. There's just light in there.
Jiang Yan fixed his mind and swept his player panel,
not finding any abnormal status and no loss of life value.
His mind turned with thoughts. Instruments that emit a blue light that can help bizarre and human bodies merge.
One of these instruments broke inside, and the source of the blue light was revealed to be not a technological device, just a rock. So the instrument, or whatever it is, it's probably just a front, and it's the stone that really does the trick. The blue light meter.
This thing is called a blue light meter in the Angel Foundation's lab report. The experimental process they used to breed the bizarre also involved the blue light meter.
This stone, it affects weirdness? As for the effect on the human body, it shouldn't be obvious.
Otherwise Wang Hong has been personally operating that instrument for more than 10 years,
and would have had problems already, waiting for Chen Linger to kill him. With my high attributes, it shouldn't hurt to touch it. It's always better not to die violently.
Not to mention I have the shield of the Big Dipper technique. Jiang Yan gazed at his brows and thought for a moment, turned his head to look at the Demon Wolf,
and asked in a deep voice, describe exactly how you feel.
The Demon Wolf scratched his head and muttered in a low voice,
just want to eat. Jiang Yan immediately frowned. The sense of smell of the Demon Wolf was very sensitive, so it was able to detect the existence of this stone in advance. Jiang Yan pulled over Inuyasha and pushed the door open to show him the stone inside. Pig Gang Hyena's gaze, immediately attracted by the ghostly blue stone.
His expression gradually became stagnant, unconsciously drooling in the pig's mouth.
Muttered, what's this? What's this good stuff? Give me.
Inuyasha raised his hands uncontrollably and was about to lunge at the stone.
Jiang Yan ripped back with a handful of pig Kong was back neck and closed the door to the room once more, falling into deep thought. Creepy would want to eat that rock? What happens if you eat it?
Having raised so many plutoniums of Pig Kong himself,
he couldn't experiment on him.
Seeing that the pig was still full of infatuation, Jiang Yan said indifferently,
slap him. Okay Lu boss. Demon Wolf jumped up and was a big slap.
Ruthlessly falling on Pig Kong was Pig Face.
Looks like he's been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Boo!
The pig vampire was directly knocked to the ground by the Demon Wolf,
and a damage number popped up on his head, -35. Under the pain,
the pig just recovered,
shook his head and climbed up.
Rumble kneeling beside Jiang Yan aggrieved.
I'm sorry boss, I didn't mean it just now. Then, there's something wrong with that stone.
Jiang Yan gave a faint hymn and ordered everyone to stay outside, while he himself flashed into the blue glowing room.
He casually pulled a gold brick from the wall and encased the blue stone in gold. Although gold can seal the weirdness, but its own texture is very soft, with teeth can bite out the marks, naturally cannot carry Jiang Yan's power. Soon was wrapped like dumplings, kneaded into the outer skin of this blue gemstone. With being completely encased in gold, the light from the stone was completely obscured. Jiang Yan placed the sphere of gold-wrapped stones on the ground and opened the door for Inu Ganshu and Demon Wolf to feel. This time, the two creeps shook their heads in unison, indicating that the sense of attraction they had just felt was completely gone. Jiang Yan was slightly relieved and put away the golden ball, ready to catch an innocent creepy roadrunner as an experiment later to see what strange effects this Angel Foundation's secret equipment had. Boss, Chen Haichuan said carefully, I just saw, in that open door of the room next door, there seems to be a figure in that container. Wave to us. Chen Haichuan, as an old hunter, observing the environment was instinctive, and had long since discovered the unusual situation in the container in the next room. He was a little hairy and didn't dare make a move, but only dared to wait until now. Jiang Yan froze slightly and looked in the direction of Chen Haichuan's flashlight, and indeed found a well-preserved container. The container, surprisingly, was still electrified, and the stream of gold inside was constantly surging, and in the midst of the golden airstream, a dark silhouette, constantly beckoning to Jiang Yan's side of them, growing faster and faster, seemed to be getting more and more anxious. Chapter 141, Please, Keep Me. A dark laboratory underground second floor. Countless weird hibernation in the shadows. Cloudy wind constantly blowing from all directions. Flashlight light brought a vague sense of security, but more and more make the surrounding shadows look eerie. In such an environment, a still operating sheltered bazaar container. In the midst of the constantly surging golden airstream, there was actually a figure that was still beckoning. How this scene looked bizarre. Even Jiang Yan felt a little apprehensive. With a flashlight, I entered the room, which was also full of broken container fragments and rustling feet on the floor, which should be the gold particles that should have been circulating in the containers. If there was no surprise, Chen Haichuan squatted down and twisted on top of the gold particles all over the ground, and his heart moved slightly. The texture and size of this gold particles were very similar to the gold particles in the gold smoke bomb of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, as light as dust, and the surface area was very large relative to the weight, and it was able to easily levitate in the air. Did the Angel Foundation, surprisingly, order the same tech tree as the Trickster Hunt? Jiang Yan stood in front of the container, using the torch in his hand to continuously irradiate the figure in the transparent glass, and finally got a good look at the figure amidst the golden airflow. Surprisingly, it was a man dressed in Angel Foundation research whites, his work permit clearly visible on his chest, and this man, with a gas mask on his face that hid all of his face, stood in the midst of the constantly surging golden air currents in the container, gesturing madly to Jiang Yan as if he wanted to express something. However, the glass cover of this container was actually very thick, not at all humanly possible to break through with bare hands, and also completely blocked out the sound. Jiang Yan watched the man's body movements and his heart moved slightly. Creepy shouldn't be able to make such anthropomorphic movements, especially in a container dense with gold particles. Could it be that there's actually a big living person in there? But how did a researcher from the Angel Foundation get into the container prepared for Creepy? Jiang Yan looked around and understood after a little contemplation. The weirdness is all running out, and people have to go in if they want to live. But it's full of gold particles, which both block out the weirdness and choke people to death. So the man wore a gas mask that was able to filter the gold particles that kept surging inside the container. A playful smile flashed across the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. To be able to survive until now in such a desperate situation, you really need to have 2 points of resourcefulness and adaptability to be able to do it. Boom! Jiang Yan punched out, cracking the glass cover of this container directly. The container instantly let out an alarm, and then the internal mechanics immediately stopped functioning. Gold particles gushed out in droves, landing around Jiang Yan, and were blocked out by the Big Dipper's skill shield. Unable to get close to him, the man crawled out of the crack in the container on his hands and knees, gasping for air and breaking off. Thanks. I almost suffocated. Are you the Foundation's ops team? What's going on out there? And why are you here now? This underground laboratory was almost isolated from the world, and even if the people inside heard the system's beeps, they didn't know what kind of chaos was going on out there, and had been abiding by the Foundation's bylaws, waiting for help to arrive. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said non-committally, Creepy has descended, and it's almighty creepy out there now. The Foundation kind of took care of itself. What's your name? T something? The fellow responded in a low voice as he ripped off his gas mask and breathed heavily to ease his suffocation. My name is Deng Hai, T2. Here's my work ID. How are the co-workers up there? Jiang Yan took Deng Hai's work permit and smiled playfully. All dead. You're the only one who survived. Deng Hai gasped for air before slowly lifting his head, and at a glance, he completely froze. Behind Jiang Yan, a wolf's head and a pig's head, with 4 scarlet eyes, looked straight at Deng Hai, with ferocious killing intent in their eyes. That's 2 creepy heads. Ah! Deng Hai screamed as he backed up on the ground in fear of his ass. You! Behind you! It was as if he had already seen the image of this mysterious man, who was shrouded in black aura, being killed by 2 bizarrely torn heads in the next moment. But those 2 bizarre, motionless, eyes staring straight at Deng Hai, but as if Jiang Yan was just air. Deng Hai froze for a moment, then came back to his senses, creeped out. You managed to control 2 heads of creepy? How is that possible? This technology, isn't it still in development? Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and smiled playfully. Sure enough, the Angel Foundation has been secretly researching the nature of weirdness, and ways to control it. From the information given by Wang Huqing before his death, this technology should soon make a breakthrough. Deng Hai looked at the half of Jiang Yan's face that was covered under the shadow of the brim of his hat, suddenly shivered, realized what was going on, swallowed heavily and said in a trembling voice, You're not from the Foundation. Who the hell are you? Jiang Yan laughed. You're quite witty, but alas, it ends here. Just as Jiang Yan was about to mark Deng Hai as a hostile target and kill him with the plague aura, Deng Hai suddenly rolled over and knelt down at Jiang Yan, kowtowing heavily. Help me out. I don't want to be at the Angel Foundation anymore. I've had enough. I was coerced into joining the Angel Foundation. I didn't volunteer. In these 2 years in the Foundation, I have confirmed countless times that this is a devilishly venomous organization, devouring the life of this land all the time, and presuming to wreak havoc. I've gathered a lot of information on the Angel Foundation. You can use me. Take me away, please. Jiang Yan paused, his eyebrows slightly raised in interest. Oh, you were coerced? What value do you have in being coerced? Deng Hai fell to his knees and trembled as he said, I have a PhD in biology and was looking for a job when I mistakenly joined one of the Angel Foundation's underlings, then coincidentally crashed a bizarre Angel Foundation shipment and saw something I shouldn't have. If I don't become a member of the Angel Foundation's inner circle, they'll kill me. Thankfully, my education and the program I was in charge of at the time were looked upon favorably by the Angel Foundation executives, and I was able to leave a life behind. Jiang Yan looked at this T2 who was kneeling down in front of him, pondered for a moment, and slowly nodded his head. Okay, then I won't kill you, so go away. Deng Hai shuddered violently and reached out to hug Jiang Yan's thigh, crying out in pain and pleading. Don't, please leave me. I'm useful. I've been gathering inside information on the Angel Foundation for 2 years, even though I'm only AT2. I know no less than AT5. Leave me. Jiang Yan exhaled a cyan-colored smoke ring, secretly sighing in his heart. This is a smart guy. Chapter 142 Ominous Omens. Jiang Yan had just seemingly loosened his tongue and gave Deng Hai a way out, allowing Deng Hai to leave on his own. But this path of life is, in fact, a desperate one. If Deng Hai really ran away, it would prove that what he just said about being coerced by the Angel Foundation was all false. Therefore, Jiang Yan would not let him escape his sight alive. His only chance of survival was to stay by Jiang Yan's side and use the information he had gathered to give him guidance. As long as this Deng Hai's brain wasn't that bright, he wouldn't be able to catch this way of life. Jiang Yan's voice was calm as he said, I'm poor and can't afford a PhD in biology. Deng Hai's face was full of tears as he shook his head repeatedly. I don't want money. For you to kill your way in here, you must be working against the Angel Foundation. As long as you're against the Angel Foundation, we're friends. We help each other. And you're strong. I'm too weak to survive without your protection. The Angel Foundation has a way of locating me. And they're coming for me. If you don't leave me behind, I'm dead. Please. I can make you money. I eat very little. I'll do some surgery. Is it a mess out there? People like me are useful. Deng Hai cried with tears in his eyes, big snot bubbles flowing one after another. He's really so smart that he's got a hole in the eye for what's going on. The path before him was not at all about staying or not staying with this man. Rather, it's live or die. Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke dragon and slowly nodded his head, saying, Good. It's been a long time since I've seen someone as smart as you. Show me your attributes. Deng Hai was busy showing his attributes to Jiang Yan. Player, Deng Hai. Attributes, Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 16. The average commoner is 5. Plutonium, 0. Talent, double casting, S rank each time a spell is cast. The effect of double casting is triggered. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Jiang Yan looked at this concise and uncomplicated attribute panel and fell into silence. Obviously, ever since the weirdness descended, everyone in this underground laboratory hadn't gone out, also including Deng Hai. Without the plutonium in his account, he naturally couldn't improve himself, so his attribute panel, maintained at the state it had just descended to,
The initial 500 plutonium coins were all used by Deng Hai to extract the talent.
And with all 500 spent, he actually drew an S rank out. And this Deng Hai's intelligence attribute. 16 points of intelligence without any enhancements?
This talent with this intelligence. The best mage template Although Jiang Yan already had Black Crow, a qualification like Deng Hai's was never too much. On top of that, he's really smart and knows what to do and what not to do. And it's going to be easy to deal with someone like that. The Angel Foundation's T2. It was also true that he was not considered a core character. If there was a T4 or T5 in front of him, Jiang Yan would have said anything to get him killed.
Sign the contract in your mind from now on.
Jiang Yan handed out a bizarre contract with a monthly salary of 20,000 plutonium.
Deng Hai swallowed heavily,
read the terms of the contract over carefully,
hesitated for a moment,
and signed his name. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head and reached out to pull Deng Hai up,
turning to walk out. There are still some weirdness left in this underground second floor.
Jiang Yan searched one by room,
and each room was all cleared with plague aura. After all,
you're going to have your old man coming over later to pick at the wall, so you have to clean it up.
Demon Wolf,
you'll stay here and protect the construction team of the Ding Xing Association later. Jiang Yan took all the rest of them and creepy and climbed back the way they came.
In the Ding Sheng mansion, in Baoxing's office, there was only him, Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian,
and the rest of the things were waiting in the hall. And Baoxing was filled with a stunned look.
Gouge the siding? Own this son-in-law, more and more evil. Jiang Yan nodded his head. Well, it's all gold. Do you have facilities for melting gold? And Baoxing looked aghast.
He had already gotten the information that gold could block the weirdness from Jiang Yan here, but Ding Sheng Group hadn't been in the habit of stocking up on gold before, so now he could only cry out in vain. Even if all the remains of all the banks in Nandu were excavated, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to get much gold, but Baoxing still wrote the matter down in the list of surrogates.
As for underneath one of the ruins,
there was definitely still gold jewelry buried, and trace amounts of gold existed in various electronic products, but it was too difficult to collect it and make it into gold of actual significance. But this kid went digging for the remains of Nandu's third hospital, and came back with a claim that there was a place where gold bricks paved the ground and built the walls? This is outrageous, and Baoxing slowly nodded his head. It's not hard to melt gold,
and I can think of something to do on large equipment. If you can't, just come by hand. It's not a big deal. Jiang Yan nodded and said,
pull down all that gold and create a gold-covered safe house not far from the dinosaur mansion.
It doesn't have to be too big. 50 square meters is enough, and it needs to be well stocked with food and drinking water,
as well as air exchange facilities that are covered in gold. All things come before they go. Although it seemed that Jiang Yan's development speed far exceeded the intensity of the bizarre descent at the moment, but it's really hard to speculate on what the future holds.
Being more prepared is never a bad thing. In this life,
Jiang Yan had already bound himself to the Ding Sheng Group, so he simply began to infinitely whore out Ambrosia's labor force, letting his old husband work for himself for nothing. If he were on his own and wanted to build a gold parcel safe house, he might not be able to do it even if he was busy for half a year. But Ambrosia is very familiar with these things, and Baoxing heaved his head.
Got it. I'll have them arrange it immediately. Jiang Yan took Xiao Xian's small hand and went down to find Chen Haichuan.
There was another large batch of gold waiting for Jiang Yan to sign for it. The golden coffin that the trickster Hunt had just traded him. With the thick specifications of that coffin, it was a lot more than what could be gouged out of the second floor of the underground laboratory. Looking at Jiang Yan's back as he left, and Baoxing suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air and slapped the table and cursed in a low voice.
Grandma, little brat, and set up a job for the old man? This is really the inverted Big Dipper, next to the antique street, among the ruins of the building. Wang Jiao looked at the huge golden coffin in front of him and fell into deep frustration and powerlessness. This is the battlefield they've preset for Taboo 006, and the coffin they've prepared for Taboo 006. There was supposed to be a thrilling battle here, but now, battlefields become trading floors, coffins become commissions.
Wang Jia sighed deeply and whispered to himself,
I've always felt, this seems like some kind of ominous omen.
Even the coffins were forced to be traded to Taboo 006.
Even if we manage to deal with the onslaught of Star City taboos, after that, will there be a chance to seal the Forbidden 006? Chapter 143, The Forbidden 006 of the Active Laying of the Golden Coffin.
Listening to Wang Jia's sighing self-talk,
Chen Yuro nodded heavily from the side and said with a very certain tone,
it'll work. Brother has been undercover with Taboo 006 for so long. When we pass through this calamity of the Star City Taboo with the help of Taboo 006 power, we'll definitely be able to find a chance to successfully seal Taboo 006. Wang Jia was not inspired by Chen Yuro. Instead, his mood became heavier and heavier by 2 points. Squeak! There was a harsh sound of brakes and a van came to a stop next to the ruins.
Chen Haichuan was the first to get out of the car, and his ass went around the back from the driver's side, pulled open the compartment, and said respectfully, "Boss, we're here, that golden coffin. It's in there."
Jiang Yan pulled in Xiao Xian and slowly got out of the car.
Chen Linger pulled Jiang Yan's coat and followed him step by step. Pig Kong Hua and Smoke Charmer, on the other hand, were hiding in the mists and walking ahead of Jiang Yan, providing Jiang Yan with a continuous income of plutonium. Jiang Yan looked at the ruins and nodded with great satisfaction. "Not bad," and brought it to the door for me. "Chen Haichuan, you're very sweet. Follow me and do a good job, and you'll be rewarded in the future." Although this bastard was morally corrupt, eating and not a good thing, Jiang Yan felt that he, as a mature man, should be able to do the same thing as the light.
Chen Haichuan has a lot of shortcomings, but the advantages are just as many. The ability to handle things so finely for a leader is not an overachiever. Hearing Forbidden 006 praise himself, a bean-sized drop of cold sweat broke out on Chen Haichuan's forehead, but it was delivered at the door. This is a sealed battlefield preset for Taboo 006. Originally, the Guile Hunting Bureau planned to lure Taboo 006 out of the Antique Street and directly activate a large trap here, and then more than 100 hunters swarmed up, spelling out a large number of sacrifices. But also be sure to seal Taboo 006 into that heavy golden coffin. But now, the terrifyingly forbidding 006 arrives at the sealed battlefield of his loyalty, and will personally sign for the golden coffin that was once prepared for him. Led by the terrified lapdog Chen Haichuan, reality is so ironic. Woo-woo. Chen Haichuan's legs went weak as he respectfully guided the three terrifying things behind him all the way around all the preset traps and arrived before the golden coffin. The rest of the hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau couldn't help but step back when they saw Taboo 006 and Taboo 007 join forces. One step forward for the two forbidden heads, and these hunters, 1.5 steps back, apart from Wang Jia, who was still standing stiffly in place. The rest of the hunters soon retreated into the depths of the ruins in unison, hiding in a shadowy corner. Jiang Yan's gaze scanned the weak, nodding secretly in his heart. These hunters were of a decent quality and knew to lay down defenses around them when transporting valuables. But no one would dare rob such a big lump of gold, right? Aren't they a bit too much of a money grubber for being so prudent? Wang Jia now wanted to pee when he looked at Taboo 006, and a huge 16% was immediately hovering in his head. He bowed to Forbidden 006 with a soft shudder. "Your commission is ready." Jiang Yan's gaze fell into the huge golden coffin. The coffin, lying quietly on the ruins, looks far more shocking up close than it does in the photos. The golden coffin prepared by the Guile Hunting Bureau was prepared without the slightest concern for cost. Everything was done with the greatest effect as the first starting point. The mysterious runes engraved on it looked to be all Taoist and Buddhist demon subduing incantations with extraordinary potency. And there was a hidden light flowing on it. Jiang Yan could even perceive that the Sphinx spider in the glove was very agitated, very afraid of this golden coffin. And bizarre size, often in human is not the same. So this golden coffin manufacturing time also maximized the consideration of this point, its inner space, not to mention loaded down a person. Even if loaded down the head of a big bear are more than enough. Jiang Yan carefully looked around left, right and left, and couldn't help but TSK. He originally played the golden coffin melting used for other places of mind, but now seems to feel that this thing is already close to the work of art, will be melted more or less some waste. In Jiang Yan's heart, a question couldn't help but rise up. What is the experience of lying in such a coffin? A treat that not even the emperors of the ages have had. Open the coffin. I'll go in and try. Jiang Yan exhaled a green-colored smoke ring. His voice, made low and hoarse by the old pipe, echoed above the ruins. Wang Jia, Chen Haichuan? Hunters hiding in the shadows around them. What? Taboo 006. Just said? He going to go in and try? Forbidden 006. Take the initiative to enter the golden coffin? Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan glanced at each other, and in unison, they saw the creepy look in each other's eyes. Taboo 006. What does this mean? Is he simply arrogant, or is he deliberately testing us? Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. The brains of the two men began to run wild. The ruins around the golden coffin fell into an eerie dead silence. Jiang Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked in a snarky manner when he realized that no one was paying attention to him. What? You don't let people inspect the goods before trading? Does that mean it's all plastic foam? Forbidden 006's questioning was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, hitting Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan's brains with a bang. The two of them shivered in unison, and hastily combined their efforts to push open the heavy lid of the golden coffin. Still haven't figured out what Taboo 006 is up to, but it's best to do what he says, especially Chen Haichuan. When he thought of the Forbidden 006's terrifying tactics that he had seen in the underground laboratory earlier, he felt his heart chilling.
Don't look at the fact that the golden coffin and more than 100 hunters were all around at the moment. It looked like a situation that could seal the taboo, but if they really confronted, Chen Haichuan suspected that these hunters of his own. I'm afraid that it would not be enough to kill Forbidden 006 for 2 minutes. No, absolutely no head-to-head confrontation. Even if we don't take into account the decapitated spirit child next to him, just a Forbidden 006 is not something that can be taken down by a hard fight. Even if the follow-up is to make a move against Taboo 006, there must be a perfect plan, and it must never be hard. After the two of them lifted the lid of the golden coffin, Jiang Yan rolled over and laid into the coffin. Inside, and Jiang Yan imagined the coffin is a little different. There is no pillow, the back is very hard, choking, lying very uncomfortable, but it was a sky-high coffin. Far more symbolic than practical. You guys cover it up and open the lid after 5 minutes. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and faintly commanded, Wang Jia, ha? Chen Haichuan, ha? The lid is closed and the seal can be successful. The two looked at each other, both seeing the horror in the bottom of the other's eyes, and the excitement they couldn't hide. Does it? You've been looking for it, but you've got it all? Chapter 140 for the closest to success. In the golden coffin, Jiang Yan looked at Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia's face full of shock. Not wanting these two guys to think that he had some special fetish, calmly explained, I'd like to check the inside for seams. The only use of this golden coffin was to seal powerful taboos. Jiang Yan wanted to personally confirm if the coffin was truly foolproof. Although the things produced by the Guile Hunting Bureau were theoretically trustworthy, Jiang Yan was very clear that the only one who was truly trustworthy was himself. As for the consequences of being locked inside a coffin, Jiang Yan didn't even consider it. He wasn't weird and wouldn't be restricted by gold. Don't look at this golden coffin thick and solid. If Jiang Yan really wanted to, with a strength of up to 250, there were 10,000 ways for him to break free from it. Gulp. Wang Jia swallowed heavily, gave Chen Haichuan a wink, and as soon as he put the lid of the golden coffin, he closed it heavily. Click. The precise lid and the coffin closed, tightly, without any trace of a gap exists. The surface looks as if it was cast in one piece. Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia glanced at each other, both seeing the incredulous look in the other's eyes. That's it? Forbidden 006 was successfully sealed inside? The greatest hidden danger threatening the security of Nandu, the infinitely terrifying Taboo 006. Just like that, were they sealed in the golden coffin? Not a single casualty before or after? This is too dreamy. Wait, Lao Chun, I always feel that something is not quite right. Wang Jia heavily wiped a handful of cold sweat on his forehead. His pupils trembled slightly, and the blush of excitement on his face turned a little pale. Chen Haichuan likewise. After the initial ecstasy, reason gradually returned to the brain. The two senior hunters of the Guile Hunting Bureau both began to think about a problem. Why? Could it be that it was Forbidden 006 who didn't know that he would be restrained by gold? Impossible. If he doesn't know the effects of gold, he won't agree to us using it as a trading chip. Chen Haichuan, who had a head full of cold sweat, said quietly in a very low voice that only two people could hear. It is true that he is greedy for money and may prefer gold, but an insignificant hobby would not make such a powerful being willing to trade his labor. He definitely knew, but then dared to lie in it. Does it mean that he is not afraid of gold? At these words, Chen Haichuan's extremely low voice took on a 2-point crying tone. What kind of sick taboo head is this? Do not abide by the rules of the kill. The output ability is perverted to the extreme. A thunder can split people more than 10,000 damage. The defense ability is also perverted to the extreme. Never seen him break the defense. This is the kind of stuff that if they're not even afraid of the gold limit, they really don't know what to do about it. Wang Jia settled down and whispered, not necessarily unafraid, but likely to have a countermeasure. For example, means of getting out of the inner space of the golden coffin. In fact, the Trickster Hunting Bureau had already done tests for this aspect, and even those tricksters that had the ability to penetrate walls, blink, and such were completely useless in the middle of the golden coffin. The gold would seem to ignore all of Creepy's abilities, and as long as a closed space was formed, Creepy would not be able to escape from it before the gold shattered. Even the powerful taboo discovered earlier followed such rules as well, but this was one of the few reasonable scenarios that Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan could think of. So, Forbidden 006 must be testing us. After all, our request this time is for him to confront the Star City's taboo, and perhaps this is something very dangerous for Taboo 006 as well. Wang Jia followed his train of thought, and the more he rationalized, the better. It is wise to discern the enemy before the great battle begins. Once we don't open the golden coffin after 5 minutes, after Forbidden 006 breaks free, he may kill us first. Chen Haichuan swallowed heavily and nodded. That's right, and we need the power of Taboo 006 to fight the Star City taboo. Also, Taboo 007 is still out there. The two senior hunters, in unison, glanced at Chen Linger, who was standing not far away pulling in Xiao Xin, and a drop of bean-sized sweat appeared in unison between their foreheads. To be honest, Chen Linger was almost no different from a small human girl when she wore her spider silk eye band and stood obediently in place. However, Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia both had seen the terrifying performance of the life-stopping spirit child in the third hospital mystic realm, which was absolutely heart-rendingly powerful, and that kind of life-stopping spirit child was still in a crippled state. So to what extent was the current life-stopping spirit child strong? The two senior hunters' heart quickly calculated a circle, despairing to find that, at the moment, even if the forbidden 006 himself lying into the coffin to go, they surprisingly have no choice, must have to open the coffin with their own hands, and then put the forbidden 006 as it is released. Is all this under his control? Chen Haichuan eyes, full of deep despair. Wang Jia shivered and whispered, "It's a test and a demonstration. Luckily we're both smart. Or else this time, I'm afraid that the entire southern capital will see the most terrifying side of Taboo 006. Chen Haichuan heaved his head. When the time comes, we'll immediately release the forbidden 006. In the golden coffin, Jiang Yan lit a handful of spider silks and carefully surveyed the location of the interfaces inside the coffin, marveling repeatedly. Awesome! Such a tight and seamless design. It's really a good thing that's backed by the strong industrial capability of the divine state. How desperate must those taboos sealed inside be? Not bad. This will be of much use after it is collected, so it will not be melted. 5 minutes passed quickly in the dark silence of the coffin. Outside, on the other hand, Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia were spending seconds like years, sitting on pins and needles, as if they were on their backs, as if they were stuck in their throats. Once the time was up, the two hunters immediately opened the lid of the golden coffin and released the forbidden 006 inside. Jiang Yan didn't feel the slightest bit bad and jumped out of it, patting Chen Haichuan's shoulder and smiling lightly. The stuff is great, and you're very attentive. I love it. This mission, I take it. When that Star City's taboo arrives in Nandu, you guys can just come to Antique Street and look for me. The golden coffin will be placed here, and someone will come to pick it up later. After saying that, Jiang Yan pulled up in Xiao Xian and left, leaving a group of hunters beside the empty golden coffin, looking at each other. I have a very bad feeling about this. Chen Haichuan smiled harder than he cried and whispered, "That time just now was probably the closest we've come to successfully sealing the forbidden 006. Wang Jia gritted his teeth. Don't be discouraged. We can call for backup. 2 more huntresses. 4 more if 2 don't work. It's always possible to seal the forbidden 006. Chapter 145. The boss is going to spread his coins in a big way again. Soon after Taboo 006 left, a team of people from the Dingsheng group, driving large transportation machinery, came over to transport the heavy golden coffin into the underground spiderweb lair of the Dingsheng mansion, which was guarded by countless layers of sphinxes of the human-faced trickster spider's descendants. The group of hunters from the Guile Hunting Bureau, looking at the empty ruins, were silent for a long time. The crowd cleaned up all the various traps in the ruins that were originally preset for Taboo 006, and very heavily left the place. Turning back to the Nandu branch of the Guile Hunting Bureau, at the entrance of the precinct, Wang Jia did not go in, but turned toward the deeper night. The footsteps were very determined, as if a warrior going forward. Chen Haichuan was a bit surprised and stopped to ask, "Huntress, what are you doing out this late?" The spooky ones in Nandu are still dangerous at night even though their numbers are then sparse. Wang Jia was silent for a moment, and without turning his head back, he said very decisively, "There's not much time left for me to raise interest this month. I'm still short over 30,000 plutonium. Got to work an extra shift tonight." A crowd of hunters. Really numb. I've never seen such a diligent heavenly sword god of prey. Is this a brand new portrayal of the cowboys and horsemen of the post-creepy era? The bitter facts remind us again and again. Until the last resort. Do not touch the lone sharks, comrades. Chen Haichuan wiped the corner of his moist eyes and lowered his voice. God hunting days are just too hard. Brothers, give a hand if you have any money left. Shui Manlu rubbed his face hard, and his eyes were filled with the color of life and death, and said, "The god of the hunt signed such a high interest rate and saved my life. So until the god of the hunt pays back the loan from Taboo 006, all of my money backs him up." Chen Haichuan gave Shui Manlu a hard slap and said with a straight face, "Remember, you're a hunter. You have to put your own survival first and spare money to support the god of the hunt. Don't get too carried away. He's the heavenly sword hunting god of our Guile Hunting Bureau. He can take care of himself. It's not just the interest of 40,000 plutonium per month." Chen Haichuan's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and in front of his eyes suddenly flashed today in the ruins of the third hospital, the forbidden 006 to send their own bonuses. No more, no less. exactly 40,000 plutonium. In Chen Haichuan's heart, large strands of guilt welled up, while knowing that this number must just be a coincidence. Why is there always the illusion that all the plutonium earned by Wang Jia's fight to the death had been transferred and paid to himself? Chen Haichuan smacked his lips and said, I'll be the captain and put up 10,000 up front to help Huntress get through this month. Chen Haichuan had thought that his example would surely cause a flurry of emulation from his fellow hunters around him. However, I didn't expect that Lu Zhan pulled Chen Haichuan and said with a crying voice, farewell captain. You're not having a good time either. That's all you're selling money. Li Guang, who was on the side, also nodded heavily and said with tears in his eyes, Captain, you have a great use for your money. Don't take it out. We're getting paid out to support the Huntress. Make sure you get some extra agility, learn 2 passives that add movement speed, and get a good pair of shoes. At that time, if the east window is broken, you may still be able to escape from the hands of the forbidden 006. Chen Haichuan. They all make so much sense. Wang Jia is carrying a loan shark, but as long as he can pay it off, he'll be alive and well. He himself has been walking a tightrope and playing with his life beside Taboo 006. I know. Chen Haichuan covered his mouth, and there were tears flashing in the corners of his eyes, but this time it was not for Wang Jia, but for his even more miserable self. Don't worry, I will do my best to survive. I have yet to see the day when we purge the Nandu of its shenanigans and remake order in the Nandu, and I will not die so easily. All of them cast loving and encouraging glances at Chen Haichuan, but deep down, no one believed him on this assurance. If the horrible forbidden 006 wants you to die at the 3rd hour, I'm afraid you won't live to see the 3rd hour. It's better to do your best to make sure you don't get revealed as an undercover agent in an attempt to seal the forbidden 006. At the beginning of the night, Jiang Yan made his rounds in the crowded antique street, and nowadays, the reputation of the antique street has been spreading, and it has become the only safe zone in Nandu that can be trusted. Although it hadn't been in operation for a long time yet, there had already been several heads of bazaar, attacking the dense crowds in the antique street in various ways over the past few days. The most thrilling one was when a creepy with bone wings on its back descended from the sky and grabbed a woman directly by the shoulders, trying to lift her up into the sky to eat her. The woman had flown up more than 3 meters, and Xiao Xian ran out at the news and shot the creepy head, saving the woman safely. Similar things kept happening during these 3 days of Jiang Yan's absence. Creepy had to kill a large number of humans in order to continue getting stronger, so the curio street that had gathered so many people was a complete meat and potatoes in Creepy's eyes. But even though attacks happened from time to time, in the past few days, the antique street froze without a single death, perfectly practicing the safe zone 3 words that Jiang Yan typed out. And now the number of people in the antique street has been several times more than before, if not Zhang Xiuhu and others to maintain order. Now I am afraid that there is not even a place to land and walk through. The antique street is also a bit bigger than before. Originally, the latter half of the street was not utilized because it was blocked by the ruins. In the past few days, Zhang Xiuhu had already led the crowd to clean it all up, causing the antique street to completely regain the length it had before the weirdness descended upon it. About 2,000 people, packed like sardine cans, sat squatting in the middle of the night-darkened antique street. These people could not get enough resting space and could only rely on the backs of the people in front of them to fake sleep. Half of their dignity and decency as human beings were lacking, more like a displaced dog, and the smell was naturally very bad. But it's safe here, and they'd rather suffer here than go outside and take the risk that they could be killed at any moment. Now the number of bazaar in Nandu. Although the number of bazaar has dropped drastically, but the bazaar that is still alive, the intensity is also incomparable to before, still not suitable for human survival. However, besides these survivors who had completely given up their struggle, there were also significantly more resistors who came and went in and out of the antique street entrances, constantly bringing back all kinds of resources from the outside to sell. Over time, the survivalists who are afraid to show their heads will continue to be transformed into resistors who muster the courage to fight. This is a process that will continue until the second creepy descent. At that point, if you haven't worked up the courage to start arming yourself with resources, it's going to be hard to do so. That portion of the people who are afraid to buy a ticket to the new era will be doomed to become the lowest class, miserable and helpless, but no one will sympathize with them. The choice is yours to make and the consequences are yours to bear. Jiang Yan was insightful to all this. Having seen the circle, he returned to his store and gently clapped his hands, his calm voice echoing in the small space. It's been a good time for everyone. Give out bonuses. Boo! The store door was closed by a handful of demonic wolves in the mist, their thick and long tails swinging into an electric fan. The boss is going to spread his coins big again. It's so cool. Chapter 146 Boss. My favorite boss. To Jiang Yan's habit of finding a reason to give out bonuses every now and then, all these shenanigans in the room were no longer unfamiliar, but every time, they couldn't help but breathe heavily. Their eyes reddened, and they were very excited. Originally, they all thought that the monthly salary of 10,000 plutonium coins for working as a lapdog for this big brother was a generous one. It was only after I actually started that I realized that the so-called monthly salary was just a facade. None of these shenanigans have received a monthly paycheck at a time yet, except for advances, but bonuses have been counted up to the point of hand cramps first. Great boss. Mooah, mooah, mooah. Pig Kong didn't know when, but drilled under Jiang Yan's feet, kissing Jiang Yan's leather shoes hard and letting out an incomparably fawning laugh. I love the boss the most. Mooah, mooah, mooah. You guys tell me, where on earth did this boss who works 6 days and gives out 5 bonuses come from? Jiang Yan's face was calm as he gently kicked Inuyasha's big face and said indifferently, "Stand still and stay out of my way." Inuyasha immediately made a stand, and the ground shook with him. Jiang Yan counted the accounts of the purple treasure chest for this period of time and found that there were no problems, so from the remaining medals, he took out 30,000 medals and put them into the lid of the purple treasure chest and said indifferently, "Good. You've taken good care of the antique street and this store, and the location of the treasure chest offered to the exploration team has brought in a great deal of money. The 30,000 is a bonus for you." The purple treasure chest shivered with excitement. 30,000. So many He was so excited that his whole box was shaking. Before Jiang Yan although put 1,000,000 medals in his place, but the purple treasure chest half all dare not move. That feeling in bank clerk counting money exactly the same. When the boss returns, if the accounts don't match up, I'm afraid the purple treasure chest will be lost to trust forever. During this period of time when he was running the store business for Jiang Yan, every transaction of the purple treasure chest would be verified and counted at least 3 times, fearing that there would be a slight error. Hard work pays off. This 30,000, it's a reward that's entirely your own. Boss, I will definitely do a good job in the future. Purple treasure chest clutched 3 thick stacks of plutonium and burst into hot tears. Jiang Yan replied indifferently and took out another 90,000 plutonium coins, sending them to Smoke Charmer, Pig Kong Hua, and Demon Wolf. These 3 heads of the earliest to follow their own bazaar, each head in their own departure in this time, carefully complete their own set down the task. Antique Street can have today's achievements. Their 3 heads of bazaar credit. The 3-headed creep held the heavy plutonium in his hands, his heart blossoming. Smoke Mistress heavily slapped Pig Kong with shoulder and coldly grunted, "I was there with my boss, the first to go to you. Do you think I remembered you for all the good things?" Pig Kong thought back to the first time he was hit by Jiang Yan to distort his pig's mouth, and his heart was equally grateful. Yeah, he was able to become the boss's lapdog himself solely because of Smoke Charmer, the gift of rebirth. "I can't repay you." Inuyasha took out 3,000 plutonium coins and handed it to Smoky Mistress, saying, "Every bonus I get from now on will have a share of you." Smoke Charmer joyfully put it away and continued to perfect her Mintan growth path. Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to the private dealings of his doglegs. The medallions had already been given to them, so it was fine to let them dispose of them at their own discretion. He backhanded out another 100,000 plutonium coins and handed it to the human-faced trickster spider in his glove, saying faintly, "You contributed a lot in the 3rd hospital secret realm. This is what you deserve." The Sphinx spider was flattered. "How much? 100,000? Holy crap. I took more than Smoky Charms and the 3 of them combined." The surroundings immediately threw an envious gaze, but the 4-headed bazaar that took 30,000 was not unbalanced in his heart. The ability of the human-faced guile spider was indeed stronger than theirs, and it had also really followed Jiang Yan into the secret realm, so it was only right to get more for more work. The human-faced guile spider swallowed the 100,000 plutonium coins in one gulp, and knelt in front of Jiang Yan with all 8 legs in unison, swearing an oath. "Boss, I will bow and scrape, until I die, for boss's great cause, adding bricks and mortar, like a candle, burning out my last ounce of light and heat." On Jiang Yan's right shoulder, the black crow skimmed his lips, disdainful. "You're the only one who can talk. I bow." Loyalty to your boss should be reflected in actions, not words, okay? Jiang Yan guffawed and took out another 100,000 plutonium coins, handing it to Black Crow, saying, "Here's yours, and you did great in the secret realm, so if finances allow it, consider getting a ranged curse skill." Black Crow's 4 skills were already full, and if he wanted to learn another skill, he would have to spend 100,000 plutonium coins and purchase a skill bar expansion gem first, the cost of which was very high for Black Crow. However, Star City Taboo was about to lead an attack with 400 shenanigans, and as the main spell output of the team, it made sense for Black Crow to learn an extra ranged curse. Black Crow kneeled on the table in front of Jiang Yan with a thud and said categorically while bowing 3 times, "Obey, boss. The will of the boss is the path I will practice. Wherever the boss points his finger, I, Black Crow, will charge into battle." Boss gave me this name. Black Crow, will soar above the enemy lines and become the most terrifying nightmare and shadow in the hearts of boss's enemies. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. After Black Crow's rainbow fart, directly in front of Jiang Yan, he bought the skill expansion gem and expanded the 5th skill bar for himself. What's 100,000 medals? Sooner or later, the money spent will be rewarded back again by the boss, as long as you perform better around him. This range curses himself if he doesn't learn. The next time he is rewarded, he may not get the highest bonus. The Sphinx Trickster Spider was dumbfounded on the sidelines. If you can talk more. Do you have to say slam now to get your bonus? Your voice is really hard to hear. Can you say less next time? If you don't know, you'll think you're cursing the boss. Jiang Yan casually pulled out another 100,000 plutonium coins, handing it to the spirit boy of destruction, and said indifferently, "You don't have much to contribute, so I'm going to hold off on giving you a bonus. Here's an advance on your first month's salary, and I'll guide you on your spending." The spirit child of decimation took the 100,000 plutonium coins and nodded his head as if he understood. Jiang Yan was nonchalant and directly began to match the equipment and skills for the spirit child of destruction. The strength and potential of this forbidden head was top-notch, and with a little bit of cultivation, she would definitely be able to become a top output comparable to Inshao Xin. Starling City Taboo? Oh, come and meet the Nandu Taboo, the decapitated spirit child, that this printer raised with his own hands. Chapter 147, Why is my life so bitter? In terms of attributes alone, Inshao Xin was now far inferior to Chenlinger, about half of Chenlinger. However, if they were to discuss the comprehensive output ability, Inshao Xin with the violent maniac talent, who also possessed the perverted passive skill of Berserker Strike, would instead be able to deal more damage per unit of time than Chenlinger, who was now unsupported by her equipment and skills. Of course, this is just the theoretical state of hitting the target. If Inshao Xin and Chenlinger fought one-on-one, Chenlinger, who was able to travel through entities, could be described as a god, possessing countless opportunities to sneak an early attack, while Inshao Xin was a brittle shooter. Chenlinger was a double-blood resource freak, with both strength and intelligence adding blood, and under Jiang Yan's sheltering aura, with a life value of more than 20,000. She wouldn't die even if she was shot 3 times by Inshao Xin. However, Inshao Xin would instantly die a violent death as soon as she ate one of Chenlinger's slashes. Therefore, in a real combat situation, Chenlinger killing Inshao Xin without any injuries was almost the nail in the coffin. But neither Inshao Xin nor Chenlinger have yet reached their best with the available resources. Among Inshao Xin's upgrades, Jiang Yan was prepared to close the door at night to slowly adjust. Jiang Yan's devotion to Inshao Xin was cost-neutral, but Chenlinger was different. Although she was a very powerful taboo and had a master-servant contract, Jiang Yan was only prepared to train her based on the rewards she deserved. He was by no means stingy. It was just the word trust that was too extravagant, and as a boss, Jiang Yan must be even-handed. The numbers can be high or low, but the rewards and punishments must be clear. Therefore, how this 100,000 plutonium could be spent to maximize Chenlinger's gain was something well worth planning. Jiang Yan first had Chenlinger purchase 2 skills. Passive skill, Combo Strike, Level 1. Attack has a 5% chance of triggering a combo strike that deals 50% damage. Combo strikes don't trigger blitzes. Skill, Blinking Raid, Rank 1. Blink behind any target within 10 meters. The attack speed of the next 3 attacks will be increased by 110%. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Consumption, 50 mana. As we all know, output capacity is approximately equal to attack power multiplied by attack speed. Chenlinger's attack power had already exploded long ago. After leaving the secret realm, Jiang Yan hadn't seen Chenlinger make a sword, but he estimated that under the effect of his own strong strike aura, the damage of Chenlinger's sword shouldn't be less than 8,000. Such a terrifying attack power was limited by Chenlinger's talent. Talent, Deadly Slash, attack speed minus 50%, attack power plus 500%. Melee attacks can be changed to a ranged blade attack with a range of 3 meters, and an attack distance of 5 meters. It was a strong talent, but the reduction in attack speed was a big reduction in Chenlinger's sustained output. For the sake of today's plan, it was necessary to raise Chenlinger's attack speed up again through skills and equipment. These 2 skills were each raised to level 7, each costing 32,000 plutonium. A total of 64,000 plutonium was consumed, and then the skill effect became passive skill, combo, level 7. Attacks have a 25% chance of triggering a combo that deals 75% damage. Combo does not trigger a blitz. Skill, Blinking Raid, rank 7. Blink behind any target within 30 meters. The attack speed of the next 7 attacks will be increased by 200%. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Consumption, 90 mana. These 2 skills, one active and one passive, combined an increase in attack speed as well as providing a means of cutting through, which was a qualitative change for Chen Linger. Jiang Yan found another knife for Chen Linger. Equipment, Scarlet Plume, Rank 1. Upgradable attack power plus 50. Attack speed plus 350. Strike rate plus 15%. Price, 20,000 plutonium. This blade is also considered to be quite a fantastic melee weapon in the agility route, and with the ability to upgrade, it is definitely one of the top weapons. The only downside is that the attack bonus isn't quite enough, but the attack speed and bludgeon rate bonuses perfectly reflect the agility route. Based on Jiang Yan's observation in the third hospital's secret realm, Chen Linger clearly had a low blitz rate in addition to not quite having enough attack speed. With Chen Linger's explosive attack power, if she can raise her bludgeon rate as well, that was really a picture so vicious that Jiang Yan didn't quite dare to imagine how miserable her enemy would be if a knife went down. The long, blood-red blade, in Chen Linger's hands, reflected a fierce and hostile aura, causing all the weirdness around her to shiver in unison. Dang Hai, who stood in the corner and witnessed all of this, almost bit his tongue off with his constantly trembling teeth. Yes, he's in this store too. As the only human lapdog by Jiang Yan's side, a T2 who had defected from the Angel Foundation, a doctor of biology who claimed to have a great deal of the Angel Foundation's secrets, and a cow horse beater with a monthly salary of 20,000 plutonium coins. It was only natural that Jiang Yan didn't avoid him when handing out the bonuses. Deng Hai knew that his newly recognized boss was very uncomplicated and followed some powerful and eerie potency around him, but he was never expecting that this mysterious man shrouded in black aura would be terrifying to this extent. How many scary creeps are around him? Anyway, Deng Hai cowered in the corner, his horrified gaze sweeping over a head of viciously shaped creeps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 heads? Deng Hai looked in Xiao Xian up and down and thought she looked like a person, but wasn't sure. How can a normal person hang out with this whole bunch of ghosts? As for his own newly recognized boss, Deng Hai's pupils, which had almost shrunk into pinpoints, trembled as he looked at the mysterious man who was sitting diagonally against the purple treasure chest, and pulled his gaze back like an electric shock. There's absolutely no way this is a human. Absolutely not. A bonus of nearly 500,000 medals. How can this be done by a human being? Although Deng Hai had been staying in the underground laboratory and had not earned a single penny of plutonium, it did not prevent him from learning the approximate value of plutonium through the system mall. Deng Hai had previously thought that this new boss of his was controlling these bizarre actions through some means, such as a talent or skill, just like the Angel Foundation had been trying to do. But now it seems that there are no means at all. They're a weirdly sized bunch, totally for hire. Snakes and rats. Horribly spooky boss by virtue of billionaire spooky up belonging to be. Bad. Just out of the tiger's den. And into the wolf's den again, cowering in the corner. Deng Hai was so frightened that he almost cried out again. He thought he was finally out of the clutches of the Angel Foundation and able to have a bright future. But he never thought that his future would be so miserable and gray. If I'm going to be mixed up inside such a horrible bunch of creeps in the future, my chances of being killed are definitely higher than in the Angel Foundation. The Angel Foundation doesn't do people, but it's still people. Damn, these are straight up inappropriate. Why is my life so bitter? As Deng Hai was shivering, he suddenly heard the mysterious man sitting on the purple treasure chest take a puff on his old pipe and shout out his name hoarsely and in a low voice. Deng Hai, it's your turn. Chapter 148, it's time to carry a bucket and run. Hearing this horrible boss read out his name, Deng Hai shivered and subconsciously flopped on his knees. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. However, this kneeling of his was not at all abrupt, but rather seemed very fitting. Jiang Yan slowly spat out a green-colored smoke dragon from his mouth and said indifferently, "It was just a time emergency and I didn't bother to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yan. You can call me boss, or you can call me Brother John like those people outside." Deng Hai, who was kneeling on the ground, froze for a moment, his eyes unconsciously glaring twice as round. Jiang Yan? Brother Jiang? Not. This creepy even gave himself a name? This is outrageous. Deng Hai thought carefully about it. The weak and weird ones that he had witnessed the Angel Foundation spawning in the lab before were obviously fundamentally different from this one in front of him. Sure enough, it's still naturally creepy smart. The Angel Foundation spawned creeps, all of them as good as cerebral palsy, and incapable of anything but killing and feeding. Jiang Yan's low and indifferent voice continued, "You've just joined the team and I don't want to instruct you on spending, so I won't advance you this month's paycheck until the end of the month." This Deng Hai was a smart man, and Jiang Yan felt that even if he had the experience of his previous life, he might not be able to help him spend his money more efficiently. Also, this man had just defected from the Angel Foundation and his loyalty was yet to be proven. Jiang Yan took out 2 stacks of golden plutonium coins and placed them on the table, saying indifferently, "But if you can give me the information I want, you'll get your share of the prize money this time, too." Deng Hai swallowed heavily, a very far-fetched smile on his face. He knew that 20,000 plutonium was considered a lot of money, but he really didn't want the money. He wanted to run away now, as far and as fast as he could, but Deng Hai knew that he had no choice. Having already gotten into the ship of thieves, wanting to get off would not be so easy. If not, Deng Hai would not have stayed in the Angel Foundation for 2 years at a time before. Boss, you ask. As long as I know, there's no way I can half-hide it. Jiang Yan was very satisfied with Deng Hai's attitude and exhaled 3 green-colored smoke rings and asked lightly, "What was your main responsibility in that lab before?" Deng Hai settled down and said, "All the positions in that lab. I've done all of them." Oh, Jiang Yan became interested and straightened up to look at Deng Hai. Deng Hai lowered his head, trying to calm the tremor in his voice. "On average, I'll ask for a rotation once every 2 months. Because of my hard work and academic background, every step, every position of those experiments, I was able to get up to speed in no time." Jiang Yan was very approving and nodded his head. "So, you can replicate the entire steps of the Angel Foundation, of birthing creepy in that lab?" Deng Hai was creeped out and shook his head repeatedly. "No, it doesn't work. There are some necessary conditions missing. The Angel Foundation has an instrument called a blue light meter that emits an ethereal blue light. I've secretly taken it apart and looked at it, and that instrument is just a front. There's no electronic structure in it at all, just a visor. When the instrument is turned on, the visor opens with it, causing a blue stone inside to bloom. When the instrument is turned off, the visor is also turned off to block the light from that stone. I still haven't figured out what this stone is or where it came from, so I can't replicate these experiments." Deng Hai was telling the truth, but he was also heartily unwilling to help Jiang Yan replicate this kind of experiment. It's just too anti-human to batch create low-intelligence shenanigans that only know how to kill. This experiment was one of the major reasons that made Deng Hai make up his mind to leave the Angel Foundation. But what he never expected was that Jiang Yan, who was sitting on top of the purple treasure chest, had pulled out a golden orb directly from his arms. Peeling the gold back a crack, a glimmer of ghostly blue was revealed inside. Deng Hai's pupils shook dramatically. He brought out one. Jiang Yan asked indifferently, "Is it okay now?" Gulp. Deng Hai swallowed heavily and whispered dreamily, Available. Jiang Yan asked, "What other materials are needed?" Deng Hai took a deep breath and said, "Bodies, feces, grave soil, ashes." Jiang Yan frowned and said, "How much?" Deng Hai said, shaking his head, "The more the merrier, in varying proportions. The truth is that this experiment has been in a fog, and every different ratio seems to harbor weirdness of a different nature." Jiang Yan was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping through the store, taking in the bizarre reactions of the 7 heads present. All of the bizarre except Shen Linger. All of them showed a touch of infatuation and longing for the stone in Jiang Yan's hand that revealed a touch of ghostly blue light. Shen Linger, on the other hand, took 2 steps back, her eyes filled with disgust, as if she wanted to get as far away from this thing as possible. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and said in his heart, "Weird and forbidden. Surprisingly different reactions to this stuff? Taboo itself is bizarre. So why is this happening? Characteristics? Or attributes?" The sample size of observations is not quite large enough to draw firm conclusions. By the way, before, Chen Linger said that when she killed Wang Hong in the 3rd hospital more than 50 years ago, she also broke a blue light meter in that operating room. She was feeling very disgusted and casually threw the damaged blue light meter down the hospital floor. What the hell is this? Where did the Angel Foundation get this crap from? Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Xian again. She was just like himself. She didn't feel that there was anything special about this stone emitting blue ethereal light. It seemed to be just a very ordinary stone. Jiang Yan thought about it and asked again, "Does it have to be a human corpse?" Deng Hai shook his head. "No, animal ones are fine, even plant ones. Differences in materials also lead to differences in breathing weirdness." Jiang Yan asked playfully as he took a drag on his old pipe. If the materials were exactly the same, would the spawn be the same in terms of weirdness? Deng Hai still shook his head. The lab has had similar experimental projects, and if every effort is made to control the material categories and proportions to be exactly the same, the eventual birth of the bizarre may be similar in some respects, but it will not be exactly the same. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment and nodded. "Well, tomorrow I'll have someone prepare the materials for you and you'll conduct an experiment and I'll see. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles." Since he had already become an enemy with the Angel Foundation, Jiang Yan wanted to figure out as much as possible what this ghost organization was working on. According to the information provided by Chen Haichuan, 2 days later, the Star City's Taboo would arrive at the southern capital at the head of a crowd. This little bit of time wasn't enough for Jiang Yan to uproot the Angel Foundation in Nandu, so he would first gather more information and wait until the Star City Taboo trouble was dealt with before going down the trail. Deng Hai nodded, his eyes filled with despair. It's time to once again find a way to lift the barrel and run. Chapter 149, Crazy Kryptonite on Inshao Xian. Deng Hai is a smart man and is well aware that he is smarter than the vast majority of people. He knew that the Angel Foundation must have a huge scheme for doing this kind of thing, but Deng Hai equally knew that whether the Angel Foundation's scheme succeeded or failed, the final result, I'm afraid, would not be good. Failure must result in nothing, and success results in dragging the whole world into an even deeper abyss. So he's been doing his best to get out of the Angel Foundation's grasp. But now, his new boss, surprisingly, has also begun to take an interest in the Angel Foundation's experiments and is trying to replicate the Angel Foundation's experimental program that breeds shenanigans. Deng Hai felt that he could not continue to serve this new boss. He must find an opportunity to carry a bucket and run. Of course, it can't be right now. It has to hunker down and wait for the right opportunity first. Just like he did the first 2 years. Deng Hai, with an extremely heavy heart, watched Jiang Yan pull in Xiaoxin's small hand, left the antique street, got into the car and turned back to Dingsheng Mansion and went. Tonight Jiang Yan would have had two choices. The first, printing money overnight, to boost his strength as much as possible in the final moments before the arrival of the Star City Taboo, to make sure that nothing goes wrong. The second, on the other hand, is a wife and children. Jiang Yan pondered briefly, but still decisively chose the second one. Who's a nice guy who goes on a 3-day business trip and doesn't let his wife eat for him when he gets home? When Inshao Xian came back to the room with a steaming bowl of knife-shaved noodles and a red face from the kitchen of the Dingsheng Mansion, Jiang Yan had already showered, made 2 cups of tea, and had coaxed Chen Linger into the next room to stay by herself. Come, Jiang Yan patted his thigh, and Inshao Xian lightly sat in Jiang Yan's arms and waited like a kitten for Jiang Yan to finish his late-night snack and then continue working overtime. Before in Baoxing's instructions, but now has become a fart. The two have been in the eyes of the entire Dingsheng group to live in a room in a dignified manner, and Baoxing, who claimed that he would chop Jiang Yan up and feed him to the dogs if he dared to mess around, now just pretends that he didn't see anything and listens. With the strength that Jiang Yan had shown, and his devotion to Inshao Xian and even the entire Dingsheng group, if the two of them hadn't slept together instead, I'm afraid that a lot of people in this building would have been unable to sleep. Jiang Yan finished the bowl of knife-shaved noodles in a windy manner and sat down on the bed with Inshao Xian in his arms, gently caressing the beautiful person in his arms while whispering, "Time to get your weapons together. The Star City Taboo that's about to attack will definitely not be easily subdued. You, as our strongest long-range attack here, must be the first to get a shot at him and crush his own mother, so that the rest of the negotiation will go better." And Inshao Xian's pretty face was slightly red, obediently lying in Jiang Yan's arms, raising her eyes and asking, "Are you ready to take in the taboo of Star City?" Jiang Yan nodded his head. That's right, the taboo itself is also bizarre, only much more powerful. From this forbidden head, not only will we be able to gain a greater boost, we will also be able to obtain a lot of information. For example, what is the secret realm of that Star City that no one has ever entered? The Star City Taboo was detached from the Star City Secret Realm, and in his last life, this secret realm should have been successfully purged by Wang Jia, but Jiang Yan had never heard of any relevant information. He had also never entered a secret realm in his previous life, so he valued all kinds of information in this regard. More importantly, Chen Linger had already verified that taboos were often very good printing materials. Since he had rushed to Nandu, Jiang Yan had no reason not to try to swallow this big piece of fat meat in one bite. If the other party was very insensitive, then Inshao Xian's gun would come in handy. Jiang Yan was actually quite curious about how much reward he could get for killing a forbidden head single-handedly. Until Jiang Yan was reborn in his last life, Taboo was an impossible target to defeat. No one was able to break the defense, all attacks were all -1 or even dodged, and the only effective means of countering it was the golden coffin of the Guile Hunting Bureau. But now, the situation is very different. Whether it was Jiang Yan, Inshao Xian or Chen Linger, they all had the ability to kill the forbidden. However, Chen Linger herself was also a taboo, and there was no reward for killing a taboo estimate, and this point had been repeatedly verified on previous Devil's Wolves and other shenanigans. As a violent maniac, Inshao Xian was able to equip 10 weapons at once and get the attack power of all of them. The weapons she now holds in her hands are the Fire Unicorn, the Thunder Barret, and the Gold and Silver Dreadnought. Among them, apart from the Fire Qilin, which had already been upgraded to level 2 at Jiang Yan's behest, the Thunder Barret and Gold and Silver Dread Wolf had also been upgraded to level 2 by Inshao Xian on her own. The properties of these 3 pieces of equipment are as follows. Equipment, Fire Unicorn, rank 2. Upgradable plus 350 attack power, plus 170 range, plus 25% strike increase, bullet capacity, 35. Price, 20,000 plutonium. Equipment, Thunder Barret, rank 2. Upgradable attack power plus 1300. Range plus 2100. Ammunition capacity, 6. Price, 20,000 plutonium. Equipment, gold and silver dreadnought, rank 2. Upgradable attack power plus 350. Ranged plus 15. Strike rate plus 20%. Attack speed plus 20%. Ammunition capacity, 7. Asking price, 20,000 plutonium coins. The reason why she only had 3 decent weapons in her hands was because Jiang Yan hadn't distributed that many resources to Inshao Xian before, and Inshao Xian wasn't under a lot of pressure to survive, so she didn't consider the optimal short-term configuration, but rather looked more towards the future. The vacant 7 pieces of equipment, previously equipped with a random Desert Eagle as well as some melee weapons, is just better than nothing. Right now, Jiang Yan's plutonium had become tremendously generous, so he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to stuff Inshao Xian with high quality. This super strong. I've wanted to buy it for you for a long time, Jiang Yan said, directly from his system mall. He bought a solid and thick golden heavy machine gun. Equipment, 6-barrel splendid gold Gatling, rank 1. Upgradable attack power plus 400. Range plus 100. Attack speed plus 1500. Movement speed minus 70% when equipped. Movement speed minus 95% when firing. Ammunition capacity, 500. Sale price, 25,000 plutonium. The 6 thick barrels of the brilliant gold color flashed with a ferocious color under the dim light of the bedroom, and a horrible hostile aura came out from them. Just the sight of such a big killing weapon is chilling. This gun is perfect for Inshao Xian, but it has its disadvantages. You can't run with it in your hand. Once the shot is fired, it turns into a human bunker in place and loses maneuverability almost completely. Previously, when 25,000 plutonium coins was not a small amount to Jiang Yan, this gun could never be bought as Inshao Xian's main weapon, or else it might directly get her killed. But now is the right time to equip this great killing weapon. Chapter 150. Who dares to touch my woman? Moreover, after Inshao Xian equipped this 6-barrel splendid gold Gatling, the two realized that as long as Inshao Xian didn't hold it in her hand, she wouldn't be affected by the reduction in her movement speed. And of course, there were no other secondary attributes on the weapon other than attack power. In this way, while Inshao Xian's mid-range output ability was further improved, she was also able to circumvent the negative effects brought about by this weapon to a greater extent, which could be said to be a perfect fit for this gun's talent. Although the attributes of this 6-barrel splendid gold Gatling were perverse. For one thing, the selling price was relatively high, and for another, the shortboard effect was so obvious that no one should buy it in a normal state. After all, survivability was really determined by shortness, and the 25,000 plutonium selling price was already a price that the rest of the players could hardly dream of getting. But instead, it brought the negative impact of cutting down the movement speed by at least 70%, which was really more than worth it. Compared to that, the Fire Unicorn is the better conventional weapon. If it wasn't for the fact that Inshao Xian had the Violent Maniac talent enhancement, Jiang Yan wouldn't have considered getting his hands on the 6 barrels of splendid gold Gatling. After slinging the 6-barrel splendid gold Gatling on his back, it was like a field backpack, with the highly intimidating 6 barrels pointing straight up to the sky, just a little higher than Inshao Xian's head. From the front, it looked as if she had an extra golden halo behind her head. Jiang Yan looked at Inshao Xian and suddenly burst out laughing, and Inshao Xian nervously looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "What's wrong? Doesn't it look good?" Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, "I can think of a famous internet stunt. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. The 6 roots are pure and depleted of uranium bullets. A breath of 3,600 revolutions, and great compassion to ferry the world." And Inshao Xian already had 4 firearms on her, and her whole body looked quite bloated. Other than that, it was so full that it was almost overflowing with intimidation. Under the wordless expression of the huge and terrifying gun, and Inshao Xian's originally pure and lovely naive and pretty face all looked not so lovable. At first glance, it looks like a violent maniac, the kind that will beat your opponent to a pulp at the drop of a hat. And Inshao Xian was flirted with by Jiang Yan and her pretty face turned red. She threw the gun on the ground and climbed back into Jiang Yan's arms, pouting, "People aren't. I'm not." Jiang Yan wrapped his arms around Inshao Xian and continued to plan Inshao Xian's weapon while caressing the beauty in his arms. "Now that you have 4 guns for very long range, medium range, close range and close combat, you should be considered complete in terms of firearms configuration." And Inshao Xian nodded her head repeatedly. "Well, too many guns is going to take away from flexibility. With Inshao Xian's current agility attribute, carrying these 4 guns would only be slightly cumbersome, but if there were more, her agility would definitely be affected." Jiang Yan had also considered this and nodded his head. For the remaining 6 weapon fields,
Equip them purely for the sake of offensive power.
Don't need any other attributes. Just buy what has the highest attack power, Jiang Yan said,
and from his system mall, he bought out a crystalline sword that glittered with 7 colored hues.
The sword was transparent, as if it was made of crystal, like a work of art more than a weapon. Equipment, Rainbow Excalibur, rank 1, upgradable plus 1500 attack power. Always display this sword publicly, never soulbind, and inevitably drop upon death. Price, 30,000 plutonium. With this sword, there was no attribute bonus other than the explosive attack power addition, and a phrase so outrageous. Carrying this sword is like waving through the city. Everyone, and shenanigans, will pay attention to this person and want to kill this person from the bottom of their hearts. A sword worth 30,000 medals. It was bound to drop upon death, meaning that as long as one killed the person holding the sword, the item would be one's own. Even if you are not willing to continue holding this hot potato, you can still turn around and sell it to the system mall at half price, netting 15,000 plutonium. The sword was the conspicuous package of conspicuous packages, not at all like a piece of equipment but like a taunt skill. And if you think about it, adding only attack power might not be as high a boost to survivability as one might think. In his previous life, Jiang Yan wanted to spit out loud when he saw this sword in the system space. What kind of psycho would buy this, Rainbow Excalibur? In this life, Jiang Yan knew, it was a superb pervert money printer like himself who would buy Rainbow Excalibur for his violent maniac wife. Also bought 6 handles at a time. At this point, the equipment on Xiao Xian's body became Fire Unicorn, Thunder Barret, Gold and Silver Dread Wolf, 6 barrels of splendid gold Gatling, Rainbow Excalibur, *6. Looking at his violent maniac wife, with 2 gold and silver colored revolvers on her front waist, a fire Qilin in her left hand, a Barret in her right hand, a Gatling on her back, and 6 Rainbow Excaliburs in her back. Jiang Yan nodded his head with great satisfaction. This is how my woman should be drawn. Moreover, above Xiao Xian's head, there were 6 hint boxes floating around, each hinting that a Rainbow Excalibur that could be dropped existed in this target's body. And Xiao Xian looked at herself in the mirror, her face full of contemplation. My husband has such strange tastes. Who in the world is a good girl who would go out dressed like this? Ah. And Xiao Xian said with some fear, will I really not be killed if I go out like this? It's not the same as yelling around all the time. I've got 90,000 plutonium on me. Beat me to death and you'll get it. Come and beat me to death. Jiang Yan laughed. Who dares to touch my woman? Who can touch my woman? And Xiao Xian was instantly persuaded and shrank back into Jiang Yan's arms, very touched, and said, honey, you're so good to me. Jiang Yan patted in Xiao Xian's arousal and laughed. This is just the beginning. Next, let's upgrade our equipment. From the moment he had survived the most dangerous period at the beginning, Jiang Yan had set himself a guideline for screening equipment. Don't want one that can't be upgraded, and don't want one that sells for under $10,000. Not buying the right one, only the expensive one, is the basic quality of a humanoid self-propelled money printer. Not only did Xiao Xian's equipment lack upgrades, but even Jiang Yan's own equipment, too, compared to the price of upgrading attributes and skills, which could easily double, the price of upgrading equipment was much more affordable. Each upgrade consumes plutonium equal to the selling price. Jiang Yan pondered that he was a bit sorry for the affordability if he didn't upgrade his equipment 100 or 80 times. But soon, Jiang Yan realized that he was wrong, and that he had thought too much of this game that was killing people. Equipment upgrades aren't cheap, and may even be the most expensive item, bar none. All equipment that can be upgraded has a chance of failing to upgrade after more than 3 levels. Once the upgrade fails, this equipment will not only not level up, but will instead level down. Chapter 151, Level 10 equipment so expensive? Never mind the fact that upgrading equipment now only costs 20,000 to 30,000 plutonium coins at a time. There wasn't much pressure on Jiang Yan, but in his last life, Jiang Yan had never even seen a single piece of equipment that could be upgraded on the players around him. For normal players, 20,000 to 30,000 plutonium weapons and equipment, completely insurmountable peak, can only look at the glittering pictures in the mall. Big gulp. Buy is really hard to afford, not to mention holding it in your hand for upgrades. Therefore, the equipment upgrade at hand was also a first-time experience for Jiang Yan. Never thought that it would be so pitiful, really learning the essence of certain pitiful online games before the advent. Simply by raising in Xiao Xian's Fire Qilin from level 2 to level 5, he had failed 2 times. The Fire Unicorn was priced at 20,000 plutonium, and theoretically only 60,000 plutonium was needed to level up a level 2 Fire Unicorn to level 5. However, after the equipment upgrade fails, Not only will this upgrade not be successful, the equipment will also be downgraded. If you fail at level 4 to 5, then instead of level 4, the equipment is downgraded to become level 3. One way or another that's a loss of 40,000 plutonium. This level 5 fire Qilin in his hand cost Jiang Yan 160,000 medieval coins. The price was more than twice as high as Jiang Yan expected it to be. Looking at the level 5 fire Qilin in his hand, Jiang Yan cried and laughed. If this is an ordinary player, who has saved up tens of thousands of plutonium with hard work, and one upgrade failure, and it's all gone down the drain, wouldn't he be crying on the spot? It's also a super sick money printer like yourself that can largely ignore such losses. It seems that for quite some time to come, the optimal solution for the vast majority of players' upgradable equipment is to stay at level 3. The extra plutonium might as well be invested in skills and attributes. However, Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian were not normal players. Their attribute and skill enhancements were already very low cost effective, and when comparing the two, it was still the equipment upgrades that had more obvious benefits, especially in Xiao Xian. All the upgraded weapons brought higher attack power. Jiang Yan directly pulled out 1,000,000 plutonium coins, allowing in Xiao Xian to continuously upgrade the fire Qilin. As in Xiao Xian kept on smashing money, on the fire Qilin, a brilliant golden or dark red light kept flashing out. Brilliant gold means the upgrade was successful, and dark red means the upgrade failed. Level 5 to 6 success. Failed level 6 to 7. Returned to level 5. Failed level 5 to 6. Returned to level 4. Level 4 to 5 success. Level 5 to 6 success. Level 6 to 7 success. The most tragic time. The fire Qilin in Xiao Xian's hand, directly from level 8, failed 5 times in a row and returned to level 3. And according to the two's rough statistics, the higher the level, the higher the chance of failure. After this $1 million was all smashed in, this fire Qilin eventually stayed at level 9, and Xiao Xian looked at Jiang Yan and asked, "How about just this? Upgrade other weapons and equipment." Jiang Yan glanced at his balance. Plutonium, 54, 210, 7,549. Before he entered the secret realm, he had 1 billion plutonium on him, and after spending some money in the secret realm and smashing 2 level 20 skills out for himself, his plutonium balance was already empty. When he chased Wang Huqing and eliminated the underground lab, Jiang Yan took the opportunity to print out quite a few more, and after giving his lapdogs their bonuses, this much was left. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, and first took out 15 million, allowing in Xiao Xian to point all 3 of her attributes. From the original 150 points, to 200, attributes are still the most important. Is the cornerstone of everything? As long as the attributes are strong enough, equipment and skills are ultimately just icing on the cake. After pointing out the attributes, Jiang Yan still had 39, 210, 7549 plutonium coins, all of which he pulled out and said, "Upgrade me hard." All rushed to level 10, born to be useful. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. So what if I've spent all the coins? I'll go back to work tomorrow and continue printing. And Xiao Xian looked at the plutonium that covered the entire room and was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. She stole a glance at her cell phone and realized that it was now 12:30 at night. The heart can't help but feel a bit sultry. I thought Jiang Yan would work overtime in bed with himself tonight, but I didn't expect. This overtime posture is not quite right. Hey. And Xiao Xian, who had been away for 3 days and was eating her heart out, was very eager for Jiang Yan's deep compassion. I didn't realize that tonight was the night of kryptonite, and Xiao Xian secretly sighed, but she also knew that Jiang Yan was doing it for the sake of her own strength enhancement, and obediently followed Jiang Yan's instructions and started picking up money to upgrade. The fire unicorn's level 9 rush to level 10 failed twice more, and each failure was accompanied by a consecutive level drop. Amidst the repeated horizontal jumps in levels, the plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had thrown on the ground continued to be consumed. Finally, on the third 9-10, the upgrade was successful. A golden light that was even more brilliant than before rose up from above the fire Qilin. Very dazzling. Equipment, fire unicorn, rank 10. Upgradable attack power plus 750. Range plus 370. Strike increase plus 55%. Bullet capacity, 55. Price, 20,000 plutonium. Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian estimated that this level 10 fire Qilin had consumed a huge amount of 7 million plutonium coins before and after. And Xiao Xian looked at the rifle that was getting heavier and heavier in her hand and whispered, "I just got a hint when level 10 succeeded. After level 10, if the upgrade fails, the equipment won't be downgraded anymore. Instead, it will just be destroyed." Jiang Yan. In other words, before level 10, a failed equipment upgrade is a level down. After level 10, if you fail to upgrade your equipment, you will have to rebuy a new one and re-upgrade from level 1. Alright, The fire unicorn will do for now, Jiang Yan said. Upgrade the thunder barret next. The two of them fought soundly all night, until the next day when the light of day broke. The 4 guns on Xiao Xian's body had finally all risen to level 10, and the room full of plutonium disappeared cleanly. Not a single one left. The fire unicorn used more than 7 million. The barret used more than 12 million. The gold and silver dreadnought used more than 8 million, and the Gatling used more than 10 million. After the remaining 3 guns were level 10, the attributes became this. Equipment, Thunder Barret, rank 10. Upgradable attack power plus 2000. Range plus 3000. Ammunition capacity, 15. Price, 20,000 plutonium. Equipment, gold and silver dreadnought, rank 10. Upgradable attack power plus 850. Range plus 15. Strike rate plus 55%. Attack speed plus 55%. Ammunition capacity, 7. Asking price, 20,000 plutonium. Equipment, 6-barrel splendid gold Gatling, rank 10. Upgradable attack power plus 1000. Range plus 200. Attack speed plus 3000. Movement speed minus 60% when equipped. Movement speed minus 85% when firing. Ammunition capacity, 1000. Sale price, 25,000 plutonium. The rest of the money was given to Xiao Xian as pocket money. Jiang Yan really didn't expect that 4 level 10 guns would cost so many medieval coins, and he had planned to help Xiao Xian perfect her skills again this night in addition to upgrading her weapons. Tomorrow, it's the day the Star City taboo arrives. Jiang Yan felt a hint of urgency. Chapter 152, I'm a money printer and I'm not afraid of inflation? If you want to have a full set of level 10 equipment before Star City taboo arrives, you'll have to work hard today to get there. Jiang Yan revitalized his spirit and climbed up from the bed, rubbing his fists together. Go to work. This printer is going to start working at full capacity today. And Xiao Xian sighed, her face very sultry. Who's a good guy who goes on a 3-day business trip and comes back and cuddles his wife in bed all night upgrading his gear? Although I've gotten a lot stronger, I always feel a bit empty. In the Guile Hunting Bureau, in a bedroom, Chen Haichuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air and suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. In the bottom of his eyes, he was filled with a deep look of horror. He was awakened by a nightmare. In the dream, the forbidden 006, who was haunted by a black aura, pinched his neck and easily lifted himself in midair. The shadow cast by the strange hat was even thicker than usual, and the more and more difficult it was to see his face. Only the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up in an icy smile, and the 2 rows of white teeth that were exposed reflected a sneering luster. I've known for a long time that you're undercover with the Trickster Hunting Bureau, Forbidden 006 said eerily. You know why I, keep you with me? Ho 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 ho. You will never guess. The mind of a mortal. And you presume to speculate about me? Click. Taboo 006 broke Chen Haichuan's neck with one hand. Chen Haichuan woke up from the nightmare. Full of panic for a long time cannot be dispersed. Taking a few deep breaths, Chen Haichuan gradually calmed down. It's just a dream, but why do I always feel that there is an ominous omen hovering over my head? After washing his face, Chen Haichuan's heart, which had just calmed down, once again sank to the bottom. He knew that his day to live from the dead was about to begin again. Chen Haichuan put on his clothes, and with the attitude of resolutely running to the execution ground, he marched toward the antique street. He was now a lapdog of Taboo 006, so naturally he had to report to his boss at Antique Street. Antique Street. Jiang Yan sat on top of the purple treasure chest, quietly looking at the area in front of him, which was shrouded in mist. All of his shenanigans were all in front of him, including Chen Linger as well. Even the treasure chest exploration team took a vacation today because Jiang Yan was going to go all out to print money and use the fastest speed possible to upgrade his and Xiao Xian's equipment. With the bonuses handed out by Jiang Yan yesterday, the life values of his lapdogs today had once again received a tiny boost. Jiang Yan's plutonium income per minute had also increased from over 3.23 million to over 3.25 million. As Jiang Yan continued to print money, either brilliant gold or dark red light was rising from him and Xiao Xian. The two split their kryptonite and kept upgrading their equipment, obtaining one level 10 piece of equipment after another in a constant alternation between failure and success. I don't know if it was because drawing the SSS rank talent at the time of the eerie descent used up all of Jiang Yan's luck, but the 8 hidden black crow suits that he had on him, all of which were upgraded to level 10, surprisingly cost a total of 100 million plutonium coins. On average, that's 12.5 million plutonium kryptonite on each piece of equipment. On the contrary, when Xiao Xian was lucky, she could kryptonite a level 10 equipment with only 7 or 8 million, and sometimes her luck was so bad that she would only need more than 10 million. A group of bazaars sat across from Jiang Yan, looking at the boss and the boss's wife flashing all over their bodies, their faces full of confusion. Without even realizing it,
The sky-high amount of plutonium had already been completely swallowed by Jiang Yan and Xiao Xian in the process.
If they knew, I'm afraid their hearts would bleed. Even Jiang Yan, while pounding his kryptonite, was secretly marveling in his heart. This bizarre advent game, with and without money, is a completely different game. In his last life, Jiang Yan had struggled for so long in the post-creepy era, and hadn't even realized that there was such a dodgy side to this game. But pits are pits, and after the huge amount of plutonium was slammed down, it did see considerable results. Jiang Yan was wearing a cryptic black crow set, all level 10. All of Xiao Xian's weapons had also reached level 10. In total, it cost Jiang Yan nearly 200 million medieval coins. Jiang Yan was secretly staggered. It's a bit inflationary. At this rate, the plutonium is going to be toilet paper in my hands. Level 10 equipment costs millions and millions of dollars. But how much do you need to want a handful of level 11, or even level 12 equipment? I'm afraid it would also cost nearly a billion plutonium to take a hard step upward. Jiang Yan now needed $10 million for a point of attributes, and $1 billion could only add 10 points of attributes. But the same plutonium, if thrown to the demon wolf, he immediately takes off in place. As the gap in power between the two sides continues to widen, it also seems that they are no longer in the same economic system. However, Jiang Yan only sighed and did not fear for it. How can this money printer be afraid of inflation? If the money isn't enough to spend, then find 10 more printing materials. If the money isn't enough, then get 100 more. Coincidentally, there are more than 400 printed materials that are traveling day and night from Star City towards Nandu. Well, when the time comes, just kill a few to establish prestige, and those that can be integrated. It's better to try to integrate them as much as possible. Jiang Yan quickly changed his strategy of reeling in the shenanigans. He had previously pursued an elite strategy, and apart from the forbidden head of Chen Linger, it had been a long time since he had taken in any new shenanigans. But right now, it looks like a larger volume is the better solution. Although some of the economic pressure brought about by inflation is detected, but it is more of a rainy day for Jiang Yan. At least at the moment, this point of economic pressure is not put in the eyes of Jiang Yan. With Jiang Yan's printing ability, he can now print $25 million a minute. An hour is $195 million. According to a day of work 8 hours, he can print out $56 billion. If he's willing to work up to 12 hours overtime, he can print out $34 billion. A mere 200 million is the fruit of Jiang Yan's 1 hour's labor in printing money. It's just that this job is kind of boring. Jiang Yan secretly put his hand on Xiao Xian's elastic thigh to make up for last night's regret. Clunk! Just as Jiang Yan was secretly going through the motions, a knock on the door sounded in the store. Zhang Xiaohu's respectful voice came in through the door. Brother Jiang, the experimental conditions you ordered have been prepared. Jiang Yan raised his head, then remembered that he had asked Zhang Xiaohu to collect experimental materials for Deng Hai yesterday, and was prepared to see with his own eyes today what the weird experiments that kept spawning in that underground laboratory were. This experiment itself, Jiang Yan actually didn't care that much, but he cares about the Angel Foundation that did this experiment, and the mysterious blue stone that was able to fulfill the conditions of this experiment. Let's go and take a look together. Jiang Yan pulled open the door, letting the weirdness in the mist open the way, and walked towards the outside of the Antique Street. Chapter 153, Another New Aura on Antique Street. Just after pushing open the door of the store, Jiang Yan came face to face with Chen Haichuan running all the way to his place. Chen Haichuan carefully walked up to Jiang Yan, afraid of accidentally bumping into the weirdness hiding in the mist, and said with his head lowered, "Boss, am I late?" Jiang Yan said casually, "There's no harm in it. You're in a special position to not come to my point. It's enough that you show up when I need you." Hearing this, Chen Haichuan's heart beat wildly. Taboo 006, what does this mean? What do you mean by special status? What am I? Undercover? Undercover? Between Chen Haichuan's forehead, a large drop of cold sweat immediately surged out, and in his heart, he could not help but recall the horrible nightmare of last night. No. It's just a coincidence. There is absolutely no way that Taboo 006 could know my true identity. Otherwise I'd be dead by now. Understood, boss. Chen Haichuan decided that he'd better say less. After all, too many words would be lost. But one's own identity should never be too special. Chen Haichuan's thoughts turned in his mind, and he instantly made up his mind that every day in the future, he would come to Taboo 006 here early to order his work, and try to put on an appearance of loyalty, until the trickster hunt succeeds in sealing him. Chen Haichuan followed behind Taboo 006, very carefully stepping on the places he stepped on with each step, all the way out of the Antique Street. Not far from the Antique Street in the middle of a ruin, yesterday Deng Hai demand for experimental materials has already mixed in a large concave pit, emitting a fishy smell, very unpleasant. This is because of the large amount of animal carcasses and feces in it, which, combined with hours of fermentation, has caused it to be filled with the most repulsive odors of human genetics. A normal person would only have to smell it once and their body would instinctively warn them to stay away. And Xiao Xian couldn't help but pinch her nose, but still followed Jiang Yan closer over. Jiang Yan also frowned slightly, his heart growing more and more boundless killing intent towards the Angel Foundation that conducted such disgusting experiments. It's sickening to think that these people have such a glamorous exterior, but are actually doing such disgusting things. If it wasn't for the impending Star City taboo, Jiang Yan would have really had to hold back and directly start catching Angel Foundations in Nandu to kill. Next to the big pit, Deng Hai was similarly pale, with some stains on his body, emitting the smell of stomach acid, as if he had just thrown up once. Seeing Jiang Yan coming over, Deng Hai hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here. Here is just kind of gross." Previously, in the Angel Foundation's lab, there were special vessels for experimental materials that would barely smell. "It's the first time I've ever conducted such an experiment in the open air." Jiang Yan nodded and said faintly, "Well, get started." Deng Hai hurriedly took out a small wooden box from the side and said, "For this experiment, you need to control the exposure time of the blue light meter. The Angel Foundation has done many experiments on this and has come up with more definitive results. So a container that can open and close in time to block the blue light is needed. And the blue writer must be located in the center area of these materials or the experiment will not successfully breed the bizarre," Deng Hai said, placing the small wooden box wrapped with the ghostly blue stone in his hand on a long-prepared hanging suspension device nearby. The small wooden box moved to the upper center of the large pit with the rope of the suspension device, and the bottom of the box slowly opened. A flash of ghostly blue light was then projected out and landed in the large pit below. At this moment, Jiang Yan also saw more weirdness. It's broad daylight, and it stands to reason that everything that isn't as bright as the sun won't look too bright. But the ghostly blue light radiating from the blue stone was still very obvious, seemingly not much weaker than in the midst of the dim environment. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully surveying the disgusting experimental materials in the large pit. At first, there was no movement. However, when the irradiation lasted for 3 minutes, the thick slurry made from a variety of disgusting materials mixed with a specific proportion of water in the middle of the large pit actually began to bubble. It was as if something was heating these things up, but clearly no heat was felt. The texture of the bubbles is very sticky. It felt like a pot of slightly boiling rarebit. Deng Hai took a stopwatch, and when he saw that the time came to 3 minutes and 55 seconds, he immediately closed the wooden box, and then pulled it back along the sling, and folded it back beside Jiang Yan, and offered it with both hands, and said respectfully, "Boss, the steps of the experiments that birthed Creepy are these. Of course, everything is much more tightly controlled in the Angel Foundation's labs. I'm not sure, at the moment, that this experimental condition will work." Deng Hai looked a little sheepish and laughed. "After all, you know, things like experiments are susceptible to outside interference." Jiang Yan put away the wooden box and slowly nodded his head, keeping his eyes on the big pit and faintly asked, "How long does it take for the weirdness to be birthed?" Deng Hai said, "Every time the timing is a little off, but according to the Foundation's experimental records, the vast majority of them show up within 10 minutes. The longest one was 3 hours. Jiang Yan then stood patiently and printed plutonium for 10 minutes. Deng Hai, however, looked at his eyes and nose and obediently stood behind Jiang Yan, as if he was a lifeless stone sculpture, not even glancing at it again. He modified the experiment. From the materials and proportions, to the timing and steps, it's all been changed over. So Deng Hai was sure that the experiment wouldn't work. He knew that when Jiang Yan was in the lab, he had browsed through the experimental data and reports in it extensively, but there were some detailed aspects that would not be detailed in the data and reports. Deng Hai also knows that this move must have a crack. Once Jiang Yan has enough time to communicate with the higher level staff of the Nandu Angel Foundation in the future, it will be easy to poke Deng Hai's little trick today. But Deng Hai had no choice. He wondered what this new boss of his, who had been given access to the Angel Foundation's experiments, would actually do. Deng Hai felt that he couldn't let the demon out of the cage with his own hands. He was so desperate for life that he willingly wimped out on the Angel Foundation for 2 years so he could survive. But Deng Hai likewise believes that there are some things that are above the life of an individual. His own new boss, who was clearly not an ordinary head of shenanigans, should never be allowed to get hold of this method of creating shenanigans in bulk. Never. 10 minutes had passed and the large pit that reeked of foul odors was motionless. Even the slimy bubbles that were there before are now gone. Jiang Yan was very disappointed and knew that the experiment had failed. Of course, one couldn't be overly harsh on Deng Hai. After all, this big pit was still too sketchy. Just then, Zhang Xiuhu ran over with hurried footsteps and said in a low voice, "Brother Jiang, there's a hidden aura skill out on the ground floor." do you want to take a look? Jiang Yan said as he turned around with a light in his eyes. Dang Hai, Chen Haichuan, Smoke Charmer, you three, stand guard here for another 3 hours. If there's a creep being birthed, come and get me. After saying that, he followed Zhang Xiuhu and quickly walked into the antique street. Hidden aura is this printer's favorite skill. Chapter 154, Crooked and Successful Breeding Creepy? Seeing Forbidden 006 leave, Chen Haichuan glanced at Deng Hai and muttered in a low voice. What did that guy just call the boss? Jian? Why do you call it that? Deng Hai glanced at Chen Haichuan, as if he had no intention of doing so, and casually replied. The owner's name is Jiang Yan, Chen Haichuan, and he gave himself a human name? Big news. Go back and update your profile immediately. Calming down, Chen Haichuan continued to ask. You've been in the Angel Foundation for so long now. Have you met any of the top brass of the foundation? Deng Hai glanced at Chen Haichuan again and laughed cheerfully. I've only met one T6, T5 and T4 are a daily occurrence. They're all kind of big shots in Nandu. You're interested in the Angel Foundation. Ha! These two were testing each other, each with their own agenda, but they knew that there was another creepy hidden in the mist next to them, and when Jiang Yan left just now, he had explicitly named them, so there must be one. So Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, both could only talk in a roundabout way. Chen Haichuan also laughed. Yeah, never heard of this organization before, but after following the boss through that underground lab, it feels like you're pretty lucky, being able to be rescued by the boss, from that devil's cave. Deng Hai's pupils trembled imperceptibly. Lucky? Although it was detached from the Angel Foundation, it was definitely not a good thing to fall into John's hands over this. It might even be worse. But Deng Hai didn't dare to say such words and laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, yeah, I don't see many humans around the boss, so we can follow him and do a good job. What about you? How did you become an owner employee? Chen Haichuan couldn't help but be silent for a moment, remembering bad memories again. I won't hide it from you. I'm actually an undercover agent lurking beside the boss. Ha 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 ha. Chen Haichuan scratched the back of his head and deliberately said in a loud voice. The smoke phantom, hidden in the mist, glanced at the two climbing humans, unresponsive, obviously joking. How could the boss be such a nice guy and have a staff member working undercover? It's just that the joke is a little cold. Deng Hai, however, was silent, his clever head spinning quickly, sensing 2 points of reasonableness. Immediately, he raised his eyes and looked straight at Chen Haichuan, wanting to see 2 clues from his face. Chen Haichuan put on an exaggerated expression and said, What? You're not going to blow the whistle on me to the boss, are you? I'm very loyal, and the boss definitely doesn't believe you. Deng Hai was silent for a few more moments and suddenly said, I'd like to check across the big pit, collect the reasons for the failure. Maybe the boss will ask me for them? Chen Haichuan's eyes flickered slightly as he nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Hidden in the mist, Smoke Charmer watched the two people talk and laugh as they slipped to the opposite side of the room, without the slightest intention of following them. After all, in the Smoke Mistress's view, everyone was a lapdog, nothing different, and naturally, she wouldn't try to spy on the two humans. Jiang Yan hadn't had this idea in the first place, leaving Smoke Charm behind just to ensure safety. Who knew that these two humans had so many thoughts? Walking across the street, Deng Hai wasn't sure if the Smoke Charmer in the mist was following along and whispered, We, as the only two humans on the boss's team, must work together to more effectively contribute to the boss in any way we can. Chen Haichuan's heart stirred. Only two? By implication, this Deng Hai also saw that the Forbidden 006 is not a person. Moreover, when he said that he was cooperating fully, outsiders might have heard that he was really dead set against Taboo 006, but Chen Haichuan heard 2 points of wanting to secretly cooperate with himself. He nodded heavily. That's for sure. Chen Haichuan, for the sake of the forbidden, Jiang, liver and brain, I would not hesitate to do so. The intentional slip of the tongue revealed more information to Deng Hai while further drawing the relationship between the two closer. Deng Hai's gaze froze and his heart trembled twice. What did he just say? Taboo? It was reasonable to say that Deng Hai shouldn't know what a taboo was, but he had intentionally gathered a lot of information that didn't belong to the T2 level when he was in the Angel Foundation. Among them, there is some basic information on taboos. This Chen Haichuan, what is he implying about me? Brother Jiang Yan, is it a taboo head? Deng Hai thought about it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt. That makes sense. So terrifyingly bizarre. If he wasn't taboo, who else could be? Deng Hai came back to his senses, swallowed heavily, and laughed. Do you usually drink? I'm a big drinker. Chen Haichuan patted Deng Hai's shoulder and tabooed. We'll have a couple bottles together tonight? Just don't get drunk and have fun. Don't miss work tomorrow. Deng Hai nodded and said, yes. Deng Hai had already decided that he would find a chance to carry the barrel and run away without getting too entangled with Jiang Yan. but he needed a chance. Not to just pull his legs out and run away, or he feared he would die a horrible death. And this Chen Haichuan, it seems, can provide that opportunity. Chen Haichuan looked at Deng Hai with a point of eagerness deeply hidden in his gaze. Come on, become the new hunter of the trickster hunt. Come with me on this undercover mission. It's too hard for me to do it alone. Have to have a teammate to make it work. If Deng Hai knew what Chen Haichuan this dog was thinking in his heart, I'm afraid that he would have to swear on the spot and then flatly refuse to continue contact with him. Damn old man is going to run with a bucket. You're dragging me to stay undercover. Is this appropriate? Just as the two men were making their own calculations in their minds, suddenly there was a sticky pop in his ear. It seemed to be something thick, falling to the ground and making a commotion. And the stench that was constantly emanating from the pit was actually steeply intense. Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai subconsciously raised their eyes in unison and looked towards where the voice came from. Immediately, the two changed their faces in unison. It was at the edge of the large pit that a spherical, sticky droplet, surprisingly, slowly wormed its way up from among the disgusting experimental materials below. The viscous droplet was purple-black in color and emitted a strong fishy odor, as if it was the result of the essence of the large pit condensing together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Deng Hai was dumbfounded as he looked at the droplets. Spooky. Spooky? The experiment that just worked? Nima. Between Deng Hai's forehead, large drops of cold sweat immediately beaded down. There were so many instabilities in this experiment, almost all of which relied on the magic of the blue light meter, that to this day the Angel Foundation hasn't been able to work out exactly what its principles are. With this flurry of changes, Deng Hai had even managed to breed a bizarre, "Go! Call the boss!" Deng Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and heavily pushed Chen Haichuan. In the antique street, Jiang Yan picked up a skill scroll from a floor stall, looked it up and down, and asked with interest, "How much for this?" Chapter 155 8th Skill, Witchcraft Aura. The owner of the stall selling them was a thieving, middle-aged man. He was very short, with a bright dagger at his waist, selling for more than 3,000 plutonium coins, just like he was also the best of the bunch in the antique street. The ground stall owner first nodded to Zhang Xiaohu, full of fawning colors, also handed over a cigarette, smiled and shouted, "Brother Tiger," appearing to be very familiar. Zhang Xiaohu, however, did not smile and pushed away the cigarette, saying respectfully to Jiang Yan behind him, "Brother Jiang, do you find it appealing?" Jiang Yan picked up the aura skill scroll on the floor stand. Passive skill, Witching Aura, level 1. Restores 2 life points per second to friendly units within a range of 5 meters, and inflicts damage to the total amount of restoration to one random enemy unit within the range. The moment he saw this aura, Jiang Yan's eyes just lit up. It was indeed a hidden skill that didn't exist in the system mall, but the skill strength seemed average. Normal players have never been fond of aura-type skills, not to mention that the positioning of this aura seems to be a bit difficult to figure out. On the subject of blood recovery, the Rejuvenation Aura, in the mall, at level 1, could restore 5 life points per second, not to mention the Yi Toughness, a single passive in the mall that provides 13 points of blood return per second at level 1. In terms of damage, this, Witch's Aura, was like a joke. Low damage, the environment in which the damage was generated, and even the target of the damage was uncontrollable. Generally speaking, the strength of hidden resources would be a bit higher than mall resources, but this, Witching Halo, in the eyes of the vast majority of players, belonged to the wasted level of hidden resources. No one will ever buy it unless they have a brain fart. On this ground stall, the Witching Aura was listed for sale at 1,300 plutonium, which could be called the lowest hidden aura price in history. With the current player economy, the hidden skills on the floor stalls were generally above 2,000 plutocrats, and the hidden skills with high strength could even be sold for thousands. The price of 1,300 plutonium is indeed a bit too embarrassing for the word hidden skills, but even though the price had been lowered to such a point, Witching Aura was still being discarded, except for Jiang Yan. The moment he saw this sorcerer's aura, Jiang Yan knew that it was a perfect aura for him. First of all, Witching Aura provides blood return, an aura with this effect Jiang Yan doesn't have yet. Previously, once his men's life values were damaged, Jiang Yan could only fling a bottle of holy water over or wait for the life values to recover on their own. Secondly, Witching Aura provides damage. Although Jiang Yan already possessed the means to inflict damage indirectly through the Anti-Injury Aura, Pestilence Aura, and the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique, Jiang Yan would always remember that he was a money printer without the ability to attack directly. All passives that deal damage are their own best friends. That thieving eyebrow short man. See the antique street in the dragon. See the head of the tail of the brother Jiang actually looked at their own open treasure chest, unintentionally got the skill scroll, suddenly rubbed his hands nervously. He laughs. Hello brother Jiang. If brother Jiang likes this skill, 1,000 plutonium takes it. Jiang Yan nodded and casually handed out 2,000 plutonium coins, pocketing this, blessing aura. The short man was so happy that his big yellow teeth were bared to the sky. 2,000 plutonium is really not a small amount for players nowadays. Not to mention the sale of such an unattended garbage halo, but also in front of the brother Jiang to get acquainted with the face. This sum of their own is a big profit. With a reverent and flattering gaze, the short man watched Jiang Yan and Zhang Xiaohu leave, secretly thinking to himself, I wonder when I'll be able to mix it up so much. In this life, if I have the chance to climb up to Jiang's position, it would be a life without regrets. As the saying goes, ignorance is fearless. This short man, completely unaware of what Jiang Yan's world was like, Jiang Yan was facing the dilemma of purchasing the expansion gems for the 8th skill bar. The first 4 skill bars are free, and each subsequent skill bar requires skill bar expansion gems. The first gem sells for $100, 000, and for each subsequent one, it multiplies tenfold. The second one is $1 million, the third one is 10 million, and the fourth one is 100 million. Right now, Jiang Yan's 8th skill bar expansion gem was selling for exactly 100 million. At this price, even for the current Jiang Yan, he would need to concentrate on printing money for half an hour before he could print it. Jiang Yan glanced at his meditation balance. Plutonium, 51, 430, 7,541. It's still 10 minutes away from being enough. Alas, I'm so poor. Jiang Yan was very helpless and sat back in his store, hugging and Xiao Xin up and down. But his eyes kept staring at the various shenanigans hidden in the mist in front of him. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan's plutonium had finally gathered enough to buy out the 8th skill bar expansion gem, and Xiao Xian suddenly realized that in her status bar, there was an additional gain effect called, blessing aura, which returned 2 points of blood per second. Jiang Yan printed for another second and tapped, witching aura, to level 10. Passive skill, witching aura, level 10. Restores 70 life points per second to friendly units within a range of 50 meters. Doubles the amount of healing to yourself, and inflicts damage to the total amount of restoration, including overhealing, to 2 random enemy units within the range. Like other skills, after witching aura was raised to level 10, there were some qualitative changes in addition to the regular attribute increases. Damage to 1 random enemy becomes 2, and overhealing is included in the damage calculation. The so-called overhealing is when a friendly unit is clearly full-blooded, but a healing spell is released on it anyway, and the overflow of healing is overhealing. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and said to himself with interest, this aura, it does seem a bit out of place until level 10. If overhealing doesn't count, you have to have an injured teammate around to do damage, and there are very few effective scenarios. But after level 10, where damage also counts for overhealing, the application is wide open. Jiang Yan roughly calculated that if he had 7 heads of creepy around him, the amount of healing he could generate per second was 490 points. With the doubled healing on yourself, that's 630 points. A 630 point attack on 2 targets deals a total of 260 points of damage per second. In contrast, the level 20, Plague Aura, which acted on 2 targets at once, could deal 270 points of damage. Of course, these are only theoretically calculated values, and in practice the output capacity of the aura is completely dynamic. This aura, it does have a lot of potential. Jiang Yan was very satisfied, and decided to wait until after he upgraded his equipment today, and save up to level up the Witching Halo to level 20 as well to see the effects. Just as Jiang Yan was contemplating what kind of suit he should buy for Xiao Xian, the door of the store was pushed open by Chen Haichuan, gasping for breath. Boss, check it out. A creepy crawled out of that big pit. Chapter 156, let's see what happens when you lose control. The shocked look on Chen Haichuan's face was very genuine, without any semblance of falsification. Although he was used to seeing all sorts of weirdness, it was the first time he had witnessed a weirdness being birthed from nothing. Regardless of that weird strength and weakness, it completely subverted Chen Haichuan's 3 views. This crazy world is really falling apart. Jiang Yan slowly stood up from the purple treasure chest and said with a raised eyebrow, oh, it worked? After waiting for so long before without any movement, Jiang Yan thought that the experimental conditions he provided to Deng Hai were too poor, causing the experiment to fail. But I didn't realize that there were surprises. Jiang Yan smoked his old pipe while he joined Chen Haichuan and turned back to the side of that big pit. At the edge of the pit, Smoke Phantom had emerged from the mist and was being chased by a spherical, slime-like weirdness that was purple and black in color. Jiang Yan shot a glance at his player panel and a brand new plutonium income appeared. Plutonium plus 841. This creepy wasn't very strong, but it definitely wasn't the weakest kind either. Smoke Phantom dodged left and right, and kept taking the slime creep around the side of the big pit without any pressure. With Smoke Phantom's combat prowess, I'm afraid this slime creep wouldn't last more than a few seconds if he tried to kill. Seeing that Jiang Yan had finally arrived, Smoke Charmer immediately ran towards Jiang Yan's side with Slime Creepy. Boss, that's the stuff. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and asked lightly, Smoky Charms, what do you think of this? Smoke Phantom hesitated for a moment, craned his head, and said solemnly, Boss, it's a cutie, let's just kill it. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and took a step forward, his gaze lifting from the shadow of the strange hat to look straight at the slime creep. It couldn't see where the slime's creepy eyes were, but it also had a gaze. The moment the four eyes met, Scarlet Shock Blast, activate. The slime shuddered weirdly and violently, instantly red hot. Pust. The slime weirdness surged violently and lunged at Jiang Yan, looking like it wanted to swallow him whole. Jiang Yan's face was calm as he allowed the slime to hit his body between the weird surges. He hadn't labeled the slime creepy as a hostile target. He just wanted to try and see how well the kryptonite brought in a level 10 suit. Pust. A blue-purple shield glow surfaced on Jiang Yan's body. A damage number popped up. -1, shield absorption. Ripples rippled across the shield. Boom! A silver-purple wild thunderstorm slashed out from above Jiang Yan's protective astral aura around his body and landed on that slime bizarre body. A huge damage number instantly rose up. -23,625. The slime bizarrely burst into pieces with a loud bang, and was directly split into a ball of green smoke by the terrifyingly fierce thunder power, drifting away without leaving a trace. Snap! Chen Haichuan, who had been following Jiang Yan, sat down on his butt. His jaw dropped and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How? Much more? Taboo 006. How much damage did you just do? Chen Haichuan heavily rubbed his eyes and glanced at the damage numbers that were still floating away. -23,625? Chen Haichuan had only just witnessed Forbidden 006 attacking the enemy with the same means yesterday. Back then, it was still 11,000 or so. How did it more than triple straight away in just one night's time? Chen Haichuan could not imagine at all how terrifying Jiang Yan's growth rate would be with the support of the huge amount of medallions. Jiang Yan was now in a level 10 cryptic black crow set, which wasn't known for adding blood, and the biggest effect was actually cutting down on hate values, with the rest of the attributes being more comprehensive. But even so, Jiang Yan's current base life value, supported by this set of level 10 equipment, had reached as much as 7,500 points. The sheltering aura increased life value by 55%. Doubling the effect on himself was 110%. So Jiang Yan's actual life value now amounted to 15,750 points. After the 150% lifesteal counter damage increase from the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique, the damage had once again exploded, reaching a whopping 23,625. This was still the case as Jiang Yan had put a large amount of plutonium kryptonite on Inshao Xian and had not invested all of it into himself, or else the shield backlash would be even more terrifying now. Jiang Yan glanced at the huge damage numbers, took a drag on his old pipe, and exhaled a satisfied smoke ring. It works well and can continue to ramp up the kryptonite. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was secretly meditating. Should I get a couple more of the tank route's blood boosting passives? If you kryptonize all those passives to level 20, the blood boosting effect should be pretty good too. When the time comes, based on my exploding life value, the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique's counter-injury will be even more terrifying. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yan still put this plan on hold for the time being. The Big Dipper skill's anti-damage numbers were indeed moving, but there was one major premise, and that was that Jiang Yan had to take a beating. His plutonium was all blowing in the wind, but there was always a need for efficiency, and he couldn't afford to drop it on items with too low a return. Zhang Xiaohu, you lead the men to fill this big hole for me, Jiang Yan commanded as he turned around and turned back toward the middle of the antique street, ready to continue working to print money. His curiosity about the experiment had been satisfied and further confirmed that the Angel Foundation hadn't done anything human at all, and the heart of all these experiments will undoubtedly fall on the blue stone. Although he still didn't understand what exactly this blue stone was, Jiang Yan decided to put it away properly. Just wrap it in gold and store it in the underground spider silk lair. Jiang Yan mused in his heart, but just as he had taken 3 steps out, he heard behind him, Tung Hai's terrified cry, "Boss, wait, that big pit is not right. I'm afraid, has a problem." Jiang Yan's footsteps paused and he frowned as he folded back. It was just to see that in the large pit where the foul-smelling experimental materials were piled up, huge bubbles were actually churning up once again, exactly the same as when they had just been illuminated by the blue stone's light. "What's going on here?" Jiang Yan asked with a staring brow. Deng Hai was filled with fear and said in a trembling voice, "I'm afraid this is an experimentally documented runaway phenomenon. Every time you experiment with a Blu-ray meter, there's a 1 in a million chance that it will get out of control." Jiang Yan gazed down at the large, disgusting pit tumbling below, took a drag on his old pipe, and asked indifferently, What happens when it gets out of hand? Deng Hai shook his head blankly. I don't know. That's not information a T2 like me has access to, and I've never been in a situation where it's out of control. In the lab, there are detection devices that, once the value exceeds a critical point, immediately activate a silver storm that kills whatever is inside with an indiscriminate strike. Silver can effectively kill creepy, and the so-called silver storm, a special attack device of the Angel Foundation, has a large footprint and consumes a lot of power, and while the silver inside can be recycled, it's not used lightly. Jiang Yan gave an interested "oh" and said lightly, "Then let's see exactly what this out-of-control experiment will entail." Before the words fell, a big sticky hand suddenly poked out from the disgustingly large pit, and grabbed Jiang Yan's ankle. Chapter 157, You can have it if you want it. Ah! And Xiao Xian was startled by the sudden appearance of the large, foul-smelling hand, letting out a short scream and subconsciously dodging towards Jiang Yan's back. After all, only a week had passed since the creepy descent, and while this little ninny was primed to adapt, she hadn't yet been able to become an unperturbed post-creepy era survivor. Jiang Yan casually held a pair of Xiao Xian's small, urging hands from behind, his gaze calmly looking at the thing holding his ankle. That large hand was purple-black in color, and it also looked like it was made of a combination of mucus, with some similarities to that droplet-shaped weirdness just now. However, this newly appeared creepy was clearly many times more powerful than the liquid droplet creepy that had just appeared. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel and there was an unfamiliar plutonium income on it. Plutonium plus 3,475. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. This weird intensity could be Jiang Yan had sort of seen quite a few bizarre ones that the Angel Foundation had birthed through experiments, and this one right now was considered the strongest. The bizarre, whose large half of his body was hidden in the large pit, yanked Jiang Yan's ankle with one hand and exerted force, obviously wanting to drag Jiang Yan, who was at the edge of the pit, down. But Jiang Yan's body was as steady as a mountain, unmoving. A whopping 250 power points is no joke. Under the force of that big slime hand, it didn't drag Jiang Yan into the pit, but instead, like a pull-up, it pulled itself out of the pit. Jiang Yan glanced at the creep out of the corner of his eye and realized that he basically took on a humanoid shape, with the outlines of his limbs and head, but his face only had an outline, and there were no five senses present. The humanoid slime bizarrely sallops out of the pit, stirring up a storm of fishy odors. All sorts of filth splashed out from the pit, startling Jiang Yan so much that he turned around and picked up Xiao Xian and ran. This thing can't kill or disgust anyone. First he thought of dragging me into the place that was more disgusting than a cesspool, and when he realized he couldn't, he thought of splashing me. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had the Big Dipper skill to protect his body, and even though this splashing out wave of filth wasn't considered an attack and didn't cause any damage, it was still completely shielded out by the shield on his body surface, and Xiao Xian, who was cradled in Jiang Yan's arms, didn't suffer any repercussions either. Jiang Yan around the bazaar also followed the dodge, even if it was splattered on some, but also not particularly concerned about their own on the ground rubbing. Go back to the water, rinse will be considered clean. However, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, the two humans, could suffer in the midst of this wave. Splatting filth fell down, smearing the two men all over their bodies and faces. That big pit was filled with feces and animal corpses, disgusting to the extreme. Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai instantly wanted to die. Jiang Yan escaped 10 meters with Xiao Xian in his arms before looking back. The humanoid slime eerily stood at the edge of the large pit and let out a terrifying roar at Jiang Yan, emitting simple syllables from his mouth. Stone, give it to me. Jiang Yan's heart stirred as he took out the wooden box that held the blue stone and opened the lid on it, allowing the blue light inside to emanate out. Instantly, the humanoid slime bizarrely let out a surprised growl. Give it to me. His voice was filled with longing as he lunged at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. This just conceived creepy was obviously incapable of thinking, and compared to the creepy that had descended down, it was a complete cutie pie. It was also because there was no limitation of thinking that he was completely dominated by his desires and directly attacked Jiang Yan. Want some? Here you go then. Jiang Yan's mind spun as he casually tossed the wooden box of blue stones in the path that the humanoid slime's bizarre charge was bound to take. The creep immediately switched targets, a vicious dog pounce, and clutched the wooden box in his hands. The wooden box burst into pieces in response, revealing the blue stone within. The creepy shoved the blue stone directly into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Jiang Yan watched quietly from the side. From the moment he got the blue stone, he thought about grabbing an unwanted creepy and trying to see what would happen when the stone was obtained by the creepy. Since this humanoid slime creep in front of him wanted the blue stone in his hand so badly, he could just give it to him. As the humanoid slime bizarrely swallowed the stone in one gulp, his body, immediately, began to tremble. The slime kept surging, as if a beast was struggling in the middle of his body, trying to detach itself from it. Ah, aha.
The humanoid slime creep kept letting out horrible roars, seemingly very soothed and in extreme pain.
Jiang Yan hadn't labeled the creepy as a hostile target, and just stood at a distance,
smoking an old pipe while observing the changes in the creepy
pig gang hyena's face was full of tension, holding his shield in front of Jiang Yan as if he was facing the enemy. The devil wolf came together next to Jiang Yan and said while wagging its tail, "Boss, I feel that the aura on this creepy head, it's getting stronger." Jiang Yan nodded, his expression calm, his gaze fixed on the ever-changing slime creep, while realizing that the plutonium income from this creep on his panel was getting higher and higher. It went from over 3,000 at the beginning to over 4,000, and then it broke over 5,000, representing this head's weird power attributes. It was expanding. When the life value of this bizarre head broke all the way through 8,000,
Jiang Yan's face finally had a slight change in color. The intensity of this increase was even more terrifying than what Jiang Yan had expected at first. With all these shenanigans under Jiang Yan's command,
even under the influence of his sheltering aura, only the destroyer spirit child would be able to exceed 8,000 life points. This freshly birthed little cutie, as slimy and creepy as they come, how could they become so horrible after swallowing just one blue stone? Jiang Yan's eyes couldn't help but stare.
The Angel Foundation has no idea how many stones they have and how much powerful and mindless shenanigans they could create if they wanted to? No wonder Deng Hai said that the other labs of the Angel Foundation had been working on ways to control the bizarre actions.
If we let them succeed, I'm afraid the entire world will be ruled by the Angel Foundation. In the end, under Jiang Yan's stony gaze, the slime creep's life value swelled all the way up to 9,341 points before it finally came to a halt. At the same time, the bizarre head had swelled at least 3 times its size, and was already more than 6 meters tall, so Jiang Yan had to raise his head to see his still blurry face. Roar! Unhuman-like roars erupted from the slime creep's mouth as rolling sound waves swept around. Jiang Yan said with a calm voice, "Inuyasha, go try him."
"Yes, boss." With a lift of his giant shield, the pig Vajra directly charged with a charge skill and headed towards the bizarre pig mutant.
In the next moment,
the slime's bizarre fist blasted mercilessly on top of Inuyasha's huge shield,
a damage number that came out of the pig's body. Chapter 158 Mintan is so strong? Knock!
A muffled sound rang out from on top of the huge shield in Inugancha's hand.
-412.
Looking at the damage numbers that floated up on the pig Konghua, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly.
This damage figure, it didn't seem too high,
especially for the pig Konghua who had a life value of more than 7,000. The blood bar just dropped a little bit.
However, on pig Konghua,
there was Jiang Yan's sheltering aura, bonus armor, and the giant shield in his hand was purchased at a cost of 15,000 plutonium coins, which was much stronger than the previous counterattack steel shield. Plus, the pig Konghua's reinforcement idea has always been a pure meat shield type,
which is not quite the same as a demon wolf with a strong attack attribute, and is very resistant to fighting.
This could be dealt over 400 damage.
I'm afraid that punch just now, if it landed on Smoke Charm or Purple Treasure Chest,
it could deal over 1,000 damage.
Indeed, it should not be underestimated. Immediately,
a -200 counterattack aura, counter-injury number floated out from the slime creep.
A green healing number popped up on Inuyasha with it, +70. This is the blood return effect from the witch's aura. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Get together and beat him to death."
The effect of the blue stone after being devoured by the creepy had already been partially verified on this creepy.
However, there were still some effects that Jiang Yan couldn't determine. For example, after the slime creep was strengthened, it seemed to be even more aggressive than before. If that was the case, would a bizarre that possessed sanity such as the pig Kong hyena or the demon wolf go directly mad and out of control if they ate this blue light stone? For insurance purposes,
Jiang Yan still wasn't prepared to give the blue light stone to his dogleg. Now he wanted to verify something else. The weirdness that had devoured the blue light stone. After he was killed, would the stone just disappear, or would it reappear? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's order, the demonic wolf and smoke charmer also attacked together, surrounding the slime weirdness. The purple treasure chest was still in the store. The black crows and sphinx spiders on Jiang Yan's body stayed dormant, and Chen Linger was being held down by Jiang Yan's shoulder. So the only ones who struck out were the 3 spooky ones. But against this slime creep, the 3 of them were more than enough.
Jiang Yan was standing right behind them,
and all 6 auras other than the plague aura and the 5-hearted divine thunder deity technique were in play, bringing no small amount of help to these 3 creepy heads. From start to finish, Jiang Yan hadn't marked the slime creep as a hostile target, and the damage from the witching aura and pestilence auras hadn't been effective.
Jiang Yan wanted to see how his 3 heads of mainly charging shenanigans were leveled up now. At a glance, Jiang Yan was greatly satisfied.
The pig vampire completely resisted the output of the slime creep,
and the demonic wolf and the smoke chimera gave a burst of output behind the slime creep. the damage dealt by the wolf, which is not a pure meat shield, is quite substantial, and perfectly fits the positioning of assault. It's just a little too slow on offense, which is a common problem with all power routes, and you can't be too hard on it. What surprised Zhang Yan the most was the smoke charmer. She has actually explored a more mature style of play on the Mintan path. God pity me. When Zhang Yan came up with the word Mintan, he was simply making it up as he went along. He hadn't seen any Mintan at all in his last life. In fact, the agile route humans in shenanigans had been positioned as assassins and shooters of sorts from the beginning. Slippery as a fish. But if you really dare to hit me, I'll dare to die for you to see. Zhang Yan's reason for fooling Smokey into embarking on this crooked path of Mintan was to allow Smokey to pour her resources into her power in a short period of time to increase her life value, so that Zhang Yan could print more metals in a shorter period of time. As the first head to follow Zhang Yan's shenanigans, this was very necessary. By now, the little printing credits provided by Smokey are optional and have little impact. Zhang Yan was still secretly muttering in his heart before that he hadn't snubbed this head of weirdness into oblivion. Should we think of a reason to convert Smokey charms? But now a look. But let Zhang Yan completely dispel this idea. Smoke Charmer has a fast attack speed and is now dual-wielding two one-handed hammers, each of which has a 7% chance to stun enemy units for 0.5 seconds. As for Smokey Charm herself, she had learned a passive skill with a chance of stun, Heavy Strike, and had already clicked it to level 5. The two hammers were in Smoke Charmer's hands, like meteors raining down, swinging out remnants of shadows. The passive, Heavy Strike, combined with the passive stuns of the two hammers, and although each stun was not long, it hardened the slime creep to the point where he was struggling, and was able to stun for 7 seconds out of 10. The Smoke Charmer had also learned the two active control skills of Stifle Stick and Kidney Strike under Zhang Yan's initial snub. Stifle Stick can stun for 30 seconds, taking damage to remove the stun state. Kidney Strike had been ordered to level 5. It could stun for 3 seconds. The cooldown wasn't very long, and the mana cost wasn't too high. Smoke Charmer was perfectly capable of using it consistently with a card cooldown. With these two active skills seeing eye to eye, the 3 seconds that Slime Creepy had been able to act in for 10 seconds were also compressed hard into 1 second. 9 out of 10. Who can stand that? Slime Creepy was clearly already powerful, and froze as Smoke Charmer controlled him like a stake in the ground, only hitting 6 attacks until he was killed. Of course, accompanying the strong control ability was Smoke Charmer's weak attack power. Although the attack speed is fast, the Smoke Charmer's bludgeon rate is not high, and the single damage is also very low. The overall output ability, it is only slightly higher than the pure meat shield of the pig gangster, far less than the demon wolf. Boom! Slime Creepy's life value went to 0 and he fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. His corpse transformed into a large puddle of sticky, foul-smelling pus, forming a purple-black pool on the ground that continued to overflow in all directions. And in the middle of the water pool, a stone emitting a blue light was lying there quietly. Zhang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled a smoke ring and said indifferently, "Bring me back that stone." Inu Vajra ran over askissingly, wiped the blue light stone clean on himself, and presented it to Zhang Yan with both hands, though his eyes were filled with longing as he looked at the blue light stone, and it was obvious that he also wanted to swallow it in one gulp, but having reason to suppress desire. Inuyasha ultimately didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Zhang Yan reincorporated the blue light stone into his bag and turned around to faintly command, "You three will stand guard here. Wait until sunrise tomorrow, and if nothing bizarre is birthed again, have Zhang Xiaohu lead the men to bury this large pit." Zhang Yan returned to the store and continued to start printing money, wanting to strengthen himself as much as possible before the Star City taboo arrived. "I don't know if it's too boring to print money or if I didn't get a good night's rest last night." Zhang Yan fell asleep drowsily holding in Xiao Xian in his arms as the time approached noon. He had a dream. In his dream, old Taoist Qingxiu, whom he had met once within the secret territory of the third hospital, stood silently in front of him. Sparse white hair fluttered in the wind, and purple-black, withered skin wrapped the skeleton like a skeleton in a Taoist robe. He opened his mouth and his hoarse voice reached Zhang Yan's ears. "Remember what you promised me. Hand over the 5-hearted Divine Thunder Gang Chi technique to the Dragon Tiger Mountain." Chapter 159, the first level 11 equipment. The dream didn't last long. Old Taoist Qingxiu admonished Zhang Yan and disappeared into a gust of wind. Zhang Yan woke up ghostly from the purple treasure chest, looked at Xiao Xian who was also dozing in his arms, and casually asked, "How long have I been asleep?" And Xiao Xian said as she rubbed her eyes, 10 minutes. Zhang Yan nodded and continued to look at the bizarre printed banknotes in front of him, slightly surprised in his heart. It had been a long time since the weirdness had descended and his own attributes had increased dramatically. That dream just now, it didn't seem to be anything special, but Zhang Yan always felt that it wasn't unusual. Zhang Yan secretly mused, Is it because I promised that Qingshu old Taoist in the secret realm of the third hospital that this old Taoist didn't reincarnate down there after he died and gave me a dream to remind me not to forget? Jiang Yan certainly didn't forget his promise, although he often told lies and lied about shenanigans, and that old Taoist Qingshu was a head of shenanigans. Jiang Yan was truly grateful to him. The strength of the Five Hearts Divine Thunder Deity Chi skill was indeed something Jiang Yan couldn't even find by beating his head against a lantern, and if it wasn't for old Taoist Qingshu, he would be doomed to have nothing to do with it, even if he had more plutonium coins. Since both sides had such a master-disciple bond, the only wish of old Taoist Qingshu before his death, Jiang Yan of course had to fulfill it for the other side as much as possible, but certainly not at the moment. Longhu Mountain is at least 3 days' drive from Nandu, not to mention the fact that after the Bazaar era at the moment, there is no telling whether or not they will encounter any accidents on the road. If Jiang Yan wanted to feel at ease about leaving Nandu for such a long time, he had to stabilize the situation in Nandu first, otherwise how could he feel at ease? The Starling City taboo that comes tomorrow certainly has to be dealt with first. The Angel Foundation must also be uprooted, and by the way, help Chen Linger find Chen Mimi. After all these things came to an end, both the Antique Street and the Ding Shun Club should have gained a firm foothold in Nandu. When the time came, there was still Chen Haichuan, the captain-level figure of the Guile Hunting Bureau, who was secretly taking care of him, so Jiang Yan could feel at ease to leave Nandu and go to Longhu Mountain to fulfill old Taoist Qingshu's last wish. After clearing his thoughts, Jiang Yan asked Zhang Xiuhu to prepare an incense burner for himself, and facing the direction of Mount Tai, he lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed and worshipped, whispering to himself, "Tao Master Qingshu, I always remember you. When I have pacified the trivialities of the southern capital, I will set a course for Longhu Mountain. Won't keep you waiting long." Only when the 3 incense sticks burned out did Jiang Yan return to the store and continue printing money. XIN, what do you think of this outfit? Jiang Yan showed in Xiao XIN a set of equipment called the Alloy Storm Set. The same 8 pieces have an overall asking price of $350,000, making it one of the top sets. However, the Archer's set in the mall was on the high side, and Jiang Yan had been indecisive about what equipment to invest in for in Xiao XIN. Before this, and Xiao XIN's equipment had always been a few thousand or 10,000 loose items, which she had acquired herself in the system mall with the pocket money given by Jiang Yan. And Xiao XIN briefly browsed through it and nodded in Jiang Yan's arms. As good as you feel. Jiang Yan spoiled a smile, stroked in Xiao XIN's hair, helped her to buy out this set of equipment. The original set of transition loose parts were all in Xiao XIN half price thrown to the system mall recycling. This set of Alloy Storm Set, the main building attributes are attack speed and blitz rate. While the set effect is able to increase the power of long-range attacks, there is also a very valuable 5% blitz increase, which is able to increase the multiplier of each blitz, which is very precious to players of the agility route. With this set of equipment, Jiang Yan also smashed about 100 million into it, and finally smashed out a level 10 suit for in Xiao XIN to wear. The Alloy Storm suit has a very chic appearance, with a cowboy hat on the head, wide sunglasses in both eyes, a brass-colored leather jacket with 2 bullet chains wrapped around the left and right of the upper body, and black leather pants underneath, with a combat belt around the waist just inserted into the gold and silver dreadnought. The sense of mystery is far less than Jiang Yan's hidden black crow, but it is very suitable for her violent maniac temperament. With this level 10 equipment and 10 level 10 weapons equipped on her body, and Xiao XIN's entire body was like a mobile Valkyrie, exuding a terrifying threat that could not be ignored. And the wide sunglasses in the suit invariably hide the 2 bits of childishness and the twinkle of shy eyes, making her look more and more badass. Jiang Yan looked at in Xiao XIN's outfit and sighed in his heart, slightly resentful. My wife has 10 weapons and I have none. Until now, Jiang Yan's weapon bar was empty, sometimes equipping a Desert Eagle for show, but never firing a gun. Since this printer is naturally equipped with 1 less weapon than others, let's work on the other equipment levels. Jiang Yan turned his gaze, landing on top of his hidden black crow set and plutonium balance. Plutonium, 1, 542, 570, 5,647. As the end of the workday approached, Jiang Yan had spent a lot of plutonium today, but he had still saved this much. Jiang Yan plans to spend it all today, and tomorrow that Star City Taboo is going to arrive in Nandu, so he will print a new one from him at that time. His full cryptic Black Raven set was all level 10. And Jiang Yan planned to try and work his way up to level 11 equipment. Jiang Yan took the wool pipe of the hidden black crow, which had the lowest selling price, and moved it up another level. Unsurprisingly, with Jiang Yan's previous luck, this time the upgrade directly failed. The old pipe in his hand flashed a dark red light and instantly disintegrated inch by inch into pieces and disappeared. Jiang Yan had some toothache at once. That is, they can still be normal heart. If it is an ordinary player, ascending and exploding a level 10 equipment, for fear of falling directly to the altar. Combat power straight line plummet, maybe tomorrow by the enemy to death, right?
Jiang Yan casually bought another new, cryptic Black Crow's old pipe, from the system mall, and once again spent more than 6 million to smash it to level 10.
And then another charge to the 11th level. A dark red light flashed, and the level 10 pipe was once again reduced to pieces. After repeating this 6 times and spending more than 30 million plutonium coins, a flash of brilliant golden light finally flashed above the 6th level 10 old pipe in Jiang Yan's hand. The upgrade worked. Jiang Yan looked happy and immediately sat up straight on the purple treasure chest, looking at the old level 11 pipe in his hand. Equipment, Hidden Black Raven's old pipe, rank 11. Hidden Black Raven said January 8th, upgradable boosts one's life value by 500 points and life recovery speed by 70 points/second. Reduces the watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 10,000 plutonium. Gemstone setting slot, empty. Ha! Jiang Yan let out a cry of surprise. Gemstone setting slots? What's this? He had lived 2 lifetimes and had never heard of any gem setting slots in his equipment. At the same time, a prompt popped up in Jiang Yan's system mall.
Player Jiang Yan has obtained a grade 11 equipment and has opened the gemstone page.
Jiang Yan tapped on the mall's gem page with excitement. In a whirlwind, he was very surprised to find that he already had a blue gem in his list of available gems. Chapter 160, What's the deal with Krypton getting poorer and poorer?
Jiang Yan looked at the only blue gem in his list of available gems, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked.
Isn't this the blue lightstone that was seized from the Angel Foundation's lab? This thing is actually a System Mall certified gem? Can it be set directly into equipment?
Jiang Yan took a closer look at the description of this blue gem.
Gemstone, Naiha Stone, rank 1. Legendary material for building the Naiha Bridge. Exceptionally precious. Can be set on equipment to obtain random effect words.
Jiang Yan cupped his chin and pondered for a while. The description of this gem reveals a lot.
An evil organization like the Angel Foundation would not believe much of anything Jiang Yan said. However,
Jiang Yan still trusted the rating of the system mall.
Therefore, the real name of the Angel Foundation's blue stone is Naiad Stone. The legendary material used to build the Naiku Bridge? The Naho Bridge is a legendary bridge between the worlds of Yin and Yang. Dead souls will cross the bridge, drink manhwa soup, and enter the underworld to be reincarnated. The question is, if this is true, where in the world did the Angel Foundation get the Naiad Stone? Did they go to the Naiad Bridge and dig it down with pickaxes? That's a lot of bull ******, isn't it?
Jiang Yan was puzzled.
Contemplating for a moment,
Jiang Yan pressed these doubts into his heart for the time being and began to study the gemstone page that had just been opened. There are quite a few things for sale on the gems page.
Item, Gem Setting Tool, set gemstones on equipment with setting slots. Price, 10,000 plutonium. Item, Gem Removal Tool, remove set gems from equipment. Price, 10,000 plutonium. Item, Gem Storage Space Expansion, unlock 10 new gem storage fields. Price, 10,000 plutonium.
Item, Gemstone Fortune Bag, gain 1 to 5 random gems.
Price, 10,000 plutonium. Seeing the jeweled fortune bag, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. 10,000 a lucky bag? It's not expensive. Buy 10 to test the waters first.
Jiang Yan directly spent $100,000 and got his hands on 10 jeweled blessing bags,
and then opened all of them with a brain.
His list of available gems was suddenly plentiful. Stones of various colors glistened among the list.
Gemstone, Amber Stone, rank 1.
An amber gemstone that has been buried and deposited in the Earth's crust for 10,000 years.
Containing the crystallization of time. Can be set on equipment to gain random effect words. Gemstone, Green Emerald, rank 1. Fine and warm texture. Condensing the aura of nature. Can be set on equipment to obtain random effect words.
Jiang Yan looked at them one by one and realized that they were all level 1 stones and the number was 33.
The descriptions are different, but none of them say what words you can get after inlaying. After opening so many, all of them are level 1.
It seems that only level 1 gems can be opened out of the lucky bag.
How can this thing be upgraded?
Jiang Yan scratched his head and muttered.
How can I not set a level 1 gem with this level 11 equipment? It's too much of a drop.
Let the Star City Taboo coming tomorrow see it and think I can't afford it. Jiang Yan studied it for half a day and was shocked to realize that the gemstone thing was a 3-in-1 upgrade. 3 level 1 amber stones will synthesize 1 level 2 amber stone. 3 level 2 amber stones will synthesize a level 3. There seemed to be a lot of types of favored gems, and he opened 33 gems out of a total of more than 20 categories.
The only one that can put together 3 level 1s is an amber stone. Jiang Yan directly clicked on upgrade, and a light flashed as 3 level 1 amber stones disappeared and a level 2 amber stone appeared. Jiang Yan looked at the interface of this gemstone and couldn't help but say in a low voice to himself with some toothache. The new Kryptonite program looks even more pitiful than the previous one. Ha! With so many gem categories, How much kryptonite would I have to put together to get a high-level stone? Jiang Yan hesitated. Do you think it's better for me to use this one? $5 billion for attribute points or for kryptonite gems? Soon, Jiang Yan cleared his mind. Attributes are the cornerstone, and although they are low-cost effective, the benefits are steady and should be added sooner rather than later. Gems are the icing on the cake, and it's so uncontrollable that even the effect words are completely randomized. First, I'll get all 3 attributes to 300 points. Then I should have more than 10 million plutonium left, so I'll see the effect of a little less kryptonite when the time comes. Having made his decision, Jiang Yan first turned off the gem page, switched to the attribute page, and began to pound on his 3 attributes. After exceeding 250 points, for each point of attribute, 10 million plutonium was required to purchase it. 250 to 300 points for 50 attributes is 500 million netherworld dollars. All 3 attributes point to exactly $1.5 billion. Soon, Jiang Yan's attributes went from 3 250s to 3 300s, and with that, Jiang Yan's plutonium plummeted to just 10 million out of the money. After exceeding 300 points, each point of the attribute would require 100 million plutonium coins to point up. Looking at this horrifying figure, Jiang Yan couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. This tie game. Why is it that the more kryptonite you have, the poorer you feel? Why hasn't Star City Taboo come yet? Your boss, I really don't have enough printing material. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit distressed, shaking his head and sighing, and Xiao Xian snuggled into Jiang Yan's arms and covered her mouth and laughed twice. People have come over here in a rage to kill, and they haven't even arrived yet, and you've already set them up in a clear way. If that Star City Taboo knew you were like this, I'm afraid that he would turn his head and leave, never looking at Nandu again. Jiang Yan touched in Xiaoxin's delicate waistline under her hair. Her mood was finally better, and she began to study how the gems were kryptonite. He directly spent $1 million and bought another 100 jeweled fortune bags, opening them quickly. But when he reached the 20th one, Jiang Yan was prompted to fail to open the lucky bag due to insufficient gem storage space. On the gems page, there are a total of 100 gem storage fields. It was now filled with all the gems opened from Jiang Yan's lucky bag. Jiang Yan frowned and did a rough count. Now in pure gem types alone, he saw 57 different ones. Even if there are only 60 types of gems in the lucky bag, and you have to gather 3 of each to synthesize and upgrade them once, you'll need 180 spaces to get enough. And that's just level 1 to level 2. By the time you get to level 10, the amount of space needed for one gemstone is, at best, close to 20. 2 at level 9, 2 at level 8, 2 at level 7. Keep counting until you get to 2 at level 1. These 100 spaces, no matter how frugal they are definitely not enough. Jiang Yan can't help but be speechless. Where the hell did this tie game learn so many tricks to force people to make kryptonite? Jiang Yan smiled helplessly and bitterly, directly spending $1 million and purchasing 1,000 expansion columns. Finally, after opening all 100 lucky bags, Jiang Yan obtained nearly 400 assorted gems. None of them are Naiad stones. In Jiang Yan's eyes, a flash of contemplation flashed. Chapter 161. Naishur is really fragrant. After 100 lucky bags were opened, Jiang Yan counted out about 70 types of gems. Each gemstone, to a greater or lesser extent, recurs. The only Naiad stone was a lone one, and it seemed that the blessed bag could not even open this kind of gemstone. Jiang Yan synthesized and upgraded all the gems that could be triple upgraded, emptying his storage space as much as he could, and then he kryptonized 100 fortune bags. After the second wave of lucky bags were opened, Jiang Yan still hadn't obtained any of the Naiad stones, and the types of gems that Jiang Yan had counted out from the lucky bag reached 100 and were no longer increasing. Jiang Yan kryptonized another 100 lucky bags, confirming that the number of gem types didn't appear new again. It seems that 100 gems is the upper limit of the lucky bag, Jiang Yan said in dark contemplation as he looked at the wide array of various stones on the page. That is to say, Naiad stones are not produced by the mall, but they are certified by the system mall. Is it a hidden gem resource? If you want to get the Naiad stone, you can only snatch it from the Angel Foundation's hands. Jiang Yan's mouth corner flashed a cold smile. According to Deng Hai, the blue light meter in the hands of the Angel Foundation is not a rare thing. He'd seen no less than 10 of them alone. When he collected that Star City taboo and went to uproot the Angel Foundation in the southern capital himself, he would definitely be able to collect more Naiad stones. Jiang Yan clicked the one-click upgrade button, and the various categories and grades of gemstones in the list were quickly synthesized and upgraded in 3x3. In the end, Jiang Yan obtained 1 grade 4 gemstone, 14 grade 3 gems, countless grade 2 gems and grade 1 gems. Gemstone, turquoise, grade 4, green and warm, like a modest gentleman, gentle and upright, proud of the sky, can be set on equipment to obtain random effect words. Jiang Yan thought about it, and directly spent 10 000 plutonium coins to buy a gemstone setting tool, and set this level 4 turquoise stone on his level 11 old pipe. After it was successfully inlaid, the level 11 hidden black crow's old pipe, and its attributes changed. Equipment, hidden black raven's old pipe, rank 11. Hidden black raven set January 8th. Upgradable boosts one's life value by 500 points and life recovery speed by 70 points/second. Reduces the watcher's sanity by 10 points. Price, 10,000 plutonium. Gemstone setting slot, turquoise, rank 4 all damage taken is reduced by 2%. Seeing this phrase, Jiang Yan frowned slightly, feeling that it wasn't ideal. As an attribute exploding money printing machine, and with the protection of the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique, he really didn't need this 2% damage reduction too much. If it was 20%, Jiang Yan would have pinched his nose and recognized it. This 2% was too little, Jiang Yan said with a dark sigh. Also, with all these gems, even with the storage space, I've got a total of just over 4 million kryptonite, and you can't count on Krypton to make much of a profit. It comes down to the fact that I'm too poor. In Jiang Yan's arms, and Xiao Xian raised her head and said quietly, "Is this human language you speak? Krypton's $4 million and that's still not enough? If this $4 million could be taken out to give Pig Kong Huo and the others their bonuses." These shenanigans were afraid that they would be able to go crazy with joy. Jiang Yan smiled, gently stroked in Xiao Xian's hair and said, "We're not in the same economic system as them anymore. This game, Krypton to the Depths, has seen a very horrible inflation. Only this inflation is only shown in Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian, and does not circulate in the market. Ordinary players." Jiang Yan's lapdogs and Jiang Yan himself had just become 3 different levels of kryptonite. The average player with 3,000 plutonium kryptonite will already see a very significant boost. But 3,000 medals in the hands of Jiang Yan do not know how to spend. Jiang Yan spent another 10,000 plutonium coins on a gemstone removal tool, and removed the level 4 turquoise, which didn't have ideal attributes, and spent another 10,000 to set the level 1 naive stone on top of the old pipe. Gemstone setting slot, Naiad stone, rank 1+1 to all attributes. Jiang Yan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and sat up straight from the purple treasure chest, his eyes filled with astonishment. Not bad for a hidden gem resource. A level 1 Naiad stone that gives +1 to all attributes? To the average player, this +1 to all attributes didn't seem too much better than the 2% damage reduction from the previous level 4 turquoise. But for Jiang Yan, it wasn't like that at all. His 3 attributes had now become 301 points in unison with the addition of the Naiad stone. And how many plutonium coins is Jiang Yan's 1-point attribute worth? $100 million. This Naiad stone added a total of 3 points of attributes. And when placed on Jiang Yan, it was a gain of $300 million. The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more he felt that he had picked up a treasure. Damn, an hour and a half of hard work printing bills doesn't yield as much as me grabbing a rock from the Angel Foundation? Jiang Yan now didn't want to delve deeper into what kind of human and godly experiments the Angel Foundation was doing with the Naiad stone. Whatever magical effect the stone actually had, it didn't matter. The inlay on Jiang Yan's old pipe could be worth 300 million medieval dollars. If I grabbed a few more Naiads, then take all your gear and level it up to 11. Set all over the Naiad, even inlaid all over with grade 10 naive stones. The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more he felt his blood rise. The Angel Foundation. If it wasn't for the Star City taboo coming tomorrow, Jiang Yan would really want to take this meat and potatoes with him right now. The Naiad stone is a real scent. Jiang Yan took a deep drag on his old pipe, raised his eyes to Chen Linger, who was sitting on a chair playing with her cell phone across the room, and asked, "I remember you said before that you broke a blue light meter when you killed Wang Hong at the Nandu 3rd Hospital more than 50 years ago, and then you disliked it so much you threw it down the window. After that, what happened to the Blu-ray meter?" Jiang Yan couldn't help but regret it very much when he remembered this information at this moment. It was likely that there was also a Naiad stone hidden in the secret realm of the 3rd Hospital. It was a pity that at that time, Jiang Yan had completely failed to realize the usefulness of the Naiad stone and had not searched for it at all. Now that the secret realm had ended, it was simply impossible to enter it again. Chen Linger froze for a moment at the question, thought carefully, and shook her head. "I haven't seen the instrument since then. Probably just put away by the Angel Foundation." Jiang Yan thought carefully and felt that the possibility Chen Linger said existed, but there was also a not-so-small possibility that the Naiad stone still existed in the secret realm. It might even be in one of Wang Hong's usual operating rooms. It's just a shame. Missing it is missing it. Jiang Yan snapped back from his regret and a cold color flashed under his eyes. No harm done. There must be more in the other labs of the Angel Foundation. It's all mine. Chapter 162 must be my best comrade in arms. Although the Naiad stone was only level 1, the +1 to all attributes it brought to Jiang Yan was very much to his liking.
So he pressed down on his dislike of level 1 gems and allowed it to be set on top of his old level 11 pipe.
With the Naiad stone, the lower end of the old pipe had an additional, unobtrusive, ethereal blue jeweled convexity that gave off an eerie glow. Even the fire on the pipe, and the smoke that was drawn out, turned a ghostly blue color, giving off a mysterious aura. Jiang Yan took a puff of his old pipe and exhaled a ghostly blue smoke dragon, pulling up in Xiao Xin and said, Go home from work. Although the Star City taboo is coming tomorrow.
But Jiang Yan thought about it left and right and still didn't want to work overtime.
With so much kryptonite today, that Star City taboo shouldn't be a match for himself, right? Tomorrow, I'd like to take this opportunity to see how much damage the current in Xiao Xin could do with one shot. In this previous wave of kryptonite, although Jiang Yan had improved tremendously, and Xiao Xin's improvement was likewise not small, and even purely in terms of damage values, it might exceed Jiang Yan by quite a bit. The two of them took the car back to Dingsheng Mansion, and first went to In Baosheng's office to sit down, and instructed In Baosheng not to carry out any activities tomorrow, and to wait for everything to fall into place in Star City's taboo matter. And Baosheng looked solemn and immediately called to cancel all the arrangements for tomorrow, ordering everyone in and out of Dingsheng to stay in Dingsheng Mansion to hold the fort.
And then the two exchanged the progress of keying the wall skin,
that the wall skin of the underground laboratory has been sent by the team of In Baosheng, completely raked up.
There are indeed 20 to 30 tons of gold.
Ambrosia had already begun arranging manpower to prepare the safe house, and when the framework was done,
it was ready to make the gold into a mezzanine that would be sandwiched between the concrete. This resists shenanigans and eliminates some of the risk of accidental damage. After the Black Crows had opened the various treasure chests that In Baosheng had dug out today, Jiang Yan then pulled in Xiaoxin's small hand and returned to the two of their bedrooms with a flourish.
Last night upgraded a whole night of equipment.
This night the two are no ties. In bed overtime for a whole 3 hours. A solution to the pain of longing.
A night of fun and pleasure. When the fun was over,
Jiang Yan wrapped his arms around the delicate body in his arms and fell asleep with satisfaction.
In his sleep, he saw Taoist Master Qingxu once again,
still wearing the old blue and white Taoist clothes that were so worn out that they could barely cover his body. His body was as withered as a skin skeleton. His eyes were hollow with only the eye sockets left, and not much of the white hair on his scalp was left to flutter in the wind.
Taoist Master Qingxu opened his mouth and his hoarse voice reached Jiang Yan's ears. Remember what you promised me. Hand over the 5-hearted Divine Thunder Gang Chi technique to the Dragon Tiger Mountain.
These words, and what Jiang Yan had dreamed at noon, were exactly the same.
The night is late and the people are quiet. A ghostly black shadow flickered out of the antique street and burrowed into the darkness. Deng Hai, wearing a black trench coat and a black hood, walked quickly through a shadow that seemed to be choosing people. He's going to an appointment. And Chen Haichuan's banquet. With Deng Hai's intelligence, he clearly realized the other party's unusualness in the simple exchange with Chen Haichuan. This guy is mostly a 250 lurking in the antique street. Just don't know what kind of power is behind it. As long as Chen Haichuan isn't from the Angel Foundation,
I'll wear the same pants as him no matter what I say.
It can't be any worse than Jiang Yan's side.
In front of Deng Hai's eyes, once again flashed the mysterious and unpredictable figure. The half-face shrouded under a strange hat, the old pipe that flickered and dimmed, and the smile that curled up at the corners of his mouth.
If anything,
when he saw the disgusting experiments that spawned the weirdness,
the Angel Foundation was not a proper person. And he, Jiang Yan, was not a person at all. I, Deng Hai, a human being, will never be in the company of these ghosts. I'm going to add to the future of mankind. And I definitely can't be a horrible creepy traitor and continue that nasty experiment for him.
Absolutely not.
Turning a corner, under a dim streetlight stood a tall, middle-aged man with a cigarette cupped in his hand. Cigarette butts fell all over the floor, as if he had something heavy on his mind. Hearing Deng Hai's footsteps, Chen Haichuan twisted his head to look and smiled, saying, "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time."
Deng Hai looked at the mediocre mini-mart behind Chen Haichuan, and a flash of contemplation flashed in his eyes.
This is the center of the city before Nandu, but downtown means lots of people, and lots of people means lots of descending shenanigans, so the center of Nandu's downtown, now extraordinarily dilapidated, has also turned out to be the area with the fewest survivors,
and the small supermarket behind Chen Haichuan,
surprisingly, remained intact, and the inside was even lit. This seemingly insignificant store, but as if a corner of the angry sea amidst the wild waves of the shelter, behind the transmission of an extremely uncomplicated signal.
Deng Hai had various thoughts turning in his mind, but his face did not move, and he walked to Chen Haichuan, lifted the 2 bottles of Yanjing beer in his hand, and laughed. "I've kept my brother waiting. I bought 2 beers and a half-pound of salted peanuts in the antique street. Let's relax." Chen Haichuan laughed silently, turned around and entered the small supermarket, and said in a low voice,
Watch the store for me. An answer came from the inner room,
and Chen Euro walked out and sat behind the counter of the mini-mart.
Deng Hai's gaze turned around Chen Euro's body, focusing on Chen Euro's waist, not being horny, but looking at guns. I don't know whether it was intentional or accidental, but at Chen Euro's waist, two of the Guile Hunting Bureau's standard pistols were revealed, reflecting two shocking glints of light in the dim light of the mini-mart. This woman is not simple.
Deng Hai withdrew his gaze, lowered his head and followed Chen Haichuan,
walking into a small warehouse in the innermost part of the mini-mart.
The place was less than 5 square meters, piled with clutter,
and an old wooden table. Chen Haichuan moved 2 boxes of iced tea as chairs and invited Deng Hai to sit.
Deng Hai sat down and straight away began to open bottles and eat peanuts, as if he had really come to drink. Chen Haichuan smiled and twisted a peanut in his mouth,
drank a large mouthful of Yanjing beer, looked at Deng Hai in front of him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. This kid, he's talented, capable, and smart.
This cautiousness that is unique to smart people is what Chen Haichuan values the most.
If I could absorb him, he would surely be the best comrade in arms for me to lurk beside Forbidden 006. Brother Chen, you even have electricity here? Deng Hai looked at the light bulbs on the warehouse and lamented. Even Antique Street is without electricity.
The construction of the Dingxing Association in recent days, all invested in the repair of the Dingxing mansion, for the time being, has not yet taken care of the Antique Street, but it has also been put on the agenda.
Chen Haichuan smiled and said with meaning, as good as the Antique Street is, it's still my place. A little more at ease, isn't it? At least,
there's no need to worry about the danger of being killed by creepy at any moment. Deng Hai's heart stirred as he looked at Chen Haichuan and asked in vain.
Brother Chen is more experienced than me. Can you teach me what's going on in this Antique Street? I'm new to this.
Really, there's no bottom in my heart. Deng Hai duly revealed a touch of deep concern.
Chapter 163, The water on Antique Street is deep.
Hearing Deng Hai take the initiative to start spilling his guts,
Chen Haichuan's heart stirred and he secretly said, here comes the opportunity. He laughed in a taboo way. The water on Antique Street. It's deep. Our boss, TSK. Chen Haichuan shook his head and staggered, full of sighing color, drank a large cup, but no longer speak. Deng Hai pursued, Brother Chen, what kind of existence is this boss of ours? I heard Chen say during the day. What? Taboo. Jiang brother He Woon. Be a person, right? Teng Hai's face was full of shock and uncertainty, but in reality, most of it was feigned. He had long since determined that the Jiang Yan sitting on the purple treasure chest couldn't possibly be a human. Chen Haichuan's face sank as he slowly nodded and said, good, our boss, is a terrifying taboo. It is also the first forbidden head to appear in this world in the post-creepy era. Not only is he a taboo, but that little girl who's been following him around, wearing a spider silk eyeband, is also a taboo head. What? Hearing this, Deng Hai's hand holding his glass shook, spilling a puddle of beer on the table. He even teased the little girl named Chen Linger a little bit today. Originally see Chen Linger in Jiangyan clothes. Deng Hai wanted to get close, bought 2 apples from the stall outside, smilingly handed Chen Linger, but also rubbed Chen Linger's head. But the feel of the hand was strange, cold and bone-chilling, as if he were touching a corpse. That little girl also do not know what's wrong. Through the spider silk eye belt, has been staring at Deng Hai. Mouth has been muttering something like, Uncle, you're really tall. Eek my knife? You do not go and so on. Don't go away. And so on. Deng Hai was then stared at by Chen Linger through the spider silk eyeband with a jolt, and there was a voice within him that told him to immediately stay away from this little girl who didn't seem to be quite right anywhere in her body. However, it was never expected that Chen Linger was not only out of place, but was even a terrifying and incomparable taboo head as well. The Antique Street is really too dangerous. Deng Hai shivered, and a color of heartfelt fear flashed in his eyes. How do those who stay in the Antique Street and set up stalls know that under the 3 almost sacred words safe zone lurks the deepest evil? Once these evils bared their fangs, I'm afraid that the seemingly harmonious Antique Street would be turned upside down in a matter of moments, with rivers of blood flowing and thousands of ambushed corpses. Deng Hai also finally knew why. In the midst of the devastated Nandu, Antique Street was still able to survive and become the only safe zone. What kind of creepy dares to come and touch taboo's mold? Or is it a 2-pronged ban? Too long to live? That woman named in Xiao Xin. Deng Hai suppressed a very low voice and asked, is it human? Chen Haichuan flicked his cigarette ash and said with a cold smile, have you ever seen her shoot a gun? Deng Hai shook his head in bewilderment. Chen Haichuan said, 1-shot blitz over 7,000. Are you saying she's human? Deng Hai heaved a shiver. She's not human either? She is also a taboo? Deng Hai was dumbfounded, feeling his worldview crumble once again. It had only been 2 short days since he'd left the shadowy Angel Foundation labs, and his worldview had already crumbled several times. The problem is, that in Xiao Xin, she also looks too much like a human being, right? However, Deng Hai thought carefully and felt that both Jiang Yan and Chen Linger were also very human-like, especially Jiang Yan, if he hadn't known in depth. At first glance, 9 out of 10 would have recognized him wrongly, with such a comparison, and Xiao Xin doesn't seem to be much of a surprise. Chen Haichuan took a sharp drag on his cigarette and shook his head helplessly and said, and Xiao Xian's identity cannot be verified for the time being, so just consider her a taboo as well. Even if it isn't yet, I'd say it's close. Deng Hai swallowed heavily, his heart palpitating. Thank you Brother Chen for telling me this. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll be in the dark. Chen Haichuan sighed and said, we're kind of related, so I'll give you one more piece of advice. Never, ever, borrow money from Taboo 006. Never. Chen Haichuan's voice was filled with deep pain as he whispered. I have a friend who took out a $250,000 loan from Taboo 006. It was agreed at the beginning that the monthly interest rate would be 1%, but then he just raised the monthly interest rate right up to 16% for some random reason. If you don't agree to raise the rate, you have to kill that friend of mine. Simply, is a sinful animal. Chen Haichuan took another large mouthful of cigarettes and ruthlessly pressed the cigarette butt out in the ashtray. Palpitating, that friend of mine, he's only slept 3 hours 2 nights in a row, hunting creeps all night long just to pay back the sky-high interest roll. No matter how much he tempts you, never borrow money. Once you borrow money from him, your life is ruined. Understand? Hearing Chen Haichuan's words, Deng Hai opened his mouth wide in horror and asked numbly, who is Forbidden 006? Chen Haichuan lit up a new cigarette. Forbidden 006 is Jiang Yan. I'm still more used to calling him by his number. Although he disguises himself as very human, and gives himself a human name, he is not. Deng Hai nodded heavily and said with gratitude, I know. Thank you Brother Chen. I would never borrow money from him. I have a friend series. This friend, it couldn't be Chen Haichuan himself, could it? Deng Hai looked at Chen Haichuan's face that was full of substantial pain and felt that this possibility was very high. However, Deng Hai was a smart man and naturally would not poke holes in this lie. Wait a minute. Salary words. Deng Hai suddenly remembered something, and layers of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead. I took the Forbidden 006 20,000 plutonium bonus. Nothing can go wrong with those plutonium coins, can it? Some frightening images flashed through Deng Hai's mind. The 20,000 plutonium coins thick in his hand suddenly gave birth to a pair of big hands that strangled himself with a sardonic smile. Chen Haichuan shook his head and said, now it seems that all the plutonium he gave should be genuine, and nothing has been found to be wrong with it yet. He gives it to you. You take it. After all, he's not a human being, but he's giving a real treacle. Only then did Deng Hai slightly put his heart down, calmed down a bit, looked at Chen Haichuan with great apprehension, and asked, Brother Chen, Antique Street and Taboo 006 are so dangerous. Do you have any plans for the future? What are they? If it's possible, please ask Chen to make sure to give me a hand. Chen Haichuan's smoking hand paused at his mouth, raised his eyes to Deng Hai, and smiled meaningfully. Do you really want to? Listen to my plan and you'll be mine from now on. One must follow the orders of the organization and carry out its plans. Of course, the organization won't treat you badly. Chapter 164 8 Stinking Corpses. Hearing Chen Haichuan's words, Deng Hai's heart immediately became excited. Sure enough, Chen Haichuan is not a man fighting alone. He followed Taboo 006, and sure enough, he was also a 250. As long as you get on this big boat Chen Haichuan, with the shade of the organization in his mouth, the chances of survival in the future will certainly be much higher than now. Although he disliked the Angel Foundation, Deng Hai had to admit that the power a group could exert was far more massive than an individual. Deng Hai nodded heavily and said, Brother Chen, I've got it figured out. In the future, I'll look up to Brother Chen. Please give me a chance. Brother Chen. Chen Haichuan nodded and reached out to press on an electronic remote control under the table. The narrow back wall of the warehouse descended silently, revealing a wide stairway downward. Chen Haichuan turned around, walked into the steps, and said without looking back, think it through. If you turn away now, you and I will be general friends in the future, and this wine tonight will be all forgotten. If you come in, you will have to take on an additional responsibility, and since then, you will no longer fight for yourself alone. Watching Chen Haichuan's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, Deng Hai instead hesitated for a split second. He instinctively felt that the organization behind Chen Haichuan might not be a simple existence. Chen Haichuan's words also made Deng Hai feel a heavy pressure. But, there's no choice anymore. Deng Hai gritted his teeth and walked into the ladder. Early in the morning of the second day, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with a contemplative color. That dream about Taoist Qingshu had appeared once last night, but the impression it left on Jiang Yan was very clear. I don't remember any of the other dreams, Only this one, as if it were burned into my mind, lingered. Jiang Yan couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile and said, I burned incense to your old man. Why do you still give me dreams? When things have basically calmed down in Nandu, I'll make a trip to Longhu Mountain. It's a man's promise. Never break it. After briefly freshening up with Shao Xin, Jiang Yan took Shao Xin and went to the middle of the antique street store early in the morning to wait for Chen Haichuan's message. If there were no surprises, at this time, that Star City taboo and the 400 or so bizarre ones under its command should already be very close to the southern capital. But before Chen Haichuan came, a group of uninvited guests, surprisingly, pushed open Jiang Yan's store first. Deng Hai lowered his head and walked at the front of the group, leading the way for them. He looked a little haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had had a sleepless night last night. But he didn't dare to let Jiang Yan discover his abnormality, and with every movement, he was careful to the extreme. Last night he had joined the Guile Hunting Bureau as a newly minted hunter, and had immediately received his first mission from his own captain, Chen Haichuan. Assisting Chen Haichuan, together they went undercover beside Taboo 006, gathering information and waiting for an opportunity to seal this vicious taboo. Deng Hai, who had learned of Chen Haichuan's true identity as well as his true intentions, almost didn't pass out with a jolt of anger. Damn! I came to you because I was looking for a chance to safely run away with a bucket, far away from Taboo 006 and Antique Street. You, my brother Chen, are dragging me undercover with Taboo 006? A bucket lift and run has turned into a long day? The more Deng Hai thought about it, the more he felt a sense of being tricked into a pirate ship by Chen Haichuan. Other than that, joining the official organization of the Guile Hunting Bureau was an opportunity that Deng Hai had always dreamed of. After 2 years of hibernation in an anti-human organization like the Angel Foundation, Deng Hai Tai hopes to change his ways and live in the sunlight from now on as a decent human being. Even if you die for it, you die with your back straight, in a cause you are willing to fight for. In the end, Deng Hai had no choice but to accept this fact and became the second undercover agent that the Guile Hunting Bureau had planted beside Taboo 006. Boss, these people want to see you, said he had a big deal and wanted to interview you. Deng Hai led these people behind him into the store and bowed to Forbidden 006, who was sitting on a purple treasure chest behind the counter. Before carefully retreating and slowly closing the door behind him, Jiang Yan didn't pay attention to the fact that Deng Hai seemed to have some changes in his attitude today. His attention, in the first instance, was attracted by these people in front of him. There were 8 people in total, with more or less arrogant expressions on their faces. All of them carried weapons, few of which belonged to the system mall, but instead were more homemade weapons. In this day and age, people with homemade weapons are rather more noteworthy because these people probably have a strong and tight organization behind them. Coincidentally, of these 8 people, there were 2 inside that Jiang Yan recognized, the very same members that were on the Angel Foundation exploration team when he was blown up by that team in his last life. It's just a shame that there was no sign of the T6 that was shooting at the time. So the identities of the 8 people in front of us are all from the Angel Foundation? Under the low-hanging strange hat, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth flashed a cold smile. They came to me before I went to them. 8 honored guests, please take a seat. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, is there anything you need? The eyes under the strange hat looked at the 8 men as if they were looking at 8 stinking corpses. At the very edge of Nandu, above the ruins of a factory, Wang Jia slowly adjusted the focus of the tactical binoculars in his hands, searching for the figure of the legendary Star City Taboo. Trickster HQ had transmitted as clear a satellite image as possible yesterday, giving the hunters of the Trickster Hunt a basic understanding of the basic characteristics of the large group of tricksters that were about to arrive. A low briefing suddenly came out of Wang Jia's tactical headset. Attention all units, Star City Taboo has appeared. Estimated arrival at the factory ruins in 8 minutes. Wang Jia's eyes were solemn as he said in a deep voice, Scout group retreat immediately. All hunters, with me, fall back to the second line of defense. With Wang Jia's order, all the hunters began to retreat in unison, abandoning the ruins of the factories with better terrain and retreating 10 kilometers away amidst the ruins of a piece of self-built houses on the outskirts of the city. At the same time, Wang Jia quickly dialed a phone number. Old Chen, are you in place? Chen Haichuan, who was standing at the entrance of the Antique Street, glanced at the crowd in the Antique Street that gradually began to revive in the morning mist, took a deep breath, and as if he had made a great determination, said, I can go in any time. Wang Jia immediately said, we have observed the Star City Taboo. You may invite Taboo 006. After a pause, Wang Jia's voice was very worried and he whispered, Old Chen, be careful. We mustn't make a mistake and face the siege of 3 forbidden heads at the same time. The survival of Nandu this time is all in your hands. Wang Jia feels, in his hand, all sweat. Chapter 165, One Voice of Father, 10,000 plutonium. The deal had been struck, And they clearly could have brought Taboo 006 over earlier and blocked the Star City Taboo directly on the first line of defense, where the defensive terrain was much better. However, after Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan conferred all night, they decided to minimize the amount of time they spent in contact with Forbidden 006. This move is tantamount to driving a tiger to swallow a wolf, and the slightest mistake will lead to the end of everything, so it never hurts to be as careful as possible. Having gotten Wang Jia's message, Chen Haichuan lifted his steps and walked towards the middle of the antique street. When he walked to the front of the store, Chen Haichuan was stunned. The store door was closed, and Deng Hai was leaning against it. What appeared to be a door to the forbidding 006 inside was actually a sideways ear. Chen Haichuan gave Deng Hai a look. Deng Hai shook his head back and forth, pointing at the door and saying with his mouth, "Something's up." Chen Haichuan's heart tightened. At this juncture, if Taboo 006 dropped the chain, Nandu could be facing the demise of the Star City Taboo. Chen Haichuan hurriedly approached the other side of the store door and listened inward with his side ear. Inside the store, hearing Jiang Yan's invitation to sit down, the man who appeared to be the leader among the 8 people honestly pulled over a chair and sat down on it with a big smile, looking at Jiang Yan and laughing. "You're the owner of Antique Street, the mysterious Jiang? I came to see you about a deal. Buy and sell? Someone from the Angel Foundation, talking to me about a deal?" Jiang Yan laughed twice, and 2 ghostly blue smoke dragons sprang out of the end of his nose, and his voice, made low and hoarse by the old pipe, echoed in the middle of the store. "May I ask the 8 honored guests what business they need? A loan? Monthly interest rates as low as 1%. Oh." Outside the door, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai secretly listened and exchanged a secret glance. Chen Haichuan's eyes, "See what I'm saying? Forbidden 006 just likes to cheat people out of their loans." Deng Hai's eyes, scared. "JPG." The man sitting in the chair opposite flashed a look of disdain in his eyes. "A loan? What? Do I look like a man short of money? Guys, do I look like that?" The man laughed out loud and turned his head sideways, asking the rest of the Angel Foundation members beside him with mockery in his tone. A roar of laughter resounded around them, and the 7 of them laughed as if they had heard some heavenly joke. A stray young man laughed the loudest, even squeezing out 2 tears from the corner of his eyes, covering his stomach while walking over to Jiang Yan's counter, casually pulling out a stack of plutonium coins and slapping it heavily on the counter. "Kid, 3 streets and 16 lanes in Nandu. Ask around to find out who's the father. I, Leopard Father, have come to talk business with you to give you face. Don't you know no better and dare to act like a pussy in front of our brothers? This is a welcome gift for you. Watch out when you talk to our Leopard Father." "Remember." The youngster bared his teeth, his face full of ferocity as he slumped on the counter and said to Jiang Yan, who was close by, "My Leopard Father can make you rich or dead." Jiang Yan didn't even look at this punk squarely for a moment, just glancing at the plutonium coins he threw on the counter. 1,000 plutonium. Putting it in perspective, it does seem to be quite a generous player. Next to the store door wall, several heads of creepy silence stood in the mist, and when they saw this, each of them stared in disbelief. Are all these humans tired of their own lives? How dare you insult your great and noble boss? Thick saliva flowed out of the corners of the demon wolf's mouth as it slowly walked behind this little youth, and a pair of wolf claws had almost grabbed the little youth's head. With just a single order from Jiang Yan, the head of this little youth would be instantly crushed by the demonic wolf. The devil wolf's scarlet eyes looked towards Jiang Yan, just waiting for an order from his own boss. Jiang Yan, however, didn't care very much and just slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. What's the point of bothering with 8 dead people? He reached over and pushed back the 1,000 plutonium coins on the counter, saying faintly, 1,000 plutonium for a meet and greet and you want to be a father? Looking down on who? I'll give you $10,000 and you call me daddy. Saying that, Jiang Yan casually pulled out 10,000 plutonium coins and pressed it onto the 1,000 plutonium coins handed out by the youngster. The youth froze, looked down at the golden plutonium coins, and then raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yan sitting behind the counter, his face full of indignation. Kid, it looks like you did make a lot of money with this antique street. Ha, but is 10,000 plutonium dollars a big deal? Do you think that we can't get 10,000 medals? Ridiculous. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, pulled out another 10,000 plutonium coins, placed it on the counter, and said, "One sound 10,000. The youth's hands shook, the pupils of his eyes trembled, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What did he just say? 10,000 for one voice? Are you serious? I can scream until you're broke." Jiang Yan glanced at his plutonium entry and slowly shook his head, saying with certainty, "No way." Even if he could call his father twice a second, it was more than enough for him to bank more than 50,000 plutonium a second. He thinks he can scream himself into bankruptcy, when in fact he can make him scream until the end of time. The youth's cheeks reddened and he opened his mouth directly to shout, "Dad! AI! My good oldest son!
Jiang Yan took out 10,000 plutonium coins with good grace and placed it on the counter. The youth's face grew redder and redder, and he reached out and grabbed the plutonium coins on the counter in his hands, while continuing to shout, "Father! Father, father, father! Father!" For every time he shouted father, Jiang Yan placed 10,000 plutonium coins on the counter while nodding with a smile. What filial piety. It's true that dad loves you so much on a regular basis. Come on, get down on your knees and squeeze your father's feet. With the fastest speed possible, this youth kept pocketing the plutonium coins that Jiang Yan had placed on the counter. A few other people in the back looked dumbfounded in unison. No, we're here to talk business. Why do we start doing such exciting things at the drop of a hat? That's a ing father for 10,000 plutonium. It's like pie in the sky. Jiang Yan exhaled a string of smoke rings and looked at all this in front of him with a light smile. He didn't care in the slightest that his plutonium had been taken by this guy. Being in the midst of severe inflation, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of plutonium coins were not worth mentioning to Jiang Yan. As for the young man in front of me who shouts at his father while raking in plutonium, does he have the life to take it and the life to spend it? Daddy, 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 why don't you take the money anymore? The young man screamed, realizing that Jiang Yan's hand that kept pulling out his pockets had stopped, and looked up at Jiang Yan with intent. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, "I've heard enough for today. Come back tomorrow." At the corner of that youth's mouth, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a shame that you don't have a tomorrow." He pulled a pistol directly from the back of his waist in a swift motion. The gun pointed straight at Jiang Yan's head and viciously pulled the trigger. Without a moment's hesitation, "You think you're calling me dad for nothing? If you dare to insult me like that, you'll die for me." Chapter 166, Never Reveal His Human Disguise. Boo! The muzzle of the gun roared, and a fiery bullet blasted into Jiang Yan's head. -1, shield absorption. On the surface of Jiang Yan's body, a blue-purple shield glow appeared, and was hit by the bullets with a circle of ripples. Immediately, a silver-purple furious thunderstorm violently blasted out and landed on the gun-wielding youth. -23,625. Half of the youth's body, instantly vaporized by the lightning. Even the hand of the gun, also was split into iron. Crackling fell to the ground. Knock! The remaining half of his body, disheveled, fell to the ground with a muffled thud, as if it were a death knell that struck at everyone's heart. The remaining 7 people, in unison, looked at the half of the youth's collapsed body with dumbfounded gazes. Just now, what happened? How much damage? 20,000 plus? How is that possible? The 7 men from the Angel Foundation took a long time to come back to their senses, feeling icy cold all over their bodies. It was as if every nerve was frozen by the coldness that was born from the bottom of his heart. In Jiang Yan's mouth, he spat out a ghostly blue smoke dragon and faintly asked, "Just said, to talk business. What business was it?" The words fell unanswered. There was a deathly silence in the store. The man who was originally sitting on the chair and was called Panther Father, shivered and stood up, bowed deeply to Jiang Yan behind the counter, and said with fear and trembling, I'm in the wrong place. Sorry, excuse me, we're on our way. This way." With the remaining 6 people, he twisted his head and left, but then he heard Jiang Yan's voice, faintly coming out behind him. "What kind of place do you think this is? Come and go as you please?" A figure as fat as a city wall suddenly emerged from the mists and blocked the door of the store. Pig Gang Hyena was carrying a huge shield in his hand. His pig's mouth was filled with a sardonic smile, his scarlet pig eyes staring at these 7 people. So arrogant just now. You really think you're somebody? My boss won't let you go. Not even a fly will get out today. On the side of the 7 people, the demon wolf, who had been pressing for a long time, also poked out a pair of wolf claws from the mist, ruthlessly pinched the only woman among the 7 people, and he pointedly smiled. "It's been a long time since I ate a woman. Boss, is it okay to give this to me?" Chan Linger, who had been sitting obediently on a corner stool without any sense of existence, slowly stood up at this time, pulling up the spider silk eye band, revealing a ghastly right eye, and lifting up a blood-red plume-like short sword in her hand. Where had the 7 people seen such a battle? They were immediately frightened to the point that their legs were soft and trembling, and they were unable to advance or retreat. Creepy. Isn't this a safe zone? How come there are so many weird, hidden in the store? The middle-aged man at the head, his face covered in bean-sized cold sweat, twisted his head to look at Jiang Yan, who was sitting on the purple treasure chest, smoking his old pipe in a good mood. Half of his face was covered by the shadow of the strange hat, revealing a cold smirk on the corners of his lips. "You are not human." The middle-aged man made an almost dreamy sound. "You're definitely not human. How is it possible for people to gather so much weirdness around them? How can a person do 20,000
000 plus damage? This is clearly a big hidden super boss. Outside the door, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, who had been listening with their ears attached, glanced at each other, and in unison, they saw the color of helplessness in each other's eyes. The man is pretty quick to react. Only, unfortunately, it's too late. That said, where the hell did this one come from? Isn't it good to be alive? Why did you come to mess with the most horrible person in the whole of Nandu?
Jiang Yan sat behind the counter,
took a drag on his old pipe, and smiled lightly. What part of me doesn't look human? How do you defile someone out of thin air? Linger, chop off his legs as a punishment. Chen Linger received Jiang Yan's order, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The scarlet plume, which had long been poised for launch, directly transformed into a streaming waterfall of bloodlight, instantly chopping through the root of the middle-aged man's thigh. In an instant, it broke off flush. Ah! The middle-aged man's screams of terror and pain echoed in the middle of the store. Outside the door, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai were scared to death, and drops of cold sweat seeped out from their foreheads. It's horrible. Deng Hai lowered his voice and trembled. Forbidden 006. Doesn't look like he likes it when people reveal his human disguise. Chen Haichuan swallowed his saliva and heaved his head. Just then, his cell phone rang once again. Wang Jia's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Where did it go? Star City Taboo has arrived at the outskirts of the city. It's almost time to enter the city. Chen Haichuan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and whispered, "Don't worry, I've had a few accidents on my end." Wang Jia fell silent. It is reasonable to say that more than 100 hunters on their side, taking huge risks, are waiting for Chen Haichuan to move the Forbidden 006 over. Chen Haichuan at this time, is absolutely unable to fall off the chain. But, Wang Jia knew very well how great the danger was in this mission that Chen Haichuan was carrying out, so how could he criticize him harshly? How much longer? Wang Jia asked in a deep voice. Chen Haichuan shook his head and said, "I don't know. Just now a group of people suddenly came to Taboo 006. Now, he's inside killing people. By the way, I'm going to update an extremely important piece of information. The human disguise of Taboo 006 must never be exposed in any form, like saying he's not human-like, or something like that. Once the human disguise is revealed, Taboo 006 will present itself as extremely aggressive. You'd better update this information on the intranet now, if you can." Wang Jia froze for a moment, then creepily sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said with a heavy nod, "I see. This is important news." Putting down the phone, Wang Jia heavily wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. In the observations of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, Taboo 006 has always deliberately mimicked the words and actions of humans. So far, none have been found to rival him in anthropomorphic level of taboo. And under the deliberately maintained human camouflage, Taboo 006 has always presented such a low desire to attack that there have been very few observed deaths at the hands of Taboo 006 up until now. But the desire to attack, suppressed by the disguise, is likely to explode completely when the disguise ceases to exist. It was logical, but if Chen Haichuan didn't deliver this message in time, they really wouldn't have thought of this layer. Under Wang Jia's order, the information that Chen Haichuan had just observed was immediately uploaded to the Guile Hunting Bureau's intranet, and also informed every hunter present at the same time. Hearing this news, all the hunters, their foreheads were sweating in unison. With constant contact, they are more and more able to appreciate the Forbidden 006 body, the kind of piercing evil. Chapter 167 went peacefully. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a silent head of taboo hiding in a crowd is far more terrifying than one that goes on a mass murder spree. While wiping their sweat, these hunters also each and every one of them gave birth to a deep admiration for Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia, the two old hunters. Especially Wang Jia, the god of the hunt, with disheveled hair and deep dark eye sockets, has not had a good night's sleep in a long time. The two of them, they really have endured so much for Nandu. Among the stores of the antique street, Laughing Pig Gang Hyena, a hand will be called Leopard Father Middle-Aged Man Neck Pickup, as simple as carrying a small chicken cub. The question my boss asked you, you haven't answered it yet. Pig Kong was Fat Pig Face, pressed tightly against this middle-aged man's face, forcing his eyes to ask, "You came to talk to my boss. About what business?" This leopard father has just been Chen Linger a knife cut off a leg. It is terrified to the extreme. Simply did not listen to the pig just hyena in what to say, but only in his hands screaming, struggling, as if it has been scared out of his mind. Seeing this, Jiang Yan was very impatient and arbitrarily labeled this panther father as a hostile target. Instantly, two damage numbers floated up from his body, -2185, -700. The first number was that of the pestilence aura, and as Jiang Yan's life value increased again, the damage dealt by this aura, in turn, increased to 2185. The second number was that of the witching aura. Now under the effect of that aura, there were 7 heads of friendly shenanigans, and Xiao Xin, and Jiang Yan himself, and under the effect of doubling the recovery effect on himself, the single damage of the witching aura also reached 700 points, which was considered considerable. The stacked damage of the 2 auras was close to the 3,000 mark, and although that leopard father looked to be quite rich and wealthy, where could he carry this kind of damage? In an instant, the middle-aged man in the hands of Inuyasha was turned into a corpse under the effect of Jiang Yan's aura, completely lifeless. Your turn. Jiang Yan pointed at the woman who had been in the demon wolf's grip and said indifferently. The woman seemed calmer, and although there was already a yellowish stain spreading wildly on her pants, she hadn't lost her mind yet, and immediately said in horror, They want to buy Antique Street. That's the only thing they've come to you for this time. Let me go, please. Her ears were still ringing with the words of the demonic wolf that had just said it would eat her, and she was scared out of her wits. The sneer at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth grew 2 points larger as he asked, Buy Antique Street? How much money is ready to come and buy my Antique Street? $500,000, said the woman, trembling. Jiang Yan seemed to smile and faintly took a puff on his old pipe. As you can see, the Antique Street is very profitable. You want to buy it for $500,000? The woman said with a shiver. That's all the money you can come up with. They say, if you don't agree, it's hard robbery. Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring and asked, Y'all are the Angel Foundation's T-something? When these words came out, inside and outside the door, they all froze. Tang Hai's eyes were rounded with surprise. These people, they're all from the Angel Foundation? Dang Hai didn't recognize it at all. The 6 people who were still alive. On the other hand, their hearts missed a beat in unison. He knows? How did he know? Dumb, demon wolf. Eat this dummy. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The demonic wolf answered and directly opened its bloody mouth to swallow the woman's head whole in one gulp. The woman screamed and cried out in terror. T3. I'm T3. Panther Daddy is T5. That young man you just killed was also a T3. The rest of those, there are T4S, and 2 T3S. Jiang Yan nodded, knowing in his heart that these people were probably members of the action team that the Angel Foundation had just formed. These members are generally higher in sequence and treatment because they have to operate in the outside world and are more risky, but the quality and competence seems to be very worrying. Compared to the bunch of straw men in the witch hunt, it rather looks like the witch hunt are all elites. Jiang Yan took out a piece of paper and said, Tell me the contact location for your ops team, and then, you can go. The 6 people who were still alive were as relieved as if they had been pardoned. The woman scribbled furiously and hurriedly wrote down the information Jiang Yan wanted on the paper before thanking him profusely. Thank you for giving us a way out. If there is any dispatch in the future, I will never excuse myself. Jiang Yan ignored it, looked down at the location on the paper and waved his hand. Eat clean and don't leave any half-blood. Otherwise Zhang Xiaohu would still have to scrub the floor for me, which is weirdly troublesome. Demon Wolf and Inuyasha grinned in unison. Okay boss. The 6 people from the Angel Foundation instantly screamed with their eyes wide open. You promised us. Jiang Yan didn't lift his head and said indifferently. Well, promised to let you guys go. Aren't you guys gone? The corpse was left without bones and went more peacefully than the vast majority of people. Blah blah blah. Click, 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 crunch crunch crunch. Gulp. It smells so good. Hey, you eat slower. Are you a pig too? Who are you to eat like that? Outside the door, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai pressed against the door to eavesdrop, and their bodies had long since trembled uncontrollably. Chen Haichuan was better. After all, he had already seen more of Taboo 006's terrifying tactics. Deng Hai, however, was so scared that his face turned white, not daring to imagine what was actually happening inside. Although Deng Hai had seen a lot of disgusting scenes in the Angel Foundation's laboratory before, but Deng Hai couldn't really find anything more evil and bloody and brutal than the scene in front of him. This Taboo 006, when it is really a public enemy of mankind. The plan of the Trickster Hunting Bureau to seal it off is really far-sighted. The only way to usher in true peace and restoration in the southern capital was to seal the forbidden 006. Moreover, Deng Hai had a celebratory premonition that with the scale of the Guile Hunting Bureau, Chen Haichuan's endurance and strategizing, the success rate of ultimately sealing Taboo 006 must be extremely high. The only thing not worth celebrating is, Treadmill himself is now in the program. If there were bound to be casualties in this plan to seal Forbidden 006, the Guile Hunting Bureau would definitely have casualties, and then the first 2 to die would definitely be themselves and Chen Haichuan. The more Deng Hai thought about it, the more he felt a headache, not knowing where his gray future actually lies. It was only until no more sound could be heard inside the door that Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, lowered his head and knocked on the door of the store, saying with trepidation, "Boss, Star City Taboo is here." His gaze lowered to see a trickle of blood in the cracks of the store's floor tiles, running down to where his toes were. It reeked of fresh blood. Jiang Yan, who was sitting high above the purple treasure chest, spat out a ghostly blue smoke dragon and said indifferently, "Just in time. I've just solved the problem. Let's go." Chapter 168, A Great Gift from Heaven? 800,000 in seconds. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Haichuan's forehead. Isn't that a coincidence? We both lay down outside and heard it until now before we dared to come in. Wang Jia's side was already dying of impatience, being chased by Star City Taboo and kept retreating. Jiang Yan took his shenanigans with him and Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, and together they boarded a Dingsheng society bus and sped towards the third line of defense that Wang Jia and the others had fortified. God of the Hunt, if we retreat any further, we're going to enter the southern city limits, beside Wang Jia, a hunter said with an anxious face. Let's use the trap in the third line of defense to fight against the Star City Taboo. If we retreat any further, the Star City Taboo may have to start mass murdering the survivors of Nandu, and we'd be completely out of help from the defense. In the Trick Hunting Bureau's experience against the Forbidden, traps and defenses work in tandem, and are very important. Fighting Taboo is never hard, it's all about tactics, but now if they give up all three lines of defense, the next situation, they will be completely passive. Wang Jia took a deep breath and shook his head. No, wait a little longer. The hunter, very puzzled, asked, God of the Hunt, are we really going to put our hopes, all of them, on Forbidden 006? If he doesn't keep his word, won't we all be buried for his pettiness? Why on earth would we trust Forbidden 006 over ourselves? Wang Jia said with a sigh, because we don't actually have a choice. Be at ease. Old Chen won't let us down. In front of Wang Jia's eyes, once again, the tone he used when Forbidden 006 made a deal with them before flashed. That tone of voice, relaxed and bland, sounded like it didn't put the Star City Taboo in its heart at all. He had a hunch that Taboo 006 wouldn't go back on his word. Just as the 100 or so hunters were exiting the third line of defense with heavy hearts, a bus, winded, pulled up behind the crowd. The harsh sound of brakes and the tires pulled 4 black rutted tracks in the ground. Boo! The car door opened and Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai first jumped down from it. Boss, is here. Chen Haichuan turned to the inside of the bus and bowed deeply. Aha! An indifferent voice came out from inside the bus. A man shrouded in black aura and wearing a strange hat slowly stepped down from the bus. The shadow cast by the strange hat covered half of his face, so that it was impossible to see his face, and all that could be seen was an old pipe in his mouth, emitting an eerie blue smoke. The moment he got out of the car, Jiang Yan's gaze looked in the direction of the edge of the city. There was a large cloud of yin qi, approaching the direction of Nandu. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, knowing that he was afraid that this was what the Guile Hunting Bureau had said. Commanding over 400 bizarre Star City taboos, quantitative changes could indeed cause qualitative changes. So many heads of bizarre aggregated together, emitting a yin qi that even Jiang Yan felt very alarmed. Behind him, a pair of small hands with a greenish-white color gently gripped the corner of Jiang Yan's coat. Chen Linger wore a spider silk eyewear and followed Jiang Yan's back step by step, and Xiao Xin, who was wearing a cowboy hat and sunglasses, stood on the other side of Jiang Yan, the fire qilin in her hand slightly raised, and her covered eyes were full of wariness and tension. Jiang Yan casually pulled in Xiaoxin and raised his steps in the direction where the yin qi was rushing from, one way or the other, without fear. When the surrounding hunters saw that Forbidden 006 had actually appeared, they were silenced and quietly retreated into the distance. They thought that they had been hiding amongst the shadowy corners from the beginning and should not have been detected in existence by Forbidden 006. However, Jiang Yan, whose agility was as high as 300, saw these hunters at a glance, and just lazily ignored them. These hunters, according to the predetermined plan, spread out and formed a semicircular encirclement, just like an invisible bowl. The attacking Star City Taboo and his entourage were firmly pocketed inside. The move was not intended to be a siege, but only to put to death any spooks that might scatter and escape, so that they would not disrupt the situation in the southern capital. Soon, on the frontal battlefield, there were only a few hunters left who had previously come into contact with Taboo 006 in the third hospital's secret realm. Wang Zhao watched as Forbidden 006 came towards him and hurriedly stepped aside from the high ground. Where they were, was the top of the ruins of a building. This rubble was stacked up more than 10 meters high, and the back slope, though difficult, could be climbed. The front was as hard to climb as a cliff. With the help of this height, Jiang Yan also finally had a clear view of what was running at him. It was indeed a large group of spooks, and the numbers looked to be more than expected. Creepy wasn't traveling very fast, and was obviously keeping in formation on purpose. Clustered in the middle of this large group of creeps was an extraordinarily eye-catching creep. That weirdness, with a height of 15 meters, also looked like a crane in the midst of a crowd of weirdness. 4 heads and 8 arms, each with a different face: an ugly man, a beautiful woman, an old man, a child. Above each of the 8 arms, they were actually carrying a musical instrument. There are eru, yu shao, bamboo flute and guqin. Jiang Yan's gaze, looking up and down at this item's shape, the more he looked at it, the more surprised he was. Unsurprisingly, this is the Star City taboo? This one dresses a little too flamboyantly. Is it hard to be an artist in the bazaar? Between muttering to himself in his mind, Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel and was instantly delighted. On his panel, a large swath of plutonium credits popped up, the numbers as unfamiliar as they could be. With so many entries, Jiang Yan felt blurry-eyed trying to calculate, and could only look at the total amount of his plutonium to make an estimate. About 800,000 plutonium a second. Jiang Yan sucked in a mouthful of cold air when he saw how much his plutonium numbers jumped. He had guessed before that as long as a large amount of weirdness gathered together, then the speed at which he printed money could explode even further. But to be able to be this fast still caused Jiang Yan to be surprised in his heart. 800,000 a second. That's 48 million a minute. 88 billion in 1 hour. What a great guy. Money printing efficiency has exploded. Ha! Jiang Yan whispered to himself. What inflation? The money printer, am inflation itself. In this instant, he made up his mind that this large group of weirdness in front of him, he would try not to kill them if he could. You know, gathering such a large group of creeps is a very difficult task in itself. If he really wanted Jiang Yan to collect them one by one, it would consume a lot of his energy and time, and he might not be able to get so many even after half a month's work in Nandu. Now that there was a Star City taboo helping himself to collect a huge amount of shenanigans that went into 800,000 in a second, such a great gift, it would be too inappropriate for him not to accept it. Chapter 169 Taboo 006 is Raising Monsters. While Jiang Yan secretly marveled, he also finally saw the most special one among the nearly 500 plutonium credits refreshed every second on his player panel. Plutonium plus 64512. This meant that one of the large group of shenanigans from Star City in front of them had a life value that was as high as 60,000 plus. Good lord, even for a taboo, this life value is more or less terrifying. The plutonium income provided by this end alone was higher than Jiang Yan's previous income per second. Unsurprisingly, this 60,000 plus life value creep would be the Star City taboo. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring. A touch of gravity and solemnity flashed in his eyes. A taboo with more than 60,000 life value should not be underestimated. If not, it would be easy to turn over in the gutter, even if he wouldn't die himself. If the shenanigans around him were to have one of them killed by that Star City taboo, it would be a huge impact on his prestige. When you're the boss, of course you want to make sure your employees are safe so they'll work harder for you. Once people's hearts are scattered, it's not easy to lead the team. Jiang Yan thought about it, and casually bought out 50,000 silver bullets from his system mall space. 100 plutonium coins each, costing a total of 5 million plutonium coins, and stuffed all of them into the purple treasure chest, and instructed, you'll stay next to Xiao Xin and use her as a bullet magazine. Today, because of the relatively large battle, the stores on the antique street were temporarily closed, and the purple treasure chest came along with them. Jiang Yan had long been prepared to let the purple treasure chest give Xiao Xin a beating. The current Xiao Xin, with berserk streak and 6 barrels of splendid gold Gatling, would have a terrifying attack speed, and with it, a huge consumption of bullets, and once the bullets ran out, causing Xiao Xin to have to stop and reload. Unable to continue shooting, it would create a very awkward situation. That's why it's best to have a henchman to give Xiao Xin a small job, a constant supply of loaded ammo for her, so that Xiao Xin can have unlimited output. The purple treasure chest answered and stuffed all 50,000 bullets inside its own case, only revealing 2 bullet chains outside, ready to wait for Xiao Xin's loading. The nearly 500 shenanigans of Star City are getting closer and closer at this point. A chilling sound began to stir in the surrounding space, successively reaching the ears of the crowd. They also finally got a good look at the creepy, ever-approaching mouths that were opening and closing. More than 500 bizarre voices, intertwined together, were exceptionally cluttered, causing one to smell and vomit, with a headache, wishing to leave this place immediately. The sound that overlapped, as if it were the most evil whisper in this world, caused an inextricable layer of shadows to fall over everyone's hearts, 2 shades deeper than the darkness that had clouded their vision before they died. It's so hard to hear. What are they chanting? And Xiao Xin covered her ears with a look of disgust. She couldn't be blamed. This was indeed a kind of mental pollution. Even with Jiang Yan's patience, it was very unbearable. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe, carefully observed the bizarre movements of the group, and said indifferently, it's more like, is singing. The 15-meter-tall,
Four-headed, eight-armed creep surrounded by nearly 500 creeps in the center had a musical instrument playing in its hands. Unfortunately, the voices were not half as beautiful as they should have been, but were just a jumble of notes that made people want to poke their ears through. It's really hard to imagine that these instruments, which are obviously capable of playing beautiful music, can make such disgusting movements. Singing? Hearing Jiang Yan's words, the people around him froze in unison. At the same time, the four-headed, eight-armed weirdness had obviously noticed Jiang Yan and the others in front of them. An eerie, evil smile appeared on the head of one of the men at the front of him, and he grinned and yelled, "Sing my praises, or die." The voice was loud and rolled like thunder, spreading through the four fields, but it still couldn't hide the evilness of that voice. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Taboos hit rules work just as well for creepy. In fact, the taboos that Jiang Yan had heard of in his last life were all alone, as they would similarly kill other shenanigans that broke the rules of striking down. It was really the first time that Jiang Yan had seen a taboo like this unity creepy in front of him, and right now it looks like this had Star City taboo kill rule. Most likely the song? If you don't sing, you'll be killed by this forbidden head? The reason these creeps around here weren't killed by the Star City taboo and flocked all the way to Nandu is that they sang all the way here? Jiang Yan couldn't help but crow. There were no spectators along the way, or the scene would have been more or less horrifying and comical. Give him a shot. Test the waters, Jiang Yan said to Xiao Xian beside him, and Xiao Xian had long been ready. Hearing Jiang Yan's command, she directly took off the thunder barret from her back, aiming at the head of the man in the middle of that Star City taboo, and directly fired a shot. Boom! The sound of the gunshot, which was like thunder, overshadowed all the weird and evil songs at this moment, and became the only sound between heaven and earth. Electricity raced through the muzzle of the gun, and a silver bullet, transformed into streams of light, instantly tore through the air barrier and blasted above Star City Taboo's head. Snap! With a crunching sound, the head should be struck with a black hole wound. Not half of the blood flowed out from it, but there was a wisp of black gas escaping outwards. A terrifying damage number emerged from Star City Taboo. Minus 45,174. The damage numbers curled up and floated in the air for a long time, as if they were going to cast a huge shadow that would take in everyone's eyes. Wang Jia, who had been hiding next to him, his legs went limp and he sat down on his butt. How much more? 45,000 plus? Is that ing damage a human being can do? Are they playing a game with me? Next to Wang Jia, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai similarly had their legs trembling and their pupils shaking dramatically. Chan brother, when you told me yesterday that she could explode more than 7,000 in one shot, I just don't believe it. Deng Hai slowly pinched Chen Haichuan's arm and murmured, is this over 7,000? That's over 40,000. No storms yet. Chen Haichuan's eyes are full of stagnant color, as if he has been deafened by the sound of the gunshot just now. He had seen Xiao Xian with his own eyes outside of the underground lab, dealing over 7,000 damage from a single shot, and he did bludgeon then as well. But right now, this can only mean one thing. What was beside Taboo 006 was growing by leaps and bounds. Chen Haichuan's mind flashed to the very brash look when Forbidden 006 sent himself a bonus. Taboo 006 apparently doesn't favor himself, but does so to everyone. Is this Forbidden 006 raising monsters with his own hands? If this continues, there will be more than just 2 or 3 forbidden people around him. Chapter 170, follow me from now on. Seeing the result of Xiao Xian's shot, Jiang Yan also sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Surprised. Good lord, is this the violent maniac who wields 10 level 10 weapons? It's so violent. Jiang Yan hurriedly held down Xiao Xian's gun and said with a palpitating heart, well, one shot is all it takes. It's a good thing that the shot just now didn't storm. If it had, that thing would have died straight away. That was more than 60,000 plutonium per second in the bank. If it was blown away by a single shot from Xiao Xian, Jiang Yan would be heartbroken for a long time. The fact that his own woman could deal such perverted damage with a single shot without blasting could not help but make Jiang Yan sigh once again. Kryptonite is as scary as it gets. Not storming are more than 40,000 in one shot. With Xiao Xian's current storming rate, not storming is a small probability event. That means that her normal play is over 80,000 in one-shot blasts. Jiang Yan carefully calculated that he had 7 layers of shield on his body. Each layer of shield had 150% of his life value. If he didn't calculate the attribute suppression, and Xiao Xian hitting himself was just a matter of 2 shots of bludgeoning. You raise your own violent wife, and you look at her with fear. Gatling isn't buying redundant. Jiang Yan began to seriously reflect on whether his cultivation thoughts had gone out of line. Not exactly redundant. I don't want to kill these creeps. If I do, I'll need Xiao Xian's Gatling. The Barrett, after all,
attacks too slowly, and the slaughter is extremely inefficient. Across the ruins, the four-headed, eight-armed Star City Taboo, after being hit by the shot, apparently froze as well. He looked up, glancing at the damage numbers popping up on him. Four faces were filled with puzzlement. This is 2 damage numbers stacked together, right? You can't shoot me for over 40. 000? 45,174. There must be a 45, and a 174, that makes sense. It's a common tactic to cause 2 damage with one shot. The damage numbers are stacked right on top of each other, which is uncommon but reasonable. Star City Forbidden quickly found a logical reason, and then whirled around looking for psychological comfort as if glancing at his panel life value. 19338/64512. Well, just took that shot and knocked me out. The 4 pairs of eyes of the Star City Taboo were rounded in unison, almost ready to jump right out. What? How is that possible? Star City Taboo let out 4 almost overlapping exclamations of shock, each with its own distinctive voice, but all with the same tone of overwhelming shock. Not a drop more, not a drop less. Right at 45, 174 life points. This result is not reasonable by any means, but it is just so clearly laid out in front of one's face. If I didn't have so much blood, I would have died in the same place if I hadn't taken that shot. How could Nandu harbor such a terrifying existence? Is this a person or? The countenances of the 4 faces of the Star City Taboo were all gloomy, their gazes tightly fixed on the few tiny figures above the ruins. The figure was not large, but the aura emanating invisibly was terrifying. Not people, definitely taboo as well. It was absolutely impossible for such a strong human to appear at this juncture now. By the way, what's so rare about being able to run out of the secret realm yourself? A huge Nandu, and a taboo in the secret realm as well? That taboo up there. What's your name? Star City Taboo pointed at himself and said grimly, my name is Lu Tianzuan. You can call me Tianzuan. Wang Jia hid behind Taboo 006 and swallowed his saliva. He gently pulled Chen Haichuan's sleeve and asked in a very small voice, did this Lu Tianzuan just uncover the forbidden 006 human disguise? The moment these words came out, the sweaty hairs on Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai's bodies immediately stood on end. That's right, that Lu Tianzuan had not only uncovered Taboo 006 human disguise, he had even directly shouted through his taboo identity. Damn, we won't be killed all by the infuriated Taboo 006 Shuani as well, right? Chen Haichuan felt a chill climb up the center of his feet. What's the best way to not want your hidden identity known? Kill everyone who hears it, all of them. Voodoo. Deng Hai also swallowed heavily, laughing harder than he was crying, and said with a shiver, 2 big brothers, do not scare me. I am not ready for my first time out on such a dangerous mission. It's too dangerous. It's really too dangerous. For the first time, Deng Hai clearly realized what it means to accompany a king like a tiger. Compared to the danger at hand, his own first 2 years of enduring humiliation at the Angel Foundation had been so easy that it seemed like he was on vacation. Jiang Yan spat out a ghostly blue smoke dragon and slowly nodded his head, saying, my name is Jiang Yan. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a taboo. I'm human. The voice was very calm and rippling, but Jiang Yan secretly spat in his heart. That's an outrageous name for a taboo. Called Lu Tianzuan? Wouldn't it sound better if you just called yourself the Jade Emperor? The 4-headed, 8-armed Lu Tianzuan froze when he heard Jiang Yan's words. He looked Jiang Yan up and down, his eyes lingering twice on the black crow on Jiang Yan's shoulder and the Sphinx trickster spider in his glove, and snickered in his heart. The creepy servant is revealed, and it's still sitting there pretending. Looks like a lot of strength, but not a lot of intelligence. And that little girl behind him. Lu Tianzuan looked at Chen Linger behind Jiang Yan, who was reaching out her small hands to grasp the corners of Jiang Yan's coat, and her face became more and more gloomy by 2 points. That little girl, she's something else too. Lu Tianzuan smiled coldly, nodded non-committally, and said morosely, Jiang Yan, I'll give you face, you give me a face too. You're letting me into your territory to look for one thing. I promise not to move anything but that one. It'll also help you take all the remaining shenanigans in Nandu as well. This deal, we both win. What do you think? Jiang Yan spat out a ghostly blue smoke ring and laughed. Doesn't look right to me. I propose a deal. You and your brothers, from now on, are with me, and you mentioned the treatment yourself. What do you think? Hearing that Jiang Yan was so forthright in his desire to integrate himself and his men, Lu Tianzuan was stunned. Me? With you later? Ha 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 ha. Do you realize what you're saying? We're both forbidden, and you're asking me to stoop below you? Dream on. Jiang Yan said indifferently. I told you, I'm human. Besides, it's not like I'm not paying. Let's start with you. Jiang Yan reached out, pointing at the nearest head of bazaar, indifferent voice, echoing above the ruins. Follow me from now on and I'll give you $10,000 a month in salary. Chapter 171, Where's yours? It's all mine.
Seeing Jiang Yan's finger pointing towards himself, the head of bazaar that stood at the very edge of the array was visibly stunned.
A month? $10,000 in wages? We weak, pathetic and helpless creeps, enslaved by the forbidden, lucky to stay alive, and we're even getting paid for it? It must be a lie, right?
The evil song from that creepy mouth stopped and skimmed.
With empty words, you want me to betray the great Lord Lu Tianzuan? No way.
Jiang Yan casually took out a blood-stained bazaar contract and said,
Sign the contract, 10,000 a month, bonuses extra. That contract disliked Creepy's face, and Creepy's eyes looked glazed over with disbelief. $10,000 a month? This is also too generous, isn't it?
Pig Gang Hyena suddenly drilled out from the mist.
Pig face to the sky, very arrogant, grunted and said, You may not even dare to believe it when you say it, my boss, for bonuses in 3 days.
One bonus is worth several months of our salary.
Back then, old pig, I worshipped under the boss, but I cowed out and swore before the boss gave me a chance. You are purely and simply meant to be. If it weren't for the crowd, do you think my boss would look at your qualifications?
It's a blessing in your past life to be lined up for induction.
Come as you are.
Pig Manhwa had his arms wrapped around his chest and was filled with a sneer.
Simply looking down on these shenanigans from Star City below.
One is not just plain creepy.
One is compiled creepy. These below, if they also become the boss's men, then they themselves are seniors.
If they are unenlightened and don't know to seize such a chance, then I am afraid that they won't be able to live for long. And Pig Manhwa even despises them. Hearing the Pig Manhwa present himself, the bizarre green-faced fangs were full of struggle above, looked at the blood-stained contract in Jiang Yan's hand, and then looked back at the four-armed Lu Tianzuan.
In the end, fear still prevailed, and slowly shook his head and said, No, my loyalty to Lord Lu Tianzuan is unshakable. Don't try to bribe me with plutonium. Jiang Yan laughed. Unshakable? He exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, I'll give you 10,000 plutonium if you submit to me, and that doesn't count as your salary. Jiang Yan casually flung out 10,000
plutonium coins and smashed them on the bazaar head.
Creepy? What gives you the right to hit me with money? You're disrespecting Guile too. I will never submit to you for 10,000 plutonium. Jiang Yan smilingly took out another 10,000
plutonium coins and smashed it on the weird head,
saying faintly, 20,000. Submit to me.
The creep was smashed so hard that his head dropped downward, nearly falling straight to the ground.
2 million? If I submit to him, this 20,000 medals, it's mine? Gulp. The creepy heaved and swallowed. The economic situation varies from city to city.
The population of the Star City was relatively small,
and it had also been baptized by Lu Tianzuan.
So these Star City creeps that followed Lu Tianzuan next to them were obviously not that rich. It's vaguely half a level worse than the Nandu shenanigans of the same period.
The $20,000
Jiang Yan took out was already more than this creepy head's entire fortune. Then when he thought of Lu Tianzuan enslaving himself,
not giving him any benefits at all, and that he still had to sing all the time so that he wouldn't be killed, he was simply living a tired and helpless life. In comparison, the treatment given by Jiang Yan was just too good. But, if you betray Lu Tianzuan, your fate may be very miserable. It's more important than money, or life. The creepy Arduous shook his head and said, No, can't, don't say 20,000. You can give me 100,000 and I'll snap. 80,000 plutonium coins, slammed heavily on the creepy head. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, How about $100,000?
The green-faced creep froze and let out a heartfelt gasp as he looked at the plutonium scattered at his feet.
Ha! Are these all true? 100,000 medals? All mine? All I have to do is submit to him and I'll get the 100,000 medals? Before the green-faced Fong's shenanigans returned, he heard Jiang Yan on top of the ruin shake his head and sigh softly. Not good. Very bad. 100,000 is too much. There are nearly 500 of you, and if I give you 100,000, then the other shenanigans, do I give 100,000 too? Actually, it's not impossible. 1 is $100,000, and 500 is only $50 million. Jiang Yan was now standing on the ruins, and it only took 1 minute and 3 seconds for 50 million to be printed. The little bit of work that had just been recruited had printed more than that, but just because there is, doesn't mean it has to be given. Everything in this world has value. Are these bizarre betrayals worth $100,000? If they were so easily handed out 100,000 one by one, what would be in the minds of the earliest heads of creeps that followed them? When the people are scattered, the team will not be easy to lead. Jiang Yan shook his head and said, So be it. Since he doesn't want it, I'll take whichever of you around here picks up 10,000 plutonium from the ground first. There's only 100,000 on the floor, so I just need 10. Begin. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers. The voice was soft, but it rang like thunder in the hearts of all the creeps around them. I'll do it. A diminutive creepy was the first to pounce. Fast out of the stump and clearly agile. Riches and riches. Right now this could really be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That short creepy, a hand from the green-faced Fang's creepy feet, holding up a large handful of plutonium. Hands counting money counted out flowers like, quickly point out 10,000 plutonium, holding in the hands on the run to Jiang Yan here, and yelling while running, "Boss, I'll be your man from now on." With this short weirdness as a sample, the other weirdnesses around them also pressed on, and like vicious dogs pouncing on food, they surged towards the 90,000 plutonium coins that were still left on the ground. The green-faced creep finally came back to his senses and immediately bent over and started picking up the money, screaming at the top of his lungs, "No robbing! No one is allowed to rob! This is from the boss! It's all mine! Boss! I'm your man now! The situation is a mess!" Jiang Yan stood on top of the ruins and pulled over the purple treasure chest, sitting on his but as he said indifferently, "You've been given a chance. You're no good. That chance just now, nullified. However, if you can pick up 10,000, I will still charge you. Cheer up." In the middle of the weird team, Lu Tianzuan couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Hey, do you have any idea what you're really doing? What's the deal with prying me to my face?" Facing the hysterical Lu Tianzuan, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Where's your corner?" "Obviously it's all in my corner." Jiang Yan pointed at Lu Tianzuan and said, "I just asked you to mention your own treatment and you didn't, so I'll give you a number. $100,000 a month. With me from now on." Chapter 172, You've exposed your weakness. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Lu Tianzuan nearly spat out blood in anger. Holy, this guy is pissed off too. Wait, what did he just say? $100,000 a month? Lu Tianzuan stared with a frown and looked at his medallion balance. Plutonium, 51394. This is the medallion he gained by slaughtering the entire human population of Star City. Taboo Kill Creepy didn't have the money to take it, or it could have been a little more. Lu Tianzuan ran to Nandu. On the one hand, he wanted to obtain an item. On the other hand, he wanted to slaughter more humans. The only way to get more plutonium for yourself is to slaughter humans. With more plutonium, one can become stronger. But right now, there was a Jiang Yan sitting in Nandu, and Lu Tianzuan felt that he might not be able to take advantage of anything. This Nandu has just become Jiang Yan's pigsty. The humans inside are all bred by this head of taboo named Jiang Yan. It's impossible to make it easy for yourself to get your hands on it. In this way, it becomes more and more difficult to earn medals on your own. But this guy, he's asking for a monthly salary of 100,000 plutocrats? That's a signed contract. Real income. Under the constraints of the bizarre contract, no matter what one did this month, as long as one fulfills the agreement to follow Jiang Yan's orders, one will be able to get this huge sum of money. Slaughtering humans might occasionally take more, but as time went on, the stakes got higher and fewer humans could be found. In contrast, it's really a good choice to hold the iron rice bowl of drought and flood. Ah, Lu Tianzuan finally deeply understood those weird moods just now. He swallowed heavily, feigned disdain, and grunted coldly. "Go in your wildest dreams. You give 10,000 for them, and me, you give 100,000? You mean I'm not worth as much as 10 of them? Ha! No sincerity." Jiang Yan nodded, unsurprised, and said in a calm voice, "Well, there's some truth to that. Then I'll give you $200,000 to follow me from now on." Lu Tianzuan's hand that was carrying the arrow shook. "This one's a big ing dog, paying me $200,000 a month, and he's hiring so many creeps at the same time. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to pay out the money in a few months and will tear him alive?" On Lu Tianzuan's four faces, his facial color changed continuously. Between his thoughts, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. This kid is definitely a fraud. Just now, Lu Tianzuan figured out many things. That shot just now was indeed terrifying, but it was definitely not sustainable. If the woman with the gun next to Jiang Yan could hit over 40,000 with each shot, how could he continue to bull with himself? Wouldn't it be better to just kill yourself and be done with it? These shenanigans, too, are all at his mercy. The only reasonable explanation then, the woman likely had some sort of sniping type skill with an extremely long cooldown. The one-shot output is explosive, but the follow-through is weak. As long as she doesn't fire a second shot, she can keep bluffing. Yes, it must be. That's why this Jiang Yan is trying to buy my men with money. He's weakening me, because he didn't have the certainty of defeating me. The logic holds. Everything is insightful to my quadruple IQ. A sneer hung from the corners of Lu Tianzuan's four mouths. "Jiang Yan, you've exposed your weakness. If you want me to work for you, then you must defeat me head-on. You and me, one-on-one. As long as you can win, I'll recognize you as my boss." But what if you lose? Jiang Yan thought about it and nodded. Yes, we'll fight one-on-one. The time limit is 10 minutes. If you win, I'll give you 1,000,000 medals. If you lose,
you signed this employment contract for $200,000 a month. Jiang Yan took out a bizarre contract with the terms of the bet, and then he placed a protective battle flag between himself and Lu Tianzuan. Just in this moment of negotiation just now, Jiang Yan had already noticed that Lu Tianzuan's medieval coin income on his panel had unexpectedly risen from just over 19,000 to over 40,000. Eyes are almost back to full blood. This meant that Lu Tianzuan's life recovery ability was extremely perverse. As long as you can't spike it, it's easy to get into a long drawn-out battle. This kind of opponent is indeed not easily defeated. Jiang Yan did lateral extrapolation through Chenlinger and felt that Lu Tianzuan's attributes should exceed his own by at least 20%, if not more. Jiang Yan, who was in turn suppressed by Lu Tianzuan's attributes, wasn't really sure if he could win. However, with the Big Dipper's skill on his side, he felt certain that he couldn't lose. In case this Lu Tianzuan has amazing means and really has any way to defeat himself, that wouldn't hurt. A mere $1,000,000. So much for losing. Just let Xiao Xian fire 2 shots in a row to send this Lu Tianzuan on his way. It was less than his 60,000 plutonium per second income, but with this nearly 500 shenanigans, he should be content. You can't be too greedy when you're a money printer. Looking at the $1,000,000 on the contract, Lu Tianzuan's eyelids jumped wildly in unison on his 4 faces. This taboo called Jiang Yan. It's too rich, isn't it? How the hell do you get to be rich like him? Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianzuan signed his name on the contract. The strange contract transformed into 2 red lights that disappeared into Jiang Yan and Lu Tianzuan respectively. Jiang Yan spat out an ethereal blue smoke dragon, slowly stood up and made a long leap towards the ruins below. What was above the ruins held its breath in unison. Wang Jia, Chen Haichuan, and Deng Hai unknowingly pulled their hands tightly together. Each could feel the cold sweat that kept coming out of the other's hands. Going to make a move? Finally, going to see the horrible Forbidden 006, the scene of all-out fighting? The good news is that one is not on the opposite side of Taboo 006. The bad news is that the future is likely to be in. Wang Jia took a deep breath and instructed in a very low voice. A closer look. This is likely the only chance we'll get to see him go all out before we make our move to seal Forbidden 006. Be sure to make his skills, attributes, weapons, fighting style, and other key information as clear as possible. Every additional piece of information we gather may allow us to have many fewer comrades die in the future sealing battles against Taboo 006. Deng Hai heaved his head, his forehead filled with cold sweat. He's new and not familiar with these processes, but it is still clear to realize how valuable and important this opportunity is right now. In the mists, a few creepy heads also came to life in unison. Having followed the boss for such a long time, I've never seen the boss personally strike. Boss, go for it boss. Pig Kong Hua was on top of the ruins, waving his 2 fat pig's hooves, his face full of exhilaration. In the mists, the demon wolf muttered in a low voice. This one called Lu Tianzuan might really be strong, but I have a feeling he'll be under the boss and lose badly. Chapter 173, You're running out of time. This ruin that was located was very high, but in front of Jiang Yan, whose agility was as high as 301 points, it was no different from a small step. Like a blade, he floated to the ground, ghostly blue smoke escaping from his mouth and nose, making the half of his face shrouded under his strange hat increasingly chaotic. Begin, Jiang Yan said indifferently. Lu Tianzuan looked warily at the black crow on Jiang Yan's shoulder and the human-faced trickster spider in his glove and said, Your shenanigans can't help, or we'll have a group fight. Jiang Yan chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, it's just you and me. In addition to Lu Tianzuan, the other bazaar is never able to withstand the counterattack of their own astral chi skill. These can be printed materials. Is facing major inflation Jiang Yan? One cannot afford to give up. I'll let you strike first. Jiang Yan stood with his arms folded, leisurely taking a puff of his old pipe, as if he wasn't even fighting an opponent of the same level, but rather shopping. Lu Tianzuan looked at Jiang Yan's leisurely appearance and grew more and more indignant as he growled lowly. Well, I'm not going to hold back, so don't you just die. His large, thick, purple-black hand violently stroked his ancient zither. A few unpleasant and ear-piercing notes suddenly chimed out from above the ancient zither. Hiss! The people on top of the ruins and creepy instantly got goosebumps and hit the bottom of their hearts with a flood of nausea and creepiness. It felt as if all the dissonant sounds in the world had all converged on the musical instrument in Lu Tianzuan's hands. Jiang Yan felt an evil, invisible force suddenly rushing towards him, as if it wanted to launch an attack on his consciousness. He felt a slight dizziness in his mind, and then the anomaly dissipated without a trace. On Jiang Yan's player panel, several status alerts appeared. Under mind control, ruled a failure, mentally contaminated, judgment failed,
deterred and ruled out. Lost heart aura, intelligence -30. At the same time, a layer of bluish-purple shield light rose on Zhang Yan's body surface. 3 consecutive immunity popped up as the shield glowed. Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing what had just happened. The moment this Lu Tianzuan struck, it turned out to be a means of spirit control and spirit pollution rather than a direct attack, and Zhang Yan was able to immunize all of them, not by virtue of attribute crushing, but by virtue of the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi technique. It seemed that before the shield broke, no abnormal effects of the mind control type could take effect on Zhang Yan. When he was in the 3rd hospital's secret realm, Zhang Yan's Scarlet Shock Blast had similarly been immunized by old Taoist Qingshu. Scarlet Shock Blast was essentially a taunting skill, causing the opponent's sanity, which had been cut down by the cryptic Black Crow set, to suddenly double, stirring up the target's inner fear and murderous intent amongst the hysteria, causing him to inevitably attack Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, a flash of interest flashing under his eyes. It seemed that the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique also had some hidden attributes that hadn't been written down in the skill description, and I didn't know how many types of negative statuses it was immune to. If he didn't have this skill by his side, Zhang Yan really didn't know if he would be affected by Lu Tianzuan's skill in his mind. After all, this kind of skill is usually judged based on the difference in intelligence attributes between the two sides. Zhang Yan now has an intelligence of 301, which is considered to be a superb pervert, and idly will not be affected by the bizarre influence on the mind at all. But this Lu Tianzuan in front of him had a life value of over 60,000, so hell knows what his intelligence attribute actually was. If he didn't have the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi skill to protect him, Zhang Yan might have just flipped his car. Lu Tianzuan lowered his head and looked at the 3 immunizations floating up on Zhang Yan's body, and his 4 pairs of eyes rounded in unison, for very different faces were filled with shock. One's own invincible means of spiritual attack was completely ineffective. Even if it only had a weak effect, Lu Tianzuan could accept it. When strong men face off, many times all it takes is an opportunity to decide which way the balance of victory or defeat will flip. But this Nandu taboo called Zhang Yan directly immunized all of his mind control? This was beyond the scope of Lu Tianzuan's understanding. How is it possible? Lu Tianzuan's horrified voice rolled and stirred in front of the ruins, 4 different voices almost overlapping into one, containing the same sense of dissonance that made one smell and vomit. Zhang Yan exhaled a disdainful ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "That's it? It's also a little too weak. I'll give you 10 minutes. As long as you can break my defense, it's considered a win for you. How about it?" Zhang Yan had 7 layers of 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique shield on him, each layer providing a total of 150% of his life value in shield. The total shield generated was 5 times Zhang Yan's own life value, so breaking his shield was almost like killing him. Zhang Yan found a piece of concrete pier, leaned back and sat on it, with a very leisurely attitude, as if he was sitting in his own store, with the purple treasure chest under his buttocks. At the same time, Zhang Yan marked the opposite side, Lu Tianzuan, as a hostile unit. Instantly, damage numbers began to float up on Lu Tianzuan's body. -2,185, -1,050. The first is Plague Aura, and the second is Witching Aura. Just now, there had already been 5 land sky Zune creeps that had counted enough 10,000 plutonium coins from the ground and fled wildly into the ruins above and stood in Zhang Yan's group. Lu Tianzuan and Zhang Yan were dueling below, and for a while, they didn't pay attention to these temporary defectors. But Zhang Yan wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and directly categorized these 5 as his friendly units as well, with various auras enveloping them. The damage provided by Witching Aura has also gone up. With the 2 auras combined, Zhang Yan could cut Lu Tianzuan's life value by 235 points a second while sitting and smoking. Based on Zhang Yan's observation during this period of time, Lu Tianzuan's life recovery value was around 1,000 points per second. This was likewise a very perverse value, and Zhang Yan suspected that his talent or skill must have a relevant mechanism to quickly return blood under certain conditions. Such a taboo Lu Tianzuan from Star City had terrifying attributes, numerous henchmen, bizarre moves, and a perverted to the extreme blood recovery ability. It's simply not something that ordinary people can fight against, not to mention that there were only 100 or so hunters here. Even if there were 200 or 300, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to fight against such a Lu Tianzuan, and they would barely even have a chance to seal, and would only be able to escape or be slaughtered. In his last life, this Lu Tianzuan was killed by Wang Jia in the Star City's secret realm. That's a really great thing. Zhang Yan secretly shook his head in his heart and sighed. I don't know what Wang Jia was thinking. In this life, he had to run to Nandu to join in the fun. With me around, isn't Nandu the safest place in the world? Zhang Yan spit out a leisurely blue smoke dragon, looking at the stunned days of Lu Tianzuan who did not come back to God, said faintly, Why don't you make a move yet? Your time. It's running out. Chapter 174, please listen to my song. Lu Tianzuan's blood recovery ability was indeed not bad, but facing Zhang Yan's pestilence aura, and witch's blessing aura, he still had to drop more than 2,000 life points per second. He had a total of 65,000, and had relied on a few bottles of holy water to restore him to full strength before the battle started. But even so, Lu Tianzuan could only survive in front of Zhang Yan for more than 30 seconds. As long as Lu Tianzuan couldn't break Zhang Yan's 7-layer shield within these 30 seconds or so, he would clear his life value and lose the bet. Hearing Zhang Yan's words, Lu Tianzuan snapped back to his senses and looked at his panel status, losing his voice in shock. What is this? On his panel, it was clearly written. You take damage from Plague Aura, minus 2,185. You take damage from the Witching Aura, minus 1,050. On Lu Tianzuan's foreheads, cold sweat burst out. 2 halos? He looked at Zhang Yan, who was leaning against a concrete pier and smoking leisurely, and fell into deep shock and fear. This forbidden person called Zhang Yan had no intention of striking out against himself at all. He's just relying on 2 auras to wear down my blood a little bit. What do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of your hand? Lu Tianzuan's voice was filled with shock and anger, alarmed that he really didn't have much time left, and angry that this Zhang Yan was also taking himself too seriously. Zhang Yan, in a piece of ghostly blue smoke, did not even look at Lu Tianzuan with his square eyes, but only laughed faintly. Do you feel worthy? Break my shield and prove yourself. Lu Tianzuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Good. Please listen to my song. In Lu Tianzuan's 8 hands, various musical instruments, one after another, began to play. Guqin, pipa, suona, yu shao. 4 strings, 4 winds, all emitting dissonant notes in unison, like a magic sound penetrating the ears, constantly impacting the spiritual will of all the surrounding existences. More than 100 hunters hid in the shadows of the distance, was affected by a small, but also immediately some people wow a mouthful of vomit, headache, fell to the ground twisted and struggling in pain. The creepy beside Lu Tianzuan was not affected, and it looked like it was marked by him as a friendly unit that didn't eat his ranged skills. While on top of the ruins behind Zhang Yan, people and weirdness were affected by the dissonant music, and Xiao Xian and Chen Lingair had higher attributes and weren't the main targets of attack, so they were fairly less reactive. The 2 humans, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, directly doubled over and fainted. Next to him, Wang Jia was quick on his feet and immediately wrapped the 2 of them in his arms, fending off the front with the Sealing Guile Peachwood sword in his hand that was emitting radiance, barely blocking the 2 points of dissonant music from encroaching. As for Zhang Yan's several shenanigans, they were all more or less affected, though they did not react as strongly as humans. Zhang Yan frowned, his old pipe stuttering as he cursed in a low voice. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's awful. Other people sell their art for money. You sell your art for your life. A sneering smile that was just as cold as the one on the 4 faces of Lu Tianzuan as he fought to play the dissonant music floated up. In the midst of his belly, a voice as thick as a beating drum rang out violently, very dull, as if a man was holding back his words under the covers. The tone of his voice became hazy as a result, and it was impossible to hear what he was singing. But as a form of spiritual pollution, it doesn't matter what you sing. The tone of that voice was evil and twisted, as if it was a demon that went straight into the heart, instantly trying to completely devour one's mind. Combined with the dissonant riffs, it makes up a straight-up maniacal, evil song, not at all something that humans can listen to or appreciate. Even the shenanigans were completely unappreciated. The black crow on Zhang Yan's shoulder asterisk 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 made a loud sound, lifted its wings and flew high into the sky, drilling into a cloud. Unwilling to listen to such disgusting things, inside his grayish-white spider gloves, the thousands of tiny spiders of the human-faced trickster spider directly blasted apart, frantically climbing and fleeing inside Zhang Yan's clothes, as if they wanted to find an exit and escape from this disgusting piece of music. Some small spiders, spewing out directly from Zhang Yan's collar, kept escaping upwards along the ruins. Wang Jia, who was holding the Sealing Guile Peachwood sword, had just barely managed to stand up, and at a glance, he saw the scene, and his heart almost stopped completely. Originally in the Lu Tianzuan dissonant music under the very chaotic thoughts, see Zhang Yan collar gushing out of the human face of the spider, but also feel scalp numb, legs almost completely flaccid, can no longer resist, flop fell to his knees. But even so, Wang Jia shivered and pulled out a notebook from his arms, writing crooked words on it. Forbidden 006. Disturbed his form by the dissonant music of the Star City's forbidden Lu Tianzuan, some of the countless sphinx spiders that made up every inch of his flesh got out of control, escaped down his collar. Wang Jia is so depressed under the influence of the dissonant music that he feels like he is dying. Such vital information should never perish with itself. Written on paper. There is still hope. Wang Jia bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, squeezing the last bit of his strength and focusing it on his pen-holding fingers, writing with great effort. Forbidden 006 weakness is suspected to fear spiritual attacks. Vomit. Wang Jia finally couldn't help it either and opened his mouth to vomit. It's too hard to hear. It's just too hard to hear. Under the ruins, Jiang Yan was filled with disgust, and for the first time, he began to question his decision. Though a powerful forbidding head capable of delivering over 60,000 plutonium per second, and the finest printing material he had seen to date. But, he's too buried, isn't he? Why don't we just let In Xiao Xian beat this Lu Tianzun to death? Jiang Yan was thinking hard about this decision. Right at this moment, the blue-purple shield on his body surface began to ripple in circles. Intense damage numbers suddenly rose up from above the shield. -4, shield absorption. -5, shield absorption. -2, shield absorption. In this instant, the damage numbers that rose up on Jiang Yan's shield were so dense that he couldn't even count them himself. Layers piled on top of each other were almost indistinguishable, so much so that the damage each time was not much, but overall it surprisingly knocked off a third of Jiang Yan's first layer of shield. Jiang Yan instantly rounded his eyes. Such a death-defying attack pattern? How much counter-lightning does this nerd have to inspire? In the next moment, silver-purple wild thunder began to run wildly along with the dense shield ripples. It transformed into a thunder waterfall, blossoming into a thunderous light that even the sun in the sky couldn't compete for glory. In this instant, it was as if this thunder waterfall was the only light in the whole world. Boom 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 boom. Uncountable berserk thunderbolts struck Lu Tianzuan's body in back-to-back counterattacks in just less than a second. Chapter 175, They've all become your colleagues? Thunder and lightning, intertwined before the ruins to form a horrifying picture like extinction. The thunder was deafening. The lightning dazzles and blinds. In that instant, all the humans and creeps up and down the ruins buried their heads in unison, covering their ears and eyes as best they could. A hunter hidden in the shadows in the distance had just finished vomiting, his face pale and straightened up, his gaze raised, but his eyes were violently stung by the piercing silver-purple thunderlight. Ah! The hunter, whose attributes were not so good, screamed miserably, covered his eyes, and crouched down in pain once again. Tears streamed from his eyes. So scary. A hunter balled up in the shadows to the side, shivering, his eyes almost lost in thought. Two forbidden heads fighting. Just by watching from afar like this, they couldn't bear it already? Sure enough, it was a terrifying taboo that could only be found a way to utilize the gold seal, but absolutely could not be killed. As soon as he thought that he would eventually have to attempt to seal Forbidden 006 in the future, a suffocating sense of oppression came over him. Nandu, the future is gray and ill-fated. The hearts of all the hunters seemed to be pressed with a huge stone, making it difficult to breathe. These forbidden existences were truly not something that humans could fight against. Beneath the ruins, the residual shadow left behind by the thunder light transformed into a long-lasting light scar in the air. As if it had cleaved out an unhealable wound in this space, the terrifying thunder still reverberated around them, dull and depressing, flooding them with a strong sense of despair. At some point in time, a smattering of dark clouds appeared in the sky, quickly spreading this way with the gusty winds, as if the shadow of doom was further approaching Nandu. Jiang Yan slowly exhaled a mouthful of ghostly blue smoke, and his eyes, hidden in the shadow of his strange hat, were filled with marvel. Before his eyes, Lu Tianzuan's originally purple-black lanky body had turned into a pure black color like charcoal. It's still smoking. The damage numbers that rose up from his body were stacked so densely, so many layers, that it was almost impossible to see them. For every damage number, it's the same. Minus 23,625. Minus 23,625. Minus 23,625. At one point, it was impossible to count how many damage numbers were in the pile. As for Lu Tianzuan's life value, under such a terrifying and high-frequency lightning counterattack, it also completely fell to the bottom, with only 1 point of life value left under the protection of the battle flag, barely hanging on to this life. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yan hadn't wanted to kill him from the beginning of this bet, this Lu Tianzuan would have already been blasted into dregs by the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Gangqi technique. You lost. Jiang Yan's indifferent voice resounded beneath the dead silence of the ruins. A bizarre contract landed lightly on the ground beneath Lu Tianzuan's feet. That heck of a contract for $200. 000 a month. The terms of this contract were slightly more lenient than Chen Linger's, but it was all but as lenient as the one given to Demon Wolf and the others. Its binding force, too, is not very different compared to a master-servant contract. Lu Tianzuan's 4 thunderstruck and charred faces were filled with stagnant colors, unable to return to their senses. Just now, what the hell happened? Am I just seeing things? Or is this game's system stuck in a bug? So many horrible damage numbers are coming out of me? Voodoo. Lu Tianzuan swallowed heavily, and his 4 pairs of eyes, raised in unison, looked toward Jiang Yan, who was still sitting on the concrete pier. He'd been sitting there, smoking his old pipe. From start to finish, it didn't move even half an inch. Even the posture doesn't change. And yourself, the life value was already down to just 1 point. Now that the effect of protecting the battle flag had disappeared, as long as Jiang Yan's aura damage jumped one more time, he himself would simply die. Lu Tianzuan shivered, feeling an irresistible and terrifying chill that instantly spread throughout his body. It's all taboo. Why is the gap between him and me so big? Jiang Yan spat out a ghostly blue smoke dragon and said indifferently. Thinking about it? The voice remained ancient. However, Lu Tianzuan heard an undisguised threatening intent underneath it. The outcome of the bet is clear. If he didn't sign this contract himself, he would definitely be killed by him immediately. Between Lu Tianzuan's forehead, 2 drops of cold sweat emerged, which were quickly blackened by the charcoal on his skin. Boss up again. Take a bow from me. Xiaolui had no eyes before and belittled the boss. Please don't blame the boss. In the future, Lu will redouble his efforts and work seriously for his boss. Lu Tianzuan flopped and knelt on the ground, signing his name on the contract as fast as he could. Jiang Yan nodded slowly, still satisfied with Lu Tianzuan's understanding. Boo! Jiang Yan threw a thick stack of bazaar contracts in front of the group of bazaar behind Lu Tianzuan. And I won't force you. Those who work for me, stand to the left. Those who don't work for me, stand to the right. Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring and said to Xiao Xian who was standing on the ruins behind him. In 3 seconds, sweep right. And Xiao Xian nodded heavily and raised the heavy, 6 barrels of splendid gold Gatling. The silver bullet's chain was mounted on the Gatling, and a horrible killing intent emanated from the 6 black holes in the muzzle, as if it was an abyss of death that devoured life. A bunch of shenanigans from Star City. You call that not pushing it? I can't thank you enough. Boom! Nearly 500 heads of creepy from Star City took a step in unison and without exception stepped to the left. Loyalty. I don't know which of the well-behaved shenanigans shouted very flatteringly. The rest of the shenanigans, too, followed in disarray and began to show their loyalty. Swear to follow the boss. Boss, you're the love board of my dreams. From now on, if the boss tells me to go east, I'll never go west half an inch. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the top of the ruins, taking a puff on his old pipe and said faintly, do a good job and I won't shortchange anyone. Take a contract for each trickster and stand behind me after signing with me. Yes, a group of bazaar from Star City, scrambling to be the first, lined up with bazaar contracts in their hands, and one by one, they came to Jiang Yan and signed employment contracts with him. The contracts given to them are much more lenient. Behind Jiang Yan, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai woke up one after another from their coma. Just after opening his eyes, he saw such an explosive scene in front of him. The 2 men froze in unison. Frozen, Chen Haichuan was filled with a bewildered look and gently patted Wang Jia, who had been awake next to him, and asked in a very low voice, God of the Hunt, what's this about? Wang Jia maintained his kneeling position and murmured in a low voice, these, it seems to have all turned into your colleague? Chapter 176, Forbidden 006 Shopping, 1,000 Ghosts Daywalking. Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, hearing Wang Jia's words, fell into an even deeper stupor in unison. Turned into our co-workers? All? Chen Haichuan asked in a low murmur. Wang Jia nodded very arduously, his brain having fallen into a state of deadlock. Deng Hai swallowed heavily and said dreamily, this is not what we planned. Different? Ha? Wang Jia smiled very ruefully, a smile that was worse than crying. Their plan was to put out a golden coffin and hire Taboo 006 to fight against the Star City Taboo. After Taboo 006 killed or at least repelled the Star City Taboo, they would then take their time and plan how to seal Taboo 006 and Taboo 007 who had been following his ass. At that time, the Guile Hunting Bureau might be able to focus more god hunters to come to Nandu, though this would make the pressure on the other regions more and more enormous, and there might be other cities that would simply fall into silence, like Star City, because of the god hunters' support that had been drawn from Nandu. But the pressure that Forbidden 006 gave Wang Jia and the others was just too much. It simply didn't look like an existence that could be successfully sealed, and the only way they could succeed was to concentrate more god hunters. Just when Wang Jia and Chen Haichuan had already formulated a more complete plan and were currently carrying out the first step of this plan, accidents this comes up. The Taboo 006 who had collected one of their golden coffins didn't even engage in a life and death battle with the Taboo Lu Tianzuan who had come from Star City. Instead, they had taken in Lu Tianzuan and the nearly 500 heads of bazaar that he had brought with him. All of them. Now, just around Taboo 006, identified as Taboo, there were already 3 heads, the one carrying the terror Gatling, while not verified, is presumably a forbidden head, a four-headed taboo? Seal? Seal the out of it, Chen Haichuan murmured in a low voice. Why don't we still run for your life?
Wang Jia and Deng Hai were silent in unison. Jiang Yan collected nearly 500 heads of various colors of bazaar, and for every bazaar contract that came into effect, he would hand out a bottle of mist, allowing his lapdog to hide in the mist. The 15-meter-tall Lu Tianzuan, on the other hand, was also just like the Sphinx-style spider, using the size reduction potion in the mall to shrink to a height of 2 meters, and using the bottle of mist to conceal his figure. This Lu Tianzuan was a taboo with an extremely low degree of anthropomorphism, completely different from a taboo like Chen Linger who could blend in with the crowd, and if he appeared in the Street of Curiosities in a dignified manner, he would surely trigger a huge panic.
Come on, let's go home. Jiang Yan waved his hand indifferently, and with a group of weirdness hidden in the mist, he turned back in the direction of the antique street. He was pulling in Xiao Xian with one hand, followed by Chen Linger who was also walking behind him. Seemingly there were only 3 people. However, when he moved, it was a misty fog that churned up, and ghostly shadows were constantly weaving and crossing in and out of it. Although the situation in the mists was completely hidden and could not be seen by ordinary people, however, it could be felt that a fierce ghastly wind was constantly rising behind Jiang Yan as he walked. Wherever he passed, even the light dimmed by 2 points for no reason. Walking out 2 steps, Jiang Yan suddenly stopped and twisted his head to stare and ask, Chen Haichuan, Deng Hai, what's wrong with you two? Being directly named by Jiang Yan, the two of them instantly popped up as if they had touched an electric door. Cold sweat fell from both heads. Sorry boss, I was shocked by your majestic and magnificent appearance. Chen Haichuan slammed his ass while following Jiang Yan's back in a flash, each step carefully stepping on Jiang Yan's footprints. Deng Hai shivered and followed behind Chen Haichuan, carefully stepping on Chen Haichuan's footprints with every step. The two of them were completely unaware of how many heads of weirdness hiding in the mist followed around Taboo 006 before. Chen Haichuan presumed that there were at least 100 heads based on his experience in the periphery of the underground laboratory. He only took a step back then, when he was warned by a creepy head right behind him. But now, the two of them, however, were certain that the weirdness hidden in the mists around the forbidden 006 had definitely broken through the 500 mark, and might even be close to 1,000. Just now the two had watched with their own eyes as many as 489 heads of weirdness that had been hidden in the mists. Horrible. Too horrible. The moment Taboo 006 goes out, it's a straight-up battle of 1,000 ghosts at night. Is that a taboo? Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai followed behind Jiang Yan, feeling the yin winds surrounding them and the yin qi. The more they walked, the more desperate they became. Jiang Yan, however, was pulling in Xiao Xian, walking and pressing the road with his wife while thinking about a crucial issue. Now, what about the lack of vision? Nearly 500 heads of bazaar, already beyond the limit of what Jiang Yan could see with his flat vision. Even if you make these shenanigans line up, it's hard to see all of them at once. There are always a few shenanigans that are obscured and can't print money with maximum efficiency. With his gift of plutonium, he has to see shenanigans in order to generate plutonium gains. Before, the problem of vision had never bothered Jiang Yan. Now it was causing Jiang Yan some headaches. Unless, like just now, Jiang Yan stood on top and looked down below, he would be able to take in all the weirdness, all within his vision. There are actually several vision-type skills in the system mall, but they are all active skills. Jiang Yan, who was endowed with a SSS-ranked meddler talent, was unable to learn active skills at all. How can this be? Jiang Yan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jiang Yan, who was pulling his wife down the road, was completely immersed in his thoughts. Without the slightest notice, 2 figures were standing on the roof of a tall building in the distance. A pair of hollow eyes looked down at him, and the huge procession around him. In silence, at the head of the group was a withered and aged figure. A whitened, tattered blue Taoist robe, draped over his body, had many holes, and when blown by the wind, it bulged so much that he could clearly see the purple-black, withered body exposed below. Skin and bones in general, like a skeleton, without half the elasticity and moistness that a living person should have. A few strands of the few remaining white hairs were also floating in the air in a very bleak manner. Within a pair of empty eye sockets, the eyeballs had long since decayed and disappeared, but there was still a gaze projected out from them, landing on Jiang Yan below. And behind this pale and desolate figure stood a respectful woman with long flaxen hair, a moist face, red lips like blood, and a few strands of blood at the corners of her lips, which seemed to have not been wiped clean. The woman, dressed in a blood-stained nurse's uniform and wearing a pair of big red high heels under her feet, was hanging her head down, not daring to look around. The desolate old Taoist hands were clasped in front of him, and within the crevices of his withered palms, there was a touch of ghostly blue light that continuously filtered out, so that even daylight could not cover it up by half. Chapter 177, Give Me a Cigarette. Nando's Hunting Shenanigans. In the wide room, more than 100 hunters stood behind Chen Haichuan in silence. Chen Haichuan sat on a chair. In front of him was a computer connected to the intranet of the Guile Hunting Bureau. He rubbed his cheeks hard to hide the despair and fear in his eyes and whispered, "Next, we'll start updating Taboo 006. Please check for me." Chen Haichuan quickly updated the following information on Forbidden 006 internal file. Taboo number, 006. Title, Trickster Ho. Name, Jiang Yan. Hit rule, unknown. Suspected to have broken the hit rule. Appearance, a young man sitting on top of a purple treasure chest, covered in eerie black smoke, with an unrecognizable face. In his left hand, he wears a grayish-white spider glove, and on his right shoulder stands a shadowy, one-eyed black raven, with a human body made up of a combination of densely packed sphinxes. Degree of anthropomorphism, extremely high. Note, do not look directly into the eyes. Looking directly into the eyes of the Forbidden 006 can have unpredictable consequences. Unrevealable, Taboo 006 likes to disguise his human identity. Do not reveal his human disguise or you will cause a lethal attack from Taboo 006. Spooky Ring, Taboo 006 is surrounded by a large number of spooky hideouts in the mists, guarding him at all times. Estimated number, over 1,000. Taboo Guardian, Taboo 006 is followed by 2 to 3 heads of taboo that guard him at all times. Taboo 007, Taboo 008, and an unproven female taboo. Possession of large amounts of plutonium, Taboo 006 is very generous, and no limit to his wealth has been observed. Presumed ownership of plutonium, 10 million or more. Likes to do business. Try to avoid any financial long-term relationship with Taboo 006. Avoid loans if not necessary. Will become unfortunate. Desire to attack, weak. Very few active kills have been observed so far. Desire to fight back, extremely strong. Currently, other than Hunter Chang Euro, Taboo 007, and Taboo 008, there are no observations of surviving after attacking Taboo 006. Uniformity, exhibits extremely strong uniformity over other Bazaar in Taboo, has observed the use of plutonium and system mall items, Bazaar contracts to hire other Bazaar in Taboo behaviors. Attack habits. Left-hand spider glove makes a self-spider splitting attack. Spitting spider webs. The black raven on the right shoulder can make a cursed magic attack that is powerful. Can cast a wide-range uncooled mental attack skill that does over 2,000 damage in a single shot. Possesses an extremely powerful lightning spell with no cooldown. Over 20,000 damage in a single attack. And has been observed to use the spell over 1,000 consecutive strikes in a second. Possesses an extremely strong shielding skill and has not yet been observed to break shields. Full strength strikes have not yet been observed. Unconfirmed speculation, the black raven on the right shoulder is suspected to be an embodiment of wool polymerization, and corresponds to the flesh splitting of the Sphinx spider. A group of hunters stood behind Chen Haichuan's computer, looking at his gradually perfected Forbidden 006 file, and one looked more and more fearful. They were trained hunters who had faced weirdness and life and death for years, and were not normally afraid. But when faced with a forbidden dossier of such horror, no one can resist. Even Wang Jiao was flooded with a deep sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. Can you seal this horrible existence? Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and made sure with the crowd behind him that nothing was missing before he clicked upload. The capital. The Directorate General of the Trick Hunting Bureau. On the top floor of a high-rise building, the director of the Trickster Hunting Bureau stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the lights of the 10,000 homes below, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. At first glance, the capital seems to be very prosperous, as if the calamities that befell other cities had not been repeated here. But a closer look reveals that underneath the bustling lights of thousands of homes, the reality is that they are also devastated. It's just far less traumatized than other cities, and it even has widespread electricity. The 60-year-old director, who seemed to have something heavy on his mind, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and had not spoken for a whole hour. Suddenly, his computer let out a beep. The old director's eyes moved slightly. A young male secretary quickly walked over to the computer, hit the screen, and immediately exclaimed in shock, "Chief, the Nandu side just updated the file on Taboo 006. That old director completely came back to his senses, a flash of gravity in his eyes, did not dare to slow down in the slightest, and quickly sat down behind the computer, quickly reading up. From the very beginning, when the Nandu side had just uploaded the Forbidden 006 file, the Directorate General of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, located in the capital, had paid great attention to it. It was the first taboo head to appear after the Weird Descent, and was pivotal in both research and practice. The reason why the Heavenly Sword God Hunter Wang Zhao was sent there was also to better accomplish the task of sealing this taboo, adding some confidence to the difficult subject of fighting against taboos in the post-creepy era. But, as time went on, the information about Taboo 006 on the Trickster Hunt intranet became more and more available, and the archives became longer and longer. the more detailed the content became. The more it proved that the Nando's Trickster Hunting Bureau's knowledge of this forbidden head was deepening. It stands to reason that as the information puzzle continues to improve, confidence in the confrontation will grow. The unknown brings fear, and information brings strategy. Enough information meant that a complete strategy could be generated, and with the full cooperation of more than 100 hunters, even the most powerful taboo could theoretically be sealed. But this taboo 006 treadmill seems to be an anomaly. Looking at this detailed file on the screen, the director of the Trickster Hunting Bureau fell into a long silence. Even the male secretary on the side also looked very confused, and could not help but rub his glasses twice with force, feeling that it was his eyesight. The deathly silence in the office was broken by another beep from the computer. The director and the male secretary watched as yet another forbidden file was uploaded by the Nando's Creep Hunt to the Creep Hunt's intranet. Taboo number 008. Title, Unholy Music. Name, Lu Tianzuan. Kill rule, kill any being that doesn't sing. Appearance, 4 heads and 8 arms, holding 8 different musical instruments in their hands, with purple-black skin and fierce faces. Degree of anthropomorphism, low. Note, the desire to attack is extreme. Extremely strong dominance, observed to dominate 500 bizarre long-distance journeys alone. Extremely strong mental attack and control abilities. Highly suspected to have been completely subjugated by Taboo 006. Behavior completely restricted and protected by Taboo 006 has been observed. That secretary rounded her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "This means, Nandu now." Converging on the 006, 007, 008 three-headed taboo? And these 3 heads of taboo look up to Taboo 006? This is outrageous? After a long silence, the old director, who had quit smoking for more than 20 years, said in a deep voice, "Give me a cigarette." Chapter 178, Are our undercover agents reliable? In the office, 2 cigarettes were lit. The old director, in the midst of the smoke, took a drag off half a cigarette, carefully going through the files of the 3 forbidden heads of Nandu. All of them, obviously. Whether it was the forbidden 008 that had just appeared or the forbidden 007 that had already appeared in Nandu for a few days, the light on its body was completely covered up by this forbidden 006. So much so that the hunters of Nandu could only keep digging for information on Taboo 006, while knowing very little about the 2 remaining taboos that had submitted to Taboo 006. After carefully reading it, the old director ruthlessly pressed the burned-out cigarette butt out in his own teacup and lit up another one, before dialing Nandu's phone. Nando's hunting shenanigans. Next, let's vote, Chen Haichuan said in a low voice with a grave expression on his face. Are we going to run away together, or are we going to take the risk of sealing? As the situation continues to evolve, the option of escape is on the table. In the face of such a horrific disadvantage, running away was not shameful, but rather probably the wisest decision. There were a large number of hunters who, faced with such a terrifying performance from Taboo 006, had their mental defenses nearly collapsed and lost their will to fight. Hearing this vote, in their eyes, hope finally flared up once again. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and said, I want to make it clear that the vote is about giving everyone a chance to take control of their destiny. Earlier, the chief had given us instructions to decide on our own what our next course of action would be, but regardless of the outcome of this vote, we as a whole must act together and share the burden. If it turns out to be an escape, I will stay behind with 10 companions to try to organize an orderly retreat of the survivors. If it turns out to be a seal, I'll request support from the Directorate to deploy more hunters and god hunters to Nandu and join forces to seal Taboo 006. I vote first. Escape. The field was dead silent. More than 100 hunters, looking at each other in disbelief. Although everyone wanted to run away after witnessing such a horrible forbidden 006, they are the hunters of the trickster hunt. If even they run away, the world, then, is truly hopeless, and Nandu, too, would be completely under the terrifying reign of Taboo 006, plunging into the grayest of futures. While everyone was uncertain, Wang Jia slowly raised his hand. His voice was very calm instead, and said, seal. Like Chen Haichuan, he only stated his position and did not state his reasons, otherwise it could easily turn into a debate competition. The result of this vote is life and death for countless people. If they decided to stay and seal Taboo 006, each and every one of them would have to put that life on the line. The reasoning was understood by all, but in the face of such a terrifying forbidden 006, the sacrifice was likely to be pointless. Right now the time for reasoning has long passed, and it is enough to take a stand. Soon, one by one, the hunters, one after another, raised their hands and expressed their positions. The vote count went up fast and stayed at a very embarrassing number. 54:54. All eyes, in unison, fell on the last hunter who had not yet voted. That was the new hunter who had just joined the Guile Hunting Bureau for a day. Dang Hai. Feeling a pair of gazes focusing on him in unison, Dang Hai felt a great deal of pressure. Doesn't this mean that all those 108 votes from before are nullified, and this major decision falls on my shoulders instead? Who the hell am I? The commissioner?
Such a heavy decision is too big for a newcomer who just joined.
Right? Looking at Dang Hai's constipation-like expression, Chen Haichuan relieved. Vote how your heart tells you.
He seemed to have known Dang Hai's decision. This guy had first defected from the Angel Foundation under Taboo 006,
and then hooked up with himself,
so he was obviously the type of guy with a very active mind.
In this situation right now, how could one expect someone like Dang Hai to choose to gamble his life away? Chen Haichuan was already planning which 10 people he should pick to break the back together. Just then,
he heard Dang Hai's hard voice and said slowly, "Seal." Chen Haichuan was slightly surprised and slowly raised his head to look at Dang Hai.
Dang Hai looked very grave, but did not change his vote. A silence fell over the large room. 55:54. The results have been produced. The Nandu trickster hunt would not leave Nandu,
but would seek support from the trickster hunt headquarters to continue trying to seal Taboo 006.
No one blamed Dang Hai, and all the hunters left in turn, following the previous plan of action, and once again began to clear out the wandering weirdness in the middle of Nandu, since he had decided not to leave. These shenanigans, moreover, needed to be quickly eliminated.
Not only were they able to gain more from these shenanigans and strengthen themselves, it could also further reduce the variables that might occur when sealing the forbidden 006 afterwards.
Chen Haichuan sat next to the fuming Dang Hai, handed him a cigarette, and said in a low voice, "I thought."
Dang Hai smiled to himself.
"I would not hesitate to choose to run away?" Chen Haichuan nodded. "After all, I voted to run away, and I thought you thought the same thing I did."
Dang Hai shook his head,
his eyes regaining their determination, and whispered, "The speed at which he is growing is too terrifying.
Right now his intensity is already too much for us to handle.
Once we run away this time, we won't know what kind of light we'll see the next time we see Forbidden 006. Chen Haichuan nodded and didn't say anything more. This was a concern that all of them had. Forbidden 006 was indeed growing, and the speed of growth was staggering to everyone. However,
Dang Hai's ability to cast such a vote at such a critical moment still impressed Chen Haichuan.
Maybe. What about this kid being a certified hunter?
Ding 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 ding.
The phone rang.
It was from the capital city's Directorate of Trick Hunting.
Chen Haichuan took a deep breath and said, "Director, I request backup." Chen Haichuan's voice, very guilty, but still, he mustered up enough courage to voice out his request. "The situation in Nandu is very bad, but we have made breakthroughs in the meantime.
We have planted 2 undercover agents beside Taboo 006 and have initially gained the trust of this taboo. As long as we have a stronger power to lay out, I believe we can try and seal Taboo 006.
On the other end of the phone, the director took a deep drag on his cigarette and said between flipping clouds, "You report to me what happened before, as it happened, once."
Listening to Chen Haichuan recount the entire process of confrontation,
exchange of blows,
and collection between Taboo 006 and Star City Taboo once,
the chief, on the other end of the line, once again fell into a long silence. It was only after a full 5 minutes that the director spoke again, saying, "Did you just say that 2 undercover agents were planted? Which 2? Reliably?" Chapter 179, "It will definitely work this time." Hearing this question from the director,
it was Chen Haichuan's turn to be silent for a long time.
"I'd like to see someone less reliable for a change. The undercover agent is me." Chen Haichuan took a drag on his cigarette.
The director on the other end of the phone froze, and after a long moment of silence, he also took a drag on his cigarette and sighed.
"Haichuan, hard work. You are more courageous and refined than I thought." Chen Haichuan wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "Is it too late for me to regret this?" The director finished a hard cigarette and looked at a moving map, puffing out smoke as he did so. "Well, since you voted internally and decided to stay in Nandu and continue to try to seal Taboo 006, then, within 3 days, there will be 3 god hunters in the vicinity, arriving at Nandu one after the other to join you. At the same time, I will have the dragon-slaying god of hunting carry the newly developed killing weapon of the Guile Hunting Bureau and airlift it from the capital to the southern capital. Everyone in Nandu is at the beck and call of the dragon hunter." When he heard dragon hunting god, Chen Haichuan immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air, so shocked and delighted that his voice trembled. "Really? A dragon slayer and a god hunter? And a secret weapon? This capital city won't be a problem, right?" The dragon hunting god, the top 10 hunting gods of the Divine State Guile Hunting Bureau, took part in every forbidden sealing operation prior to Creepy Descent in its entirety, and made outstanding contributions to all of them. This god of the hunt, too, had always been in existence that sat in the divine capital, ensuring that this top priority city would not fall under a bizarre attack. it was also because the capital was in good shape, and the present-day Guile Hunting Bureau was still quite energetic, able to fight back in the bizarre and rampant present and strive for one more ray of light for the future of mankind. This time, the director was actually willing to send both the Dragon Slayers and God Hunters to Nandu, causing Chen Haichuan to be surprised, but also 2 points of heartfelt trepidation. The director sighed softly. Don't worry, the situation in the capital has basically stabilized. There's no harm in the dragon-slaying god of hunting leading the capital for a short period of time, as long as I can help you guys succeed in solving the plague of Taboo 006. Taking a little bit of risk, it's all worth it. After all, we don't have just one dragon-slaying god hunter in the capital. Chen Haichuan took a deep breath, hot tears in his eyes, and nodded his head vigorously. Don't worry, Commissioner, we'll definitely seal up Forbidden 006 this time. I will live up to you and the god of the hunt. Deep in a ruin next to the antique street, Jiang Yan sat on top of a high crumbling wall, looking down at a large area of strangeness hidden in the mist, thinking for a long time. The little store on his own antique street obviously couldn't hold the nearly 500 heads of creepy anymore. It doesn't even fit in the antique street, especially not well managed. Previously, when there were only a few demon wolves and pig coney, Jiang Yan was still able to make sure that they didn't mess around. But now that the number of one's lapdogs had dramatically swelled to this extent, there was really no guarantee that one of the creeps would be too idle to catch a human for a taste. Really want to make this kind of mess? Antique Street just created a good ecological, can be in a very embarrassing situation. Settlement was secondary. After all, it was all spooky, and there was no problem with lying on the ground. And right now the ruins were fine, close enough to the Antique Street to mobilize, and isolated enough from the humans. What is more of a headache for Jiang Yan is how to print money efficiently. Is one's future office going to be moved out of the store and sitting on top of this ruin in the sun? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more inappropriate he felt. When he was in the store himself, he was able to make out with Xiao Xian when he closed the door. It's too boring to just print money in broad daylight. Thinking carefully for a moment, Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of light in his head and looked down at the weirdness in the mist below, saying, "The one with the 4 bat wings, come here for a second." A weird in the mist raised its head, its pitch-black face full of surprise, and quickly ran to Jiang Yan and knelt down in front of him, loudly praising, "My great boss, do you have any orders?" In the gaze he looked at Jiang Yan, there was genuine respect, yet there was also fear that he couldn't hide. In that battle between Jiang Yan and Lu Tianzuan, all of these bizarre Ken were watching from the side. From start to finish, this boss of his own was sitting on that concrete pier, not moving, let alone going all out. That thunderfall of terror was as simple as a sneeze to this new boss. Its terror was beyond the limits of what these shenanigans could comprehend. Don't look at him as seemingly kind and even very generous, but he should never be offended. Otherwise the end could be even more painful than offending Lu Tianzuan. Jiang Yan looked the bizarre head up and down. This weird was covered in black hair, about 1 meter 2 in height, with 4 wings borne on its back, like the fleshy wings of a bat, with sharp fangs in its mouth, and thick saliva dripping continuously from its mouth, which was very ugly. Jiang Yan asked, "Can you fly?" The bat creepy nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Will do, it will. I fly fast and well." Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "Fly a circle and I'll see." The bat strangely pranced up and vibrated its 4 fleshy wings, endeavoring to fly up into the sky, circling back and forth above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan cupped his chin, sized up the situation for a moment, and nodded slightly. "Come on down." The bat's weird flying ability was honestly just average. Sustained flight is a rare ability though. Beside Jiang Yan, both Chunlinger and Smoke Charmer now had the ability to float, but there was a fundamental difference between that and flying. Although Black Crow could fly, he was Jiang Yan's right-hand man, and his skill bar was very important, so he couldn't squander it recklessly. This bat creepy was the only henchman Jiang Yan could find for a long flight at the moment. There was no choice. Bat creepy knelt in front of Jiang Yan once again, looking at him in fear and waiting for his sentencing. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, "How many skills do you have now? How long can you keep flying?" Bat creepy answered truthfully, reporting to the boss, "I now have 2 skills. Flying continuously for 15 minutes is never a problem." As he spoke, Bat creepy opened his attribute panel to Jiang Yan. Looking at his attributes, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. The lifesteal is only 1,000 or so, and both skills are mediocre. The agility attribute was only 34. Jiang Yan couldn't remember the last time he had seen such a low attribute. However, Jiang Yan quickly set his mind right and shook his head with a dark smile. That's just the normal intensity that's on the weak and weird side at the moment. It's only the first time the eye has descended, and even if it's bizarre, attributes that can break 50 are rare. Jiang Yan backhanded from his system space, took out 100,000 plutonium coins, threw it in front of Bat Creepy, and said indifferently, "Commandeer your 2 remaining skill bars, here's the cost." Chapter 180 had to be vigorously cultivated. Seeing the 100,000 plutonium coins that fell from the sky, that Bat Creepy immediately shivered and was stunned. What did the boss just say? Expropriating my skill bar? I'm already a creep to him, and he's using my skill bar and he's paying me for it? And $100,000 right out of the gate? Lu Tianzuan's monthly salary is only $200,000 a month. What kind of godly boss is this Nima? He said carefully, "Boss, I'm already your shenanigans. Just say what skills you need and I'll do it. I'll forget about this 100,000. Jiang Yan glanced at this bat bizarrely and said indifferently, "Here you take it." What? Look down on me? Bat Creepy shivered, pissed out 2 drops of fear, and hurriedly held the 100,000 plutonium in his arms, kowtowing as if he were pounding garlic. No, 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 never dare. Thank you boss for rewarding me. Brothers, look, you guys, the boss rewarded me with 100,000 plutocrats. Bat Creepy said while holding a thick 100,000 plutonium coins and ran around the room displaying them. While running, he was also frantically kissing Jiang Yan's ass. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. This Bat Creepy is clearly a creepy with a lot of small minds and would turn into a sycophant like a eunuch if put around. However, seeing the envious and expectant gazes cast by the nearly 500 heads of Bazaar in the mists, Jiang Yan smiled faintly, feeling that this was not bad. Now that there are more people under his command, it is only natural that he needs a more elaborate management structure. The bat ran in a weird circle, and then resumed kneeling at Jiang Yan's feet, saying reverently, "Boss, what would you have me learn from these 2 skill bars?" Jiang Yan casually took out 2 skill scrolls from the system mall. Skill, Spirit Connection, Rank 1. Share spirit with 1 friendly unit. Can share vision, sound, touch and other mental information. Consumption, 30 mana per second. Sharing distance, 5 meters. No cooldown. This was a support class skill. Very cold. In his last life Jiang Yan had never seen any player redeem this skill, but for Jiang Yan at the moment, this might be a dogged god level, able to solve his problem of not having enough vision in one fell swoop. Of course, it remains to be seen whether the vision that is shared over can be used as one's own vision to print money or not. If the shared vision didn't work, Jiang Yan would have to hold his nose and learn a skill similar to the eagle eye technique himself, but this had to be preceded by opening a brand new skill bar. And for Jiang Yan, who now had 8 skills, a skill bar expansion gem was worth $1 billion. Doing the math, it was best to have this bat trickster with the ability to fly and give himself a shared view. If shared vision doesn't work, then Jiang Yan didn't lose anything. The constraint of this Spirit Connection skill was the loss of 30 mana points per second, which didn't seem like much, but at 30 a second, it was soon empty of blue. So Jiang Yan bought out another skill. Passive skill, Concentration, Level 1, boosts mana recovery by 5 points per second. These 2 skills, all of which Bat Creepy had learned and then boosted to level 5, had effects like this. Skill, Spirit Connection, Rank 5. Share spirit with 2 friendly units. Can share vision, sound, touch, and other mental information. Consumption, 40 mana per second. Sharing distance, 25 meters. No cooldown. Passive skill, Concentration, Level 1. Boosts mana recovery by 25 points per second. Jiang Yan thought about it, so he just directly shelled out 256,000 plutonium coins each and let Bat Creepy put these 2 skills, directly pointing to level 10. Before and after, Jiang Yan had already casually thrown this Bat Creepy a huge sum of 500,000 plutocrats. The Guile, who was hidden in the mist on the side, saw this scene and rounded their eyes in unison. The sound of heavy breathing rose and fell, stirring back and forth in the midst of these ruins. Good lord, this bat picked up $500,000 for nothing. What a stroke of luck. Our new boss. It's a little too generous to go out on a limb, isn't it? Before these shenanigans, but also more or less worried. This boss received so many dog legs at once. In the future in the end cannot send out the wages. But seeing the scene in front of him, such worries vanished. This new boss of his own is definitely a bigot among bigots. That Bat Creepy was even more pleasantly surprised, and a pair of eyes floated with dense blood filaments, and his breathing became ragged to the extreme. Although these 2 skills, which the boss was going to use, were of little use to him, they were still 2 level 10 skills for nothing. At the end of the day, those 2 skills are your own. The use of public office for private purposes is no more than that. It's a big payday. It's really a big payday. After level 10, the attributes of these 2 skills change again. Skill, Spirit Connection, Rank 10. Share spirit with 5 friendly units. Can share vision, sound, touch and other mental information. Consumption, 50 mana per second. Sharing distance, 50 meters. No cooldown. while sharing 10% of the caster's 3 attributes to the shared ones. Passive skill, concentration, level 1. Boosts mana recovery by 50 points per second. Boosts spell damage by 7%. After reaching level 10, the attributes of these 2 skills had, indeed, changed qualitatively again. Jiang Yan's hand, which was holding the old pipe, paused at his own mouth as he gazed at the Spirit Link's extra skill description. Share 10% of the properties with me? This was a surprise. Jiang Yan instantly sat up straight and said, mentally link with me immediately. Bat Creepy nodded his head repeatedly, directly selecting Jiang Yan as the unit for his mental link to share information with. In Jiang Yan's brain, there was suddenly more of the bat's weird vision, sound and various perceptions. He didn't even bother to see if the shared vision would provide plutonic income or not, and went to glance at his attributes first. After the spirit link took effect, Jiang Yan's 3 attributes, respectively, changed from 301 to 304 strength, 304 agility, and 302 intelligence. This bat's strength and agility, both of which were only about 30 points, and its intelligence was even worse, only a dozen points. Sharing 10% to yourself is +3 to strength, +3 to agility, and +1 to intelligence. Attributes were precious, and this increase wasn't small no matter who it was to, but compared to a level 10 skill, it was indeed only an add-on. Of course, that's for regular players and shenanigans. A superb pervert like Jiang Yan had an economic measure that was very different from those ordinary players. According to Jiang Yan's current 1-point attribute of 100 million, the return that this bat had given him had reached 700 million, and his investment in the bats is $500,000. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the hideous-faced bat suddenly had a clear brow. This bat plus 1 point of attributes now only cost 100 plutonium, and even 10 points of attributes only cost 1,000 plutonium. But this 1,000 plutonium coins, shared in Jiang Yan, would directly turn into $1 billion worth. This is going to have to be a big effort to develop him. Chapter 181 Right Idea, Perfect Restraint. Jiang Yan nodded and closed his eyes with great satisfaction, saying, "You fly up, your vision always watching for the weirdness in these mists below." The bat creeper, unaware of this, lifted its wings as it was told, and soared once more, hovering above the ruins, its vision always looking down at the creeper. With the high-altitude vision sharing, these 500 heads of weirdness were finally all presented before Jiang Yan's eyes, though his eyes were closed, and he deserved to have blackness before him, but he could clearly see the high-altitude vision that the bat had eerily shared. Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Nearly 500 plutoniums were credited, rapidly drifting across their panels, and the intensity of the printing was very pleasing. Shared vision really works too. Jiang Yan studied the Spirit Link skill again and realized that he could only receive 1 Spirit Link at a time. Unable to have his bizarre hands hand a level 10 link and then share a large amount of attributes to himself. This unexpected access to attributes would have to be figured out from this bat creep. Jiang Yan nodded gently, took out 10,000 medals, handed it to Bat Creepy, and said, "You did a great job. Here's your bonus. From now on, your task will be to take the high ground and observe this camp for me. You need to make sure that all the shenanigans in the camp are encompassed by your vision as much as possible. Do a good job. I won't treat any of my employees badly." Although he was tempted to directly spend millions of dollars and point up this Bat Creepy attribute, Jiang Yan's reason still controlled his unreasonable desires. And now with so many new lapdogs, he, the boss, must present basic fairness. If one is given a large reward directly without contributing, one's credibility as a boss will surely decline. When the people are scattered, the team will not be easy to lead. Thus Jiang Yan was prepared to give this bat bizarrely normal treatment, only that he would provide him with more opportunities to express himself, with a view to growing a little faster. That Bat Creepy was flattered to receive the 10,000 plutonium coins, his eyes glowing as he looked at Jiang Yan with a look of disbelief. So much? Although he had just gotten over $500,000 of investment from his boss, pointing out 2 level 10 skills, but it all boiled down to what Jiang Yan needed. The 10,000, however, is different. Is it entirely your own wealth? Who's the boss whose employees get a 10,000 bonus up front on their first day of employment? This is too sick, isn't it? Bat Creepy even gave birth to an illusion, feeling that this boss was not looking at his own flesh, wanting him to sleep with him at night. "Thank you, boss." Bat Creepy pinched 10,000 plutonium coins and kept kowtowing to Jiang Yan, so excited that he was in tears. Having just broken away from Lu Tianzuan's cruel rule, it was truly a double blessing to be under such a sympathetic new boss. One's own lifetime is presumed to have it. "Boss, I will definitely do a good job in the future. If you tell me to go east, I definitely won't dare to go west." Bat Creepy gambled and swore, loyal to the core. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand, allowing Bat Creepy to continue to occupy the high ground and provide himself with an overhead view. This bat could only last 15 minutes for the time being despite its continuous flight, but what Jiang Yan needed was just an overhead view, not continuous flight. As long as this bat was able to find a high point to land on by flying, it would be able to continuously provide vision and solve Jiang Yan's big problem. At the moment, it was less than 500 bazaar, and in the future, if Jiang Yan's team of printed materials expanded further, the problem of vision would also become more and more apparent, and the cultivation of this bat was still very necessary. Only then did Jiang Yan drop his gaze to the biggest gain this time, the Star City taboo named Lu Tianzuan. Ever since being deterred by Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, the shrunken Lu Tianzuan hid in the mist all the way, obediently following Jiang Yan in a dutiful follower-like manner. Seeing Jiang Yan's gaze fall towards him, Lu Tianzuan hurriedly kneeled down respectfully. "Boss, any orders?" Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "Show me your attribute panel first." Jiang Yan was curious about this Lu Tianzuan's attributes. Just what kind of taboo could have a life value of over 60,000? But looking at the damage numbers and results of the previous fight with himself, this Lu Tianzuan didn't seem like a forbidden with exploding attributes either. Creepy, Lu Tianzuan. Attributes, Strength, 299. Agility, 312. Intelligence, 354. Seeing this attribute, Jiang Yan was greatly surprised. Although this attribute was very good, and it did reach the forbidden threshold, it was only a little bit higher than Jiang Yan, and not even close to Chen Linger. This attribute was more in line with the single-digit damage numbers that appeared when Lu Tianzuan's attacks hit Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's attributes were just a little over 300, and Lu Tianzuan had no attribute suppression over each other. But Jiang Yan's equipment is too good. A Cryptic Black Crow set, which is a top set, but also all level 10, plus armor value, spell resistance, damage reduction are very considerable, so that even if the attributes are not equal, Lu Tianzuan's attack fell on Jiang Yan are only single digits. The question was, where the hell did he get this 60,000 plus terrifying life value from with regards to his 299 strength attribute? Jiang Yan continued to look down. Forbidden constraint, the only time Lu Tianzuan is allowed to play is when no one else is around to play. Constraints appear when the bizarre single attribute exceeds 300, and expire when that bizarre single attribute exceeds 800. This forbidden constraint was almost exactly the same as Jiang Yan's prediction. No one sang this Lu Tianzuan could sing, but if someone sang, Lu Tianzuan could only listen. Features, for musicians, attacks can only be launched by playing. All playing attacks add 10% full attribute damage. Cooldown time of playing skills is reduced by 40%. Casting time is reduced by 40%, and casting consumption is reduced by 40%. Seeing this trait, Jiang Yan immediately had some toothache. What a strong creepy trait. Lu Tianzuan's full attributes now totaled 965 points, and for every damage he dealt through zooming, he would add 96 points of damage through this trait. No wonder this Lu Tianzuan had so many damage counts. With this trait, it's important to go for a short and quick attack pattern to maximize its effectiveness. Attacking once a second and hitting 1,000 at a time. This trait provides just 96 damage, but if you attack 1,000 times a second, hitting one at a time, this trait provides 9,600 damage. The idea was correct, but it was a pity that it was perfectly restrained by the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity technique. For every damage inflicted, a thunderbolt would be countered, and that aggregated thunder waterfall. Until now, Jiang Yan could not forget it. This passive that old Taoist Jingshu had taught himself was really too powerful. It's not worth slamming your kryptonite to level 20. Chapter 182, Catastrophic Musical Talent. However, once this trait was paired with the constraints, it instead made Lu Tianzuan's output environment a bit meticulously carved. As long as one understood Lu Tianzuan's attributes, even an 8-year-old child would be able to sing two tigers while escaping alive from under Lu Tianzuan's nose. And Lu Tianzuan can't attack if he doesn't sing. He can't sing if other people sing. It's kinda embarrassing once you've been figured out. However, the problem is not insurmountable. Jiang Yan secretly pondered. As long as Lu Tianzuan has a teammate to help him out, he can directly dismantle this embarrassing situation. If someone sings let their teammates die, all those who dare to sing will die and Lu Tianzuan will be able to sing. In that case, it seems that Lu Tianzuan might be the kind of taboo that is not suitable to act alone. Jiang Yan continued to look down. Talent, Huajiang, when exerting spiritual influence through Zazen, increase the percentage success rate of the difference between the intelligence attributes of both parties. Talent, Unity, gain 10% of blood cap, mana cap, life recovery and mana recovery of all friendly units within 100 meters of you. Talent, Musical Obsession, for every 100 increase in the intelligence attribute, gain a new zooming skill that is not limited by the skill bar. skills acquired through musical obsession cannot be forgotten. Seeing these 3 talents, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed across Jiang Yan's eyes. It's a 3-talent taboo? Humans are destined to have only one gift, but creepy is not. Jiang Yan's purple treasure chest also had 2 talents. I've only seen one purple treasure chest though. This Lu Tianzuan right now. Not only was he forbidden, but he even had a full 3 talents? What a treasure to find. And this, unity, talent, is really too powerful. The more friendly units within 100 meters, the stronger Lu Tianzuan's blood, mana, and blue regeneration back to blood. To Jiang Yan, this talent's increase in blood was simply a heavenly gift of excellent printing material. In comparison, Hua Zhang was also a good talent, though it was much dimmer. This last, music obsession, talent is not strong in the early stages, but the late-stage strength is simply explosive. Lu Tianzuan, who possessed this talent, didn't need to buy his own skills or open his own skill bar. As soon as his intelligence attribute reached the appropriate level, he would gain a whole new skill and skill bar himself. Saved a ton of money. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with delight as he continued to look down. Skill, high mountains and flowing water, rank 4, plays the zither, slows down the movement speed of all enemies in the surrounding 20 meters by 15%, inflicts 50% damage to one's own intelligence every 0.1 seconds, consumption, 500 mana points per second. Skill, knowledge, rank 5, for each note, inflicts 0.5% of the difference in intelligence between the 2 parties to all surrounding enemies. Passive skill, dark note, rank 5. Each time the first note is played, it applies the 3 negative statuses of mind control, mental pollution, and deterrence to the primary target. Passive skill, aura of lost heart, rank 3, reduces the intelligence value of all enemies 15 meters around by 30 points. After reading these 4 skills, Jiang Yan mentally sucked in a breath of cold air. This Lu Tianzuan, although his attributes were very average, he had just barely reached the forbidden level. But otherwise, it's a real top-shelf no-no. 3 talents. 4 skills, both growth and combat ability. Moreover, all 4 skills were obviously acquired from the music obsession talent, but the pairing was surprisingly reasonable. It even echoed Lu Tianzuan's characteristics. Even if Jiang Yan was allowed to match them himself, he might not be able to match a better combination anymore. Moreover, this Lu Tianzuan was clearly not the same as the spirit child of decimation. Not the kind of taboo that was isolated, but the kind that would skulk all over the streets. The fact that he was killed by Wang Jia in the secret realm of Star City in his last life was really a great thing. If not, this Lu Tianzuan in his last life would not know how many lives he would have to harvest. But in this life, nothing is the same. You're good. Jiang Yan nodded with great satisfaction and took out 200,000 medieval coins from his system space, placing them in front of Lu Tianzuan and said indifferently, "Here's a bonus for you. You have to take the credit for getting our team so big this time. From now on, all this shenanigans, it's all yours." At these words, all the weirdness hidden in the mists below shivered in unison. I don't know which one of the creepy sadnesses said, "No." They had just lined up to betray Lu Tianzuan, only to end up coming under Jiang Yan. And surprisingly, Lu Tianzuan was still the one who ruled over them? What's this going to be like in the future? Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Of course, no bullying them. These are now your co-workers. Plus, you practiced your singing for me. This Lu Tianzuan's various talents and skills seemed as if he was really a very good musician. Even one person with 4 heads and 8 arms can form an orchestra and play very many complex pieces. He can also ventriloquize and play and sing to himself. But his sonata, it was a disaster. If it was an enemy, Jiang Yan would definitely beat Lu Tianzuan to death without mercy. If it's one of our own, Jiang Yan suspected that he would also be unable to resist beating to death Lu Tianzuan, who continued to make disgusting noises. Lu Tianzuan nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Obey, boss. Please boss, give me some scores and I'll start practicing." Jiang Yan asked in Xiao Xian to give Lu Tianzun one of the MP4s she didn't use, which had a lot of songs that in Xiao Xian liked to listen to. Lu Tianzuan was like a treasure, wearing headphones to go to the side to learn the song. The devil wolf stood behind Jiang Yan and skimmed his lips. Why, I have a bad feeling. With his musical talent, messing around might sound better than having a score? Jiang Yan froze for a moment, and then he heard a dull singing sound coming from the chest of Lu Tianzuan, who was squatting in the corner. "The chrysanthemums are broken. The ground is full of wounds. Your smile is yellowed. The north wind is chaotic. The night is still young. Your shadow can't be cut, leaving me alone on the lake into double." While humming, he also played very distorted notes on the koto. The humming was also very strange, filled with a twisted and bizarre sense of music, and the tune blended together, but it was incomparably abrupt, as if 2 of the most incongruous things in the world had been forcibly fused together. Vomit. Standing tall, that creepy couldn't help but vomit, flying down the drain. Inuyasha rounded his piggy eyes and yelled, Old dog, your prophecy is too accurate. This Lu Tianzuan's musical talent is truly unrivaled. Jiang Yin saw the situation was not good, directly embraced in Xiao Xian, fled as if darted back to the antique street, leaving a large group of bazaar here to suffer. Not far from the antique street, in the middle of a ruin,
a squad in Angel Foundation combat uniforms was carefully traveling through the ruins.
Captain, the bluestone signal. It's coming from up ahead. Chapter 183, give me a straight shot. This ruin is close to the antique street. Previously also belongs to a residential area in the old city of Nandu. The houses are only 7 stories. Simple architectural structure. As soon as the weirdness descended, it was ravaged by the powerful weirdness into a piece of debris. Its terrain is intricate. Some places can fall to 10 meters, although the distance from the antique street is relatively close. There is nothing to come on weekdays. People in the neighborhood either sheltered on the antique street or went out to look for opportunities. And here instead the lights went down. The Angel Funds combat squad, holding a probe, cautiously approached this place from the outside, all looking grave. Captain, next to it is the antique street. Before, Brother Panther and the others, who had received the mission of approaching the antique street, didn't go back. According to the mission team's side, Brother Panther's chip is out of signal, and the last signal came from none other than the Street of Curiosities. And the last heart rate that came back, it was fast. He most likely saw something horrible and died in the antique street. After we retrieve this blue lightstone, should we make a side trip to the antique street? This quest, the rewards are quite a lot. The captain at the head, a scar-faced middle-aged man with short hair rooted upright, a flash of ferocity in his triangular eyes, coldly laughed. It can be, since the weirdness descended, the leopard that has killed a few more people and thinks he is a character. Just joined the Foundation only 3 days ago. And already they don't have us in their sights. This mission, it's a fat one, and I would have been quite upset to be snatched up by him. Well now, he's dead. If we can accomplish the task of closing down the antique street, not only will we get the reward for the task, but we'll surely get the boss's esteem as well. The instrument-wielding team member hand in hod. That Brother Bao was a gangster before, and under his hands were all a bunch of guys who only knew how to fight bravely, and he didn't have much ability before that. I see that the boss is keeping him and just using him as a toolman. Not paying much attention to him. Isn't the boss still assigning such an important task as collecting the blue lightstone specifically to us? Hey, Captain is very much in the boss's good graces. Another member of the team in the back licked along. That's right, let's follow the captain and do a good job. There will be no shortage of benefits in the future. That captain hummed softly and intoned. This world, it's completely different. A week has gone by and officials have not shown any effective organization at all. And according to inside sources, all the cities, right now, are one and the same. The way I see it, it's all about the Foundation from now on. No, the Foundation has already begun to collect the big and small forces in the southern capital. We're all brothers, so it's only right that we help each other out in the future and achieve high positions in the Foundation. One by one, the team members nodded their heads and kissed their asses so hard that they almost praised this captain to the sky. But look at their earnestness. Not just flattery, more or less 2 points of sincerity. A new world order is being remade in the midst of chaos. Risk and opportunity, both go hand in hand. As long as one dares to fight and work hard on the big ship of the Foundation that leads to a new era, there is always a place for oneself. When they thought of their previous days of mediocrity in the Divine Society, these people's hearts were filled with grandeur. It may have been cured before, but right now, it's a great time to hit the ground running. The team member holding the instrument, looking at the signal strength on the screen, lowered his voice. Captain, that blue light stone, it's close to us. Turn that corner up ahead and you should be there. The captain narrowed his eyes and nodded with a cold smile. I'll take out your weapons. Later, whatever you see, give them the first shot. Whoever gives me indecision, don't blame my team for not having a place for you next time. Deep in the ruins, in a pit formed by a collapsed foundation, the withered Taoist priest in his tattered Taoist robe slowly sat down on his knees on the rugged ground. As if the ground that could pinch people to death didn't make him feel any discomfort at all. His withered palms were folded on top of his knees in a 5 hearts facing the sky pose, and in his palm he was holding a stone that was constantly emitting an ethereal blue light. The withered Taoist's empty eyes drooped slightly, and his invisible gaze seemed to calm down quickly as he gazed at the ghostly blue stone in his hand. The aura of his body, little by little, began to disappear. It was as if he had already been a corpse long ago, voiceless and without sorrow. The one who had been following behind the withered Taoist priest was a female weirdo wearing big red high heels and a white nurse's gown stained with crimson blood. Seeing this withered Taoist priest sitting down, the nurse also hurriedly sat down opposite the Taoist priest. His hands held out a cloth bag from his arms, carefully opened it, and inside was actually a few volumes of yellowed ancient books. It was only then that the withered old Taoist said hoarsely, "For this lesson, Recite the Taishan Dongshan Lingbao Salvation and Suffering Wonderful Sutra. The nurse said respectfully. Yes, master. She unfolded the scripture scroll that the old Taoist had spoken of, and her bright red lips slightly opened as she recited. At that time, the Heavenly Father of saving suffering, pervading the 10 realms, always rescued all sentient beings with his mighty power. The old Taoist didn't say a word, seeming to have already settled down in the middle of the scriptures. The nurse recited carefully. Not a word was wrong. As the scripture was recited, the ghostly blue stone in the old Taoist's palm gave off a light that unexpectedly began to fluctuate slightly, like ripples in the water, layer after layer, wave after wave, and the constantly fluctuating ghostly blue light, when it passed through the old Taoist's body, it seemed to be sucked in, turning into a stream of light that directly disappeared. A hidden shade of ghostly blue also quietly coalesced in the old Taoist's empty eye sockets. The color is dull and almost indistinguishable, but it's growing a little bit, over time. Angel Foundation combat teams, instruments in hand, crept between the ruins. Rounding a corner, a huge crater suddenly appeared in front of him. The pit seemed to have been formed by a foundation collapse, and it was very dark underneath, so you couldn't really see what was there. Suddenly there was a chanting sound that floated out from the pit below. 36 in the sky, 36 underground, Taishan without boundaries, the wonderful Great Cave Sutra, returning to His Holiness, the Supreme Lord, can eliminate all sins. The crowd was stunned. Someone's reading down there? The world's gone mad, and there's still this kind of leisure? You're not a nerd who's been reading too much, are you? It seems like it's almost time for the college entrance exams. It's not like anyone expects to take this year's entrance exams, right? Good man. I'm going to directly announce that you're this year's top student in Nandu. As for what exactly is being read below, these members of the Angel Foundation's combat team, all of them did not understand, only that it was the same text as the Tale of Yuyang Tower. Give it to me. Beat them to death straight away. The captain waved his hand, his face filled with a sardonic smile. Dare to take the Foundation's blue light stone. It's really too long. Chapter 184, I really didn't mean it. Receiving the captain's order to charge, the 2 team members at the front directly pulled out 2 concussion bombs and threw them into the pit below. Along with the 2 ear-piercing buzzing sounds, 2 piercing white lights exploded one after another below. The moment the white light faded, those 2 team members jumped straight down. Their physical qualities had obviously been strengthened as well, and they were not the least bit surprised by the drop of several meters, and landed on the ground smoothly and steadily. Before their figures could stand still, the guns in the hands of the 2 men were already raised. A tongue of fire suddenly rose from the blackened muzzle. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. A stream of fiery bullets poured out from the muzzle of the gun and landed on top of the slender back of the bloodstained nurse's uniform. When they saw that slender back, the 2 team members stifled a sigh in unison in their hearts. Surprisingly, it's a woman. It's no fun to kill someone like that. Unfortunately, too bad. The next moment, a series of damage numbers floated out from the slender figure. -3, -5, -6. None of the numbers are in double digits, except for Blitz. The 2 players froze in unison. What's this damage? It's not right, is it? It was definitely not their first time fighting, and they were very aware of the damage they could do. Definitely no less than 20 points a shot. But right now, after the 2 bullets were fired, the slender back not only did not fall, but slowly stood up. The red heels were on the floor, turning backward inch by inch to reveal a creepy face. Although it had become much more plump, this face still had distinctly eerie features. Those blood-dripping red lips, those withered eyes, and the sharp teeth in those lips, a pair of ghostly claws, slowly opened. The nurse looked at these 2 people in front of her with a gaze filled with ill will. The withered old Taoist sitting on his knees, his empty gaze lifted inside. Over to you. It was only at this point that the 2 team members who were the first to jump down realized with hindsight what had really happened. Who's studying here that's not a human being? Creepy reads books now too? No. Are you guys going to the college entrance exams too? A member of the team screamed at the top of his lungs. Captain, it's too spooky down there. Another member of the team, with a more active mind, yelled outright. Captain, I saw the blue light stone in that old geezer's hand. Captain, requesting backup. I'm afraid that my own 2 men and 2 guns can't beat these 2 creeps in front of me. It was necessary to let the captains above know that the blue light stone was down there, so that they themselves could be backed up. This is the way to live. Upon hearing this roar, a cold look flashed across the old Taoist's eyes. In the next moment, a pair of ghostly claws suddenly slashed out a bloody and severe aura in the gloomy pit. Pust. As the ghost claws swept through one after another,
These two members of the Angel Foundation were already turned into two corpses by the nurse before they could change their next clip. The nurse's figure turned into a red and white residual shadow and suddenly jumped out. The 7 others at the edge of the pit had just switched to silver bullets aimed at the Eerie, and were about to fire their guns at the bottom, when a sudden, ghastly wind hit their faces. The nurse, with blood-stained claws, had stood before them. Ouch! A member of the team was so scared that his face turned pale, subconsciously dropping the gun in his hand and falling softly to the ground on his butt. Knock! Big red heels that stomped right into his brow. Shoot! Shoot! The captain roared angrily. The assault rifle in his hand was quickly set up and the trigger was pulled violently. Amidst the ruins, gunshots were exchanged. The red and white stumps weaved quickly through the crowd, with a solid amount of blood. The nurse had 4/5 of her life left when she killed 6 of the 7. The only one who still survived, that captain, had completely lost his desire to fight. The creepy one in front of him was too terrifying. This kind of intensity was simply not something that his own squad could fight against. It would take a team of at least 20 people to fight one of them. The captain's scalp went numb and he screamed and twisted his head to run. But just as he turned around, his feet froze, cold sweat broke out between his forehead, and a color of despair flashed in his eyes. Behind him, at some point, a withered old Taoist priest appeared. Within the old Tao's purple-black, withered palm, an ethereal blue glow emanated. With a quick glance, the captain knew that was what he had come for. Bluestone. He couldn't help but swallow heavily, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. Still ready to do something big. I didn't realize that it was straight out of the gutter, but for some reason, the nurse behind him, surprisingly, didn't kill him. The withered old Taoist priest, with his empty eyes, looked the captain up and down and asked hoarsely, "You recognize this stone? What's it called?" As the withered old Taoist said, his palm spread out, revealing the full extent of the ethereal blue stone. The captain shivered, his voice harder than a cry, and said, trembling, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything, please." The old Taoist nodded. "Well, you tell me. I won't kill you." The captain fell to his knees with a thud and cried, "This thing, it's called a bluestone. It's one of the Angel Foundation's top secrets. Very rare. It should have been passed down after the destruction of that high school's underground research lab. I've come here with orders from the Angel Foundation to recover this blue light stone. I really didn't mean to bother you." The old Taoist pondered for a moment, nodded slowly, and said, "This blue light stone, what is it for?" The captain cried, "I don't know. I'm in the combat team. This stuff is for the research team. Supposedly, it's said to have a very wide range of uses and can do a lot of things to shenanigans. I really don't know the specifics. I can ask for you. You, put me back. I'm well connected. An hour. No, half an hour. I'll come back and tell you exactly what this blue light stone is for." The old Taoist nodded his head slowly as he saw that the man couldn't squeeze out any more information. "In that case, you go." The captain was grateful, and a wave of disbelief rose in his heart. "I actually survived? This creepy really let me go?" His heart was in shock, his feet were half slow, and he scurried outside. But before he could run 3 steps, this captain stopped abruptly. He looked down, to his chest. A blood-stained ghostly claw pierced his chest from behind. Ahem! The captain coughed up a mouthful of thick blood with fragments of lungs and slowly turned his head, resentment in his eyes. "Say yes to." The nurse drew her own ghostly claws and said indifferently, "Master promised not to kill you." "I didn't." Watching the captain's body fall to the ground, the nurse licked 2 mouthfuls of blood from the ghostly claws and turned her head to ask respectfully, "Master," listening to him, "I think there must be blue light stones in that so-called Angel Foundation." Chapter 185, Come over and make a statement. The old Taoist seemed not to have heard the nurse's words, empty eyes, gazing at the stone in his hand emitting a ghostly blue light, out of focus for a long time. If he remembered correctly, in the hands of the sect leader of Longhu Mountain, there was also a stone like this. The sect master valued this object highly, and he himself had only once seen it in his bedroom, unintentionally. Thinking about, at this point, fortunes and misfortunes are only as good as the people who call them. After a long time, the old Taoist sighed quietly and said to himself, "The reason why one cannot be true is that one has a delusional mind. When one has a delusional mind, one is alarmed by the gods. When one is alarmed, one is attached to all things. To be attached to all things is to be greedy. To crave is to be troubled. This stone does have a divine effect, but why be greedy? Don't get any more delusional. Just wait for my cheap apprentice to pull out. We'll go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain together." The nurse looked in the direction of the antique street, a little worried, and asked, "Master, we made such a big commotion here. Will senior brother he notice us?" The corners of the old Taoist priest's withered mouth seemed to have hooked into a bland smile. "Then it would be good to give him another kill." This was said lightly,
as if the old Taoist didn't care about his own death. Also, having died twice, it wouldn't hurt to die one more time. However, the head nurse obviously did not have such a high level of awareness, and when she heard this, a flash of nervousness flashed through her withered yellow eyes. Wang Roro didn't know why she was able to get out of that secret realm without dying, but if she could live, even if it was in a bizarre capacity, it would be considered a blessing. Master, who is powerful between you and your senior brother? The head nurse asked carefully. The old Taoist laughed silently. He fought with that Lu Tianzuan, and you've seen it from the roof of the building before. I don't know why he's that good. This, five-hearted divine thunder deity technique, was clearly created by me, but even in my wildest dreams, I never imagined that this trick could be so. After thinking for a long time, the old Taoist could only come up with one adjective: pervert. The old Taoist shook his head inside. Now that I think about it, my cheap disciple, who has never really put up a fight, is already invincible in the world just by sitting there. Just like the fortune I divined when I just left the secret realm. The hijacking of LWM. Only he can solve it. The old Taoist's voice grew lower and lower, and once more he sat down in the shadows, his empty gaze dropping down to the stone in his palm that glowed with an ethereal blue color. Wang Roro still had a lot of questions she wanted to ask, but seeing that her master, who she had just worshipped for a short while, was not interested in talking about it, she sat down on her knees once again across from old Taoist Qingshu and continued the sutra that she had just failed to finish reciting. Jiang Yan put his arm around Xiao Xian and sat back down in the middle of the antique street store, sitting on the purple treasure chest and printing money like crazy. The place where his own 500 creeps was located was only a few dozen meters in a straight line from the stores of the antique street, and as long as the bat creeps adjusted their stance a little bit, they would be able to reach the 50-meter range of the spirit link. These creeps envied the bat creeps, but didn't think much of it. It's routine for the boss to install a camera at the workstation, as long as he doesn't garnish wages. But these shenanigans are a million miles away. And this camera, it's not so innocent. Before, when both sides were still enemies, Jiang Yan watched them print money. It was 48 million a minute. But now that the two sides were no longer enemies, Jiang Yan's sheltering aura was also applied to these 500 bizarre bodies, printing money at a rate that can be different again. It reached a rate of about 74,400,000 per minute. And with Jiang Yan's current attributes, a little would require 100 million. 3 minutes to point 2. Jiang Yan casually tapped on his 3 attributes and watched as the growth rate of his attributes finally grew faster once again, exhaling a pleasurable smoke ring. While printing money, adding points, and touching in Xiao Xian, Jiang Yan began to plan the next thing in his mind. Although he knew from the beginning that the taboo that came from this star city, more than 90% of the possibilities would not be his own opponent, but the Lu Tianzuan who was constantly approaching was still like a pair of shackles previously, making Jiang Yan's hands and feet tied, and many of his plans had to be put on hold for the time being. Now, Lu Tianzuan and his lapdogs had all become their own lapdogs. Jiang Yan's next plan was ready to be implemented. In order to travel to Longhu Mountain and fulfill his chief master, old Taoist Qingshu's mandate to him, Jiang Yan must first purge and stabilize the situation in Nandu. And the biggest hidden threat to Nandu is the Angel Foundation. This morning, the self-proclaimed Leopard Father Arrogant Angel Foundation team directly appeared in the antique street in a dignified manner, clamoring for 500,000 to buy the antique street, heralding the huge organization that has been hidden for a long time, has begun to hold back, to reveal their fangs a little bit. How can we allow others to sleep peacefully on our couch? Jiang Yan was ready to break the Angel Foundation's fangs, one by one, all over him, and in the process, the whereabouts of Chen Mimi should also come to light. Jiang Yan had also never forgotten the promise he had made to Chen Linger. Just at this time, Jiang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller is Ambrosia. This old man of his own does not call himself at leisure. When something does come up, it tends to be a conversation with myself before I go back to bed at night. When Jiang Yan picked up the phone, he heard in Baoxing's voice with a calm smile coming out of the phone. Jiang Yan, Mr. Chen from the Angel Foundation, is here with me now. He's interested in our Ding Sheng Association, and wants to discuss with us about a merger between the two sides. As vice president, if you have time, come over and make a statement and we'll finalize the details. Jiang Yan, who was holding the cell phone, froze, and Baoxing's words sounded relaxed and happy tone. Seems to have reached a unified intention with the Angel Foundation's Mr. Chen, just waiting for Jiang Yan, the vice president, to come over to clap together. But in fact, Jiang Yan has long given and Baoxing popularized the so-called Angel Foundation. In the end, what is a thing? Also clearly expressed that he will certainly get rid of it quickly. There is absolutely no way that Ambrosia would ever talk about some bull partnership with the Angel Fund. So, this comment was deliberately said to imply that he had a big fish on the hook, and that Mr. Chen, now presumably sitting next to Baoshang, happily listening to the phone, not the slightest realization of the imminent danger. I know, President. I'll go back immediately. At the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, a cold smile curled up. Lu Tianzuan, you stay and practice your song. Other weirdness, come with me. Chapter 186, please punish yourself with a drink. Squatting in the corner, wearing headphones, constantly practicing Chrysanthemum Terrace, Shenghua Porcelain, Jiangnan Lu Tianzuan, stunned, raised his head, looked at the weirdness in the mist, like a tidal wave of water to follow Jiang Yan to leave. For a moment it felt as if he had been left out by his boss. But, why? Lu Tianzuan was puzzled. But it was Jiang Yan who preferred to abandon him as a huge printing material rather than listen to him sing. Too much torture. What's more, Jiang Yan personally led the team and didn't need Lu Tianzuan's combat power. Let him crouch in the corner by himself and get some practice in first. Jiang Yan drove the car with only himself, and Xiao Xian and Chen Linger in it. The rest of the shenanigans, all of them running under the car. Although all these weirdness were in the mist, outsiders could not see them at all, and could only feel the gloomy wind gusting. But as Jiang Yan traveled along, all sorts of unexplainable and strange things would always appear in the streets around him. An abandoned bus stretched across the street suddenly flew through the air, as if something invisible, disgusted with the thing being too much of a nuisance, had smacked it hard in the face. A bus stop sign was uprooted and floated forward through the air out of nowhere. But an eerie feeling of hiding in the mist like this was interesting, like a battle flag. Boom! A sedan with gasoline still in the cabin was exploded by a kick from Inuyasha. Jiang Yan, who had been blowing up the streets along the way, soon led 500 shenanigans and arrived downstairs at the Dingsheng mansion. At a glance, Jiang Yan saw the 10 people standing downstairs in the building. On those 10 men were the combat uniforms of the Angel Foundation. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and commanded, Demon Wolf, take them and surround this place. Not a fly in the ointment. Bats, find your own high ground. I want as much friendly vision as possible. Inuyasha, Smoke Charmer, Chan Linger, and Xiao Xin, follow me up. Jiang Yan said, taking out a bottle of mist. He hid Chen Linger, who had been hiding no mist, in the mist as well. To some people in the Angel Foundation, Chen Linger might not be a stranger, so it was better to hide it for a while in order not to spook them. Ambrosia's office, on the top floor of the Dingsheng mansion. When Jiang Yan pushed the door and walked in, a loud laughter was resounding inside, and Baoshang was full of joy, as if he had met his soulmate and friend, and a man in a black suit served tea and talked and laughed and chatted. The two seemed to be getting along very well and didn't even look like they had just met today, but rather old friends who had been together for years. Turning his head to see Jiang Yan enter, and Baoshang stood up very enthusiastically. Jiang Yan, you're finally here. I've just been telling Mr. Chen that this Dingsheng will be mine, but the future, after all, is yours. Mr. Chen is also very curious about you. A young handsome man. Come on, get acquainted with our Mr. Chen. From now on, we'll all be on our own. And Baoshang quickly greeted him, took Jiang Yan's hand and introduced him to the man in the black suit. Mr. Chen, this is Jiang Yan, the vice president of my Dingsheng association, and a good son-in-law to me. Ha 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 ha, sit down. And Baoshang pointed to an empty seat and told Jiang Yan to hurry up and take a seat. He himself turned around and gave the two Diners Club members outside a look while the door was closed. The smile was hot, the eyes were cold. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, had an insight into the situation at hand. There are more than just 2 people in Ambrosia's office now. Instead, it was a full 8. In addition to Baoshang and that so-called general manager Chen, there were 6 others, all wearing the combat uniforms of the Angel Foundation, and looking very unkind. The air smelled faintly of blood in addition to the scent of tea. It seems that just now, in this room, someone was hurt. It definitely wasn't Baoshang, but seeing as there was surprisingly no one around him, it was most likely that his men had suffered a loss. It was clearly his home turf, but in his office, it looked like he was under siege. That phone call from Baoshang just now was clearly a cry for help. Of course, this old man of his own was definitely not so weak, facing a total of 17 Angel Foundation members up and down the line, really want to turn the other cheek, and Baoshang would most likely be able to leave them all here as well. But it was never sensible to fight hard, especially since Baoshang had learned the true face of the Angel Foundation from Jiang Yan. The safest way must be for Jiang Yan to come back. Previously, and Baoshang has always been a big dragon doorway, and it is just a matter of dragging out the time with false pretenses. That Mr. Chen was sitting at the table, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand, sniffing and smelling it, while his eyes were looking up and down at Jiang Yan, who was walking in with a dragon's stride, and a touch of astonishment flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It's you, the owner of Antique Street, Jiang Yan. That Mr. Chen put down his teacup and slowly stood up. his face full of playful colors, and stretched out his hand to Jiang Yan. He said, "So, the Street of Curiosities is owned by the Dingsheng Society. No wonder, it should. I should have seen this coming." Mr. Chen shook his head and laughed. "I was originally going to, after talking to old brother and over here, stop by Antique Street to check out the situation. Unexpected and unexpected. Once and for all, see it all." Jiang Yan reached out, exchanged hands with him, and said without being humble, "Mr. Chen has a full schedule. It seems the foundation is leaning on you. What's your T number?" As soon as this question was uttered, the atmosphere in the office steeply sank. Those 6 combatants exchanged a look with each other, and their narrowed eyes were filled with killing intent. Anyone who can ask a question like how many T's must know something about the internal structure of the foundation. Combined with the leopard father, that team, the morning to collect the Antique Street, directly disappeared in the inside. Things have been clearly revealed. This Jiang Yan killed the team of Panther Father and forced a lot of information about the Angel Foundation. Damn it. A bearded middle-aged man slowly gripped the dagger at the back of his waist, and his eagle-like gaze began to shuttle over Jiang Yan's body. It seemed to be searching for the best place to lay the knife. Mr. Chen was silent for a few seconds and said with a haha laugh, "I'm T6. Panther is considered one of my men, but he's only been a member for a short time. Ugh, I shouldn't have let him go on a mission alone. But with this recent situation, our foundation is short on manpower. That Panther joined in with so many people and was so eager to build. I let him go. I hope I haven't caused any trouble for Mr. Jiang, right?" Mr. Chen's tone was very earnest, as if he was really apologizing. Instead, his eyes were forced to look at Jiang Yan, wanting to see cowardice from his face. Jiang Yan's hand, placed on the side seat, turned to pull open the seat of the main seat of the tea table. Sure sat on it, renewed a cup of tea to the opposite side of Mr. Chen, faintly smiled. Since Mr. Chen knows that he is not strict in his command, just please punish yourself with a drink. The temperature in the office instantly dropped to freezing point. Chapter 187, Submit or Die. And Bao Sheng, who closed the door and walked back, steeply paused in his footsteps and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This aunt of my own family is really not polite with this Mr. Chen. Self-punishment for a cup of tea. Sounds like a trivial thing, but in reality, a little bit of face is not given. Directly this Chen general in his office to create a strong, all thrown to the ground. As expected, the several Angel Foundation combat members who had been standing behind General Chen also changed their faces in unison when they heard Jiang Yan's words. "Kid, you and our Mr. Chen, speak with respect." Jiang Yan pulled out his ears and laughed lightly. "This morning, the guy who calls himself Panther Dad sat in front of me in the same big way. He had a henchman, too, who said pretty much the same thing you did. Do you know how they are now?" Listening to Jiang Yan's calm tone, the atmosphere in the office was so low that it could almost condense water. The man was so furious that his face was wildly throbbing, and the dagger in his hand, all of which had been pressed, slowly lifted up, behind his unseen back. Smoke Charmer also slowly raised the sledgehammer in his hand, ready to blow his head off. That Mr. Chen's gaze was gloomy, but he slowly raised his hand a bit to stop the attacking behavior of the men behind him, smiled a bit, raised his teacup, and said, "Business is business. Harmony breeds wealth. That Panther guy, he does do things without a care in the world. It's hard to go out and offend people. This cup of tea is for Mr. Jiang to make amends." Saying that, Mr. Chen tilted his head and drank the cup of tea. Misunderstanding cleared. "Let's talk business? Since the Antique Street and the Dingsheng Society are one and the same, then this time, we, the Angel Foundation, are willing to merge Mr. N and Mr. Jiang together. In the future, both Mr. N and Mr. Jiang will have the position and authority of T6 in our foundation. The Antique Street and the Dingsheng Club, too, will remain under the jurisdiction of the two of you, and we will only take 20% of the revenue. Also, when necessary, Mr. N and Mr. Jiang need to follow the foundation's lead. This merger, our foundation, offer 5 million. Mr. Chen said, slowly pulling out 5 stacks of gold and red bills and placing them on the table. Each of these 5 stacks of bills was in the denomination of 10,000 plutocrats. It's $1 million a stack. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and probed his hand to pick up the plutonium on the table. Plutonium coins of 10,000 denominations were not often utilized, even by Jiang Yan. His largest amount of spending was exchanging various attributes and upgraded equipment with the system mall, turning it into plutonium for external spending, and a denomination of 100 plutonium was generally enough. On the front of each of the 10,000 medieval coins were the words China Heaven and Earth Bank and the majestic Fengdu Emperor. On the back is an overlooking scene of hell. And although every bit of it is subtle, the lines are extremely finely depicted, bringing the Naiha Bridge and the River of Forgetfulness to life. The golden red color that flowed throughout the body made this hellish scene as daunting as being immersed in a sacred ocean. It's all real money. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, placed the stack of medieval coins in his hand on the table and said, Mr. Chen is really generous. I said that little cutie in the morning wants to buy my antique street with $500,000. Compared to Mr. Chen, the pattern is too small. Mr. Chen smiled and said, the world, has changed. Follow the foundation well. We all get to eat and drink. What do you say, Mr. John? Just now Mr. and has promised me. All that's needed now is Mr. John's statement. His gaze, like two owls, looked toward Jiang Yan's eyes covered by the lowered brim of his hat, wanting to pierce through the thick layer of shadows and see the young man's eyes. Jiang Yan smiled, not even looking squarely at this Mr. Chen, just said lightly, 5 million, a little less. Mr. Chen's eyes narrowed as he took another sip of tea and asked rhetorically, 5 million plutonium, still less? I won't hide it from Mr. Jiang. This 5 million is already more than our foundation's budget. It's a lot of pressure on us to come up with so much money at once. Mr. Jiang can say what his mental price is. Jiang Yan thought about it and stretched out 5 fingers, saying faintly, the stone inside the blue light meter, 500. Dingsheng Will and Antique Street, packaged and sold to you. I go to the mountains with Uncle An to plant the land to go. Nandu randomly you foundation play. Mr. Chen's eyes froze, the teacup in his hand froze in mid-air, and he did not return to his senses for a long time. How did you know that the Blu-ray meter in the, what do you need that for? Jiang Yan smiled faintly, whatever your foundation uses it for, I'll use it for. Mr. Chen took a deep breath, his eyes cold, the teacup in his hand rested heavily on the table, shaking his head. No way, no deal, let alone 500, even 5. We can't get them. That's not something we have at Nandu's disposal. That's headquarters stuff. Every single one of them is documented. Speaking here, Mr. Chen's eyes towards Jiang Yan changed a bit as he said coldly, I would have wanted everyone to make peace with each other. But now, the ones who excavated my Angel Foundation's underground research institute that day were said to be your Dingsheng Group's machinery and manpower? There's a Blu-ray meter thrown in there. In your hands? I advise you to hand back the stone. Otherwise, your end may be very miserable. Jiang Yan took a drag on his old pipe and exhaled a light blue smoke ring. This Mr. Chen word he didn't want to mention it before. At that time, when excavating that underground institute, the battle was so big that it must have been impossible to cover it up. The Angel Foundation must have already grasped tangible evidence, and brought so many combatants here this time, so if they can successfully acquire the Dingsheng Group, this matter will be handled behind closed doors. If the acquisition was unsuccessful, I'm afraid that I would have to kill all of the Dingsheng Group's entire staff in order to find that blue light stone. Whoever's coming is really bad. Jiang Yan sneered. That rock, I'll eat it. There's no need to be delusional. If you can't come up with more stones, you're all welcome to return. After the Naiad stone was set in the old pipe, some of the shimmering light emanating from underneath, though still visible, had been greatly diminished, and in the light of day it was thought to be only the reflection of the sapphire, and the shape and size, also with the previous irregular shape is very different, should be the system mall to do their own adaptation. Anyway, Jiang Yan smoked several puffs of cigarettes in front of this Mr. Chen, and this Mr. Chen couldn't see any clues. Mr. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly held down the table and stood up. Mr. Jiang, is this not giving face to our Angel Foundation? I won't hide it from you. This Nandu, in the future, will all be the Foundation's forbidden domain. You will either submit and we will have a good life together. Either, all die for me. Chapter 188, there's someone else underneath me, behind Mr. Chen. Those few fighting members of the Angel Foundation had all drawn their weapons, each one staring intently at Jiang Yan and in Baosheng in the office. As for the remaining in Xiao Xian and Chen Lingair, they were selectively ignored. 2 women and 1 is a little girl. What kind of a fight can they have? As for the 2 men in front of them, they couldn't possibly be a match for the 6 of them. Seeing that these Angel Foundation guys couldn't negotiate with themselves, they really started to reveal their own nature and were ready to use violent means to solve everything. Jiang Yan's complexion, rippling, just slowly raised his gaze, looked into the eyes of Mr. Chen, and said in a calm tone, in that case, please, make your move. The moment the 4 eyes met, Scarlet Shock Blast, activate. Mr. Chen only felt that he saw a pair of scarlet and ghastly eyes lifting up from under the shadow of that depressed hat brim. Boom! In the midst of his consciousness, monstrous waves were suddenly set off, and his sanity was instantly shattered at this moment. It was as if the Jiang Yan in front of him was the most terrifying existence in the world. One must kill him, or else one will surely be killed by him. Ah, Mr. Chen leaned back to the sky and let out a mournful scream. With his voice, it rolled and stirred through the office. The skin of his left hand suddenly shattered. A hideous, ghostly hand, momentarily freed from the shackles of human skin, was exposed to the air, and then the ghost hand transformed into a black and red lightning bolt, suddenly attacking Jiang Yan's chest. Jiang Yan looked at the ghostly hand, his face suddenly startled. What's this? This Mr. Chen in front of him was clearly not bizarre, but a real human being. Jiang Yan didn't get any plutonium income from him, at all. But this hand, obviously creepy limbs. With great speed, Jiang Yan glanced at his player panel. Plutonium plus 741. An unfamiliar plutonium income did appear. Because this weird hand just now was completely wrapped in General Chen's flesh and blood. It was not seen by Jiang Yan and did not conform to the field of vision's judgment before it remained undetected. In Jiang Yan's mind, his thoughts were electric, and he directly flicked his body to dodge the strike. If it fell into place, this Mr. Chen would definitely be cleaved to pieces by his own 5 hearts to bind thunder gang chi technique. But Jiang Yan wanted to take a closer look at what the hand was really like. Linger, chop off his hand. Jiang Yan flashed behind Chen Linger and said in a bland tone. Chen Linger stretched out a small hand and slowly raised the grayish-white spider silk eye strap, revealing a grim eye. The corners of his mouth also lifted into a cold smile. In his hand, the red-colored short sword suddenly came out of its sheath, turning into a fiery red stream of waterfalls. It instantly chopped through the shoulder of that General Chen's ghost hand. Blood splatters. Ah! That General Chen let out a cry of pain from his mouth. Immediately, the arm, shoulder and broken, directly fell to the ground, issued a bang sound. Suddenly encountering such a terrifyingly heavy blow, that Chief Chen detached himself from the scarlet shock explosion in advance. His head covered in cold sweat as he stumbled back and forth, his eyes filled with fear. Anyhow, he did not expect that the harmless-looking 8 or 9-year-old little girl just now had turned into a demonic and horrifyingly bizarre in an instant. And this spooky. Surprisingly, he was completely controlled by that guy called Jiang Yan? How is that possible? General Chen looked at Chen Linger's pupils and trembled violently. Isn't that what the Angel Foundation has been most eager to do for so many years? How did you take in guile? Mr. Chen turned his eyes to Jiang Yan, his tone filled with disbelief. Jiang Yan, however, did not pay any attention to this Mr. Chen at all. His eyes were always on the ground above the ghost hand, ever since it was chopped off by Mr. Chen. The ghostly hand seemed to possess 2 parts of its own consciousness, and began to bounce continuously on the ground, bouncing rapidly towards the window's location, seemingly wanting to take the road and escape. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "Get me back." "Okay, boss." In the mist, suddenly stretched out a fat pig's hand, grabbed the ghost hand that kept bouncing. Pig Kongwa bobbed his head and carried this ghost hand back, now in front of Jiang Yan's eyes. Jiang Yan took a closer look and realized that the first half of the ghostly hand was bizarre, but the second half was General Chen's body, about 2/3 of the way from shoulder to elbow, and the eerie ghostly hand, with surgical precision, butted together. Is this part of the shenanigans? Surprisingly transplanted to a large living person? A flash of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The tactics of this Angel Foundation are really chilling. The more you get in touch with it, the more you feel chills in your heart. This kind of anti-human thinking and horrible behavior is a bunch of surgical procedures, not to mention transplanting creepy hands into people. Even transplanting someone else's hand into their body can face a huge rejection reaction, leading to a series of serious consequences. Needless to say, it must have been some other labs of the Foundation that did it through the Nayad stone as well. Aside from the unnerving manner in which it was docked, the creepy ghostly hand itself was a very weak creep, not worth mentioning. Jiang Yan let Inu Ganshu crush this ghostly hand into powder before he looked at Mr. Chen. The 6 fighting members of the Angel Foundation that were behind General Chen before did not surround them at this time. Instead, 3 of them were killed by Smoke Charm's direct set of combos, and the remaining 3 were now covered in cold sweat as they confronted Smoke Charm. These people hadn't figured out, in any case, how there could suddenly be so much horrible weirdness in this office. The situation was clearly under control before, but once this Jiang Yan came, why was everything wrong? Mr. Chen covered his decapitated shoulder, his face pale as he looked at Jiang Yan and said in a trembling voice, "How dare you control so many weirdnesses at once? Jiang Yan, you're the talent the Foundation needs the most. Come back with me. You'll definitely become a truly high-ranking person in the Foundation, and by then, your status will be higher than any of us, ever." Jiang Yan snorted and shook his head. "No need. You can't afford to pay my salary. The acquisition of Antique Street and Ding Shang Group can only come up with 5 million dregs, so why should they hire a money printer like me who prints $200 million in 3 minutes? Linger, over to you." Jiang Yan had long since seen that Chen Linger had endless killing intent towards these people wearing Angel Foundation uniforms. It was just the right time to satisfy her little killing urge. At the corner of Chen Linger's mouth, a bloodthirsty smile appeared. Mr. Chen screamed. You don't bully people too much. There's someone else underneath me. Are you really going to tear yourself away from me? The Angel Foundation. Today? Jiang Yan laughed. Then call your men below you and come up. Mr. Chen swallowed heavily, picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of the person below. Chapter 189. Everything is done as Lord Jiang said. When he had just come into the Dingsheng building, Jiang Yan had seen 10 combat members of the Angel Foundation down below. It was probably because Mr. Chen didn't want to be too aggressive and thought that 6 of his men would be enough, so he didn't let the 10 members follow him as well. With this one phone call from Mr. Chen, the 10 fighting members of the Foundation below were instantly enraged. What? Mr. Chen actually suffered a loss up there? Isn't this a slap in the face to our Foundation? Can it be tolerated? Charge, charge, charge. Go up and chop them up. 10 members of the Foundation, one by one, drew their weapons, their faces full of ferocity, and rushed toward the Dingsheng mansion. Upstairs, Jiang Yan pushed open the window and gave a gesture to the demon wolf below who had been waiting eagerly. The demon wolf let out an excited owl. Jiang Yan casually pulled over Mr. Chen, holding his head down by the window as he said indifferently, "See for yourself." That Mr. Chen was scared pale at first because of his fear of heights, and thought that Jiang Yan was going to push himself down with one hand, but after looking at it twice, this Mr. Chen directly fainted in fear. It was clear from above that the 10 fighting members of the Angel Foundation were all torn to pieces by the weirdness that swooped out of the invisible mists before they even stepped through the doors of the Dingsheng mansion. There were dozens of spooky ones that came out of the woodwork, and judging by the speed of the bizarre lunge, that was far from the end of it. How is this possible? Mr. Chen looked jaw-dropped, never dreaming that he would see such a scene. His eyes flipped, and he simply fainted. When he woke up again, he saw a bloody scene in the large office. Many of the spooks were devouring the bodies of those fighting members he had brought with him, eating and drinking as if they were having a party. All of the Angel Foundation is dead except for him. Chen Linger had fun killing. Demon Wolf and Inu Gonzo ate happily. Jiang Yan sat on the table and commanded some dog legs to wipe the floor. Wipe it off. Don't make my father-in-law's office so dirty. Doesn't anyone eat that sausage? Throw it in the trash. Mr. Chen was so frightened by such a horrible scene in front of him that he fainted once again. Even if he was one of the few people with the highest status in the Angel Foundation in Nandu, and had seen many bloody and bizarre scenes, he still couldn't resist the mental shock that the scene in front of him brought to him. And Xiao Xian and In Baosheng had already exited long ago, even for a big shot like In Baosheng who had seen a lot of bloodshed. Staying in that office made him feel a little sick to his stomach. Jiang Yan heard the Cold War before Mr. Chen fainted once again, took a puff of his old pipe, twisted his head to look at it, laughed coldly, lifted the hot water kettle on the table, and splashed a pot of boiling water on Mr. Chen's body. Ah! Mr. Chen woke up screaming like a live pig being scalded by boiling water, rolling around on the ground with smoke coming out of his body. Rolled on, but felt his head hit a majestic ass. Mr. Chen's body suddenly stiffened. Slowly, he looked upward, but see a mouth full of blood-stained pig head, is looking down at their own, grinning. A large piece of blood-stained human flesh, snapped fell on the face of Mr. Chen. Ouch my ass. Mr. Chen really hated why he had grown a pair of eyes. Jiang Yan's voice, from behind Mr. Chen, came over and said faintly, "You want a chance?" Mr. Chen winced and asked, "What, chance? A chance to live?" Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "I'm only going to give you one choice. My family's Linger is beside me, and has been waiting to kill you for a long time." Mr. Chen was like an amnesty, directly kneeling in front of Jiang Yan. Shivering, he said, "I choose to live. Thank you, Lord Jiang. I will behave well. It will be useful for you to keep me. I can do a lot of things." Jiang Yan was non-committal and smiled faintly. "Take me to the Angel Foundation's headquarters in Nandu." Mr. Chen completely froze in place. "Ha?" Jiang Yan looked at Chen Linger, who was carrying a knife behind him, and said indifferently, "He doesn't seem to want to, so forget it." A flash of bloodthirsty desire flashed through Chen Linger's large, gloomy eyes, and the red-colored short sword in her hand was immediately raised. Although Mr. Chen did not see it, he clearly perceived the deadly butcher knife hanging over his head, about to fall. "I do. No problem. Everything is done as Lord Jiang said." Mr. Chen kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with the desire to survive. Jiang Yan nodded and said, "Okay, then you're staying here, tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll visit the headquarters of the Angel Foundation." After saying that, Jiang Yan directly got up, took Chen Linger's small hand and pushed the door out of the office. Boo! The door closed. In a large office, only one human being was now left in Mr. Chen, as well as a lot of yet-to-be-eaten shenanigans. Mr. Chen felt an unsuspecting gaze around him, looking at himself in unison, and was so scared that he directly pissed himself. Jiang Yan sent Chen Linger back to her room, while he himself ran straight to Xiao Xian's room, being interrupted by Mr. Chen. They got off work a bit early today, but Jiang Yan was not ready to go back to the antique street again, so he was just lazy today. He had arranged for the 500 creeps who had followed him to camp out in the square, while the bat creep stood on the rooftop of one of the floors of the Dingsheng mansion, constantly providing Jiang Yan with a view. As Jiang Yan wrapped his arms around Xiao Xian and lay on the bed enjoying his soft jade, he suddenly realized that this operation of using bats to bizarrely share his vision was a godsend. Before that he had to make a difficult choice between working overtime all night printing money and the warmth and softness of a beautiful woman. It's usually the latter that wins. But now, Jiang Yan could finally choose to have them all. While making out with Xiao Xian on the bed, he printed money through a mental link. But sometimes it's kinda a bummer to look at all the weird shenanigans whirling around. Jiang Yan realized that thinking about spoilers once in a while could actually lengthen his time. After tossing and turning until 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Yan finally had his fun. And Xiao Xian was like a kitten, shrinking in Jiang Yan's arms, her face flushed with red, and the bottom of her eyes were full of contentment. Going straight to the headquarters of the Angel Foundation tomorrow? And Xiao Xian whispered, isn't this a little too dangerous? Jiang Yan laughed, with 2 forbidden heads in my hands. And you, what is the danger of this Angel Foundation headquarters? Originally, if there hadn't been this episode with Mr. Chen, I might have just followed the clues from before to uproot the Angel Foundation's hidden strongholds and other institutes one by one. But now, since I have a T6 in my hands who is actually in a high position, it would be better to just go and meet the main man. It will also find Chen Mimi a little faster. Chapter 190, How Strong is Longhu Mountain? Jiang Yan had wanted to deal with the Angel Foundation in Nandu for a long time, but for such a long time, this Angel Foundation has been like a monster lurking at the bottom of the sea, knowing that it exists, but not knowing exactly where it exists. Even Deng Hai, who had provided a great deal of information about the Angel Foundation, didn't know where the Foundation's Nandu headquarters actually was. This organization was obviously extremely good at hiding, never exposing its existence on a wide scale, in order to secretly spread and develop to today's scale within the scope of God's state and even the whole world. If Mr. Chen didn't show up, Jiang Yan would need to explore more information little by little in the process of constantly clearing out the various branches of the Angel Foundation before he could eventually find out where the headquarters was. It's going to be a lengthy process. However, the appearance of this Mr. Chen greatly accelerated Jiang Yan's uprooting of the Angel Foundation. Jiang Yan was naturally very interested. After all, in this matter, there were 2 Jiang Yan's commitments involved. He promised that he would help Chen Linger find Chen Mimi. He had also promised that he would help old Taoist Qingshu send the 5-hearted divine thunder deity technique to Longhu Mountain. Although old Taoist Qingshu had died in the secret realm, Jiang Yan was still not prepared to break his promise. Even if that old Taoist priest didn't give himself a dream every night, Jiang Yan would still make a trip to Longhu Mountain. The Angel Foundation, on the other hand, was now the obstacle straddling these 2 commitments of Jiang Yan. And Xiao Xian gently drew circles on Jiang Yan's chest and whispered, Jiang Yan, what do you think Dragon Tiger Mountain is like? That old Tao of Qingshu. From what you said, it seems to be very strong. Then, now that the weirdness has descended, are the Taoist priests in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, one by one, like tigers with wings? Jiang Yan froze for a moment. He had been too busy to think about this matter in detail after he returned from the secret realm. It was only after being reminded by Xiao Xian that he realized that this matter did seem a bit intriguing. Old Taoist Qingshu went to the 3rd hospital to deal with Chen Linger more than 50 years ago. There were occasional spooky events back then, but they were a long way from spooky descents. So no matter how strong old Taoist Qingshu was, he had practiced on his own, rather than becoming stronger through system maleditions like Jiang Yan. If old Taoist Qingshu hadn't died in the 3rd hospital, but had lived until now, how strong would he be after years of cultivation and the addition of the system mall? And people like old Taoist Qingshu, in Longhu Mountain, should not exist alone. That place known as the ancestral court of the Tao sect, there must be even more powerful people present. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, smiled, and said, the potential could be great, but the system mall needs a huge pile of plutonium to make it work. I'm wondering if we might be able to get more skills from LWM? The performance of the 5 Hearts Divine Thunderbolt deity technique really amazed Jiang Yan. Even if he wasn't an unattackable money printing machine, even if he couldn't point the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Dipper skill to level 20, This skill was still stronger than the vast majority of skills in the system mall. This, however, was just a Taoist technique that old Taoist Qingshu had researched on his own. There must be more in Longhu Mountain. Excellent skills that can be recognized by the system mall. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be impressed, secretly thinking, before he went to Dragon Tiger Mountain, should he prepare a few more empty skill bars out? After a satisfying night of cradling in Xiao Xin, Jiang Yan quickly fell asleep. As he went to sleep, the mental link was automatically disconnected, and in the end, it didn't work out as Jiang Yan had imagined, as the mentally linked money printing machine could continue to print money even when it slept. This night, Jiang Yan unexpectedly had that dream again. Old Taoist Qingshu in his dream reminded Jiang Yan once again to make a trip to Longhu Mountain as soon as possible. After Jiang Yan woke up from his sleep the next day, he expressed great helplessness at the recurring dream. Anymore, he and this old Taoist priest were considered to have a shallow master-disciple bond. What about the most basic trust between master and apprentice? Packed up things, Jiang Yan directly pulled open the door of the office of An Bao Shang. Yesterday also very arrogant Chen, now cowering in the corner of the office. Depressed, obviously a night did not sleep, but also fear. Although several other bizarre heads were also in this office. But with Jiang Yan's order in the first place, they were more still keeping an eye on Mr. Chen to prevent him from escaping, but they didn't bother to attack him. Let's go. Set off. Jiang Yan said indifferently. That Mr. Chen, although he looked very aggravated and his face was also very ugly, but compared to yesterday, he was obviously much calmer. He looked at Jiang Yan and said with some hesitation, "Are you sure? These weird things are indeed strong, but with all due respect, you'd be foolish to think you can leave the Angel Foundation out of this with these creepy henchmen. As you can probably tell, the Angel Foundation pours a lot of energy into spooky research. The headquarters is even more heavily defended, with many means of targeting the bazaar. I advise you to give up this dangerous plan. If I really take you there, then both of us might die." Bringing an outsider to the headquarters was obviously a serious breach of discipline, and Mr. Chen would definitely be liquidated internally by the Angel Foundation. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, "You can say it out loud now if you're backtracking. It's okay." As for these dangers that Mr. Chen had mentioned, Jiang Yan was not the least bit concerned. What does more tactics against shenanigans have to do with me? I'm human. On the side, Pig Kong Hyena heavily pinched the pig's hoof, making a crackling sound. Pig face full of excitement. He had wanted to eat this Mr. Chen for a long time. Mr. Chen shivered and bemoaned with a bitter smile on his face. "Well, in that case, I'll take you to." In his mind, he cursed, "This kid really doesn't know the sky. When the time comes, we'll have to take a good look at how you die." Jiang Yan first went to the antique street, with the intention of bringing Lu Tianzuan with him. Although this guy's singing was awful, his fighting prowess was indeed not to be underestimated. Just after arriving at the antique street, Jiang Yan saw Chen Haichuan running in a trot, coming to himself and nodding his head. "Boss, I'm reporting for duty." Jiang Yan glanced at Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai and nodded. "Since you're here, let's go to the Angel Foundation together." Mr. Chen, who had been following behind Jiang Yan, sucked in a mouthful of cold air the moment he saw Deng Hai and lost his voice. "Deng Hai, why are you here?" Deng Hai looked at General Manager Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "He's my man now." Mr. Chen looked very ugly and glared at Deng Hai, while quickly calculating in his mind, "When this kid dies in the HQ, I'll dump it all on Deng Hai's head. In that case, I might be chastised too, but Deng Hai is the one to blame. Just do it." Chapter 191, The Illusory Dance of the God of Hunting. Although Deng Hai had nowhere near as much information as Mr. Chen, and it was impossible to know exactly where the headquarters was, he was able to be the one who was the chief villain. In comparison, Mr. Chen's sins are less prominent. Mr. Chen was so scheming that his heart was much relieved. Deng Hai glanced at Mr. Chen and immediately buried his head. He was also now an undercover agent of the Trickster Hunting Bureau, so it could be said that words were better than silence. Jiang Yan let Mr. Chen lead the way, followed by the 500 creeps hidden in the mists around him, and marched towards the Angel Foundation's headquarters in Nandu in great numbers. That creepy had been hovering high in the sky along the way, constantly searching for the highest point in view to provide Jiang Yan with a constant income of plutonium. Before he even got to the place, Jiang Yan's attributes had already broken through the 400-point mark. As early as last night when he was tangled up with Xiao Xin, Jiang Yan's attributes had already broken 350. After 350, each of the next points of attributes would take 1 billion to point out. With Jiang Yan's current speed of printing money, it would take close to half an hour for 1 billion to be printed. Seeing that the efficiency of the attributes was further reduced, Jiang Yan simply began to save up, ready to go to the headquarters of the Angel Foundation to find out how many Nayad stones there were. And when the time came to get a few more pieces of level 11 equipment, all of which were struck with Nayad stones, I'm afraid that the efficiency would be even higher than if he had directly ordered the attributes himself. Soon, Mr. Chen stopped at the end of a smelly ditch with Jiang Yan and countless shenanigans hidden in the mist. It's in there. Have you really decided? Can I leave first? I'm special after all. Jiang Yan followed Mr. Chen's guidance and saw the tiny rusted iron door at the end of this stinky ditch. This appears to be an equipment room for managing a stinky gutter, and it's very unpleasant. The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth lifted up a sneer and said faintly, "This is a place that would be perfect for the Angel Foundation." Well, now that you've thought about it, leave. Hearing this, Mr. Chen was instantly overjoyed and kowtowed to Jiang Yan, lifting his leg and running, but only after running 3 steps, he heard Jiang Yan's cold voice, chasing after him from behind. "Inuyasha, give him a ride." In the mist, the excited laughter of Inuyasha rang out. "Okay boss." A pig's hand, poking out from the invisible mist beside Mr. Chen, grabbed him by the neck. Click. Mr. Chen's neck was directly twisted into a twist-like shape, and was held by Pig Gang Hyena on his shoulders. The pig laughed, and used another bottle of mist to hide it. However, in the mist, the sound of click, click chewing continued to emanate. Floating around, creepy, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai looked at each other and both saw the cold sweat on the other's forehead. Right now this is a direct war between Taboo 006 and the Angel Foundation. Although the Angel Foundation wasn't a good thing either. Forbidden 006's act of purging Nandu was something that made Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai's hearts flutter. How can we allow others to sleep peacefully on our couch? Since Taboo 006 has marked Nandu as its own territory, it will naturally not allow the existence of the remaining large forces. Right now it's the Angel Foundation that has offended Taboo 006, so it's listed as the first target. But in the future, if the Nando's Trick Hunting Bureau also, surely it will also be annihilated by Taboo 006, by ironic means, right? In the eyes of Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, there was a touch of palpitation of a rabbit dying. Luckily, support from the Trickster Hunting Bureau is on the way. There was even already a relatively close hunt god who had arrived in the southern capital this morning. Wang Jia had also put down the task at hand of purging the weirdness and ran to greet that god of the hunt. When the secret weapons of the dragon-slaying god hunter and the Guile Hunting Bureau arrived in Nandu, when multiple parties combined their efforts, the success rate of sealing Taboo 006 would be greatly increased. On the edge of Nandu, Wang Jia pushed open the door of the car, his feet on the ground, but there was a sense of stepping on cotton sheepishness, and his mind also came a burst of vertigo, and he couldn't help but sway a little, almost falling to the ground. A hand reached out from the side and assisted Wang Jia. Chen Yuro's concerned voice came. "Huntress, are you okay? Get some rest today and don't work so hard. I still have 2,000 plutonium here. You take it first." After this month, Wang Jia heavily slapped himself twice on the face, sobered up a bit, and pushed away Chen Yuro's plutonium, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I can still hold out. This money, you take it to strengthen yourself." He hadn't had a good night's sleep in many days. Although there were plutonium coins supported by his colleagues in Nandu, Wang Jia had also decimated a lot of bazaar in Nandu these days, but there was still a $12,000 hole to the 40,000 plutonium interest at the end of the month. The bad news is that Nando's is getting less and less spooky. When Wang Jia came to Nandu, he brought many hunters with him, still thinking that after quickly sealing the Forbidden 006, the people would be able to leave Nandu and continue to put out fires everywhere, supporting the precarious situation in each city. Never thought that this Nandu came in easily, but came to be unable to leave. These 100 hunters, too, could not do nothing in Nandu, and so the number of shenanigans in Nandu decreased rapidly with the full cooperation of these 100 hunters. But for Wang Jia, this was simply bad news. Without the shenanigans, what about your own financial income? If you can't pay back the interest on the Forbidden 006, Wang Jia felt a pang when he thought about it, though so far, he hadn't figured out what the Forbidden 006 hit rule actually was, and he might even have broken through the limitations of the hit rule. But Wang Jia could be sure of one thing. With the extent of Forbidden 006's love of money, not being able to pay back the interest on his loan definitely had a great probability of attracting his attack. From the end of the month look no more than a few days. Yesterday has been in the Trick Hunting Bureau busy uploading information on a variety of miscellaneous matters. The night Wang Jia simply did not sleep all night, taking advantage of the weird vitality of the night to enhance. Full of streets to catch the trick kill, but still the harvest is average. And Wang Jia's goal is not just to pay back the $40,000 in interest every month. He is trying to find a way to pay off the 250,000 principal of the Forbidden 006, so that he can struggle to shore from this sea of suffering. a long way to go. Wang Jia pinched his brow hard, feeling that his future was gray. Squeak! A harsh brake sounded. A dusty sedan stopped in front of Wang Jia. A woman in a black trench coat pushed her way down from above. The woman was tall, with a visual estimate of 1.75 meters. Her ponytail was meticulously combed, and behind her black-framed glasses were a pair of cold, beautiful eyes. Wang Jia, I'm coming. The tall beauty looked Wang Jia up and down and frowned slightly. You're in bad spirits. Mark me the location of that forbidden head. I'm going to observe it with my own eyes. The surrounding hunters who had followed Wang Jia along nodded at the woman in unison. Phantom Dance Huntress. Chapter 192. Seeing is believing. This time, the manpower mobilization of the Guile Hunting Bureau did not only involve the dragon-slaying god of hunting who had been stationed in the capital, but also 3 other god of hunting who were not far away from the southern capital. This illusory dance god of the hunt was one of them, and after receiving the transfer order from the Guile Hunting Bureau, he immediately put down the matter at hand and rushed to Nandu, in order to have a good meeting with the Forbidden 006 that was encamped in Nandu, and had been described by the internal archives as incomparably terrifying. Hearing the illusory dance god of hunting's request, Wang Jia was instantly shaken in spirit and said, "Don't you do anything rash. Forbidden 006 is really strong. We have enough information on file, all from our own observations." The illusory dance huntress glanced at Wang Jia, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she said, "I always felt something was wrong. This file of yours looks infidelity. I need to see it for myself to feel comfortable. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be invisible." Wang Jia frowned more and more and said, "Don't you forget that stealth can be spied by opponents with far higher attributes. The attributes of Forbidden 006 may have been ridiculously high. This illusory dance god of hunt, named Li Yuan, just like Wang Jia, had also become one of the top 10 god of hunt in the Guile Hunting Bureau before the weirdness descended. This Li Yuan's background is interesting. She is the capital of the King of Thieves family of people. Generations are thieves, a hand of stealing skills out of the ordinary, not only the body skills, but also the flexible use of a variety of techniques, to assist themselves to achieve the ultimate goal. And when the weirdness descended, Li Yuan didn't even think about it and directly chose the stealth talent. It was a lousy talent, similar to rejuvenation and perspective. Nothing worth rare. But this talent, in the hands of Li Yuan, blossomed into something different. This god of hunt's frontal fighting ability was considered the weakest of all the gods of hunt, not even much stronger than an old hunter like Chen Haichuan. Her ability to capture information, however, is the strongest. The vital information in several sealing missions against the Forbidden was provided by Li Yuan. Hearing Wang Jia's concern, illusory dance hunter Li Yuan shook her head and showed Wang Jia 2 pieces of equipment. Equipment, Chameleon Cloak, extends the duration of the stealth effect by 25%, making stealth extremely difficult to detect, plus 10% evasion and 10% damage reduction while stealthy. Equipment, Sneaking Chest Armor, you can attack 3 times while stealthy without being visible. Attacks while stealthy do not reveal themselves. Seeing these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Jia immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, these 2 pieces of equipment could be considered trash if placed in the hands of an ordinary player. However, when placed in Li Yuan's hands, with the stealth talent, and the 2 passive and 2 active skills she had constructed for herself, the effect that could be brought out could be very considerable. In particular, the attribute of Chameleon Cloak that makes stealth extremely difficult to be detected had greatly enhanced Li Yuan's stealth ability. Before getting this equipment, Li Yuan's stealth talent was actually not that effective. The past battle results were achieved more through the techniques of her own Thief King family, and this talent was just an aid. But with the Chameleon Cloak, the role that this stealth technique could play was far too great. Looking at this cloak, Wang Jia slowly nodded his head and said, "In that case, go ahead." The place where Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai are is the location of Forbidden 006. The 2 of them, they are the undercover agents that our Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau has set beside Taboo 006. Remember, no matter what situation you encounter, you must never reveal the identities of the 2 of them. Hearing Wang Jia's words, Li Yuan immediately rounded a pair of beautiful eyes. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? You still have undercover agents around Taboo? Has Taboo evolved? Or have you guys evolved? This is outrageous, isn't it?" Wang Jia sighed deeply, patted Li Yuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Taboo 006 is different from all the taboos we've seen before. All of them. When you see it, you'll know why we're doing it. Remember, make sure you're safe. Also, don't expose our comrades." Li Yuan got Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai's locator and looked at the 2 small dots of light on the screen that were close together, her eyes filled with contemplation. Although it was unbelievable, Li Yuan knew that her fellow hunters, one by one, were all warriors with real skills in their bodies. Equanimity is not going to wimp out. This time the goat so completely, not only a wide range to seek help, but also the undercover this kind of tactics are used. That head of the taboo, get it wrong really difficult to deal with. Either way, go ahead and check it out. Li Yuan had long since developed a set of her own fighting and probing skills in her long time of practice, and had complete confidence in herself. She believed that hearing is believing and seeing is believing, and that reading the file 100 times would not compare to the information she could gain from seeing Taboo 006 with her own eyes. The dusty minivan drifted with a tail, and sped toward where Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai were. Jiang Yan kicked open the rusty iron door at the end of the stinking gutter. Here is an equipment room, which is full of dredging tools. The equipment room is very small, the unpleasant stench wafting inside, underfoot a muddy. Jiang Yan quickly turned around in this equipment room and realized that it was just 2 rooms. Nothing unusual. Inuyasha said in the mist, chewing on Mr. Chen's corpse while baring his mouth. Boss, we're not going to be fooled by this guy, are we? He doesn't have a good heart, but he tastes pretty good. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, I guess not. The look on Mr. Chen's face just now clearly brought him to the right place. The reason why Jiang Yan messed with him in advance was purely to avoid complications, although he is not afraid of any means. But this Angel Foundation Nandu headquarters of some ambush, get killed by their own side of these bizarre, then Jiang Yan's loss can be big. These can be your own loyal printed materials. Chen Haichuan, Deng Hai, search, there must be an organ here. Jiang Yan said blandly. Creepy's brains weren't quite enough compared to humans, compared to which Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, one of them an old hunter and the other a 250 from the Angel Foundation, were much more reliable in doing this. Meanwhile, on the far embankment outside the stinking ditch, a withered old Taoist with a nurse whose lips were stained with blood gazed at the situation from afar. Master, I just heard them say that down here is the headquarters of that foundation. There must be more bluestone in there, the nurse asked with some eagerness in her eyes. Shall we? The old Taoist priest glanced at Wang Ro and shook his head. No, if your senior brother finds out about us, I'm afraid he won't let you and I have a good time. Someone is coming. The old Taoist's empty gaze suddenly moved and turned to look at the gently swaying barren grass across the street. A tall beauty in a black trench coat quietly crept out of the weeds. Chapter 193 is very brave. At the same time that old Taoist Jingshu sensed the movement, he directly pinched an invisibility spell in his withered hands, and an invisible force spread out, completely enveloping himself in Wang Roru. Li Yuan carefully crawled out from the barren grass, her attention all on the direction where Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai were, completely not noticing the 2 heads of weirdness that were stealthy in the other direction. Li Yuan followed the direction and saw the equipment room at the end of that stinky ditch and Jiang Yan's back inside. On that back, with its black aura, stood a shadowy black raven on his right shoulder with a single scarlet eye. Although it was just a back, it caused Li Yuan's heart to tighten for no reason, as if she had sensed a huge crisis, and felt her breath stutter a little. Is this the forbidden 006? 100 hearsay. It's so strong just looking at the back. Li Yuan murmured in a low voice, setting up the binoculars in her hand and carefully surveying everything around Taboo 006. Soon, she saw the backs of Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai through the narrow door of the room between the equipment. Both of them. Playing the role of an undercover agent is a great role to play. Perfectly integrated. It looks just like 2 lapdogs. Not at all out of place. Although Li Yuan didn't know Deng Hai, she had met Chen Haichuan several times and was quite familiar with this captain of the Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau. It was also never expected that this experienced old captain would be so comfortable as a lapdog for Taboo. Li Yuan took a deep breath and whispered to herself. Since the 2 of them were able to survive so safely beside the forbidden 006, then what the file said about a low desire to attack is more than likely true as well. I'll stealth over and take a closer look. Li Yuan directly stimulated her stealth talent. Her figure swayed twice in place like a water wave, and immediately transformed into a void shadow that blended perfectly with the air, no longer being able to see its existence. Of course, this is also directly related to the properties of the observer. Wang Ro, on the opposite bank, just had a bewildered look on her face, her sight completely unable to capture Li Yuan's presence. However, the empty eyes of old Taoist Jingshu were following Li Yuan after her stealth, all the way to see her approaching Jiang Yan's position in quick steps. Very brave. Old Taoist Jingshu sighed softly in admiration. Hearing Jiang Yan's order, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai looked at each other. Deng Hai went straight to Inuyasha's side and began to grope around on Mr. Chen's body. Generally, T5 and above have special identification. Once we find his identification, then we can follow the trail to the hidden door here. Deng Hai muttered as he groped around Chief Chen's corpse, which had been almost emptied by the pig-con hyena. Into the hand a warm sticky blood and fishy stench. Deng Hai face a little white, but had to try to support his shaking hand. from the pocket of General Chen's jacket, touched a silver white card. On this card, there was no logo, and the whole body seemed to be made of some kind of polished jade, glistening with a lustrous luster under the faint light. A flash of joy flashed in Deng Hai's eyes as he said, "Most likely this is it." Card in hand, he began to hunt around for any hidden doors that might exist. Soon, as Deng Hai affixed the silver white card to a crumbling wall, an electronic tone sounded. "Dr. Chen Yulan, welcome back." With a melodious electronic tone, an elevator door opened out of nowhere on that crumbling wall. The neat, shiny elevator was out of place in its dilapidated, foul-smelling surroundings. Deng Hai slowly retreated back and handed the silver white card in his hand back to Jiang Yan, whispering, "Boss, as is customary with the Angel Foundation, there's bound to be a camera in the elevator. The cameras will surely be carefully screened by the combat members of the surveillance room. If you go in, they will immediately realize something is wrong. When the elevator opens, I'm afraid what awaits you is a heavily armed blockade." Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the elevator. The elevator wasn't very spacious. Only about 10 people could stand down. Getting into an elevator that's being monitored by the enemy is really not a good idea. The elevator in the secret realm of the third hospital before hid a lot of surprises. If it wasn't for Jiang Yan's high art, that elevator could be said to come to as many deaths as possible. But there's no better option at the moment. Jiang Yan opened his mouth, and Xiao Xin, Chan Ling Air, Lu Tianzun, Demon Wolf, Pig Kong Hua, Smoke Charmer, Chen Hai Chuan, Deng Hai, come in with me. Together with Jiang Yan, there were a total of 9, but a few of the bizarre ones were too large, and this elevator was afraid to be a bit of a stretch if it wanted to cram them all in. Just as Jiang Yan commanded, a stealthy tall woman sneaked in through the door. "Tiptoe around and hold your breath." Walking stealthily all the way, Li Yuan realized that the situation was very weird. She is not found by anything, but she often bumps into things she cannot see. Those things, cold and hard, seemed like an invisible stone sculpture. There are some that even move and talk. Li Yuan even heard a sentence. What hit me from behind?" The voice was shrill, mixed with eerie tones that made Li Yuan shudder. But while she didn't entirely trust the files, she had gone through the forbidden 006 files several times and quickly righted the ship and figured out what was going on. It is said that around Taboo 006, there are nearly 1,000 spooky hideouts in the unseen mists, waiting for his call. It's probably one of these things that you bump into yourself. What? This record is actually true? Li Yuan was in a cold sweat. One of the few records in the forbidden 006 archives that she trusted the least was this one where the mists around her body hid nearly 1,000 shenanigans. How is that possible? If that's true, what's left for them people to live for? But right now, the thing that he least believed in was actually alive and well in front of his eyes. The only thing to be thankful for was that although these spooks hiding in the mists were not visible, they could not discover Li Yuan who was in a state of invisibility. Li Yuan gritted her teeth and groped her way across the river, or managed to bypass the weirdness that was hidden in the mist, and secretly poked and prodded her way to a place not far behind Taboo 006. As the distance to forbidden 006 approached, Li Yuan felt that the ubiquitous cold and sinister aura around her body was getting thicker and thicker, cold to the bone, a thread like an ice needle, drilling straight into the cracks of her bones. Right at this moment, Li Yuan saw that Deng Hai, the newly minted hunter that Wang Jia had said earlier, had opened a deeply hidden elevator door, and then Taboo 006 named a few names and asked them to join him on the elevator. Li Yuan's mind was racing with thoughts, and with her years of experience, her body was like a bolt of lightning, and she took the lead in pouncing into the elevator. Jiang Yan was just about to raise his steps when he saw an illusory shadow, vicious dog pouncing, rushing into the elevator without making half a sound. Even the elevator didn't shake a bit, as if what came in wasn't a person but a falling leaf. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be stunned, stopping and carefully observing the tall woman hiding in the corner of the elevator. Is this, Chapter 194, Fire, Fight to the Death? That tall, trench-coated beauty had an illusory body, as if she was one with the air, but Jiang Yan could still make out an outline. He immediately realized exactly what was happening in front of him. The woman was invisible, but because of the difference in attributes between the two sides, she was spied on by herself for her stealth. Stealth, like resurgence, was also a lousy talent, and in his last life Jiang Yan had heard a lot of details about this talent. The greater the difference in attributes between the two sides, the more obvious the traces of the cloaked person are seen. If the difference in attributes is not large enough, then the traces of the stealthy person's presence will be almost invisible, and even if the other person moves around frequently, they will be easily ignored. On top of that, if the cloaked person stays still, then a seamless camouflage can be maintained. According to the frequent tests of those stealth-talented players in the last life, the best stealth effect is stillness. followed by fast movement. And the worst is slow but frequent movement. If you watch the slow movement carefully, even if the difference in attributes between the two sides is not large, it is easy to detect the disturbance of air and light, so as to determine that there is someone there who is stealthy. The impression of this talent in Jiang Yan's mind was similar to resurrection. You say it's useless, it's got a little something left, but you have to lean on it, so you can't be sure that it's going to give you a huge surprise at some point and just screw you over. Right now is one of the truest portrayals. Jiang Yan took a closer look at the silhouette of the woman's figure, and realized that when she remained still inside the elevator, even in Jiang Yan's eyes, she was very shallow, almost intermingling with the environment, like a ghostly shadow, which could not be seen at all without a closer look. However, that quick scampering movement just now made it impossible for Jiang Yan not to pay attention. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and said in his heart, I have 400 points in all 3 attributes now, and I can't believe I can still only see such shallow traces. Does this woman have high attributes? From where? In Jiang Yan's mind, thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly made a decision. This person's behavior is suspicious. Ignore her for now, keep calm and see what she wants. Making up his mind, Jiang Yan pretended that he couldn't see this woman, pulled in Xiao Xian and Chen Ling'er, and slowly walked into the elevator. The various shenanigans hidden in the mists on the side also followed Jiang Yan and entered the elevator one by one. The elevator was instantly stuffed with the weirdness of the hidden mists, and the space was almost bursting at the seams. Jiang Yan protected in Xiao Xian in his arms, wary of the woman behind him rising up and sneaking in. Before he looked at the button on the elevator, there are 3 buttons on the elevator, not numbers, but words, which are lobby, main control, warehouse. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and pressed the lobby button. According to Deng Hai, he would most likely be found to be in a bad situation by these people at the Angel Foundation headquarters as soon as he got on the elevator, so it would be better to go directly to the hall with the largest space, take care of all the trouble at once, and then find a way to scavenge the Naiad stones and other things here. Li Yuan, who was cowering in the middle of the corner, had a pair of gazes that went back and forth in the elevator, and there was surprise and celebration in the bottom of her eyes, being glad that his stealth technique had indeed not been discovered by Forbidden 006. This chameleon cloak, which he had inadvertently acquired in his copy, had helped him in a truly remarkable manner, which could be described as a qualitative change. I was surprised that the elevator looked empty, but it was crowded. She felt a grim, fat ass in the middle of the invisible mist, disliking her, almost crushing her. Inuyasha's strange muttering echoed quietly through the elevator. Why is there a corner back here? Who designed an elevator that's so uncomfortable? Jiang Yan glanced back and realized that the 2 behemoths, the demon wolf and the pig Kong Hua, were all crammed into a small corner, blocking the stealthy woman tightly. Lu Tianzuan had taken a size reduction potion in advance, otherwise his 15-meter height wouldn't have been able to get on this elevator anyway. But for the narrow space inside the elevator, Lu Tianzuan was still too big, shrinking into another corner, trying to make more space for Jiang Yan in front, looking as wretched as he could be. The elevator moved and sank downward for a mere 3 seconds before coming to an abrupt halt. The stutter was very noticeable, not like the elevator was arriving at the station, but more like it was being forcibly aborted. A startled, angry voice came out of the speakers in the elevator. Who are you all? Where's Chen Yulan? Chen Yulan was obviously the name of the previous Chen, and when he had just come in, the electronic voice said, Dr. Chen Yulan. It seems that this guy is not an incompetent person to be ranked as high as T6 of the Nando's Angels Foundation. Not only can he do research, but he can talk about affairs and fight, and he's even willing to do weird experiments on himself by attaching a weird arm to his body. Jiang Yan wasn't the least bit flustered by the situation at hand and smiled lightly. My name is Jiang Yan, the owner of Antique Street. Earlier, Chen Yulan came to me and said that the Angel Foundation wanted to talk to me about some kind of business. I'm coming. The tone of voice was very calm, as if it was really just a normal visit to talk business. The voice over the loudspeaker was silent for a long time. It was 5 minutes before another huskier voice sounded again. Where is Chen Yulan? Jiang Yan shrugged, reached out and pulled a bloody head out of the misty Inugancha's hand, dropping it on one of the few open spaces in the elevator. The head rolled twice, revealing a desperate and terrified face before death, and it was none other than Chen Yulan. If it had been a few minutes later, I'm afraid this head would have been chewed up and eaten by the pig Kong hyena as well. His sincerity isn't quite there. I want to talk to your T7. Jiang Yan's tone was still calm, but it was set off by Chen Yulan's despairing and terrified head, which was incomparably chilling. The rest of the people in the elevator were used to Jiang Yan's ways. He has always been generous underhand, but to his enemies, he was unbelievably brutal. Li Yuan, however, was in contact with Taboo 006 for the first time, and couldn't help but swallow heavily. the bottom of her eyes filled with a deep shock. It's forbidden? You stepped on a horse and told me that it would be a forbidden head? How is it possible to do something so anthropomorphic that it's taboo? No, I don't believe it. He's just a guy, right? Li Yuan really wanted to lift Forbidden 006's strange hat as soon as she could at the moment and take a good look at his face. The husky, low voice over the speakers was once again silent for several minutes before saying, "Good, since you dare to come, don't regret it. I'll meet you at the elevator door." As the words fell, the stalled elevator, once again, slowly descended. Ding! Floor display, lobby. The elevator reached its normal stop this time and slowed to a halt. The elevator doors opened to both sides. The door had just opened a crack when he heard an angry shout from outside. "Fire! Beat me to death." Chapter 195, Who's Taboo? Following the crack of the elevator door, Jiang Yan saw the scene outside. In the middle of a wide, brightly lit hall, dozens of people wearing the Angel Foundation's combat uniforms were forming 3 rows of intensive firing formations. The rifles in their hands, with that command, spat fire in unison. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots exploded in the middle of the hall. The stream of scorching hot projectiles instantly tore through the elevator door, blasting towards Jiang Yan and the others inside. Li Yuan, who was cowering in the furthest corner, saw such a menacing scene and instantly rounded a pair of beautiful eyes, warning signs in her heart. It's too much of a disadvantage to be in an elevator under saturation fire from outside. Just how strong this Taboo 006 was, Li Yuan had yet to see it, but she felt that to be able to put herself in the situation at hand, this head of Taboo's IQ was not high. Li Yuan crouched down in a ball and tried her best to shrink into the corner to avoid the saturated firepower at hand covering her. At the same time, in Li Yuan's mind, a huge question rose. What the hell is this place? When she had just dodged and snatched into the elevator, Li Yuan hadn't thought carefully, but seeing this elevator, hall and dozens of heavily armed combatants, Li Yuan immediately realized that something was very wrong with the situation. The capital presented is too strong for this to be like an organization that has just emerged in the post-creepy era. Just as Li Yuan's thoughts were rapidly turning in her head, she heard a coarse roar coming from the unseen mists in the elevator. "No one can hurt my boss with me around." Pig Gang Hyena's fat figure, directly drilled out from the mist. The giant shield in his hand was like a wall, directly blocking the elevator door. Boom 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 boom. Bullets rained down on the shield, hammering out a series of muffled sounds. -4, -3, -5. Block, block. A series of damage numbers and block statuses drifted out from the pig gangster. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was completely unharmed at all. Inuyasha had a humongous face, as if he had contributed a lot. In truth, he knew in his heart that his boss didn't need him to take the bullet, but the boss doesn't need it, and he or she doesn't have an eye for it. And that's a completely different thing. A good employee must know how to show his value in front of his boss. Sure enough, Jiang Yan, encouraged, gently patted the pig's fat waist and back, and said indifferently, off. "Okay boss." Pig Gang Hyena nimbly lifted the huge shield and flashed to the side. At this time, the dozens of Angel Foundation combatants outside the elevator had already emptied a pike of bullets. Although looking at the pig's unmoving blood-stained eyelids jumped wildly, and there was some ominous foreboding in his heart, but he still quickly changed bullets with a very high level of combat literacy. But just then, they heard the man in the elevator, who was covered in black aura, pointing at them and saying faintly, "Open fire and shoot me dead." The Foundation members outside the elevator froze in unison. Why does that sound familiar? In the next moment, Xiao Xin, who had already set up 6 tubes of splendid gold Gatling, directly pulled the trigger. Gatling shots were very different from the usual ones. The sound of an ordinary gun is staggering, even if it hits fast, and at best it sounds like a firecracker. But Gatling is different. Sounds like a saw, one after another, one on top of the other, and before the first could be reacted to, the second had already reached the ears again. Moreover, with Xiao Xion's berserk streak passive boost, her attack speed was still getting faster and faster, quickly pushing Gatling's rate of fire to a new peak. Buzz off! As the Gatling's 6 barrels rotated, a terrifying tongue of fire danced above the muzzle, and a single clarified yellow normal bullet turned into a torrent of metal, instantly drowning the Foundation's combat members outside the elevator. The first man, in full view of the crowd, was directly shattered by the powerful stream of bullets. A piece of broken bone and blood paralyzed on the ground, and then the second and the third. Each bullet, which pierced through several bodies of flesh, eventually embedded itself within the alloy-covered concrete walls to a depth of several meters. There were a total of 1,000 rounds in one of Gatling's ammunition chains, and today, the purple treasure chest was managing the store for Jiang Yan and didn't follow him, so there was no one to reload for Xiao Xin. It took a mere 2.5 seconds for those 1,000 rounds to be declared empty.
None of the dozens of fighting members of the Foundation outside the elevator remained in full corpse. The ground was thick with blood, accompanied by broken limbs and arms, which looked exceptionally miserable. A patch of damage numbers, in the hall outside the elevator, slowly drifted up. Minus 23,581. Blitz, minus 44,326. Minus 20,896. Blitz, minus 45,408. Blitz, minus 44,759. None of Jiang Yan's damage counted armor. It was basically a fixed value. However, and Xiao Xian was a normal attack, calculating armor, which itself floated, so the damage numbers that came out were all uneven, and the difference between bludgeoning and not bludgeoning fell greatly, because of the absence of the silver bullet's damage bonus to the shenanigans, and Xiao Xian's single damage at this point was half as much as the shot she took at Lu Tianzuan earlier, but just observing the effect makes no difference. Pop, pop, snap. Jiang Yan applauded seriously. Not bad for a violent wife you've raised. It's really different. A rough calculation showed that if each bullet could do about 30,000 damage on average, then 1,000 rounds on a chain of bullets could do 30 million damage. This isn't plutonium. This is damage. Jiang Yan, who was unable to take the initiative to attack, envied fiercely at this moment, listening to Jiang Yan's applause, inside and outside the elevator. A silence. Lu Tianzuan, who was hiding in the mist, shivered in fear and peed out 2 drops. It wasn't until this time that he realized that the shot he took earlier at the edge of Nandu wasn't Boss Lady's big move. Instead, it's a flat A from the Boss Lady. Luckily, I didn't trigger the Boss Lady's ridiculously high blitz rate at that time, or else I would have never had the chance to see tomorrow's sun again. Crouching in the corner, Li Yuan, who had been ready to hide behind the misty and bizarre corpses to survive, saw the damage figures outside the elevator and suddenly rounded her eyes. Wait a minute, I seem to saw something remarkable. Li Yuan rubbed her eyes hard and fixed her eyes on them. The large swath of damage numbers that hadn't yet disappeared were still as blinding as ever. In Li Yuan's heart, waves of shock surged up. What's this? What the is this? 20,000 plus in one shot. 40,000 plus in a blitz? For that kind of horrible single damage, it still manages to empty 1,000 rounds in 2.5 seconds? Is this something a human being could do? Li Yuan's gaze was dull as she murmured wordlessly. Wait, who the hell is Taboo again? Her dull gaze swept back and forth over Jiang Yan and in Xiao Xian's backs. Chapter 196, Old Feuds. Between the horrified Li Yuan in the corner, she saw that the forbidden 006, who was covered in black gas, move. He walked idly out of the elevator, stepping over thick plasma and limbs, and into the middle of this vast hall with alloy walls. This place is well connected. There are several corridors leading to different areas, and directly opposite there is a large screen, displaying area guidelines and some mission information, just like an office building, not a secret base. In the middle of the hall, there were many more people. Those dozens of combat members just now were only a very small part of it. Common sense dictates that the enemy in the elevator is so vulnerable that after being hit by saturation fire, they can just clean up the bodies, fix the elevator, and pretend nothing happened. But the way things were going was completely beyond all of their expectations. Jiang Yan spewed out an ethereal blue smoke dragon from his mouth and nose, and he did not even look at these people squarely, only sweeping over them one by one with the corner of his eye. The surrounding members of the Angel Foundation retreated 3 steps in unison, their faces turning pale. Eyes are still a bit dull, still not able to come back from the shock just now. Jiang Yan's calm voice resounded in the middle of the hall. I want to see the top leader of the Nando's Angels Foundation. I'm only going to give you 1 minute. In a minute, if he doesn't come out, I'm going to start killing people. Kill from left to right. The tone of his voice was unperturbed, but the words he uttered were as if Hades was in the way, without the slightest bit of mercy. The crowd shivered in unison. No need. I'm coming. A low voice came from outside the crowd. It was the same person who had spoken through the loudspeaker earlier, in the elevator. The crowd immediately parted, revealing a tall figure. This person was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders. His body looked like a strong man, but his face was already an old man in his 70s, balding in the middle, with only some long silver white hair still on both sides. This person's complexion was somewhat abnormally gray, and in his pair of eyes, he also hid 2 points of deadness, and seemed to have half of his body already buried in the earth. Jiang Yan sized up the man, took a drag on his old pipe, and asked with interest, "You're T7 from Nando's?" The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "My name is Sun Jae-sung, the president of the Nandu branch of the Angel Foundation." "That's right, my position, T7. Not only did you kill one of my Angel Foundation's T6s,
But you also dared to break into our headquarters? In the old man's eyes, a cold aura flickered, and he said in a single word, "What the hell do you want?" Jiang Yan let out a faint laugh and said in a calm tone, "I meant to, but I came to talk about a couple deals. But before that, I have another thing," Jiang Yan said, his gaze crossing over the old man's body and looking behind him. Behind Sun Zicheng, there were several people following him. All of them were calm and condensed, with a kind of arrogance that had been cultivated by living in the upper position for a long time. These few people, who were obviously also the top management of the Nandu Angel Foundation, second only to Sun Zicheng in position, were all startled out by Jiang Yan, and Jiang Yan's gaze landed on one of the men wearing a research suit. The man's face impressed Jiang Yan deeply. It was the same asshole who in his last life had robbed him of his only chance to turn over a new leaf, opened that purple treasure chest in front of him, insulted him terribly, and shot him in the head. If Jiang Yan hadn't had the gift of resurrection and this asshole hadn't guarded Jiang Yan's body, Jiang Yan would have died that time. However, what made Jiang Yan a little surprised was that this person was wearing the clothes of a researcher, whereas when he exploded his own head in his last life, he was clearly wearing a combat uniform. According to Deng Hai, the Angel Foundation's research department and combat department were two very different departments, but with this guy being in T6, it shouldn't be a surprise that he switched his internal duties. All this way, Jiang Yan had actually always wanted to run into this person who had humiliated him so much in his last life, but it was a pity that he had never been able to get what he wanted. Until now, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile as his gaze fell towards this person. This person had also been staring at Jiang Yan. Four eyes met for a moment. Scarlet Shock Blast, activate. Boom! In this person's mind, a shocking wave was immediately set off, and a terrifyingly loud sound continued to stir in his head. Reason was shattered in an instant, and all that remained was a single thought. The owner of these scarlet eyes was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen in his life. He must be killed immediately, or the one who dies will surely be himself. Ah! Death! A furious roar came out of this person's mouth. He directly made a vertical leap and threw a heavy punch towards Jiang Yan's chest. The speed was surprisingly fast, and the punch, very heavy. The sound of breaking air whirring sounded like a cannonball, piercing through the air, directly attacking Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face was ancient and unperturbed, as if the punch wasn't even coming towards him. In the next moment, this heavy fist, outside Jiang Yan's body, struck a shield that emitted a blue-purple glow. A circle of shallow ripples spread out from where the fist landed. Immediately, a silver-purple furious thunderbolt blasted out directly in the direction from which the fist came. The man's body jerked rigid. Immediately, the wild thunder penetrated through his body, turning this person's body directly into a piece of humanoid charcoal. Wisps of green smoke rose from his body, and the air was filled with the smell of char. Two damage numbers slowly floated up from him. -400, -30,150. As Jiang Yan's attributes improved, the counterattack damage of the 5 Hearts Divine Thunder Deity skill was further increasing. In comparison, the effective counter aura was now of little use to Jiang Yan, but instead, it was somewhat helpful to the meat shield shenanigans underneath. Snap! The coke, emitting wisps of smoke, made a soft thud on the ground, and chunks shattered and scattered all over the place. All the members of the Angel Foundation, looking down at this scene, their faces changed wildly in unison. What just happened? How did this guy do over 30,000 damage when he clearly didn't even move? Does it mean it's not a lightning attribute spell? What are you doing? Didn't we agree to talk business? Sun Zicheng looked at the shattered charcoal, and for a moment, his body was gently trembling, and the way he looked at Jiang Yan had completely changed. Too strong, really too strong. For sure, it's definitely not human. Is this even a head of taboo? Sun Zicheng's gaze, searching back and forth over Jiang Yan, secretly mused in his heart. This head of taboo seems very different from the taboo in the Foundation's internal records. IQ and anthropomorphism are surprisingly high. If we can find a way to capture it and make it a test subject, over at headquarters, I'm sure I'll be honored. Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, we have some old grudges. Now, it's time to talk. First business, I want the Naiad stone. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of ghostly blue smoke, and his eyes under the shadow of his strange hat flashed with a touch of eagerness. Chapter 197. It's not a matter of money or not. Sun Jaesung took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sulkiness. If it was a normal day, this person dared to do so in front of his face, he would have already disassembled him and skinned him to vent his anger. However, the situation at hand forced Sun Jaesung to put away his anger and deal with it carefully. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Sun Jicheng obviously froze for a moment. Naiad stone? What's that? Jiang Yan saw that Sun Zicheng's expression did not seem to be a fake, and with a clear mirror in his heart, he lightly smiled and said, it's what's in your Angel Foundation blue light meter.
The system mall will only open the gems page once you have obtained level 11 equipment. Before this, the Nayad stone would not be labeled by the system space with its name and attributes. And looking at Sun Jae-sung's demeanor, at least he, AT7, did not know the true origin of the Nayad stone. Hearing Jiang Yan's words, Sun Zicheng's face, instantly suspicious, looked Jiang Yan up and down and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want this for?" Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said blandly, "I have my own uses. Just name your price." Sun Jae-sung said in a resolute tone, shaking his head categorically. "No way. The blue light stone is one of our Angel Foundation's top secrets. Even if it's me, losing a piece of blue light stone will make me accountable by the headquarters. It won't be sold for any amount of money." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Yan smiled faintly and began to pull out his pockets. This time, the plutonium denomination he pulled out was also read 10,000 plutoniums apiece. A thick stack of plutonium, totaling $1 million, was placed in front of Sun Jicheng. 1 million metals apiece, as many as you want. Sun Jae-sung snorted and said with a sneer on his face, "1 million is quite a lot, but it's not worth it compared to the blue light stone. Not to mention a single blue light stone. Even the dregs of a blue light stone can't be bought." Jiang Yan wasn't angry and started pulling out his pockets again. Another 9 thick stacks of red medieval coins were placed in front of Sun Jicheng, totaling $10 million. 10 million plutonium coins apiece, as many as you want. Jiang Yan's tone was still peaceful and flat, as if what he took out was just a lunch money. Sun Zicheng's eyebrows jumped wildly as he looked at the 10 thick stacks of red medieval coins on the ground and then at Jiang Yan. His eyes filled with disbelief. "That's 10 million plutonium? And that's how he took it out?" Sun Jae-sung's face was a bit intolerant, but he still shook his head categorically. "No, it's not about money." Jiang Yan smiled faintly and continued to pull out his pockets. This time, stacked in front of Sun Jicheng, there were a full 100 stacks of red medieval coins. Red, piercing the eyes and scratching the mind. It brought a shocking mind-blowing shock to all the people in the Angel Foundation. 1 billion, that's 100 million plutocrats, at a time when plutonium was so scarce. 100 million plutonium, that was a horrifying fortune that could completely upend the fate of every single person. With this 100 million plutonium in hand, any nameless person could leap into a true powerhouse with enviable attributes, equipment, and skills. Right now the world order is all collapsing because of the bizarre descent. The only truth is to have a big fist, and the plutonium, which really determines the size of the punch. For a while, a sound of ragged breathing rose and fell in the halls of the Angel Foundation's Nandu headquarters. Countless pairs of gazes landed on top of the 100 million plutonium coins in front of Jiang Yan, itching to swallow all these plutonium coins in one bite. Inuyasha was very alert and raised his giant shield, always ready to vault over his boss's property. Jiang Yan, however, was not the least bit impressed and only looked at Sun Jicheng lightly. 100 million plutocrats apiece, as many as you want. Sun Jae-sung's hand shook. "How much more can you ask for at this price? Does this asshole's family run a plutonium printing press? How much money does he really have?" You wait. I'll ask permission from headquarters." Sun Jae-sung turned around and walked away. His footsteps hurried as he disappeared around a corridor corner, and Xiao Xian lowered her voice and asked in Jiang Yan's ear with a voice that only 2 people could hear, "Isn't that price a bit too much for the wrong kind?" She knew that her own husband was rich and powerful, but you can't be rich and lose money like that, can you? Jiang Yan laughed and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, they won't get a penny of this money." $100 million definitely exceeded the true value of the Nayad stone, which, even if it was a unique hidden resource, was after all only a level 1 gemstone, not to mention 100 million apiece. Even if it was a million apiece, it was already a big premium. But to Jiang Yan, even if it was $100 million for a Nayad stone, it wasn't a loss. His 3 attributes were now as high as 400, and every point he added required a huge sum of 10 billion plutonium. The naive stone could increase 3 attributes by 1 point each, and to Jiang Yan, this stone was equivalent to $30 billion. $100 million for it is not a loss, naturally. But Jiang Yan didn't really come to the Angel Foundation to do business this time. The dead man is not destined to collect his $100 million, and it's useless to bring more stones, but it could make Jiang Yan's process of collecting the Nayad stones much smoother. If Jiang Yan directly emptied this Angel Foundation's headquarters, he would have to have his own men's shenanigans scavenge the Nayad stones for him. However, the Nayad stone had an inexplicable attraction to the creepy, and once the creepy devoured the Nayad stone, it seemed that a huge change would occur. Jiang Yan was uneasy about this, especially the 500 shenanigans that had just joined. When Sun Jae-sung handed over a large number of Nayad stones, it would be the time of his death. In an office, Sun Zicheng shivered and lit up a cigarette, and took a sharp drag. There was a call on his cell phone, but he didn't hit the dial button.
After working in the Angel Foundation for so many years and seeing so many storms, Sun Jae-sung had thought that he would no longer be nervous. But right now, he was dying of nervousness. After smoking a cigarette, Sun Jae-chung finally made up his mind, and his eyes were filled with determination. Put up a fight. I have a total of 23 blue light stones here. If I can sell them for 23 billion plutonium coins, my future will be unlimited. I can also ignore the chastisement from the headquarters side. Straight away, take these men from Nandu, crack the earth and seal the king on your own. As for that forbidden head, before Sun Jae-sung's eyes, Jiang Yan's figure flashed once again. That figure was not tall compared to many bazaar, but the pressure it caused Sun Jae-chang was like that of a mountain. Sun Jae-sung ruthlessly pressed the cigarette butt out in the ashtray and coldly said to himself, when he finishes paying, I'm going to let him know that all my years of cultivation and precipitation in Nandu are not made of clay. That secret weapon, and it's been tested long enough. It's time to bring it out and use it. Sun Jae-sung dialed another number and said coldly, extract Chen Mimi from the gold solution. The only thing that can fight the taboo is the taboo. Chapter 198, I want to check the money. Having made the decision to take a risky move and sell all the blue light stones in the Nandu headquarters, Sun Jae-chung's eyes completely iced over. A murderous aura also welled up in his body. For so many years, he had been able to secure the only T7 position in the Nandu Angel Foundation, relying on more than just the trust of the people above him. It also has the drive and determination to kill. The game at hand is definitely a turning point in one's life. Operate well. In the future, straight to the clouds, even the old owner of the Angel Foundation may have to deal with their own equal. Operated badly, and it's all doom and gloom. A violent death on the spot, or a brutal death by someone from headquarters. Sun Jae-chung went and returned, sitting in front of Jiang Yan and said in a deep voice, I've just been briefed with the higher-ups. They agreed to a selling price of 100 million a blue light stone. I have a total of 23 blue light stones here. If you can really come up with 23 billion, we'll have a deal. Sun Jae-chung stared at Jiang Yan with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with scrutiny. To come up with $2.3 billion in one go is a pipe dream. The current plutonium economic system, Sun Jae-sung, is also very clear. Ordinary players take a 10,000 are barely. $100,000 is already a fortune that many people only dare to imagine in their dreams. Millions is what large organizations have to bite the bullet and scrounge up and down to come up with. Never even think about it. As for the billions, to be honest, Sun Jae-sung heard about this plutonium unit for the first time today. Although Jiang Yan had taken 100 million out, Sun Jae-chung still had reason to suspect that he couldn't take more. If there was only 100 million, although Sun Jae-sung also wanted it, he would have to repeatedly weigh the cost of betraying the headquarters and selling the blue light stone. Under Sun Jae-chung's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Yan smiled faintly and continued to pull out his pockets. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million. His plutonium, as if it were never-ending, was placed in stacks in front of Sun Jae-sung. Under everyone's in creepy dumbfounded gaze, Jiang Yan actually really pulled out a whole 2.3 billion out. 2,300 stacks of red medieval coins, emitting a divine light, were stacked neatly and stacked in front of Sun Jae-sung. It almost blinded his old eyes. Sun Jae-chung's lips trembled and his eyes were filled with shock, although he had already been mentally prepared. A glance at the 23 billion plutonium coins still caused Sun Jae-sung's worldview to receive a huge shock. Can there really be this much plutonium in this world? Sun Jae-sung's gaze, with extreme difficulty, left the plutonium on the ground and looked toward Jiang Yan, who was only showing half of his face under the thick shadow of that strange hat. The ghostly blue smoke rings exhaled from the shadows at that moment, increasingly filling the presence in front of him with an inscrutable grandeur. I want to check the money. Sun Jae-sung's throat, very dry. He had a hunch in his heart that these plutonium coins were, more than likely, real, but for such a large transaction, you must check the authenticity of the plutonium, otherwise it can be ridiculous if you are fooled. Jiang Yan said non-committally, naturally, but before that, I want to see your 23 blue light stones. Sun Jae-sung took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I'll have my men get ready. Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, who had been standing behind Taboo 006, glanced at each other at this time and both saw the creepiness in the bottom of the other's eyes. They had known for a long time that there was a lot of money in Taboo 006, but according to their careful projections, a few million to 10 million plutocrats would be enough to run the loan business on Antique Street. After all, to use the equipment on the body as collateral, the current players will not be too high in the amount of a single loan, and to form a stable economic cycle, it does not need too much medieval money, so they deduced that Taboo 006 wealth might be in the hundreds of millions, and that the liquid plutonium he possessed in his hands would be around $10 million. But this scene in front of them once again refreshed their knowledge of Taboo 006. Taking out 2, $3 billion for that blue light stone without batting an eyelid. Such financial power. It's scary as hell. Deng Hai was even covered in cold sweat. Having once served within the Angel Foundation, he was even more sensitive to the blue light stone. Forbidden 006 had to pack away all of the Angel Foundation's blue light stones at once. So there must be a bigger scheme. When coupled with Taboo 006's act of collecting all of Lu Tianzuan's bizarre henchmen in the mists around him, the plans of this terrifying taboo head were already clear. Deng Hai attached his ear to Chen Haichuan's side and said in a very low voice, "I'm afraid that Forbidden 006 is trying to create shenanigans in bulk through the blue light stone. He wants an army of creeps." Chen Haichuan was instantly creeped out. The body shivered violently and uncontrollably. When Deng Hai did experiments for Forbidden 006 before, Chen Haichuan was also beside him. If Forbidden 006 had gotten hold of 23 blue light stones, then how much shenanigans could he create in a short period of time? Taboo 006 is not yet the same as the Angel Foundation, which, according to the information available, has had to expend a great deal of energy to house and incarcerate the shenanigans of its own making. But with so much as arm's length weirdness hidden in the mists around Taboo 006, he's clearly not the same as the Angel Foundation. No need to worry about incarceration. Without the objective conditions clamping down on him, once Forbidden 006 had a large amount of blue light stones, the weirdness he could create would immediately rise by an order of magnitude. Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai exchanged a look, both seeing the look of gravity under each other's eyes. The speed at which Forbidden 006 grew was even more terrifying than all of them had expected. And that growth is not just in his individual strength. The same applies to the bizarre servants of Taboo 006. In Chen Haichuan's heart, he sighed deeply and secretly lamented, "Why hasn't Chopper Hunter arrived yet? The quicker we take action, the less pressure we face." With Sun Jae-sun's order, many Angel Foundation researchers quickly got busy. Soon, a single blue light meter converged in front of Jiang Yan from all corners of this Nandu headquarters. It looked like this headquarters wasn't a clean place either. Otherwise, how could it harbor so many blue light meters? Jiang Yan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at these blue light meters, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. Nandu is not only a stronghold, but with the information Jiang Yan has, the Angel Foundation has at least 10 other research institutes and other places in Nandu, 23 at headquarters alone. And the rest of those places, I guess there's still a lot more to scavenge. Sun Zicheng opened up one of the blue light meters, and 23 Naiad stones were placed in front of Jiang Yan. "Can I check my money now?" Jiang Yan casually picked up 2 stacks of medieval coins from the ground and pushed them in front of Sun Jicheng. Sun Jae-sung examined them and realized that they were all real medieval coins, and a heart almost jumped out of his heart with excitement. Deal. As soon as he pushed the Naiad stone to Jiang Yan, he himself probed his hand and grabbed the rest of the medallions in front of Jiang Yan. Chapter 199, the deal is cancelled and changed to a hard robbery. Just as Sun Jae-cheng's hand was about to grab the plutonium coin in front of Jiang Yan, a hand wearing a grayish-white spider silk glove gently stopped Sun Jae-sung. Sun Jae-sung's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the half-face in the shadow of the strange hat and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Jiang Yan said indifferently, "I just forgot to mention that I have an additional condition." Sun Jae-sung slowly drew his hand back and looked at Jiang Yan and said, "On what terms?" It is reasonable to say that for such a large amount of business, it is normal to mention additional conditions. However, in Sun Jae-sung's heart, there was an unpleasant premonition rising. This so-called additional condition might as well be the true intention of this forbidden head in front of him. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "I have a friend named Shen Mimi, kidnapped by your Angel Foundation for over 50 years. This time, I'm taking her. You can make an offer." Hearing the 3 words Chen Mimi, Sun Zicheng's body was struck by lightning, and the pupils of his eyes trembled violently. His eyes were full of disbelief as he looked Jiang Yan up and down, and a faintly unrecognizable tremor appeared in his voice. "What Chen Mimi? I've never heard of it, and we've never had such a person in the Angel Foundation." In Sun Zicheng's mind, various complicated thoughts flashed one after another. How did he know? How could he possibly know that? Chen Mimi was clearly the top secret of the Angel Foundation's Nandu branch. Bar none. Apart from Sun Zicheng and a group of beloved henchmen, even the rest of T6 did not know the name Chen Mimi. Only a code name, that T6 Chen Yulan, who had been killed by Jiang Yan, was even less likely to reveal this information. Sun Jae-sun's eyes involuntarily drifted in the direction behind him. Just as the blue light meters were being collected just now, several of Sun Zicheng's beloved henchmen, pushing a half-man-tall alloy cart carrying several large blue light meters, transported in. That alloy cart appeared to be just a transportation tool, but Sun Jae-sung knew that inside the cart, there was a heavy container of gold hidden, and within the container is the secret weapon that the Nandu Angel Foundation has been racking its brains in debugging for decades. The forbidden one on that end named Shen Mimi. Just before the weirdness descended, Sun Zicheng had only just completed the debugging of Chen Mimi's head of taboo basically, and was able to basically control the behavior of this head of taboo. This feat is unique in the entire Angel Foundation. But before Sun Jae-sung could claim credit from headquarters, the weirdness began to descend, and the matter has been suppressed until now. In the face of Jiang Yan's terrifying pressure like a heavenly collapse, Sun Zicheng was shocked but not in a state of confusion, precisely because he thought he had Chen Mimi, a controllable taboo, in his hands, but the undercard that he had prepared hadn't even been played yet, and he had already been called out by his opponent. Sun Zicheng's forehead, there is a bean-sized drop of cold sweat. Snap fell to the ground. He knew all along. Is this knocking me down? Sun Jae-sung murmured secretly in his heart. However, he heard Jiang Yan calmly laugh. Oh, you haven't heard? Then let me help you remember. Hospital No. 3, Chen Mimi, Blue Light Meter Human Experiment. Sun Zicheng's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme. He really knows it all. But how is this possible? Everything about the third hospital should have been completely forgotten with the disappearance of the third hospital. Sun Zicheng took a deep breath. A flash of realization suddenly flashed in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Yan and said word for word, "Is it that secret realm?" When the third hospital's secret realm began, Sun Zicheng specifically sent a person into the secret realm, wanting to see what this secret realm was in the end and what exactly was going on inside. It was a pity that this person was directly made to die in the secret realm by Jiang Yan. However, Sun Jae-sung still managed to obtain some vague information from the surviving players through word-of-mouth channels. Jiang Yan was non-committal, spitting out a ghostly blue smoke ring and said with a faint smile, "Tell you what, I'll offer $1 billion and you give me Chen Mimi." Sun Jae-sung, how much is this taboo anyway? Why did he just come up with 2-3 billion and then in the blink of an eye he was able to come up with another billion? Is there no limit to his wealth? Sun Jae-sung bit his tongue hard and forced himself to calm down. No sale. Sun Jae-sung shook his head flatly. If this thing was sold, one wouldn't even have a chance to tear his face off. Sun Zicheng is very clear that although he is now seeking skin with a tiger, he is also a lion with Chen Mimi in his hands. Once Chen Mimi is handed over, then Sun Zicheng can become a sheep. By then, this huge sum of money, I am afraid that I will have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Jiang Yan was not angry at Sun Jae-sung's rejection, but instead revealed a heartfelt smile. Sun Jae-sung is indirectly admitting that Chen Mimi is in the Angel Foundation, and given how precious Chen Mimi is, it might as well be in this place. That's much better. Jiang Yan's greatest fear was that over the course of 50 years, the Angel Foundation had already gotten Chen Mimi dead or sent her to who knows where. Since we're not selling Chen Mimi, then I'm afraid this deal of ours can't go ahead. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and took back the 2-3 billion plutonium coins in front of him, stacks and stacks of them back into his system mall. Looking at such a huge amount of wealth, a little bit disappeared in front of his eyes, as if it had never appeared. Sun Jae-sung immediately jumped up and screamed like a cat that had stepped on its tail. What do you mean by that? Chen Mimi really can't give it to you. I'll ask you for $300 million less, right? Jiang Yan shook his head with a faint smile. That won't do. $33 billion, Chen Mimi and all these blue light stones for me, or, the deal is off. The veins between Sun Zicheng's forehead were throbbing as he looked at Jiang Yan with the impulse to kill filling his gaze. He took a deep breath and shivered. Good. Cancel it then. Please leave. Jiang Yan spat out a ghostly blue smoke dragon and said with a smile. Leave? You misunderstand me. I'm afraid. I mean, the deal is cancelled in favor of a hard grab. Spirit, you've been putting up with this for a long time, haven't you? Make your move. We'll all hold down the fort for you. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, a little girl instantly stepped out from the invisible mist behind him. This little girl appeared to be 8 or 9 years old. Her skin was somewhat greenish-white, and her body was shrouded in a thick yin-chi. A grayish-white band of arachnid goggles would have covered his brow, but I don't know when it started. But Chen Linger's arachnid eye band had been completely lifted up by her, revealing large eyes that were eerie to the core. Those eyes, which should have been full of childlike innocence, were filled with tyrannical killing intent, as if they hated to slaughter all living beings in the world. Chapter 200 Chen Mimi who has become a taboo. Chen Linger could never forget the image of Chen Mimi being killed by the Angel Foundation's people, nor could he ever forget the image of Chen Mimi's death incarnated in a bizarre way and being captured by the Angel Foundation's people. So when she followed Jiang Yan and entered the headquarters of this Nandu Angel Foundation, and saw so many people in Angel Foundation combat uniforms and in white research suits, the killing intent in her heart had already exploded. Chen Linger was never a well-behaved child. From the day she was born, she was a chimera of half creepy, half human. The emotions in the heart that belong to human beings, though still present, were very thin. More, as creepy, an instinctive desire to kill humans. Before, with Jiang Yan's suppression, coupled with the visual cover, Chen Linger was still able to stay peacefully beside Jiang Yan. However, The situation at hand had long since completely inspired Chen Linger's desire to kill. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was also prepared to let Chen Linger have a good vent. Inhuman contraptions like the Angel Foundation deserve to suffer this as well. When Sun Jae-sung heard Jiang Yan say the most ed-up sentence, the deal is cancelled and changed to a hard robbery in the calmest tone. He almost went crazy with anger. Is that a human being's word? Forget that he wasn't human in the first place. But you can't talk like that if you're not a human being, right? Damn. You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Sun Zicheng was so angry that his eyes turned red as he pointed at Jiang Yan's nose and cursed. I'll let you have a good look at the strength of my Angel Foundation today. Just as Sun Jicheng wanted to completely free Chen Mimi from that wheelbarrow behind him. In the invisible mist behind Jiang Yan, Chen Linger stepped out, a pair of venomous eyes staring at Sun Zicheng. Sun Jae-sung froze for a moment, and then waves of shock suddenly rose in his heart. He lost his voice and cried out, Is it you, Chen Linger? At this moment, the sweaty hairs on Sun Zicheng's body stood on end. Of course he knew this little girl. She was the best experimental subject the Angel Foundation had ever fused with creepy in so many years. With the help of Chen Nini's special physique, Chen Linger, while she was still in the womb, had already fused with a bizarre fusion created by an Angel Foundation utilizing the blue light stone under the effect of the blue light stone. Even if this was more than 50 years ago, and even if the Angel Foundation had repeatedly conducted similar experiments over the course of those 50 years, but Chen Linger is still the most perfect experiment among the records, bar none. It was a pity that she had already disappeared from the world completely with the Nandu Third Hospital, and had not been sealed in the gold solution by the Foundation as Chen Mimi had been. Sun Zicheng, however, had never expected that after more than 50 years, this Chen Linger would be able to cross such a long period of time and appear in front of him once again. Jiang Yan's indifferent voice resounded in the middle of the hall. Linger, you start killing from the left first. This Sun Jae-sung, keep it for now. I still have use for it. I'll let you kill him properly when I run out. Demon Wolf, Smoke Charmer, you two go to the left and right and search for me. Find all the living people and gather them here, so that spirit can have a good time killing them. With Jiang Yan's order, Smoke Charmer and Demon Wolf also appeared from the mist in unison, laughing and pouncing on the left and right sides respectively, pulling out the Angel Foundation's people hiding in them from the various corridors and offices and throwing them into the hall. Chen Linger also did not hesitate. The blood-colored short sword in her hand transformed into a constantly weaving blood aura that flashed continuously amongst the crowd. Each attack would precisely kill a member of the Angel Foundation. It's crisp and clean, without any fuss. Chen Linger had been waiting for this massacre for a long time, but it wasn't a bad thing to die at her hands like this. At least it was a rare thing to die without any pain in this post-creepy era. Seeing that his hall was instantly enveloped in a bloody storm, Sun Zicheng's eyes instantly reddened. He screamed, Fine. Since you're unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Don't you want Chen Mei? Then let you come and see for yourself. The taboo I've been conditioning for 50 years. Chen Mimi, Sun Jae-sung said, directly turned around and kicked the alloy cart behind him hard. This Sun Jae-cheng's attributes, obviously not low either. Strength may have broken through 40. This kick directly kicked the wheelbarrow into pieces. The golden liquid in it suddenly spilled all over the place, and with the rapid loss of golden liquid in the internal container, a bizarre head that had been keeping its eyes tightly closed suddenly opened its eyes roundly, and its eyes were filled with blood color. The cloaked female creepy slowly sat up from the mess. Her complexion was ghastly white and devoid of any semblance of blood. The hair was wet, and the eyes that showed beneath it had a rigid, unfocused gaze. Jiang Yan followed the sound and immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Seeing Chen Mimi's abdomen, there was actually a disemboweled wound, and from within the wound, a baby's head was drilled out. The baby's head, which was alive and well, slowly turned its neck, and a pair of pure black eyes eerily surveyed everything around it. Jiang Yan looked at the Chen Mimi who slowly stood up and felt a little numb. Even though he has seen it all, the state of this baby probe is still unnerving. Asterisk. Behind them came the suppressed exclamations of Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai. The two almost hugged each other, taking several steps back in fear. This scene is not too shocking, and Xiao Xian similarly shivered, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yan as she trembled. So scary. Jiang Yan took a deep breath to calm down, gently patted in Xiao Xian and said, It's mother and child shenanigans. This type of shenanigans, Jiang Yan had never encountered at all in his last life, but he had heard of them, and in general they were very powerful and difficult shenanigans. The second time the weirdness descended. Jiang Yan had once heard that a mother and child weirdness had descended in a city around Nandu. The mother is a shenanigan of the agility route, with high speed and high evasion. Babies, on the other hand, are bizarre on the intelligence route and have extremely powerful spells. The two bizarre fused into one. and their fighting power was so powerful that it was terrifying. And it took a whole 20 profound hunters from the Bureau of Bizarre Hunting to narrowly encircle them, and the Chen Mimi in front of his own eyes. I'm afraid it's much scarier. On Jiang Yan's player panel, 2 unfamiliar plutonium incomes appeared. Plutonium plus 41820, plutonium plus 33871. Already forbidden? In Jiang Yan's eyes, a flash of surprise flashed. Not far away, Chan Linger, who kept swinging her sword to slaughter, similarly froze at this moment and let out an ecstatic cry. Sister? Chapter 201, hiding in a corner and driving a Gundam? Upon hearing Chen Linger's voice, Chen Mimi, who had just sat up from the inner space of the broken alloy cart, her eyes instantly came into focus and she turned her head towards Chen Linger. For the first time, Chen Linger's large, cold and tyrannical eyes showed longing and sorrow. During these 50 years, although Chen Linger's mind hadn't grown, her longing for Chen Mimi had increased with each passing day. In some ways, she was just a 9-year-old girl, after all. Sister. Chen Linger directly jumped into Chen Mimi's arms, a milk swallow returning to her bosom in general, not caring in the slightest that there was still a baby's head in the ragged hole in Chen Mimi's stomach. As for Chen Mimi's eyes, a touch of humanization also clearly showed in her eyes as she opened her arms and was ready to embrace Chen Linger. Jiang Yan watched from the sidelines, secretly marveling in his heart. What a mother-daughter reunion. If Chen Mimi didn't look so horrible, it would be really touching. This Chen Mimi died on the operating table during her second childbirth, transforming into a bizarre time, thinking that it was this horrible appearance at the moment, which also logically transformed into a mother and child bizarre. Jiang Yan originally thought that he wanted to find Chen Mimi still need to spend some more energy, but never thought that this Sun Zicheng directly put Chen Mimi out. Is he planning to use Chen Mimi to kill me? At the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, a sneer lifted, leaving aside the matter of whether Chen Mimi could beat herself. How could this Chen Mimi possibly fight against herself when she held Chen Linger in her hands? Just as Jiang Yan was certain in his heart, he saw that Sun Zicheng directly took out an instrument and put it on his head, and above his head, a heavy golden cowl suddenly fell down, fastening Sun Jae-sun firmly inside. This appeared to be some kind of ceiling trap laid out by the Angel Foundation's Nandu headquarters, but now it was being used by Sun Jae-sun directly on himself. It's all spooky outside, and Sun Jae-sun chooses to stay inside the gold instead, at least in theory. It all happened very quickly. Jiang Yan was still observing Chen Mimi when Sun Zicheng had completely sealed himself within the golden cover. His open-mouthed laughter came from an electronic megaphone on the golden hood. Ha 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 ha, have a good look at the results of my years of dedicated research. After Sun Zicheng said that, on Chen Mimi's body, an electric current suddenly flashed. Chen Mimi, who had originally stretched out her arms and wanted to embrace Chen Linger, at this moment suddenly swung her sharp claws, directly sending Chen Linger's petite body flying. Minus 2197. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a slap in the face, and it didn't look like it stayed. Chen Linger flew out a few meters, fell to the ground and rolled several times, and after climbing up, she said with a sobbing voice, Sister, what happened to you? Don't you recognize me? Sister? I'm Spirit. Only now did Jiang Yan notice that the baby's head that was sticking out from Chen Mimi's belly was dead set on an instrument. This instrument, and the one Sun Jae-sun was wearing on his head before, were exactly the same. Behind Jiang Yan, Tung Hai exclaimed quickly, Boss, that's something an Angel Foundation has been working on for years, but it's been in an experimental state in the archives before. What this thing does, is to be able to cause humans to control bizarre behavior through the electrical waves created by the device, but it only works on less intelligent shenanigans, and it can drastically damage the user's brain nerves. The current Chen Mimi may have been completely controlled by Sun Jicheng. A low laugh came out of Chen Mimi's mouth, and although the voice was shrill and grim, the tone was exactly the same as Sun Zicheng's. Ho ho ho. Good point. You must be a traitor to the Angel Foundation or you wouldn't know so much. Don't worry. I'll be sure to kill the traitor first later. But, traitor, you're a little behind in your information. What I'm wearing on my head is a modified and enhanced version, although it also damages the brain of the person who wears it. As long as the intelligence attribute is high enough, this damage can be minimized a lot. It's well worth it to control such a powerful head of taboo at the cost of some damage. Humph 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 humph. You guys probably don't know how perfect this forbidden head of Chen Mimi really is. You, all of you, will die at the hands of Chen Mimi, and that little girl too. Chen Linger saw the situation at hand, and her large eyes instantly turned red, with furious killing intent surging underneath her eyes. Let go of my sister. I'll kill you. Chen Linger's scream, 10,000 times more piercing, stirred back and forth in the middle of the hall, causing everyone to get goosebumps from hearing it. Chen Linger held the blood-colored plume in her hand and slashed down with her sword, chopping right on top of that golden cover. But the incomparably sharp short sword, split on top of the hardness of the gold is not high. but even the slightest trace was not left. Creepy can't damage gold at all. Completely wrapped in gold, Sun Jae-sung found himself a very safe corner. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of ghostly blue smoke and shook his head, laughing. Hiding in a corner and driving a Gundam and screaming so loud? Do you really think you're invincible just because you're hiding in a turtle shell? From Chen Nini's mouth, Sun Zicheng's maniacal laughter came out. Ha 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 ha, I'd like to see how many times you can resist my attacks. Die for me. Electricity ran through Chen Nini's body, and under Sun Zicheng's control, she came straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and dodged behind Pig Manhwa, saying faintly, "You resist." If he withstood Chen Nini's attack, it might be possible that with just one counterattack, Chen Mimi and the bizarre baby in her stomach would be directly blasted to pieces by the Five Hearts Divine Thunder Gang Chi technique. At that time, one would not just be unable to recruit Chen Mimi as a printed material, even Chen Linger, it was estimated that she would turn against herself and bring up her knife to fight for her life. The pig Vajra was instantly startled, and his pig hairs stood on end. What? Make me resist something so horrible? The boss is trying to pig out on me. But how dare Pig Con would disobey Jiang Yan's order, hardened his head and carried his giant shield, directly meeting it. Boo! The next instant, Pig Conhua was directly sent flying out, crashing heavily on top of the hall's alloy wall, creating a huge crater and spiderweb-like cracks spreading around. A damage number that floated out from him. Blitz, minus 5,419. As this slap went down, the pig's blood bar instantly dropped by a large portion. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, Shao Xin, beat that sun guy to death. Jiang Yan had planned to leave him alive and properly torture the relevant information from his mouth. However, in this situation, it is necessary to immediately get Sun Jae-cheng killed. Otherwise the controlled Chen Nini is not a joke, and may cause great losses to Jiang Yan. Chapter 202, This is your daughter's contract of sale. Hearing Jiang Yan's order, and Shao Xin immediately fed a brand new bullet chain into her Gatling's magazine. The next moment, the chainsaw-like succession of horrible gunshots once again resounded through the hall. Buzz! Buzz off! A terrifying alloy storm erupted from the 6 barrels of an Shao Xin's Gatling, instantly penetrating the golden cover that was buckled to the ground. In front of such a horrible killing power, the gold was already soft. Where could it protect Sun Jae-sung inside? In a single breath of effort, Sun Zicheng was directly beaten into a honeycomb coal. Thick blood and broken flesh flowed all over the place, and pieces of shattered gold were scattered among them, which was exceptionally poignant. Sun Jae-sung's eyes rounded, almost completely bulging out of their sockets. He looked at the piece of terrifying damage numbers floating up on his body, and his consciousness, which was not yet completely dead, was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? This is gold. How can gold be shattered by a taboo? Before Sun Jae-sung could think about this, his eyes fell into an infinite darkness, never-ending and eternally lonely. Puff! Sun Jae-cheng fell to his knees, and as he did so, the corpse also directly crumbled into a field of broken pieces, with no intact parts to be found. The result of being swept head-on by a Gatling is just so bleak. With the death of Sun Zicheng, the controlled Chen Mimi also completely froze in place. The electric current on her body surged haphazardly, and her bizarre body made twisted little movements with it, looking exceptionally strange. This was caused by Sun Jae-sung's brainwave malfunction. Jiang Yan's quick eyes and hands directly ripped off the device from the head of the baby in Chen Mimi's abdomen, but did not damage it. But after carefully surveying it, he threw it to Deng Hai and instructed, "Take it back. You learn it." Deng Hai, eyes full of shocked color, heavy swallowed saliva, arduous nod, cannot help but shiver. Taboo 006 is clearly curious about all things Angel Foundation. The Naiad Stone he also wanted, and this device to control bizarre behavior he also wanted. If this continued, the Angel Foundation might be uprooted in Nandu. But Forbidden 006 would inherit the means and will of this evil organization and continue to poison the world. It's too dangerous. Really too dangerous. When exactly would the dragon-slaying god of hunting arrive at the southern capital from the capital with his secret weapon? Ah, Chen Haichuan, who was on the side, likewise had an ugly face, with a bean-sized cold sweat hanging on his forehead, quietly updating the observation diary of Forbidden 006 in his mind. The existence of a gun-wielding being next to Taboo 006 has broken through the limits of gold. Is she human, or is she forbidden? But Forbidden 006 didn't attack the gold. And the preliminary inference is that the gold still has enough restrictive features for him. Li Yuan stealthily hid in the shadows at the very back, looking at the scene in front of her. Her sweaty hairs stood on end. What did she just see? The people here, they were able to develop some level of control over the weirdness through the device? Or is it that powerful of a creepy being? The Angel Foundation? What kind of organization is it? Why is it so evil? As the illusory dance-hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau, Li Yuan's information level was naturally very high. but even she had never heard of the name of the Angel Foundation before, and at this time, she could not help but be astonished in her heart. What shocked Li Yuanyuan even more was the intensity of these henchmen of Taboo 006. It was too terrifying. The woman who could shoot. Not to mention the damage numbers that came out were horrific to the point of being unreadable. Let's just say the pig-shaped creep that just resisted a blow. Being slapped that hard and only losing half your blood? After witnessing it with her own eyes, Li Yuanyuan finally realized the powerlessness of these hunters in Nandu. Facing such a forbidden head that was terrifying to the extreme on all fronts, Li Yuanyuan couldn't figure out how exactly he could achieve victory. This world, after all, is epileptic into the appearance that I cannot understand. Li Yuanyuan covered her forehead, and a trace of despair also floated in her heart. With the lifting of the control device, Chen Mimi finally slowly regained her autonomous will and stood in place, her eyes somewhat confused. The baby in her abdomen, on the other hand, seemed to be a bit sleepy, and even directly shrunk back, closing Chen Mimi's belly from the inside. For a while, Chen Mimi was like a pregnant woman with a big belly, but she looked much smoother than just now. Jian Yen, is this mother and child creepy, or is it a kangaroo? Chen Mimi, who had regained her sanity, finally recognized mother and daughter with Chen Linger and hugged them together, crying with joy. Jian Yen realized that Chen Mimi and Chen Linger, the mother and daughter, were both transformed from humans into bizarre, with higher emotions and feelings than normal bizarre. He glanced behind him, and in the shadows stood the outline of a very lightly shaped woman. That woman had been hiding in the corner watching the show since she dodged into the elevator, and now that she was hiding in the shadows and keeping still, even Jian Yen was somewhat unable to see her presence, needing to distinguish carefully to know that there was someone there. Look, there's no end to it. Jian Yen exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring, a cold smile floating at the corner of his mouth. When we're done scouring the place, we'll arrest this stealthy chick on the edge of OB and torture her hard. Jian Yen turned his head and collected all 23 Nayat stones scattered on the ground. In his own gem storage space, there were consequently 23 more Nayat stones, and together with the one that had already been set before, he had gotten a total of 24 before and after. It's still robbery that comes fast. That's a lot of money to be made. Jian Yen was prepared to wait until he went back to his own store to properly deal with today's harvest, and first arranged a task for his lapdogs. The only T7, Sun Jae-sung, is dead, so the remaining T6 can be too precious to kill. Demon Wolf and Smoke Charmer carefully searched up and down the headquarters and killed all but 3 T6s. Finally, the two mother and daughter forbidden to hold their heads and cry enough, gradually stopping. Chen Mimi then looked up and down Chen Linger and asked, "How did you find me?" Only then did Chen Linger turn her head to look at Jiang Yan and said, "Sister, it was this brother who brought me here. He's been very nice to me and gives me money to spend." Chen Mimi glanced at Jiang Yan, her face clearly filled with wariness. Immediately, a flash of hideous killing intent flashed under her eyes, as if she already wanted to make a move against Jiang Yan. It wasn't the first time Jiang Yan had dealt with taboos, knowing that these taboos would have the instinctive urge to strike out and kill once the strike rule was violated. Although he still didn't know what Chen Mimi's rules for striking down were, he had just clearly violated them. But Chen Mimi obviously had stronger self-control and suppressed it without directly making a move on Jiang Yan, but said grimly, "Thank you. I'll take whatever you gave, Spirit. Linger and I are leaving. Take care of yourself in the future." Jiang Yan laughed and shook his head. "Ms. Chen, you may have misunderstood. This is the deed of sale for your daughter. She's my slave now." Chapter 203, Terror as Taboo 006. Jiang Yan said as he handed out a figurative and bizarre contract. This contract was exactly the master-servant contract that Jiang Yan and Chen Linger had signed earlier. Looking at Chen Mimi's grave expression when she received the contract, Jiang Yan secretly laughed in his heart. "I've gone through so much trouble to put together a pair of mother-daughter flowers like you. How could I let you run away just like that? Humph. Be a good boy and work for me." Chen Mimi took the contract and read it up and down. And when she saw that Jiang Yan had offered Chen Linger a monthly salary of 100,000 plutonium coins, and that the terms of the contract were so meticulously engraved, she nearly fainted on the spot when her eyes rolled over. According to the agreement on this contract, Chen Linger is completely Jiang Yan's oxen and horses. Let her go east, she can't go west. Otherwise Jiang Yan's one thought and fall. Chen Linger will immediately soul you. She's 9 years old. What gives you the right to hire her? Chen Mimi pointed at Jiang Yan's nose and let out a piercing scream. "You're hiring child labor. It's a crime. I'm calling the police." Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of ghostly blue smoke rings, realizing that Chen Mimi was afraid that she had been sealed in the golden solution by the Angel Foundation all this time, and that the past 50 years or so had passed by in a flash for Chen Mimi, so much so that she hadn't gotten used to her forbidden status and lacked awareness of the bizarre descent at hand. When encountering a shameless dog capitalist like Jiang Yan, The first reaction was surprisingly to call the police. Jiang Yan spat out a ghostly blue smoke ring and said with a smile, "The world is hard and there is no place to call the police anymore." Chen Nini froze for a moment, then realized what was going on, but still screamed indignantly, "There's always an official body that cares about us commoners, right?" Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, who were on the side, shrunk their necks in unison and tried to look as inconspicuous as possible. Official agencies are there. The question is, do we as an official body dare to care? Do you have that kind of power? A taboo enslaving two other taboos. This is outrageous just thinking about it. How does the Trickster Hunting Bureau manage it? Why don't we put all three taboos in a golden coffin and sink it in the ocean? The problem is you three don't want to either? Jiang Yan laughed. If you really want to go, I do have an idea. Chen Nini's gloomy eyes, staring at Jiang Yan, asked very warily, "What do you want again?" Jiang Yan said, "And I'm not an uncaring boss. If you want to take your own daughter, just ransom her." Chen Nini shivered in anger, her sharp, long and sinister claws, pointing at Jiang Yan's nose, screaming, "Ransom? That's a word I've only seen in history textbooks. In this broad daylight and clear sky, is there any king's law, any law at all? Good. Since you have to force me, don't blame me for not remembering your old love for taking care of Linger." Chen Nini's eyes were completely occupied by ferocious killing intent. "You die for me." Accompanied by a stern whistle, Chen Nini transformed into a residual shadow, and her pair of ghostly claws plunged straight into Jiang Yan's heart. Jiang Yan didn't even move his eyelids for a moment, smoking his cigarette while slowly stepping back. His backward movement seemed leisurely, but he was actually extremely fast, and he retreated to the other end of the hall in a flash. Chen Nini's speed, on the other hand, steeply became sluggish, with Jiang Yan labeling Chen Nini as a hostile target. All sorts of halos also fell on Chen Nini's body. Passive skill, Quagmire Aura, level 10. Reduces the movement speed of hostile units by 55% for 50 meters, and has a 25% chance of putting enemy units in a confined state every second. With the limitations of the Quagmire Aura, although it was weirder than normal, Chen Nini was still as fast as a lightning bolt. However, compared to Jiang Yan, whose agility attribute was also as high as 400, and who also possessed a pair of level 10, Cryptic Black Crow's sneaky dancing shoes, he fell directly into a disadvantage. Jiang Yan's gait was leisurely, flickering continuously in the middle of the hall, like a ghostly phantom that was hard to catch. Chen Nini, on the other hand, tried her best to keep chasing behind Jiang Yan, but she could never touch a piece of Jiang Yan's coat corner. Instead, damage numbers from Pestilence Aura and Witching Aura emerged from her body one after another. Minus 2,185, minus 700, nearly 3,000 points of blood loss per second. Even if Chen Nini was very strong, with high attributes and a thick blood bar, however, it could only last for about 10 seconds under this rough and tumble aura kill. As the damage numbers of the Pestilence Aura and Voodoo Aura continued to float out, Chen Nini's abdominal wound, which had originally been closed, suddenly broke open. The baby's head, which was hidden in her abdomen, then stretched out, letting out a sharp and creepy cry, like a night cat crying, hard to hear. The baby's pair of pure black eyes also looked viciously at Jiang Yan. Along with the gaze came a cold chill, and an evil thought that pierced right through the bone marrow, attacking Jiang Yan's heart straight away. Around Jiang Yan's body, a blue-purple shield flickered with light, fending off all the negative mental states imposed by that baby head. On Jiang Yan's body, 2 status messages also floated out consecutively. Immunization. Immunization. Jiang Yan exhaled a smoke ring and nodded in his heart. This Chen Nini and that baby in her womb, forming a mother and child bizarrely, likewise had a division of labor similar to what they had heard in the previous life. Mother Chen Nini favors the agility attribute. Infants, on the other hand, favor intellectual attributes. However, probably because they had been sealed by the gold solution for too long, Chen Nini and the baby's means of attack appeared to be too one-dimensional, and didn't cause much trouble for Jiang Yan. 10 seconds quickly passed as Chen Nini and the baby's blood levels continued to fall. The distance between Jiang Yan and Chen Nini, on the other hand, had remained half the length of the hall, and had not gotten longer or shorter with the passage of time. Gudu, Li Yuan, who was hiding stealthily among the shadows in the corner, swallowed heavily. She could completely see that Forbidden 006 was completely teasing Chen Nini. As long as Forbidden 006 was willing, Chen Nini would never touch a single strand of Forbidden 006's hair even if she chased after him for 100 years. And in the short 10 seconds of the chase, Forbidden 006 had been smoking, idly walking in general, and hadn't even struck once at all. Chen Nini and the baby in her womb, however, were already on the verge of death. Crush. Absolute strength crushing. Li Yuan was in deep shock, although she had never intuitively felt Chen Nini's intensity, as the Guile Hunting Bureau's illusory dance god of hunt. Li Yuan had never been the one closest to danger. There is the most intuitive cognizance of the oppressive feeling of the weird and forbidden. Judging from Li Yuan's experience, Chen Mimi's intensity was definitely not below Chen Linger's, and even more so because of the mother and child shenanigans, but it was such a terrifying head of taboo that couldn't make a single ripple in front of taboo 006, and was teased by a cat scratching a rat to a near-death state. Forbidden 006. Horrible as it is. Chapter 204, Are you crazy about money? Seeing that the life values of both Chen Mimi and the baby in her womb had fallen to a dangerous level, Jiang Yan then exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said blandly, Had enough? Spirit and I are more in tune with each other, that's why I keep giving you a chance. If you don't cherish it, you might as well come and see what true destruction looks like. Jiang Yan's tone was still flat, but the corners of his mouth revealed under the shadow of the strange hat had already hooked up 2 points of sharpness. His footsteps, which had been dodging, came to a halt as he frankly faced Chen Mimi's sharp claws. As he said, the opportunity that should have been given, was given. If this Chen Mimi is really so ill-advised, he does not have to take this pair of mother and daughter flowers. If he still doesn't want to submit after offering such favorable conditions, then let this family of 3 disappear together. Chen Mimi was teased by Jiang Yan, more and more grief and anger. At this time to see Jiang Yan stopped, directly a claw, straight into the heart of Jiang Yan came. Just when this attack was almost about to hit Jiang Yan, a petite figure suddenly plunged straight in from the slant, blocking Chen Mimi's attack in the nick of time. It's none other than Chen Linger. Seeing this, Chen Mimi hastily withdrew her hand without causing any harm to Chen Linger. Linger, you! Chen Mimi looked at Chen Linger in shock. Chen Linger, however, pulled Chen Mimi with great fear and said, Sister, don't hit brother Jiang. He can't be beaten. Chen Mimi knew Jiang Yan for the first time and didn't know the depth. Chen Linger, however, had been following Jiang Yan for some time and had a deep understanding of his terror. The last thing that took the initiative to attack Jiang Yan's big brother had its life value directly emptied 10,000 times, and if it wasn't for the existence of the protective battle flag, then Lu Tianzuan couldn't even die anymore. Chen Mimi was now left with this much blood. Once the attack landed on Jiang Yan, it was sure to end in immediate death. Where Chen Linger could see this, she immediately intervened and stopped the blow. Chen Mimi's gaze was suspicious. Chen Linger said in a hurry, Sister, brother is good to me. We either agree to his terms, let's work together to redeem ourselves, shall we? Chen Mimi, Jiang Yan, behind Chen Linger, took a puff on his old pipe and said nothing, quietly waiting for Chen Mimi's decision. The little girl could be said to have found that one and only way of life for Chen Mimi amidst all the dead ends. It's up to Chen Mimi to catch it. Chen Mimi looked at the pleading color on Chen Linger's small face, and glared at Jiang Yan, but she still couldn't see through the thick shadow under the strange hat, and could only see the old pipe that was quietly burning, as well as the ghostly blue smoke that was curling up from it. Chen Mimi gritted her teeth and said, Tell me then, this body, how can it be redeemed? Jiang Yan said with a faint smile, Let me do the math for you. Jiang Yan said and raised a finger. Chen Linger confronted me in that third hospital secret realm. Not only did I not kill her, but I also released her. This is repaying kindness with kindness and saving her life. He held up a second finger. For this reason, I gave up the opportunity to drastically raise the evaluation of the third hospital's secret realm, and gave up a huge benefit, a benefit that I gave up in order to save Chen Linger's life. Immediately, Jiang Yan raised a third finger. I promised Chen Linger to submit to me in the future before I promised Chen Linger to find you for her, who has been sealed by the Angel Foundation for more than 50 years. For this purpose, Jiang Yan pointed around. Blood flowed and corpses were everywhere. There were only 3 T6s, still shivering in the corner. Jiang Yan said indifferently, I have offended the Angel Foundation, a horrible organization, and every day from now on, I will live with the shadow of being retaliated against by the Angel Foundation. This is a huge risk. In addition, Jiang Yan put up a fourth finger, pointing at Chen Mimi, and said, I saved your life and the life of the child in your womb again, and I have a saving grace for you as well. Fifth, I'm a human, and if I let you go, then you, the 2 forbidden heads, will inflict great casualties on the rest of the humans, which is a betrayal of my pack. For the first 4 points, the others listened quietly. As soon as this 5th point was exited, question marks popped up on the heads of Chen Haichuan, Deng Hai and Li Yuan in unison. How in the world does he justify saying like I'm a human being? Where else do you look like a human being? From head to toe, except for your looks and hard mouth? In Li Yuan's mind, she immediately thought of a line of records in the Forbidden 006 archives. Unrevealable, Taboo 006 likes to disguise his human identity. Please do not reveal his human disguise or it will cause Taboo 006 lethal attack. Damn, when I saw that line of records at the time, I thought all these hunters and Nandos were going crazy. How could Taboo do such an outrageous thing? But now, after seeing it with my own eyes, is it even true? Li Yuanyuan felt that her three views were once again shattered by Taboo 006. In front of Jiang Yan, Chen Mimi fell into silence after listening to Jiang Yan's 5-point statement. Listen like this. It also seemed to really owe him a lot. Jiang Yan held up 5 fingers and said indifferently, for each of these 5 points, you need to compensate me with 100 million plutocrats. Give me 500 million medieval coins, and I will immediately annul my contract with Chen Linger and set her free. Chen Mimi? Chen Ling Er? Chen Haichuan? Dan He? Li Yuan? Taking less? $500 million in plutonium? Chen Mimi broke into a rage. Are you crazy about money? $500 million? You really dare to open your mouth. Can you afford $500 million? It's like talking like a fart. Jiang Yan laughed. Can. He started pulling out his pockets straight away. Stack after stack of red medieval coins were placed in front of Chen Mimi. No more. No less. Exactly 500 million. Chen Mimi.
Just now when Jiang Yan was pulling out money in front of Sun Zicheng,
Chen Mimi hadn't come out yet,
or she wouldn't have been able to say such words.
Now it was Jiang Yan's face slap sound. So what if you can get 500 million? You have $500 million. The loss Linger and I put you through can't possibly be equal to your entire fortune, can it? Jiang Yan laughed. No, but those 5 points combined give me about 1% of my fortune, Jiang Yan said, and once again began to pull out his pockets. Soon, 50 billion plutocrats appeared on the ground, looking at the red plutonium coins that were barricaded together like a small mountain. Everyone present, in unison, fell into deep thought. Chapter 205 Eternal Cattle and Horse Career. Looking at the 50 billion medieval coins stacked in front of Forbidden 006, Chen Haichuan murmured in a low voice, no way. These can't all be true. Deng Hai looked straight at the gold and blue splendor all over the ground, and could not return to his senses for a long time, talking to himself dreamily. I always thought before that the current plutonium was not even remotely similar to the plutonium we burned for our ancestors before, but now it seems that I was too shallow before. Li Yuanyuan, who was hiding stealthily in the shadows of the corner, heavily rubbed her eyes twice, simply unable to believe her eyes. Bad. Have I never been to Nando's before? It was always a dream before. It must be that the Forbidden 006 files recorded by those crazy hunters in Nandu were so bizarre that I had such a nightmare after reading them. Li Yuanyuan pinched her brow twice with force and murmured to herself, don't wake up yet. Don't wake up yet. Show me where the limits of my imagination lie. Since it's my dream, then I guess, in the end, these 50 billion medieval coins should have been obtained by me, right? After all, I'm supposed to be the main character in my dreams. And Xiao Xian leaned on the Gatling, stood on the side, looked at Jiang Yan's stacks of huge plutonium out of the pocket, full of helpless color, secretly muttered in the heart, there's an old saying that you can't show your wealth. Is it really okay for my husband to flaunt it like this? Chen Mimi and Chen Linger stared at the $50 billion and were completely lost for words. Although it still feels that Jiang Yan asked himself to take 500 million to ransom Chen Linger, this request is too outrageous. But against this $50 billion, it seems to be possible to savor so much as a couple of points of reasonableness that shouldn't exist from within such a strong statement. But, Chen Mimi was incoherent, a pair of gazes that should have been grim, but at this time, they were filled with fervor, staring at the 50 billion in front of Jiang Yan, stuttering, this $50 billion, the 500 million, I'm not on it yet. Jiang Yan laughed, not surprised in the slightest, although it was a very strong mother and son bazaar, or a mother and son bazaar that was a combination of two taboo-level bazaar, but even for such a Chen Mimi, it was estimated that she might not be able to save up 100 million plutonium coins by the time she reached 30 bazaar descents, let alone 500 million. It's only normal if you can't pay it back. What's the point of having you pay it back? Wouldn't it be a waste of my lion's share? Jiang Yan made light of the situation, directly handing out a blood-stained bazaar contract, and said in a good manner, it's okay, I'll help you figure it out. The debt is a bit much, but you just have to work hard and you'll always be able to pay it back someday. Come on, I'm high on you. Chen Mimi nebulously received the bazaar contract in Jiang Yan's hand, and amidst the confusion of her thoughts, she began to read the contents of the contract. This contract, much more lenient than the master-servant contract signed by Chen Linger, was basically on par with the rest of the bazaar normal employment contracts, and the monthly salary, every month, is 100,000 plutocrats. Regarding whether the specific terms are lenient or not, it is mainly related to Jiang Yan's own situation. When he had dealt with Chen Linger before, Jiang Yan was completely wary of this first forbidden henchman of his. At that time, Jiang Yan wasn't as strong as he was now, and he didn't know the taboos that well. Once Chen Linger lost control, she would be a huge threat to Jiang Yan. Therefore, The contract Jiang Yan gave to Chen Linger.
It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a contract of sale.
But the current Jiang Yan no longer needed to rely on the salesword to ensure that powerful taboos like Chen Mimi and Lu Tianzuan couldn't threaten him.
So the contract that Chen Mimi got at this time was naturally much more lenient than the master-servant contract that Chen Linger got at that time.
As for the results of signing the pact, with the results of Jiang Yan's practice, the charm of plutonium was infinite, and an employment relationship built on plutonium was not very different from the results of a master-servant contract. It was only that Jiang Yan was unable to take the lives of Chen Mimi and Lu Tianzuan with a single turn of his mind. He had to be superfluous and say 2 more words to Xiao Xian, shoot, before Chen Mimi and Lu Tianzuan would die. Chen Mimi forcibly organized her chaotic thoughts and secretly pondered. Spirit is also 100,000. And this isn't a contract of sale for me. It's a contract of employment. In that case, I was given a pretty good deal.
Chen Mimi hadn't completely detached herself from the human mind in the first place.
During Chen Mimi's 30-odd years as a human being, she has always worked, becoming a screw in this society, constantly running around for 2 taels of broken silver, and painstakingly bringing up her nominal sister, her de facto daughter. It's hard to say, but thanks to the rules of order in modern society, Chen Mimi lives with some dignity, and her life is not so affluent, but still full of warmth. In such an environment,
Chen Mimi's thinking has long been accustomed to the model of working to make money. The employment contract handed over by Jiang Yan now invariably fit Chen Mimi's habits. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to take the job offer.
After all, Chen Linger was now tantamount to selling out to Jiang Yan, and 500 million was not that easy to earn. Before that, Chen Linger could not leave Jiang Yan. Then for Chen Mimi, staying by Jiang Yan's side as well,
working for him, earning a high amount of plutonium as payment, and accumulating little by little the capital to redeem Chen Linger's life,
looked like the best option.
Seeing Chen Mimi signing the bizarre contract, which turned into 2 red lights and respectively disappeared into his and Chen Mimi's bodies,
the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curled up with a repressed bad smile. Hey, this contract is really a big moneymaker. Although Chen Mimi looked to be a taboo, in reality,
the intensity of the little unborn baby in her stomach was not much worse than Chen Mimi.
This signing 1 is the same as signing 2. The plutonium was only given at 100,000,
which was half the price of Lu Tianzuan.
It smells so good.
Jiang Yan was almost so beautiful that his nose bubbled. As for Chen Mimi and Chen Linger really saved up 500 million plutonium to leave themselves this possibility.
To be honest, it's still really almost impossible. Mother and daughter, making 200,000
medals a month.
It would take 500 months to save all 500 million without eating or drinking. That is, 208. As long as Jiang Yan intentionally gives them a little less bonus, and then slightly exerts some underhanded capitalist tactics, this 208 years is positively infinite.
Having already fallen into the hands of a black-hearted capitalist like yourself,
you won't be able to leave easily. A family of 3, a 9-year-old girl, a pregnant woman in labor, and an unborn fetus, all working together for me.
As netherworldly as it sounds, as netherworldly as it looks, and as netherworldly as it is to use,
they are family. After all, as a family, you have to be neat and tidy. This family of 3,
an eternal career as cattle and horses,
kicked off with a bang.
Chapter 206, Take Them In to Sing. Seeing the employment contract between the 2 parties come into effect,
Chen Mimi subconsciously bowed to Jiang Yan and whispered, "Thanks, boss.
Please take care of the boss in the future."
Inside Jiang Yan, "Hey,
she still has to thank us." It had to be said that Chen Mimi, who had been severely beaten by society for more than 30 years,
indeed belonged to the innate bull and horse sacred body, and provided Jiang Yan,
the black-hearted capitalist,
with more emotional value than both Chen Linger and Lu Tianzuan combined.
It's just that looking at the appearance of her as a pregnant woman on the verge of labor,
and having to bow and curtsy to Jiang Yan, this image is more or less a bit too inappropriate.
Of course, if you consider that both sides are taboo,
that makes it even more netherworldly.
Li Yuan cowered in the shadows of the corner, looking at the scene in front of her, her brows deeply furrowed. She was not as nervous and formal as she had been at first. This phantom dance hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau was now basically certain that he was definitely in a dream. It may even be that even the horrific archive of Taboo 006 that he saw on the Trickster Hunt intranet was part of this dream he had. The question is, even if it was just a dream, this one seemed a little too absurd.
Plutonium is so scarce now, and Taboo 006 waved his hand and it was 50 billion plutonium?
A pregnant taboo with a belly that big, bowing and curtsying to Taboo 006.
And becoming Taboo 006 cowhorse working shenanigans?
But no one with a brain in their head would think this is reality, right?
No way. No way?
This kind of plot, what kind of third-rate writer with a donkey's brain could make it up in non-sage time?
My mental state these days is a real concern. Li Yuan began to utilize her little knowledge of psychology and began to dissect this dream before her. As the saying goes, daydreams and night dreams. I must have been under too much mental stress during the day to dream such bizarre and eerie things at night. Phew. Give me this sleep to wake up and I'll be sure to take a day off to get my bearings. Otherwise, am I likely to go schizophrenic in the long run? Well, even if it's not schizophrenia, it could be some other mental illness, hallucinations or something. That said, isn't this dream a little too long? According to Li Yuan's limited experience, a person in a dream will easily wake up once he realizes that he is in a dream and thinks that the dream is too long. But this time, Li Yuan surprisingly did not show any sign of waking up from her dream. Since she couldn't wake up, Li Yuan could only continue to watch, as if she was simply admiring this absurd dream of hers. What other tricks she could pull off. It's a pity that the world order has collapsed now that the weirdness has descended. Or else I'll write this dream as a novel. I should be able to make a little bit of money for the embellishments. Li Yuan realized something while pondering in her mind. My stealth duration is almost over. The core of Li Yuan's growth was her own stealth talent, paired with the various techniques she had previously learned as an heir to the King of Thieves family. That's why her gear and passive are built around the ability to be stealthy. Therefore, Li Yuan's stealth lasted longer than almost all other players. But even longer, there is an end. Illusory dance huntress Li Yuan naturally had a countermeasure in place. Only a hesitant thought flashed through her mind. It was just a dream. Do I need to act so realistically as the protagonist of this dream? How about not being invisible? They shouldn't be able to spot me. With this thought, Li Yuan instantly released her mind. Even though he himself, as the phantom dance hunting god of the Guile Hunting Bureau and heir to the Thief King family, needed to reflect his professionalism at all times. But in a dream, it's a rare occasion to be capricious. Li Yuan looked at her player panel, the status belonging to stealth, a little bit to 0, and then disappeared. Her figure, hidden in the shadows, slowly emerged. Though dressed in a black trench coat, it still almost blends in with the shadowy darkness. But if you look closely at the place, everything can easily spot where Li Yuan is. Li Yuan didn't care about it anymore. If you really want to be discovered by these things in your dreams, it won't be too late for you to become invisible then. It's a rare experience to have a dream so real, and it's a rare experience on its own. After all, from start to finish, Li Yuan had never had her stealth peeked through by any being, and right now this was kind of like simulating a situation for herself that she probably wouldn't face in her life. But soon, Li Yuan realized that even though she was out of stealth, there was still nothing that noticed her. Everyone's increepy's attention was now focused on Taboo 006. No one glanced toward Li Yuan, except for Jian Yan. The gaze hidden under the shadow of the strange hat swept, intentionally or unintentionally, over the shadows where Li Yuan had been hiding. Jian Yan had long known that there was a tall and beautiful big girl hiding here, but had been too lazy to pay attention to her. Every once in a while, Jian Yan would sweep a glance at Li Yuan to see what this stealthy beauty, who was blindfolded and hiding her ears, was trying to do. Previously, this stealthy beauty had been hiding in that shadow, maintaining her invisibility and not moving a muscle. However, Jian Yan froze as this glance swept past. Manifested? Whose ministry is this? The quality is also too low. A player with a stealth talent. Crouching shadows. Crouching with the stealth status gone from his body. All oblivious. Before it was still a cover-up in front of Jian Yan alone, but now it had directly become a staging of the Emperor's new clothes in broad daylight. Only a blind man couldn't see her. Jian Yan was instantly somewhat speechless. Regardless of which power's talent this power is definitely the fighting chicken of the week. Jian Yan pondered for a moment and decided to give her a chance to expose her purpose of her own accord. So for the time being pretend not to see good. Maybe later this beautiful girl will think of their own. Renewed invisibility. Jian Yan first collected the 50 billion medieval coins on the ground. One by one. This was a sky-high amount of money now. Even for Jian Yan, it would take 714 minutes to print, or about 12 hours. Only after putting away the medieval coins did Jian Yan turn his attention to the 3 shivering T6s. Angel Foundation in Nandu. The highest position is Sun Jae-sung that T7. Other than him, it's these 3 T6s that are still alive that have the highest status. Now that Sun Jae-sung was dead, these 3 T6s were all the sources of information that Jian Yan could torture. I'll be honest. Jian Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "You're dead. Only, do you want an easier death? Or do you want an excruciatingly painful one?" AT6 roared with a strained neck, knowing that he would die. "I'll die before I let you have your way. What means you have? Show them all." Jian Yan laughed and pointed to a room on the side, saying, "Lu Tianzuan, you take the 3 of them inside to sing. Remember to close the door, or your wages will be docked." Chapter 207, pulled an oversized pile? Lu Tianzuan, who had been following Jiang Yan around in the mists and playing in the sauce, was overjoyed when he heard his boss greet him. Since becoming the boss's lapdog, this was the first time Lu Tianzuan had been given the opportunity to express himself. Earlier, watching Pig Konghua, Demon Wolf and Smoke Charmer, acting crazy in front of their bosses, it was of course a lie for Lu Tianzun to say that he wasn't envious. He himself was forbidden. He was stronger than all of them Guile, and only Chen Linger could compete with him. There's no reason to be outdone by a pig, is there? Now, finally, is there a place for me? The four-headed, eight-armed Lu Tianzuan leapt out of the mist. His four faces filled with excitement, smashed the arrow in his hand hard on the ass of one of the T6s, and pointed at the room that Jiang Yan had just commanded, and said in a rough voice, "Get your ass in there." The three T6s stood up shivering, full of disbelief and fear. The thing that was just covered in black gas said, "What's it doing in there? Singing? Take us in to sing? Is this singing, literally singing, or does it mean something else?" But they were aware that within some terrorist organizations, there would be a different playful term for torture. Things like four-wheel alignment, meridian relief, software upgrades, and the like. Even within the Angel Foundation, there is a similar code word. All three T6s thought they were going to face a brutal punishment and didn't think that what was going to happen next would have anything to do with singing in the literal sense of the word. Possibly metaphorically, we'll scream miserably? These three T6s, at this time, were very remorseful. Why did the Angel Foundation not prepare the means for their three T6s to commit suicide? Like poisons hidden in your teeth, miniature bombs hidden in the back of your head, things like that. All I ask now is to die clean, once and for all, free from torture. But it's already an untouchable luxury. Seeing that all three T6s entered the room with Lu Tianzuan, the alloy room door closed tightly. Jiang Yan exhaled a ghostly blue smoke ring and said faintly, "Come on, let's take a look around and visit the layout of this Nandu Angel Foundation headquarters." The Angel Foundation's sphere of influence is definitely not limited to Nandu, and the current Nandu headquarters is only the tip of the iceberg of the foundation. However, the scale of this headquarters is not small, and can, to a large extent, help Jiang Yan to take a good look at the face of this foundation. Of course, the main reason Jiang Yan chose this time to visit was because he didn't want to hear Lu Tianzuan sing. Lu Tianzuan's song was so penetrating that even in the middle of that alloy room, it might have revealed part of it. Just let those three T6s enjoy Lu Tianzuan's songs, and spare yourself. Li Yuan, who was hidden in the shadows behind, looked around. It was surprising to realize that he had been out of stealth for so long and hadn't been detected yet. Look, what did I say? This is definitely just a dream. In Li Yuan's heart, she became more and more settled. She hesitated to go after Forbidden 006. Anyway, they said they were going to visit the Angel Foundation's headquarters layout, so I guess it's nothing special. What really made Li Yuan curious was how the four-headed, eight-armed Lu Tianzuan in this room sang. If memory serves me right, this is the taboo with the code name, Taboo 008, title, Unharmonious Music, and self-proclaimed, Lu Tianzuan, among the intranet of the Trickster Hunting Bureau. It said that this, unholy music, sings hard, but it shouldn't be hard to hear if it's in my dreams. After all, I can still sing very well, and humans can't imagine what they haven't seen. While chanting this, Li Yuan tiptoed around the blood-covered floor and quietly lay down in front of the closed alloy door, ready to listen to the movement inside. Now that the hall is empty, with Li Yuan's own heritage of the King of Thieves family, he also thinks that this family technique of having ears on the wall will not be detected by Lu Tianzuan inside. What's more, it's just a dream of its own. The door to the alloy room closed, and only Lu Tianzuan and the three T6s remained in the office that measured about 10 square meters. The three T6s looked at each other and saw the cold sweat hanging on each other's faces. The unknown, always the greatest fear. Though they already knew they were going to die, they were just as resentful of the guy who threatened their lives and destroyed the great cause of the foundation. The final retaliation is to bite the bullet and not say a word. Definitely can't let that abominable guy, again, get a single bit of benefit from his own mouth. Even if this terrifyingly bizarre one with four heads exerted a means that was no more painful, he definitely did not spit out half a word. Never let him have his way. Never. In Lu Tianzuan's hands, 8 musical instruments were set up. 4 of the piping pieces were put together into 4 separate mouthpieces. 4 pieces of stringed music, also played between the palms of the hands. Please listen to my song. A dull roaring general sound came out from Lu Tianzuan's abdominal cavity, filled with an unspeakably strange and twisted feeling. The name of this song is Chrysanthemum Terrace. Li Yuan, who was outside the door, froze. Chrysanthemum Table? It's a song she knows all too well. It was the song she sang at her college graduation ceremony that year, for which she practiced hard for a whole month. I have to say,
the unharmonious music in my own dream.
This start is still a verifaction. Li Yuan secretly nodded. The next moment, 8 musical instruments, in unison, played inside the door, a variety of special timbres intertwined, which should have been transformed into a classical symphony, but the music that flowed out was nowhere normal, and the combination was exceptionally dissonant. Each note held an unnameable sense of evil. Evil and twisted songs also continued to emanate from within Lu Tianzuan's abdominal cavity. Your tears are soft or hurt. The bleak white moon bends to hook the past. The night, it's too long, condenses into frost. Who, in the attic, icy despair. This time when it was played, Lu Tianzuan's song was very clear and very different from the chaotic formlessness from before. Every word is audible. But because of this evil and twisted song, together with the dissonant and maniacal music, doubled its power. It was like a grand storm of pollution, pouring roughly straight into everyone's ears, followed everyone's auditory nerves and attacked their brains directly, turning the river over and destroying the sky and the earth. Although Lu Tianzuan did not activate his first skill, high mountains and flowing water, so this song did not cause any substantial damage. No one inside or outside the door dropped blood, but Li Yuan felt like she had died at this moment. Li Yuan's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly opened roundly, the blood filaments in her eyes bursting out, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. It's one of her favorite songs. It was supposed to sound good. So many instruments. It should have been a musical feast. Who knew that Lu Tianzuan had directly pulled an oversized pile? Vomit. Li Yuan collapsed directly under the demonic sound, opening her mouth and spitting out a puddle of breakfast. Chapter 208. Let me finish the song. Okay? Li Yuan vomited while backing up. It was a completely natural movement of her legs, like a human finger touching a flame and bouncing away as a reflex. At this moment, Li Yuan only wanted to get farther away from this disgusting room. Vomit. Vomit. Li Yuan quickly retreated to the other side of the hall, holding onto the alloy wall of the hall, bending over and vomiting over and over again, until the contents of her stomach were vomited clean. Li Yuan was unable to suppress the physical reaction that came from her bones. It's disgusting. It's just disgusting. At this distance now, Li Yuan could barely hear the singing in that room anymore. However, the distorted notes and dissonant music still seemed to be lingering, stirring back and forth between Li Yuan's heart. She couldn't help but throw up again as soon as she recalled what she had just heard. This time, there was nothing left in her stomach, and what came out of her mouth was green bile. An originally beautiful face, at this moment, was even more suffocatingly red, and his face was filled with the color of pain. Li Yuan felt that she might have spit out her lunch last month. Too hard to hear. It's just too hard to hear. Such a beautiful song. Even if you don't know how to sing it, humming along with it is categorically more than that, isn't it? And how in the world did Taboo turn it into something so disgusting? Li Yuan felt that a piece of the jigsaw puzzle belonging to her youthful memories had quietly crumbled. In my junior year of high school, I shared the song Chrysanthemum Terrace with my handsome and youthful male classmates, one headphone per person. At that time the slanting sun sprinkled down the desk, reflecting on the English composition that Li Yuan had just finished, full of the flavor of youth on the table, emitting a golden tassel-like light. Although nothing happened with the boy at the table, it was one of the best memories of Li Yuan's youth. Every time she heard Chrysanthemum Terrace now, Li Yuan couldn't help but think of that after-school period near the end of the school day. That's your own youth. But now, as Li Yuan heard Lu Tianzuan's playing of a Chrysanthemum Terrace, her entire body was bad. Once again, she remembered that after class and felt that the originally youthful and handsome face of her male classmate had now become unbearably hideous and horrible. The golden tassel on the table also seemed to have turned into a pile of poop. It reeks of stench. Vomit. Li Yuan vomited again, her face full of pain. No, not right. Something is terribly wrong with my mental state. I'm afraid. How else could this disgusting thing appear out of nowhere in my dream world? I'm afraid I'm already unconsciously just one step away from complete madness. Otherwise it would have been impossible for me to dream up this kind of drama. When I wake up, I'm not only going to need a vacation, I'm going to have to see a psychiatrist to save my precarious sanity. The sound of Li Yuan's vomiting outside the door was not heard at all inside the door. Although Lu Tianzuan also had a high agility attribute, he was immersed in his own dissonant music, very self-absorbed and intoxicated. As for the remaining 3T6, the situation was countless times more miserable than Li Yuan. The moment the first line of lyrics exited, the eyes of these 3T6 began to bulge out of their sockets, blood bursting out of their eyes glazed over. It's too hard to hear. It's just too hard to hear. The most disgusting sounds they had ever heard in their entire lives were less than a millionth of what was right in front of their eyes. Extreme torture. Before the first line of the song was finished, the 3T6s vomited.
The spewing was as if he wanted to spit his intestines right out before he would stop. However, the disturbance they created did not affect Lu Tianzuan half as much. He had become thoroughly intoxicated with his own music. What a wonderful song! Every note is the most beautiful melody in the world. The song, Chrysanthemum Terrace, is simply heavenly music made for itself. My musical talent has been perfectly displayed in this moment. Via this song. Just a shame. Lu Tianzuan suddenly felt some resentment. I can't believe the boss didn't hear such a wonderful wah-wah of his own. In that case, how else can one show one's value in front of the boss? In all its splendor? Too bad. Must find a chance to give the boss a good listen. Don. T. Sing. A T6 hard squirming crawled to Lu Tianzuan's feet. A hand clutched Lu Tianzuan's trouser leg dead, blood and tears bursting in his eyes. His face as fierce as a ghost, he gritting his teeth. He said, "Please, stop singing." Lu Tianzuan glanced at him and sighed in his heart. Is it that good? It all made the kid cry. Or tears of blood. That's a great talent I have. Lu Tianzuan sang 2 points louder. Chrysanthemums are maimed. Full, ground wounds. Your smile as yellowed flowers fall and break your heart. Things on my mind quietly flow. The north wind is chaotic, the night is still young. Your shadow cuts through, leaving me alone on the lake into double. Li Yuan, who was shivering in the corner of the hall, suddenly heard another strand of music, if any, floating out from the middle of that alloy room, as if it was pervasive, drilling straight into her ears. It was as if an electric drill, down the hole in one's ear, had been thrust hard into one's brain, to stick yourself right in the brain. Li Yuan rolled her eyes, almost on her hands and knees, and fled in the direction that Forbidden 006 had just left to visit. Help! Somebody save the baby. I really can't stay here. Not for a second. This nightmare of an old lady. Won't it ever end? Today was a long day. My dreams are getting more and more outrageous and unreal. So can people really visualize things they've never seen before? In the room, the 3T6S hugged Lu Tianzuan's thighs in unison and pleaded in unison. Please, stop singing. We say everything. No at all. Only a quick death. The three of them, T6, as the absolute top management of the Nandu Angel Foundation, had received very strict training on weekdays. Consider yourself all hardcore. Before entering this room, they were both convinced that no one could force them to talk as long as they didn't want to. That black-tinged asshole could never get anything useful out of his own mouth. But now, all three T6S clearly realized how naive they had once been. The true terror of this world had not begun to unfold before their eyes until now. In Lu Tianzuan's hands, the 8 instruments that were constantly playing stopped abruptly. He sighed regretfully. I'm almost done singing. You guys let me sing this last verse before I give an account, okay? Chapter 209, The Phantom Dance God of the Hunt with an Ass. Hearing Lu Tianzuan's request that was killing people personally, the 3T6S shook their heads in succession and wailed. No way. Stop singing. We'll account for it right away. Right now. Lu Tianzuan put down the 4 pieces of stringed music in his hands, and also loosened the 4 pieces of piped music in his mouth, and let out a long sigh. You have lost an opportunity to witness the birth of the greatest work of all time. The 3T6S were already bleeding from their 7 orifices and their breath was dying, and even their skin was covered with fine purple-red petechiae. It was their subcutaneous blood vessels, which had undergone a small burst. Lu Tianzuan looked at their miserable appearance and muttered in a low voice. Forget it, their attributes are too poor to withstand my art. I'd better go and play for the boss some other time. The boss has high attributes and a higher tolerance. Lu Tianzuan pulled open the door of the closed room and led the 3T6S, chasing after Zhang Yan's direction. As he chased after them, he hummed in a whisper under his breath. The north wind is chaotic, the night is still young. Your shadow, cut it out. In vain I am left alone on the lake in pairs. This is the last verse of the Chrysanthemum Terrace. After humming, Lu Tianzuan's 4 pairs of eyes squinted in unison in intoxication, nodding his head repeatedly in self-praise. Perfect. What a great piece. Li Yuan had just fled some distance with her hands and feet in the direction that Forbidden 006 had left. The horrible, evil singing in the background was finally completely inaudible. Li Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. It's just too much torture to really take. She wiped a mouthful of the remaining filth from her mouth and sat paralyzed against the corridor wall, greedily gulping in the fresh air without the song and feeling the life slowly return to her body, just as Li Yuan gasped for breath. But suddenly, he heard a heavy footstep from the direction in which he had come, walking fast. Along with this heavy footfall, there was a small humming sound that spread down the hallway, although this time it was clean singing, without the dissonant and maniacal accompaniment. The evil and twisted vocals were still extremely lethal. Li Yuan's pupils trembled with disbelief as she looked behind her in the direction she came from. A tall figure with 4 heads and 8 arms, dragging the 3T6S like a dead dog, chased towards himself.
Li Yuan? Asterisk 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 why are you chasing me? Nightmare. Absolutely top-notch nightmare. Don't you come over here. Li Yuan almost subconsciously entered a state of invisibility, and then with the help of the speed bonus of invisibility, she ran forward wildly without a life. Don't chase. Chasing and singing at the same time. This is 100 times scarier than the Chainsaw Massacre. Li Yuan. Can't you be a little nicer to yourself? Is it uncomfortable to dream about the next episode where a couple of muscular naked men serve you? The invisible Li Yuan fled forward like an ass. Lu Tianzuan pulled the 3T6S, didn't even see Li Yuan, and chased Jiang Yan down the corridor behind him. Not long after, Lu Tianzuan found Jiang Yan who was visiting the place. There are several narrow corridors on each side of the hall, with a huge rotating staircase at the end, and a small indoor wetland park designed with a nice view underneath the staircase. Down the stairs is another level. According to Deng Hai's deduction, it should be the area marked by the elevator as master control and warehouse. Jiang Yan turned around in the main control floor, and found that it was all electronic equipment. Deng Hai briefly checked through the computer in the equipment room and reported to Jiang Yan with a cold sweat on his face. Boss, these are Angel Foundation devices. There are some cloud servers, large storage devices in there. All of these things, though, seem to be damaged now. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Damaged? Deng Hai nodded his head repeatedly and said, it should be someone from the Angel Foundation that realized we were coming in and corrupted the data themselves. The cold sweat on his forehead, however, was getting thicker and thicker. Just after opening the computer, Deng Hai realized that all of the Angel Foundation's data, all of it, existed here. Previously, Deng Hai was just a T2 and had never come to Nandu's headquarters at all, and was completely ignorant of the situation here. Seeing that the data was so well preserved, Deng Hai couldn't help but see a darkness in front of his eyes. If these data, all of which are held by Taboo 006, given the nature of Forbidden 006, it is certain that the various horrific experiments of the Angel Foundation will be replicated on a large scale. At that point, the Angel Foundation could be said to have been resurrected on Taboo 006, and Forbidden 006 would definitely, as a result, become even more terrifying. Deng Hai took advantage of Forbidden 006's inattention and entered the formatting code command. As the progress bar of the formatting jumped rapidly, cold sweat beaded down on Deng Hai's forehead. He's gambling with his life. If he was caught by Forbidden 006 at this moment, he would be dead. Deng Hai had always cherished his life, and it was a lie to say that he wasn't afraid. But having boarded the ship of the Guile Hunting Bureau, there are some things that have to be done. As it turned out, Deng Hai had gambled right. Everyone and shenanigans present. Even Chen Haichuan didn't understand what Deng Hai had just done. Jiang Yan glanced at Deng Hai, who was covered in cold sweat, and didn't care about his complexion. For some reason, Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, the two human lapdogs, often appeared with a similar look in front of themselves, moving around in a cold sweat and silence. Jiang Yan estimated that it might be because Lu Tianzuan and Pig Gangju were too intimidating for them, and Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai, as humans, often endangered themselves, so they often had this look. In comparison, Zhang Xiaohu and the others were much more normal, but Jiang Yan easily figured out what the difference was. Zhang Xiaohu is theoretically not Jiang Yan's lapdog, but in Baoxing's lapdog, a wild child picked up by the side of the road and raised from a young age, and is in fact considered to be in Baoxing's adopted son. On the other hand, En Baoxiang is Jiang Yan's father-in-law. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohu and the others faced Jiang Yan, although they were in awe, their mentality was naturally different compared to Chen Haichuan and Deng Hai. It's a pity. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head with some regret in his heart. The data, which may not be useful to him, is damaged in this way, and there is one less way to deepen his understanding of the Angel Foundation. Although after his own trip here, the power of the Nandu Angel Foundation had been dealt a fatal blow and was not far from being uprooted. But Nandu is just a branch of the foundation. Moreover, Jiang Yan estimated that according to the Angel Foundation's temperament, the Nandu branch had been uprooted, and they definitely wouldn't just let it go. Trouble in the future would surely come at one's door in a steady stream. Since the data is gone, let's go to the warehouse. Deng Hai, stay here and see what else is useful. Collect it all for me. Inuyasha, you stay with Deng Hai, keep him safe and help him carry his things. Jiang Yan said and turned around to walk out. Just after leaving the equipment room, Jiang Yan met his face and saw a blurry shadow running down the stairs with its ass in the air. Chapter 210 Pregnant Women Can't Listen to Lu Tianzuan. Jiang Yan fixed his eyes on the blurry shadow. It was the same stealthy beauty he had seen earlier. Jiang Yan watched as this stealthy beauty, running down the stairs on her ass, ran down the stairs, as if something horrible was chasing her behind her. After the stealthy beauty descended the stairs, she obviously saw herself oncoming as well, and after a moment's hesitation,
She actually went straight into the pool of the small indoor wetland park surrounding the stairs. That pool was imitating the scenery of a wild stream. The water inside had been flowing slowly, and there was still atomized water vapor floating on the surface. The depth of the water was about 50 centimeters, and it was indeed not easy to find a person lying flat inside. Jiang Yan looked at this stealthy beauty lying directly in the water. The whole time surprisingly did not have any water sound or splash. Could not help but raise an eyebrow. If his attributes weren't so high that he could see the blurry silhouette of a person, he probably wouldn't be able to detect a person in the water right now. Subtlety is a virtue, and this stealthy beauty's means of hiding is indeed very fine. Immediately, Jiang Yan heard a heavy footstep running down the hallway. Lu Tianzuan's voice came down from above. "Boss, those 3 guys recruited." Jiang Yan was not surprised by this. Lu Tianzuan, that song. There would be no one who wouldn't recruit. Jiang Yan looked at the 3 T6s that Lu Tianzuan had dragged like dead dogs and couldn't help but secretly marvel. One by one, they're all bleeding out of their 7s? The power of just singing a song is as terrifying as it is. I still underestimated Lu Tianzuan's ability before. To be able to sing with this level of difficulty is, I must say, a very outstanding ability from all points of view. Lu Tianzuan's 4 faces grinned. None of them were able to enjoy one of my complete chrysalis songs. The whole art is incomplete if you miss the ending. There's a lot of residual flavor in meaning missing. Boss, I'd like to play you a tune so you can see if there's anything you can improve on. Lu Tianzuan thought to himself that this was already very dog-licking, bringing out his most proud art and letting the boss, who obviously didn't know anything about the art of music, to judge and improve it. If it was anyone else, Lu Tianzuan would have directly screwed his head off. It's only this boss who can put his finger on his great art. Jiang Yan immediately shivered, and Xiao Xian behind her also shivered. Chen Linger was like an enemy, lifting the blood-colored plume in her hand, and the spider silk eye band lifted up a corner, revealing a large, grimy eye that looked at Lu Tianzuan with great wariness. My sister is pregnant and can't listen to this music. What if we have a deformed baby? Other people's fetuses are Mozart. Good guy's turn to listen to Lu Tianzuan when it's Chen Mimi's turn to teach her fetus? I'll be damned if the kid is normal. Maybe he hung himself directly in Chen Mimi's uterus with the umbilical cord. Jiang Yan also waved his hand in succession and said, "Great. There are more important things to deal with at the moment. The higher the intelligence attribute, the stronger the resistance to Lu Tianzuan's dissonant music. With Jiang Yan's current 400 intelligence attribute, even if he listened to Lu Tianzuan's music, as long as Lu Tianzuan didn't activate the high mountains and flowing water, Jiang Yan estimated that he wouldn't be able to do anything. At least it definitely wouldn't be like these 3 T6s, who were tortured by Lu Tianzuan to the point where their brains almost exploded. But just because you won't doesn't mean you have to listen." Jiang Yan did not have masochistic tendencies, and it was not good to have that time to listen to Xiao Xian screaming in bed more often. Throwing the leaping Lu Tianzuan aside, Jiang Yan looked at the 3 miserable-looking T6s, whose eyes had almost lost focus, and asked, "Say it, how many other strongholds, labs, warehouses, and other branches of your Angel Foundation are there in Nandu? Give a truthful account." Not one less. Those 3 T6s had already had their sanity shattered by Lu Tianzuan, and at this moment, they only wanted to die quickly, say goodbye to this insane and twisted world, and usher in eternal peace, pouring beans out of a bamboo tube and telling all the secrets of the Angel Foundation out of their heads. Jiang Yan moved a chair and sat next to him, letting Chen Haichuan take a small notebook and act as his own scribe next to him, recording all the information that Jiang Yan thought was meaningful. The Angel Foundation's stronghold was one of the information Jiang Yan cared about the most. Only by removing all of these strongholds can the Angel Foundation in Nandu be considered uprooted. According to these T6s, important strongholds are usually guarded by personnel of T5 level or above. Unimportant strongholds will also have at least one T4, so although the immediate headquarters had been annihilated by Jiang Yan, there were still a lot of Foundation personnel scattered all over Nandu. If Jiang Yan ignored it, he didn't know what kind of chaos these people who had been subconsciously indoctrinated into a deranged mindset would secretly make. What's more, according to Deng Hai and T6, some of those strongholds scattered were of the same nature as the laboratories underneath the 3rd hospital. It is likely that there are also a small number of naiads each hidden inside. Such a precious hidden gem resource, Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't turn a blind eye to it, and had to take it into his own hands before he was willing to do so. These 3 T6s, a total of more than 50 strongholds were accounted for, and Jiang Yan had only grasped 5 of them before. Of these 50 or so positions, only 6 were experimental in nature. The rest were warehouses, training, staging points and the like, hardly comparable in importance to laboratories. But Jiang Yan let Chen Haichuan will record these one by one, ready to let his just accepted mother and daughter flowers one by one baptized again. Other than that, Jiang Yan also asked about some other aspects. For example, the in-depth study of the blue light stone.
one of these three T6s, which is as good as it gets. Jiang Yan got a lot of information from him, and also determined a lot of previous speculations. According to the Angel Foundation's research, the creepy birthed by the Naiad stone has almost no thinking ability compared to normal creepy, and only has killing instincts. These spawns are so bizarre that they can be called soulless. This feature, however, has come in handy in some cases. For example, fusion experiments with humans. Fusion seems to be doomed to failure if there are thinking shenanigans. Even with the help of the Naiad stone, the Angel Foundation has never created any successful cases so far. However, if they are conceived and have no thinking spooks, they will have some success when fused with humans. The ghostly hand that had previously been cut off from Chun Yulan, AT6, was a creepy one that had been birthed by the Angel Foundation through the Naiad stone in specific experimental conditions. Chen Yulan, as a deranged scientist, couldn't wait to do this experiment on himself after observing many experiments and gradually exploring a relatively safe experimental path. For this reason, he cut off one of his own arms before fusing that ghost hand with himself. Jiang Yan listened quietly. As he acquired more and more information, his understanding of the Naiad stone became more and more comprehensive. Chapter 211 is now all about Ben printing money. First of all, Naiad stones are a hidden gem resource for all human players that can be set in the gem slots of equipment to gain randomized game words. However, Jiang Yan was currently the only one who had activated the System Mall's gemstone page, and would probably be the only one to have it for a long time to come. In the gem slots acquired by Jiang Yan, hidden Black Crow's old pipe, at level 11, the level 1 Naiad stone was able to provide +1 to all attributes. Secondly, the ethereal blue light emanating from the Naiad stone, if irradiated under certain conditions of filthy substances, can harbor the weirdness of low thinking ability. There was no system reward for this kind of weird being killed, but it could provide Jiang Yan with plutonium income according to the amount of blood. Thirdly, the conceived low intelligence creeps are able to fuse with the human body under the constant irradiation of the Naiad stone's light in certain surgical conditions. According to the Foundation's long-term experiments and observations, human babies themselves, because of their extremely low level of intelligence, have a higher success rate of fusion with the equally low intelligence creepy instead. Once one of the two sides of the fusion person or guile has a higher level of intelligence, then the success rate of the fusion experiment will plummet. There are currently some cases of adults and low intelligence bizarrely fused, such as Dr. Chen Yulan, who was previously killed by Jiang Yan, but I haven't heard of any successful cases of fusion between adults and normal weirdness. Fourth, if the Naiad stone was swallowed by the Bazaar, it could drastically enhance the Bazaar's strength, but it would destroy the Bazaar's ability to think, which Jiang Yan had only guessed before, but was now verified from the mouths of the Foundation's 3T6s. The Foundation has also proven through experimentation that if the Naiad stone is held by Creepy, it is able to enhance Creepy's strength to a small degree without destroying Creepy's mind as it would if it were swallowed. However, the existence of the Naiad stone would cause a great attraction to the Creepy, causing the Creepy to develop a desire to devour it, so the possibility of the Creepy only holding the Naiad stone without devouring it was slim to none. Fifthly, half-human, half-creepy things would be afraid of the Naiad stone, such as Chen Linger and Chen Mimi, the two successful subjects of the Foundation's experiments, both of whom instinctively hated the Naiad stone. Finally, humans will not be affected by the Naiad stone. Each of these pieces of information was valuable, combining the Angel Foundation's experiments over the years, as well as Jiang Yan's own observations, although it is not yet possible to draw tangible conclusions, but this Naiha stone, when it is really extraordinary, is definitely not comparable to ordinary gemstones. According to these 3T6s, the focus of the Nandu Angel Foundation's research in recent decades has been tilted toward both spooky control and human spooky fusion. As for the bizarre breeding, the opinion within the Nandu Foundation is that it already has more comprehensive information, more into the stage of processed mass production, and the research is rather less intense. More often than not, after breeding bizarre, these bred bizarre, handed over to other laboratories of the Angel Foundation, to carry out bizarre control and human bizarre fusion, two aspects of research. Creepy descent has only been going on for less than half a month now, and for decades before that, the Angel Foundation was self-sufficient in the materials it used for its experiments. Although according to the information provided by the Guile Hunting Bureau, there were sporadic occurrences of weirdness and taboo before the weirdness descended, the number was extremely rare. With the Foundation's acting style of hiding in dark corners and twisting and crawling, it was unlikely that it would go all over the world to scour for rarely occurring weirdness and taboos before the weirdness descended. That was something only an official organization such as the Weirdness Hunting Bureau would do, highlighting a strenuous effort that could be said to be even unprofitable. During decades of research, the Nandos Foundation has made some breakthroughs in the areas of spooky control and human spooky fusion. For example,
The headband-like electronic device worn on the head of the fetus in Chen Mimi's womb was the latest experimental product in one of the laboratories of the Nandu Foundation, called the control headband. Deng Hai had seen this before in some files that he didn't have access to, but at that time, the control head ring was still flawed. This control head ring, according to the information revealed by the 3T6S, can only control the bazaar with very low thinking ability. For example, Piggy, Demon Wolf, Smoke Mist, such a strong thinking of the bazaar, basically impossible to be affected by the control of the head ring. Chen Mimi's thinking ability was, in fact, even stronger than Pig Gangju's stream. After all, she was previously a human in her 30s, and even now that she had become a creep, her brain was still much better than a normal creep. But while Chen Mimi's big head can't be affected by the control head ring, her small head can. That fetus in Chen Mimi's stomach was naturally weak in its thinking ability because it had not yet been born. There's just as little ability to think independently after becoming creepy. But Chen Mimi and the fetus, being one mother and child bazaar, were essentially one being. So when the control head ring was put on the head of the fetus, something surprised Sun Jae-sung. Their control over Chen Mimi was surprisingly successful. According to the 3T6S, the development of this control head ring is very targeted, basically aimed at Chen Mimi. It's amazing how decades of dedication have really given the Nando's Foundation some real tools at its disposal. If Sun Jae-chang hadn't encountered such a super pervert as Jiang Yan, then with the control head ring and Chen Mimi in hand, he could basically walk sideways in Nandu. Even the Nando's Trick Hunting Bureau was simply no match for the Nando's Foundation. With Chen Mimi's intensity, she was completely capable of killing all of these people from the Guile Hunting Bureau. And even if Wang Jia, the heavenly sword god of hunting, was present, I'm afraid that the situation wouldn't change as a result. Thinking about this, Jiang Yan's mind immediately flashed back to the information revealed by his old friend Wang Hucheng. During the 8th Bazaar descent in the previous life, the Angel Foundation had mastered both the Destroyer Spirit Child and another head of Taboo, and had utilized the terrifying killing power of the two taboos to directly collapse the Nandu Bazaar Hunting Bureau. Since then, the Angel Foundation is the real master of Nandu. Jiang Yan hadn't experienced the 8th Theory descent, and had previously been skeptical of Wang Hucheng's words. The credibility of this piece of information still seems to be high now. Once the Angel Foundation really controlled Chen Mimi, then it would also be able to indirectly control Chen Linger. With two forbidden heads in hand, the Angel Foundation at that time, its combat power might catch up with 1/10 of the current Jiang Yan. Even if it was only 1/10 of the current Jiang Yan, placed in the Nandu of the 8th Theory Advent, it had a terrifying dominance. Various other aspects of information. Jiang Yan also tortured out quite a lot from these 3T6 mouths. Deng Hai, who was hiding at the side, listened to Jiang Yan continuously digging all sorts of information out of these 3T6S mouths, and couldn't wait to go up and smash these 3T6S mouths. Damn it, I risked being killed by Taboo 006 by deleting the information on my computer. The result is that you three horse treaders have said all sorts of things. If I had known this, I might as well have copied all this information and given it to Taboo 006 with both hands, and it would have left a good impression in his mind. After Jiang Yan had milked these 3T6S in all directions without any dead ends, his level of knowledge of the Angel Foundation had really deepened a lot more. Those 3T6S knew that they were bound to die, and they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, begging Jiang Yan to let them die quickly. Jiang Yan slowly nodded his head, marking these 3T6S as hostile units directly. As the damage numbers of the Pestilence Aura and Voodoo Aura floated out, these 3T6S, directly with their eyes rolled over, collapsed on the ground and died. Jiang Yan slowly got up and glanced at the place where the stealthy beauty was hiding, realizing that she was still lying in the water. I can't believe you haven't even changed your breath after all this time. You're very capable of holding it. Jiang Yan didn't think it was a big deal, and fist pumped his way toward the headquarters warehouse. According to those 3T6S, in this warehouse, there's a lot of good stuff. That's good. Now it's all about the Benjamins. Chapter 212 Emptying the Warehouse. In this Angel Foundation's Nandu headquarters, in addition to the gold trap that Sun Jae-sung had activated earlier, there were also numerous traps composed of gold and silver. It was only because Jiang Yan's gesture of bursting into this place was just a bit too brutal, and he didn't even have time to inspire these traps that were so dangerous to the bazaar. But even if these traps were inspired, the threat of gold and silver to Jiang Yan would be the equivalent of a meat bag gone to waste. Jiang Yan made a call to his old husband and asked for a construction team of more than 200 people from Ding Sheng Group to come at once. With the information provided by the 3T6S, the 200-strong Ding Sheng Group construction team quickly dismantled the various traps in the middle of the Angel Foundation's headquarters and recovered all the gold and silver in them. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, directly pushed open the warehouse door of the Angel Foundation's headquarters. What came into view was a large pile of bills. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up.
but after taking a closer look, he realized that these weren't metals. Instead, it was the previous common currency. Zhang Yan's face fell. According to Zhang Xiaohu, there was still a portion of human players who were trading some living goods in a common currency among themselves now, but the value of the currency has shrunk dramatically and is very unstable. To Zhang Yan, who could print money in massive quantities, these common currencies were just more and more, but they had no practical significance. But there were other goodies in this huge warehouse besides the common currency. Tons of gold and silver, various large-scale experimental instruments, weapons, and engineering instruments. Weapons and devices specifically designed to deal with shenanigans are also included. Although Jiang Yan could not use these things, he could use them to arm his own old man. With the size of the Ding Sheng group today, these weapons and equipment in the Angel Foundation could definitely make their combat power jump up a notch. Although the Ding Sheng group came from a background of construction engineering, it was clearly an amateur in the research and manufacture of weaponry, and Baoshang had recently taken over an abandoned military factory around Nandu, intending to develop some firearms and silver bullets out on his own. They are sold in the system mall, and the quality is very refined, far better than the ones developed by Ding Sheng Group itself. But with the Ding Sheng Group raising so many people, the resources needed were naturally huge, and if they were all purchased from the mall, the plutonium expenses would be counted in the millions. Comparing the two, if they could manufacture weaponry in bulk, even if the quality wasn't too good, it would allow those under their command to save a large amount of money, and focus the medieval currency more on their own skills and attributes. The combat divisions of the Trickster Hunt and the Angel Foundation are clearly following the same path. All people have limited resources, which must be allocated where they are most useful. Even Jiang Yan, under the huge inflation, had to consider the cost-effectiveness when spending. Therefore, for large organizations, it is better not to take up plutonium when the weaponry can be made by themselves. This is one of the reasons why there will gradually be some gaps between large organizations and lone wolf players. Jiang Yantu and Baoshang still have some reservations, although occasionally will be in various names to and Baoshang hands stuffed some plutonium, and Antique Street more and more revenue is also feeding Ding Sheng Group. However, the money of the Ding Sheng Group is still not enough to spend with the naked eye, and the days are tight even though they are thriving. And Baoshang also had the idea of letting Jiang Yan take over the arms factory, which was flatly rejected by Jiang Yan. At that time, he accepted in Baoshang's arrangement to manage the Antique Street because this place was indeed a feng shui treasure for Jiang Yan. But what kind of crap is that at the arsenal? For Jiang Yan is completely a thankless place. Sit quietly in their store for an hour. Want what weapons and equipment to buy out? As for Ambrosia's worries, people will live to worry and die to be at peace. Jiang Yan also does not have a savior plot. His own old man struggling for the cause cannot be a bad thing. However, after taking the Angel Foundation's headquarters warehouse in one fell swoop today, the Ding Sheng Group would not need to worry about weapons and equipment for the time being. The increase in power of the Ding Sheng Association was also a less important piece of favorable news for Jiang Yan. As the Ding Sheng Association's power over Nandu radiated more and more, the benefits gained, naturally, would increase, and the clientele of the Antique Street, too, would expand. Now many people in Nandu already knew the big name of Antique Street, but there was still a significant percentage of people who didn't know about the existence of this safe zone. Jiang Yan's exploration of the treasure chests, as well as the subsequent extermination of the Angel Foundation's remnants, could also be safely left to his old husband. Another day of setting the old man up in a clear way. Since we've gotten so many resources, the Antique Street needs to follow the Ding Sheng Association and grow together. This refugee camp-like model that we have now is ultimately not sustainable. Jiang Yan secretly calculated in his heart, and asked Demon Wolf and Pig Kong Hua to arrange for the creepy that had been waiting outside to come in and act as a porter along with the people sent by his old husband. This warehouse, in addition to all this equipment and gold and silver, had a huge area dedicated to storing shenanigans. All of these spooks, one by one, were stored inside jars of golden solution, motionless and in a sealed state. Jiang Yan scrutinized the circle and realized that these were all created shenanigans. Jiang Yan released one, and in the time it took to speak to Creepy for 3 words, that senseless Creepy hit in Xiao Xian 5 times, though none of them hit, and were easily dodged by in Xiao Xian, who also had an extremely high agility attribute, but it still provoked Jiang Yan's anger, and directly pressed it back into the gold solution with one hand and resealed it. Jiang Yan looked at these jars loaded with the gold solution and fell into deep thought. Can't be a henchman, but these are good printing materials. Contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yan had these bazaar along with the jars of gold solution transported to the bazaar camp next door to the Street of Curiosities and placed properly. Just let these brainless shenanigans stay obediently in the jar, and later on, when the bats provided overhead vision, Jiang Yan would still be able to steadily gain a portion of the sizable plutonium income. In addition to the weirdness stored in the gold solution tanks,
Jiang Yan also discovered an area where a large number of weird corpses had been sealed in the lowest level of the Angel Foundation's headquarters warehouse. According to the 3T6S, these creepy corpses, in proportion to becoming experimental materials, could also effectively breed more creepiness. Jiang Yan asked Deng Hai to command the manpower of the Ding Sheng Association to carry all these bizarre corpses out, and together with the human corpses that had been massacred to death by Chen Linger before, they were sent into the spiderweb nests underneath the Ding Sheng mansion, to act as hatching materials for the baby spiders of the human-faced ghost spiders.
Chapter 213, Seeing the Golden Coffin Again. In addition, there were some empty jars of gold solution in the warehouse, all of which were treasured by Jiang Yan. These canisters are a good deal, and there is a high degree of skill to the naked eye. Those gold solutions inside, also not something that can be made casually. Once damaged, there can be no more.
All of these jars of golden solution could be seen as a small golden coffin, capable of effectively sealing the bizarre.
But it's far less effective than the golden coffin. The upside is that it's more flexible. You can see the shenanigans inside. You can open or close it at any time.
And you're even able to experiment with the shenanigans inside while maintaining the seal. The control head ring that was previously attached to Chen Mimi's fetus head was probably successfully attached to the fetus head when Chen Mimi was immersed in the gold solution.
When Deng Hai commanded the manpower of the Ding Sheng group,
he properly moved all of these gold solution tanks away, left the warehouse with the bizarre storage, and walked outside to take a look,
just in time to see Chen Haichuan standing inside a corner,
his eyes staring deathly at something tall and dumbfounded.
This thing, covered by a piece of coarse army green cloth, the lower corner of which was vaguely translucent with a brilliant golden light, seemed to be a piece of gold as well. In the midst of warehouses with tons of gold and silver, the appearance of a piece of gold of this size didn't seem to be anything special.
Deng Hai walked behind Chen Haichuan and whispered,
"What's all the fuss about? What's so special about this thing?"
Chen Haichuan came back to his senses,
his face ugly to the extreme,
his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
This definitely, shouldn't be here. No, it can't be."
Chen Haichuan shook his head heavily, and his expression began to become pained and struggling. Deng Hai looked at Chen Haichuan like this and was very surprised.
In his impression, Chen Haichuan was a strong and brave man, even the forbidden 006 undercover agent. He dared to do it. In this world, what is it that can make Chen Haichuan so painful?
Deng Hai frowned and lifted this army green coarse cloth
upward again. This time,
Deng Hai saw it clearly.
Underneath the army green burlap was a huge golden coffin. It is 4 meters high, 1 meter square and very thick.
It is carved with intricate Buddhist and Taoist secret patterns,
and the craftsmanship is superb.
Deng Hai immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air and murmured in a low voice,
"A golden coffin this big? How outrageous! What in the world would use a coffin like this? Wait a minute. This size doesn't look like it's for human use."
Deng Hai took a closer look and suddenly realized something and twisted his head to ask,
"Is this used to seal the creepy golden coffin? Captain Yu, this reaction, is this coffin?" Deng Hai's time in the Trickster Hunting Bureau was still too short.
At that time, when Chen Haichuan and Jiang Yan traded the golden coffin,
Deng Hai wasn't even beside them, so naturally, he didn't know what it meant for this coffin to appear here. Chen Haichuan's face, which became ugly to the extreme, said word by word, "It's definitely a coffin from the Trickster Hunt. Definitely."
Even if the Angel Foundation had come up with the same sealing method and also produced a golden coffin, it was absolutely impossible that even the secret patterns were exactly the same.
This specification, moreover, is unique to the Trickster Hunting Bureau. Even the technology embedded between the internal cover are exactly the same as the coffin of the Guile Hunting Bureau.
That is the use of cutting-edge material technology,
one-piece molding and then high-precision segmentation.
Before the Divine State, only 3 factories can do this technology, all military control level.
Now one family is gone. Deng Hai couldn't realize the meaning behind this coffin for a while. Chen Haichuan, however, was like a thunderbolt, and the moment he saw it, he felt that the world had collapsed. There is absolutely no way that the Angel Foundation could have made it on their own. Well, there's only one possibility. Inside the Trickster Hunt, I'm afraid there's a traitor. And this traitor, so highly placed that he was able to steal even the golden coffin and send it into the warehouse of the Angel Foundation. The Angel Foundation has previously demonstrated many different means of sealing the spooky. For example, the gold smoke from before, or the gold solution at the moment, are effective in constraining shenanigans. The gold solution lasts longer and does not require constant power. Gold smoke has a much lower unit cost and is suitable for temporary storage in a specific area. None of this is to be wondered at, and none of it compares to the infallibility of the golden coffin. What the Angel Foundation has stored is just some very weak shenanigans, and even if it ran out, it would hardly make huge waves. But the golden coffin, designed to seal the taboo, once sealed,
had no intention of allowing what was inside to ever see the light of day again. Deng Hai was likewise a person with a delicate mind, and when he heard Chen Haichuan say this, he instantly reacted. Because of Chen Mimi? A forbidden head is stored here. That's why such a coffin was prepared. Logic holds. Except, the real question is how the Angel Foundation got this coffin. Captain, if it's you, can you send a coffin out quietly? Deng Hai swallowed heavily and asked in shock. Chen Haichuan let out a laugh that was harder to see than crying. Absolutely not. The previous trade of the golden coffin to Taboo 006 was an operation that had been reported. It was mainly because the heavenly sword god of hunters, Wang Jia, was in Nandu at that time, and with Wang Jia's authority, he personally brought up this deal, along with the fact that Lu Tianzuan had come directly to Nandu at that time, which was only agreed to by the Capital General Bureau, and the golden coffin in front of us, located in the middle of the Angel Foundation's warehouse, was completely outside the records of the South Metro Trickster Hunting Bureau. Chen Haichuan's face was unsightly to the extreme, and he whispered word by word, I have to ask Director Wang myself. This Director Wang in his mouth was not the director of the capital city's Bureau of Trick Hunting. That director of the Beijing General Bureau of the Trickster Hunting Bureau was a real big shot in the divine state, enjoying the treatment of a deputy state level. Chen Haichuan mouthed Director Wang, is the Nandu Hunting Trickery Bureau branch director? Is a local hall-level cadres. Nandu Guile Hunting Bureau, there is a total of a sub-director, a deputy director, under which there are 3 captains. Chen Haichuan is one of them. But the director and deputy director of Nando's are not combat positions. Sparring with creepy and taking care of specifics wasn't supposed to be the business of these 2 old men. That was the duty of the 3 captains. Before the weirdness descended, the director and deputy director were still constantly engaging in office politics, had a strong presence, and liked to point fingers. However, after the bizarre descent, these 2 head and deputy directors began to play dead, and their powers were almost completely delegated to the 3 captains, resulting in many things in Nandu being decided by Chen Haichuan and Wang Jia in consultation. Theoretically, Wang Jia, as the heavenly sword god of hunting, was in a higher position than even the sub-director of Nandu, and when he arrived, he was fully capable of acting as an admiral in general, exercising all the powers and duties of a director. It has also increasingly hollowed out the Nandu chief and deputy chief, but they have no presence, but the people are still alive and well. Deng Hai shivered and whispered as he took Chen Haichuan's hand. Captain, don't be impulsive. This must be planned out properly and decided after consulting with the king's hunting god. Wasn't it rumored that the illusory dance god of the hunt came to the southern capital as well? When the time comes, lest we pull out the carrot and bring out the mud, we must be careful.